5 days ago, my life was going fine. Then suddenly, a floating screen appeared in front of my eyes, and before I could react, it was stuck and hung there with a bunch of garbled text. I called it for a few days, but there was no response. I could only let time stand still and space close in. Not to mention going out, I couldn't even listen to music because time standing still meant that all electronic devices were paralyzed. I just sat there like this for 5 days. If it weren't for the system space that kept me from starving to death, I would have gone crazy. Just when I was about to talk to the air, the screen finally showed movement. System restarting. Oh my God, this is the first time I feel that a few words can make me burst into tears. Then, the screen began to scroll frantically, scanning knowledge sources, obtaining functions. It scanned all the novels, games, and even study materials in my room and updated a lot of strange functions. Training enhancement, sign in and clock in, and even a virtual mall. My goodness, I almost thought the system might have come from a mobile game. I almost laughed out loud. How come it is exactly the same as the Krypton Gold routine in the mobile game? Sure enough, right after the update, an advertisement popped up. Newbie special gift package. Only $1. Inside was 2 S-level combat maids and a novice weapon. I was about to buy it, but I found out that this 1 yuan was not RMB, but a currency called Life Coin. And there was only one way to get Life Coin: hunting zombies. Zombies? When I saw this word, I was shocked. At this moment, the red line on the screen guided me to the gate. I looked out through the peephole and instantly felt a chill down my spine. A figure was limping in the corridor, its clothes were tattered, and its face was covered in blood and rotten flesh. It looked like a zombie from a horror movie. I immediately understood. I was not trapped at home, but the world had changed. I pulled out my phone to check the news, and only then did I realize what had happened in the past 5 days. A zombie virus suddenly broke out, causing chaos around the world. The domestic response was quick, with quarantine zones divided and troops dispatched to clear the zombies, and the disaster was gradually brought under control. However, the situation abroad collapsed directly, with cities in many countries becoming zombie cities with only a few survivors. Thinking of my family, my father, my stepmother Aunt Rome, and my stepmother's sister Feng Qian, the area where they were was also designated as an isolation area, and I couldn't get through on the phone, and I suddenly felt anxious. If I want to find them alive, this life coin in front of me is my only hope. And the zombies outside the door are my first target. I dug out the kitchen knife and mop at home and made a simple gun. I checked the anti-theft chain to make sure it was strong enough, then deliberately knocked on the door to lure the zombies over. The zombie pounced on the door and scratched it like crazy, but got stuck in the crack. As I poked it with my spear, I noticed a prompt popping up on the screen. Spearmanship proficiency +1, spearmanship proficiency +1. It turns out that this so-called training enhancement is to earn points in such a simple and direct way. After stabbing the zombie dozens of times, it fell to the ground. I successfully obtained 1 life coin and was finally able to buy the novice gift pack. Hunting zombies, accumulating life coins, unlocking more system functions. This dangerous and chaotic world seems to be forcing me to embark on a path of no return. Chapter 3. After buying the gift pack, I couldn't wait to summon the legendary S-Class combat Maid sisters, Walnut and Chestnut, as well as a novice weapon, an electric baton. 2 girls appeared in an instant and stood in front of me. Their appearance surprised me. Walnut pink hair and pink eyes, Chestnut blue hair and blue eyes. They looked almost exactly the same. These were not robots randomly generated by the system, but 2 living people, except for their slightly dull eyes, which were not as lively as those of ordinary people. They looked like real people in every other way. It's actually alive. I couldn't help but take a few more glances and was impressed by the system's high technology. Sweetheart Maid Kurumi recognized her master. Cute Maid Chestnut recognized her master. When the prompt popped up, the light in their eyes became more lively, as if they were truly activated, and they looked around the room. Then, they all spoke in unison. Maid Kurumi Chestnut greets the master. Just call me boss. I was a little embarrassed. I felt uncomfortable being called master again and again, so I simply asked them to change the name. After checking the attributes, I became even more certain that I had picked up a treasure. Their initial attributes were all full, and they also had the skill of immunity to the zombie virus, which meant that even if they were bitten by zombies, they would not be infected. At this point, my confidence was boosted. Follow me and keep me safe. The 2 nodded, and I didn't waste any more time, and immediately took them home. As soon as I opened the door, I heard the roar of zombies in the corridor. They came over and staggered towards us. I held the electric baton tightly to defend myself, but Walnut and Chestnut had already rushed out. Their movements were as smooth as water, and they knocked down the zombies in front of them with a flip and then swept across the entire corridor effortlessly. In less than a minute, all the zombies were cleared out. The scene was so smooth and efficient that I didn't even have a second to intervene. Well done! I couldn't help but sigh as I watched them easily crush the zombies. Their performance even exceeded my expectations. They were like two Psyonts. After cleaning the corridor, we rushed to the underground parking lot. I knew it was not realistic to walk home. It was a distance of more than 10 kilometers. Even with two maids protecting me, it was too risky in this apocalyptic environment. When I arrived at the parking lot, I immediately fell in love with the Mercedes-Benz G-Class parked there. The car body was also equipped with a bumper, making it a perfect choice for the last generation of commuters. However, there was a zombie leaning next to the car, rubbing against the door with its bloody face. I pointed at it, and Walnut and Chestnut immediately rushed over, dealt with it cleanly and efficiently, and even took the car keys out of its hand. Hu Tao drives, Banley covers me. Hu Tao nodded and sat in the driver's seat, while Banley stood guard by the car door. I got in the car, and Hu Tao stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The Mercedes-Benz G roared out of the parking lot and drove into the sunny outside. Through the car window, I saw the true scene of the end of the world. Cars crashed into each other on the street, and the chain of accidents blocked the way. The buildings on both sides were burned to black, and the fire was still spreading. Zombies roaming in the ruins seemed like an endless nightmare. I clenched my fists, feeling increasingly anxious, and urged Walnut to speed up. "Don't worry about the wrecked car, just drive through," I told her. Hu Tao nodded and controlled the Mercedes-Benz G-Class as if it were flat ground, running directly over the tops of those scrapped vehicles, bringing out its off-road performance to the fullest. As the car was speeding up, I suddenly noticed the balance of my life coins on the screen. It turns out that life coins can not only be used to make purchases in the mall, but can also be withdrawn. The withdrawal ratio of a life coin is 1 to 10,000, which means that the life coin I earned from killing a zombie is equivalent to 10,000 yuan in cash. The speed of making money is faster than a money printing machine. I looked at the hordes of zombies outside the window, and an absurd idea suddenly popped up in my mind. They're not only a threat, but also a pile of moving money. If I wasn't worried about my family, I really wanted to stop the car and let Walnut and Chestnut clear all the zombies first, and then withdraw the life coins to my bank card. But the most important thing now is to rush home and make sure my family is safe. Chapter 4. I asked Hu Tao to slow down when the car reached the neighborhood. As we got closer and closer to home, I felt a little nervous, even a kind of indescribable homesickness. "Let's find a place to stop and walk there," I said. Although walking would be dangerous, driving directly in would make us too conspicuous. I didn't know the specific situation at home yet, so I couldn't take the risk. Walnut nodded and parked the car in a secluded, hidden, and relatively safe place. Chestnut got out of the car first, alertly checking the surroundings, and only signaled me to get out after confirming that there was no danger. With them guarding me from the front and the back, I walked out of the car. This area was even quieter than I expected, with almost no zombies on the streets. When passing the intersection ahead, I found that most of them gathered at the main entrance of the community. Obviously, there was some big noise there that attracted these monsters. This made me feel a little relieved. There should still be people living in the community, otherwise zombies would not have gathered there. This also shows that the community is relatively safe, but we can't take it lightly. Go in from the side. I took a look at the dense group of zombies at the main gate and decisively gave up the idea of entering from there. I took Walnut and Chestnut around to the fence of the community, found a hidden place, and climbed in. Walnut and Chestnut protected me on both sides, and we carefully crossed the green belt of the community. I walked in the middle. My palms were sweating with nervousness, but I finally arrived at the residential building where my home was. Standing at the door, I hesitated. Could it be that the whole family had turned into corpses behind the door? This thought chilled me to the bone, and I hesitated to knock on the door with my fingers hanging over it. At this moment, the door suddenly opened from the inside, and a wooden stick hit me in the face. "Feng Qian." I recognized the person holding the stick at a glance, and shouted quickly, and stretched out my hand to signal Hu Tao not to fight back. Hearing my voice, the wooden stick stopped in midair. Feng Qian looked up at me and was stunned for a moment. "Brother?" Then she dropped the stick and rushed over to me, crying like a baby, and hugged me. "Where have you been? Why haven't you been heard from in these days? We all thought something happened to you." Her voice was filled with tears. While accusing me, she held me tightly, as if she was afraid that I would disappear again. I patted her shoulder and comforted her. I'm back. But I also felt a little embarrassed. Feng Qian is no longer the 15-year-old girl she was back then. Now she is a college student. She has grown taller, and her figure is as good as a supermodel. I really couldn't resist this sudden hug from her. After finally pushing her away, he asked, "Where are my dad and your mom?" "Uncle Yi is fine, he just caught a cold. My mother is taking care of him in the room." Feng Qian wiped her tears and quickly explained the situation at home. Hearing that they were safe, my nerves, which had been tense for 5 days, finally relaxed. I asked Hu Tao and Ban Li to come in together, and then followed Feng Qian to check on the situation of my father and Aunt Rong. When I came to the bedroom door, I saw a gentle woman who looked 70% similar to Feng Qian sitting by the bed, carefully feeding medicine to the man on the bed. The atmosphere between them was warm and harmonious, and I couldn't bear to disturb them. Wow, they are so loving. I deliberately made a teasing sound at the door. Father Yi was stunned for a moment when he heard the voice. When he looked up and saw that it was me, his originally nervous expression suddenly relaxed. "You still remember to come back?" Aunt Rong blushed and said, "You are so naughty." Obviously, my teasing made her feel embarrassed. Seeing that you are all okay, I feel relieved. I grinned. Father Yi grabbed a pillow and threw it at me. "You little brat." Unfortunately, his aim was off and I dodged it easily. The happy atmosphere in the room made me feel completely at peace. Feng Qian, who was standing by, couldn't help but giggle at the scene. It was obvious that she had also relaxed her vigilance because of the family reunion. I decided to quit while I was ahead and returned to the living room to ask Feng Qian why she was so nervous holding the stick just now. Are there still zombies in the community? But just as I opened my mouth, I heard a violent knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. The sound was like a fist hitting the door, and the whole house was reverberating. Feng Qian immediately became nervous and instinctively wanted to pick up the stick for self-defense. I waved at her, indicating that she shouldn't panic, then stood up and walked to the door, with Walnut and Chestnut following me on my left and right. When I opened the door, I saw 2 scoundrelly men standing outside. One was as fat as a ball, and the other was as short as a chicken. They saw that I was obviously stunned for a moment, and then asked impatiently, "Where is Feng Qian?" Chapter 5. Who are you? I asked coldly, having already made some judgment in my mind. My intuition told me that my family must be in trouble at this time, and the degree of the trouble was not small. "What do you care who we are?" The short man responded rudely after hearing what I said, and his tone became more and more arrogant. "Anyway, Brother Tao has already told her to go to his house tonight to drink and sing. Otherwise, there will be no emergency food for your family." When I heard the words food and accompanying drinking, my eyes suddenly turned cold, and I immediately understood the situation. They actually threatened Feng Qian with relief food and asked her to become a hostess. "Get lost!" I growled through gritted teeth, growing angrier inside. I need to say this to Feng Qian face to face. The fat man was obviously a little impatient when he saw me blocking the door and not letting him in. He stretched out his fat hand and went straight to my chest to push me away. I didn't wait for him to make a move. I was given a signal to Walnut and Chestnut behind me. They reacted immediately and took action quickly. At the moment when the fat man was about to push my chest, Walnut grabbed his wrist and twisted it hard. The fat man screamed instantly and felt like his bones were about to be crushed. Banley easily kicked the short man down and slammed him against the corridor wall. The short man fell to his knees in pain, holding his stomach, and was unable to stand up for a long time. It's not the end of the world yet. There is really no law at all. I finally couldn't help it and vented my anger directly on them. After seeing them being taken care of, I calmly ordered Walnut and Chestnut, break one leg of each of them and let them crawl back on their own. People like this can only be dealt with in a more ruthless way. It's a waste of time to reason with them. Walnut and Chestnut did as they were told immediately, and soon their screams were heard in the corridor. Feng Qian was obviously stunned when she saw my series of actions. She found that I had become so strong after not seeing me for a few years. But she was not afraid. Instead, she felt a sense of security she had never felt before. "Brother, you're so handsome." She had an admiring look on her face, with hearts in her eyes, which made me feel a little amused. "Don't worry, they won't dare to come as long as I'm here." I patted her shoulder, trying to comfort her. She nodded, as if she could finally put her mind at ease. I took her back to the house, but I felt something was wrong. Feng Qian was so nervous just now, obviously for a reason. It seems that this is not the first time this has happened. "Brother, can I be as powerful as walnuts and chestnuts?" she suddenly asked cautiously, assuming a few kung fu postures. I looked at her, feeling somewhat helpless. Her movements were quite vigorous, but they gave people a feeling of provocation rather than intimidation. You'd better not do something that puts you in more danger. I laughed and teased her. Don't learn those moves randomly, or you'd better not cause yourself more trouble. Her face flushed and she muttered softly, hateful. Okay, stop thinking about it. I touched her head and sighed in my heart. She was still too naive, and wanting to protect herself through force was a bit too idealistic. I wanted to continue chatting with her, but suddenly I remembered the brother Tao they just mentioned. So I asked her, do you know the full name of this brother Tao? She nodded. It's Chen Tao. My heart sank when I heard this name. Chen Tao. I know him. He was my high school classmate. It's just that he has been hanging out with a bunch of thugs since junior high school, and his family is not a decent one. Is it him? I asked in a low voice, and I understood instantly. It turned out that he was Chen Tao, the one with the background. No wonder he's so arrogant, I said to myself, and I understood more and more. He has a complicated background, and in this period of social unrest, he has no scruples at all. Suddenly, a virtual prompt box appeared in front of him, which read, New task, punish Chen Tao. Reward, 1 punishment card. Evil punishment card? I was secretly surprised. What is this new thing? My intuition told me that this should be a very good reward. Feng Qian suddenly grabbed me, her face full of worry. Brother, why don't we ask Uncle Yi and Mom to pack up and run now? She had obviously calmed down and realized that something might be wrong. My dad is still sick. I looked at her helplessly, knowing that she was worried about me, but I would never let her worry about such a thing. Don't worry, this kind of thing is not worth mentioning. I patted her shoulder. You don't need to show up, just wait and see how I handle it. She looked at me with a look of relief in her eyes. Well, I believe you. At this moment, she suddenly came close to me and said coquettishly, Brother, I want to eat the braised pork you made. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Feng Qian has loved the braised pork I made since she was a child. She hadn't eaten it for several years, and when she finally met me today, she immediately wanted to try this dish. Okay, go to your mom's place and see if she needs any help. I'll go to the kitchen to cook. I touched her head, feeling both helpless and warm at the same time. She immediately ran to the bedroom happily, and I went into the kitchen to prepare the braised pork she ordered. Just as I was about to take the pot, I suddenly realized that I could improve my cooking skills. Player cooks food, cooking skills +1. Player cooks food, cooking skills +1. Player cooks food, cooking skills +1. Watching the virtual prompts update, I suddenly realized that even cooking skills can be improved. Moreover, my already good cooking skills seemed to have become even more sophisticated. Just when I had finished preparing a table of dishes, Hu Tao signaled me from downstairs. I immediately understood what she meant, untied my apron, and prepared to go downstairs with her. Sure enough, as soon as I got downstairs, I saw the golden-haired gangster with a group of ruffian security guards, holding anti-explosion batons and steel pipes in their hands. Chapter 6. Looking at the group of people outside the door, especially Chen Tao, the leader, I couldn't help but sneer. These guys are so arrogant, relying on the disaster to act lawless here. What? 2 people are not enough, so you think you can control the situation by calling a group of people? I glanced at them and recognized that this so-called security team was basically made up of thugs from the neighborhood. Chen Tao looked me up and down and asked with disdain, Are you Feng Qian's brother? I was too lazy to answer and just stared at him coldly. Seeing that I didn't deny it, he immediately put on an arrogant look and said, I must take Feng Qian away today. If you dare to stop me, don't blame me for making you live in a wheelchair for the rest of your life. The followers behind him also became arrogant when they heard this, and they all echoed the shouting. I couldn't help but laugh. In this day and age, the order hasn't completely collapsed yet, but some people are eager to jump out and become heroes in troubled times. Okay, I want to see who of you can step into this building today. I stood there with my arms folded, looking at them coldly, with a bit of disdain in my tone. Chen Tao sneered, obviously not taking my warning seriously. He waved his hand and said to the people behind him, Don't waste time talking to him. Beat him to death. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of people pounced on him like hungry wolves. Obviously, these people had long regarded Chen Tao as a prince, and now they were scrambling to show off in front of him. I turned to Walnut and Chestnut and said, Break the legs of anyone who comes near. I'm not interested in wasting too much time with these scumbags, nor do I intend to kill them, but it is necessary to let them remember this lesson. Walnut and Chestnut received the order and immediately stood in front, with cold, murderous intent in their eyes. The group of people on the opposite side obviously didn't take the two girls seriously. They rushed over arrogantly, as if they thought they could deal with them with just a little effort. However, the facts gave them a slap in the face. Walnuts and Chestnuts were like a solid wall, and anyone who tried to get close was quickly knocked down. Each of their moves was clean and decisive, focusing on the opponent's legs, not giving them any chance to fight back. In a few seconds, the ground was full of people lying, wailing one after another. Qintao was completely dumbfounded. He stood there in a daze, unable to speak, and could only watch his men fall one after another, while Walnut and Chestnut did not even suffer a single scratch. You guys? His lips trembled, and he wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter a complete sentence. What? Weren't you very arrogant just now? I walked up to him with a smile, looking at his frightened, pale face, and said in a teasing tone, Are you going to try it now? Qintao looked at me in disbelief, then looked at his men lying on the ground. It was obvious that they had not yet recovered from the blow. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he tried to speak, but I interrupted him. Hu Tao, Banli, break his arms and legs, and let him lie down with his brothers. Qintao's face changed drastically, and he stepped back in a hurry, shouting, How dare you? Do you know who my father is? My father is Chen Hualong. He started to bring up his family's name, hoping to scare me, but I ignored him and glanced at Walnut and Chestnut, who immediately understood. In just a few seconds, Qintao's limbs were completely disabled. He lay on the ground, unconscious like a puddle of mud. Looking at his miserable state, I couldn't help but laugh. You wanted to scare me just now? Why are you silent now? I didn't care that he mentioned the name Chen Hualong, but Banli suddenly explained. Qintao's father is Chen Hualong, a famous boss in the southern part of Haiqing. But his family got started with underworld forces, and he has thousands of subordinates, all of whom have criminal records. I raised my eyebrows and looked at Banli in surprise. How do you know so much? She lowered her head and said lightly, This is one of my basic abilities. It seems that these two maids are really treasures. Not only can they fight, but they can also provide intelligence. They are simply the best combination of a personal secretary and a bodyguard. At this time, a prompt suddenly popped up on the screen. Successfully complete the task. Reward Evil Punishment Card *1. Chapter 7. I glanced down at the Punish Evil card, and my heart moved. Its attributes were really eye-catching. The validity period of the punishment card is 1 hour. During this hour, one zombie will be killed every second by default. Simply put, there are 3,600 seconds in an hour, which means that this card will hunt down 3,600 zombies in an hour. 3,600 life coins. Assuming that each life coin can be exchanged for 10,000 yuan in cash, this is 36 million. I'm really going to make a fortune. My eyes lit up involuntarily. This card could actually allow me to earn 36 million. I suddenly felt that those seemingly insignificant people like Chun Tao and Bad Dog around me became much more pleasing to the eye. Banli, did you just say that his father is a member of the underworld? I suddenly remembered something, and while I was excited, another idea instantly popped into my head. Yes, Banli did not avoid it and admitted it directly. So, after the small god of wealth has given away gifts, it's time for the big god of wealth to give away some. I suddenly felt that Chen Tao, this kid, was nothing. The key was his father, who was the real big fish. If his father is bad enough and gives me 3 cards, that would be 100 million. And that is a small goal that Wang Xizong's father may not be able to complete in a year, but I can accomplish it in 1 day. Go home and have dinner. I knew in my heart that the Chun family would not let this matter go. We should be prepared for greater challenges and just wait for this god of wealth to come to us. When I got home, the first thing I saw was Feng Qian standing at the door waiting for me. When she saw me come in, she threw herself into my arms and said softly, Let's eat. Okay. I nodded, feeling warm inside. Now, thousands of words are not as kind as these few words. My parents obviously knew what happened downstairs, but they didn't say much. They just told me to eat well and eat more. I had a very happy meal with them. Although some things still lingered in my mind from time to time, it was full of warmth when the family gathered together, even if it was just for a meal. I gradually discovered that food can actually give me attribute points. For example, after drinking, a prompt appeared. Player drinks white wine, heat +1. I was curious about what this heat could be used for, and after some research, I finally realized that I could store the heat I gained in a certain part of my body and then release it in a concentrated manner. For example, if I focus the heat on my palms, I can boil the wine in my hands. If the heat is strong enough, I can become the god of fire, or even the sun. Just imagine, the heat I release is enough to burn a zombie into charcoal. Son, let them eat together. Dad looked at Walnut and Chestnut standing next to me. He knew that they were my personal bodyguards, but it was too miserable for them to stand like this. I came to my senses and realized whether Walnut and Chestnut were real people. Did they have independent consciousness, or were they just machines? Anyway, since Dad said so, I let them sit down and eat something together to see if they can enjoy the meal. After the meal, I discovered that Walnuts and Chestnuts had big appetites and could eat them with gusto. Looking at them, I felt a sense of emotion. That's right, it's more lively when everyone eats together. Dad smiled happily, and the house was finally full of life again. I also noticed that Feng Qian had been secretly looking at me. She obviously noticed that I had become more manly and more attractive. Her eyes were filled with admiration and appreciation. However, what I'm most concerned about right now is Chen Tao and his family. I have heard the noise and know that they have been taken away. Obviously, Chen Tao's parents should also know what happened here and who did it. I must prepare for everything that is to come. I cannot just rely on Kurumi and Banli. I must also become stronger. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but ask Feng Qian, "Are you still the only one living in the house you live in now?" Feng Qian was a little stunned, as if she was shocked by my question. Yes. Then lend me your room to work out. And by the way, see if you have any equipment you can lend me," I said bluntly. Feng Qian was stunned for a moment, then slightly disappointed. Apparently, she had misunderstood and thought I would be with her tonight. She forced a smile and said, "It's up to you, but you probably won't be able to use my equipment." Anything is fine. I knew what she meant. After all, her equipment was more suitable for girls, but the situation was urgent, and I wasn't picky. After dinner, my parents asked us to rest, so I borrowed Feng Qian's yoga mat and started doing squats. Every time I did it, a prompt message popped up on the virtual screen. Player performs 1 squat, leg strength +1, endurance +1, lower circumference size +1. Player performs 1 squat, leg strength +1, endurance +1, lower circumference size +1. Chapter 8, 1 squat, 1 attribute point reward. After doing it continuously, I can clearly feel the changes in my body, especially the gradual increase in leg strength, and even my lower body has become noticeably firmer. This is too exaggerated. Feng Qian stood aside and watched in amazement. I had done more than 40 squats, but she could not see any signs of fatigue in me. "I can't be the only one seeing this," she muttered suddenly, then took out her cell phone, skillfully opened the live broadcast software, and aimed it at me who was exercising. I was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but raise my eyebrows and ask her, "What are you doing?" "Live broadcast." Feng Qian responded confidently, but obviously didn't intend to explain more. I suddenly remembered that she had been recording videos of herself with her phone for the past 2 years, and she seemed to be addicted to it. Was she doing live streaming? However, I didn't expect that she was not only doing live streaming, but also had accumulated a lot of fans. As soon as she came online, a large number of viewers instantly flooded into the live broadcast room, and the barrage of comments was refreshed very quickly. "Jiazi is online. Why is he a man today? No way. Jiazi actually found a boyfriend? Broken heart. He looks handsome, but why is he always doing squats?" Feng Qian looked at the comments and explained with a smile, "This is my brother, not my boyfriend. He has already done 60 squats. Have you ever seen someone who can persist so long?" The comments instantly became active. "Brother? Jiazi actually has a brother? Are you single? Introduce him. Jiazi, your brother's endurance. I'm so interested." Looking at these comments, I didn't know whether to cry or laugh. How could these people be more frivolous than me? However, it's no wonder Feng Qian dared to live broadcast me. It turns out her fans are so enthusiastic. Feng Qian was not affected at all, and was obviously used to this style of commenting. She continued to show off my brother to the camera. "Isn't it amazing? He's still doing it, and he hasn't stopped at all." However, someone suddenly became serious in the comments. "From just now till now, he has done more than 100. This is really amazing. A normal person would be basically useless the next day if he did 100 in a row." Feng Qian was reminded by these comments and couldn't help but become curious. She turned her head and looked at me. "Brother, you are not really planning to make 1,000 of them, are you? Let's give it a try." I responded casually, with a relaxed tone, and no intention of stopping at all. In fact, I felt more and more relaxed. With each squat, my attribute points increased, and my leg strength and endurance increased rapidly. After doing 100 of them, I found that the attribute points I was rewarded with increased from 1 to 5. This gave me more motivation, and I felt that the more I did, the easier it became. Oh my god, he really did 200 and is still going. The live broadcast room was filled with comments. Is the brother of the Clampus Superman? My legs are starting to hurt just by looking at his smooth movements. Voices of rewards were heard one after another in the live broadcast room, and some people even vowed to give gifts worth 1,000 yuan. If it were any other time, Feng Qian would have already been moved, but at this moment her attention was all on me, and she couldn't help but sigh. Brother, you are simply a monster. I continued to maintain a steady rhythm, feeling the changes in my body as I squatted. The attribute point reward has doubled again. Now each squat can bring a 10-point increase. My strength has increased significantly, and I feel like I am filled with endless energy. At this time, I noticed that Feng Qian had been broadcasting live to me with her phone, and I couldn't help but stop and smile. So you want me to be a free model worker? She stuck out her tongue and didn't respond, but the comments in the live broadcast room instantly became lively. Brother hard worker, I really want to meet you. Jiazi, please give me your address. I'll run over with my household registration booklet immediately. I shook my head helplessly and continued to do squats. The accumulation of rewards made me unable to stop. I could feel the surge of strength and endurance every time. And then I realized that Feng Qian had been standing at the door with a mobile phone to live broadcast him. Chapter 9. Feng Qian was startled when she saw me suddenly turn around. She thought I was offended by her behavior because I didn't say hello. But in fact, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room became even crazier. The group of female fans with raging hormones began to swipe the screen crazily in the barrage. Khalid, just tell me how much you want to give me. I want to get all your brother's contact information and data within 3 seconds. Too handsome. The side view is handsome enough, and the front view is simply unbelievably handsome. The rest of the content was too much. I couldn't bear to read it anymore. The comments were filled with extremely excited words. Feng Qian felt a little headache. She wanted to block all these crazy fans directly. She knew that what she was most worried about was not these fans, but me who was looking back at her. Brother, I didn't mean it. I'll leave right away, she whispered, ready to pick up the phone and leave. She was jealous now and didn't want me to be watched by these female fans. I looked at her and said lightly, Go on, just leave it there when you get tired. To be honest, I don't mind live streaming. After all, it brings an extra bonus to training effect, so why not? My system has learned many redundant functions, and its bugs allow me to use those functions to become more versatile. Now there is nothing I can't do, and absorbing the good and the bad together always brings unexpected surprises. More importantly, as long as I train in a live broadcast state, my results will be doubled, so I continue to do squats. I'm almost done with 1,000 squats. I said to myself, the goal was clear. Once I finished these, I could start other training. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but start to wonder if liquor could help me increase my body's heat and improve my physical fitness. Practicing both magic and martial arts not only makes one's body strong, but also releases high-temperature energy, which sounds very tempting. Feng Qian had gone to the kitchen to wash the dishes. The phone stand fixed the camera for the live broadcast, but I still didn't stop. In the live broadcast room, fans were still swiping the screen frantically. 997, 998, 999, 1,000. When I finished the last squat, the whole live studio was in an uproar. You did it! You actually did it! Mom, come and see! You are simply superhuman. How come these legs didn't look so thick and strong, but they can actually do this? The barrage of comments exploded like fireworks, and everyone was amazed and cheered. I looked at the system prompt and received a reward. Complete 1,000 squats and get 1 powerful pill as reward. What is this? A powerful pill? After taking it, it permanently increases strength, punching power, and bed strength. I was stunned for a moment, thinking it seems that this system can also give me unexpected surprises. Each attribute is improved directly, which is definitely a great temptation, especially for men. Next, I decided to try the treadmill. It seemed that running might bring different training effects. Keep going. The purpose of training is to push your limits. I muttered to myself, walking towards the treadmill, ready for the next challenge. After running, he started running again. Does he not want to talk to us anymore? The number of people in the live broadcast room began to decrease. However, I don't care. I have always regarded live streaming as a double experience buff. I don't care about the number of viewers. The key is to improve my abilities through these trainings. The numbers on the treadmill jumped, and I looked at the system prompt. Player runs for 1 minute, movement speed plus 0.1, lung capacity plus 1. Chapter 10. This is good. Knowing the effect of running, I am more motivated. Who can resist the temptation of becoming the Flash? Fans in the live broadcast room saw that I was focused on training and hardly interacted with anyone, except for a few female fans who were attracted by my good looks and some fans who were curious about how long I could persist in this training. The rest of the audience left to watch other live broadcasts, deciding to come back later. But I was completely focused on running. After all, the attribute growth of running was calculated based on the duration, so there was no need to push myself to run too fast. Although I was moving fast enough to easily break the provincial record, I decided to keep jogging to ensure that the minimum value would steadily improve. Huh? Changed exercise? Feng Qian came out of the kitchen and saw that I was no longer doing squats but running instead. She took out her cell phone and sat at the door to play games, starting today's game of PUBG and Yuan Shen. I saw her playing with her phone at the door, but I didn't pay much attention to it. As long as she didn't disturb my running training, it was fine. If I have to run 1,000 times before I get a reward, I'd have to run continuously for 1,000 minutes, or about 16 hours. I silently estimated in my mind that this exercise duration was too long and would definitely attract attention. I decided to open a new live broadcast room to ensure that no one would disturb me and I could complete my training in peace. Thinking of this, I got off the treadmill, walked to Feng Qian, and asked, "Can you teach me how to open a live broadcast room?" Using Feng Qian's mobile phone to live broadcast is not a long-term solution. After all, I can't ask her to follow me every time. I sought to learn to do it myself. "Brother, you're going to do a live broadcast too?" Feng Qian seemed a little surprised, but she was obviously happy. Her happiness was not because I decided to do a live broadcast, but because it would prevent those excessive female fans from harassing me. The fans in the live broadcast room also became excited when they saw the news. "What? Brother is going to open his own live broadcast room. Push it to me quickly. There will be a big reward. Is this a deliberate script?" Feng Qian picked up her phone and planned to teach me how to create a live broadcast room. But after seeing the content of her own live broadcast room, her scalp suddenly went numb. She didn't expect these fans to be so crazy. Her hunch told her that once when started the live broadcast, a large number of fans would definitely flock to him. She decisively blocked the barrage and began to teach me how to apply for and create a live broadcast room. With her help, I quickly learned how to operate it and realized that there was some movement outside. So, I handed the phone to Feng Qian and said, "Please help me apply for a live broadcast room. I'll go take care of something." Feng Qian didn't have time to react before she realized that I had already walked out the door with the phone still in her hand. Just throwing the job to me like that? Feng Qian complained in her heart, but she was also happy about it. After all, helping her brother and getting some little secrets was a rare opportunity. I didn't think much about it. I just ran faster and faster, feeling relaxed. My speed increased rapidly, almost to the level of flying over eaves and walls. Through this training, I found that my footwork skills were far better than those of walnuts and chestnuts. After confirming this, I jumped down from the fourth-floor window and landed lightly on the ground. I quickly left the community and went to meet up with Walnut and Chestnut. When I saw them, I found that they were injured and there was a dead body lying on the ground. When I got closer and took a look, I was stunned. It was a cat, but it was huge, about 1.5 meters tall, and had been infected with the zombie virus, looking like a catman. "Just this one?" I asked. "Yes, we worked together to solve it." Half of Walnut's clothes were torn, and there was a huge wound on Chestnut's back. Obviously, this catman zombie is much stronger than ordinary zombies and can easily kill any ordinary person. I muttered in a low voice, "A reward of 100 life coins." Then I checked the system prompt. This catman zombie gave me 100 life coins, which is equivalent to killing 100 ordinary zombies. In other words, I earned 1 million with this attack. We can't let others snatch away such a good thing. I smiled and made up my mind. We also found this. Banley handed me a blue folder containing a notice document issued by the management center. The document shows that the state has begun recruiting armed forces from the public, allowing applications to establish safe zones, and distributing armaments or funding the purchase of weapons to carry out the tasks of zombie cleanup and liberating quarantine zones. Chapter 11. What a good thing. I couldn't help but laugh. This was a huge thing for me. Why? Because I was worried about having too much money and nowhere to spend it. Now I have a reasonable reason to spend money. Contracting the city, cleaning up the zombies, and making contributions to the country at the same time, it is simply the best of both worlds. Trigger target. contract the liberation of the southern part of Haicheng and complete it within 1 month, and be rewarded with 3 random strengthening pills. The system prompt was exactly what I wanted. I threw the task-related documents in front of Banli and said to her, "Find a way to get this target." In order to make her and Hu Tao more efficient, I immediately opened them all and checked the balance of my life coins. Walnut and Chestnut have just saved up more than 2,000 life coins by killing monsters in the zombie group. Adding the idle income from the evil punishment card, there are now more than 5,600 life coins in their accounts. Not bad, that's enough. I decisively spent 2,000 life coins to buy 20 Maids hearts and directly upgraded Walnut and Chestnut to level 5. Their overall attributes instantly soared to 500 points, and they also unlocked 2 new skills, Master and Servant Summoning and Shadow-like. Master and Servant Summoning allows them to teleport to my side anytime and anywhere, while Shadow-like allows them to blend into the shadows and teleport within a short distance. As the upgrade was completed, my VIP level was raised to VIP 2, and the system space was expanded to 100 grids. This made me realize that the next level requires a cumulative recharge of 5,000 life coins, which can expand the space to 150 grids, and even a Mercedes-Benz G-Class can fit in it. After receiving the order, Banli activated Shadow without hesitation, instantly disappeared from my sight, and went straight to carry out the mission. Walnut continued to stay by my side, waiting for the next instruction. At this time, I noticed that a new item was added to them all, Shadow Troops, which is a one-time consumable item. It costs 10 life coins to hire 1 member. Although their combat effectiveness is unknown, I am short of manpower right now, so I simply spent 1,000 life coins and hired 100 members at once. A moment later, 100 silent members of the Black Shadow Force, dressed in black and masked, stood neatly behind Walnut, motionless like ghosts. "These people will be under your command from now on," I said to Walnut. "You can deploy them as you like." Walnut nodded, clasped his fists, and accepted the order, then led the Shadow Troops into the shadows and disappeared. Even though they disappeared into the shadows, I could still feel this group of people following me silently, ready to take orders at any time. Not long after, a zombie dog that looked like a calf appeared from the intersection, attracted by the noise, drooling, and stared at me. Hu Tao subconsciously prepared to command the Shadow Troops to take action, but I waved my hand, signaling her not to interfere. "Let me try this guy." The zombie dog obviously didn't take me seriously and rushed towards me with a low growl. But I rushed in front of it in one step, even faster than it. My right fist glowed red instantly, emitting a scorching heat like a piece of red-hot iron. I released all the heat in my fist at once, and before my fist even touched the zombie dog's head, the scorching heat had already ignited it. Boom! With one punch, the blazing force completely vaporized the zombie dog's head, and the remaining half of its body was still burning and turned to ashes. The power of this punch made me frown and sigh. It seems that I have to control my strength in the future. It was just an experimental full-strength attack, but the power was far beyond expectations. It can even be said that the zombie dog was dead without even using full strength. Just as I was about to return, a blue figure emerged from the shadows. Banli had returned with the results of the mission. She held a document in her hand, with a bit of pride on her face. "All done." I took the document, opened it, and saw that I had already obtained the contract rights for the South City District, which meant that I could now openly establish a private army in this area, purchase arms, and even receive formal authorization from the state. That's fast. I nodded and couldn't help but sigh in my heart that the folding ability of Shadow-like is really powerful. Chestnut's work efficiency has increased several times. Banli looked back and saw the Black Shadow Troops behind Walnut with a hint of envy in her eyes, but she knew her responsibilities. With her extroverted personality, she was more suitable for handling external affairs, while Walnut focused on combat command. At this time, I opened the QR code on the file, scanned it, and downloaded an official arms ordering app. New Army. After logging in, my account information has been bound, showing that my current military rank is platoon leader, with an upper limit of 200 people. I can apply for or purchase basic infantry equipment and troop transport vehicles. It's just a full staff now. I smiled and shook my head and directly hired another 100 Shadow Troops from the mall and assigned them to Banli so that she also had her own exclusive troops. Thank you for making another trip and bringing back the ordered arms. I exchanged most of the remaining 5,600 life coins for cash, about 20 million. I bought 2 military transport vehicles as well as heavy machine guns, flamethrowers, and other necessary equipment directly in the mall, and let Chestnut lead the new troops to receive supplies. Understood. Banley responded neatly, then quickly disappeared from my sight with a new formation and continued to prepare for the next plan. Chapter 12. This girl is silly. At this time, Chen Tao's father Chun Hualong also saw Chen Tao's situation. They saw that not only were Chen Tao's limbs broken, but even his offspring were destroyed, which meant that the Chen family was extinct. Who did it? He is now furious at who dared to do such a cruel thing to his son on his territory. He was even more angry that even though he had been cleansed for many years, he started to start a company and become a boss like other people. But when he was in the underworld, he was a person that no one in Haicheng dared to mess with. Everyone heard that the Chen family always gave way and gave up all the profits. It was Yi Wen, Feng Qian's brother. Two of his women dressed in cosplay costumes did it. Chen Tao was sent back with one of his usual friends. Because he was not killed directly, he was still able to speak and understand the whole situation. Yivin. Chen Hualong found the name unfamiliar because he had never heard of such a person in Haicheng. But now that the other party has crippled his son and wiped out the Chen family, there is absolutely no way he will let this matter go. Is he still in Shenglin community? Chen Hualong asked the security team member who was sent back with Chen Tao. He knew he had to go to the other party in person to ask for an explanation. Yes, their whole family is still in Shenglin community. Chen Tao, his good friend, immediately answered Chen Hualong in a flattering manner. He knew that this Mr. Chen was not an easy person to talk to, and that the brat named Yi was bound to be in big trouble. Good. Chen Hualong knew where the other party was, and immediately decided to gather his men and set off. He doesn't care about the current controls or blockades. For him, this zombie virus outbreak is a good thing, because he can take the opportunity to drive up prices and use his power to gather all the emergency supplies into his hands and sell them at high prices. He asked Chen Tao to look at Shenglin community for this purpose. But I didn't expect something to go wrong. Not only was Chen Tao's useless son beaten to a pulp, but Shenglin community was left without his people to guard it. It seemed that such a big piece of the pie was about to be lost. He knew that zombies were rampant outside, and a zombie tide could break out at any time. So he called on all the people to go out in large trucks and head to Shenglin community as quickly as possible. Yi Wen returned to the community alone, wondering whether Feng Qian had completed the application for creation for him. Feng Qian should have helped me set up the live broadcast room by now, because he really doesn't know anything about this. So instead of looking for tutorials and studying them yourself, it is better to leave it to Feng Qian, who knows it well. At this time, Feng Qian had indeed helped him create the live broadcast room and completed the identity authentication. But now she was even happier rolling on the bed holding Yi Wen's cell phone, because she was delighted to find out that Yi Wen not only didn't have a girlfriend, he didn't even have any female friends to talk to. The chat history on his mobile phone is mostly about work. He is definitely a busy man. Brother is mine. Feng Qian knew she had a chance. Younger sister? She had no blood relationship with him, so she had no interest in being his sister and future sister-in-law. Especially now that she saw Yi Wen become such an outstanding man. How could she let his wealth flow to someone else's field? So after he came back, she decided that this time she must take advantage of the situation to get him. Especially after seeing the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room and hearing what some female fans said in the room after Yi Wen left. She knew that if she didn't take the initiative, her brother would definitely be snatched away by those charming women outside. She has fully understood the charm of her brother from the situation in the live broadcast room, and knows that many sisters, even many young women and wealthy women, are interested in him. They even told him to just stay at home while they went out to earn money to support him. She was a little thankful that the zombie virus had broken out and prevented them from rushing into her house. Otherwise, the threshold of her house would have been trampled down by these women. Should I wear that winning suit tonight? She thought of the underwear she had boldly bought once. I know that the underwear is not for normal use when going out, but for secret use in the room. She regretted buying it because she was not an open-minded person and knew that even the most innocent girl would be considered a little coquettish if she wore that underwear. But now she suddenly realized that this was destined by heaven. She believed that if she changed into this outfit and showed it to Yi Wen, he would definitely understand her feelings and would not be able to resist. No, that would ruin my pure and sweet image in his eyes. Will he stop cherishing me in the future? Feng Qian felt both embarrassed and hesitant when she thought of Yi Wen's stunned expression when he saw her dressed like that. Because she had a premonition that Yi Wen would definitely go wild and take her down directly, but he would also misunderstand that she was not reserved enough and was too unrestrained and would not cherish her in the future. What should I do? She suddenly got tangled up in bed, hugging her pillow. As she was thinking, she found that the scent of Yi Wen was still lingering in the room, which made her feel at ease, and she fell asleep involuntarily. In her dream, she saw Yi Wen, and she also dreamed that she boldly showed him the winning suit and was punished by him and kept begging for mercy. Yi Wen came back and saw Feng Qian sleeping soundly with her pillow in her arms. I also saw that she had a smile on her face even when she was asleep, and it was a quite silly smile. What did she dream about? Why did she smile like a fool? Yi Wen wondered if she was too sleepy. She took a nap without even waiting for him to come back, and seemed to be dreaming, smiling so foolishly. But he doesn't care about these. He only cares about whether the things in his live broadcast room have been settled. He took back his spare work phone and saw how Feng Qian operated it for him. I saw that the live broadcast room had been successfully created and activated. It was now live. It's just because it's a new live broadcast room with a new host, so there isn't a single fan in it, and there's no point in the platform pushing anything. After all, no one knows what the host is going to broadcast and who the target group that needs to be pushed is. He knew that it didn't matter, because this live broadcast room is just a double experience buff status for him. He can only get the 100% extra benefit from training when he is live streaming, so it is best if no one pays attention to him, so that he can complete his training challenge without causing a sensation. Chapter 13, this one is a bit small. Running takes too long, and it's easy to be interrupted. It's better to do some simple and easy training. You had thought for a while. If you want to complete the running challenge reward, you need to train continuously for at least 16 hours. But he knew that Qin Tao's father would not just let go of what happened here, and he might even be on his way here. So he thought about it, found the resistance band that Feng Qian had placed under the bed, started resistance training, and also decided to train his upper body strength. Player completes 1 pull training, strength +2. Player completes 1 pull training, strength +2. Player completes 1 pull training, strength +2. Because it is in a live broadcast state, the attribute points obtained from training are directly doubled, starting from 2 points. Yi Wen could also clearly feel the strength of his arms starting to increase, and now it was no problem for him to lift something weighing 50 kilograms. Before I knew it, I had completed 1,000 pulling exercises and got another powerful pill. Is this a strength pill or a power pill? Why does it look like it's for men only? Yi Wen looked at his pants that had become tighter. He knew that these were the side effects of the strength pill. He had to change to a larger size of pants. However, seeing Feng Qian still sleeping, he also considered what kind of training he should continue. It would be best if he could complete the 1,000 challenges as quickly as possible, without taking too long and without having to worry about being interrupted midway. Brother, you are annoying. Suddenly, Feng Qian, who was sleeping on the bed, started talking in her sleep and giggling. I hate you? You scold me even when you are asleep? Yi Wen was attracted by her dream talking and wondered what she dreamed about that made her hum just now and now scold him. This situation made him unable to help but look at her. I found out that she really didn't treat him as an outsider at all. Now he's just wearing short-sleeved shirt and shorts, and it seems like he's not even wearing underwear. Just like when I was a kid, I can relax freely. Of course, it's also possible that she just isn't used to it and has forgotten that he's now back and might have to share a room with her for the time being. Thinking about it, it's time to move to a bigger house. Yi Wen suddenly noticed this house, which was only 75 square meters. He probably didn't need to live here before, or maybe they were all young and didn't take up much space, so he didn't think much of it. But now I suddenly feel that there are not enough people for a family of 4 to live together. Besides, it's not like he has no money. Now, just clearing out the zombies near the community can bring him millions of profits, and he can easily buy a house in the center of Haicheng. But his target was not the house in Haicheng, but Thompson Epine in Shanghai. Although the zombie virus has broken out now, causing a tide of zombies in densely populated cities like Shanghai, the effect is even more terrifying. But as the house of the richest man in China, who wouldn't want it? Besides, he can really afford it now. Not to mention cleaning up the zombies. Even hanging a Punish Evil card can make him pay the down payment for a Thompson First Class. The most important thing is that Haicheng is very close to Magic City, and it only takes 3 hours by car to get there. But the current environment is special. If you want to equip them with BMWs, Ferraris, Rolls-Royce Phantoms, forget it. It's not safe. It's better to just pick them up with military vehicles and tanks. That's even cooler than ordinary luxury cars. Because of the appearance of the mutated zombie Catman, he had a hunch that this zombie liberation war would not be over in a day or two. Compared with other countries, the situation in China is much better, and some areas should be able to resume production and life in a short period of time. It is just that some areas are kept blocked and isolated. Now Chestnut has gone to receive the armaments, and I believe they will be delivered back soon. Hu Tao did not go upstairs to perform security, but chose to let the Black Shadow troops be deployed near the community building where he was located and deployed a dense protective surveillance network to effectively protect his safety. We have grown so big without realizing it. Yeven Sikit. Because in his impression, Feng Qian was just a little girl of 14 or 15 years old who followed him around. But it felt like just a blink of an eye, and she had grown into a grown-up girl and became a well-known internet celebrity. When will my brother leave? Feng Qian found her situation awkward, because she found she was so excited that she accidentally fell asleep. When she woke up, she found Yiwen squatting beside the bed, looking at her sleeping face. But she knows how she dresses now, and knows that the homely and seductive style refers to her type. She was also worried that Yiwen might secretly kiss her while she was asleep, or simply do something more outrageous. She was struggling. Should she just give in half-heartedly, or should she be willing to do it? Or should she continue to pretend to be asleep and let him finish before letting him take responsibility? However, Yiwen knew that she was awake the moment she woke up and knew that she was just pretending to be asleep in front of him. You haven't grown up at all. Yiwen felt that her behavior was really childish. So I gave up the idea of pinching her nose to wake her up and just pulled the towel over to cover her. Although I knew she only dressed like this when she was alone in the bedroom, I still felt it was not good, and I was determined to move to a bigger house for the whole family to move in. He didn't do anything. Feng Qian suddenly found that Yiwen covered her with a towel and went out. She opened her eyes in shock. I can't believe that such a sweet, attractive, and defenseless sister is right in front of him, and he has no desire or unnecessary actions at all. Should she be happy that he is a brother who makes her feel safe? Or should she be dissatisfied that he makes her feel too safe? He doesn't even see her as a normal woman. Isn't what I've said obvious enough? Do I really need to learn from those voluptuous whores and confront him directly and clearly? She didn't have such a strong sense of crisis. But after seeing the comments in the live broadcast room today, she was surprised to find that her charm as a popular internet anchor could not compare to her brother, who only showed up in the live broadcast room for a few minutes. Her subsequent live broadcast room was completely out of control and had nothing to do with the content of her original live broadcast room. Especially after those women found out that she didn't use beauty filters during the live broadcast, which meant that her brother appeared in the camera without any makeup. The situation became increasingly out of control. Chapter 14. More people than me? What should I do if I still have a gun? Yiwen just left the bedroom when he saw a figure suddenly appear beside him. The pink hair indicated that it was Hu Tao, one of the twins. What happened? Knowing that Hu Tao suddenly showed up to see him could only mean that something special had happened with the security outside. Chen Tao's father has led 5 truckloads of people to the community. Hu Tao answered him and asked him, "Do we need to solve the problem directly outside the community?" The layout she arranged for the shadow troops was a 3-layer defense structure. The outermost layer is distributed outside the community and serves as eyes and sentinel points. So now, let alone Chen Hualong and his men, even if a tide of zombies suddenly attacked him in Shenglin community, they would be able to grasp it at the first time. Let's teach them a lesson first. Yiwen was surprised that Chen Tao's father came so quickly. After thinking for a while, he decided to let them suffer a little outside the community first, and then solve the problem by beating the dog behind closed doors. Understood. Hu Tao immediately responded by saying that he understood the order and instantly disappeared into the shadows under his feet. Yiwen trusted her ability and knew that he could leave these matters to her. Soon, Chen Hualong and his group, who were outside wanting to attack Shenglin community in a mighty manner, suddenly realized that they really had offended some kind of god and were in bad luck. First, for unknown reasons, all of their truck tires burst and they were forced to get out and walk. Then they were besieged by several groups of zombies, forcing them to fight for their lives and escape. When they finally arrived at Shenglin community, not only were nearly half of their staff missing, but their morale, which had originally been 100 points, was only 60 to 70 points, so they just wanted to finish the battle quickly and go back quickly. Yiwen was already waiting for them at the gate of the community, looking at these people who were in such a miserable state and looked like deserters who had fled here. Yiwen. Chen Hualong saw a young man about 20 years old waiting at the gate of the community, accompanied by a girl with pink hair and pink eyes. He intuitively felt that this person was Yi when he was looking for, and he also knew that it must be the girl next to him who was dressed like a second-dimensional cosplayer who had killed his son. He hasn't learned his lesson from his son yet, and he has to get himself involved. Yi went side to him and realized that they didn't even look clearly at who their opponent was before taking action. Chen Hualong saw that he was the only one here, and he immediately realized that the journey here was difficult, but it was still worth it here. He suddenly pointed the machete in his hand towards him, threatened him, and said loudly, "It's not too late for you to admit your mistake now. Otherwise, we will not let you go." Relying on their current numbers, they threatened him. Also, because of the frustration they had along the way, those who followed him were all filled with anger. Now that they heard they could vent their resentment, they all looked at him fiercely, determined to have a fierce fight with Yuan. Yuan looked at them sadly and found that they really had no idea what situation they were facing. "Why do I feel like you think whoever has more people is stronger?" Yuan asked him curiously. Ask him if he thinks it's just him and Kurumi here? As soon as he finished speaking, he clapped his hands. In an instant, all the shadow troops hiding nearby appeared, each of them holding a submachine gun pointed at them. All of a sudden, they had the upper hand in both numbers and force, which dumbfounded Chen Hualong and his people. They were shocked that not only did he have ambushed people, but they were also soldiers armed with real weapons. "Surrender or die?" Yuan asked them lazily. "None of the submachine guns he has are fake. They're all regular military equipment he just received. Every gun inside has a full magazine and is loaded with ammunition, which is enough to shoot them all into sieves and still have extra bullets left. You don't scare me. You think that you can scare me with so many imitation toy guns." Chen Hualong was obviously sure that these guns were real, because the smell of gun oil and the metallic luster could not be fake. But he still refused to believe it, and even found that he was really showing off his proficiency in front of an expert by coming with a pistol in his arms, and became a complete joke in the other party's eyes. When Yuan heard that he didn't believe it, he raised his eyebrows and signaled to a member of the Black Shadow Force. The member immediately fired the submachine gun in his hand at the row of bullets on the ground near them. The real gunshots and the bullets embedded directly into the ground show that these guns are not toys, but genuine goods. Most of the people brought by Chen Hualong felt weak in the knees, and several of them dropped their steel pipes and machetes to the ground because their hands became weak and they could no longer hold on to them. Hundreds of guns, all submachine guns. Who is this young man? Chen Hualong also began to wonder when such a ruthless person appeared in Haiqing. He also wondered how his arrogant son had offended the other party and why he had offended the other party. "You believe it now? So you can die now?" Yuan asked them, and even raised his hand and shook his fingers at the Black Shadow troops, indicating that they could shoot and kill all these people here, etc. Chen Hualong roared. He is regretting it so much now. "I regretted rushing over here without really investigating the other party's background." He suddenly had a hunch that the strange things that had happened on their way here must have been done by the other party, who had ambushed and harmed them halfway. It means that the other party deliberately let them in, just waiting to take down the whole place in one fell swoop. Any last words you want to say? Yuan knew that after he won the contract for the southern part of Haiqing, it would not be illegal for him to kill people here. As long as he could come up with sufficient reasons to prove that the other party was deliberately making trouble and wanted to destroy the results of his cleaning work, it would be fine. Chen Hualong also vaguely sensed something and vaguely understood why the other party could get so many guns and was not afraid of killing all of them. "I am willing to pay money to buy the life of me and these brothers." Chen Hualong knew that he was in trouble today, and he had no other choice but to spend money to avoid disaster. Chapter 15. Earning billions in one day. Oh! When Yuan heard him say that he wanted to pay money to buy their lives, he suddenly became interested. Tell the Black Shadow Force to hold back and wait and see what conditions he is going to offer to keep them alive. Changmei Building and a factory building on the outskirts of the city. Chen Hualong took out his offer. Knowing that he had failed today, he could only accept the consequences. Although he has been involved in both legal and illegal activities over the years, he has not accumulated much wealth. However, in the early years, he used violent means to buy and sell sand and gravel, making the other party owe him money, and he was able to acquire an office building in Shanghai and a factory on the outskirts of Haiqing. It can be said that he spent 80% of his family's belongings to buy his life. If the other party still thinks it is not enough, he can only give this much. The Changmei Building in Shanghai? Yuan didn't expect that the office building in Shanghai where he once worked part-time actually belonged to this man. Yes, Chen Hualong admitted with gritted teeth. He knew that this matter would certainly not be let go. But his primary concern now is to survive, to save his own life and the lives of his remaining brothers first. Okay. Yuan pretended not to know the old-fashioned thoughts in his heart that as long as he had the Green Mountains, he would never have to worry about the firewood. He knew that there was no reason to refuse the property that was given to him for free. At first glance, these properties seemed to have no value due to the widespread disaster. However, the country has already stepped in to save the nation, and has even called on civilian forces to form a new army to speed up the cleanup and liberation of the country. So normal life can be resumed in no more than a year. By then, we won't care about how zombies are spreading across foreign countries or even how a country is completely destroyed. In this part of China, people can definitely live and work in peace and contentment, because the 5,000-year history of this land shows that China is immortal. No matter how the opponents on the big poker table of the world change, this place will always be the banker. So let alone land. Even cash is unlikely to depreciate, and it may even become the only circulating currency that maintains its value because of this global disaster. Not taking into account the annual rent of Changmei Building, which is at least 10 million yuan, the estimated value of this office building alone is over 6 billion yuan. Once that area can be liberated and normal life can be restored, businesses will still move in and pay rent as normal. At that time, this will be a golden chicken that lays golden eggs. Not to mention that a factory was built. For him, it's a waste of time. Then can we go now? Chun Hualong understood that this time he really suffered a loss of marrow and tendons, but he knew that as long as he could stay alive, he could make a comeback. You can leave after completing the formalities. Yuan had indeed received benefits and would not embarrass them. He only needed them to complete the final handover formalities, and he would let them go. Chun Hualong cursed in his heart that they were too cautious, but he knew that if they didn't get the handover done, none of them would be able to leave here, let alone walk out alive. So he had no choice but to bite the bullet and complete the online property handover with him, and gave Changmei Building and the factory to Yuan for free. Seeing that the formalities were completed, Yuan signaled that he could make way for them to leave. Anyway, he had already obtained what he really wanted. At this time, the system prompt appeared, telling him that he had been rewarded with a prop card for successfully punishing the villain Chun Hualong. Successfully punish the villain. Reward evil punishment card *2. Successfully punish the villain. Rewarded with 1 good deeds card. Only 2. Yuan was originally very happy that the reward from the system had arrived. However, after seeing the specific content of the reward, I immediately became dissatisfied with a villain like Chun Hualong. It would be reasonable to give him at least 3 punishment cards. Why only 2? After seeing the effect of the Yangshan card, he immediately expressed his understanding and had no dissatisfaction. Because the effect of the Yangshan card is actually double your monetary gains in 1 day. This means that the number of life coins he gets from killing zombies is doubled. If he puts the Punish Evil card on, he will directly gain 2 life coins per second. The effect of 2 Punish Evil cards is actually 4. It seems that he doesn't consider clearing more zombies throughout the day, but just relies on the idle effect of the Evil Punishment card. He can earn 7,200 by 2 life coins in 1 day, which is a total of 14,400. If all of it is converted into cash, it is 1.44 billion. Adding on the Changmei Building and factory building he got from Chun Hualong today, his daily revenue has exceeded 6 billion. Let him become a truly rich man. I didn't know how to make money in the past. Now that I have a lot of money, I suddenly don't know how to spend it. Yuan suddenly sighed with Versailles emotion. Fortunately, it was Hu Tao who was standing next to him. Otherwise, anyone else standing here and hearing him say this would definitely roll their eyes at him. Yuan was not exaggerating at all, because he used to work very hard for a salary of 3,000 yuan. Now suddenly a system is activated, and it is a system that can learn. He suddenly became worth billions easily, because he had never spent so much money before. Now that he suddenly had so much money, he really knew where to spend it. Go back to training. Seeing that the matter here was settled, he decided to go back to training. Because he knows that only when one's personal strength is strong can one be truly strong. And only then can he learn from Confucius to wield a giant axe in the shape of the Chinese character and conquer others with virtue, so that others will listen to his reasoning. But he suddenly remembered that the live broadcast room he left in the house was still open, so he hurried back. However, I found that the situation in the live broadcast room had absolutely nothing to do with empty, because the barrage of comments was exploding. Chapter 16, the live broadcast room exploded. What's going on? Yuan saw the barrage of comments scrolling in the live broadcast room on his mobile phone, wondering if he had just opened a new live broadcast room. How come there were so many people all of a sudden? Where's the handsome guy? I heard that the anchor here is super handsome, so I came here to take a look. 10 carnivals. The anchor is paying for himself? What a ruthless person. How shameless is a man these days? Not only does he buy blog posts, but he also spends his own money to attend the carnival for himself? Avoid the camera and look at the contents of these comments. I saw that most of the people there were crazy female fans, but there were also many who came just to watch the fun or to mock and insult others. Bowen? 10 carnivals? You would notice something wrong and knew where to start looking for clues. So I just left the live broadcast room here and took out another phone to open the blog and search for similar keywords. In an instant, his photo appeared in the blog post, and he was labeled as the most handsome male anchor. It has now received more than 200,000 likes and more than 10,000 comments. This blog post was only published 20 minutes ago. Does it need to be so exaggerated? Ewan flipped through the blog post and found that it was probably because of his training that his appearance attribute also increased. His good looks immediately hit the taste points of these female fans, and they all wanted his contact information and home address. As for why his newly opened live broadcast room was exposed, the reason is very simple. The reason was the good work done by his good sister Feng Qian's funny live broadcast account, I Am Not a Clamp. Because the Douyin live broadcast account, I Am Not a Clamp, only follows a small live broadcast account with 0 fans, and it was just created today. When they contacted each other again, she casually mentioned that she wanted to help him set up a new live broadcast room. Therefore, those female fans who were already very concerned about the matter immediately discovered the matter from these clues, and all rushed to his newly created live broadcast room at once, instantly turning his new live broadcast room into a carnival scene. It's a pity that they don't become Sherlock Holmes. Ewan fully admitted that if a woman wanted to investigate something seriously, her sniffing and detecting ability would be more professional than the most professional detective. A strand of hair or the smell of perfume that is not your own can make you know in minutes what your man is doing outside. He also saw some fans who came from Feng Qian's live broadcast room arguing with fans who didn't understand the situation and came in just to watch the fun. 1,000 squats in a row? Just help me brag. Anyway, I have already reported this live broadcast room. It must be another scripted promotion. I don't believe that he is more handsome than the current top star Kuan Kuan. In my eyes, Kuan Kuan is the most handsome. You guys are no longer brain dead. You are sick. If you have the guts, let the anchor come out. Why are you always disappearing and being mysterious? All kinds of trolls are rampant in the live broadcast room. Ewan also saw that some fans really loyally defended him and kept fighting back against these new fans. What is blowing? There's a live video in my video. If you don't believe me, just go over and count. Whether he is handsome or not has already been confirmed by the photos in the blog post. No Photoshop or beauty filters. Thousands of people in the live broadcast room saw it at the time. Return Kuan Kuan. Kuan Kuan is nothing but a scumbag in front of our brother. Be careful that he gets plastic surgery out of inferiority complex again. What started as a verbal fight suddenly turned into an online battle between the two sides. Ewan never thought that the situation would escalate to this point. Elder brother? At this time, Feng Qian cautiously poked her head out of the bedroom door, looking like a child who had done something wrong. Obviously, she already knew what happened in the live broadcast room, and also knew that his live broadcast room had been exposed in the blog post. The number of fans in his live broadcast room has exceeded 300,000 even before he has done anything. The number is still growing. Currently, there are more than 10,000 people in the live broadcast room, and the number is rapidly increasing towards 20,000. Fine. Ewan has also figured it out and realized that this is not Feng Qian's responsibility, because she just helped him create the live broadcast room, and she also added his new account as a friend out of habit. Who would have thought that those female fans had such strong detective abilities? They were able to trace the cause right away and even expose the entire incident in a blog post. Feng Qian still felt a little guilty. She was also paying attention to other things and didn't expect the result of adding his small account directly with her main account. It was impossible for her to delete him after she realized it, because Ewan's new account was completely exposed. Deleting him as a friend at this time would only make things worse, which was meaningless. Rubbish. If you have the guts, do another 1,000 squats. If you can do that, I'll do 100 carnivals. Where are you? Come out and perform. If you did it, I'll give you a reward. Because there has been no one live streaming in the room, those jealous fans who were originally attracted by curiosity, when they saw that there were so many female fans defending such an atmosphere, they became even more jealous and started to stir up trouble in the live broadcast room, trying to anger everyone here and leave. Some people who were originally neutral also began to waver, because they came in just to watch the fun. But after I came in, I found that apart from the two camps arguing with each other in the barrage, there was no sign of the host at all. Many of them have indeed seen the host's appearance from the front and side, but because they have never seen anyone in the live broadcast room, They're not sure whether the host in this live broadcast room is really the one mentioned in the blog post. Some people were encouraged to raise questions and also reported the live broadcast room for phishing and false propaganda. Brother, Feng Qian became a little anxious when she saw the warning message appearing in the background. Because there are too many people reporting now, if things continue like this, it is really possible that the live broadcast room will be permanently closed or even the account will be banned. She knew Yiwen didn't understand, but as a veteran in live streaming, she understood that the situation was serious and it would be easy for his personal information to no longer be able to create a live streaming room or anchor account. If they want to watch, let them watch. Yiwen didn't really care about what happened in the live broadcast room because he doesn't need fans or to make money from this. All he wanted was the live broadcast effect, which was double the training effect buff during the live broadcast. His live broadcast room on Douyin was blocked, so the worst that could happen is that he can just go to other platforms. But he didn't want to go through so much trouble because creating and applying was a time-consuming process. So he simply entered the camera from his back and did not communicate with the fans in the live broadcast room. He just entered the live broadcast screen at a 45% angle from his back and then started doing squats one by one. Chapter 17. 1000 Carnival Gambles. The anchor is out. Looking at the back, it should be the same person as in the blog post. Looking at the back is so handsome, but why doesn't the anchor speak? Doing squats right after arriving? A squat maniac? After seeing Yiwen enter the camera and start the live broadcast, the people in the live broadcast room, who were already filled with resentment, immediately reduced some of their resentment. Those fans who were originally swaying and watching the fun have now confirmed from the back and side that the anchor in the live broadcast room is indeed the same person in the photo on the blog post. The ones who are still making a fuss right now are just the jealous haters, but now the anchors have come out, so even though they're making a fuss and being jealous, not many people are paying attention to them. Feng Qian knew that her chance to make amends had come, so she decisively logged into her newly created secondary account and entered the live broadcast room, and even spoke from inside. This anchor is like this. At that time in the live broadcast room of Jazzy, he only trained and didn't talk. He started to set the pace in the live broadcast room and helped Yiwen restore his image as a host. But she has a small account, and it is a newly built one. No one paid any attention to her after she spoke, as they all continued talking about their own things. However, some people who didn't know the situation well enough still saw her speech and realized that this was the host's live broadcast style. Extreme challenge. Show your ability to reach your athletic limit. Some fans who thought they knew a lot guessed what Yiwen might be going to broadcast live. No one would have thought that he was not doing live streaming for traffic and fame, but rather treating it as a status gain buff for the sake of the 100% training enhancement effect. How many can the anchor do in a row today? 1,000 should have been the limit last time, right? I'll give you a number, 2,000. If you do it, I'll give you 200 immediately. Only 200? Didn't someone say that if the anchor can really do it, he would directly reward 100 carnivals? I also saw it. There are also some anchors who have done it. They will do as many carnivals as they receive rewards. These fans who like to watch the fun immediately add all the trolls and deliberately attach screenshots of them at the time. 100 carnivals, no big deal. I do what I say. As long as you can do it, I will reward you 1,000 coins immediately, and one more coin for each one you add. A fan named Hijia Shao suddenly spoke out. The fact that he wears a golden crown on his avatar shows that he is a real rich man, or a super rich man who directly recharged the Emperor membership on Douyin. Emperor, meet the Emperor. Is it necessary to top up 120,000 per year to become an Emperor? 120,000 is just for the king. The Emperor needs 1.2 million. This is a true god. Because this live broadcast room was so lively, it directly made it to the platform's hot list. Unknowingly, these Emperor-level fans were attracted to come and watch the fun. You should know that there are no more than 5 Emperor-level rich fans like this on the entire platform. Screenshot. Screenshot. Wait for 1,000 carnival fireworks to bloom in the live broadcast room. 1,000 carnivals. This is something we haven't seen since Douyin started airing. All the fans in the live broadcast room went crazy, curious whether these more than 1,000 carnivals would really bloom here today. They also understood that the young master of the He family was attracted to come and watch the fun because 1,000 squats were not something a normal person would do. A normal person can easily suffer from muscle dissolution if he does 100 squats continuously, which can be fatal. Professional athletes can do 1,000 of them a day, but they do them separately in a planned and organized manner. Each time they do a part, they have to rest and massage for a long time before doing the rest. It's not like this anchor who did 1,000 in a row and was still fine and just did what he wanted to do. This kind of situation is no longer human and is not a normal person at all. Yiwen has already started his training for today. This time he decided to do 2,000 attempts in a row to see if he could complete the challenge again and get a pill reward. If 2,000 does not trigger the trigger, try 5,000 and see when the next stage of training effect increase occurs. Currently, he is doing a live broadcast to gain 20 points of attribute growth. If there is no upper limit, he may be able to jump to a plane 10,000 meters in the sky with a full jump. It is even more easterly than the movies Next Door to East, and it is about to become a myth. Since my leg strength has increased significantly, and my endurance has also increased to superhuman levels, I can complete 500 of them easily without any pressure at all. This immediately shut up many of the trolls in the live broadcast room. Because let alone 1,000, even these 500 are not something a normal person can do, and can do them so quickly. Is this a pile driver? Are you not afraid that your knee will dissolve if you do it so quickly? Pile driver? No, it's a vibrator. It vibrates my heart every time. The car is driving upstairs. I want to get off. Oh my God, this is really not a human. On average, I did 2 squats per second without stopping, so it only took me 250 seconds to do 500 squats, and I finished in less than 5 minutes in total. At this moment, even the eldest son of the He family couldn't help but give 10 carnivals as a reward to express his appreciation, because he could see that the other party had no pressure at all to make 1,000. Considering the current outbreak of the zombie virus, he even suspected whether the other party was one of those new humans who were lucky enough to have mutated. In fact, he is not the only one who thinks this way. Some of the fools even took the initiative to let themselves be bitten by the zombies outside, hoping that they could mutate. No one is wanted for the sheer number of tragedies that are involved, but the good news is that there aren't many fools like this. Back to Yiwen, he didn't stop doing squats. He had completed 1,000 squats in a blink of an eye and was still doing them. It's already 1,000. I'm not kidding. I just said that if we can do it, everyone who gave gifts to the carnival should come out. We are waiting to see the fireworks. It's over. The family's 1,000 carnivals can't escape. There will be fireworks to watch. Don't be too hasty to release it. Let the haters release it first. Everyone, no one can escape today. I have screenshots here. The live broadcast room was filled with a lot of noise. The fans who had been suppressed and had no chance to speak stood up and expressed their pride. They wanted justice not only for Yiwen, but also for themselves, to prove that they had not lied. Those haters who were more arrogant than each other just now are now silent, and almost all of them have left the live broadcast room. 100 carnivals? Joke. 1 carnival costs 1,000 yuan. 100 pieces will cost 100,000 directly. They are not the real rich like the eldest son of the He family. 100,000 yuan can buy a domestic car and pay the down payment for a house in a small city. Now they just use it to reward this male anchor? The world is not really destroyed now, and all the cash is turned into white paper. According to the latest news, the zombie virus outbreak is being brought under control, and the country is also recruiting civilian forces to speed up the cleanup of various urban areas so that cities can resume life and production more quickly. Therefore, all the pressure was suddenly placed on the eldest son of the He family, because he said that he would give 1,000 rewards, and for every additional reward above 1,000, he would give 1 reward. Yiwen didn't stop at all. In just a short while, he had already done more than 1,300. Chapter 18, The He family's young master wants to cry. It's over. I met a really awesome person. The eldest son of the He family was sitting in front of his phone, watching the male anchor in the live broadcast room, doing squats continuously. Because it is not a video recording, it is a live broadcast. So he can be sure that the other party is not cheating at all, and can prove that every squat he does is real and effective. So these 1,300 are all real, and they were made continuously within 15 minutes, with tens of thousands of people watching and confirming them simultaneously in the live broadcast room. But he doesn't care about the more than 1,000 carnivals, because he is really rich. He has nearly 10 million yuan in pocket money every month, and his family asked him to do anything as long as he stopped buying private jets, making their home look like a private jet exhibition. It can also be said that he is the real rich man in society who says, "Don't use your house purchase money to challenge my monthly pocket money." But having money is having money. He was even more envious of Yi when strength in the live broadcast room. He knew very well that to be able to do such a thing, his physical fitness and strength had surpassed that of ordinary humans. Not to mention the long term, just this waist strength and endurance are enough to make any man envious and any woman crazy. This anchor is interesting. The eldest son of the Heath family couldn't help laughing. This was the first time in this year that he felt truly happy and laughed. Because at his level, money has long become just a number. So there are fewer and fewer things that can please him and make him feel happy. He bought a private jet because ordinary luxury cars and yachts could not satisfy him. Reason? Too cheap. Only private jets are more expensive and don't take up much space. Otherwise, he wouldn't know where to spend the money. If he didn't spend any money for half a year, he would have hundreds of millions in his bank account, and he wouldn't know what to do with it. He started watching live broadcasts because a friend suggested that by spending a little money, he could have the hosts bow and thank him continuously, or even let him do whatever he wanted and experience the pleasure of God. So he decided to give it a try. But this kind of pleasure is short-lived, because being thanked humbly too often will make you tired of it, and being satisfied as you please by the female anchor will also be boring. He has only taken a fancy to two people at the moment. One is I am not a clamp, because she is the only female anchor who doesn't care about his tips at all and just focuses on her talk show and daily sharing. It became a pleasure for him to listen to her jokes on his trumpet every day without him realizing it. The other one is this new anchor who claims to be the brother of the clamp. He was actually a bit protesting and someone came to his live broadcast room intentionally to make him fall, but he ended up suffering a setback. He found out that he lost so quickly and easily, losing millions. It turns out that what you can't get is the most beautiful. The eldest son of the Heath family laughed happily. He knew that if Jazzy's family background wasn't too low, he would have wanted to marry her. Because in his eyes, she was too cute and interesting. He really considered pursuing her and asked his family to investigate her background. He also planned to persuade his mother to let this lovely girl marry into their family, into a wealthy family. But when he saw Jazzy's brother enter the camera, he saw the look in Jazzy's eyes when she looked at her brother. He then realized that he was not a brother at all, but a boyfriend. No wonder she doesn't care about any confession or gesture from any male fan. So he deliberately wanted to trip up his brother, and when he failed to do it, he indicated that the clamp was his and asked him to give it up voluntarily. Result: master. Suddenly, the subordinate came back with a pile of documents in his hand. The eldest son of the Heath family motioned for him to take it, and he took it. I saw that the contents recorded on these papers were all about a girl. The girl's original name was Feng Qian, and she had a brother named Yi Wen from a reconstituted family. At 19, she has never had a boyfriend. When she was 15, Yi Wen had already moved out on her own. The more the eldest son of the He family looked at this girl, the more he felt that she satisfied him, because of her clean background and clean conduct. Although it is a reconstituted family, the family is warm and happy. No wonder she can raise such a sweet and lovely girl. Show these to my mother. The eldest son of the He family immediately couldn't wait to take action in reality. After he knew that Feng Qian and Yi Wen were not biological siblings, he suddenly understood the way Feng Qian looked at her brother. He knew that if he didn't take action, once her brother reacted, such an excellent girl would be snatched away by someone else. So he had to act fast. Young master, there is another piece of information that the master asked you to give him. I hope you can take a look at it. The subordinate handed him another piece of information so that he could understand the situation. The eldest son of the He family didn't care at first, but after reading the content, he was immediately shocked. The country has allowed the establishment of private armies. It was discovered that it was a new national decree to recruit civilian forces to fight against the zombie virus outbreak. The notice announced that various consortiums and individuals could apply to the state to establish private military forces and take violent measures within the limited scope of the quarantine zone to combat the increasingly serious zombie outbreak. Military regions are even established, and corresponding consortiums and individuals have independent management rights within the military regions. The premise of compliance is simply to follow a country's policies and not do anything that violates national sovereignty and interests. This is equivalent to handing over military power to the people in order to resolve the national disaster as quickly as possible and liberate the entire country quickly. Yes, so the master also asked me to bring a message. He said that he hopes you stop spending money indiscriminately. The subordinate hinted and motioned for him to look at the prices on the arms list. The eldest son of the He family looked over immediately. I suddenly realized that it was too cheap for him to buy luxury cars and yachts in the past, because the slightly more powerful weapons on this arms list are priced in the tens of millions. A destroyer will cost several hundred million without taking into account the supporting ammunition. This means that in the future, the rich will no longer show off their wealth by boasting that they live in a Thompson hotel, eat at Michelin, or drive a Rolls-Royce Phantom. It's about how many tanks, how many armed helicopters, and even how many aircraft carriers your men have. I understand. Tell my dad that I already know about this. The eldest son of the He family said to his subordinate, asking him to pass on the message. The subordinate immediately understood and withdrew. However, the eldest son of the He family knew that this was not only an opportunity, but also a bad signal. Because he could see at a glance that the country's courage to give up military power meant that something must have been discovered in certain areas, and it was completely intending to cut the Gordian knot and resolve the domestic zombie virus outbreak as soon as possible. Is it true, like in horror movies, that highly mutated monsters have appeared? The He family's eldest son speculated, because ordinary reasons would not make the think tank of a big country like China so nervous. He also dealt with these things and continued to watch the situation in the live broadcast room. Seeing the comments in the live broadcast room counting for him, he thought that it should be over after such a long time. As a result, he saw a number, 3,511. Chapter 19. 5 million reward. You must be kidding. The eldest son of the He family rubbed his eyes and seriously suspected that those people in the live broadcast room were reporting random numbers. But he didn't give up and scrolled the barrage forward, and found that hundreds of people in the entire live broadcast room were helping to count the number of squats completed by the anchor at the same time. He really did more than 3,000 squats continuously for such a long time without stopping to rest. Is this guy even human? Although he guessed that the other party might be able to do more than 1,000 squats, he still felt like he was watching a science fiction movie when he saw that the other party had done more than 3,000 squats in such a short period of time and was about to break 4,000. My brother is so strong. At this time, not only the people in the live broadcast room were surprised, but also Feng Qian, who was using a small account to help you and set the pace while standing closely at the bedroom door to watch the live broadcast. Because she watched it up close and personal, she was able to feel the impact of the more than 3,000 squats even more. She also likes fitness and often does exercises such as squats. But she was already exhausted after doing 50 in a row. Did she have to train for a long time to be able to do 100, or did she have to do them in groups of 20, not continuously? Now she was a little suspicious whether the brother in front of her was a robot, because how could a real person do more than 3,000 consecutive movements without rest and not feel tired or even feel? And I get more and more excited. Yiwen was helpless as he didn't want to be high profile. It was just that 2,000 squats didn't give him any reward upgrades or extra rewards of elixirs, so he tried to do 5,000 to see if it could be triggered. He didn't care at all about what happened in the live broadcast room, because his original purpose was not to attract attention, rewards, or traffic. He does this simply because he can get double the effect from training during live broadcasts, and he thinks it saves time and effort. Since one can replace two, he naturally cannot spend twice as much time to get the same effect. So he didn't notice how lively the live broadcast room was. He just knew that after doing almost 4,000 reps, he started to feel a little stressed, and for the first time, he felt a sense of pressure in his legs. This means that even if his attributes continue to improve, he will be close to the limit if he reaches over 4,000. This means that doing more than 5,000 in a row might be his current limit. Maybe the attribute upgrade and extra rewards in the next stage will be for completing 5,000 challenges in a row. Wanting this, he kept up the pressure and continued to move towards 5,000. I saw that his thighs did not swell abnormally due to the continuous growth of his attributes. On the contrary, after the attributes were improved to a certain level, they began to shrink. Let his normal appearance remain the same as usual. But if he wants to, he can make his body grow suddenly, making him taller and more muscular like the Hulk. Sure enough, having no upper limit is the most perverted ability. Yiwen discovered that his system copied the system functions described in other people's novels, but not all of them. He just learned the functions for the sake of convenience, but ignored the fact that there was an additional stage upper limit for the improvement in the settings. As long as he keeps doing it, the stock will continue to grow. Even if there is no 100-fold increase, as long as he is willing to work hard and persevere, his attributes can continue to rise without limit, making him closer and closer to the non-human state. Maybe one day, he can become a real-life, omnipotent Superman. 5,000. I counted silently in my mind and finally completed 5,000 successfully. When he finished the 5,001 th1, the prompt he received had indeed changed. Player completes 1 squat, leg strength plus 100, endurance plus 100, under bus size plus 100. Considering the double effect bonus of live broadcast, he can get 50 attribute points for each one he makes. It is 50 times the amount at the beginning. Another hint arrived shortly after, giving him a hint. Players complete 5,000 squats in a row, get 2 powerful pills, and 1 discount card. I found out that I was only rewarded with 2 powerful pills, but also with an extra discount card that I had never seen before. He immediately checked the effect of this discount card. I found that the effect of this prop card is that it can be used when purchasing any product with a random discount of a certain percentage, with the lowest being 0%, which means it is free. Any product. Ewan found that this effect was very abnormal if he thought about it in a big way, because it means that not only can he buy props in the mall, but he can also get a discount when buying a skyscraper in reality. If you are lucky enough to get a 0% discount, then you can get it for free. The payment is completely handled by the system, and he doesn't have to spend a penny. It's a big profit. Ewan immediately put the prop card away. Knowing that this prop card is the real treasure, if you think about it in a big way, its value is higher than the punish evil card and promote good card obtained before. He also took a deep breath and realized that he could stop the squat training for a while because it was no longer necessary. But he saw Feng Qian waving her cell phone at him with excitement on her face. She looked as happy as if she had won 5 million yuan, or even more excited than if she had won 5 million yuan. What's wrong? He asked her curiously, asking why she was so happy and excited. 5,000 carnivals, that's 5 million. Feng Qian tried hard to lower her voice, but she couldn't help but said to him happily. Because the eldest son of the He family said that as long as Yi-Wen could complete more than 1,000 squats, he would reward him with a carnival if he didn't do one more. Now he has completed 5,000 in one go, which is directly going to make the eldest son of the He family bleed a lot of money to give 5,000 carnivals as rewards in the live broadcast room, which is equivalent to spending 5 million in one go. Although it is impossible for them to get all the rewards, the anchors can only get 50% of the profits, and taxes must be deducted. But the net gain is more than 2 million. She had never seen so much money. Ewan picked up the phone curiously. His front face instantly appeared in the live broadcast room. And because he trained for more than 30 minutes without realizing it, he also received a profit from the live broadcast, which increased his fame and appearance by +1. It directly made him more attractive than the last time he showed his face. It's not that any specific part of the body becomes better looking. It's purely that a person's charm is enhanced and one feels comfortable looking. This time he appeared in front of the camera, and the female fans in the live broadcast room, who had been feeling a little resentful about not seeing his face, started cheering for him crazily. Those who didn't believe now choose to believe. Those who believed it were busy taking screenshots and licking the screen, and even quickly replaced his front-facing photo with a new avatar of their chat software and the cover of their mobile phone. Chapter 20. This money, the more you earn, the more money you make. Ewan didn't know about these things. He only knew that the situation in the live broadcast room was exactly as Feng Qian said. We also saw that the eldest son of the He family spoke up, acknowledging the number of 5,000 squats, and decided to give 5,000 carnival rewards as promised, so that this grand fireworks show would be held in his live broadcast room later. It's only 5 million. Ewan didn't feel excited at all, because in his eyes now, 5 million is really not a lot of money. He admitted that before he experienced the sweetness of life currency, he thought that 5 million was a number that required a lifetime of struggle. Now, calculated according to his system's rewards, 5 million is 500 life coins, which means he needs to kill 500 zombies. Not to mention that 500 zombies can be found in any random neighborhood nearby. The new type of mutant zombie he encountered today rewarded him with 100 life coins, which is 1 million. Furthermore, he can idle for 1 hour with 1 punishment card, which can help him earn 3,600 life coins. Put these situations together. Is 5 million a lot for him? Please help me withdraw the cash when the time comes. I'll keep it in your card as pocket money I've given you over the years. Ewan said to Feng Qian very generously, knowing that in the past few years, because he lived outside, she was basically the one who helped take care of his father and Aunt Rome. He also knew that her expenses had increased a lot since she went to college. Now, because of the virus disaster, schools have temporarily suspended all classes and adopted online teaching. However, this disaster will soon be brought under control in China, and people will be able to resume normal work and school in a very short time. So at that time, she still spent a lot of money. As a brother, he had no reason to withhold money from her and make her live a miserable life. The 2 million yuan would be given to her as pocket money, just in time for her to buy some clothes and supplements for her father and Aunt Rome, and also as a way to repay her debt to them over the years. Brother, this is more than 2 million. Feng Qian immediately realized that Ewan was going to give her more than 2 million as pocket money, and immediately reminded him, accidentally making the shout a little louder. My brother is actually a rich man. So handsome and rich. This guy is definitely not the hero from a youth novel. Did I hear wrongly? Is the brother going to give all the 2 million to Jazzy? Where can I find such an excellent brother? Same question. I want one too. The barrage in the live broadcast room went crazy again. But this time, it was the crazy Yi one who easily gave more than 2 million to his sister as pocket money. This is the plot that only appears in the novels about domineering presidents. Ewan really didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Because more than 2 million is not that important to him, he still has an office building in Shanghai worth more than 6 billion that he has not yet dealt with. According to the value of this office building, we can go back to work once Shanghai is liberated. The monthly rent of this office building is over 1 million. Compared to this, should he be stingy with the 2 million reward money? Feng Qian, however, felt like she was dreaming and was so excited that she was about to faint. She blushed and became even more certain that she must not lose such an excellent brother, because if she lost him, where would she find a man who loved her so much? Okay, I'll save it for you first. But she is not the kind of person who likes to spend money recklessly. She didn't know that Ewan now had the help of the system and could make money even faster than printing money. In her opinion, he would need money to buy a house, get married, have children, and raise them in the future. So she kept it for him for the time being. Anyway, if she really gets together with him in the future, her money will also be his money. At worst, she can learn to manage accounts in advance. She happens to be a top student in the financial management department of a first-class university and is good at this. Ewan didn't know what she was thinking about. He was looking at the number of life coins that had accumulated in the system mall. 1362. Excluding the remaining money from his previous consumption, it means that in such a short period of time, Hu Tao has led her part of the Shadow Army to eliminate more than 1,000 zombies outside, allowing him to withdraw more than 13 million in cash at once. It turns out that this is where the money comes faster. Seeing this situation, he felt even less sorry for giving the more than 2 million yuan in reward dividends to Feng Qian as pocket money. Because how much is more than 2 million to him now? It's not even a fraction of the 13 million. I'm going to take a shower. Please help me turn off the live broadcast room. Ewan said to Feng Qian, noting that he was sweating because of the squat training just now. He also found that the training space here was too small, and the idea of changing to a bigger residence became stronger. The first choice was, of course, Thompson Epine, the top luxury house in Magic City. According to his current income, he could buy one directly within 3 days without any problem. Okay, Feng Qian is very happy now, and is even happier to be his little assistant. Don't turn it off. My brother wants to take a shower. I want to watch the live broadcast. Clip, clip, I know you're the best. As long as you live stream your brother taking a bath. Even if you just listen to the sound at the door, I will immediately reward you with 10 floats. I'll give 100 tips, as long as I can watch the live broadcast. There are many old fans in the live broadcast room, so they know that the person holding the phone now is I am not a clamp, and they also know that she and Ewan are siblings. I'm afraid of my brother, so bye. After seeing their comments, Feng Qian became more determined to close the live broadcast room. So she smiled brightly at the camera of her mobile phone and immediately helped to end Yiwen's live broadcast. For her, she was afraid of these crazy fans and didn't want them to have much contact with her brother, because she had a feeling that they would do anything to hook up with Yiwen. What else do those fans want to say? But suddenly when they saw the prompt, the live broadcast has ended. Please pay attention to the next broadcast appeared in front of them. They realized that Feng Qian had really closed the live broadcast room and had not yet announced the next time to open the live broadcast. This made some female fans jealous because they were extremely envious of Feng Qian for being able to live close to Yiwen, and they wished they could immediately replace her and become the sister who had the upper hand. Feng Qian was relieved when she saw the live broadcast room was closed. She looked towards the bathroom and heard the sound of water splashing over there. Is my brother more handsome and looks stronger? Feng Qian wondered if it was her illusion, because she saw that Yiwen seemed to be more attractive after training this time, and the lines of his muscles were more charming. She couldn't help but stare at him for a while, and found that the marble statues in the art museum were just this kind of beauty. At this time, there was also a person in front of his mobile phone who was fascinated by Yi Wen's face and the muscular lines on his back revealed when he left. Chapter 21. There is a rich woman far away from home. Who is he? What's his name? A group of tall, thin-legged, hot girls who looked like they were from wealthy families were grabbing the collar of the eldest son of the family, and like female bandits, they were forcing him to tell them all the information about the anchor. Sister, didn't you say you would be single for the rest of your life? The eldest son of the He family found that today was really his unlucky day. First, he made a bet in the live broadcast room and lost 5 million. And then he set off 5,000 carnival fireworks. Now he accidentally let his sister see the screen of his cell phone. His sister directly transformed into those fanatical female fans in the live broadcast room, and they were just short of licking the screen in front of him. He just couldn't understand, because he is quite handsome, and many girls chase after him. How come in his sister's eyes, he is just like an unkempt, sloppy guy on the street, not at all as charming as this anchor, and not even worthy of being compared with him. Single? That's because I haven't met a man who makes my heart beat. Now, there is a man like this, no, a man of my dreams in front of me. How can I still be willing to be single? Hiwanyue rolled her eyes at her younger brother, wondering if he was prone to love. Once love comes, no one can stop it. Now she feels that her love and spring have come, and no one can stop her. A male god? The eldest son of the He family felt that he had been hit hard because his sister had never said that he was a male god. To be more precise, she had never had anyone worthy of being called a male god in her mind. Where's the information? Now facing her own younger brother, she did not have the gentleness, elegance, and intellectual nobility that she showed outside. She directly displayed her fierce and sexy side and threatened her younger brother for the information. The eldest son of the He family felt like he was going to be strangled to death by his sister. So he quickly handed over the first-hand information he had just obtained to Hiwanyue, using the information to exchange for his own life. Hiwanyue immediately grabbed the information and sat down beside her, crossing her model-like long legs to read it. The eldest son of the He family felt that she might really harm her own brother for the sake of a man. Rubbing his neck, which was almost suffocated, he saw that she was looking at the information with a frown on her face. It was obvious that she had discovered the biggest problem with the information. Sister, just give up. His sister is no worse than you. She is even more gentle, considerate, and sweeter than you. The most important thing is that they grew up together and are childhood sweethearts. You have no chance. He used provocation to her. He knew that with her pride, it was impossible for her to compete with others for a man. Because with her status, appearance, and figure, the flowers she received every day were enough to open a flower shop. So why did she need to compete with others? That's not that difficult. You go and take care of the younger sister, and I'll take care of the older brother. Is there anything we can't take down when we work together? Hiwanyue smiled complacently, thinking that this kind of thing was too easy to handle. The other party is a pair. They happen to be a couple here. It was exactly 2 against 2, so we were not at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. The eldest son of the He family gave her a thumbs up and found that her way of thinking was indeed not at the ordinary level. Because he thought about it, but didn't dare to bring it up. Unlike her, she speaks out her thoughts as soon as they occur to her and makes the decision directly. Haicheng. She also looked at the other party's home address recorded in the information. I know that Haicheng is a small third-tier city near Shanghai. It's not far from Aohai where their home is, but it's not close either. Under normal circumstances, she might have just taken a private plane there. However, due to the outbreak of the zombie virus, various parts of the country have begun to be blocked and quarantined. So, let alone going to Haicheng, it would be difficult for her to even get a pass to fly out of Aohai. Currently, the more likely way is to take an ocean liner or a private yacht. But that would increase the possibility of being infected by the virus and attacked by zombies. Sister is in trouble. How can I get through? The eldest son of the He family immediately saw what was bothering her. Hiwanyue looked at him and asked him with her eyes if he had any solution. The eldest son of the He family immediately handed her the notice document his father gave him, which allowed him to establish a private army, and asked her to read the contents and the arms list carefully. But he knew that his sister was much richer than him. Because he only received pocket money from his family every month, Hiwanyue not only took over the family business early on, but also got involved in the business of their mother's family. He only has nearly 10 million in pocket money a month, but she can easily mobilize funds of over 10 billion. They're totally not on the same level. Is it possible? When Hiwanyue saw the content of the notice, her first thought was the same as the eldest son of the He family. At the same time, she also thought of what the eldest son of the He family was worried about at the time, and knew that this situation must be that the country had discovered something new, so she had to take it seriously. Do you want to cooperate? The eldest son of the He family asked her directly, asking her if she wanted to join forces. That way he would be responsible for purchasing, and she would only be responsible for injecting capital. She could deploy all the weapons he bought and the private army he hired. At that time, it would be easy for them to go to Haicheng because they could directly use the warships to lead the way and crush the zombie horde. Hiwanyue agreed immediately. She admitted that she was a little love-brained, but now she saw such a big thing in front of her, and she also had the weight of her business acumen. She immediately realized that this was a good deal with no disadvantages for her. Because her brother would never betray her, and their interests are the same, they can cooperate and achieve a win-win situation. Then thank you for the investment, sister. The eldest son of the He family knew that he would not be able to achieve anything large-scale by his own strength. But things were completely different when his sister, He Wenyu, joined. At that time, they could even have a destroyer or even a battleship to play with. Compared with these things that he couldn't buy even if he had money in the past, the luxury yachts he used to play on were nothing. They are not on the same level at all when compared to the sea. As for people, I happen to have a security company here. Many of them are retired veterans, so there's no need to hire them specifically. Since He Wenyu has decided to get involved, she should do this matter seriously. So she not only contributed money, but also manpower. She simply borrowed the company under her that was originally responsible for the corporate group security, so that the eldest son of the He family could quickly build up initial military forces. Sister, you are the best. The eldest son of the He family was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He found that the loss of 5 million was really just a small matter. He was completely overjoyed by the good situation here. After arranging the personnel, immediately have them liberate the contracted quarantine area as soon as possible. This time, the country has made this matter like leveling up by killing monsters. You need to complete the target to improve your military rank and buy more and better armaments. Since we want to do it, we can't fall behind, and we have to do it the best. He Wenyu admitted that he was serious and saw through the core of the country's arrangement this time. He knew that if he wanted more and better armaments, he had to improve his military rank first, so as to gain more support from the country. Chapter 22. To avoid deterioration and loss of control. In fact, there is another person who now knows about this notice. Little brat, let me see how you play with me now. Chun Hualong felt that this was truly an opportunity given by God. Private army, armaments, and independent management rights in the region. This means that if he wants to kill that kid named Yi, he could do so as long as he can find a reasonable reason. Dad. By this time, Chen Tao had been revived by their family's private doctor and was lying on a stretcher. After knowing that he was no longer able to have sex and that the rest of his life was over, he no longer even had the desire to live and suddenly didn't know what the meaning of his existence was. Don't worry, son. I will make that guy suffer more pain than you before he dies. Chun Hualong gritted his teeth. Now that his property has been taken away and his son has been abandoned, he no longer has anything to worry about. What he had to do was to use all his remaining strength and financial resources to make that guy named Yi pay a more painful price than he did. He wanted Yi Wen to die, or die in torture. That's a great idea. Suddenly, applause sounded from the Chun family's mansion, and there was also a voice cheering for his idea. Who is it? When Chun Hualong heard this unfamiliar voice, a strange female voice, he immediately looked towards the source of the voice vigilantly. His guards in the mansion also took out their weapons, and even their hidden pistols, and looked in the direction of the sound. But I saw that there was a girl with blue hair and blue eyes standing there without knowing when, looking at everyone here with a look of interest. Chen Hualong had never seen Ban Li, but he heard from the report of Chen Tao's friend that there should be a pair of girls next to Yuan. One has pink hair and pink eyes, and the other has blue hair and blue eyes. It is obvious that this is Yi Wen's man. Get rid of her. Chen Hualong knew that this was Yi Wen's person, and there was nothing to say. So he immediately gave orders to his men. His men immediately started fighting with knives and other weapons, and even shot at her directly. Ban Li muttered, "Sister originally meant that if you behaved honestly, I would let you go." After talking to himself, he clapped his hands twice. The shadow troops led by her immediately appeared in the mansion, each of them holding a submachine gun in their hands, pointing the ferocious muzzle of the gun at these restless people. Because of her order, these members of the Shadow Force did not need to give separate orders to open fire here. All the people who were not on your side in the mansion were cleared out at once, completely eradicating the problem. My sister said that a maid who doesn't share the master's worries is not a good maid. Ban Li was sure that the problem here had been resolved, and immediately led all the shadow troops into the shadows and disappeared here in the same way she appeared. Moreover, they had hacked all the surveillance equipment before intruding, so no one knew how the people in the room were eliminated. Yuan still doesn't know about the good thing that Ban Li has done for him. He saw the contract information pushed to him on the new Army app. He discovered that not only did the system give him a task, but it also required him to complete the contract within 1 month. Even when the state is contracted to carry out the liberation work in the corresponding area, it cannot be left alone. It must report the results within 1 month, otherwise the power will be taken back. There are 14,653 zombies remaining in the southern part of Haicheng. Are there still so many? Yuan saw that the system had helped him count the number of zombies that needed to be cleared in the area, letting him know how many zombies he had to kill to complete the liberation and clearing of this area. Of course, the auxiliary function provided by the system is not limited to this. It also helped him to count that these more than 14,000 zombies are not all ordinary zombies. There are some alternative ones among them. 63E level, 5D level, 1C level. He discovered that the system actually helped him classify the zombies into levels. Considering that Walnut and Chestnut had to work together to kill a Catman zombie before they were upgraded, it seems intuitively that these zombies with levels should be highly mutated zombies, that is, boss-level zombies. There's actually a C-level one. Yuan thought about it and realized that if the Catman was E-level, then C-level might already be a terrifying existence on the level of the Tyrant. Even if Walnut and Chestnut join forces, together with the Somber Force, they might not be able to solve the problem easily. I'm going out for a while. He said something to Feng Qian, who was lying on the bed happily searching for treasures, and knew that he had to meet this C-level mutant zombie in person. Are you going out again? Feng Qian found that he was really a busy man. He trains constantly at home and goes out to do things when he's not training. Doesn't he feel tired? Make more money while you are young. Yuan made up an excuse to her. Feng Qian immediately wrinkled her nose in disbelief. Because he still needs to make more money? He had already made $2 million today, and he gave it to her as pocket money. Does he need to rush to make money? Does he need to make money while he is still young? Be careful outside. But she knew she couldn't stop him, and she also knew that he was just her brother now, and as a sister, she couldn't really stop him. Yuan nodded, put on a coat, and went out immediately. However, as soon as he went out, his figure was so fast that only an afterimage was left. Because his leg strength has greatly increased, he can move like a hero in a martial arts novel, flying over eaves and walls, and changing his shape and shadow. His fastest speed is probably so fast that ordinary surveillance cameras cannot capture his movements. So he arrived outside the community in the blink of an eye and was discovered by Hu Tao at the first moment. Owner. Walnut appeared immediately and asked him with his eyes if he was going out. I'll go confirm something and be back soon, Yuan said to her, and disappeared in front of her in the blink of an eye. Kurumi now has certain emotions. She didn't expect that his blinking ability has become so powerful that even she can catch his actions with her naked eyes. With the help of the system, Yuan can easily find out where the C-level zombie is. So he came to the place where the C-level zombies were active as fast as a ghost, and immediately saw a strong and powerful, red-bodied, muscular zombie moving slowly in this place. It can be seen that if a general zombie is a sickly one, then he is the kind that has a high fever of 45 degrees but is not dead yet. It directly forces out his physical potential and makes him look more like a monster. No wonder the country is so eager to recruit civilian military forces. Yuan suddenly understood why the country was willing to delegate power to the people and allow them to establish private armies and create military regions. Because China is so large, it is impossible to resolve the rapidly deteriorating zombie situation in a short period of time by relying solely on the strength of the regular army, and the situation will easily get out of control. But if the arms are distributed to the capable people, and the people are allowed to participate in this war of liberation, then the worsening of the zombie virus will be controlled before it gets completely out of control, and China will become the only country in the world that has completely controlled the virus disaster. Chapter 23 C rank, killed with a slap. You are worth at least 100 life coins. Because when the Catman was seen, it had already been dealt with by the two sisters Walnut and Chestnut. So he wasn't quite sure about the zombie's specific strength. But now this one looks like it will only be stronger, so it should be worth at least 100 life coins, allowing him to make a small profit of 1 million. The monster noticed him the moment he appeared, and suddenly started running, bursting out like an athlete, running at a speed of over 70 kilometers per hour. Suddenly, he jumped from the ground to a height of 10 meters and suddenly hovered above Yuan. I wonder who will become more muscular if I fully unleash my muscle power. Yuan thought this was a good opportunity for experimentation. Suddenly, the restrictions on their body's muscles were released, and they expanded to their original normal state after being trained and strengthened. In an instant, his body grew to 5 meters taller. One of his arms was thicker than an elephant's leg, and he became a muscular giant. So ugly. Yuan saw himself in this state after fully releasing his muscle strength and found that this state was too ugly. Moreover, because he can burst out the same power when his muscles are compressed, he can also consume less energy. So he decided that this would be the first, only, and last time he would release the muscle state of his body. He stretched out a 1-meter wide hand and grabbed the sea-level zombie in his hand, just as it was about to struggle. The strength he gained from training instantly exploded on it, crushing it like a tomato bun. It was a completely one-sided explosion of power and crushing victory. Players who kill sea-level zombies will be rewarded with 1,000 life coins. A prompt appeared, prompting him to move a little and move his hands, and 10 million yuan was directly deposited into his account. From now on, I'll let Hu Tao and the others handle this kind of thing. Yuan returned to his normal shape and found that there was no need for him to do it himself, because he discovered and estimated the gap in combat power between him and the sea-level zombies. Even with the current strength of Walnut and Chestnut, any one of them can solve the problem with a little effort. Since it is something they can handle, why should he step in? Wouldn't it be better to stay in the back and broadcast live and continue to train yourself to gain attribute points? Young Master. Hu Tao just caught up with Yuan at this time, but just happened to see that Yuan had finished the battle. We need to speed up the cleanup of zombies in this area. Yuan knew that this was no joke, because if the zombie situation deteriorates so quickly now, the longer it drags on, the more unfavorable the situation will become, and it will also increase the difficulty of clearing and liberating them. I understand. Hu Tao understood that this was a new instruction given to her by Yi Wen, and it was actually a bit of a urging for her. Speaking of which, there is a famous scenic spot in Haicheng. Yuan suddenly remembered that there was a new function in his system that was to check in at travel attractions. He had originally planned to go back after explaining everything to Walnut. But suddenly he remembered that there was a seaside attraction called Tainyejio, right where he was, which was a famous tourist attraction in their seaside city. Since he was already nearby, he decided to go over and activate the card to see what special attraction check-in rewards the system would give him. You continue to clean up the zombies. I'll go around by myself. Because the live broadcast room was temporarily closed, he had no plans to continue live training to gain attributes. So it is better to go to the tourist attractions and confirm what the rewards for checking in at tourist attractions are. Okay. Hu Tao immediately understood and disappeared, and at the same time, she followed his instructions and stopped following him. Yuan took out his mobile phone and opened the electronic map. It was confirmed that his current location was indeed very close to this corner of the world, only 15 minutes away. So he moved over quickly and found that it was okay in the safe zone, but in the quarantine zone, he really needed a sturdy enough chariot to help him get around. Because the scenery he saw along the way was full of zombies active everywhere. If it weren't for his amazing athletic strength and extraordinary physical fitness, if he hadn't alarmed them, it would have caused a zombie riot. Arrived at the beach. The beach is usually full of families and couples playing and making sand plays, but today there was not a single one to be seen, making the beach look empty and deserted. He also followed the instructions on the map and came to the end of the world. As soon as I reached the bottom, a prompt appeared. Players successfully check in at the F-level scenic spot Tainyejio and are rewarded with primary tourism card *1. Checking the effect of this primary travel card, it is found that its default effect is 1 hour of hiking, which is equivalent to 1 hour of running training after using it. The key can also be used in combination. So if I can get more than 30 of these travel cards, it means I have run for 1,000 minutes and can get the corresponding training attributes and achievement rewards. Yuan found this to be a good thing, because then he doesn't have to actually run for 1,000 minutes and can use this time for other training and things, but he still gets the training attributes and extra rewards. Knowing this, he immediately put the prop card in the system space and kept it in used, waiting to use it all at once when he had accumulated enough travel cards. He knew that Haicheng was a city that focused on agriculture and secondarily on tourism, and there were quite a few tourist attractions here. The most important thing is that it is close to Shanghai, which has many tourist attractions. It is not difficult to check in more than 30 tourist attractions in the two cities combined. With his current pace, he can finish it in 1 day by doing some running training. He also made sure to check in at Tainyejio and prepared to head to the next tourist attraction on the seaside in Haicheng town. Knowing that Haicheng is a coastal city, most of its tourist attractions are on the beach, so he can complete 5 or 6 of them by just following a road along the beach. However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw 4 people appear on the beach. They looked so miserable, as if they had just been fished out of the water. He looked towards them curiously. Because his perception has been greatly enhanced through training, he can hear what they're talking about from here. I told you to just find a car and go to a safe area for help, but you refused to listen and insisted on finding a boat. As a result, You didn't know how to drive the boat, and you were almost bitten to death by zombies on the boat, so you were forced to jump into the sea. One of the four girls complained to the other two boys. There were two boys and two girls. The two girls were walking together, while the two boys were walking in front with their heads down. It seemed that they had suffered a great blow from this wrong decision. I didn't expect that. Who could have thought that driving a boat would be so difficult? And there was a zombie hiding there. A boy apologized to the complaining girl and admitted that it was his misjudgment. Chapter 24. I picked up a pair of girls while traveling. The girl who had just complained immediately rolled her eyes. From the fact that they are all dressed like beach tourists, it is clear that they should be taking advantage of the holiday to come to Haiching's beach to play in the water and have a vacation. However, the sudden outbreak of the zombie virus and the establishment of various quarantine zones. This puts student tourists like them in an awkward situation, because it is difficult for them to return to their original city. Here, as strangers, they have to undergo isolation and complicated isolation procedures if they want to enter any safe zone. The most important thing is that most safe zones will not accept them, so they became the unlucky ones wandering around trying to find a way to survive. Now, let alone where to live. Even where to eat has become a problem. Lolo, just say less. The other girl looked gentler. When she heard her best friend lecturing the two boys, she felt that it was useless to say anything, so she asked her best friend to be quieter. At least it wouldn't make people more annoyed. But her words immediately made the boy who had just spoken feel that he saw hope, because it was he who suggested traveling to Haiching this time. He did this in the hope of taking advantage of this travel opportunity to pursue the girl he liked, who was also the most beautiful girl in their class. He originally thought that he had no hope based on the girl's cold attitude towards him during this trip. Now that he saw that she was willing to defend him and speak for him, he knew that he still had a chance. Lin Fei, the girl who started to persuade, has now reached her limit of patience, because now she deeply regretted agreeing to travel to Haicheng with this boy in the same class. She was thinking that if she had not agreed at that time, she should still stay in the Magic City. Especially when the zombie virus broke out, she could stay in her own home and in the safe zone, instead of having no food to eat like now and having to hide from place to place so that I can't even sleep well at night. There is not even a chance to find a way back to the Magic City, and I don't know when I will suddenly die in this strange little city. Fayer, there's someone over there. Marlowe suddenly noticed Yiwen in the distance and was surprised to meet a living person here. Really? Lin Fei was also happy because she hadn't met a single living person other than them in these days. She didn't ask for anything now, just wanted the other person to have some extra food and clean water for her to drink for the day. She hadn't eaten or drunk anything since last night. Lu Yi and Li Peiqi, who were traveling with them, also saw it. But they were wary of Yi when who suddenly appeared on the beach. Be careful. Don't go over there. They might be zombies. They had a male intuition that Yiwen was much more handsome and charming than them. Lin Fei and Ma Luo, based on their female intuition, knew that this person was definitely not a zombie, but a handsome guy. As they ran closer, they were more certain of this and were immediately amazed by Yi Wen's appearance. They found that he was exactly like the male protagonist from an idol novel. "You, do you have anything to eat?" Marlowe no longer cared about being reserved, nor did he care whether she looked like a beggar or not. She immediately asked the other party for food, because when they jumped into the sea to escape from the boat, all the food and water they had collected with great difficulty fell onto the boat. They are now left with nothing, and their thirst and hunger have reached their physical limits. Lin Fei also looked at him expectantly. Because her stomach was growling, she didn't even bother to chat up the handsome guy in front of her and ask for his contact information. She also just wants food and water. "I don't have it on me at the moment." Yuan answered them, telling them that he didn't have what they needed at the moment. Lin Fei and Ma Luo were immediately disappointed. "But I have some in my car," Yuan told them. Because he had put the Mercedes-Benz G-Class into the system space, he could now take it out at any time, making it convenient for use at any time. Lin Fei and Ma Luo were immediately surprised, and also complained in their hearts that he had to breathe so hard when he spoke. This time, seeing that he was handsome enough, they forgave him. Yiwen knew that meeting was fate, and now that he had met them, he would save them if he could. Besides, they could not threaten him. "Come here quickly, you two. This handsome guy said he has a car with food and drinks in it, and is willing to help us." Marlowe immediately called out to the two boys, who were still standing far away and looking at this side. Found out they were really useless. Obviously, they had been hiding in a seaside hotel, and nothing had happened. "We must find a boat for them to sail back to Shanghai by themselves and send them home." As a result, the boat is gone, the food is gone, and even the small seaside hotel, where we could have hidden safely, is gone. Now she is full of resentment towards the two of them. She regrets that she should have listened to her best friend Lin Fei and not trusted them, and should have waited for official help and rescue instead of running around. He said he had a car? It must have been stolen. I don't believe it. The two boys were initially resistant to Yiwen because he was tall and handsome. When they heard that he had a car and must be very rich, they became even more resistant. They couldn't believe that this man, who was about their age, had his own car. When Yiwen heard what they said, he didn't have a strong desire to save people. Now, after what they said, he had even less thought of saving them. So he took the two girls directly to his car. Lin Fei and Ma Luo were shocked when they saw this, because they originally thought the car was a very ordinary sedan. I didn't expect that it was not only a luxury car, but also a modified Mercedes-Benz G. Is this car really yours? Can I go up and sit down? Because I can have the opportunity to ride in this luxury car. The two girls had almost forgotten that they had originally hoped Yiwen would help them with this, and they wanted to go up and sit down to experience it for themselves. Yiwen nodded to them, took out the car keys, opened the door, and let them get in. The two boys ran over to take a look out of concern and saw that Yiwen had parked a Mercedes-Benz G on the side of the road, and he actually took out the car keys and opened the door. They were so jealous that they were green from head to toe. Mai had never seen Lin Fei so excited before, which was totally inconsistent with her usual fresh and cool image. The space is not big, and there is no seat for your car. Yiwen saw the two boys catching up. He didn't care at all that his Mercedes-Benz G-Class could only seat 6 people and could easily fit them all in. He directly and coldly rejected the two boys' idea of getting in a car together. He just remembered what they had said about him before and refused to let them get in the car. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Who cares? It's just a broken car. Who wants to get in it? After hearing what Yiwen said, the expressions of the two boys became even more interesting, and their faces turned even greener. Because they understood that if they didn't get in the car, the result would be either to part ways with Lin Fei and the others here, or to run behind this Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Chapter 25. Comparing cars? You're not even worthy of eating dust. Yu and Kai didn't bother to care about their decision and got into the driver's seat to drive away. Lin Fei and Ma Luo both come from relatively decent families and are considered the local petty bourgeoisie in Shanghai. But their family conditions are not good enough for them to own a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. So when they get in the car, they touch here and they're out of curiosity. Is this really yours? Even though Marlowe had already gotten into the car, he still found it a little hard to believe. Because in her opinion, Yiwen is about the same age as her, around 20 at most. It's mine, Yiwen answered without any guilt. Because for him now, buying a Mercedes-Benz G-Class is not a stressful thing at all. Just the 2 million reward money he gave to Feng Xian was enough to buy 2 or 3 cars. This car was indeed not bought by him, but the owner had already become a zombie and died. If the other party is really still alive, if he wants it, it is just a matter of going through the transaction procedures. So cool. Marlowe realized that this was the boy she needed to admire and worship. Because he was able to own a Mercedes-Benz G-Class at the age of 20, and it didn't seem like his parents bought it for him. He got it entirely through his own efforts. Where are you going? Yiwen asked them curiously. He originally wanted to check in at nearby tourist attractions to get rewards. Now that I have met them, it can be said that we met by chance. I might as well find a route that is convenient for me to give them a ride. Can you send us back to the Magic City? What Lin Fei wanted most now was to go back to the Magic City, back to her own home. She had had enough of living a life of wandering and fear. She was so excited that she couldn't help but lean over the backrest of the front seat and ask, not acting cold in front of the two boys at all. Yiwen has been living outside. He already has a girlfriend and has lived with her for a period of time, so he is quite experienced in dealing with girls, especially female college students. Okay, he promised them with just one sentence, putting their minds at ease. Lin Fei and Ma Luo immediately smiled at each other, happy that they could finally go home. Yiwen also looked at the two boys in the rearview mirror of the car. After they discovered that there were no zombies outside, they immediately went to look for the vehicles abandoned on the roadside, trying to find one that could be started and used. As it turned out, they were lucky enough to find one and drove over immediately. The man who had been acting like a bootlicker in front of Lin Fei even raised his middle finger provocatively, as if to say that he got in the car without his permission. They had to find a way to get around on their own. Yiwen glanced at them with disdain and found their behavior childish enough. He also took out his mobile phone to confirm the route map and found that a new message had been released on the new Army app, which was also a new national mission. Search for zombies with this mark and try to find patient 1. Ewan read the content of the message quietly. It turns out that the country is still strictly investigating how and where this zombie virus disaster broke out in the country. As a result, the position of patient number 1 becomes crucial. These contractors who have accepted national targets are actually volunteers who assist the country in handling these matters. Therefore, it is our duty to help the country solve its problems. Of course, the most important reason, finding this kind of zombie will reward you with a lot of military merit. Ewan found this to be a good opportunity to quickly advance his military rank. Because only by raising your military rank can you buy more and stronger weapons and make your own forces more powerful. Buzz! Suddenly, 2 loud engine noises were heard nearby. Maybe it was because he ignored the other party's provocation. The boy who was driving deliberately made a big noise to provoke him and challenged him to compete with him in driving skills. Childish. Before Ewan spoke, Lin Fei, who was sitting in the back row, spoke immediately. Not only did she deeply regret hanging out with her classmates, she also regretted meeting such a childish and ignorant classmate. Are they really stupid? Marlowe had nothing to say to the 2 boys. Because they don't even look at what time it is? Don't they know that making such a big noise will easily attract the zombies? Ewan responded to the other party's childish behavior with his own actions. I said to the 2 girls in the car, "Hold on tight." As soon as he stepped on the accelerator, the car he was driving reached its maximum speed. The other party saw that he suddenly said run and drove away, and he didn't react. It was only after he released the handbrake and stepped on the clutch that his car started. But what kind of car is Ewan driving? It's not just a G-Class, it's a modified Mercedes-Benz G-Class. So in the blink of an eye, the 2 boys didn't even have a chance to get caught, and they could only watch his car quickly leave from afar. Oh, faster! The 2 girls in the car were excited and cheered with their arms raised. They saw that Ewan not only drove fast, but also steadily, and he was always able to avoid obstacles before they appeared. The speed of this car does not feel like a car speeding on a road crowded with scrap vehicles, but more like a speedboat speeding in a turbulent river, so smooth and fast that you don't feel too many bumps. Do you have a girlfriend? How about me? Marlowe volunteered. Lin Fei suddenly realized that she was lagging behind, and she actually wanted to ask the other party the same question. I have a girlfriend, but we are rarely together. Ewan thought of that girl. In fact, sometimes he couldn't tell whether she was his girlfriend or not. Yes, I have. We are together less and apart more. Ma Luo and Lin Fei were not the kind of obedient little girls, so they immediately understood the meaning of Yi Wen's words. I understand that he has a girlfriend, but he doesn't mind developing relationships outside of his girlfriend. This means he is a scumbag. But since he can be such a handsome scumbag and do it so openly, the rest is just a matter of mutual consent and a peaceful parting. After all, both of them are girls from big cities and know that this is the way of communication in the adult world. This is my Phi signal. Lin Fei took the initiative this time. For her, instead of guarding a lover who is dying of love, it is better to enjoy life while protecting herself. If 2 people find that they are really suitable for each other, they will continue to have an in-depth relationship and even get married and start a family. But if you find that it is not suitable halfway, just say goodbye and leave, which will not hurt either party. Because we are all busy adults and don't have the time to waste so much emotion on a relationship that fails because of incompatibility. Chapter 26, I present an aircraft carrier to the country. Ewan didn't expect her to be so brave. He knew from this Fei Xin signal that they were in a relationship that was more than friends, but less than lovers. And mine! Marlowe was unwilling to be left behind because she didn't think it would be so easy to meet a second man whom she liked so much. Not to mention that in this situation, he saved her life. Of course, Ewan added all of them without hesitation, because he was taught since childhood that more friends you have outside mean more opportunities for you. He also thought it made sense. Because there are many roads, if one of them is blocked, you can switch to another one so you won't die from walking. He also understood that unless one path was so good that he was reluctant to take another one, it would be a good idea to prepare a backup plan for himself. After confirming that the friend edition was successful, Lin Fei and Ma Luo looked at each other and blushed, realizing that they were, in a sense, rivals in love. Ewan was concentrating on driving. He realized this was also an opportunity, so he asked him to go to Shanghai and see if he could get a house in Thompson 1 so that he could move in as soon as possible. Marlowe was also bolder, and she flipped directly from the back seat to the front passenger seat and immediately began her return. Lin Fei was shocked that she didn't care at all that there was someone else in the car. She didn't realize that she was so bold and proactive. Yuan was actually a little surprised, but there was not much scenery on the highway after leaving Haicheng, which made the journey a bit boring, so he didn't mind driving faster. So in the relatively pleasant atmosphere in the car, Ma Luo motioned for him to stop the car by the roadside, as she needed Lin Fei's help with something. Lin Fei found that Ma Luo was indeed a little tired from massaging Yuan, and there was no place for him to go in the car, so he was dragged into the water by her. When the two boys slowly caught up, they just saw Marlowe getting out of the car in a hurry as if he was carsick and vomiting a large mouthful of saliva on the side of the road. After she vomited, she felt better and returned to the car. Only then did the Mercedes-Benz G slowly get back on the road. But when Lu Yi and Li Peiqi's car passed the place where Ma Luo vomited, they immediately understood why she vomited so violently. Damn it, how could they do this? They are all men, so how could they not know what happened in the car in front? Lu Yi was so angry that he pounded the steering wheel. Li Peiqi originally had ideas about Marlowe, but now he has no ideas at all, because they worked hard to create opportunities for several days. But the result was no match for this man who only appeared in front of them for less than 5 minutes and even exceeded what they originally wanted to accomplish. I want him dead. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yi would not have such thoughts. But now the situation is in chaos, and he now dares to actually do some ideas that he usually only dared to think about. He now felt like he was being cuckolded, which made him look blue and purple, making him look like a complete joke. Did you let your brother's people mess with him? Li Peiqi knew Lu Ye's background. We know that Lu Ye's own conditions are not that good, but he has a very capable brother who also opened a security company in Shanghai. I heard that it is the largest security company in Shanghai, and they usually help banks with transporting goods. He dares to touch my woman. What do I have to be afraid of? Lu Yi felt that there was only heart-wrenching hatred in his heart, because the goddess he had been pursuing for so long was easily won by the other party. Maybe it was killing two birds with one stone? How could he bear this? Therefore, he must make the other party pay a huge price that will be regretted for the rest of his life. Count me in. Although Li Peiqi was not so keen on Marlowe, how could he miss such a good opportunity to add fuel to the fire? Lu Yi immediately took out his phone and called his cousin, telling him the conditions he was willing to pay and asking him to do him a favor. Lu Ye's cousin Lu Mingbiao didn't want to get involved in this matter because he didn't think much of his cousin. He knew that his cousin only knew how to pick up girls and chase after them like a dog. But when he heard the conditions proposed by Lu Yi, he was immediately moved, because Lu Yi offered to help him steal the jade pendant from his own grandfather and gave it to him, knowing that Lu Mingbiao had wanted the family heirloom jade pendant for a long time. Okay, it's just a small matter. Tell me where this guy's car will pass, and I'll stop him. Lu Mingbiao agreed immediately. In his opinion, it was just bullying a pretty boy who had a little money and was a little bit handsome. He just happened to be contracted to liberate and clean up a neighborhood in Shanghai. As long as the other party's car passed through the area he was responsible for, he would have a reason to stop the other party and even interrogate and humiliate the other party, making the other party lose face in front of the two girls. Yuan was driving while looking through the rearview mirror at the two girls who were acting as close as sisters again, and he found that they were truly a kind of strange creatures. He also saw that the cleanup work in the southern part of Haicheng was progressing rapidly because of the return of Chestnut from Walnut Side. In just a short while, the cleanup was basically completed, and he was about to complete the cleanup and liberation of the southern city area of Haicheng, leaving no zombies able to move around in this area. Am I being too conservative? Should I just contract a larger area? Yuan found that if he successfully completed the targets in his hand, not only can he obtain rewards from the system, but his rank can also be directly promoted from platoon leader to company commander. According to the calculation of military merit, he can even reach a level close to that of a regimental commander. At that time, he could directly contract the cleanup of the central urban area of Magic City and directly establish his own military district in Magic City. I have more than 2,000 life coins again. Yuan saw the number of life coins in the system, and this time, he directly recharged all of them into the system. Directly raise his VIP level to level 3. While expanding the system space, more mall items can be unlocked in the mall. Let him see that there are new point-based props in the mall that are in the form of blueprints. I randomly picked one and found that it was actually a Land Tiger main battle tank in active service. This drawing is not just one piece, but a complete one with distribution and disassembly. This means that as long as he has a factory, he can continue to produce this type of tank, allowing himself to have an endless supply of tanks. What a good thing! Yuan found that this was the best thing he had ever found in the mall. Did he think it was a good idea because he could just build a factory to do it? Did he just happen to get a factory from Chunhualong, and even the land problem was solved? Of course not. Was he building his own tank in order to publicly announce to the National Congress that he was forming his own faction? This is just asking for death. He thought that because he saw this kind of blueprint now, it meant that more advanced blueprints would definitely be refreshed in the mall, and it might even be technological blueprints that have not yet been developed in the world at this stage. What does China want most now? It's the key technology, such as the engine, which has been blocked by foreign countries. If he creates a technological blueprint that surpasses that of the Eagle country and submits it to the country, how many levels of military rank can he be directly promoted to? How much ahead of others can he be in this way? In fact, he did find a technological blueprint in the mall that was not mature in any country in the world at this stage, and he could just buy it. The design of a nuclear fusion-powered aircraft carrier costs 3,600 life coins. Chapter 27. I want to take responsibility, but I am not worthy. So cheap. When Yuan saw the big words nuclear fusion-powered aircraft carrier, he thought it would cost at least tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of life coins. Because of nuclear fusion, aircraft carrier, you must know that according to the current average level of technology in the world, nuclear fusion technology is still only at the theoretical level and has not yet been able to be truly put into large-scale practical use, let alone using such high-end energy as the power source of an aircraft carrier. With the safe and stable energy generation capabilities of nuclear fusion, an aircraft carrier can become an immortal mobile island on the sea and can even be made as large as desired. Now he can get this technology for only 3,000 life coins. 3,600 still a little short. Yuan found that he was still more than 1,000 life coins short of this price, which meant a difference of more than 1,000 zombies. I think you live somewhere in Shanghai. I'll take you back, Yuan said to Lin Fei and Ma Luo in the car. Because of what happened just now, their relationship is more than friends, so it is necessary to send them home safely. Just send me to Jinhua Jinyuan. Lin Fei answered him. Now that they had a relationship, she was much more generous. She didn't think there was any need for a life and death love, because it was just a matter of adult men and women getting what they wanted after they were deeply in love. She joined in just now because she saw that Yuan was handsome enough and met her aesthetic standards. After Yuan asked Lin Fei, he looked at Ma Luo. Ma Luo saw him looking at him and replied, I'm not in a hurry to go back. The wavering look in her eyes showed that she was still unsatisfied. In fact, even though it was her first time experiencing this, she didn't believe that other men could give her such a good feeling. You have great physical strength, Lin Fei said to Ma Luo, and found that her best friend was really greedy. Marlo smiled proudly, because who wouldn't want to eat more of something delicious? However, Lin Fei felt that she was exhausted, and it would be crazy if she didn't continue to accompany her. When Yuan saw this situation, he followed the navigation and sent Lin Fei home first. After she was sent to the vicinity of Jinhua Jinyuan community, she found that a safe zone had been established there, and a small group of zombies were gathering outside the community and attacking the gate. He happened to be short of money to buy the blueprints, so he simply stepped on the accelerator and rushed into the group of zombies at the entrance of the community. After several trips back and forth, the zombies were basically cleared out. Then he opened the car door to let Lin Fei go directly through the small gate of the community and let her get off the car. It's my first time too. Lin Fei kissed him goodbye, not wanting him to misunderstand. Yuan looked at Marlo, curious if what she said was true. Marlo said, Me too, you don't think we are such casual girls. Yuan gave her a thumbs up because seeing how bold they were, he really thought they were quite experienced. Ma Luo rushed over and bit his arm, muttering, We are both sophomores in the dance academy. Yuan suddenly realized some problems. Where do you want to go now? Yuan knew that he was still short of a few hundred life coins, so he planned to collect 3,600 life coins directly in the big city of Shanghai. It's up to you, Marlo said with a double meaning, referring to the fact that he could go wherever he wanted and do whatever he wanted now. Yuan understood immediately and started looking for attractions in Shanghai to check in. He also decided to go to Thompson Epine. Marlo sat in the passenger seat, looking thoughtfully at the scenery outside where the tide of corpses was surging. Yuan directly used the Mercedes-Benz G-Class he was driving as a weapon, crushing his opponents all the way and earning life coins along the way. After confirming that it has reached 3,600, buy the blueprint immediately. Then he suddenly pulled over to the side of the road and said to Marlo, Want to try it? Indicate to her if she wants to try driving the car. Can I? Marlo was pleasantly surprised because she liked the thrill. Now that she heard that she could drive this luxury car, she certainly didn't want to miss this opportunity. Yuan immediately moved her over and asked her to sit in the driver's seat. He then went to the passenger seat and took out his phone to take photos and upload them. Marlo was surprised when holding the steering wheel and immediately stepped on the accelerator to make the car rush out. Moreover, because they didn't have to worry about avoiding other vehicles, they just followed Yi-Wen's example and rushed forward recklessly, knocking away some zombies blocking the road. Okay. Yi-Wen glanced at her and found that her driving skills were good. He also discovered that she could get life coins by driving the car and killing zombies. In this way, he also gave her the opportunity to indulge herself, while he himself passed a part of the nuclear fusion-powered aircraft carrier blueprint directly to the superiors of the new Army app to let them know that he planned to hand over the design and manufacturing drawings. Wow! Marlo found that she had never felt so happy flying before. She suddenly turned her head to look at the man sitting in the passenger seat, knowing that he was the one who caused all this for her. "Can I be one of your girlfriends?" Marlo suddenly said to him. Yi-Wen looked at her, wondering why she asked that. "I know the chances of monopolizing you are slim, and I'm not interested in worrying about it every day. I want to know if you can treat me as one of your girlfriends and just spend time with me and chat with me when you are free." Marlo obviously looked outgoing and cheerful, but at this moment he seemed very humble and inferior when discussing with him. She said that she didn't mind at all that he might have many girlfriends, as long as there was a place for her among his girlfriends. Free love, there's no need to restrict yourself. Yi-Wen just smiled at her and continued uploading his photos. Ma Luo was stunned for a moment. Then he leaned on the steering wheel and laughed. With tears in his eyes, he said to him, "Are you so afraid of taking responsibility? You don't even dare to accept a girlfriend like me who comes to you for free. You just want to be ordinary friends. Has anyone ever told you that you were a jerk for doing this? Because I wanted to be responsible, but people said I was unworthy. So I'm too lazy to be responsible to anyone anymore." Yi-Wen felt it was natural to answer her, not afraid of exposing one's own shortcomings. "Who is it?" Ma Luo was shocked, because in her eyes Yi-Wen was a perfect man. She was surprised that someone would refuse such a man's desire to take responsibility and say that he was not worthy. Yi-Wen just smiled and didn't give any specific answer. Marlo rushed over and kissed him deeply on the lips. Because women are emotional creatures. She did not look down on him because of his embarrassing incident. Instead, she began to feel sorry for him and realized that the reason for his behavior was the woman he didn't want to mention. She also took the initiative to separate after the kiss and said to him firmly, "I still want to keep this girlfriend position." Chapter 28. Blocking the road? Do you dare to move? She suddenly felt a sense of sympathy with Yi-Wen. It's just that she and he are the opposite. She originally thought that the man would marry her, but he just treated her as a vase to show off. He never intended to have her from the beginning. He even planned to break up with her after the first time he lied to her, so that she would not dare to trust any man when she went to college. The reason I am so bold this time is that I feel that instead of wasting it on others, I might as well give it to someone who is handsome and charming enough. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Yi-Wen suddenly muttered. He realized that as soon as he sent the photo of the document, there was news from the other side, saying that they would send a specialist to receive it and meet with him. What's wrong? Ma Luo was still immersed in Yi-Wen's love affairs and didn't pay attention to what work he had been busy with. Nothing, I just really have to send you back first. Yi-Wen said to her with a smile, motioning her to tell him a place she could go back to. Otherwise, he would have to send her to Jinhua Jinyuan and let her stay with Lin Fei. Take me to Lin Fei. Ma Luo immediately realized that he had something important to do, and it was not convenient for her to see it. So she is very sensible and well-behaved and knows what to do. She would emphasize that she was just his girlfriend and not being kept by him, because she didn't want him to look down on her. Her own family conditions are not bad, but she doesn't want to go back to that home for the time being. Okay. Yi-Wen listened to her and gestured for her to drive so that she could drive as fast as she wanted. Ma Luo smiled brightly, thanking him very much for his understanding. So she just treated the zombies on the road as a way to vent her unhappiness and hit them at will, helping him to earn a lot of life coins. But when passing a section of road, the spiked roadblocks that suddenly appeared on both sides of the road scared Marlo, forcing her to turn the steering wheel to the left, causing the vehicle to lose control and crash into the roadside flower bed. She was so scared that she instinctively let go of the steering wheel to protect her head. Yi-Wen immediately protected her body in his arms and used his own body to withstand the impact of the collision. Are you okay? Ma Luo reacted and realized that it was Yi-Wen who protected her with his body. She was even more moved and was more gentle in front of him. She quickly got up and asked if he was seriously injured. Yi-Wen didn't even suffer any superficial injuries, because the impact could not hurt his body. He was more concerned about who would suddenly attack them, and it seemed as if they had been waiting here for them to pass by. It's okay. He didn't interfere with her anxious and concerned actions as she hurriedly checked the injured area to see if there were any fractures or anything like that. She saw that the front bumper of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class had been deformed, but fortunately the front of the car was not damaged. He also pushed open the car door and got out, and immediately saw dozens of people holding riot rifles and stun guns pointing at him. From their black uniforms, you can tell that they are from a security company. Do you know that doing this is very dangerous? Ewan said to them deliberately. From their attitude, we can tell that they were deliberately lying in ambush here, waiting for this car. He saw from the corner of his eye that Ma Luo was about to get out of the car, so he simply gestured to her to go back, and even closed the car door with his backhand to stop her from getting out. He hasn't figured out the situation yet, and is not in a hurry to deal with these people. He just raises his hands to show that he will not resist. Don't blame me, bro. I was also entrusted by someone. A man who looked like a smiling tiger came out with his hands clasped together and a smile on his face, and said to him, "We really don't know each other, but someone has offered a very tempting offer. He wants me to help break your 3 legs so that you can't stand in the future." The words were spoken lightly, as if the two sides could make peace and part ways by just shaking hands. Ewan could tell that this was a deliberate revenge. Chen Hualong. The first person he thought of was Chen Hualong, because he believed that Chen Hualong would not just let go of the loss of an office building. He would definitely seek revenge and even find a way to get back the office building worth 6 billion yuan. But he didn't expect that he would act so quickly and continue to look down on him and only find such a small number of people to deal with him. Chen Hualong? The Chen Hualong from Haicheng. Lu Mingbiao was stunned for a moment, because he didn't understand why this young man who looked only 20 years old would suddenly mention such a person in such a contemptuous tone. "Were you the one who wiped out the Qin family?" he asked tentatively. He suddenly realized that something was wrong with the situation, because he originally thought that he was helping his stupid cousin and breaking his legs so that he would be more careful when touching women next time. But why did the other party's words make it sound like this young man was from a very important background? But seeing him driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class recklessly on the streets of Shanghai, he really doesn't look like an ordinary person. The Qin family was wiped out? Yuan was also surprised by the news, because he was still waiting for Chen Hualong to gather his forces again to avenge him. But in the end, his entire family had been wiped out? Did he actually have so many enemies? Hearing that he didn't know about this, Lu Mingbiao felt relieved, knowing that the ruthless person who did such a thing was not the one in front of him. Because the other party even dares to wipe out an entire family, there is nothing such a person would not dare to do. But just as he was about to say a few more words, Yuan suddenly muttered to himself, "But his son was killed by my people, and he gave his office building to me to save his life." He was just not sure whether the Chen family incident was done by his people, but he did all the other things in person. Lu Mingbiao was so frightened by his 2 words that he suddenly took back what he was about to say, causing him to bite his own mouth accidentally. "Oh my! What you said is true." Because he didn't know the young man in front of him, but he knew Chen Hualong. Knowing that Chen Hualong is not only famous in Haicheng, but also in Shanghai, he is also quite famous. Basically, everyone in the underworld has to give him some face. As a result, the young man in front of him not only crippled the man's son, but also robbed his office building. It's a building, not a room. According to the value of Chen Hualong's office building in Shanghai, it is worth at least tens of billions. The most important thing, not only did he lose his son and not be able to get back at justice, he also had to give up almost all his fortune before he could get compensation. Who is this young man in front of me? There are not many people in the entire Demon City who can do such a thing. Suddenly, the roar of a helicopter was heard in the sky, and the sound of the huge propellers spinning attracted the attention of everyone on the ground. Lu Mingbiao looked up and saw a black armed helicopter approaching the sky above their heads, and a rope ladder was lowered from it. He also heard the young man in front of him mutter, "You found me so quickly." This really frightened him so much that his legs went limp. He was shocked to find that the other party's identity was so unfathomable that the military could even send an armed helicopter to find him. Chapter 29, I like traveling abroad. Soon, a fully armed combat team holding submachine guns descended from the sky and covered a man in a white coat as they reached the ground. "Are you Mr. Yi? Is the information you just uploaded true?" As soon as the man in the white coat landed on the ground, he asked him excitedly. Yuan looked at this middle-aged man who was wearing a white coat, but could not hide his military spirit. It can be seen that he had just come from a laboratory, After seeing the partial information he submitted, he obviously couldn't wait to rush over by helicopter to see all the complete information as soon as possible. Yes, Ewan handed him the complete design drawings of the nuclear fusion-powered aircraft carrier. The moment he took it out, the armed soldiers immediately imposed martial law here and pointed their guns at Lu Mingbiao and others who were about to take action here. Lu Mingbiao and the members of his security company were embarrassed. Looking at the real guns and bullets in the other party's hands and the riot rifles and stun guns in their hands, which were only used for escort and security. They were very honest and conscious. They threw the weapons in their hands to the ground, then squatted down with their hands behind their heads, as if they had given up resistance. General Wang Liwei, the chief designer of the Chinese aircraft carrier, who was in charge of receiving the information this time, looked at these people seriously. In his eyes, these people might be criminals who received the news and came to snatch this important blueprint. This is a serious and despicable thing for China. China is currently experiencing social unrest due to the disaster caused by the zombie virus. After these people snatched this precious and important information, will they hand it over to the country? They must be planning to sell it abroad to strengthen foreign military forces. Capture them all and interrogate them strictly. General Wang Liwei is an aircraft carrier designer and a scientific and technological talent who graduated from a high-tech academician, but he is also a general and has the ability to mobilize his own troops. At his command, all these people were prepared to go to the military court and await severe trial by the security department. Lu Mingbiao was the first to be dumbfounded, because he just accepted the favor from that bastard Lu Yi and planned to bully others here by taking advantage of his power. He didn't expect that this was a master with such a huge background. It was not like someone who had committed treason would be arrested and severely tried. He knew that if he went in, he would be in trouble even if he couldn't get anything out of him. He also suddenly understood why Chen Hualong was willing to give up an office building in Shanghai just to ask for this person's forgiveness and let him go. Boss, quickly explain to this person that this is all a misunderstanding. We are actually your people. We are good citizens. After all, Lu Mingbiao has been in society for a long time, and he immediately figured out how to save his life. Yuan looked at him, wondering when they became his. General Wang Liwei also looked at Yuan and asked if this matter was true. Lu Mingbiao knew that if he didn't speak up, he would have no chance, so he said hurriedly, "Hasn't our Delhi security company always been your property? Have you forgotten because you have so many businesses under your name?" Lu Mingbiao said this while winking at him. Yuan suddenly understood. I understand that he is imitating Chen Hualong and intends to spend money to avoid disaster. It is obvious that this Delhi security company is Lu Mingbiao's property. But because of the current situation, he knew that if he didn't show some reaction, he would be taken away and tortured. So he decided to sacrifice the car to save the driver and decided to hand over the Delhi security company to him just to get him to nod and say a good word to save them. Wang Liwei also understood the situation but did not point it out. He just used his eyes to ask Yuan for his opinion. That's right. Yuan didn't think there was any reason to push away the meat that was delivered to his door, so he agreed immediately. He also believed that as long as Lu Mingbiao was not stupid, he would not go back on his word. Lu Mingbiao immediately looked over with gratitude, and even more humbly looked at General Wang Liwei, indicating that this was the case. Okay, Wang Liwei knew that some things were better left unsaid. Besides, the information Yuan had just submitted was very important and would make a groundbreaking contribution to China's future military development. Now, let alone the other party offering it to him voluntarily. Even if he really wanted it, he would have a way to transfer the security company to Yuan's name as a reward. You did a great job this time. I thank you on behalf of the country. General Wang Liwei immediately saluted Yuan to express his gratitude. Yuan returned the greeting, straightened his back, and said, "This is what I should do now." He indicated that since he had joined the new army, he was a member of the new army. Therefore, it was his duty as a Chinese to hand over important information to strengthen the country. General Wang Liwei smiled knowingly and did not ask him where the information came from. He even leaned closer and whispered to him, "Since you have submitted such valuable information, what do you want? We know that the other party handed it over voluntarily, but we cannot let such patriots be discouraged." So he understood that the rewards he deserved still needed to be given. It's just that the information he submitted is so valuable that it exceeds the comprehension capabilities of this era. If they can crack and master the technology to obtain this information, their country's naval power will surpass that of the West by at least 70 years. Therefore, it is difficult to decide what kind of reward to give him. I'm more interested in the Thompson Epine area. I think the scenery here is beautiful. Yuan said with a hint of meaning. He did not ask him for any excessive reward and then said, in addition, if I can buy an aircraft carrier to go to sea, I also want to buy one. This simple sentence includes 3 demands: military rank, contracting rights, and the right to purchase aircraft carriers. General Wang Liwei looked at him in surprise and found that he had a big appetite. Just to be on the safe side, I asked him one more question. Why do you want to buy an aircraft carrier? He could understand the first 2 conditions, but he couldn't understand the last reason. He didn't understand why he bought an aircraft carrier. I like traveling, but it's difficult to travel abroad because of the disaster. So I want to take a group abroad, for example, to Sakura or Eagle Country, to see the scenery abroad. Yuan said this meaningfully, indicating that he was really just a pure travel enthusiast. General Wang Liwei couldn't help laughing when he heard his words. Would you like to travel to the kingdom of Sakura or Eagle on an aircraft carrier, or a nuclear fusion-powered aircraft carrier? It is true that heroes emerge from youth, and he really has a lot of ideas. Okay, I wish you a happy trip abroad, and it would be best if you could bring me some local specialties. Wang Liwei smiled and tacitly agreed to his request. He saluted the combat team and escorted the important and precious data back to the armed helicopter. Chapter 30. The mute anchor is online. Lu Mingbiao stared in amazement as the armed helicopter came in elegantly and left in a domineering manner. Marlowe in the car also found himself meeting a big shot and unexpectedly became one of the big shot's girlfriends. Now Delhi Security Company is mine? Yuan saw the general off, looked at Lu Mingbiao, who had a very interesting expression, and asked him if he could handle the business handover. Lu Mingbiao is in a very complicated mood now. Because he helped his cousin, he didn't get the things in his hand yet, but instead lost the security company he had worked hard to run for more than 10 years, and he was on the verge of losing everything. Boss, the business handover is easy, but can you do it a little later? I definitely won't run away. I want to take care of someone first, Lu Mingbiao said, gritting his teeth. He knew that the current situation was entirely caused by one person, and he would feel uncomfortable if he didn't vent his anger. Who? Yuan asked him. In fact, he was also curious about who arranged these people to block his way here. Lu Yi, my cousin. He asked me to kill you just because he said he didn't like the fact that you touched the woman he liked. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Lu Mingbiao regretted it so much now. If he could go back in time, he would definitely not take on this stupid thing. Lu Yi. Yuan was still wondering why he didn't seem to know this person. Marlowe, who was sitting in the car, excitedly stuck her head out because she knew him. Who? Yuan was surprised that she knew him. Ma Luo immediately said. He was one of the 2 boys you were left behind just now. He was the one who proposed to travel to Haicheng and wanted to pursue Lin Fei. She knew that Lin Fei was his woman now, which meant that this matter was a love-revenge affair. That one. Yuan suddenly remembered which boy it was and found that he was indeed very jealous of him. How do you plan to deal with him? You are his cousin. Yuan asked Lu Mingbiao. I know that he intends to use the last bit of his power to take revenge on his cousin. Strictly speaking, he intends to use the power of the company that has become his. Cousin. Bah! I even suspected that he came to harm me on purpose. If it weren't for you, the boss, being so magnanimous, I would have been captured by those soldiers. Lu Mingbiao was furious when he mentioned this relative and wanted to cut off relations with him. As for how to deal with him, breaking his legs is a sure thing. As for the rest, just wait and see. Lu Mingbiao said angrily. He knew that his long-standing foundation was destroyed in an instant. This was all caused by his cousin. All right, Yuan was not in a hurry to take over the security company. As for worrying that Lu Mingbiao might go back on his word or simply disappear from the scene, that didn't exist for him. Because walnuts and chestnuts are not vegetarians, according to their current intelligence, he only needs to give them a command and they can handle all these things properly. Thank you. Lu Mingbiao clasped his fists in a very chivalrous way and took out his phone to tell Lu Yi that he had already taken care of the matter and arranged to meet at a certain place. He had completely tricked Lu Yi out first and then taught him a lesson. Yuan watched as a family fight was about to unfold. He also returned to the car and prepared to drive Marlowe to Lin Fei's place to talk later. As soon as I got in the car, I was rewarded with a passionate kiss. Marlowe also drove the car to a corner where no one would notice her and simply took off her top. So excited? Yuan found that she was really hot and passionate and quite liked to take the initiative. It's all your fault for making me excited. Marlowe was originally attracted only by Yi Wen's handsomeness and had no idea about his wealth. But now it is discovered that he has a superior status and can easily make a big boss of evil forces obey him. She felt as if the electric current inside her body was ignited and her whole body was about to burn. Of course, Ewan would not refuse such a good thing. When he sent Ma Luo to the community where Lin Fei lived, she was completely supported by Lin Fei because her legs were weak from not warming up before exercise. Only then did he have time to take out his cell phone to continue checking the situation. He found that Feng Qian had sent him many messages during this period, asking him where he had gone and whether he had opened the live broadcast room, as he was nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, Ewan decided to just hang up his phone and live stream his travel check-in experience. When he opened the live broadcast room, people started coming in one after another. Brother is live streaming again. Where is this brother? Why does it look like he is in the car? This interior. This is a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. It's confirmed that my brother is a rich man. He is rich and handsome. Is this definitely not from an idle novel? The live broadcast room suddenly became lively. Ewan still continued his live broadcast style, a dumb brother. Basically, the live broadcast was left hanging, and he continued to do his own things. Now the old fans in the live broadcast room have started to get used to it, and only some new fans don't understand what is going on. As soon as I came in, I saw that he was just concentrating on driving. He didn't even talk or interact with the people in the live broadcast room. It was just like he was live broadcasting his daily life. Huh? No training today? Where are you going to drive? I was the only one who realized that my brother was such a great guy that he actually drove out. The people in the live broadcast room also discovered that Ewan was not indoors this time, but drove out and went directly to the street where zombies were rampant. The Emperor He family's eldest son arrives in the live broadcast room. The eldest son of the He family was the first to discover that Ewan had started a live broadcast and immediately came over to watch the fun. However, he also found it lonely because Ewan did not continue with the sports training of Extreme Challenge, but instead drove out to play. Does he have to be so free and willful? Even though I know he is already too strong to be a human. But there are a lot of zombies outside, and there is an outbreak of a zombie virus. Isn't he afraid of getting injured or infected accidentally when he goes out, turning himself into a Super Saiyan level super zombie? The most important thing is that his sister fell in love with this guy and turned into a crazy fan who said she wanted to give birth to a baby for him. He didn't want this future brother-in-law to have such an accident. The host is not training today. He couldn't help but ask in the live broadcast room. But this sentence fell on deaf ears. Ewan didn't even look at the phone screen, so naturally there was no response. So arrogant. Even though he had known about it for a long time, the eldest son of the He family still found that his live broadcast style was really unbearable in the eyes of ordinary fans. Because when they watched his live broadcast, it didn't feel like they were watching a live broadcast at all, but more like they were spying on someone's home surveillance camera. And it was silent. Because of this reason, some new fans who did not understand the situation felt bored and left the live broadcast room. Ewan was actually driving while looking at the virtual screen of his system. I saw a prompt suddenly appear above. Live driving for 5 minutes, driving skills +2. Live broadcast of outdoor travel for 5 minutes, fame +2, perception range +2. Chapter 31 Sign in. Reward a residence in Thompson First Class. This system seems to be getting more and more powerful. Ewan didn't expect that he could gain attributes while driving, and he could even get double the profit bonus directly during the live broadcast. However, because his military rank was promoted, he could lead more soldiers. He decided to expand the number of his shadow troops again and directly increase it to the upper limit. But this way, I won't have enough life coins. He took a look at the few life coins left in the system balance and realized that the design drawing of an aircraft carrier had consumed all his life coins in one go. So he needs to make some money himself. Suddenly, he stepped on the accelerator and did a cool drift. He headed straight for Thompson 1's upper city area of the Magic City, knowing that this was a good opportunity for him to take a look at his new territory and complete the cleanup target for the area. But his action directly made the audience in the live broadcast room happy. Because he placed the phone close to the driver's seat, most of the lens was facing outside the front windshield. Therefore, his racing and drifting allowed the fans in the live broadcast room to experience the first-person immersive perspective, and they started to get excited by posting comments in the live broadcast room. I didn't expect he was such a good driver. The eldest son of the He family was watching the picture on his mobile phone with great interest when he suddenly heard someone talking next to him. Looking over, he saw He Wenyue, who was wearing sportswear and had just returned from a run outside. She was still hot and sat cross-legged next to him, watching the content in the live broadcast room with him. Sister, don't you have a cell phone? Haven't you already followed him? The eldest son of the He family asked her back, implying that why did she still use his phone to read the contents when she already had a cell phone? I just saw this by chance. He glanced at him. Now that their interests have been cooperated, they are not only siblings, but also strategic partners. Because in a bigger sense, they decided to use this opportunity to create a new world and expand the scale of their family business. To put it simply, he fell in love with the other person's sister, and she fell in love with the other person's brother, which means they are on the same side emotionally. The eldest son of the He family rolled his eyes again, but considering that the other party was his sister, there was no way he could refuse. How is the situation going? Can we go to the Magic City? He suddenly asked the eldest son of the He family. She couldn't wait to meet her ideal husband. Hearing her asking about serious matters, the eldest son of the He family immediately answered more seriously. Everything is going well. If it's just to transport one person to the Magic City, there won't be much pressure. It's by sea anyway. The eldest son of the He family gave her good news. He smiled with satisfaction. Where to stay? She also asked, curious about where she would stay in the Magic City. Because she couldn't let her stay in a hotel. After all, the whole world was in the same situation. I have an apartment in Thompson 1 that has been vacant. You can live there first. The eldest son of the He family told her. After all, everyone has a romantic time. But now he has changed his mind, so the house has remained empty, just right for her to stay. Okay. He knew that Thompson Epine was the top luxury residential area in Shanghai, and the security there was trustworthy. After all, many celebrities lived there, and they had their own powerful bodyguards. Not to mention that she couldn't be going alone this time. She would have no shortage of bodyguards with her. Then I'll go change my clothes and leave. After all, there will be a lot of people watching the territory of Magic City. He lifted her long hair and decided to take a shower, change clothes, and go on a long journey. Of course, the eldest son of the He family understood what she meant. Because this time, various consortiums and wealthy people have invested a lot of manpower and financial resources just to achieve the contracting targets in various regions. This indicator seems to be just a simple right to establish and administer a military region, but from a deeper perspective, this is the right to develop, and it is the right to develop independently. After all, areas that have been persecuted by the zombie virus have basically experienced fires, causing entire buildings to be damaged, making reconstruction a must. Moreover, food, clothing, housing, and transportation in this area are all huge benefits. After all, the people living there still need to eat and live, and they need to work to support their families. Therefore, the already developed areas have suddenly become popular. It can be said that all previous interest maps have been overturned, and now is a perfect time for the emergence of various new interest groups. When He was discussing with the eldest son of the He family, Yuan had already driven to Thompson 1 and was looking at this top-notch luxury residential complex in the Magic City. Sure enough, the richest community is extraordinary. It's a complete military fortress. Yuan was sitting in the car and saw that electric fences had been set up on the walls of the Thompson Epine community. Even a watchtower was built inside the wall, with armed security personnel patrolling on the tower. The sight of drones hovering over the residential area indicates that not only are there drones patrolling the community 24 hours a day with no blind spots, but supplies can also be delivered quickly by drones. Comparing this place with the ordinary community where his family lives, it really is like two worlds apart. This also makes him more determined to bring his father, Aunt Rong, and Feng Qian to live here. Check in at the Shanghai attraction Tangshan Epine and get an uninhabited house. Suddenly, a prompt appeared on the virtual screen, and a key appeared out of thin air in front of him. It can be like this. Yuan's mouth was about to be crooked with laughter. Because he has enough money to buy a house here, but he believes that no one will refuse to get a house in Thompson First Class for free. After all, according to the rooms that Tangshan Epine has rented in the past year, any one of them would cost more than 200 million. He tried to drive closer to the entrance of the community with this peculiar key that looked more like a door card. Sure enough, his approach immediately attracted the attention of the community security. However, because he had the key to the community, he seemed to have passed the facial recognition at the entrance directly. Therefore, after the detector confirmed that he had not been bitten or infected, the security guard immediately chose to open the door and let him in. This shocked the audience in the live broadcast room, who were just following his camera to experience the driving journey. The anchor is confirmed to be a rich man. Tangshan Epine. He still has the key to Tangshan Epine. He lives here. Oh my God! How can this be so unfair? Not only is he handsome, but he's also so rich. The anchor is looking for support and feeding. I am easy to feed. Tanchinipin, I can't afford a toilet here in my lifetime. In fact, now that the zombie virus has broken out, no one asks for anything no matter where they live. They just want to be able to take shelter safely. As for Thompson Epine, it is just a dream to everyone. If someone suddenly had enough money to buy it, no one would actually buy it. But these reasons cannot stop me from wanting to live here. Ewan also drove in. He never dreamed that he would actually live in this place one day. Chapter 32, Preparing to Move. Why are you so willful? Ewan asked him about the system with admiration. I found that after it relearned after the bug, it really lived up to its name, Perfect Life System. It seems that there is nothing it can't do, only things it hasn't thought of yet. The mall and VIP functions are a bit of a bummer at the moment. It's just that through some current situations, I found that these functions are also good, because he can not only obtain a large number of life coins by killing zombies, but also easily obtain a large number of life coins through prop cards, so that he is currently in a state where he has just enough life coins. The system ignored him, as if it wasn't that intelligent. Ewan didn't mind. He drove into the car elevator and found that the garages here were not public garages, but one garage per household. He could directly enter the floor where he lived through the car elevator and park. He lives on the 8th floor, and it seems that the entire floor is his, a full 700 square meters. Judging from the layout of the house, in addition to the basic bedrooms, living rooms, and bathrooms, there is also a gym, a bar, a billiard room, and an indoor swimming pool. The large floor-to-ceiling panoramic skylight allows him to take in the river stretching out into the sea at a glance. It's over. It's a heart-pounding feeling. No wonder the anchor's live broadcast style is so cool. It turns out he's not short of money. Tanchinipin, my dream mansion. I didn't expect to see you this way. Looking at the area, the anchor is probably staying on the largest floor. This area is big enough to hold a football game. I understand what's going on upstairs. It's true that a football match can be held. It's just that there are more than 20 female players, and the host is just a goalkeeper, right? Because the live broadcast room was not closed, the comments in the live broadcast room became more and more lively, and more people came in to watch the fun. Because someone promoted a super rich anchor on the public channel outside. Ewan also saw that his private messages were about to explode, and most of them were from girls. Some reported their measurements, some simply emphasized that they were still virgins, and some even sent photos that needed to be censored, asking for a relationship in a straightforward manner. He looked at it but pretended not to see it. After all, not to mention Feng Qian, even Lin Fei and Ma Luo, whom he had just met, were much better than them. There are 5 rooms. It's enough for Dad, Aunt Rome, and Feng Qian to stay here. He made a round trip just to make sure there was enough room for 4 people. Now taking a look, I'm sure it is more than enough, and there is no need to worry about not having enough space for people to sleep. He also said to the live broadcast room, I'll start the live broadcast tomorrow. He simply turned off the live broadcast room and prepared to call Feng Qian to ask her to ask the 2 elders to pack up and prepare to move over. Such a willful action immediately made all the fans in the live broadcast room confused. Because I knew that he was a willful anchor. He rarely speaks even when he is live streaming, and even spends most of his time training. Now he said 2 sentences, but it was as good as saying nothing. Now he even shut down the live broadcast room without giving people a chance to prepare. They wanted to unfollow him out of anger, but this live broadcast room is really great. Because of the nationwide ban, other live broadcast rooms are either live streaming cooking or dancing, which are all indoor activities. Only this anchor was outside the live studio, and he took them to see the super large mansion in Tangshanipin in a luxury car. Not to mention that you can't see this anywhere else. This kind of content is rarely broadcast live when this disaster has not happened and everyone needs to shelter at home. Therefore, they could only express their dissatisfaction in their hearts, but silently look forward to tomorrow's broadcast to see what this unique anchor was going to show them. Ewan took out his cell phone and called Feng Qian. This time he learned his lesson and guessed that there must be a problem with the nearby telephone signal tower, which caused the call to be unable to get through. This time he directly used an internet call and called her using Feishan's video call function. But as soon as the video was connected, Feng Qian immediately excitedly put her face in front of the camera and shouted to him, "Brother, it turns out you have a Thompson Epine restaurant." Because after he moved away from home, he rarely came home and rarely contacted me. She didn't even know what he was doing outside. Now, through the live broadcast, she, like everyone else, knew that he actually owned a house in Thompson Epine, a huge mansion with a river view that was as big as a football field. Yes, there is. Ewan did not lie, because he just got it, and the system gave it to him for free by allowing him to check in at the scenic spot as a small gift for tourism. So, I want you to pack up the things you need without telling Dad and Aunt Rong. Ewan cut to the chase and asked them to pack up quickly, as he would drive over to pick them up later. Xiaowen, you can take Qian over later. It's good for your dad and I to live here. That place is too big, and we may not be used to it yet. Aunt Rong's face suddenly appeared next to Feng Qian. Feng Qian suddenly laughed awkwardly. Ewan looked at her and asked her what was going on. Feng Qian smiled sheepishly and said, I screamed too loudly just now and attracted my mother over, so she saw it all. This meant that she had accidentally let his father and mother know that he had a house in Thompson First Class, and they guessed that he might want to take them there. Aunt Rong, it's much safer here than where you are. You can go downstairs for a walk or a jog. You don't have to stay at home. Ewan persuaded her. When he came here, he saw that because the security facilities here are very complete, as long as there is no infection, it is no problem to go downstairs for a walk or run around the lake in the community. Life is quite free. I know, but compared to that place, we have lived here for so many years, and we are used to it. It would be very uncomfortable to move to such a high-end place now. Aunt Rong continued to talk to him, asking him not to persuade him anymore, and even said, this is also what your father wants. Just ask you to take good care of Qian. With just one sentence, she politely rejected him and told him not to try to persuade her anymore. Ewan hurried to see Feng Qian, who smiled awkwardly and said, I just kept trying to persuade you, but it was useless. She knew that the two elders were creating an opportunity for her to be alone with Ewan, hoping that she could use this opportunity to elevate their relationship. She did try to persuade him for a long time, but it was really no use. But she also realized that they also wanted to find an opportunity to be alone and wanted to kick her out of the house so that she could spread her wings in the outside world. Ewan didn't expect this result. He knew that if this was the case, he would have to strengthen the security of the community. He couldn't let anything happen to his father and Aunt Rong there. Then pack up. I'll come pick you up soon. Ewan said to her, since the situation was like this, she should pack up quickly. I've packed it for her, Aunt Rong said with a gentle smile in front of the camera. In her eyes, she was helping her daughter get ready for marriage, so she quickly packed everything for her. Chapter 33 Female Star, Lu Yin. Ewan realized that she had to move so quickly. But looking at Aunt Rong's meaningful smile, I found that this gentle stepmother began to have some other ideas. Okay, I'll only bring Feng Qian with me. Ewan answered her. Understand that some issues cannot be delved into too deeply. Otherwise, it is easy to get into trouble. Feng Qian, however, was feeling extremely embarrassed. It was unclear whether she was embarrassed because she had accidentally exposed what was happening here, or for some other reason. After hanging up the video call, Ewan looked around for a while. He found that there were quite a lot of fitness equipment here, so he didn't have to worry about not having equipment to help him train and continue to improve his attributes. The floor-to-ceiling viewing windows provide excellent lighting and scenery for this large flat, and you can see the vast river at a glance. Take Feng Qian over and continue training. But when he said he was going to pick up Feng Qian, of course he didn't go to pick her up in person, because according to his current situation, he only needs to give an order to Walnut or Chestnut to let them handle the matter easily. There is no need for him to show up in person. He also decided to continue studying this place to see if there were any dark rooms or secret rooms here. Suddenly the doorbell rang. He wondered who would ring the doorbell of his new home at this time. I went to open the door and saw a woman standing outside. She was just wearing a nightgown, and her hair and clothes were a little messy. He noticed her dark circles at first sight, and she asked him in a hoarse and weak voice, "Do you have anything to eat?" Ewan thought the woman looked familiar, and when he heard her voice he realized that she was the female star Lu Yin. He had heard that there were many stars and celebrities in Thompson EP, but he didn't expect that he would meet a top female star as soon as he moved in. It's just that she's like this now. I'm not sure either. I can help you check. Looking at her appearance, he suspected that she hadn't eaten for a day or two, and now she was completely hungry and weak. While welcoming her in, he asked her to find a place to sit down first. Lu Yin smiled slightly in gratitude, because she really hadn't eaten much for 2 days, and she couldn't bear it any longer and had to eat 2 bites of cat food to survive. However, she would vomit after eating, which made her even hungrier. Ewan was not sure whether there was food in this place, so he could only help her take a look first. The most important thing is that he doesn't want to expose the fact that he is bound to a system. So if he really can't find it here, he plans to buy something directly from the system and give it to her first. Lu Yin sat awkwardly in the living room. She did not look like the sexy female star on the screen at all. Now she looked more like a female beggar. She curled up into a ball cautiously, put her bare feet on the bench, and hugged her knees with her arms. Yuan found the kitchen here and saw the scene in the living room from a screen in the kitchen. It was hard to believe that the person who looked so weak and helpless could be the big star Liu Yin, who won the Best Actress award in the first half of this year. However, because the house was originally ownerless, it was rewarded to him by the system. So naturally, he couldn't find anything to eat in the refrigerator in this kitchen. He could only buy some ingredients from the system mall and started cooking in the kitchen. Soon the aroma of food wafted into the living room, making Liu Yin swallow her saliva. She even found that her stomach was rumbling unceremoniously, making her cheeks feel hot. She wished there was a crack in the living room floor for her to crawl into. Have some of this first. Yuan brought out an egg pancake baked in clear oil. I knew that if she was too hungry, she wouldn't be able to wait for other food. So I prepared a simple, nutritious, and quick meal for her to fill. When Liu Yin saw the egg pancake, her eyes lit up. She didn't care about her image at all. She just grabbed the food with her hands and gobbled it up, crying as she ate because she never thought she would have such a miserable day. Yuan was watching from the side, and she looked like a reincarnated hungry ghost. I really believe that someone who would stuff food in her mouth so crazily is a top female star. If he had filmed this scene and released it, it would have surely broken the hearts of her many fans. Thank you. Liu Yin felt much better after finishing an omelet. She almost choked several times, and it was Yuan who brought her warm water and patted her back in time to prevent her from choking to death from eating too fast. Now that her stomach was full and she had more strength, she felt much better. Yuan smiled at her, then went to the kitchen to finish the rest of the food. Liu Yin licked her lips with a feeling of unsatisfied feeling. After eating, she suddenly realized how bad her image was. She couldn't help but blush again, because she knew that this man had seen the worst side of her. She was so hungry that she was dizzy. So when she heard the noise downstairs, she immediately came down and knocked on the door to borrow some food. Now that she had enough food in her stomach and was not so hungry anymore, she realized that her downstairs neighbor was not that old and was even more handsome than some of the male actors she had worked with. If he were to make a movie, he would probably become a hit with just one film. She couldn't help but look at this lifesaver with a professional eye. Because she often goes to the film sets, she knows that a big reason why those male actors look so handsome on the screen is because of makeup and filters. But this one was completely without makeup, and his appearance was almost as handsome as Panin. She even suspected that the legendary Pan and was not as charming as his image. My body feels a little sore. Because she was too hungry and weak, she even kept her personal hygiene to a minimum. Now that I have recovered a little, I noticed what kind of image she appeared in front of the other person. Seeing that the other person was still busy in the kitchen, she moved towards the bathroom cautiously and shyly. Because it was difficult to inform him in advance, she could only borrow his bathroom without asking for his permission so that she could take a shower first. When Yuan came out of the living room carrying the plate, he found that Liu Yin was no longer there. But he also heard the sound of water in the bathroom and roughly knew what she was going to do. So he didn't rush her and just sat in the living room waiting for her. He took out his mobile phone to check the latest news and see if there was any new important content released on the New Army app, especially whether patient number 1 has been found and what other more important things have happened. Soon, Liu Yin looked brand new, but her hair was still a little wet as she came out of the bathroom, drying her hair. Seeing Yuan already sitting in the living room waiting for her, she immediately said shyly, "Thank you." I realized that this was the third time she was so shy towards the same man in such a short period of time. Chapter 30, for I didn't expect you to be greedy for my food, but also greedy for my person. Yuan watched her coming out of the bathroom after taking a shower, and found that she truly interpreted with herself what it meant to be a lotus emerging from clear water. Her label in the entertainment industry is sexy because of her sexy S-shaped figure and her bust that is said to be E-sized. But she herself is a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry because she has basically no scandals. I also filmed my work in a very disciplined manner and just regarded myself as an ordinary actor. Therefore, her traffic has never been as large as those internet celebrities and traffic stars who hype their traffic, and she even seems a little unknown. It was just that she suddenly won the Best Actress award in the first half of the year, which made her famous overnight. She became famous all over China and became a hot figure. So he would meet her here, and meet her unexpectedly in this way. He did feel quite surprised. Eat first. Yuan told her not to say anything more and just sit down and eat. When she smelled the aroma coming from the kitchen just now, she was already very excited. Now seeing these delicious dishes placed in front of her, she felt even more hungry. Then I won't be polite. because this strange neighbor had seen her worst side. She no longer cared about her image and just picked up the chopsticks and stuffed the food in her mouth. He was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes, and he said, "This is so delicious." She was already very hungry, so food would greatly increase her appetite. She also found that the meals were no worse than those prepared by the chefs in the finest restaurants she had ever eaten, and were even better. This time he didn't have to worry about his image anymore and ate voraciously. Seeing how contented she was with her meal, Ewan gave up on taking out his phone to take pictures of her showing off her food like crazy, knowing that he should enjoy this scene all to himself. "As long as you like it, I'm afraid it won't suit your taste," Ewan said modestly. "No, no." Lu Yin quickly waved her hands to deny it. She didn't care that her mouth was covered in oil after eating. This made her image quite down to earth. She said generously and directly, "This is exactly what I like. I have never eaten anything so delicious." As I ate more, the burden of image disappeared even more. He just squatted on the bench and ate, wolfing down the food. She had eaten more than half of it before she suddenly realized that Ewan was just sitting there watching her eat without moving at all. "You don't want to eat?" Lu Yin asked him curiously, and suddenly felt embarrassed, thinking that it was because the way she ate was too exaggerated, so he was a little scared and didn't dare to move his chopsticks. He didn't want to be suspected by her that she was trying to steal his food. "I've eaten, and I'm full." Ewan told her to eat without worry, because he was not hungry. When Lu Yin heard his words, her nose immediately felt sore, and she couldn't help but wipe away the tears from her eyes. She could say that she had never been so hungry since she could remember. When she was so hungry, she wanted to kill and eat her pet cat. But she couldn't bear it anymore, so she opened the door and let the cat run out. She ate everything edible in her upstairs room. Finally, she couldn't help but eat cat food, but the fishy and sour smell was completely unacceptable to her stomach. She vomited so much that she felt like her internal organs were going to come out. It was the first time she felt so desperate. "Thank you so much." She slowed down her eating a little. She knew that if he hadn't shown up, she might have really starved to death in the house. Aren't there supplies being distributed in the community? And there should be other people living here. Seeing that she felt a little better, Ewan couldn't help but ask her this question. Because before he came into the Tangshan community, he found that the security here was quite good, and he could even go downstairs for a walk, so he lived a very comfortable life. "Yes, a head of cabbage costs 1,000 yuan, and a pound of pork costs 5,000 yuan. Something must have happened to my agent, and the film pay has not arrived. I barely bought some steam buns with the 30,000 yuan I had, and they were moldy. I couldn't afford anything else." Lu Yin said with a sad and helpless feeling. She admitted that there were supplies available. But because this is a wealthy area, the prices are also quite rich. She's not like some of the other big bosses who live here. It happened that the salary for her latest film had not come in yet, and she used most of the money to invest, making her the poorest person here, unable to even afford food. As for Lu Yin wanted to continue answering the second question he asked, but before she answered, she pursed her lips, obviously not wanting to answer after thinking about it. Ewan roughly understood what was going on from her expression. Because she is famous, she is also a relatively clean actress in the entertainment industry. So if she asks a man for help, he must need her to sleep with him or something. After all, food here is more expensive than gold. If you ask a woman for help, regardless of whether she has it or not, even if she does, you will suspect that she is acting on purpose. You will be jealous of her in normal times, and you will be happy to see her in such a miserable state. "I can go out, there is still plenty of food. If you want to eat, come downstairs and find me. I don't mind having an extra pair of chopsticks," Ewan said to her generously. Lu Yin looked over excitedly, wondering if this was really possible. "But if it's you, you can let me pay you with my body," Lu Yin said jokingly. Because just like men like beautiful women, women actually like handsome men too. If she had met him at other times, she would not be able to help but take a few more glances at such a handsome man. What's more, he is now her savior. According to some scripts, she should repay him with her body. Ewan rolled his eyes and responded to her joke. "I thought you were greedy for my food, but you were greedy for my body. Let her dream her sweet dreams. At most, we can let her eat here, but she can't even think about eating the chef." Lu Yin laughed so hard that she fell backwards. She hadn't been so happy and relaxed since she discovered the zombie virus disaster. However, she still had a very good impression of this lifesaver and really wanted to develop a relationship with him. "Did you just move in? Can you come and go freely?" Lu Yin noticed a key piece of information in his words just now. Note that he has no worries about food source because he can enter and exit the area freely, which means he is not afraid of a zombie disaster outside. Because I'm a host and I need to go out to collect materials. Ewan did not mention that he was already the commander of the new army. Because of this identity, the area around Thompson 1 is now under his jurisdiction, and the security forces in this community cannot stop him. Luyan didn't know yet that the person in front of her was the new manager of the area where she lived, and the officer responsible for clearing and liberating the area. She just thought he was a handsome guy with good cooking skills and a good heart, and he was also her savior and neighbor. You're still a live broadcaster. Let me see your live broadcast account number. I will go to support you. Luyan also became interested and found that this was a colleague. Ewan pushed his anchor account to her, knowing that if she came to his live broadcast room, the number of viewers in his live broadcast room would definitely explode again. Chapter 35, I have become a powerful supporter in other people's eyes. Lu Yin received the anchor number he pushed to her and found that he already had 3.1 million fans, which made him a big anchor with some fame. I didn't realize you were a celebrity on the internet. Lu Yin understood that if the number of his fans was not inflated, the number of more than 3 million fans was already quite terrifying. Because she knows that her own anchor account has more than 17 million fans, but the actual number of real fans is only 5 million. The rest are robots, used to keep up appearances, just playing around, mainly because I have nothing to do. Ewan made up an excuse. Lu Yin rolled her eyes at him. Because he is just playing around, then what does it matter if she worked hard in filming more than a dozen movies and played supporting roles for almost 10 years to get 5 million real fans? Just be Versailles. She responded to him, knowing that his behavior was called Versailles. He is obviously very capable, but he pretends to be nothing special. Ewan realized that what he said was true, but it became Versailles in her eyes. However, he didn't want to explain himself because it would be easily misunderstood as a quibble. However, there was a sudden and violent knock on the door from upstairs. That wasn't really knocking on the door. It was just impatiently pounding on the door with his fist. Because the sound insulation between the upper and lower floors was good, he could hear the knocking on the door upstairs from within the house, and could clearly feel that the person was going to tear down the door upstairs. You seem to live upstairs from me, right? Ewan asked Lu Yin. He remembered that she had said that she heard the noise upstairs and came down to try to borrow food from him. Lu Yan's face turned a little pale. Because the fact that she went out to borrow food not only exposed the fact that she lived in this building, but also exposed that she lived alone. It should be, can you do me another favor? Lu Yin timidly asked him for help in a low voice. Because she knew that Ewan had no responsibility to help her, she didn't even know his specific name. But she knew who was knocking on the door, and she also knew where the other person came from. She knew that if she went back now, she would definitely be captured by the other party, and then something would happen that she would never want to recall in her life. So now there are only two paths before her. One is to never go back and live here for a long time. Another is to ask for help. Ewan immediately heard that this famous star Lu Yin was in quite a bit of trouble, and he didn't really want to get involved in this mess. However, the Punish Evil card and the Promote Good card were too tempting for him. He was now worried that he couldn't find a way to obtain these two prop cards. Now someone delivered them directly to his door, and he really couldn't find a reason to refuse. Okay, I'll take you home, Ewan said to her. He knew that if he sent her up there, she would definitely get into a big trouble. However, Punish Evil cards and Promote Good cards can only be obtained through this channel, and he could not resist the temptation of getting 3,600 life coins in 1 hour. After all, fundamentally speaking, he is still quite short of money. Whether it is buying arms or hiring shadow troops, or even daily maintenance and supplies, it is a considerable expense. Walnuts and chestnuts require a ration of 50 life coins per person per day to maintain combat effectiveness. The Shadow Army consumes 1 life coin for every 100 people. He has currently expanded the Shadow Force to 2,000 people. It is equal to 50 plus 50 plus 20, which is the daily consumption of 120 life coins. This does not even mention the daily maintenance costs after purchasing the tanks and aircraft. So the more life coins he has, the better. Thank you. Thank you so much. Lu Yin clasped her hands together and bowed to express her gratitude, knowing that he had really helped a lot. But she also knew how much trouble his willingness to help her would bring him. If he can help me settle this matter, I will have no choice but to repay him with my body. She looked at Yuan. She dared to ask him for help because she heard him say that he could come and go freely. She admitted that she had a big bust, but she was not stupid. She understood that his claim that he was an anchor was just a lie. Because there are no other big anchors renting here, but they are not qualified to leave the community and must comply with management regulations and be locked in the community. Otherwise, it would not be so difficult for her to find someone to borrow some food. But he said he could come and go freely, and he looked like he had just moved in. This meant he must have a very powerful background, and he might even have a military background. Because from what she heard so far, only military personnel can enter and exit various communities freely. This also shows that he is very likely an officer, and an officer of high rank. It turns out that I have to find a big backer to support me. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart as she looked at the back of her savior. She once naively believed that as long as she worked hard and strived to perform well in every play, she could realize her dream. Now, the repeated blows have made her realize that if she doesn't have a backer, no one will care if she starves to death at home. Now he can even come to her house openly to threaten her and insult her. However, compared with other men who only treated her as a vase for showing off and a plaything in their private rooms, she found that the one in front of her was quite good. At least he was polite to her and had no intention of repaying her with any favor. He left a very good impression on her. He thought that since he was going to find someone to back him up anyway, he might as well give him a good deal. Yuan took Lu Yin upstairs in an elevator that served each household. When they arrived at the door, they saw a drunk man with a big belly, acting crazy with his eyes half drunk. "Where have you been? Come here." When the man saw Lu Yin, he came over and grabbed her hair as if he was scolding his woman, intending to carry her over. Lu Yin was so scared that she hid behind Yuan. Knowing the other party's background, she couldn't afford to offend him. Since the other party was a man, she was no match for him. "Who are you?" When Yuan saw his greasy hand grabbing him, he rudely slapped it away, knowing that the punish evil card and promote good card were about to come. It would be best if the other party is vicious enough and has done enough bad things. If you give him 7 or 8 cards at a time, he will instantly earn tens of thousands of yuan. If you give him 3 or 4 more charity cards, the profit will double. It is no longer a dream to earn hundreds of thousands of life coins a day. This guy was very drunk. I didn't know if he was drunk and wanted to cause trouble on purpose, or if he had evil thoughts in his mind and needed alcohol to give him courage. He stared at Yuan for a while with his cloudy and unfocused eyes and immediately became furious and yelled, "Great! I was wondering why you weren't at home. Turns out you were secretly looking for a gigolo." After hearing what he said, those who didn't know the situation would think that the husband came home and found his wife cheating and was caught red-handed. Yuan knew that this guy was a pure hooligan and a criminal who was about to commit a crime of violence. If the situation was not special now, he could have called the police to arrest him. Chapter 36, Please support me. This fat, big-eared old man with thick lips not only thinks this guy is a gigolo in words, but also thinks he is a weak and fragile gigolo in actions. Seeing that Yuan dared to slap his hand away, this time he grabbed Yuan's collar with both hands, intending to slam him against the wall and beat him up. Yuan is no longer an ordinary person. His fighting power is so strong that even Hu Tao and Ban Lichi cannot deal with him together. So as for this guy's violent behavior, he was more afraid that he might accidentally use too much force and crush him to pieces like the previous sea-level monster. So he kicked him with almost 99% of his strength, and before he could grab his collar, he kicked him out and kicked him hard against the door. The old man immediately fell to the ground like a fat pig and was unable to get up for a long time due to his injuries and drunkenness. But he couldn't get up, and he kept saying mercilessly, "You're done. I'm telling you, you're done. You dare to hit me. You dare to hit me. I'm going to fight you." After struggling 2 or 3 times, he managed to stand up. After standing up, he immediately staggered towards Yuan, trying to subdue him with his force. "Are you done yet? I've already told you I have a husband. This is my husband. If you continue like this, I'll call the police." Lu Yin saw that the old man was still shamelessly refusing to give up. She understood that this was more of her own business, so she stood up and announced to the old man that she had a husband and a family, and if he continued to act like this, she would call the police. "Call the police? Go ahead." The old man laughed sneerfully and said to her, "I'm your only man. This is just a wild man you found, right? Are you married? Where's the marriage certificate? Take it out and let me see it." The old man looked very drunk, but still somewhat conscious. So he immediately pointed out the key point of the matter and told Lu Yin that since she said the man in front of her was her husband, she should take out the marriage certificate and use it directly to prove it. Or, he suddenly laughed in an obscene and shameless way and said to her, "Take off your pants and let him have sex with you right here to prove that he is really your husband." Let her have sex openly here in front of him, using this behavior that only couples do to prove their relationship. You are shameless. Lu Yin was so angry that she was about to cry. She didn't understand why the other party bullied her like this. Just because she lived alone here and had no one to help her? Are you done? Now you can go away. Yuan saw Lu Yin burst into tears out of anger, tears constantly pouring out. He also knew that there was no need to be polite with such an old rogue. He simply grabbed the back of his neck, twisted him like a fat pig, and dragged him directly to the elevator, making him disappear from this floor. What are you doing? Do you know who I am? Believe it or not, I will make you all die. The old man was still shouting, but he found that he could not get rid of Yi Wen's hand no matter how hard he struggled. It felt like it was a pair of iron clamps, making him unable to resist. Come on if you have the ability, Yuan told him. It is known that after he submitted the blueprints of the nuclear fusion-powered aircraft carrier, he now has an additional backer called the Official. Now the Chinese Congress will definitely protect him in order for him to be able to provide more valuable high-tech. Not to mention that he has now been promoted to the rank of regiment commander, and the shadow troops under his command have expanded to 2,000 people. He is also allowed to use military equipment and artillery within the area under his jurisdiction, and can suppress riot forces when necessary. An old guy wanted to play with him? He was just interested in knowing what kind of power was behind him that could threaten him. After twisting him and throwing him into the elevator, they kicked him and pressed the button to go to the first floor for him to sober up. Lu Yin still couldn't get over the fact that she won the Best Actress award. In the eyes of this scoundrel, she was just a prettier woman. She saw Yuan kick the guy away and found that she still couldn't resist the fear in her heart, so she threw herself into his arms. He knew that she only had him as her backer now. Otherwise, she would not only have trouble maintaining her innocence in this place, but it would even be difficult for her to avoid starving to death. Yuan thought she was just scared, so he patted her shoulder and comforted her, telling her not to be too angry about such people. Can you support me? Lu Yin suddenly summoned up all her courage and asked him, the man she had only known for less than 2 hours. Yuan looked at her with a complicated look because in his eyes, he had a good impression of Lu Yin, the female star. Because she was different from other actresses, she basically did not touch the hidden rules, and she relied entirely on her own strength to make herself successful. But now she suddenly asked him if he could support her, which made him suddenly wonder if her previous attitude was all act and false. Lu Yin noticed the changes in Yi Wen's eyes and saw questioning, rejection, and a hint of disgust in his eyes. It can be said that it was not that the two sides had been getting along well before, but he had violently pushed her away because of what she said. No, don't get me wrong. Lu Yin immediately understood why he had such a negative reaction to her words, and she hurriedly explained, I am really scared. I don't want you to get into so much trouble because of me and work in vain. I have also seen clearly that there is really no way out in this world without a reliable man. So instead of asking others to help me, I might as well rely on you. You can have me as your girlfriend or secret lover. Anyway, that's what I mean. Because she was so flustered, she couldn't even express clearly what she wanted to say. When Yiwen heard what she said, his eyes softened a little, and he finally understood that she was not so scheming and wanted to take the opportunity to get close to him. It was just because this matter would cause him a lot of trouble, so in order to repay her, she took the initiative to date him. It also gave him a real reason to help her deal with this trouble, and an opportunity for their relationship to develop further. You don't have to be so hard on yourself, Yiwen said to her. He understood that she only had a good impression of him now, and couldn't even say that she liked him, let alone loved him. He thought it wasn't worth sacrificing herself for such a reason. And the main reason why he intervened in this matter was not because of her, but because he could get the evil punishment card by dealing with that guy, so that he could continue to make money. Chapter 37, It Doesn't Matter Whom I Marry. Lu Yin felt bad after hearing this, because she knew that she was politely rejected by the other party. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart that there were so many people on the internet who wanted to marry her, and even called her wife. But when she got here, she actually wanted to give herself away, but the other party didn't want her. I'm sorry for being rude. She apologized. I suddenly felt very tired, as if all my strength was being drained out of me. I was completely confused, not knowing what to do next. Should we let her succumb to those disgusting guys, and let her completely degenerate into a plaything that is not even a lover? But if you can accept free love, I don't mind trying to date you. Yuan saw that she was very shocked, and didn't understand why it was so exaggerated. The main reason he refused was that he didn't want to treat her unfairly, and thought it wasn't worth it for her to do so. Now that she really has this idea, he is willing to give her a chance. Anyway, if they don't get along well, they can return to being friends again. There is no need to be desperate. Lu Yan's eyes suddenly regained their luster and looked at him. She was not happy that he agreed, but she was happy that he was willing to give her a chance to protect her. Why does it sound like you have many girlfriends? Lu Yan immediately noticed the problem in his words. Because his words were not telling her that she could try dating, but that she could accept free love. What is free love? To put it bluntly, it was a one-night stand. The two men and women are together temporarily purely because of physiological needs, and there will not be much emotional intersection. They're called boyfriend and girlfriend, but they are a little worse than boyfriend and girlfriend. They're just good male and female friends. I like traveling, so I have a lot of travel friends, Yuan told her. He didn't want to hide it from her, because Lin Fei and Ma Luo are nearby and have relations with him. But they are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend or sponsorship relationship. They're just ordinary friends who get along well with each other. So he took the initiative to bring it up because he didn't want her to find it hard to accept after she knew about it. I thought it would be better to make it clear in advance rather than having a conflict at that time. Why do I suddenly feel that you are an even bigger bastard than that guy? Lu Yan looked at him with a dangerous look. Because he doesn't want to take any responsibility at all. He looks a bit like some foreign men. You're not the first person to say that. Yuan shrugged at her, admitting that he was a bit of a jerk in this situation, but that was his attitude. Lu Yan knew that he was not hiding anything. I also know that this is a very normal and even open thing among wealthy men. Among the few male actors she has met, few of them just have a girlfriend. It's just that he's a little more open and transparent than those guys. Because he said directly that he only wanted contact and did not want responsibility. Unlike some guys who say they are loyal, but in private, saying they are scumbags is a compliment to them. They are complete scumbags. Does that mean that as long as I agree, I will be one of your many girlfriends? Lu Yan understood the situation and knew that he would definitely take on the responsibilities of a boyfriend to her, but he would definitely not have only one girlfriend. That's probably it. Yuan told her affirmatively. He said this to force her to leave. After all, in his opinion, she really didn't need to humiliate herself, and it wasn't worth it. It's not like he said he wouldn't help her if she didn't become his girlfriend. The current situation is that she no longer treats him as his girlfriend, but just as an ordinary friend. He will still stand up for her and help her settle the matter. So he wanted her to think it over carefully, because he was not interested in settling down and starting a family in the short term, so he would come into contact with more girls in the future, and she would just be one of them. Let me think about it. Lu Yan suddenly calmed down and thought it would be better to think it through. Yuan thought that her idea was correct. After all, they could still be ordinary friends. So I thought I could try to date you first and then break up if it doesn't work out. Lu Yan suddenly smiled playfully, and her smile sounded a bit like a witch. Yuan looked at her and found that she was really playing with fire. Because she knew very well that as long as she agreed, the things that were supposed to happen between the two of them would happen sooner or later. But she still decided to take a gamble and bet her present and even her future life on him. Do you know that you were playing with fire? Yuan asked her back. Because the relationship between the two is more like a contractual relationship. This meant that if he asked her for something, she couldn't refuse. This meant that before tonight, she would be his woman. Don't you think it's exciting? Lu Yan blinked. She really let it go, thinking that she would get married sooner or later. It didn't matter who she married. Furthermore, the current social situation is, to put it bluntly, a bit chaotic. Now that she had agreed to him and had him as a backer, at least she could live a peaceful life and even consider herself his girlfriend. If she refused, if that man comes to her house again, she will most likely be insulted in public. Will her situation be better than it is now? Moreover, she has such a backer, and she can use his name to intimidate others when he is not around. I'm the girlfriend of so-and-so always sounds more powerful than so-and-so is a friend of mine. Yuan gave her a thumbs up and found that she was very good at calculating. Because he really had no intention of touching her right now, he felt quite comfortable getting along with her as an ordinary friend, and he didn't want to destroy this harmony for the time being. Lu Yan also saw this point, so she understood that the future should be dealt with in the future. The most important thing is to stabilize this relationship so that it can be used directly. Since we're up here anyway, do you want to come in and take a look? But the room is a mess and a bit smelly. Lu Yan didn't care about exposing her past and invited him to take a look around the floor where she rented a house. She was not afraid of losing face in front of him because he had already seen her at her most miserable, so no matter how bad it would not be that bad. As for why her room was smelly, it was because she was so hungry that she didn't have the energy to care about hygiene. She was lucky that she didn't just dump her excrement on the bed and blame the teacup dog for it. Sure, I'm curious about the difference between upstairs and downstairs. Yuan accepted her invitation and decided to go in with her to take a look and see if there was anything he could do to help. The old man who was thrown downstairs was also discovered by the security department, and they immediately found out that he was the chairman of the Tianxiang chicken restaurant chain, Wang Ningxuan. It's strange how he managed to sleep in the elevator and looked injured. What are you looking at? Call your security chief over here. Wang Ningxuan felt a little cold now and was almost sober. Thinking of what happened just now, he was now filled with anger. He was not going to let this matter go. They actually dared to kick him and dragged him down to the first floor like a dog for everyone passing by to see. Chapter 38. Bullying you for having no background. Wang Ningxuan has never felt so embarrassed before. When he was carried away and sent to the community security room, he was still furious. He thought he was always treated respectfully wherever he went. But here, in the community where he lived, he was beaten. They also humiliated him by having him carried into the elevator like a dog and sent to the first floor for everyone to see. Boss Wang, calm down. What is going on? Security team captain Li Shun quickly brought a cup of hot tea to the big boss, knowing that no matter what, he had to understand the situation first. He also knew that those who lived in this community were all big shots and big bosses, and most of them were well known and had some face and power in the outside world. So no one dared to offend him, even the captain of the security team, especially this boss Wang Ningxuan, because he knew that this man was only the chairman and big boss of the Tianxiang chicken restaurant chain on the surface, but in fact he had close connections with some people in the mayor of Magic City and was a major financier of the initial investment attraction. To put it in a darker way, he has good relations with several forces that are not well known, and it is said that he has connections with people abroad. Now the zombie virus disaster has broken out, causing chaos in the world. It stands to reason that he has some connections that he can no longer use. But because he is involved in both good and bad things, people like him are the most dangerous. To put it bluntly, if someone dies accidentally, he will blame it on the disaster, and there will be no one to investigate. Of course, Wang Ningxuan couldn't say that he wanted to sleep with the female star under the influence of alcohol, but ended up being kicked by the female star's lover and thrown into the elevator. So he found a plausible excuse for himself and said, "It's all because of that bitch Lu Yin. She clearly hinted that I should go find her today, but she actually hid a strange man there and even planned to set me up. Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise I would have been blackmailed by them." He immediately threw all the dirty water on Lu Yin, saying that she was cheap and had taken the initiative to seduce him, but had deliberately set a trap to blackmail him. How can Li Shin be fooled if he can become the security captain here? Let's not talk about him here. Even any security guard is a shrewd person. Those who are not smart enough and don't know how to do things properly have already been fired for various reasons, or even got into trouble and ended up in jail. How could he not see that Boss Wang was coveting the beauty of the beautiful Lu Yinlu and wanted to flirt with her, but was rejected, which made him lose face and made him a little famous here. However, he understood that in a place like Thompson Epeen, people were divided into different classes. The classification here is even more cruel than outside, and people are directly judged by their wealth. He knew that Lu Yin was a big female star outside, surrounded by stars, and had won the Best Actress award. She also earned billions at the box office and received a salary of over 10 million. But what is it like here? In the eyes of any big boss with a little bit of wealth and status here, she is just an actress, a pretty woman with no backing or background. The slight advantage she has over other beautiful women is that she is a big star. After getting her, you can present her in a more decent way. And when you have sex with her, you can also experience the pleasure of sleeping with the national goddess in the eyes of others. Apart from this, she has no other advantages. In the eyes of the big guys here, she is just a weak woman who dares not speak out when being bullied. How shameless, but that's how it is here. It's Lu Yan's bad luck. I actually like her. Li Shun lamented in his heart. He knew that he was being complained to by Boss Wang, and he was becoming an accomplice to the evildoer. But what can he do? He has to worry about his job and his life, especially at a time when the zombie disaster is serious and food, supplies, and logistics are cut off everywhere. He knew that the most difficult thing about Boss Wang was that he was the big boss of the Tianxiang chicken restaurant chain. So he took over part of the material supply chain in Magic City as soon as the disaster broke out. This means that with just one word from him, supplies in a community could be in trouble. Even if you are not completely weaned off, but it is delayed for 7 or 8 days, you will not be able to bear it. He could also secretly ask which household not to supply the water, otherwise the entire community would be in trouble. When the whole family starves to death at home, no one will care about such unnecessary matters. Otherwise, the whole family will suffer as well. Boss Wang, what do you mean now? Li Shin knew that he must look like a lackey now. But this is his job responsibility, and he also knows that his job as a lackey is something that others can only envy. Because once he leaves the Thompson Epine community, he is a top man with luxury cars and famous brands. When Wang Ningxuan heard Li Shun's question, he found that this security captain still made him very satisfied and happy. The most important thing is that he has a lover who is Li Shun's distant niece, so the two of them are considered a family. Captain Li, I think the situation is quite serious recently. Do you think there is anyone in the community who is infected but is hiding at home and unwilling to come out? They should be brought out and examined. Wang Ningxuan came up with some evil ideas. After listening to this, Li Shun couldn't help cursing in his heart. What a piece of shit. It can be heard that he is clearly trying to call a black cat a white cat. Under the pretext of checking whether there are people infected in the community, he is targeting Lu Yan's household and kicking her out. He is expelling her and humiliating her in public. He is bullying her because she is just a small actor with no power or background. No one will stand up for her even though they know she is being framed. Yes, you are right. This is what we should do. Li Shun understood that this kind of thing had a bit of abusive power for personal gain, but this was using reasonable power to do unreasonable things. So he said to the team members standing here and listening, "Did you hear that? Go and invite Miss Lu over here and have her undergo a routine checkup." He knew that under normal circumstances, he would not dare to do this to any of the residents here. Even now, before he does such a thing, he has to consider the other party's background and the consequences of retaliation that he will suffer after doing so. But now it's different for Lu Yin. He knows that besides being famous, she is also an actress. Other than that, she is nothing. And now that the zombie disaster has broken out, her fans are busy taking care of themselves. So how can they have the time to care about the life and death of a female star like her? So even if it was accidentally exposed, no one would really care or even stand up for her. At most, they were just helping her to speak out, but because people knew that she had been defiled, she ended up losing a lot of fans. Chapter 39. The Jurchens will dress up to please themselves. When Wang Ningxuan heard Li Shun's order, the anger that had been pent up in his heart suddenly eased, and he smiled with satisfaction. He just wanted to let Lu Yin know that there was nothing he couldn't get. And if she, an actress, dared to resist him, this would be the only consequence. Yuan followed Lu Yin into her house and found that her house was extremely messy, as if it had been robbed by a thief and no one had lived there for a while. It's a bit too messy. Lu Yin blushed and regretted inviting him to come in and sit for a while. Because she had been living in here for the past few days, she was so hungry that she felt dizzy and almost fainted several times, so she was completely unaware of her surroundings. Now I've been to Yi Wen's place, eaten my fill, and taken a shower. When I came back now, I realized that this house, is it sure that it is for people to live in? To say that this place was a doghouse was an exaggeration, because in her eyes, who was a bit of a germaphobe, this place was no different from a garbage dump. How about you go back first? I'll call you when I'm done. Lu Yan's face turned red from her ears to her neck. She had fair skin, as white as jade-like pearls. Now the redness is very obvious. You can clearly see that her cheeks and neck are covered with a very beautiful layer of rouge red. I think you should stay at my place first. I'll find a cleaner to help you clean the place, and then you can move back. Anyway, I have a lot of rooms, and some of them are empty anyway. Yuan said to her. When he made this invitation, he suddenly remembered that Hu Tao was going to pick up Feng Qian and should be here soon. After thinking about it, I thought that Feng Qian seemed to be a fan of Lu Yin, and now that she could live with her idol, she should be very happy. This is not a good idea. Lu Yin became even more shy, because she knew that her place was actually rented. After all, based on her film salary, she couldn't afford such an expensive place. Unlike Yi Wen, who bought it himself and was the real owner of the downstairs house. She also knew that their relationship had changed, and now he was her financial sponsor. As the protected one, she should live with him and be kept as his mistress. But even though she was the one who took the initiative to bring this up, she still didn't want things to happen too quickly, and she started to get a little scared. Your place is uninhabitable. Yuan saw that the reason why this place was sour and smelly was that some garbage was piled up at home and not cleaned out. Just deodorizing the place was a huge project. All right, Lu Yin thought about it. After experiencing his delicious food attack and washing herself clean and realizing the larger space down there, she found that she really couldn't find any reason to live upstairs. She suddenly figured it out, realizing that it was she who took the initiative to ask him out to get his protection, so it made no difference whether it happened a day earlier or later. There was no need for her to insist on that kind of hypocritical reserve. It would be better for her to be more generous. She also took this opportunity to take a good look at what other women were around him, who had rejected her when she first proposed it, which was quite a blow to her at that time. Seeing her decision, Ewan asked her to pack some necessary things and go down with him. He found that she was indeed miserable before she met him, and her reaction of being starved to death was not acting at all. Lu Yin immediately packed her things, mainly taking away some underwear, documents, and valuables. However, when you see some of her underwear, you can tell that she is going for the sexy look on the red carpet, but at home she is actually quite conservative and pure, not even wearing a slightly sexy piece of underwear. Should I prepare some sexy clothes for use when necessary? Lu Yin blushed suddenly and started to think about this seriously while packing her underwear, because she suddenly realized that the clothes she wore at home were too girly, basically loose and baggy jumpsuits because they were comfortable to wear. Now that she has a financial sponsor and a backer, she suddenly remembered what some female friends in the circle had said to her, and she knew that the financial sponsor must be served well. Especially since the sponsor she is dating now is young and more handsome than some male actors. Once he has other women, her homely look will not be competitive in front of him at all. Oh, I didn't expect that there would be such a day. She suddenly lamented a little sadly that there would also be a day when she needed to consider pleasing a man. All of a sudden, she felt that all the strength in her body was being drained away, because she originally thought that she could rely on herself for everything. As long as she worked hard and the competition environment around her was fair enough, she could make a name for herself. And she did. But when hunger came, her fame vanished and her only advantage was her beauty. All her weaknesses and vulnerabilities were exposed. She admitted that at the most difficult moment, she was not strong-willed enough, and she was really willing to exchange her first time for a few full meals. Because the feeling of almost starving to death was too painful, everything else had become less important. Fortunately, she held on and did not choose to fall, and she was lucky to meet this man. Even if she had a sponsor, she could still be decent and free. But he does cook very well. We can just move in and eat there every day. And he's pretty handsome, so he's pleasing to the eye. Changing her mood, she immediately licked her lips as if she was a little hungry again and started to clean up with great interest. She admitted that it was a bit difficult to accept deliberately dressing up to please her sponsor. But when she thought from another perspective and realized that she was dressing up to please a man who made her heart beat faster, she suddenly became very interested. She was naturally sexy and had a voluptuous figure. She couldn't help but imagine the temptation of her deliberately dressing up, and letting him look straight at her would make her blush and her heart beat fast, but also excited and looking forward to it. I didn't expect that I'm also quite flirtatious. She couldn't help but recall the teasing she usually did to some of her female friends, teasing them that no matter how pure and reserved they were in normal times, they would start to become a little coquettish and flirtatious in front of their boyfriends. As a result, now that she has reached this moment, she finds that she is the same. Just like men like to look at beautiful women, she finds that when she is in front of a handsome guy, especially a handsome guy who makes her heart beat, she can't help but start to want to act coquettishly and want to show him her most beautiful and charming side. But it's not easy to buy those sexy underwear nowadays. I should have prepared some earlier. She suddenly regretted that she should have prepared some earlier, otherwise she wouldn't have to show it off now, but lacked props. Yuan was standing at the door communicating with Hu Tao to confirm where Feng Xian had been sent to. He knew that she had already gotten in the car and had already driven over here. But he suddenly noticed the elevator coming up and wondered why the old man was still trying to get beaten up. But this time he won't let him go so easily. Chapter 40. Justice? Using power for personal gain? When the elevator door opened, it was not the old man who appeared, but several security guards holding electric batons and wearing black protective clothing. When Yuan saw that it was them who came up, he was stunned for a moment because he didn't quite understand why the security personnel of this community came up and came directly to find Lu Yin. When these security personnel saw Yuan standing here, they were also stunned for a moment because they didn't know the situation very well. They were just following orders to capture Lu Yin and check her. What's the matter? Yuan asked them in a rather unpleasant tone, because from their aggressive attitude, it can be confirmed that they are definitely not here to do anything good. A security guard wanted to ask him to stop interfering in a somewhat aggressive tone, but he was immediately stopped by another veteran captain because those who could come in and out here were either rich or noble, and they were not people who those working in the community could afford to offend. The veteran team member immediately responded and explained. Some residents reported that someone in the community was infected but hiding at home, so we came up to take him down to cooperate with the inspection. Let Yuan know what happened. Examine. Yuan was stunned again after hearing this, because from what he knows, If an infected person is found in the area, shouldn't the door be sealed directly to prevent the infection from spreading further? Why do they have to be taken downstairs for inspection? Wouldn't this make it more likely that someone will attack others, leading to a wider spread? He also thought about it and suddenly understood the whole situation. I realized that the other party's plan to bring people down to check was fake. They knew that the resident upstairs was not infected, but they still tried to confuse the person and took him down for inspection, deliberately humiliating and slandering him. No one is infected here. You can go back. Yuan waved to them and told them to leave. Because he is the official head of the household here, he has the power to command these security guards. Now the young security guard couldn't hold on any longer. He was originally very unhappy with the rich people here because of his hatred of the rich. Now that he knows he has the chance to abuse his power and take revenge on these rich people, he can't wait. As a result, the other party acted as if they were chasing them away like a dog and told them not to meddle in other people's business. His sense of justice would not allow such a disgraceful retreat to happen. You can't just say no now. This is a matter related to the safety of the entire community. Get out of the way. Otherwise, I will take you away with me. He immediately took out the electric baton and pointed it at Yuan, warning him not to be shameless. Hearing him yell like that, Yuan's face immediately turned ugly. The old team member immediately felt that something was going to happen because they were just working here, and no one who could live here had a simple background. Now we finally caught Lu Yin, who has no background, but in fact, before the disaster broke out, she was also a big star with millions of fans. It could be said that if anything happened to her, and it was exposed, it would be enough to make these people be exposed to death. Now, as a newcomer, he thinks he has the authority to check the people here and dares to yell at the residents here. He really wants to die, but doesn't know how to die. Boss, don't get me wrong. He's just new here and doesn't understand the situation. We're just going through the motions. It's really just a matter of following a process. He quickly pretended to be a good guy, hoping that the other party would be magnanimous and ignore what the boy said. He also hurriedly grabbed the young man and yelled, "How can you talk like that? Apologize to the boss quickly. I'm not wrong. I just can't stand them, and it's our duty to check if there are any infected people hiding here." The young man insisted on this twisted theory, thinking that it was an opportunity for him to bully the other party and show off his power. He could also go back and post on his moments to brag about how he dared to scold even the residents of Thompson Epine and make the other party obey him. The veteran team members now felt like kicking this young man to death, wondering if he was going to kill all of them. Routine? I don't see how it looks like a routine at all. He just goes through the motions. Yuan said to them in a cold tone and pointed his thumb at the door behind him and said, "I'm sure there are no infected residents here. There's only my girlfriend changing clothes inside. Do you want to see it too?" He directly told them that the resident inside was his girlfriend and asked them if they wanted to go in and watch her change clothes and take advantage of her. "You're just bragging. The person living in there is Lu Yin. Could she be your girlfriend?" Everyone knows that Lu Yin has always been single and doesn't have a boyfriend at all. The young man immediately told what he knew. He was so excited because the person who was about to be examined was the female star Lu Yin. He already had feelings for this female star, and he often used her photos as a side dish when he was having sex at night. Now he had the chance to touch her and even flirt with her. How could he let go of such a godsend opportunity? When the veteran team member heard Yuan say that Lu Yin was his girlfriend and also heard this brat say that the security team members, knew that Lu Yin lived there but still came to arrest her, he had a hunch that something big was going to happen. Because he was in the security room at the time and heard what their captain Li Shun and Boss Wang said. As a veteran who had worked here for almost 10 years, he immediately realized that Boss Wang wanted to use their security team to avenge him. He also didn't believe that Lu Yin really had a strange man, because most pretty boys wouldn't dare to help with this and make Boss Wang Ningxuan so embarrassed. Now the fair-skinned young man in front of him suddenly said that he was actually Lu Yan's boyfriend. Then there is only one possibility. That means Lu Yin has found a backer, and it's a backer with a not-so-small background. And this backer didn't take Wang Ningxuan seriously at all, so he just beat him up without worrying about any retaliation from the other party afterwards. The most important thing, this young man is very good at fighting. Wang Ningxuan didn't want to take the lead for the time being, and chose to let their security team be cannon fodder to test the other party's strength. "I'm going to take everyone away today, including you." The young man picked up the electric baton and was about to hit Yuan, thinking that it was amazing that he had a weapon in his hand while he could fight Yuan with his bare hands. Yuan directly grabbed his electric baton and prepared to kick him hard. When the veteran team members saw this guy taking action, they realized that the matter was completely over and there was no way to clean up the mess. The young man saw Yi-Wen grab the electric baton he was using to hit him, and suddenly he grinned grimly and pressed the current switch of the electric baton, allowing a 1,000-volt voltage to act on Yi-Wen. Yi-Wen's palm felt numb from the electric shock, but then a prompt appeared on the virtual screen next to him. Player withstands 1,000-volt current for 1 second. Power +1. Chapter 41. This damn boyfriend power. Yi-Wen was surprised that this was possible, because he could absorb electricity and store it in his body like heat. Doesn't that mean he would become Pikachu? But now the other party has attacked him, and this electric baton does not have any deceptive intentions. He knew that if he didn't have the system and his specially trained body, he would have fainted on the spot from the electric shock and suffered incontinence. His eyes suddenly turned fierce, and as the young man was looking at him in shock as he wondered why he wasn't knocked down by the electric shock, he raised his foot and kicked him in the stomach. His body, which weighed more than 130 pounds, was kicked up into the air and hit the elevator door hard, causing it to be deformed. He also vomited a large amount of blood and fainted on the spot. This is how your security department treats homeowners. Yi-Wen roared at them. It's a good thing that he is here. If it was someone else, not even Liu Yin, but just an ordinary man, the consequences would be very different now. The old team member finally reacted and saw that the young man under his command was kicked out and his life or death was uncertain. He panicked and quickly explained to Yi-Wen, "Boss, it's a misunderstanding. It's really just a misunderstanding. We didn't expect him to do this suddenly. We really just asked the residents here to go down and ask about the situation. We don't want everyone to live in danger." Yi-Wen's eyes were cold, thinking that this was all a misunderstanding. Liu Yin also heard the noise outside and rushed out after changing her clothes roughly. She immediately saw that Yi-Wen had been clashing with several unidentified people wearing black protective clothing. It seemed that they had already started fighting and one of the other people had been injured. What's going on? Liu Yin was panicked, not understanding how things could get so serious. She regretted asking Yi-Wen for help, because if she had known this would happen, she would not have involved him in this matter and added trouble to him that he could have avoided. Go in first. This is none of your business. Yi-Wen told her to go in first and stay there. He would take care of this. Liu Yin was stunned when she heard this. Then she remembered that she and he were no longer just ordinary friends. He was already her boyfriend and also her financial backer. She couldn't help but blushing, and she sighed in her heart about her boyfriend's damn power. Suddenly, I realized that being protected by someone makes me feel so safe, warm, and at ease. Okay. She immediately did what she was supposed to do and obediently retreated after hearing his arrangements. However, her docile and obedient appearance stunned the security team members here, because they all recognized that this was the big female star on the screen, Liu Yin, the real national goddess. And here she was, as docile and obedient as a cat in front of this young man. They are not ordinary community security guards and are used to seeing all kinds of big shots and their families coming in and out here. How could one not see that this young man was not only not Liu Yan's gigolo, but also Liu Yan's financial backer, who may never have been exposed? The old team member had a hunch that something really big was going to happen, because he knew that the whole thing was caused by Boss Wong, the chairman of the Tianxiang Chicken Chain Restaurant Group. He also heard that Boss Wong was planning to go to the house to tease and insult the female star, but he ended up meeting someone at the woman's home and was taught a lesson by the latter. Now it seems that Boss Wong is really lucky. He actually wanted to touch someone else's woman, but he happened to meet the other party's financial sponsor nearby, and he ran into the wrong person. He even wanted to take advantage of the other woman in front of others, and the other party was polite enough not to beat him to death on the spot. But Boss Wong hasn't learned his lesson yet, and still wants to retaliate against the other party. But he didn't have time to worry about Boss Wong, who didn't know whether he was alive or dead. He knew he needed to worry more about himself. Because of the unnecessary actions of his young subordinate, several of them were killed. With the attitude of not taking them seriously, they would definitely not let this matter go. Did that old guy ask you to come? Seeing the other party's tough attitude, it seemed as if someone was backing them up. From the young man's attitude, Yi-Wen understood that these security team members were called over because of that old man, who wanted to do something to Liu Yin. Yes. The veteran team member here answered with gritted teeth, knowing that he had the highest seniority here and he had the most authority to answer this question. What are you calling him over for? Yi-Wen had already contacted Ban Li through the system. Now he has arranged Hu Tao and Ban Li, one for internal affairs and the other for external affairs. Hu Tao mainly handles some of his security and protection work, while Ban Li is more like his secretary, handling some external affairs. So he wanted to deploy his troops or armaments here, and Chestnut would be mainly responsible for it. The old team member suddenly found himself unable to speak, as if something was stuck in his throat. He broke out in a cold sweat, and his entire protective suit was soaked with sweat. How should he answer this question? Should they tell the other party in front of him that they were going to call his woman over for inspection in order to humiliate her in reality? Although he is almost 50 years old, he still wants to live longer and does not want to die early because of the conflicts between these powerful people. We are just going to check to see if there is indeed an infection. We have also secured female doctors and female guards to examine the residents here. He thought about it, and with a strong desire to survive, he came up with a euphemism and tried his best not to touch the other party's taboos. When Ewan heard him say this, he found that he really couldn't find anything in this sentence that could make him attack the other party. But could he just let it go? Would he be so stupid as to believe it? Then let's go together. Knowing that the security department of this community was going to help the old man take the blame, he would collect some interest first to let them know the consequences of helping the wrong person. The veteran team member's scalp tingled, wondering what good could come of letting the other party go. But could he refuse? Of course not. Is there a problem? Ewan asked, pretending to be ignorant. He just wanted to pretend that he didn't know what their plan was and watch how they were going to play out this ugly show. No. Of course you can come along. The old team member gritted his teeth, realizing that this was not his responsibility. The other team members who came with him didn't even dare to make a sound. Everyone secretly glanced at the young man who was not sure whether he was dead or not, knowing that even if they attacked together, they would definitely not be a match for this young man. Chapter 42. A lousy captain is in charge of a regimental commander like me. Ewan also allowed Lu Yin to come out. Lu Yin now looked at Ewan with a strange look in her eyes, because she suddenly realized that it seemed quite good that she took the initiative to recognize such a boyfriend and backer. It seemed to be the most correct decision she made this year. Is the problem solved? She asked him in a gentler tone after she came out. It was hard to believe that they were just casual acquaintances and did not know each other at all just an hour ago. Not yet. You need to go down. But I will go down with you, Ewan told her. When Lu Yin heard him say this, her heart suddenly started beating wildly, as if a deer was running around in her heart. She was a little panicked when she heard the first half of the sentence, but when she heard the second half, she immediately understood that he was not simply going down with her. He was going to accompany her to seek redemption and ask for an explanation for her. She already thought he was handsome, and now she felt he was even more handsome. She wanted to pounce on him and give him a deep kiss. She also suddenly understood why her female friends all acted like crazy fans when they talked about their boyfriends and husbands, as if they were possessed by a demon. Because she now feels the same happiness and understands how reassuring and happy it is to have a big backer. I'll do whatever you say. She also understood that she could leave the rest to him, and she only needed to be a quiet and beautiful woman beside him. Seeing that she agreed, Ewan signaled to the security team and asked them to lead the way downstairs. Every one of the security team members regretted doing this. So now that they heard that they could leave, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and just wanted to leave here as soon as possible. As for the young man whose life or death was unknown, none of them wanted to care about him. This guy had brought trouble upon himself. He really thought that he could do whatever he wanted just because he had some security power and that he could bully the owners of the community. He didn't even think about where this place was. Thompson First Class. There is no ordinary person who can live here or actually own a house. It would be fine if the other party doesn't take it seriously, but if he takes it seriously, I can easily crush him to death. You idiot. Now, he said he was going upstairs to bring some people, but now it has become directly welcoming VIPs, not daring to breathe. They held their breath and respectfully welcomed the two great gods downstairs. Wang Ningxuan and Li Shun in the security room had no idea of the situation. After Wang Ningxuan drank a few sips of hot tea, he was completely sober. Now he was just waiting for Lu Yin, the sexy woman who made his heart beat, to be sent to his door, and then he would slowly examine and play with her. Li Shun understood that he was a dog in human skin, but what could he do? If it weren't for Boss Wang's support, he could only work as a gatekeeper in an ordinary residential area, and it would be good to earn 4,000 yuan a month. Where else can you earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, including tips, and easily buy a house in this magical city, and even a luxury car, and become a rich person in the eyes of others? When the servants arrive, you go out with your people. I want to play hide and seek with this woman here. Wang Ningxuan smiled obscenely. He wanted to let Lu Yin know what true despair was, and make her understand that it was meaningless to resist him, and that it was absolutely impossible to escape from his clutches. I understand. I will have someone guarding outside and will definitely not disturb you. Li Shun understood very well, because if he didn't understand, he wouldn't have let the woman in his family become one of the many lovers of this old man. Soon someone knocked on the door and came in. It was Lao Su, the old team member, who led the team up. Lao Su, have you brought the people? Li Shun saw Lao Su running in hurriedly and noticed the panic-stricken expression on his face through the mask of his protective suit. He wondered what that expression was. I brought the people, but... Lao Su was thinking quickly about what words he should use to make the captain understand as quickly as possible that something big had happened. But Li Shun doubted. If this person brought it, he brought it. If he didn't bring it, he didn't bring it. How could there be any difference between the two choices? Something happened. The other party is not that powerful. Lao Su quickly reminded Li Shun. Yuan had already brought Lu Yin in, and he walked in with the attitude of a host. As soon as I came in, I saw Wang Ningxuan sitting here. Wang Ningxuan also saw the young man. After seeing him, he immediately felt his stomach and throat begin to hurt. He remembered the experience of being carried into the elevator like a dog by this young man and sent to the first floor. It's really here. Yuan knew that it was indeed because of this old man. He really didn't know how to write the word death. It's you. Wang Ningxuan was surprised why he came. How dare a pretty boy like him come here and show his bravery? Did he really think that he was the only one like before, so he couldn't beat him? Captain Li, he was the one who hit me just now. He also threw me to the first floor. Wang Ningxuan immediately complained to Li Shun. He had clearly said it once before, but he didn't care. He just wanted to give Li Shun a reason in public so that he could use the power of the security team to detain the other party. Captain Li Xiaowu. Lao Su wanted to emphasize something to Li Shun, telling him not to be impulsive and to serve this gentleman well, otherwise their entire security team would be finished. Now is not the time to talk about this. We can talk about Xiaowu's matter later. Li Shun understood that the most important thing now was to flatter Wang Ningxuan. Just push Lao Su away and tell him not to talk to him about team matters at this time. He walked up to Yi Wen in a businesslike manner and said to him, Hey, Mr. Householder, I know I am just a worker in the community. But you should also know that since the disaster, the higher-ups have issued a notice requiring each community to be on high alert and to always eliminate the hidden dangers of infected people in the community. What you are doing is completely hindering our normal work and interfering with our actions. You should be locked up in the small dark room. His speech was very reasonable and high-sounding. People who didn't know him would think he was some big leader speaking. Have you finished farting? Yuan was not polite at all in his tone and attitude. I think it's okay for him to talk such nonsense to some illiterate and law-abiding people. Is he illiterate? Is he a law-abiding person? Yes, he also abides by the law. But he abides by military law. How could a security captain of a small community manage a regimental-level officer like him, and in the territory under his jurisdiction? What do you mean? Are you trying to deliberately disobey and rebel? Li Shun immediately put a big hat on Yi Wen's head and even winked at several of his security team members present, asking them to take this man down with force. However, the few people brought back by Lao Su in the security room did not dare to do it. They reminded him and shook their heads gently, begging him not to do it. Li Shun wondered what was going on. He didn't understand why these people were so afraid to move, as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 43. The appearance of this thing must be fully displayed. Yuan watched their performance quietly and decided to wait until they had performed enough before speaking. Captain Li, what's the situation with your people? Can this still make us, the homeowners in the community, feel at ease? Wang Ningxuan also put pressure on Li Shun at this time, trying to see if he could get his own people to move and see what kind of a mess he was in now. What are you doing? Are you deaf? Li Shun heard Wang Ningxuan urging him and knew that he was dissatisfied. He also knew that as long as he made Wang Ningxuan unhappy, he would definitely not reap the consequences in the future and he would never be satisfied with himself again. So he was a little angry and anxious, wondering why these guys usually didn't listen to him. Because they had received benefits from him, they basically rushed to do everything and ran faster than anyone else. Why are they all so dull and deaf now, pretending not to hear what he said? Yuan looked at the slightly awkward atmosphere in the security room. I saw the security captain yelling like a fool or a madman, but no one dared to respond to him. The only one who responded to his words was the old man, but the old man didn't want to help him, but to urge him. The entire security room looked like a farce, and no one wanted to be the first to stand out. Are you done with the fuss? I'll say a few words after you're done. Yuan found a comfortable sofa and sat down, and Lu Yin followed and sat next to him. Seeing that he suddenly became the master here, Li Shun became even angrier, but he didn't say much. Since Wang Ningxuan was the head of the household, this young man was obviously also the head of the household here. He just looked a little unfamiliar, as if he was not the type who came here often. Yuan said, "Aren't you going to check if anyone is infected? Where's the doctor? Where's the nurse? You're not going to let this old man check on my girlfriend, are you?" asked them with a smile. However, everyone could hear the thorns in the questions, and it was obvious that they were attacking the people here. Because this is indeed the situation now. On the one hand, they said that an infected person was found, and it sounded very urgent and needed to be screened and isolated immediately. When we arrived at the place, there was not a single doctor or nurse, and there were not even basic isolation and protection measures. There was only the old man who was taught a lesson by him, and a group of security team members who looked like lackeys. Anyone who sees this can understand what they're trying to do. Not to mention that the young man basically told out everything he knew and thought, which made the situation more certain. Hearing his question, Li Shun looked a little embarrassed. Because doing something shameful and having something shameful exposed in person are two different concepts. The current situation is that he was planning to do something ugly, but before he could do it, the other party exposed his entire ugly plan in front of him. Where can he put his face? Could it be like this? This woman hides herself at home every day, doesn't even want supplies, and doesn't dare to show up. The house is emitting a foul odor, and it can be smelled upstairs and downstairs. Isn't this the infection of hiding herself at home for fear of being discovered? Wang Ningxuan understood that he had to step up and handle this matter himself. He knew this matter was false because of his selfish desires. He also has to stand on the side of justice so that he can rebuke the other party with the loudest voice and throw all the dirty water on the other party. "You're really nosy," Yuan retorted to him without any politeness. "There are zombies everywhere now. It's none of your business if I don't go out. I have plenty of food at home. It's none of your business if I don't go out to buy supplies. I'm lazy and don't want to clean the house, so it stinks. It's none of your business. These three things are none of your business." Wang Ningxuan was so angry that his face was bleeding. I wonder if the reasons he gave could be more credible. Even if he said that he accidentally saw bite marks on Lu Yan's arm or somewhere else, it would sound more convincing than these lame excuses. Wang Ningxuan's face turned red with anger because no one outside dared to talk to him like that. He also knew that it would not work if he tried to use underhand tactics, so he used force directly. "Captain Wang, you have the most say in this matter. I am on the homeowners committee. If this matter is not handled properly, I will not dare to send my trucks to deliver supplies here. If someone starves to death by then, it will have nothing to do with me." He directly threatened that if the matter was not handled properly and the result was not satisfactory to him, he would cut off the supply of materials here, directly using his private power to make a threat. "Don't worry, I didn't say I won't handle it for you." Li Shun's forehead was sweating with anxiety. Because he understood what the other party had said, if he really couldn't satisfy the other party with the result, his position as the security captain would be gone. The bonus of at least tens of thousands of yuan that he could get every month would also disappear, and his wife and children's life would return to the level of the poor. He was about to use the power in his hands to threaten Yuan. He has no right to speak. Yuan killed him with one sentence before he could open his mouth. Because he had made a great contribution by submitting the design technical drawings of the nuclear fusion-powered aircraft carrier, the contracting rights and jurisdiction of the upper city area of Thompson 1 were now specially given to him. Right now, he is the person with the most say in this area. He is a small community security captain. It is really amazing that he can become the security captain in Thompson Epine. But in front of him, the regional manager, he is nothing. The previous matter did not involve him, so he was too lazy to care and treated the guy as if he did not exist. Now he dares to judge such a matter in front of him? Have you ever heard of a lawyer from a mountain village having the power to convict a Supreme Court judge? Not to mention that he is not a judge, but a military officer with the highest jurisdiction in this area. Li Shun was angry, thinking how could he talk like that? He was a householder in the community, and he really thought he could treat him like a slave. He shouldn't forget that this is the time when the zombie virus disaster breaks out. Their security team is to work with the Disaster Emergency Center. Whoever they say is infected is infected. Yuan glanced at him and continued speaking, thinking that he was capable. Suddenly, a group of soldiers wearing new army uniforms and holding submachine guns rushed into the security room. There were dozens of guns pointed at the inside through the windows outside, and several military vehicles were arriving with people getting off. All of them were members of the Black Shadow Force he hired to integrate into the new army. Now Ban Li, dressed as an officer, also came in from outside the door wearing military boots, holding a set of military uniform in both hands. She walked over here in front of everyone, bowed, presented the uniform to him, and shouted respectfully, "Sir, this is your uniform." The display was so grand that everyone in the security room was stunned instantly. Luyan was so shocked that she covered her mouth, shocked at what kind of powerful backers she had found. Chapter 44. You pay? Do you have any money left? He said he is more than just a small anchor. Luyan wondered if she was dreaming, because she clearly remembered that Yuan said he was just an anchor with 3 million fans. How come he was suddenly able to mobilize the army and have such a beautiful female officer respectfully address him as Sir? Yuan took the uniform handed over by Ban Li and saw that his military rank was indeed at the regimental level. He did not change completely, but simply put on the military coat and draped it over his shoulders. Why don't I remember giving you such great power when I took over this area? Yuan walked up to Li Shun and looked at him curiously. One sentence has already shown that he is the newly appointed manager of the Shangqing district of Shanghai, and also the contractor who owns this area. Li Shun was so frightened that he forgot how to breathe, making his head feel dizzy, because he didn't understand why things happen like this. They didn't understand how a householder could become the highest manager of their area, and they even mobilized hundreds of soldiers with guns to calm the situation. There were at least 100 guns pointed at him right now, and he was lucky enough not to have peed his pants out of fear. He instinctively remembered something and immediately went to see Lao Su. At this time, Lao Su was looking at him helplessly with a wry smile. He realized that Lao Su was eager to talk to him just now, and what he intended to talk about was nothing else but these things. He also suddenly realized that there were 5 people when they went there, but only 4 when they came back, and the 5th one was gone. I'll die if I spend one more second listening to one more sentence. Li Shun was regretting it so much that his intestines turned green. He regretted that if he had listened to Lao Su's words one more time and taken what he wanted to say seriously, he would not be in this situation now. Do you know what the right to speak is? Yeven asket Li Shan kurisli. Li Shun shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Yuan waved his fingers and gave an order. Just throw this man out into the zombie swarm. The crime is to deliberately create unrest and attempt to murder the district administrator. No, no. Li Shun begged for mercy at the top of his lungs, and even rushed towards Yuan to kowtow to thank him. But before he could pounce, 2 members of the Black Shadow Force grabbed him faster and started dragging him outside. Li Shun continued to struggle, constantly hanging his legs on the ground, and begged Yuan for mercy in a heart-wrenching voice. Yuan pretended not to hear. If I hadn't met him, what would have been the outcome? He might be tortured into confessing, or even deliberately persecuted and bitten by zombies. Luyan would be humiliated and might even be raped by them. She would either give up on herself or commit suicide because she couldn't endure the humiliation. Now that he has not encountered these things because of his identity, why should he let these guys go? Soon accompanied by a scream, Li Shun was really thrown out of the community and directly into the zombie group, where he was torn to pieces. Suddenly, the security room fell silent. Those security team members understood that they had really narrowly escaped death. They were fortunate that there was an old hand like Lao Su who understood how to truly treat these powerful people so that they would not end up as miserably as the young man and their current captain. But there is still one person here who is deeply regretful. He began to wonder why he drank this wine today and drank so much of it. This was really a drunken mistake, and he was going to lose his life in an instant. Sir, I really don't know. I definitely don't mean what you think. I definitely don't have that kind of thought about your woman. I just drank too much, Wang Ningxuan was so scared that he couldn't even speak clearly and became a stutterer. Yuan looked at him without any warmth in his eyes and said only one sentence. So you asked me and my girlfriend to have sex in front of you to prove that we are in a real relationship. Or are you joking? As soon as these words came out, all the security team members here looked at Boss Wang in shock. I realized that he was really looking for death. Not only is he courting death himself, he's also dragging the security department members into this. The current situation is not at all consistent with what he said when he came here to complain. This matter was that he went to the other person's house intending to insult the other person's girlfriend, but he was caught by the other person's boyfriend who happened to be there and gave him a good scolding. He was the first to complain, and now he is suing the other party, and he wants to ruin the other party's reputation. It would be fine if he really had the ability to call a horse a zebra. Unfortunately, this time he really messed with someone he shouldn't have messed with, and he lost his life all of a sudden and almost brought harm to those innocent workers. When Lao Su heard Yuan's question, He was completely certain that his guess was correct. Fortunately, all these years of working here were not in vain, and he had developed a pair of eyes that could read people. Otherwise, not only Li Shun, but all of them would be thrown out to feed the zombies, and no one would speak up for them, because if you look into it, they deserved it. Brother, brother, I was really wrong this time. I am willing to compensate you. As long as I can come up with it, I will compensate you. As long as you can pretend that this never happened. Wang Ningxuan was so scared that he knelt down in front of Yi Wen and kowtowed to him to apologize. Because Li Shun's fate was right in front of him. If he moved a little slower, Li Shun's fate would be his. Are you worthy of calling me brother? Yi Wen asked him in a cold voice without much fluctuation in pitch. Do you think he still wants to marry someone higher than him? Grandpa, Grandpa, this time it's my grandson's fault. I'll pay you back for whatever you want, even if it means you owe me a debt. Wang Ningxuan knew that face and substance were not important now. The most important thing was that he would not let the other party let him go. He was going to lose his life today. Li Shun has already walked ahead of him and proved it for him. What else do you have? Yuan asked him. Wang Ningxuan immediately felt like he had found a lifeline and said to him, I still have Tianxiang Chicken. I am the sole shareholder of the Tianxiang Chicken restaurant chain. Now the entire Thompson Epine restaurant supply is handled by my logistics company. It means that he has a lot of capital and the ability to compensate. The problem is that the Tianxiang Chicken is already mine. Yuan said to him, motioning for Ban Li to show him something. Let him see that he is still here with all his evil intentions and thinking about how to murder him. Ban Li has already found his wife and showed her that Tianxiang Chicken has suffered heavy losses since the disaster and is now in debt of 2 billion yuan. He allowed her to sell all of Tianxiang Chicken shares for only 40 million yuan. This means that Wang Ningxuan now has nothing left except 2 billion in debt, and the Tianxiang Chicken restaurant chain has long since changed its owner, and the new owner is named Yuan. Chapter 45. The younger sister is coming, and the two girls are meeting. Wang Ningxuan couldn't believe that this was true. He accidentally wanted to touch a woman he shouldn't have touched, and mess with a person he shouldn't have messed with. And he went bankrupt? He was also in debt of 2 billion? He had worked hard for more than a decade to build Tianxiang Chicken into the country's #1 chain restaurant brand. But now it was gone? And in the end, only 40 million were sold? His heart suddenly twitched, and he was about to die of a heart attack. Find someone to feed him. Don't let him die. Yuan didn't intend to let him die so easily, because he still owes others 2 billion yuan. If he doesn't pay it back, other people's families will be ruined because of him. So he didn't mind spending a little more and bought a first aid medicine in the mall and asked Ban Li to arrange someone to give it to him, which directly saved his life. Why did you save me? Wang Ningxuan was rescued and looked at Yi Wen with red eyes. He knew that if he died, everything would be over, but now the other party didn't let him die and even saved him on purpose. Because you're dead, your creditors will suffer with you. I have no grudge against them. Yuan answered him very lightly. This means that he was only targeting himself in this whole thing, so he didn't want innocent others to be accidentally injured and implicated. Wang Ningxuan felt pain in his chest again and was about to die from another heart attack. But the medicine Yuan gave him was quite effective, so even though he was in so much pain in his heart, he couldn't die. He had to live to endure the pain. Hand him over to his creditors. At that time, whether he is dead or alive will have nothing to do with me. Yuan ordered Ban Li to make arrangements for the bankrupt former food tycoon to meet the people he should meet now. Ban Li immediately arranged for someone to escort him throughout the journey to ensure that nothing would happen to him on the way. Now the security personnel in the security room and Lu Yin are like watching a magic drama, watching the twists and turns of the scenes. An inconspicuous young household head suddenly became the highest manager of the area and was even able to mobilize the army. The two people who were so arrogant just now, one died and the other went bankrupt, both got the endings they deserved. The player successfully punishes the villain and obtains 5 punishment cards. The player successfully punishes the evildoer and obtains 2 good deeds cards. This guy actually gave more item cards than Chen Hualong. Yuan was surprised to see the extra reward given to him by the system. He originally thought that Wang Ningxuan was just a businessman, and the punishment card he was rewarded for getting rid of him should be similar to the one Chen Hualong got. Now, I find that according to the system's judgment, he is almost twice as bad as Chen Hualong. Apparently, when he was running the restaurant chain, he did a lot of evil things like deducting money and bullying employees, and now all this is being blamed on him. Go do what you need to do. From now on, the security of the upper city will be taken over by my new Army 36th Regiment. You can leave now. Yuan ordered the few security personnel who were still dazed here to leave. He also informed them that they would resume the gate security of the community in the future, and other matters had nothing to do with them. When Lao Su and the others heard what was said here, they realized that the one who took over here was the 36th Regiment of the new army. They knew that the arrival of the army would mean that the active zombie situation here would disappear, and that production and life in the entire area would soon resume, returning to the situation before the zombie disaster broke out. Yuan also asked Ban Li to take the others out, leaving only him and Lu Yin here. Lu Yin was getting to know him again at this time, looking at him carefully from head to toe, and even took a closer look at the military jacket he was wearing. Didn't you say you were the anchor? How did you suddenly become the chief here? She herself did not expect that her unexpected decision would allow her to find such a powerful backer. She just saw Wang Ningxuan kneeling down in fear, so it was impossible for her to say that she was unhappy. But she was even more surprised that this handsome guy who was more like a pretty boy had such a powerful background. To exaggerate a little, it could be said that the entire upper city district of Magic City was actually his fiefdom. Anchor is my main job, and this is just my side job, Yuan said half-jokingly. Because he doesn't actually have a specific job now. Strictly speaking, he doesn't need to work. It was just that live broadcasting training could give him double attribute growth, so he would never give up live broadcasting and training. In this way, contracting and developing his registration number of 36, which led to the troop he led becoming the 36th Regiment, became his sideline. Lu Yin rolled her eyes, thinking that such a great thing of his was just a side job. If he really treated it as his main job, wouldn't he be able to conquer the world? She also suddenly understood that he had tentatively asked her if she would mind that he might have many girlfriends. Because according to his situation and the current social situation, he doesn't even need to take the initiative to find a woman. Many women will take the initiative to come to him for the sense of security. So being jealous will only make you uncomfortable, and there is no benefit. Fortunately, I never thought about marrying you. Lu Yin sighed and said something from the heart. Because she imagined what would happen in the future, she couldn't believe that she had the ability to hold on. So she thinks their relationship is pretty good now. If you feel it is suitable, you can remain in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. If you feel it is not suitable, you can separate amicably. But she didn't think she would meet a man better than him, and she didn't think she would ever be separated from him, because his damn boyfriend power was so charming that it would be hard to forget it for the rest of her life. It's not too late to regret. He didn't force the other party anyway, as long as no one else interfered when the two of them were together. One day, she couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to leave. He could let her go at any time, let her get married freely and start a family, and he would never disturb her. Lu Yin suddenly sat in his arms and took the initiative to give him her first emotional kiss. She knew that her real first kiss was gone, because even though she used a lip mask during filming, saying that her first kiss was still, there was just deceiving herself. But her emotional kiss was even deeper, and this was her first time. When filming, it was just a simple touch, and there was no such emotional entanglement. Yuan found that she was indeed very charming, as sexy and charming as she was on the screen. However, her fiery side was only shown on the screen, and the other side was only shown in front of the person she loved. Other than that, she was always conservative at home, which was completely opposite to her image on the screen. People are coming soon. Yuan also suddenly saw Hu Tao sending him a message, saying that she would be here soon. Who? Lu Yan's eyes suddenly showed a sense of vigilance. She thought that he would have another woman coming to her door so soon. My sister's family only allowed her to come and live with me, saying that they are too old to be used to living here. So I asked someone to send her over, and she's almost here now. Yuan told her, not feeling that there was anything wrong with this information. You have a younger sister? What's her name? Lu Yin inexplicably had a sense of alertness coming from her female intuition, and she felt that this younger sister must be no ordinary person. Feng Qian is the daughter of my father's stepmother after her remarriage. She is very easy to get along with, but a little silly. Yuan thought of Feng Qian talking in her sleep and couldn't help but sigh that she had become silly after not seeing her for a few years. But no matter how silly she is still his sister, and as her brother, he will definitely love her. She's not your biological sister. Lu Yin suddenly felt a huge sense of crisis. She found out that this was not only her sister-in-law, but also her sister-in-law, who was not related by blood. Looking at it from another angle, this is childhood sweetheart. Chapter 46. Did I give you face? Our great star Lu immediately became timid, just like an ugly daughter-in-law who was afraid of meeting her parents-in-law. However, The reason why she was timid was not because she thought she was ugly, but because she knew that this childhood sweetheart sister-in-law was too powerful, and she knew that she should observe first and continue to be an underground lover for a while, and then expose her identity when necessary. Does Ewan think she is that serious? But he didn't force her, because he had already told her that let alone a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, it was fine if she just wanted to be an ordinary friend with him. So after things here were dealt with, Banley arranged for a few people to go upstairs with her and help her clean up her room. He continued to stay in the security room, checking the surveillance and understanding the situation at Thompson Yipin. Putting aside the issue of abusing public power for personal gain, the security here is indeed very good. Ewan looked through the security log left here. It's not that there was no disaster in Thompson Yipin, but because the security response here was very decisive, the situation was brought under control in the first time, and all the residents and workers who were infected and turned into zombies were exiled outside the community. The first thing they did was to recognize that the people who became zombies were already dead and had been resurrected as zombies. Without the virginity and unnecessary humanitarianism, more people would be harmed. Now Banley is accompanying him in the security room, waiting for his next instruction. It's good news that there are fences here, basically. Ewan checked the buildings and terrain here and found that this was a high-end residential and commercial area. Therefore, the communities here basically have very strict isolation and prevention measures. This directly isolates each community from each other. It is difficult to enter the corresponding community without an access card. As a result, there are many zombies wandering around, but each community is in a relatively safe state. In this way, it is only necessary to arrange some isolation facilities to block the roads, and the entire upper city area of Mo Duke can be divided into a huge isolation zone. As long as all the zombies in the area are cleared, the area can be unblocked, allowing the people inside to resume their daily lives. You only need to pay attention to the inspection and review of outsiders entering. Banley, assign half of your personnel to block all the intersections, and collect temporary anti-theft fences from various communities to chain and seal off the communities, leaving only a few necessary entrances and exits for vehicles to enter. The other half of the staff will start to check and clean up in various residential areas and commercial districts. The distribution map of the zombies has been shared with you to ensure that no one is missed. Ewan made arrangements for her separately. It is understood that, relatively speaking, the liberation of the upper city area of Modu can actually be faster than the liberation of the southern city area of Haicheng. Because the southern urban area of Haicheng can only be cleaned up and there is no way to isolate the area. However, due to the unique security measures here, the regional liberation work can be carried out very smoothly, and the regional liberation can be completed once and for all, so that the people here do not have to be locked up at home anymore and can come out and live freely. Understood. Chestnut immediately accepted the order. Ewan asked her to arrange the personnel for action. Since it is only the early stage of the disaster, no extremely difficult mutants have been found in the upper city of Magic City, so it is just some daily cleanup work. Banley immediately arranged for his men to split into two groups to handle this matter. Ewan was also preparing to welcome Hu Tao and Feng Qian. However, before he left the security room, he suddenly saw a woman dressed elegantly and wealthily and a bald man standing outside the security room. The woman's face was full of the arrogance of a rich person, while the bald man was very familiar to most people because he was the currently popular comedy film director Wu Zheng. What are they doing here? Ewan looked at the two people outside the security room curiously. He admitted that because of the movies, he still liked director Wu Zheng very much. But I don't have a very good impression of his wife, because she is the typical type of person who thinks she is superior to others as soon as she has some money and thinks she can have influence over other people's lives. And the wealthy woman next to him is Wu Zheng's wife. She was also a famous young actress at that time, Ru Shuehong. Curious about their purpose, he signaled to the shadow troops guarding outside to release them and let them in. This is Commander Yi, right? Hello, Commander. As soon as he came in, Wu Zheng, who was a lively person, immediately greeted everyone with a smile and a comedian look. Just call me Captain. Ewan knew that he was not clear about his military rank, so he called him Chief. But actually, given his current military rank, it is still a little too early for him to bear the title of Chief. He didn't want to be criticized, so he helped him correct it. He's just a regiment commander. What's so great about that? Shui Hong muttered beside him, and it seemed that he was quite dissatisfied with him. Ewan admitted that she did have the confidence to say that about him. Because she was from a military dance troupe, she must know many cadres above the regimental level. I also heard that one of her godfathers is a commander, so it is normal for her to look down on him, a small regimental commander. But he hasn't responded yet. Wu Zheng was frightened to death by his wife's words. Because the regiment commander is nothing special in front of some commanders, but he is still very impressive in front of ordinary people like them. Moreover, this is a special time. If the other party judges that they are planning to deliberately create unrest, they have the full power to execute them privately and then report it. It is no exaggeration to say that their lives are now in the hands of the other party. Shui Hong didn't think so. She only thought that her godfather was the commander. So she also had the power of the commander and could mobilize such a regiment leader. So she completely ignored Wu Zheng's somewhat anxious reaction and simply explained her purpose here and said to Yi Wen in an imperative tone, "Several people I have good relationships with are trapped outside. Send someone to pick them up quickly and don't let anything go wrong. Otherwise, I can send you back to your countryside with just one word and even strip you of your rank as regiment commander." Those who didn't know would have thought she was his superior. As soon as she came over, she started giving orders to him in groups of 5 or 6. Wu Zheng was so scared that his face turned pale, but he was somewhat afraid of his wife, because his current status as a big director was somewhat dependent on the influence of his wife's family and the godfather. However, he had been in the entertainment industry for so long that he could still hear that his wife was used to ordering others around. She treated the officer who had just come to take over the place as her own housekeeper and started barking orders, completely treating the other person as a driver and errand boy. Chapter 47, Still Cursing? Show me the zombies behind the car. As Yi Wen listened, he understood why the other party came to find him and began to watch the other party's performance silently. When she finished her words, everything finally quieted down. He just said, "Throw it out." He had only one attitude towards people like her, and that was, "Are you putting the pipe on my head?" He didn't care about her background or whether she had a godfather who was a commander. He only knew that he was now the highest administrator of this area and had the support of the Chinese Congress. How about she has a godfather who is the commander? No matter how powerful this guy is, can he be more powerful than the Chinese Congress? At the moment, he has just submitted a technical blueprint of a nuclear fusion-powered aircraft carrier to the country, helping the country solve the most urgent need for a nuclear fusion-powered engine and related nuclear fusion-powered research and development technology. It is no exaggeration to say that if this thing is studied thoroughly, not to mention simply building an aircraft carrier that will never have to worry about energy, even in all aspects of military and civilian use, it can be replaced with safer and more efficient nuclear fusion energy. It is an epic-making technological innovation that can directly enable a country to be hundreds of years ahead of others in science and technology. The most important thing is that he can produce more than just this piece of scientific and technological information. If her godfather, the commander, dares to touch him, just try. Shui Hong had no idea about this situation and still stood there arrogantly, thinking that no one here would dare to really touch her. Wu Zheng heard something. I discovered that this officer's background seems to be very important. I can also tell that when they say throw them out, they don't mean just throwing them out of the security room, but rather throwing them out of the community directly. In other words, he was planning to exile them outside to an environment full of zombies and prepare to get rid of the two of them by using the zombies. In an instant, several soldiers approached them, showing that he was really serious about this and really wanted to throw the couple out of the community. Commander, we really didn't mean that. My wife can't talk. She's just worried about her friends and relatives, so she wants you to help escort them all here safely for a reunion. I didn't mean to order you at all." Wu Zheng suddenly became anxious and hurried over to say something nice. Shui Hong still didn't understand the situation and continued to yell at this side. "Why are you begging him? He's just a lousy regiment commander. It's not that I'm impatient. I've already asked my godfather's people to do it. When the time comes, just let him get out. Do you really think you can cover the sky with one hand just because you're wearing a military uniform?" She shouted loudly that with just one word from her, Yi Wen's current regimental rank could be stripped and he could be an ordinary citizen again. She didn't know how to write the word death and shouted here, not taking Yi Wen seriously at all. "Tsk tisk." Seeing that she didn't cry even when the coffin was placed in front of her, Yi Wen suddenly smiled playfully. "Suddenly I realized that just hooking her up on a sightseeing trip was a bit too easy for her. I felt like I had to use more drastic measures to let her know what fear was." Bang! But a loud slap sounded here. Shui Hong suddenly covered her face and looked over in surprise. She couldn't believe that the person who did it was her husband, the famous director Wu Zheng, who had always been submissive to her. Wu Zheng was now driven crazy. Because he often hangs out in the entertainment industry, he clearly saw that Yi Wen had a blank expression on his face just now. But now he suddenly laughed, and he laughed playfully because of Shui Hong's insults. Do you understand directly that he is laughing happily? No. It was obvious that he had already thought about how the two of them should die, which was to see a pair of dead people laughing. In other words, he intended to watch them die with his own eyes and had no intention of saving their lives. Chief Yi, as a big director in the circle, he knew how much power this young man in front of him had here. It is no exaggeration to say that it doesn't matter if he kills them. He just needs to accuse them of reasonable and appropriate crimes. Hang her on the back of the car and let her go for a ride. By the way, make the rope longer. Yuan had already spoken, proving that Wu Zheng's guess was correct. He pointed his finger at Shui Hong, gave orders to the Black Shadow troops here, and directly arranged a sightseeing package for her. Upon hearing his order, the members of the Black Shadow force who had just entered the security room immediately took action. Banley, who was here, also planned to help. He was ready to drag Sister Shui Hong out and hang her on the back of the vehicle as he ordered, so that she could experience the exciting feast of zombie viewing tourism up close. Shui Hong finally reacted at this time and understood why Wu Zheng was so eager to hit her. Her face turned pale in an instant, because she understood that Wu Zheng wanted to wake her up quickly and let her understand what the situation was. Wu Zheng didn't care at all that he was a big director with a box office of 2 billion. He simply knelt on the ground and knelt directly to Yi Wen. After kneeling down, he kowtowed to the ground and begged for mercy, saying to him loudly, Commander, we really didn't mean that. Can you please let her go? I beg you," knowing that the other party is serious. Not only did he plan to exile Shui Hong outside, he also planned to drag her behind a vehicle to be bitten by the zombies. And he even planned to drag her to death. Shui Hong was completely stunned at this moment. She stood there like a wooden chicken possessed by evil spirit and couldn't speak a word. When she saw the people from the Black Shadow Army coming over to lift her up, she didn't know how to resist and just let them drag her away. Wu Zheng saw that Yuan had no expression on his face and had no intention of letting them go. He knew that if he didn't do something, his wife would definitely be finished today. Maybe after killing his wife Shui Hong, he will be the next one. It looks like the other party is not going to let either of them go. He suddenly remembered something and thought that this might be the only chance for the couple to survive. So he hurriedly said to Yuan, "I can be useful. I can help you make your sister a big star. From now on, you can choose which play you want her to be the heroine in, and I will find someone to play a supporting role for her. You will definitely be satisfied. She also knows a lot of famous actors in the circle, and she can help you call them over at a low price." He is now glad that he has no movies to shoot recently, so he has learned to play with videos and watch live videos like young people. Because of this, he knew that the man in front of him actually had a hobby of live streaming fitness, and he even had a sister who was also a little internet celebrity. From the content revealed in the live broadcast, it was certain that he loved his sister very much. After all, those who could easily give all the 2 million reward dividends to their sister as pocket money were not ordinary people. He understood that this was a breakthrough, because if the other party really cares about his sister, he will definitely be tempted by this proposal. This is also the only chance for the couple to survive. Chapter 48, Either Work or Die. Filming. Yuan was a little moved when he heard his proposal, because not to mention the big star Lu Yin, who has some connection with him, including Feng Qian. Everyone seems to be more interested in the entertainment industry, but now they have no connections or resources, so it would be muddy water if they go in. So Lu Yin didn't mention it explicitly, but she somewhat indicated that she still relied on her own strength. Feng Qian didn't even think about it. She just continued to be a chat celebrity and never considered entering the entertainment industry. Wait a moment. Yuan changed his mind and asked Banley to send the person back. At this time, Shui Hong was so frightened that she didn't even have the strength to speak. Her lower body was wet, and she was frightened to the point of urinary incontinence, making her smell like urine. Wu Zheng was immediately relieved when he saw that he had changed his mind, because he knew that as long as this matter could be discussed, there would be a chance of turning around. He also understood that although the other party was only at the regimental level, he was the manager of the Thompson Yippin area, so he had absolute say here. To put it bluntly, he is the local tyrant here. Even if he couldn't kill innocent people at will, it was still very easy for him to kill someone indirectly by making up a reason. Furthermore, none of the new army cadres who were able to be promoted to the regimental level so quickly had a simple background. If he came alone, he would be so anxious to flatter and say nothing that he would not even have time to dare to offend the other party. "What role do you plan to let my sister play? What kind of play are you going to film?" Yuan himself was not interested in filming, but he had a hunch that Feng Qian should be very interested. If that didn't work out, he would let Lu Yin do it. So he was quite curious about what the script of director Wu's next film would be and when it would start filming. Wu Zheng is now sweating with anxiety because he has no new film script on hand. But he knew that if he didn't take one out right away, he and his wife would have to go out and visit the zombie group today and also experience what it felt like to be dinnered by a group of zombies. It's an urban love comedy. The heroine came from the countryside to the big city. He quickly thought of a plot. It was the first time I realized that when a person is pushed to his limit at a life-and-death situation, he can really do any job. Now that he is a big director, he can immediately transform into a screenwriter. He can even come up with the outline of a new drama in a few seconds and express it vividly. Yiwen was satisfied with what he heard and found that it was in the comedy film style that Wu Zheng had always been in. Just then Feng Qian arrived escorted by Hu Tao. There was a man slumped at the door and another standing in front of Yiwen, nodding and bowing. Yiwen was wearing a gray-yellow military officer's uniform, which made the situation here look very strange. "Brother, what's going on?" When she came in, she recognized at a glance that the person slumped at the door was the famous actress Rouge Shuehong. The person who bowed and nodded in front of Yi Wen was the famous comedy film director Wu Zheng. I don't understand how they all know him and seem to be very familiar with him. "Come, you've come at the right time. Meet me. This is the great director Wu Zheng. He's planning to cast you as the heroine in his next movie." Yi Wen introduced her and asked her to come over and meet him. Feng Qian was surprised. She was surprised why director Wu chose her and wanted her to be the female lead. But she knew that this director had shot several successful blockbusters in the past few years, and the box office of each of them was over 2 billion. This means that even the top female stars now have no chance to film with him. As a result, they came to her privately and directly asked her to be the heroine. But she has never filmed a movie before. Can she really do it well? When Wu Zheng saw the young girl coming over, he was stunned by her for a moment. But when he knew she was Yi Wen's sister, he immediately cried as if he had seen his own mother. He hurried over to her and said enthusiastically, "Miss Feng, you are finally here," knowing that if she came a little later, and once the guy here changed his mind, he and his wife would prepare to go out for a trip. At that time, no matter how famous the directors and actors were, they were just a pile of corpses and rotten meat on the ground, and it was hard to tell whether they were men or women. It was also the first time he met someone who felt more terrifying than the producer and the investor, because the other party would at most ask him to pay money, but this one directly asked him to pay with his life. What's going on? Feng Qian was completely confused. She didn't understand why this famous director, whom she had never met before, was so enthusiastic when he saw her for the first time, as if he was meeting a family member. "I'll find you something to do," Yuan told her with his mouth. Suddenly, it occurred to me that she would be bored living here. Furthermore, her school is still on suspension, so she can only live broadcast and shoot every day at home. So when I saw that she wanted to become an actress, I helped her realize it and created this opportunity for her to go over and play. He also said to her, "Don't you like a certain male star? You can just ask Director Wu and this Sister Shui to find one for you and pair him with you as the male lead. As long as he's still alive, we can definitely get him to you." Feng Qian was even more confused about what was going on. But I heard him say that he could find any male star to act with her. The first person she thought of was not someone else, but her brother, because in her eyes, no other man was as handsome and charming as her brother. In fact, Wu Zheng is another person who has the same idea, because Wu Zheng was also shocked when he saw Yi Wen, and he intuitively felt that if he let him become an actor, his next play would definitely become a hit. But after getting to know him, I found out that this was definitely not an actor he could hire, because it seems that the other party is not short of money, power, or force. In the cooperation between the two parties, only he, as the director, is working for the other party, so there is no way he can hire the other party. The only possibility is that he himself wanted to film a movie for fun. But looking at the current situation, the probability is very slim. Now the leading female role has been confirmed, and there is also the second female role. Wu Zheng knew that the filming of this drama was definitely about to start, so he began to take this matter seriously, as if his professional disease had struck. Start thinking about who would be the best second female lead or first male lead, and decide on the main actors in the play first. Let's find Lu Yin for the second female role. She happens to live here. Yiwen suggested that it would be better to let Lu Yin participate. This would allow Lu Yin to protect Feng Qian a little bit, so that she would not be bullied by other actors in the crew because she did not understand some situations. Lu Yin. Wu Zheng wondered why Yiwen suddenly mentioned this person. He couldn't guarantee that he could hire her, saying Lu Yin just won the Best Actress award. She probably wouldn't be interested in a comedy like this. She's only here to play the second female lead. Because if he asked her to be the leading female role, there would definitely be no problem. But when the other party hears that you are here to play the second female lead, there is a high possibility that he will refuse. Chapter 49. The elder brother is powerful, and the younger sister is also praised. Don't worry, she will definitely come. Yuan gave him 1,000 guarantees, and was certain that Lu Yin would definitely come, and there would be no reason for her not to participate. I can try to ask. I remember she happens to live here too. Wu Zheng had no choice but to bite the bullet and call to invite her. Fortunately, he had Lu Yan's personal contact information. Just tell her that Yuan asked her to come. Yuan added, asking him to mention that it was Yuan who asked her to come and participate. Wu Zheng didn't understand what this meant, but he still did as he was asked. The call was connected quickly, and he explained his purpose and even proposed to invite her to play the second female lead in the next play, co-starring with a new actor. He originally thought that Lu Yin would directly refuse in an arrogant manner. But when she heard who she was acting with and that it was Yuan who asked her to take part, she immediately agreed and even said she didn't want any pay. Wu Zheng was shocked and looked at Yuan thoughtfully. Because this matter went so smoothly that it was hard to believe, so smoothly that he only played the role of a messenger. Anyone could have invited Lu Yin over. He also knew from the words "no remuneration required" that this person's relationship with Lu Yin was not simple, and it was not just ordinary simple. According to his many years of experience in the industry, the only way for a female actress to be so excited and actively say something like lowering her price to take part in the role is that the person who notified her is her financial sponsor. The young man in front of him turned out to be the financial sponsor behind the big star Lu Yin. Sure enough, Lu Yin quickly changed her clothes and dressed up simply. Her appearance surprised Feng Qian, and she went straight over to Lu Yin and pestered her for an autograph. However, Lu Yin enthusiastically told her that they would have plenty of time to spend together in the future, not to mention signing autographs. They could also have dinner and supper together. Instead, Feng Qian was flattered. She didn't know why this female star was so nice to her, and even seemed to be actively trying to please her. Seeing this, Wu Zheng, who was standing nearby, became even more certain that Yuan was the financial sponsor of this female star. Not only did he make Lu Yin lower herself to act in the film, but he also took the initiative to please the star's sister and try to build a good relationship with her. He immediately looked at Shui Hong with a suggestive look, asking her not to do anything impulsive or foolish after this incident. Shui Hong is not stupid either. Now that she was frightened and fully awake, she immediately understood that the strength of the other party's background was far from as simple as it seemed on the surface. She intuitively felt that even if she asked her godfather to take action, he might not be able to deal with the other party, and it would be very likely that he would shoot himself in the foot, and the other party would use it as a handle to force her godfather to step down. She also wanted to take the opportunity to build a good relationship with the other party's sister, but seeing that she smelled of urine, she thought she shouldn't make things worse and leave a bad impression on the other party's sister. You guys talk slowly, I'm going to take care of my own business. Yuan knew that he had just acquired Wang Ningxuan's Tianxiang chicken chain restaurant group and had not actually taken over it yet. The value of this group is not high at the moment, but the logistics and transportation chain that comes with it is a good thing. As long as it is used well, it can ensure the supply of materials in various communities within the jurisdiction and even earn huge wealth from it. Especially since he has a new industry that he hasn't taken over yet, it's a good opportunity to deal with it all at once. I just arrived. Feng Qian immediately became a little anxious and found that he was really a busy man. She hadn't even had a chance to say a few words to him when she first arrived, but he suddenly had to get busy with other things and didn't spend much time with her. Your sister Lu Yin can accompany you, Yuan told her jokingly, letting her know that she has the big star Lu Yin by her side. In just a short while, Lu Yin had already started calling Feng Qian's sister and sister, and their relationship was extremely close. But Feng Qian was also wondering if Lu Yin was a little too enthusiastic towards her, or even trying to please her. Lu Yin feels guilty now, because she is Feng Qian's sister-in-law, but it is not easy for her to reveal her identity publicly. As for this sister-in-law, who is more like Yi, Wen's childhood sweetheart, she must of course build a good relationship with her before she becomes alert. She also lamented in her heart that her great Lu Yin would one day have to do this. Boss Yi is very busy, so we can just talk about the details of filming. Tell us what new ideas you have, and what needs to be changed. Wu Zheng also helped to smooth things over, because he knew that this person was not just rich, but also powerful. The soldiers who appeared here now were all his men, which had completely confirmed his identity as the new supervisor of the Upper City District of Magic City, and he was fully responsible for the cleanup and reconstruction of the Upper City District. If you understand it more easily, this identity is the district chief here. If you understand it more complexly and deeply, it is the local tyrant here. Before this area was completely separated from the quarantine zone, he had absolute say and power of disposal here. Even officers who were higher in rank than him had no jurisdiction over the area under his jurisdiction. He was completely above everyone else, and no one was lower than him. Seeing that two high-ranking people were trying to persuade her, Feng Qian had no choice but to give up for the time being. Lu Yan took her aside and prepared to talk to the great director Wu Zheng about the next movie she was going to star in and what role she was going to play in it. When Yuan saw that Lu Yan, Wu Zheng, and others were with her, he gestured to Ban Li and went out with her. "Bring Lu Mingbiao here to me." He gave Lu Mingbiao some time to settle accounts with his cousin. But now his Del Lai security company has made it clear that it will be transferred to his name and become part of his business. So the necessary procedures need to be completed, and he has given him enough time now. Yes. Ban Li immediately disappeared and was going to bring Lu Mingbiao to Yuan. Yuan went upstairs alone, knowing that this was a good time to exercise. He also found a good thing among the newly updated products in the system mall, something that was very expensive but definitely worth it. "You even sell this?" Yuan looked at the anti-zombie virus medicine in the system mall and saw that the effect was to remove the zombie virus status and make one immune to the zombie virus for 48 hours. In other words, as long as this medicine is injected, you will not be affected by the virus within 48 hours. For people who have already been infected by the virus, this medicine can also relieve the infection. I just don't know if it's effective just after infection, or if it can reverse the zombie state. Yuan saw that this potion was quite expensive at 2,000 life coins per injection in the system mall. Because he can only get 1 life coin for killing a zombie, and hiring a shadow army only requires 10 life coins. This price can hire half an A-level fighter. We'll know after trying it. Yuan immediately understood whether this medicine was useful or not. He would know the effect clearly as long as he tried it on people. So he gave up the idea of going upstairs and turned ahead towards a special place. Chapter 50. Can this medicine reverse the zombies? We passed through an isolated area with cordon-off areas and entered a prohibited area. There is a temporarily unused power distribution room in this area. When you get here, you can hear unusual pounding and slapping noises on the iron door just by standing outside. He knew from the security log records here that when some ordinary workers were infected, they were directly exiled. However, as the security guards here, they have no right to deal with some of the original household owners of Thompson Epine. So they were all locked up in this unused distribution room, waiting for their families to come and find them, and then they would be killed and buried. After Yiwen knew this situation, what else could he say except lamenting that people's identities are different because of whether they have money or not? However, this matter was convenient for him, because it allowed him to find enough experimental subjects to confirm the true effect of this anti-zombie virus drug. But the people in prison here are really some celebrities. Yuan took a look inside from the window of the distribution room. It seems like a big celebrity gathering here. There are celebrities, businessmen, as well as hosts and athletes who often appear on TV. Because the basic identities of those living in Thompson Epine are not simple, so they can gather in this small distribution room and gather here for entertainment parties. He also saw a person at once, a person who appeared here somewhat unexpectedly. Why is he here too? Seeing that the other person was about 2.1 meters tall and as strong as a bull. The bald head is now covered with blue veins. I recognized him as the famous American action movie actor Big Dawson Johnny. I remember the scene in the movie Fast and Furious where he shot down a helicopter with a Gatling gun. It was quite a classic. We must have watched a lot of his hot-blooded action movies. However, no matter how strong he was, he could not resist the zombie virus and died. He was then resurrected as a zombie and chased and killed living things with his instincts. I'll use you as a test subject. Yuan took a liking to him at first sight. No reason, because it doesn't matter if it doesn't work for him. If it works, we can also see whether he is directly resurrected after being cured in the zombie state or other situations occur. He opened the door of the switch room, and before the other zombies inside could react, he dragged Big Guy Johnny out with lightning speed and then closed and locked the door. Big Guy Johnny felt that there was a living creature around him and immediately wanted to resist and attack. But Yiwen's current grip strength is enough to crush even a sea-level mutant like a tomato. The power in the hands has not been measured specifically, but it should be around 50 to 60 horsepower. So subduing Johnny, who is only relatively strong within the human range, is as easy as suppressing an ant with your fingers. Not only did he not feel any resistance, but he also had to be careful with his strength so as not to accidentally crush the big guy to death. After confirming that it couldn't move, I bought an anti-zombie virus drug from the system mall with a bit of heartache and injected it into it. In an instant, Johnny stopped resisting and looked like he was in a daze, pinned to the ground by one of his hands, unable to move. Is it useless? Ewan could clearly see that the signs of zombie infection on Johnny's body were quickly disappearing. It has been proven that this potion is indeed effective against zombies and can quickly eliminate all viral infections in an infected body. But for the zombies that have already transformed, it seems to only kill them completely. The advantage is that the other party can recover their human form and die, which at least looks more decent. Can it really only be used for people who have just been infected? Ewan discovered that if this was the case, the greatest function of this medicine was still self-protection. Because the zombie virus is now very toxic, basically anyone who is infected will die within an hour and then transform into a zombie. In such a short time, it is basically impossible to use this medicine to save your loved ones. Therefore, saving yourself is more important than saving others. But just when he thought he was going to give up and was preparing to reserve a few injections for his own use or find a reason to give them to Feng Qian and the others, Johnny, under his command, trembled violently. A prompt immediately appeared on the virtual screen next to him. The target has been treated with anti-zombie virus medicine. You can 1. Remove zombie status. Target dies. 2. The target becomes a semi-infected person. 3. The target is transformed into a combatant with a minimum rating of B. 3 options appear, asking him to choose what will happen to Johnny next. Can you transform into a half-infected and a combatant? Once you see the first option, there is no need to consider it at all. Because unless he was sick, he wouldn't be so bored as to spend 2,000 life coins just to help Johnny get rid of the infection and then bury him. Currently, the only 2 methods that are more likely to make a profit are the ones mentioned later. One is to transform Johnny into a semi-infected person, and the other is to transform him into a fighter, both of which are at least B level. Combatants are easy to say. Kurumi and Chestnut are S-rank combatants. But this half-infected person, what Ewan is more curious about now is this semi-infected person. Because fully infected people are easy to understand. Because those who are fully infected are zombies. They are living monsters that will madly and actively attack living things. But what is this half-infected being? Only half-infected? You'll know after you try it. Ewan immediately poked at the second option on the virtual screen and chose to transform Johnny, who had just been injected with anti-zombie virus agent, into a semi-infected person. Anyway, for him, these 2,000 life coins can just be considered a waste. Even if the other party turned into a semi-infected person and lost control, he could just kill him with his own hands. He didn't believe that an ordinary person who had only been injected could be stronger than his body that had undergone high-level training. After confirming his choice, Johnny's body was shocked, as if he had been electrocuted. He woke up confusedly, touched his big bald head, and muttered in broken Chinese, "Why am I here?" It seemed that he had completely forgotten that he had been infected. Ewan was surprised to find that he was alive. He should have been killed by the virus and turned into a zombie, but he was resurrected. Not only was he resurrected, but he also retained his original memories, as if he was really alive. If there is any difference between him and before, it was you who saved me? Johnny didn't know why he instinctively felt a sense of intimacy with the young Chinese man in front of him, as if he was a good brother who could go through thick and thin with him. Ewan saw an attribute panel next to him, and saw that the favorability panel showed permanent loyalty. Chapter 51. Suddenly, there are more people. Am I making this big guy completely obedient to me? Ewan discovered that this was the current situation, and also realized that if this was true, his 2,000 life coins were not wasted at all. He also saw that Johnny's attributes showed that he was now level 1 and his race had become semi-infected. If we must say what the difference is between a semi-infected body and an ordinary person, it is that there is a blue tattoo pattern on his body. This is the residual trace left when he was infected with the zombie virus in the past, and his blood vessels and nerves were invaded by the zombie virus. However, this kind of mark can be easily covered up with a black tattoo, so it can be said that he is no different from ordinary people in appearance. He is even much stronger than an ordinary person. He will not be infected again if he is harmed by the zombie virus, which will only make him stronger. It was me who saved you. Ewan was sure of him, sure that it was he who saved him. Johnny looked at him more friendly, and suddenly smiled his signature toothy smile. "I owe you a life, forever." He pounded his chest with his sandbag-sized fist, indicating that he would always remember this favor. Yuan also imitated his movements. It was discovered that there was an advantage to transforming him into a semi-infected body, which was that his consciousness was clear and he still retained his original memories. It can be said that apart from being absolutely loyal to him and being able to truly try to be a brother who is willing to stand by him at any time, he is no different from the past. In the relationship between the two, he will subconsciously elevate his side's status and regard him as the leader and the big brother. Take a shower, change your clothes, and eat something. Yuan found this to be good news because he could have a group of supporters who absolutely supported him, instead of obedient people like Walnut and Chestnut who simply obeyed him absolutely but were difficult to let go and develop independently. It does stink. Johnny also realized that his body was indeed rotten and wondered how he could tolerate the smell on his body for so long. Yuan immediately arranged a staff lounge for him so that he could wash himself and change clothes there. He even got a variety of meals to test whether he would continue to eat human food after becoming half-infected or retain the zombie habit of eating living things. Johnny came out after washing up, and it was obvious that his height had increased from 2.1 meters to 2.3 meters. The entire body size has also expanded, looking more like a strong bison. When he came out and saw a table full of sumptuous food, he first smiled at this side. "I usually go for the fruit and vegetable salad." But after taking a bite, he immediately felt something strange and put it back, then picked up another piece of half-cooked steak and started chewing on it. "Strange. Why do I feel sick when eating vegetables?" he muttered in confusion. Yuan understood that because of their experience as zombies over a period of time, the semi-infected people would seem to become complete carnivores and would begin to completely reject vegetables. This is not so bad. Yuan muttered to himself and found that this situation was acceptable, because he originally thought that half-infected people had to eat completely raw meat. Now, they can eat anything as long as it is meat, but they can no longer accept fruits and vegetables. "You eat here first. I'll bring a few more people over." Yuan called to Johnny and let him satisfy his own appetite here. He found that this was much more cost-effective than spending 10,000 yuan to hire an S-level fighter, because an S-class fighter with default initial attributes is only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. However, those who were transformed into semi-infected and resurrected retained their previous identities and memories, but were just closer to him and would remain absolutely loyal to him. In this way, they are indeed not as good as S-level fighters in terms of combat power and growth, but in terms of helping with identity value, they are much more valuable than an ordinary S-level fighter. Considering that one injection of potion only costs 2,000 life coins, and 10,000 life coins can be used to convert 5 such personnel, it is equivalent to him buying 5 such high-value personnel for the price of one S-level fighter, and he can directly form a team. Soon he brought back 3 more people. 2 of them were blonde and blue-eyed, and only one was Chinese. Let me introduce you. This is Johnny, the action movie star with the nickname of Big Guy. This is Wu Yong, a famous hacker genius in China. These 2 are Nova and Shiva from the White Bear country. They are full-time bodyguards. Yuan introduced them to each other. Because they were all converted by him, they will instinctively have full favorability and loyalty towards him. Because of him, other related personnel will have a very good first impression. They are all great people, Johnny said in his broken Chinese. Wu Yong also looked at Johnny and Nova Shiva curiously. He remembered seeing them both in this neighborhood. It's just that Nova Shiva was originally a bodyguard hired by a wealthy businessman here, Gao Jin. It is said that she used to work in the intelligence department of the White Bear country and is a very professional special agent. They all looked each other up and down, like friends getting to know each other for the first time. Yuan also stated the purpose of gathering them here and letting them get to know each other. First of all, tell Johnny and Nova Shiva that it may be difficult for you to return home. Because briefly explain to them what happened after they were infected and turned into zombies. Let them know that international flights have been suspended and that Eagle Country and White Bear Country do not have as strict quarantine and blockade policies as China. The zombie virus has spread throughout their homeland, causing a large number of people to die and become zombies. Therefore, not to mention that there are no flights back home. Even if they did go back, they would probably see a hellish world full of zombies. There is no point in going back at all. Johnny and Nova Shiva were silent for a moment. Although they were transformed into zombies for a while, they can still remember some things if they try hard. Know that the world has changed now. China has become the only country in the world that has barely controlled the disaster and is trying to restore normal production and life. Whether it was the Eagle country, the White Bear country, or the originally very developed Western countries, it was because of the universal immunity policy that each country did not fall into the war, but fell directly into this disaster. I had no plan to return home. I'm having a good time here. Johnny was the first to express his opinion, saying that he had always wanted to settle down, and now he was even more certain of it. Nova and Shiva looked at each other and said to Yi Wen in unison, "From now on, you are our only boss. We will follow you." He decided to become Yi Wen's vassal and work as his bodyguard for the rest of his life. Wu Yong was still thinking, and he suddenly asked, "Is it true that the country has relaxed its arms policy and allowed the people to form militias?" He took out his cell phone and showed us what he discovered first. Chapter 52. The Chamber of Commerce takes shape. Yuan discovered that Wu Yong was indeed a hacker, as he discovered this key situation so quickly. "Yes, and I'm a contractor now." Yuan did not hide anything from them and told them the truth, letting them know that he had a purpose in gathering them all here. His words made them look at each other in surprise. All of them were surprised that he had this identity and background. "What are you going to do? Or what do you want us to do?" Wu Yong's professional sensitivity makes his intelligence perception here the sharpest. He immediately got to the point and asked Yuan why he had gathered them here. "Contractors like us can hire people to help us handle things. In simple terms, we can hire anyone to work for us and give the other party a reasonable and legal identity as an employee." Yuan revealed some information. After hearing what he said, most of them understood what he meant. "I understand that he wants to hire them and has them do something. What do you want to do?" Since Wu Yong had the highest IQ here, he was automatically the spokesperson who could have a direct conversation with Yuan, and he represented the attitudes of the other people in the conversation with him. "It's simple. Open a company, an independent company. Its business is to work outside the scope of my overall management and help me deal with some things that are inconvenient for me to show up in public." Yuan expressed his intentions. After what happened to Wang Ningxuan and Wu Zheng, he gradually felt that the power he had now was not enough. He also needed some forces that seemed to have nothing to do with him and could act outside the area under his jurisdiction. Specific. Wu Yong didn't understand what he said, so he wanted him to explain it in detail. To put it simply, develop in many aspects. You open a company and form a strategic partnership with me. I can provide you with armaments, personnel, and even funds. You can undertake contracting and reconstruction and development in other places for me. This allows for development in many aspects at the same time. Let your company be more like my branch, secretly serving me. Yuan told us his initial plan. He planned to let Johnny and his team set up a branch company, provide them with resources such as funds, and let them work separately with him to take on some contracting targets in other regions. I understand a little bit. Wu Yong understood a little bit after listening to this, and realized that he wanted to hire them to be managers of other branches around him. In this way, he could quickly expand the scope of influence in a short period of time and expand the scale at the fastest speed. Nova and Shiva didn't understand and just looked at each other. Johnny understood the intention because he was also a boss and nodded in understanding. "Brother, if that's the case, you might as well open a few more. I just don't know if I can also qualify." Johnny told him to be bolder if he wanted to do it, and simply open several branches at once, allowing them to form a cooperative chamber of commerce privately. He is the president of this chamber of commerce, and everyone else is a member of this chamber of commerce. But you guys are the only ones I can trust right now, so I can only open 3 at most. Johnny, Wu Yong, and Nova Shiva. You can each open 1. Yuan told them to let them know that he was not without this ambition. It's just that there are too few trustworthy people right now, so I would rather slow down the pace so that this matter can be completed more stably. Indeed, Wu Yong agreed with him. They also understand that even though they are just subsidiaries, they are under the overall planning of the head office. However, according to the principle of better to have less than too much, it is better to have fewer core members than to take 2 big steps that will cause the entire situation to fall into chaos or even collapse. We happen to know some people from the mercenary group, but we don't know if they're safe now. And there is no way to transport them from the White Bear country. Nova was the first to speak, saying that she still has a unique advantage in this matter, because she and Shiva are from the White Bear country. In this fighting nation, not only are there many mercenaries, but they can also get arms and even some weapons of mass destruction. Now, as long as they can obtain legal entry status, they are confident that their force will become the largest on Yi Wen's side. Yuan thought their news was very good. It was because of this situation that he came up with this idea, because he found that the number of people he hired was restricted by military rank, which prevented him from having a large enough force. But he made alliances with people he could trust enough, which made them all his subordinates in private. He only needs to hire these top personnel, and naturally large-scale military forces can be formed. His goal is not just at home, his goal is far overseas. But whether it is Xinjiang or Eagle Country, what can they do there with only 2,000 troops? I'm afraid it would be difficult to capture and fully control a city. I'm not as good as them, but I can provide cyber intelligence support. Just give me some money, some network equipment, and a safe office location. Wu Yong said that he was not as strong as the White Bear sisters, so he chose to start a company in a more conventional city. He decided to set up a network business company and actually provide remote network intelligence support in secret. I'll just open a company and make money as usual. I happen to have the idea of transferring some of my businesses to China. There's no chance to transfer now, but it's easy to rebuild, and the plans are ready. Johnny himself is a star actor, but he is also the owner of a company that sells fitness equipment and fitness nutritional foods. So for him, it was just a matter of moving to another place to start production again and find new supplies. Because of the current situation, he knew he could take the opportunity to transform and set up a business specializing in compressed emergency food to ensure a constant supply of food. Okay, contact her when you need funds. All allocations will be made through her. You can also introduce someone to them. Now it is Walnut, dressed as a secretary, who appears here. None of them noticed her and didn't know when she came in. Hu Tao also smiled and nodded to them and introduced herself here. I am Mr. Ye's secretary. You can call me Hu Tao, Miss Hu. Her name was easier to accept and understand than Chestnut, so they didn't have any doubts about her name. He had called Hu Tao over remotely to let her get acquainted with the new members of the Chamber of Commerce that were about to be established, and to let them know who to contact first if anything happened in the future. At the same time, Banli also said that Lu Mingbiao, whom he had requested to bring over, had been brought over and was waiting for him in his study. However, she also reminded him that Lu Mingbiao had been beaten and was seriously injured. Chapter 53. Can the land quota be transferred? Grab it decisively. Is Lu Mingbiao injured? When he heard the news, Yuan was indeed a little surprised, because he remembered that Lu Mingbiao was planning to settle accounts with his cousin Lu Yi at that time, so he was not in a hurry to hand over the business of Delay Security Company. He hoped to borrow his former subordinates to take revenge. Now he was injured, and the injury seemed serious. You guys talk to her first, I'll go deal with other situations. Yuan left Hu Tao here and let her take over the things here. He stood up and said goodbye, went back to his room on the 8th floor, and went directly to the study to meet Lu Mingbiao. Several people here respectfully saw the big boss off. After saying goodbye to them, Yuan did not take the elevator, but jumped back to his residence in Thompson Epine using a few rock climbers. He saw Lu Mingbiao in the study, with a bruised face and blood on his body. What's going on? Yuan knew that he and Lu Mingbiao were not familiar with each other, and it could even be said that they had a grudge against each other. But because he is very smart now, and even took the initiative to give his Delay Security Company to him to save his life, he still likes him very much. At the same time, he is surprised that he brought so many people to settle accounts with Lu Yi, but was defeated by Lu Yi alone. That bastard is really smart. He was prepared in advance and waited for me to go over and settle the score with him. Lu Mingbiao was furious when he mentioned this matter. I realized that he really embarrassed himself today. First, he was fooled by his cousin and almost became a pawn. The other party had already anticipated that the task would not be accomplished, and somehow found a connection to wait for him to come over, and then directly dealt with him and the people he brought with him. Yuan bought a bottle of healing potion from the mall and threw it to him, asking him to control his injuries first. Lu Mingbiao looked over gratefully and used the healing spray to simply treat his wounds. He immediately felt much better. He found that the effect of this bottle of medicine was amazing. Does the other party have a gun? Yuan asked directly. He understood that Lu Mingbiao could suffer such a great loss because he must have met a tough opponent who must have a gun, and not just one. Lu Mingbiao looked at him in surprise, as if he was surprised how he knew that. He could only say unwillingly, I don't know how he met a friend who was also a contractor and had already received the goods. I took people to find him, which was equivalent to intruding into his territory. Naturally, he pointed a gun at me. It was difficult to resist, and I was beaten up instead. Since he was also in charge of contracting and clearing indicators, he knew some of the situations. It's just that his company's capital scale is not large, so he only contracted a community in Shanghai. Unlike the other party who contracted a business district and a dock, and let the other party get even the guns. Also, because he was the one who took the initiative to break into the other party's territory, it was not easy for him to engage in an open fight with the other party. But he suddenly thought of something. It's amazing to think that this seemingly insignificant young man in front of me is actually a hidden big shot, a person that even Congress values. When he entered the community, he had already seen the troops stationed here and the new military uniforms they had changed into. He suddenly realized that his revenge was not without hope. Boss, that bastard hasn't given up on your girlfriend yet. You should bring your men over now and prepare to take advantage of him. He immediately tried to fan the flames. We know that if the two sides collide, based on our strength, we will definitely be able to beat the other side to a pulp. You should know that contractors cannot engage in military conflicts, even in the quarantine zone. Yuan looked at Lu Mingbiao with a dangerous look. I know he has some sinister idea of killing someone with a borrowed knife. He was indeed very unhappy to hear that Lu Yi was very likely to go looking for Lin Fei and Ma Luo, and was even planning to take Lin Fei away by force. But this does not mean that he is willing to be used as a gun and use his power to avenge Lu Mingbiao. Lu Mingbiao was frightened. He knew that his thoughts would easily be exposed, but he had no other choice. I've made it clear. As long as the boss is willing to help me get revenge, I'll give you my quota. I can even work for you for free. Lu Mingbiao was not afraid of wearing shoes even if he was barefoot, so he gave it his all. He admitted that he had never been so cowardly. He actually took the initiative to go to the house and wanted to beat up the cousin who deliberately tricked him, but he didn't beat the person and got injured instead. And because he was only borrowing the power of his original security company to do this, it was now equivalent to returning the power to Yuan. He suddenly became a complete lone commander. It was obviously impossible for him to avenge himself. So he realized that if he wanted to take revenge, he could only rely on Yuan's power, and even give himself and the indicators at hand away for free, so that the other party would be willing to help him for the sake of benefits. I can consider the indicators, but forget about the people. Yuan rejected him with just one sentence, because he could see that Lu Mingbiao was a typical hooligan. He is a typical fence-sitter. Now that he is powerful, he may be very obedient and work hard. However, once there is any sign of trouble, people like him are most likely to immediately betray and become traitors. Therefore, he would rather use the Shadow Force and Johnny and other semi-infected people who are absolutely loyal to him than use people like him. Even though he knew he was the local boss here, if he really took him in, the scale of his industry would grow rapidly in a short period of time. Lu Mingbiao looked a little embarrassed for a moment because he could tell that he was being disliked. But he didn't care, because in his opinion, as long as he can have the opportunity to take revenge, the rest is not important. And he knows that as long as the other party agrees, his chances of revenge will become very high, basically 100%. Prepare 2 cars of people. I need them. Come with me to pick them up later. Yuan instructed Ban Li, asking her to prepare 2 cars of people to wait for him at the door downstairs. Ban Li immediately took the order and left to make preparations. Lu Mingbiao was overjoyed, realizing that he was right to fan the flames. Because no man can sit still when he hears that his woman is going to be snatched away by someone else and is going to be cuckolded, even if the man may have many women. Yuan's thoughts were not as simple as those of a gangster like him. It suddenly occurred to him that the indicators between contractors could be transferred. At present, he only has the quota for Shanghai's upper city, which will allow him to have priority in development rights after the upper city is completely liberated, and all land can be purchased at a 10% discount, allowing him to easily build his industrial park in the city center where every inch of land is valuable. But who would complain about having too much land, especially in Shanghai, where the land price is among the highest in the country? It is no exaggeration to say that he can easily become a multi-billionaire by selling land after the quarantine zone is lifted. So now that he has an excuse to seize the indicators and land from others, how could he still be waiting here? Chapter 54. This is what happened. In the car, Yuan first sent a message to Ma Luo and asked her, "You guys are okay? Ask about their situation first and see if the other party has taken action." Ma Luo was bored after getting up and was hugging her legs while watching Lin Fei doing yoga exercises on TV. Suddenly, she found a message on her phone, and it was from someone who had always haunted her. She was so shocked that she almost jumped up. "What's wrong?" Lin Fei saw Ma Luo's overly excited reaction in the reflection of the mirror and wondered why she reacted so strongly as if she had been electrocuted. "Our common man has sent a message. Are you tempted?" Ma Luo teased her deliberately, shaking his cell phone in his hand to seduce her. Lin Fei's cheeks turned red. She still felt a little shy and nostalgic because she recalled the bold thing she had done on the way home. She had to admit that this was the craziest thing she had ever done in her 19 years, and it happened in a car. What did he say? She obviously cared a lot, but she still tried to pretend that she didn't care and asking her what good news this really bold hoof tickler had received that made her so excited. Guess. Marlowe deliberately seduced and teased her. It was discovered that since their relationship changed because of the incident on the car, they had become much closer and more like real sisters. Fortunately, it was this change in the relationship that allowed her to quickly get out of the shadow. Because when they returned to this home, Lin Fei found out that her parents were in trouble and had been taken away for treatment, so she didn't even get to see them for the last time. She drank all the alcohol in the house to numb herself and slept for more than 10 hours before waking up. She accepted the fact and this new life as if nothing had happened. Forget it. Lin Fei knew that Ma Luo did it on purpose, teasing her. She also knew that the more concerned and anxious she acted, the more she would fulfill the other party's wish and allow his conspiracy to succeed. Then I'll chat with him alone. Marlowe teased her deliberately, and his expression looked as if the other party had said some seductive love words to her, making her giggle. Lin Fei was so curious that she was itching to try it, but she also suddenly felt a little sad. Because they were both fallen and indulged, but the other party sent a message to Marlowe without caring about her. She was suddenly worried and anxious and couldn't help crying. She couldn't help but wipe it away with the back of her hand, but it couldn't be wiped clean. Why are you crying? Don't cry. I was just kidding. He just asked about our situation. Ma Luo suddenly noticed Lin Fei secretly wiping her tears. He became anxious and rushed over to comfort her, apologizing to her continuously. Lin Fei looked at her doubtfully, wondering if what she said was true. Marlowe immediately showed her the chat history, letting her see that the person she cared about most now just asked about their current situation and just sent the message to her casually. Why am I asking you? Lin Fei was still a little jealous. I don't understand why she sent the message to her instead of to her side, since she also added the other party as a friend. Ma Luo was a little embarrassed, because should she say that the reason might be that she was more obedient in front of the other person and knew better not to disturb the other person's normal life? It may be because my chat history is at the front and easier to find. Ma Luo found an excuse and began to help Yi when stabilize Lin Fei's emotions. Lin Fei looked at her, not believing this reason. But she also understood the real reason, and understood that if she were to compete with Marlowe, she would definitely not be as obedient as Marlowe. After all, she had many suitors in school, and she was used to being admired, so she would naturally be more spoiled and have a bit of personality. Naturally, he was not as obedient and docile as Marlowe. Why would I go crazy with you? Now I've fallen into it too. Lin Fei knew that she had never cared so much about a man before, and she had never thought that she could share him with someone else, let alone her best friend. You can give up if you regret it. Anyway, he is a liberal person and won't force you to stay. Marlowe knew that everything was fine, so he laughed and joked with her, telling her to give up and quit if she regretted it. You're dreaming. If I quit, you can have it all to yourself. No, you can have a larger portion. Lin Fei would not be fooled. He knew that now that he had fallen, he had no intention of quitting. Because the world is like this now, and her parents have had an accident. It can be said that she is alone in this world and doesn't need to care about other people's opinions at all. Compared to finding an honest and loyal man, she would rather be with this scumbag who can't be her only one. Because next to him, she can live well and have a good life. She doesn't have to live in fear, and she may even be given away as a life-saving gift. Marlowe knew that she had indeed seen the key in a very short time. Because before this disaster happened, their idea would have been ridiculous. But now even my own life is hard to guarantee. The other party's power is undoubtedly their best protection, and it can also allow them to live a life without worries about food and clothing. Not to mention that he is rich and handsome, just like the male protagonist who walked out of a female online novel. But do you feel that what he asked was strange? What do you mean we are fine? At this time, Marlowe also keenly noticed the strangeness in Yi Wen's question, because normally you would ask them if they're doing well, not if they are okay here. This is just like, yeah, now that you mention it, I think his question is very strange. It's like he knows something is going to happen here, and he's worried about us, asking if there are any major changes here. Lin Fei responded to Ma Luo's suspicion, knowing that he had the same idea as her. He immediately took the phone and replied simply, "Is something big going to happen here?" She asked back very directly, knowing that since the other party had asked, he already knew the situation and was even more prepared to protect them. Yi Wen received the reply and saw that they were almost there. But he hadn't seen what Lu Mingdiao said yet, so he replied, "It's nothing serious. I'm here to pick you up. You just stay at home and don't go anywhere." We'll talk about anything when we meet." Knowing that they would respond like this, we can be sure that Lin Fei has not been taken away, which means they are safe. Seeing his answer, Lin Fei and Ma Luo felt even more strange, because they felt that the other party was coming to take them to move. "He said he was coming over?" "Yeah, I also saw him say he was coming over." "He's coming." Ma Luo and Lin Fei paid attention to the key issue in this matter while asking and answering questions, and suddenly realized that Yuan said in the message that he was coming. They screamed at the same time. Because women dress up to please themselves, they see their partners as sloppy beggars or crazy women, knowing that if the other party sees them like this, their beautiful image will be completely ruined in the other party's eyes. One by one, they rushed into the bathroom to wash, put on makeup, and dress up, knowing that they should present their best image in front of each other. Yuan had no idea how shocking his sudden visit had caused the two girls. He only saw that his convoy had just arrived at the gate of the community, and just in time, he saw a team of more than 60 infantrymen trotting and escorting a jeep arriving at the same time. The two sides met head-on here, and it could even be said that they went to war. Chapter 55, Discovering a Big Enemy. Lu Yi was gritting his teeth now because he clearly had nothing going on between him and Lin Fei, but he still felt like he was being cuckolded, and someone was cuckolding him in front of him. "Lu Yi, this area should be considered my jurisdiction, right?" Li Deming, who was in the same car with him and only used him as a driver, asked Lu Yi curiously. He was wondering why someone else's force appeared in the area under his jurisdiction, and it was a force with greater military power than his. Could it be that he didn't notice that the area line crossed the zone? Lu Yi pretended not to know Yi when in the opposite car. By pretending not to recognize him, he took down Lin Fei and Ma Luo in one fell swoop, killing two birds with one stone. "I don't think so. It's obvious that the other party came here on purpose and came to your girlfriend's neighborhood." Lu Mingde is not stupid. He could see that the other party was deliberately staying here and had shown considerable hostility and vigilance towards them after they appeared here. But he didn't know that Lu Yi was hiding something from him. That is, the person they came to the community to pick up was not Lu Ye's girlfriend at all, but one of the underground girlfriends of the superior of the people opposite. In his opinion, he was just picking up his driver's girlfriend on the way, and he was just being considerate to his subordinate by transferring her to a safe place. "Get off the car and talk to the other party." Lu Mingde decided to get off the car, because the other side had transported two military vehicles of soldiers here. Even if this was the territory under his jurisdiction, he could not declare war on his own initiative. The most important thing is that he doesn't know the other party's intentions, so he needs to be cautious. Lu Yi knew what the other party was here for, but he was surprised that he came so quickly. He also thought quickly in his mind, "I know that this matter cannot be let go." He knew that if the person he had finally managed to get hold of knew that he, the driver, had cheated him and that the person he was going to pick up was not Lu Ye's girlfriend, but the other party's woman, he would definitely not end up well. When he actually saw Yi when appearing here in the appearance of an officer, escorted by two military vehicles and with more than 100 people, he was jealous to the point of going crazy. Because in his opinion, why is all the good luck on the other side? Not only was he young and rich, he was also handsome, and he easily snatched away the woman he loved two at a time. Moreover, her current status was higher than his, and she was higher than the backer that he had managed to catch with great difficulty. Why? Why is there such unfairness in this world? "Mr. Lee, you have to be careful. The other party tried to steal my girlfriend last time, but failed. This time he must be coming here with the intention of forcing my girlfriend away by force." Lu Yi suddenly came to Li Mingde and whispered to him. Li Mingde considers himself a very reasonable person, and what he can't stand the most is this kind of thing where someone's love is stolen. "Don't worry, I will help you settle this matter." In his opinion, since both sides are colleagues in the new army, some things should be easy to discuss. Furthermore, the other party was unreasonable in the first place. He only needed to say a few words and even threatened the other party, warning him that if he didn't listen, he would report him to the higher authorities. The other party will definitely be afraid of giving up on this matter due to his reputation and will withdraw obediently. "Thank you, Master Li. Thank you, Master Li." Lu Yi smiled humbly and almost sang praises to him for his correct values. Li Mingde smiled slightly and brought his men directly to Yi Wen's side. Yuan was sitting in the car when he saw that the other party only brought 3 or 5 people with him, and next to the other party was an acquaintance of his, Lu Yi. After seeing Yi Wen up close, Lu Yi became even more jealous, as if they were enemies meeting each other. However, he knew that he was not the protagonist here, so he handed everything over to his new backer and believed that the other party would definitely do justice for him. Which unit are you from? Do you know the cross-border? Lu Mingde came over and took the initiative to speak, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he made a well-reasoned argument to put himself in a high position of discourse power. Because in terms of the contracted area, the areas near this community are all under his contracted jurisdiction. No matter how powerful the other party was, it was considered crossing the border in such a small area. They led so many troops into his territory without any warning. I know, but I'm just here to pick someone up. Yiwen admitted that they were indeed in the wrong in this matter. So he chose to get off the car first, and came to Li Mingde accompanied by Ban Li. Li Mingde immediately recognized the number on Yi Wen's military uniform, and discovered that his military rank was full regimental level. Hello, Commander. As a company commander, Li Mingde stood at attention and saluted very politely, knowing that he had to follow proper etiquette. Otherwise, it would be easy for the other side to find fault with him, and even use this small detail as an excuse to turn the tables. Yiwen looked at Li Mingde, who was standing at attention, and saluted him, and then looked at Lu Yi, who was beside him, trying hard to reduce his presence. I found out that he is really a talented person. He found such a backer in no time. No wonder when Lu Mingbiao came to cause trouble for him, he got someone on his side to beat him up, and he didn't dare to resist at all. Captain, there is something I want to tell you. Li Mingde also found that Lu Yi really did not lie to him, but he did not expect that the other party was so powerful and his military rank was even higher than his. Explain. Yiwen told him that this was his territory, and that he was just borrowing the passage when he brought people here. Captain, it's just a woman. Don't ruin your achievements for a woman. It will make everyone look bad. Li Mingde decided to persuade the captain to stop before it was too late. Don't think that he will be afraid of him, just because he is one level higher than him. Does this mean you're going to help him? Yiwen was surprised that his young company commander was so courageous. It was obvious that Lu Yi wanted to steal his woman, and he even planned to take her away against her will. As the company commander, he actually wanted to help such a person and even threatened to report him. Yes, Li Mingde admitted it with gritted teeth, knowing that even though everything was in chaos due to the disaster, he still had to be reasonable in doing anything. Just because he is powerful and the head of a group, he can't just snatch other people's girlfriends at will, learn from some people in the Republic of China and start having affairs with men and women, and even have more than a dozen concubines. When Yiwen heard his affirmative answer, he found that he was really courageous. So I asked him directly, "Are you planning to use your small number of people to resist my power? Or just report me directly?" Chapter 56, Who is right? He immediately threw the question to him and asked directly what Li Mingde meant. In fact, when they heard that the two sides might fight here, the most panicked ones were not Li Mingde and Lu Yi, but the soldiers under Li Mingde. Because these soldiers are real mercenaries, recruited from survivors in various communities. To put it bluntly, they're a ragtag army that has not even undergone basic training, yet have joined in this battlefield between humans and zombies. But Yiwen's situation is different. Yiwen's side uses the system to hire a uniformly professional shadow force that is more professional than professional soldiers. Therefore, the soldiers on the vehicles of both armies were in a solemn atmosphere and were fully equipped with weapons. Comparing the two sides, the gap is simply the gap between the scattered bandit army and the elite regular army. The momentum alone is enough to overwhelm this side, making these people here fear from the bottom of their hearts that the two sides may fight here. Li Mingde had noticed this a long time ago, so he was arguing with reason. He did not think that the other party had a higher military rank than him and had a more elite army than him, so he could forcibly seize the woman, and he could also directly violently snatch someone else's girlfriend and directly intend to force her into his own back room. I can't beat you, but if you insist, I will definitely report you. I will also tell your superiors that you are forcibly crossing the border to snatch someone. Li Mingde believed that what he did was the right thing. He thought that although he could not beat the other party now, he would definitely not let the other party have an easy time. If the higher-ups knew about this matter, they would most likely directly strip him of his military power and hold him accountable for other military disciplinary responsibilities. Yiwen found this matter interesting, because he didn't want the girl he had a relationship with to be taken away by the other party. After the other party found that he couldn't beat him, he actually planned to report him and use military discipline to deal with him. However, he would never have thought that he now has a get-out-of-jail-free card. As long as he doesn't do anything too extreme, the Congress above will turn a blind eye to him. Not to mention that what he is doing now is reasonable and well-founded, so he is not afraid of someone from above investigating. Everyone disarm. Use your fists. Hit me hard. Yuan gave the order very straightforwardly, letting them know what it meant to be beaten to a pulp if they wanted to do something against the law of nature. When the shadow troops on the military vehicle heard the order, they immediately took off their submachine guns, hung them beside them, and jumped out of the vehicle, and just used their fists as ordered. Li Mingda was shocked, surprised that the other party would start fighting as soon as he said so, and would solve the matter by fighting. Since the other side had already disarmed their weapons, they couldn't open fire first. They had no choice but to fight back. In the blink of an eye, the opponent pounced on him in the face like a wolf and tiger, pinned him to the ground, and beat him up, leaving him with a mess. Li Mingda was the only one who was still standing here, without any injuries, because no member of the Black Shadow Force went to find him, and all of them bypassed him and killed the soldiers behind him directly. I won't bully you either. As long as you can beat the adjutant next to me, I will turn around and leave immediately. I mean what I say. Yuan was relatively polite to Li Mingda, respecting him as a company commander and not letting ordinary soldiers attack him. So he was left to Ban Li, and as long as he could defeat Ban Li in a one-on-one fight, he would lead his troops away immediately. At worst, Ban Li could go in alone to pick up the people and take Lin Fei and Ma Luo away. When Li Mingda saw that the other party asked him to fight with a female soldier, he immediately felt extremely humiliated. Lu Yi was even more jealous of Yuan, because he then noticed that the female adjutant beside Yuan was also so beautiful and attractive. Imagine him partying every night, and there might be several girls accompanying him. He was so jealous that his heart bled, because in his opinion, this is the life he has always dreamed of. He is the one who should live this kind of life every night, instead of learning to be a dog and just being a driver who nods and wags his tail for others. No sooner said than done. Li Mingda now completely hated Yuan. However, he knew that defeating the opponent's adjutant was the only chance for him to save some face. So he walked towards Ban Li with his fists and feet ready, thinking that the other party underestimated him. After all, he has studied and practiced boxing for many years and has even won city-level rankings. Now Chestnut has become much more agile because of his improved intelligence. So now there was no need for Yi Wen to give any orders. She took the initiative to step forward and just stood there quietly waiting for Li Mingda to attack. Li Mingda felt extremely insulted when he saw the other party just standing there quietly. So he took the initiative to attack with even greater resentment. He quickly approached with a small jump and punched Ban Li in the face with a straight punch to attract the opponent's attention. At the same time, the other punch to the abdomen was actually his real killer move. But after he made the move, Ban Li immediately glanced down at his fist that was about to hit him in the abdomen and immediately saw through his true intention. Regarding his plan of feigning on the right and attacking on the left, she was very straightforward and showed the difference in fighting strength between the two sides. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his throat and pushed him to the ground, hitting the back of his head hard on the ground, making him dizzy. It was a perfect knockout in an instant, making his previous attack a joke. It's over, let him go. Yuan clapped his hands to indicate that the battle was over. It also made Ban Li let go of this guy who didn't understand the situation and got involved in this mess without pursuing him. It also made Ban Li let go of his hand that was strangling Li Mingda's throat and realized that there was no need to continue to hurt him. Li Mingda was lying on the ground, looking up at the sky, which was now somewhat cloudy. He felt a little relieved, but his heart was dead, because he knew that he was killed instantly, in the true sense of the word, by a woman. His dignity, his years of boxing training, and even the strength he had now accumulated became a joke. I really don't understand why you are helping this guy. If it weren't for the sensitive issue of killing other contractors across borders, you would have been dead today. You were so enthusiastic about helping others snatch other people's girlfriends. Yuan looked down on him. He thought that he was not jealous of him, but he was so active in jumping in front to deliberately provoke him. It's obviously, Li Mingda became excited. He believes that the other party can despise him for being inferior to others in strength, but cannot despise him for doing something wrong. However, just as he was about to argue, he suddenly noticed his driver Lu Ye's evasive gaze and realized that the other party was looking down on him for helping others snatch someone else's girlfriend. If this is true, then the only possibility is that Lu Yi lied to him. Suddenly, a pair of young and beautiful girls ran out of the community happily, dragging suitcases. They didn't even look at Lu Yi and rushed directly to the other side, pestering them and telling them something happily. The appearance of this scene made him suddenly realize that if he saw this situation and still didn't understand what was going on, he would be a complete idiot. He also looked at Lu Yi with hatred, knowing that this guy had deceived him. Chapter 57 Death of Lu Yi. Lu Yi was now feeling guilty and didn't dare to meet the other party's eyes, because when Lin Fei and Ma Luo appeared and interacted with each other in such an intimate manner, all his lies were exposed, and all the lies he had said were self-defeating. Why is this guy so lucky? Lu Yi still doesn't think he is wrong at all. He just wonders why God is so kind to the guy opposite him. He hated that if the other party had come a step later, he could have taken Lin Fei away and persuaded Lin Fei to give up the other guy and choose to follow him. Everything could obviously be different. Absolutely could be different. But now there are no ifs. The other party appeared when he shouldn't have, and all the lies were exposed at this moment. No matter what he said now, he would not be able to gain the trust of this guy, Li Mingde. You should know that what I hate most is someone lying to me or playing tricks on me. Li Mingde's expression completely changed from his friendly and easygoing look just now. Now he was looking at Lu Yi gloomily, realizing that the other party had completely treated him as a fool and deceived him until now. As you wish. Lu Yi suddenly felt more open-minded and thought that there was nothing to hide, because facts speak louder than words. Lin Fei and Ma Luo didn't even look at him. On the contrary, the way they were acting intimately and coquettishly with each other explained the whole truth. He didn't need to continue talking. You don't even bother to argue? Li Mingde was so angry that he laughed. He was so angry that he laughed at the shamelessness of this person. Because he wanted to steal the other person's girlfriend, but found that he couldn't win by his own strength. He borrowed the power from his side. To put it bluntly, this is kidnapping. What was he going to do after he kidnapped the girl with his power? Force him to fight with her? All the people here died because of his despicable behavior. All of them were wrongly accused of being his accomplices in the kidnapping. Even after the matter was investigated, the fault became the sole responsibility of these people on their side. Everyone had to be buried with him for the selfish desires of one person. There's nothing to say. Lu Yi knew that this time he was not as skilled as his opponent. He believed that if he had the same resources and background as the other party, he would definitely not lose. Lin Fei would definitely be attracted to him instead of the other party. Li Mingde smiled, and he had nothing to say. Now this sentence has fully demonstrated that Lu Yi knew everything from the beginning, and he deliberately took advantage of the kindness of these people on their side to send them on the road to hell. Bang! Suddenly a gunshot was heard. There was a bullet hole on Lu Ye's temple, and blood was trickling out of it. He also fell down slowly with his eyes wide open, unable to believe that Li Mingde would suddenly shoot and kill him directly. How disgusting! Li Mingde cursed, knowing that they were almost killed by this selfish bitch. It can be said that if it weren't for the other party, they would still be a little afraid. Now that all of them have been killed, they still have to bear the shame of kidnapping someone else's girlfriend. They died with an unwarranted crime on their shoulders. Yuan looked at him and found that he was ruthless enough because he shot without hesitation. Don't be too happy too soon. Our business is not over yet. After Li Mingde shot and killed Lu Yi, he looked at Yuan with hatred. He believed that Lu Yi was indeed wrong, but Yuan violated discipline by bringing troops across regions to look for people. He even took the initiative to attack and humiliated the managers in his area. He won't let this matter go. He will definitely take revenge for the humiliation he suffered this time. Touching his still aching neck, he signaled his men to evacuate and dumped Lu Ye's body here, ready to feed him to the zombies. Yuan watched them leave, and compared to Lu Yi, Li Mingde was the one who would make people feel difficult. Especially because he was very calm and not impulsive at all. Such an enemy was the most dangerous. Have we caused you any trouble? Lin Fei suddenly asked Yuan nervously in a low voice. Marlowe was also standing beside him, looking nervous, because they don't know what is happening outside. As soon as I came out, I saw the two sides confronting each other here. It seemed that the fight had just ended, and each of the other sides had injuries on their faces. It's not your fault. Yuan told them not to be nervous. He also looked at Lu Yi, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, knowing that the real reason was him. But he was already dead. What was going to happen next was the game between him and Li Mingde, or the game between the two Legion commanders. Lin Fei and Ma Luo looked at each other, not quite understanding. But when they looked at Lu Yi, who was already dead on the ground, they vaguely understood something. Now it was certain that it was not safe to leave Lin Fei and Ma Luo here, so he decided to move them to a safer place. He simply placed them in Shenglin Community where his father and Aunt Rome lived, and found an uninhabited house in Shenglin Community for them to stay temporarily. As for why they were not placed in Thompson First Class, the main reason was that he didn't want them to meet Feng Qian and Lu Yin, and didn't want the two sides to have too much contact. Lin Fei and Ma Luo knew what their status was with Yuan, so they didn't get too involved in Yuan's life and the people in his life. Therefore, even though they later learned about his situation, they were smart enough not to bother him or ask him questions, but to follow his arrangements. They knew that as long as they behaved well, they would live a better life than many people, a life they could never even dream of. When they arrived at Shenlin Community, they found a long unoccupied property to temporarily house them. However, they were not in a hurry to let him go. They kept him busy for a while before letting him go. I just left them and was considering whether I should go and check on my father and Aunt Rome. He suddenly noticed that Li Mingda's revenge had arrived, and he also discovered that this guy's background was indeed not simple, because he hit the snake directly at its most critical and vital point. Financial review? Yuan saw a separate notice sent to him on the app, informing him that he was temporarily prohibited from leaving the jurisdiction and that all troops and personnel were on standby, waiting for their superiors to send someone to review it. He knew that this was indeed a situation that he could not explain clearly. Because what does financial review mean? It means that the source of his assets is unknown. It can be said that all the money he has now came out of thin air. All of them are obtained by systematically hunting zombies to obtain life coins, and then withdrawing them through life coins. As a result, his superiors now said they would check his accounts, suspecting that his money was stolen or extorted, and might even cancel his qualifications to contract and own a core. This was like hitting the snake at its weakest point, hitting him directly in the heart. Chapter 58. Retreat to advance. See who is more ruthless. This guy has some energy. Yuan found this matter interesting, because this kind of thing would never happen so quickly and so coincidentally. It is not something that ordinary people can do. After all, this is a special period, and the National Congress is short of manpower and strong support. Now they are not investigating anyone else, it just happened to be him. To put it bluntly, this kind of thing is like destroying one's own strength, which is quite offensive and insulting to others. He also analyzed from this news that this matter must have been concealed from the higher authorities. Because according to the fact that he had just submitted a complete set of technical information on a nuclear fusion-powered aircraft carrier, which could allow China's technology to leap forward by hundreds of years, especially engine technology, Congress would definitely not agree to review him if they knew about this. That's what happened, and they immediately said they would send someone down to investigate. The only possible reason is that Li Mingda knows a powerful person who is unaware of the great scientific and technological contribution he has just made to the National Congress. He is planning to punish him out of personal revenge and even use this as an excuse to remove his status as a regimental commander. By then, Li Mingda would take over the military region that he was originally in charge of, which would mean that he would fall into the hands of the other party. It would be easy for the other party to retaliate against him by lynching. I'm afraid you can't bear the consequences. Yuan smiled meaningfully and got into the car under Ban Li's protection. After getting on the car, he simply applied to the military headquarters to terminate the contracting rights of the other army and voluntarily gave up his rank as a regimental commander. Reason? Being suppressed by the higher-level bureaucrats. He was heartbroken and lamented that he was unable to make great contributions to the motherland anymore. This resignation application was just sent out, and it immediately appeared on someone's desk, making that person furious. What is going on? Who did this? General Wang Liwei is now working day and night with his research team to dig out a complete set of technical information that has just been submitted, which can be called black technology. It was discovered that this information was a complete treasure. It was science and technology from outer space. Because on the surface, this document is just design information related to a nuclear fusion-powered aircraft carrier. But if you study it in detail, you will find that it involves materials, principles, and improvements, especially the advanced engine technology that China is most in need of right now, which is nuclear fusion power engine technology. It can be said that as long as this technology is fully understood, it can be used not only on aircraft carriers, but also on tanks, airplanes, and even interstellar navigation, making interstellar travel no longer a dream. Can it make China's technology leap forward by 100 years? No. By advancing development based on this foundation, China's technology will be more than 300 years ahead of the rest of the world. It can be said that as long as China has this technology, even without the zombie virus disaster, it could become the world's #1 superpower. But before he had a chance to thank the young man who handed over this important scientific and technological information, he received a resignation application. The reason was that the other party was suppressed by his superiors, which directly chilled the other party. The person who submitted this resignation application was none other than the young man who submitted this black technology information. Yiwen, go and check it out quickly. Get to the bottom of this matter, and we must not let the other party really leave in despair. I seriously suspect that the other party has the technology to cure the zombie virus. We cannot let these patriots leave China in disappointment because of the despicable behavior of some people, let alone be supported by other countries. Wang Liwei is not only angry now, but also anxious, because he understood that the other party was able to hand over this high-tech technology that was 300 years ahead of the modern technology level for free, which meant that he must have other information in his hands. And he was even capable of establishing himself as a king in such a chaotic world. When he was really disappointed, he was even disappointed with the entire China. If he leaves China, it will be a huge nightmare for China, because no matter whether he develops and establishes it himself, or uses this kind of black technology to support the parliamentary power of other countries, it is equivalent to establishing an invincible and powerful enemy for their China. The deeper reason may be the bad consequences brought about by some people's selfishness. How can he not be angry and anxious? Yes, the major general who had been accompanying him to work day and night to dig deep into this information that had been classified as top secret by Congress immediately took people to investigate the matter and promised that the matter would be thoroughly investigated. Wang Liwei suddenly lost the mood to continue studying these precious scientific and technological materials because he understood that certain people had put the entire China in danger without realizing it. They thought they were just bullying an insignificant young man, but they didn't know that they had offended a behemoth that even Congress had to be careful to deal with. Yiwen understood that his strategy of retreating in order to advance would definitely bring misfortune to some people, but would also definitely give him a satisfactory result. Just treat it as a holiday and train well. Yiwen found that because of the constant things happening during this period, his training had come to a standstill, and he didn't even notice that the system had given him a new task. Sitting in the car and letting Banley drive, he looked at the new task issued to him by the system. Choose any one of the 3 buildings, hospital, school, or material distribution center, to rebuild. The mission rewards random technology. Yiwen looked at the new mission assigned to him by the system. The task required him to rebuild a building, but he was free to choose which one to rebuild. Hospitals, schools, material distribution centers. After a little thought, I found that these things are urgently needed at this stage. Because patients need treatment, children need to go to school, and supplies need to be distributed. It can be said that this zombie virus disaster brings not only the threat of zombies everywhere, but also the disruption of the normal lives of many people, leaving some patients who are clearly not infected with the virus, but can only wait to die at home due to lack of medical measures. Let's rebuild the hospital first. Yiwen thought about it and decided to rebuild the hospital within his jurisdiction first. That is, to resume the operation of the Magic City Central Hospital. There are still 110,000 zombies left in Shangqing District. Yiwen looked at the statistics of Shangqing District. I see that the number of active zombies in the upper city has increased. This means that either a small community has been infected on a large scale, resulting in an increase in the number of zombies. Either the zombies from other areas moved to his jurisdiction, causing an increase in the number of activities here. I can understand why the country is recruiting new troops to help. There are really not enough people. Yiwen suddenly felt the pressure of the country dealing with this zombie disaster. Because even on his side, facing hundreds of thousands of zombies, he felt pressure and headache. But as long as people die, new zombies may appear. It gives people a feeling that the more you kill, the more you gain. We have to upgrade our armaments. Yiwen looked at the new technological drawings in the mall and knew that the difficulty was not in the technology, but in the materials and personnel. Under the current circumstances, he found that military force alone was not enough, and he also needed to develop his own technological power. Chapter 59. Old friend, you are a killer. There's a factory building in Haicheng that can be used. Then, Yiwen noticed an Iron Cube Mecha Type 1 in the mall's technology drawings. Compared with the nuclear fusion-powered aircraft carrier, this is the real black technology. I saw a real mecha warrior with a mechanical exoskeleton that surpassed current technology on the blueprint. He knew that after the Black Shadow Force was equipped, they could truly be 1 against 100, and one member of the Black Shadow Force could unleash the killing power of 1 against 1,000. But he also understood the drawings. Knowing that these drawings can be given to people like General Wang as textbooks, it is possible to permanently decipher future technology. But if you really want to get something out of the blueprint within a few days, materials, molds, technicians, technical precision, machine tools, these are all big problems. But there is no doubt that as long as the mecha on this blueprint can be manufactured, not to mention using it yourself, even selling it will be a big deal. I wonder how many people are still alive in the Science and Technology City. You thought of the Science and Technology Industrial Park in the Magic City. I know there is no shortage of cutting-edge talent there, many of whom come from the fields of artificial intelligence and mechanical automation. Even many lathes for making automated machinery are readily available. Therefore, as long as he can make them understand the production process of this mecha and complete the mold and form an automated industrial assembly line, he can produce this kind of combat mecha continuously. This is to contract the Dongqing district of Shanghai as well. But it seems that someone in Dongqing district has taken over, or multiple people have taken over. Yuan opened the Xinjuan app and looked at the contracting situation in various regions. I saw that the East City district of Shanghai was indeed contracted by a joint organization, which included the science park and the port. The contracting difficulty of the corresponding area also reached S level. It can be said that completely solving the problem in Dongqing district is much more difficult than in Shanqing district, which is only level A in difficulty. We can only discuss cooperation after they resolve the issue, or if they fail within the deadline, they will have to give up the contract rights. Yuan knew that this matter could not be rushed because rules are rules. In comparison, what he needs to deal with more is the fact that he has been grounded, because soon two parties will come to see him. One party is causing trouble for him. One party wanted to help him settle the matter. But no matter what, it is not the right time for him to get involved in Dongqing district, and he still lacks an opportunity to get involved in the industry there. When he returned to Thompson Epine, he found that there were guests at home as soon as he entered the door. Go and do your own thing. Yuan told Banli that she could go and deal with the team's matters, and she didn't need to stay with him anymore. Banli was aware of what was in this large flat, but because she heard Yi Wen's order, she could not disobey. She could only obediently retreat and leave this space to him. After he and the uninvited guests were left alone, a woman's sigh suddenly rang out. Why is it you? The voice was like crying, like the sigh of a saint, and like the seductive moan of a witch. I was surprised too. Yuan answered. At this time, I saw a woman here whom I hadn't seen for a long time. She was also a good friend. Su Ling. She lived with him for almost 5 years when he rented a house outside. The two lived a life like both brothers and lovers. But when he was ready to take their relationship to the next level and expressed his desire to be with her forever. But she responded to him coldly. Don't be crazy. We are not suitable. On that day, she suddenly moved out of the house and disappeared without a trace, as if she had evaporated from the face of the earth. Is this the reason why you rejected me? Yuan asked her curiously. Because he never expected that his roommate, who he had lived with for almost 5 years, was actually a killer, and a female killer. She was now wearing a night outfit that was convenient for combat, with throwing knives hanging around her waist and ankles, and a short crossbow in her hand. There was no doubt that she had received an order or was sold to kill him, and was ready to wipe out his life here. When did you become so powerful? Is this upper city area really yours? Su Ling asked with a smile. Her temperament is like a snow lotus on an iceberg, but when she smiles, she has a charm like a blooming flower. Is this the reason why you want to kill me? Yuan asked her back. Because from her words, he could tell that someone was eyeing the value of his contracting rights for the upper city district of Magic City. When there was no possibility of obtaining it legally, the other party chose illegal means. They planned to get rid of the contractor directly to create a vacancy here, and then when no one controlled the area, they would find a way to obtain the contract and subsequent development and reconstruction rights. Oh, so why is it you? Su Ling sighed again, helpless as to why her target this time was him. Yuan knew that there was nothing more to say. Since the other party's purpose was clear, they had to come to an end here. Your sister is very cute, and I didn't expect you to be so successful now. You can even hook up with a big star like Lu Yin. Su Ling suddenly said, hinting at something. Yuan narrowed his eyes and asked her, what do you want to say? The murderous aura swept towards her without any concealment. He admitted that during those 5 years the two of them lived a life far beyond that of ordinary brothers and lovers. Because they are brothers, they eat supper and drink and share all kinds of happy and unhappy things. Because they were lovers, there were basically no secrets between them. Because they were adults living together, they had done everything that was beyond the scope of ordinary lovers, and both of them had each other's first time. It's becoming so awkward now, which is actually something neither side wants to see. But if she dared to say that she would use the people around him to threaten him, she would really change and become stupid. Because she had been with him for so long, she would understand that this would not only fail to threaten him, but would only anger him. I just envy your life now. I find that you are living a good life. Su Ling smiled slightly. She did have a fleeting thought of using the threats against his sister and his lover's lives to get him to commit suicide. But I quickly gave up this stupid idea, because she knew it was useless, and doing so will only cause the other party to completely break up. So she simply decided to use another method to complete the task. She disarmed herself in front of him and threw all the weapons on her body to the ground. Yuan looked at her actions and wondered what she was going to do. Su Ling smiled at him and said, "Remember the game we played when we had a disagreement? The loser had to listen to the winner, and the winner could punish him at will. I decided to fight him with my bare hands, and I would win as long as I could subdue him." Yuan looked at her with complicated eyes for a moment and found that she obviously didn't know the situation and was only judging him based on his past strength. Chapter 60, Am I Still Not Worthy? Okay. Yuan understood that this was the way to go, and he also decided to give her a hard time this time. Su Ling smiled confidently, knowing that she had always held back in the past so that the other party had a chance to win in front of her. This time she won't hold back, because if she lost, she would have a hard time explaining herself when she returned, and she might even lose her life. So she understood and decided to go all out this time. But she had no intention of hurting him. She just wanted him to give up everything here and return to Haiching. She wouldn't let him give up everything here in vain. She would wait until things were resolved. Then she would come back to him, take the initiative to reconcile with him and form a new family with him, and even be his wife and bear children for him. "I'm sorry." She apologized to him first, using all her strength. Yuan saw her as a black shadow rushing towards him. It can be said that if his strength had not improved greatly, he would have been knocked out by her at this moment, and the fight would have ended immediately. But now his strength has greatly increased due to training. So not only can you clearly see every move of the other person, you can also clearly see the breakdown of her movements and predict the next move. It is no exaggeration to say that in his eyes, all her movements became slow motion at 1/4 the speed, allowing him to see them clearly. However, he did not counterattack and subdue her immediately. Instead, he wanted to test her strength level to see how big the gap was between her and the two sisters, Kurumi and Kuri. Su Ling was surprised to find that her full-strength killing move was blocked by the opponent. I found that he has changed a lot in almost a year. Not only has he become richer and more powerful, but his personal strength has also become stronger. As expected of the man I've slept with for more than 2 years. She said this proudly, even though her attack was blocked. With a tomboyish personality, it didn't sound like she was slept with, but rather that she slept with the other person. Yuan was already used to her neutral personality, and he felt a little nostalgic when he heard her say this. "Is it possible for you to give up what's going on over there and come back to me?" Yuan asked her. Although he didn't consider her his first love, she was undoubtedly his most intimate friend and his mentor. Now that he knew she was working as a killer outside, he suddenly wanted to keep her by his side and have her be his personal bodyguard. Su Ling's eyes showed excitement, but she was hesitant and suddenly shook her head and smiled bitterly. "It's impossible. You can't afford to offend them." "They?" Yuan wondered which they it was. They could make her so wary and even scared. Su Ling didn't continue talking, as if she didn't want him to know, and didn't want him to know too much and cause trouble. Yuan felt that he was being underestimated. He thought that with his strength and influence, he was not enough to know some things and what she had been experiencing over the years. Sometimes it's not good to know too much. Su Ling looked at him softly. Because no matter what, he is her first man and her only man. If it weren't for this mission, she wouldn't have known that he had grown to this extent, making her want to betray the organization and be with him, just to be an ordinary woman. But she knew she couldn't be so selfish, at least not now. She knew that the consequence of doing so would only bring disaster to him and the people around him. At that time, not only him and her, but even all the related people would be purged and evaporated, leading to an ending that no one wanted to see. Yuan understood that if he wanted her to come to him, he had to conquer her today. So he suddenly stopped playing with her and gave her no chance to perform. The moment she suddenly attacked again, he suddenly moved behind her, and his speed increased by more than 10 times. As Su Ling looked at her in shock, he struck her on the neck with a knife, trying to knock her out. Su Ling suddenly felt his body go weak and his consciousness started to blur. But she relied on her strong willpower to not faint. She clearly saw Yuan carrying her on his shoulders like a sack and walking towards the bedroom. I've been hiding your strength?" Su Ling could tell at a glance that Yuan had been hiding his strength. His true personal strength has reached an inhuman level, and he can easily kill her instantly when she makes her first move. You taught me this. You told me to fight anyone like a lion against a rabbit, but I also had to make sure the other person was a lion as well. Su Ling felt bad after hearing this, because she felt like she had dug a big hole for herself. All the skills she taught the other party came back to haunt her today. Why are you moving me to the bedroom now? You can't keep me here. Su Ling saw Yi when taking her to the bedroom and wondered what he was going to do. She also thought that his efforts were in vain, because she couldn't be so selfish as to stay and hurt him. So as long as she has the chance, she will leave and disappear without a trace. Let's start the second battle. As long as you win, it will still be according to your words. I promise to voluntarily give up this place and leave this area. Yuan said to her. Su Ling was surprised and also understood what he meant. I wonder when he learned to say such shameless things. Clearly wanting to relive the intimacy they had when they first lived together, he ended up describing it as their second battle. But 2 hours later, she admitted defeat. Because all the joints in her body were about to fall apart, she didn't even have the strength to beg for mercy. You have become a complete monster. Su Ling exclaimed with emotion. It turned out that she wanted to threaten him that if he waited for her to be with him, he could not think of looking for other women, and she would kill other women who approached him. In the end, she found it was better to turn a blind eye to this matter, because she suspected that if no one helped her, she might really die. Give up, Yuan asked her, and found that the feeling of reliving the past was indeed very good. Su Ling rolled her eyes at him, knowing that he did it on purpose, punishing her for leaving without saying goodbye. Just wait for me, she suddenly said to him through gritted teeth. She knew that she had lost this game, but she would definitely find a way to get back at him in the next game. Yuan smiled and found that she really hadn't changed at all. She was still as unwilling to admit defeat as before, but she suddenly became blurry and disappeared in front of him out of thin air. If some of her clothes hadn't been left there, he would have suspected that what he had just seen was an illusion. What organization did she join? Yuan looked at the place where Su Ling disappeared out of thin air in shock. Because current technology cannot explain how a living person can disappear out of thin air or gradually become blurred. System, can you explain the situation? Yuan immediately asked the system, asking it to give an explanation. Unknown energy fluctuations have been detected, but the sample is too scarce to complete the analysis. The system responded to him, but the result was still no explanation. Chapter 61, The Only Clue, A Higher Status. Yuan hit the bed hard, causing it to collapse. Because he clearly met her again, and he understood why she rejected him at the beginning and why she rejected him again this time. But the information she revealed and the situation she showed that the organization she was in was very mysterious and powerful. Even he couldn't afford to provoke it now. The other party's technological strength is even beyond the comprehension of the world's current technology. I still don't believe there is anyone in this world that I can't afford to offend. Yuan looked at the many and used products and high-tech drawings listed in the mall. He admitted that he was not good enough now, but as long as he was given a little chance, the other party would be trampled under his feet. That pattern. Yuan also found a clue at once. Draw a pattern on paper immediately. I saw a tattoo with a cobra pattern. He had curiously asked Su Ling why she had such a tattoo on the inside of her wrist. Su Ling just smiled slightly at that time. Only now did he notice that the tattoo was only visible when she was extremely excited and was actually invisible at other times. This time she begged for mercy more than once, so the tattoo could be seen more clearly and its patterns could be understood better. When drawing this tattoo, he suddenly remembered the walnut and chestnut database. He immediately called out to Chestnut, "Come here." Banley immediately used the summoning and teleportation function to instantly come to his bedside and saw him shirtless, and the bed had collapsed and shattered on the ground. Do you know the origin of this pattern? Yuan immediately showed her the pattern he had just drawn. Banley took it and examined it carefully, then shook his head regretfully and replied, "There is no relevant information in the existing database." Yuan also felt disappointed when he heard this. He discovered that the clues were cut off, so he didn't even know where to start looking for Su Ling. However, we have detected traces of relevant information in the Level 3 network, but due to lack of authority, we cannot crack it. Banley suddenly said, giving him hope. Level 3 network. Yuan didn't know what a Level 3 network was, but he intuitively felt that someone must have a way. Call Wu Yong over for me. Ask her to call Wu Yong over for a talk. Because Wu Yong is a top hacker in the country. Even if he also has no way to enter the Level 3 network, he must know what the Level 3 network is. Banley nodded and immediately ordered the Black Shadow troops downstairs to invite Wu Yong here. When Wu Yong came over, Yuan got up changed his clothes, and adjusted his state. He knew that someone wanted to kill him, and he also knew that Su Ling was in a mysterious and powerful organization and was a member of the other organization. Wu Yong came up quickly, and after knowing what he wanted to know, he thought about it for a moment and shook his head regretfully, saying, "No way." "What do you mean?" Yuan asked him, and asked Ban Li to serve us tea and let her listen from the side. "You have to know that the Level 1 network is the everyday network we are familiar with, that is, the Internet of Things. The Level 2 network is a dedicated network, which is a network that requires specific permissions to enter, such as the military intranet. And this Level 3 network has another nickname, called the Abyss." Abyss? Yuan wondered if it needed to be so mysterious. That's right. There's a classic saying that goes, "When you stare into the abyss is also staring into you," Wu Yong told him. He suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Strictly speaking, the Abyss network is a legend. Legend has it that all the banned books and materials in the world are recorded in it. It even contains the truth of the entire world, including religion and the true origin of mankind. As for this place, some people say it is a super library, while others say it was made up by a group of psychopaths. No one has even come forward to prove that it really exists." Wu Yong told him with regret, because the place he wanted to know now was just a mysterious legend, a third-level network level that had not been verified. It was a place on the sea surface, deep sea, and a place in the abyss that no one had verified. "You haven't come into contact with it either?" Yuan asked him, because after all, he was the most powerful hacker in China. "I'm just the most powerful hacker, but I'm not a resident of the dark world," Wu Yong told him regretfully. No matter how advanced his skills are, they are only at Level 1 and 2 networks. As for the Level 3 network that only exists in legends, it is not a problem that can be solved by technology. What's more important is identity. If you don't have that identity, even if you know and have a chance to enter, you can't pass the authentication. It's impossible to enter that area and get the information inside. That's right. Yuan understood a little and understood what kind of world Su Ling was exposed to. No wonder he had just taken over the Shanqing district of Shanghai. And because he had touched the interests of some people, she felt more like someone sent by the organization to make him disappear mysteriously. Although this led to their unexpected meeting again, it also revealed secrets deep in the world that he would never have been able to access in his lifetime. "I'll find a way myself. Thank you." Yuan understood that if Wu Yong couldn't help, it would be even more difficult to find clues to the pattern. If you really want to know, you can start with the identity. You should know that many secrets are actually in the hands of the upper echelons. Wu Yong pointed at the ceiling with his finger, as if hinting at something. Yuan understood that he was not hinting at the ceiling, but at some of the top figures in the world, implying that many secrets were in their hands, including this Level 3 network. "I understand." Yuan saw his hint and knew that he must have found out something, but was not in a position to say it. Wu Yong smiled. Because he was absolutely loyal to him, he would definitely find a way to help him solve the problem if he heard that he had any difficulties. Yuan asked Ban Li to send Wu Yong away. This incident showed that his military rank was far from enough. Because of his current military rank, he has no way to really get in touch with some of the top figures in Congress, and no way to get anything out of them. It won't work if your military rank isn't promoted. From Su Ling's attitude, one can feel that his regimental level power is nothing in a region of China, let alone in the whole world. Therefore, if he wanted to find her back and get her out of that organization, he had to have even greater power and strength, even to the point where his power stood at the top of the world. This is really something to do, and Dongqing district must be taken over, and the military rank must be upgraded to division level. Yuan immediately knew what he was going to do next. He also knew that if someone from above came to check his accounts, he not only had to give a reasonable explanation, but also had to find a way to intervene in Dongqing district and take over the Science and Technology Park and port there. Chapter 62, Are you acting like a big shot in front of me? Now, whether it is the people who come to check his accounts and find fault with him, or the people who come to help him settle the matter, it will take some time for them to arrive. He just wanted to relax and see how Feng Qian and Lu Yin were doing. After confirming their location through the system, they went directly downstairs to a viewing pavilion by the pond in the community. From a distance, they saw Wu Zheng, Shui Hong, who had changed her clothes, Feng Qian, and Lu Yin here. "How's it going?" Yuan walked over and asked curiously, wanting to inquire about the progress of the filming of this new drama. When Wu Zheng saw him coming, he immediately felt fear instinctively. Because the boss who would throw people into the zombie horde at any time is much more terrifying than ordinary investors and producers. After all, Ordinary investors and producers would only make him lose money, not his life as easily as they are doing now. We are discussing the role arrangements and the general direction of the plot. Wu Zheng said humbly and politely. In front of him, he really didn't even dare to breathe, for he was really afraid that the other party would take his life if he was dissatisfied. You guys talk. I'll listen to you from the side. Yuan said to him, indicating that they were professionals, so he, a layman, would not disturb them. Feng Qian and Lu Yin were the first to notice that he had changed his clothes, and they also saw that he seemed to be thinking about something because he looked a little depressed when he came back after being away for such a while. What's wrong with my brother? Feng Qian asked. Is it that something went wrong for him? Lu Yin was also worried. Wu Zheng and Shui Hong felt very uncomfortable after he appeared. Because he was not there, they could still speak freely. Now that he was sitting here suddenly, he was really afraid that any words would dissatisfy him or even offend him, causing the situation that they had finally escaped to be in vain, and they would fall into the abyss where they could lose their lives at any time. Just when they didn't know whether to continue discussing the script, a voice came over and shouted to them, I can participate, but I want to be the heroine. Why should I can play a supporting role for a young actor who just debuted? It's hard to believe that this female voice with a voice as ordinary as a duck's male was still a singer in the past. Sistering, Wu Zheng suddenly became anxious. Because in his eyes, the financial sponsor who is no better than the big devil is sitting here. Now one of the people who will star in the next movie is his sister, and the other is his underground lover. It can be said that the two girls in a movie are all related to each other. Now she is relying on her old name in the entertainment industry and is ready to play cards and seniority in front of others. She wants to live or not. I'm just saying this here. Some people shouldn't think they are great just because they won the Best Actress award. Lan Ning, the big sister of the entertainment industry, didn't know that the leading actress was a little girl who was acting in a movie for the first time and mistakenly thought that Lu Yin would play the role. So all her attention was directed towards Lu Yin, thinking that just because she, a junior, won an award and became some new generation of young actress, she thought she could be very proud of herself. Director Wu, don't blame me for speaking harshly. You are a big director with a box office of 2 billion. Although the disaster is serious and all crews across the country have stopped filming, you can't just casually write a script and start filming. You don't know who you were looking for. The words can be as unpleasant as they can be, and they don't care at all that the person involved is right in front of them. As a young talent in the entertainment industry, Lu Yin is used to hearing such bad words. This was Feng Qian's first time doing this, and with Yi Wen's encouragement, she thought it was fun, so she thought she just had to perform each shot well according to the director's requirements. However, she didn't expect that before she even finalized the script, veteran and big-name figures in the entertainment industry came to ruin the show, and every word they said was directed at her, saying that she was not worthy of winning the leading female role. Sister Lu Yin, I'd better not act anymore. Feng Qian whispered to Lu Yin. After such a short time together, especially with Lu Yin taking the initiative to get closer to her, the two of them have become as close as real sisters. Lu Yin even said that if she didn't understand anything, she could ask her directly. So even though Yi Wen was present, Feng Qian instinctively turned to Lu Yin, a senior in the industry, for help. She even hoped that Lu Yin could tell her brother on her behalf, but she didn't want to go there in person and saw Yi Wen's disappointed look. Just have fun, your brother and I will help you. Lu Yin patted the back of her hand to reassure her, because she knew Yi Wen's background energy. Not to mention that Yi Wen happened to be sitting here to rest and was also listening to their conversation. Even if he was not there, he would definitely stand up for his sister if he knew about this matter later. He would definitely not let her suffer injustice on his turf without anyone to help her speak up. But Feng Qian thought that this would cause too much trouble for Yi Wen, because she knew that Lan Ning had great influence in the entertainment industry and knew many bigwigs inside and outside the entertainment industry. Even though she realized that Yi Wen was very powerful, she was still bothered by the fact that he offended Lan Ning because of this little thing she did, and that caused him to get in trouble with many big shots whom he didn't need to offend. She felt it was not worth it, and it made things too difficult for her brother Yi Wen. Don't worry. Lu Yin patted the back of her hand again to tell her not to say anything and just ignore what she said, because Yi Wen already knew it, and he knew it in front of him. According to his style of doing things, he would not let this matter go. He would definitely let them see a very satisfactory answer to this matter. Sistering, don't be so absolute about some things. You also said that all crews have stopped filming because of this serious disaster. I think this is an opportunity. It can provide the surviving crew members with an income and food. It also gives some young actors a chance to show their talents and support them to become pillars of the entertainment industry in the future. Wu Zheng's big bald head was now covered in sweat due to anxiety. It's a shame that Lan Ying is considered a has-been in the eyes of the new generation of audiences. She hasn't produced any works for almost 5 years and is completely relying on her past popularity and connections to survive. She still thinks she is a top-notch celebrity, ignoring the fact that she was demoted several grades earlier and is making irresponsible remarks here and interfering with the work here. If he had not been really at a loss, he would have just known that there was such a person as her living here in Thompson first floor. If there were other options, he would definitely look for someone else. As a result, now that he had brought that person over, not only did things not go more smoothly, but on the contrary, it brought him a big trouble. She actually wanted to grab the leading female role. How can she play the leading female role in this youth-oriented movie when she is almost 50 years old? Should she play the mother of the heroine? Change the plot into a family ethics drama? Chapter 63, if she wants it, just give it to her. Lan Ying didn't think she had done anything wrong and thought it was natural. If it weren't for this damn disaster, she would have been invited to appear in 5 variety shows and 3 TV dramas, which filled her schedule and left her with no free time to stay here. However, the occurrence of this zombie disaster not only made it impossible to contact her agent, but even the directors of various variety shows and TV dramas had no news, and no one knew whether she was dead or not. She knew that whether the film was shot or not was secondary, but the current soaring prices and the fact that she had less and less money were important. Especially in Thompson Epine, a cabbage was sold at a high price of 1,100 today. Now, she finally found a film that could start shooting, and the director was Wu Zheng, who personally invited her to participate. She had no choice but to come here to earn some money. But when I found out that the first and second female leads were both juniors, especially the first female lead who was a junior that I had never seen in the entertainment industry, she immediately put on airs as the top star in the entertainment industry, knowing that she must make sure these juniors know what it means to respect their predecessors and what it means to take the initiative to give way to them. Wu Zheng was so anxious that his big bald head was covered with sweat. It would be fine if that certain person wasn't sitting here, but this person not only was sitting here, but he also saw clearly what was happening here. But he didn't say anything. He just looked over carefully to see if the other person had his eyes closed and was asleep, so he didn't see it. But the other party just looked at this place, and that place expressionlessly, as if he was watching a sitcom. He took in every detail of what was happening here, but he just didn't say anything. As a veteran in the entertainment industry, Director Wu knows too well that the other party's attitude is not because they are afraid or retreating. He is responding to changes with the same approach. He will first quietly observe what happens here and see what the attitudes of these people are. Finally, we will judge them based on their attitudes and settle the scores directly and decisively. And it will be a final account. Shui Hong, who had just suffered a great loss, saw Lan Ying still speaking frankly and showing off her status as the top actress in the entertainment industry. She hurried over to comfort her with a smile. Sister Ying, I know you are the top actress in the industry, but this movie is a low-budget movie, so why don't you come over and make a cameo appearance? Letting you play the leading female role will reduce your price, don't you think? Those who helped her to smooth things over quickly helped her to understand the situation and stop worrying about the position of the leading actress. Lan Ying didn't understand Shui Hong's good intentions at all and continued to flaunt her status as the top actress in the entertainment industry. She also insulted Shui Hong, saying, Yin-Ji Hong, I know you became a full-time wife after marriage, and you haven't acted for several years. I'm not like you. I've never given up. It implies that Shui Hong basically retired from the entertainment industry after getting married, so her status in the entertainment industry has already dropped several levels. But she, Lan Ying, is different. Her status has never dropped, and she has always been one of the top stars. How could she possibly give way to the juniors? She could only ask the juniors to give way to her. Shui Hong immediately understood what she wanted to say and was so angry that she didn't want to care about her. Because in her opinion, this kind of person wanted to jump into the fire pit and couldn't be stopped. After Lan Ying ridiculed Shui Hong, she walked up to Feng Qian. When she got closer, she looked at Feng Qian's 96 centimeters bare face with jealousy. When Lu Yan saw her approaching, she immediately protected Feng Qian. Because she knew that although she was not completely Feng Qian's sister-in-law, Yuan had asked her to take better care of Feng Qian. So even if Yuan was sitting nearby, she couldn't just sit there and pretend she didn't see it, letting Feng Qian be bullied in front of her. Feng Qian didn't fully understand Yuan's power, so when she saw Lan Ying approaching, she instinctively felt scared and wanted to hide behind Lu Yan. She could even more clearly feel Lan Ying's aggressive aura directed specifically at her. The aura of a top-tier celebrity who was praised by tens of millions of fans was not something that a small internet celebrity like her could compare to, who could only get praise from tens of thousands of fans in live videos. Why don't we just perform a play or sing a cappella here? If your ability is good enough for me to admit, I'll help you make a cameo appearance. This will also prevent people from saying that I bullied you. Lan Ying was aggressive and deliberately looking for trouble with Feng Qian across Lu Yin. When she saw Feng Qian, a completely unfamiliar newcomer, she was confused for a moment. Because according to Wu Zheng's status as a director, it is only natural for him to choose Lu Yin as the leading female role in the movie. But now Lu Yin seems to be the supporting role of this little girl, and she is even invited to be the top sister in the entertainment industry to guest star in her and support her. But her charming and innocent little face has never appeared in the entertainment industry. If we talk about which sponsor's favorite, according to the environment and situation in their circle, she would have been exposed in the circle before she became famous, and her background and sponsor would be known. Then according to the sponsor's level and status, she would be assigned to which tier in the entire circle. But now I have never seen him, and he didn't even graduate from any film school. It's a newcomer with a completely blank background. This question only stayed in her mind for less than 5 seconds. She knew that no matter what, she would not be able to bring herself to support such a newcomer with a blank background. Or forget it, Feng Qian is now completely cowardly. Because she knew from reading entertainment news in the past that Lan Ying was a big star, loved to bully newcomers, and acted like a big shot. Now that I have seen it with my own eyes, I find that the scenes on TV are all scenes after she has restrained herself a lot. In private, she speaks to people in a completely commanding tone and does not take newcomers seriously at all. When Lan Ying heard that the newcomer was scared, she smiled with satisfaction. Lu Yin could feel that Feng Qian was trembling with fear and was really scared and wanted to leave. She didn't dare to compete head-on with Lan Ying, the top star in the entertainment industry. She knew that although she won the Best Actress award, she still had no way to compete with Lan Ying, who was so domineering in the entertainment industry in terms of background and status. Because she was several generations younger than her in terms of seniority, and if we really talk about seniority in the industry, she was at the level of a disciple's grandson. So she had no choice but to look for help at a person outside the field, at Yiwen, who had been silently watching the situation here, knowing that only he could solve this situation. Give it to her if she wants it. Let her be the leading actress. Lu Yin will stay on standby first, and Feng Qian can come back to observe and learn. Her experience is a little fresh. Yiwen suddenly handled the matter surprisingly calmly, without getting angry. He took the initiative to give up the leading actress position and asked Feng Qian and Lu Yin to step back. Chapter 64. If you want to be the leading actor, act as much as you want. Lan Ying noticed Yiwen at the first moment. She didn't actually speak to Yiwen, but she noticed the young man who had been sitting next to her and watching when she came over. She also keenly observed that Wu Zheng and Shui Hong were both very wary of this strange young man. It's not just ordinary fear, it can even reach a panic level. Lan Ying found that she finally had the opportunity to ask this question. She intuitively felt that the newcomer and the filming of this drama were related to this young man. However, she would not ask the other party back then because that would make her look cheap. After all, she is still a well-known big sister in the entertainment industry. So she chose to ask Wu Zheng and find out who the other party was. Wu Zheng always wanted to tell her, but never had the chance. Now that she had asked him in person, he hurriedly told her, "This is the producer and investor of our film." He hurriedly explained Yiwen's status and position here. So young. Lan Ying was a little surprised, because it's not like she hasn't met producers and investors before. But the youngest she had seen were already in their 30s. This producer, who looked to be in his early 20s at most, was the first time she had seen him. She was surprised that he had such a great background at such a young age. So, that newbie is related to him? She's his lover. Lan Ying continued to try to get some information out of Wu Zheng. However, he noticed that Feng Qian had returned to Yiwen's side and was being comforted by his gentle stroking of her head. She had been completely frightened and cried by Lan Ying's aggressive attitude. He suddenly looked at Lan Ying with a bit of pity and sympathy. Because she currently doesn't know what kind of master she has offended and has no idea how cruel and ruthless this master is, and whether he likes to help others do some exciting things at any time. If I were you, I wouldn't say anything nonsense. The newcomer in your eyes is the producer's sister, and a sister he loves very much. Wu Zheng told her in silence, because based on his observations over such a period of time, I found that if Lan Ying offended Lu Yin, the consequences might not be as serious as offending Feng Qian. Because of the situation between him and Shui Hong at that time, the other party did not let the couple go because of Lu Yin. Instead, because it allowed him, their sister, to act and have fun, they decided to spare their lives temporarily. Is it really that exaggerated? Lan Ying didn't know the seriousness of the situation and its consequences. In her opinion, the worst that could happen to her is that she would not take the job, let alone act in it, or even make a cameo appearance. Even if the other party is a producer or an investor, what can they do to her? Yiwen came over accompanied by Feng Qian and Lu Yin, and his eyes met Wu Zheng's trembling eyes. He found that director Wu was really good at judging people. It's like having the ability to read other people's minds. You can basically guess 70% of what the other person is thinking without any mistakes. I was just thinking about it and decided to revise the script. I feel that movies like youth romance are not attractive enough at the box office, nor are they relevant to the current situation. After coming over, he was surprisingly easy to talk to and talk seriously with Wu Zheng about making a movie. Shui Hong felt something strange listening nearby. I have a hunch that something is wrong with this situation, but I just can't find the problem. However, Wu Zheng vaguely understood why Yiwen suddenly wanted to change the script and realized that this was meant to target Lan Ying, the big sister of the entertainment industry. But can he help Lan Ying? Cannot, because the consequence of helping Lan Ying was to be buried with her. He and Shui Hong had barely escaped death, but now he was courting death and was rushing towards the gates of hell. If you have any new ideas, you can tell me. I will consider how to arrange the script. Wu Zheng echoed him and catered to him, letting him do whatever he wanted. Anyway, the end result was to kill Lan Ying. Lan Ying was also watching and listening, trying to see what they were planning. Yiwen glanced at the big sister of the entertainment industry and said without caring about her reputation, "It's just right to let a big star like Lan Ying play the leading female role. We might as well make a zombie movie to suit the occasion. It just so happens that the scenery outside is ready, so we don't have to spend money to set it up. It's very simple to make something very scary sound very easy." Wu Zheng's heart skipped a beat, and he realized how cruel this man was. Because the scenery is ready-made, and you don't have to spend money to set it up. This is something you can just do to save a little money. The difference is huge. Lan Ying also heard something wrong and pointed at Yiwen and yelled, "How can you shoot a movie like this? I didn't say I wanted to make a zombie movie. Even if you're the producer, you can't control me. We haven't signed a contract yet." Think Yiwen's idea is a daydream. A zombie movie, no sets, just shot on location? He thought those zombies outside were just extras. He could just pay them $10 a day to stop them from biting people and cooperating. Now, forget about filming. Whoever goes out will be dead. But I see that you really like filming and you like being the leading actress, and you are willing to bravely devote yourself to artistic filming. Yiwen told her as a matter of course. I think this is what she wants to do. How come now, according to her status as a big sister in the entertainment industry and the way she wants, she is not satisfied and disagrees, and directly resists this proposal? Where did you find this lunatic? Lan Ying saw that she couldn't communicate with this side, so she immediately took out her anger on Wu Zheng, who asked her to come over for a guest appearance. Wu Zheng didn't have time to say anything to her. He just kept shouting "Sho, sho," to remind her not to talk nonsense. Yiwen also spoke at this time. "I want you to film a play. You really can't not do it." He and Feng Qian have known each other since they were over 7 years old and have grown up together inseparable. He felt very uncomfortable when he saw her pouting and about to cry, because he was the one who found her the opportunity to act in movies, just to help her fulfill her dream of becoming an actress and have more fun. As a result, before the filming even started, she was bullied by the other party in front of him. Let me ask you, is it possible for him to let this matter go so easily now? Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of threatening me here? Lan Ying immediately became angry and pointed at Yiwen and started cursing. They thought that he was just a lump of dirt that came out of nowhere, yet he had the audacity to say that if he wanted someone to shoot a movie, no one would dare to refuse. Will this work? Yiwen said to her calmly and asked the nearby shadow guards to come over and pointed their guns at Lan Ying. In an instant, more than 30 guns were pointed at Lan Ying, letting her know that if she made any more trouble, the bullets from these guns would be serious and would make her know what it felt like to have her body turned into a sieve. She also recognized at a glance that these guns were all brand new submachine guns, which were definitely not something that ordinary people could own. Chapter 65, you have no choice but to act. Yiwen looked at her indifferently, as if in his eyes Lan Ying was not a living person at all, but a dead person similar to those zombies outside. Lanning was too afraid to even breathe. She suddenly understood why Wu Zheng had always treated this young man with such a humble attitude. Gun. It's a real gun. Or dozens of real guns. Considering that there are already soldiers in gray-yellow combat uniform stationed in Thompson First Class, it means that nearly 1,000 people here are all this young man's men. Let's shoot the first scene first. The plot content is, the heroine finds out that the world is destroyed, and a group of zombies are chasing her. She struggles to escape the zombies. Yiwen lazily gave the orders here, and even recited his custom script. Lan Ying's face turned pale. Her face was now extremely pale. Shui Hong, who was standing next to her, felt indescribably proud when she saw her like this, because she found this scene so familiar. It was Shui Hong who almost encountered this situation not long ago. In the end, her husband Wu Zheng tried his best and used a quick-witted method to please the other party's sister to save her. She originally advised Lan Ying not to commit suicide because of their past acquaintance. As a result, she thought she was the big sister of the entertainment industry and acted like a big shot to the extreme. She didn't listen to her advice at all and even ridiculed her for being out of date, and that's why she was so timid here. Now that she saw the other party getting his comeuppance, she felt indescribably happy. Suddenly, she found this young man much more pleasing to the eye and discovered that he looked even more handsome. I don't want to act. Lanning used all her strength to barely squeeze out a few words. Now her whole body was pale and weak, and a large amount of sweat was coming out of every pore uncontrollably. In a blink of an eye, her entire forehead and face were covered with sweat. But her face was very pale as a piece of bloodless paper. She knew that this was not a way to act. She is ready to go out and lose her life. At this moment, among the people at the scene, except Yiwen, who looked at her coldly and ruthlessly, the others looked at her with pity. Especially Lu Yin. Lu Yin understood that Lan Ying had been showing off in the entertainment industry for too long and had completely forgotten what the real world was like now. Nowadays, those who act like big shots don't even know who they are showing off to, or in front of whom they are acting like the big sister of the entertainment industry. Feng Qian looked at Lan Ying with pity, but she was far from sympathetic, because she knew that if Yiwen had not been here to protect her, she would have been bullied by this old woman, and no one would respond to her calls for help. She could only swallow her anger and endure this. She might even get depression, which would make her unhappy in the rest of her life. She looked at Yiwen with gratitude and happiness. The happiest thing for her now is that she is such a good brother, which makes her wonder how she should repay him. Drag her out and start shooting. Yiwen waved his hand, ordering the Black Shadow troops to take action. They dragged Lan Ying outside to prepare for shooting the first shot of the first scene without a script, lighting, or recording. It can also be confirmed that the filming was done in real scenes, in an absolutely authentic zombie apocalypse environment. No. Lan Ying was so frightened that she was exhausted. She didn't even have the strength to shout out such a word. He was completely picked up and dragged away by two members of the Black Shadow Force, and then dragged very forcefully towards a nearby military vehicle. Then he was dragged into the caravan behind the military vehicle, ready to be thrown out at a suitable time and place. Shui Hong saw Lan Ying being dragged away and saw her miserable appearance like a dead dog. She suddenly felt her own face appearing on her face, and she couldn't help but touch her cheek, because she suddenly felt a little grateful to Wu Zheng for slapping her hard at that time, grateful that he woke her up at that time and allowed her to stand here alive and watch the show. Otherwise, Lan Ying's fate would be the same as what she had to experience at that time. This handsome-looking young man who had no threat was really ruthless in killing people, and he even disdained to do it himself. He would exile people who offended him from the safe area according to the normal procedures, and let those who offended him be fed to the zombies. Of course, Yiwen would never let Lan Ying be thrown out of the safe zone like this, leaving her so scared that her legs went weak and she died easily outside. So he bought a stimulant potion from the System Mall and signaled another member of the Shadow Force to inject it into her so that she could recover some strength and courage. Sure enough, after one injection, Lan Ying, who was originally paralyzed by fear, suddenly became alert and roared vigorously, trying to break free from the restraints of the Black Shadow Force members and escape. These members of the Black Shadow Force are stronger than ordinary humans and more professional than professional armies. So her struggle was in vain for them. In the end, he managed to stay alert and was driven out of the Tangshan Epine community when a group of zombies outside were attracted and chased the car. He found a suitable position and threw Lan Ying out, letting her fall heavily to the ground. But the effect of the stimulant made her particularly excited, and her consciousness remained highly clear, which could numb her pain to a certain extent. So after she fell heavily to the ground, she didn't feel much pain. She knew better what her situation was. So after landing, she really got up and ran without hesitation like the heroine in the movie. After taking a look at the dozens of guns pointed at her at the gate of the community, she instinctively chased after the military vehicle that had just dropped her off, knowing that only by getting on the vehicle would she have a chance of survival. See, this is professionalism. They get into the role as soon as they are told to, without any hesitation or delay. You should also watch more and learn more. Seeing that everything had been arranged, Yuan said sarcastically to Feng Qian, asking her as a newcomer to be humble and learn from the professionalism of these seniors. Feng Qian chuckled, because she could see that these were all real scenes. They were really being chased by the zombies, and Lanning was really running for her life. How could all this not be real, and how could the other party not be immersed in the play? But she knew that Yuan was helping her out and venting her anger. So now she was not only happy, but she didn't think that what he did was actually a little bit illegal. She smiled cruelly and said to him, "Thank you, brother." Wu Zheng and Shui Hong swallowed hard. Suddenly, I felt a sense of empathy, knowing that they were just a step away from becoming Lan Ying's ancestors, and they had to experience in advance what it felt like to be chased by a horde of zombies. They all realized that the young officer really meant it when he said to throw people into the zombie horde, without any hesitation. His subordinates would not object or question him, and they really followed orders absolutely and were so loyal that it was terrifying. You guys continue filming here. These are the first few scenes I have written. You can polish and revise them. Yuan suddenly threw a piece of paper to Wu Zheng and asked him to catch it. Chapter 66. The real acting is really true. Wu Zheng immediately took the piece of paper that might cost him his life without any panic. When I took it in my hand, I saw that there were several scenes written by hand on the paper, which were exactly the contents of the opening shots of the movie. But he realized that this was not the beginning of a movie script. This is basically the judge's list of what kind of hell punishment Lanning is going to receive. It would be a light punishment to let her be chased by a group of zombies now. There is also a scene later where she has to fight more than 20 zombies alone, and she is not allowed to say cut until all the zombies are killed. There's also the part where he's chased by zombie dogs and has a one-on-one fight with a fat zombie. It can be said that it would have been a blessing if she had died accidentally at the beginning. If she really persisted, these shots would definitely be very exciting, but she would also suffer a lot, and she might even regret dying at the beginning. Okay, I will shoot everything according to your instructions. But did Wu Zheng know that he could refuse? Of course not. It's not entirely because of his life. He suddenly found that his director's soul was ignited, because he also clearly saw the birth of a domestic zombie blockbuster in these scenes. Is it possible for a movie with special effects to have real scenes? The real experience of escaping and saving life may be more shocking than the fake acting. Lanning is not acting now. She is running for her life. She will burst out with all her life, energy, and potential just to keep herself alive. She will constantly struggle and resist for the belief that she can survive and express the most shocking emotions. He felt his breathing quicken when he thought about the possible shots he might take. He admitted that if he stayed with crazy people for a long time, he would also become crazy. Shui Hong was watching Wu Zheng, whose face was flushed with excitement, and suddenly realized that Lanning was really finished. Because the young man just gave an order. She knew her husband too well and knew that he would secretly add to the orders given by the other party in order to get more exciting shots. At that time, Lanning, who might have had half her life left, would definitely be left with only one breath left and would be truly played to death like a cat playing with a mouse. But will she sympathize with the other party? Won't. She's in a very good mood now and just wants to see this scene as soon as possible. She is even more ready to help her husband come up with ideas. I suddenly feel a little sorry for Lanning for meeting you. She will be crippled if she doesn't die this time. Lu Yin is in a good mood now. She finds that she has really found the right backer, and it's a huge gold mountain. On the way back to her residence, she suddenly felt relaxed and forgot that Feng Qian was still beside her. She chatted with Yi Wen in a very familiar and intimate manner. However, when she said this, Feng Qian, whose whole mind was on Yi Wen, became instinctively alert, because Lu Yin and Yi Wen spoke in too intimate a manner. Sounds like a longtime friend, and now thinking back, her attitude towards her was too intimate and proactive when she first met her, even a little flattering. This looks like, Sister Lu, have you known my brother for a long time? Feng Qian suddenly asked curiously. She keenly realized that the big star Lu Yin might like her brother, which meant that she might become her love rival. Lu Yin was so relaxed that she almost forgot Feng Qian was beside her. When she was suddenly asked, her heart skipped a beat. She said in panic, "It's okay. She's a neighbor after all." Neighbor. Feng Qian suddenly grasped the key point more keenly. But Lu Yin knew something was wrong after she finished speaking. Because she originally just wanted to downplay the relationship between her and Yi Wen, and she didn't dare to talk about it as a boyfriend-girlfriend or even a kept woman relationship. She just picked the most inconspicuous relationship to illustrate the relationship between the two. But after she said it out loud, she realized that this relationship was also very sensitive. Because there are neighbors who can call her over to help with just a word, and she can still do her professional work as an actress. No matter what, she is still a top star, a big figure in the entertainment industry who just won the Best Actress award. With her status, could she just be easily called over by an ordinary neighbor and willing to be the second female lead? Feng Qian felt even more intuitively that her suspicions were correct. Because a girl's intuition is very accurate. After the big star, Lu Yin, appeared, she noticed that she had glanced at her brother more than once, and her eyes were very gentle, as tender as water. She originally suspected that it was just her own illusion. Because Lu Yin is a big star, there are at least thousands of people pursuing her, and her own fans have already exceeded tens of millions. How could a big star like her fall in love with an ordinary man like her brother? But after really seeing Yi Wen's ability, she suddenly realized that it was not impossible. Besides, her brother is so handsome, gentle, and charming. Yi Wen, who was standing nearby, saw that Lu Yin was so nervous that her body was tense, and discovered that she was really not a good liar, just like she appeared on the screen. But think about it from another perspective. If she was so good at lying, she wouldn't have a lot of false negative information deliberately found out about her, even though she was obviously a very straightforward person. And it would not be so easy for a group of black fans and internet trolls to slander her. It can be said that if she had not suddenly won the award, she would not be so popular, and so many people would not have taken the initiative to help her clear her name. You have to know that before she won this award, she was labeled as having big breasts and no brains, having no acting skills, having unspoken rules, and being kept by someone only for selling body. Seeing that the situation was about to be exposed, Lu Yin immediately looked at him for help. Because Feng Qian is his sister and sister-in-law. She knew that now only Yi Wen could save her and free her from the suffering of being interrogated by her sister-in-law. Why are you so gossipy suddenly? You are so happy to be sisters with your idol that you even start checking each other's household registration. Yi Wen teased Feng Qian to distract her attention. Feng Qian blushed immediately. Suddenly, she remembered that Lu Yin was her idol and she was her fan. Now that we are familiar with each other, we have suddenly forgotten each other's identity and have actually started to investigate each other's household registration and private relationships. Sister Lu, that's not what I meant. I. He was so anxious that he couldn't speak. Lu Yin immediately felt relieved and waved her hand generously and said, "It's nothing. It's okay." She knew that Yi Wen had really saved her this time and that he had helped her a lot. Of course, Feng Qian would not really be fooled by Yi Wen. After this incident, she became more certain that there was something between Lu Yin and her brother Yi Wen. She couldn't help but secretly compare her figure with Lu Yan's. I found that both of them were comparable in appearance and figure. But Lu Yan's advantage lies in her sexiness and maturity, with a more curvy figure and a strong visual impact. She is youthful and energetic, younger than she looks, and full of a boy's dream. They both have their own strengths and unique styles. If she is really interested in my brother, then she's a strong rival. She thought silently in her heart. Considering that the other person is so famous, she is the dream lover in the eyes of many men. Chapter 67. Smart women have good fortune. She also acknowledged the other person's charm. Because the other person has an S-shaped figure and tight and beautiful long legs, she, a girl, feels moved when she sees him, let alone a man. The reason she lost was that she was shorter than the other party. At first glance, she looked like a little girl. Her face was the size of a palm, and she had a bit of baby fat. It was hard to regard her as a mature woman. At first glance, people would treat her as a little girl. But I am mine. No one can take me away. Feng Qian understood that she had to show off and must not lose to the other party. Brother, are you hungry? I'll make something for you to eat. She remembered her mother's teachings and realized that if she wanted to capture a man's heart, she had to capture his stomach first. Only homemade food could capture a man's heart the most. You cook. Yi Wen looked at her suspiciously. Because I don't look down on her. As far as he could remember, Apart from helping with the dishes, she had never been in the kitchen before and had never come into contact with anything else related to the kitchen. Can she cook? Is what she makes edible? However, Lu Yin keenly understood that her sister-in-law had not given up at all and had directly declared war on her. But she chose a more gentle approach and decided to resolve the battle in secret. Sure enough, my sister-in-law is so scary. When she knew that Yiwen had a sister, a non-blood related sister, she had a premonition that something similar would happen. But she didn't expect things to develop so quickly, and the other party noticed it so quickly and even declared war on her in private. Fortunately, I didn't plan to be her sister-in-law from the beginning. Lu Yin looked at Yi Wen and knew that with a brother like him, she, the sister-in-law, would be exhausted in the future. Because according to her words, she would do the same thing if she found a suspected sister-in-law, so she had to be highly alert every now and then. And in a blink of an eye, she found that there were imaginary enemies around her. I really want to pinch him hard. Thinking about this, she felt angrier and angrier. Because which girl doesn't like to be together with the man she loves exclusively? But she knew that it was impossible for her to do that here, let alone pinch and hit him to vent her dissatisfaction like a normal girlfriend. Because strictly speaking, she and he were more of a cooperative entity based on interests, and she was the one who sold herself to him. If she dared to do something beyond her boundaries, she would be abandoned. She would also lose this extremely hard-earned supporter and return to the days when she could only hide in her room and shiver when she was bullied to the door. Sister Feng Qian, let me help you. Lu Yin knew that retreating was useless, so she decided to make an alliance with Feng Qian. While she still had a certain degree of affection for her, she pulled her to her side. Help me. Feng Qian didn't understand why she didn't notice her vigilance towards her, but instead wanted to take the initiative to shake hands with her and make peace. Lu Yin also found that she liked this little sister and sister-in-law more. Because I found that apart from the fact that she was a little too attached to her brother, she was very simple-minded and a clean person, and basically her thoughts were all shown on her face. Let's not talk about building a good relationship with her, so that when Yiwen is not around, he can have someone to chat with and play with. Let's just say that no one can let go of this sister if Yiwen lets go, so holding on to her is equivalent to holding on to the strongest rope of relationship. From the fact that Yiwen found resources for her to film a movie and directly punish Lanning to help her vent her anger, it can be seen that Yiwen loves his non-blood-related childhood sweetheart very much. Feng Qian had a hunch that something was wrong, but she couldn't find the problem. Don't you just want to chat more with your sister Lu Yin? She lives upstairs from me and often comes down to eat. You can just exchange experiences of eating out with her. Yiwen found a topic to smooth over their relationship. Lu Yin and Feng Qian blushed at the same time. Lu Yin was dissatisfied in her heart that she didn't often go to him for meals. She was obviously almost starving to death, but she ate there once and basically lost herself. Feng Qian blushed as she remembered that she really liked the food cooked by her brother the most. Every time she watched him cooking, she would eat several more bowls of rice. Sister Lu Yin, let's ignore him. I just have something to ask you. Feng Qian pulled Lu Yin and walked quickly in front, getting on the elevator first. Lu Yin was dragged away by her, and she turned back and glanced at Yi Wen in a charming manner. She was grateful for his help, but also dissatisfied with him for finding a better reason. Yi Wen saw that they had left first, so he didn't rush to get on the elevator with them. Knowing that Lu Yin was there, Feng Qian wouldn't be idle here, and Lu Yin didn't have to worry about no one to talk to her. But financial audits are a real hassle, especially since the other party came with personal purposes, and to be clear, they came here deliberately to harass him, and he could not completely guarantee that General Wang Liwei would protect him. It turns out that some things are most important when you have the ability to handle them yourself. Yiwen understood that if you rely on mountains, the mountains will fall. If you rely on people, people will fall. In the end, you can only rely on yourself for many things. Just like in this case, if he didn't have a certain ability to protect himself, the final result would only be that he would be framed with false charges, and he would have no way of defending himself and let the other party take away all the results of his development, which would be a bargain for them for nothing. We need to speed up the progress of the mecha factory. Yiwen knew that if he wanted to prevent ordinary villains from provoke him, the easiest way was for him to have enough power to prevent ordinary villains from provoke him, and to know that if they provoked him, there would be only destruction. But when it comes to the mecha factory, it involves the talents of the Science and Technology Park in the East District of Magic City. It is necessary to thoroughly study the technology of his Iron Cube mecha before being able to put it into action in reality. A helicopter landed on the rooftop helipad of Thompson 1. Since the disaster broke out, the domestic air routes have been completely opened up, allowing all key personnel to be quickly transported by Air Force. Yuan had already received the message on the app in advance, so he was waiting here early, accompanied by Ban Li and several members of the Black Shadow Force. A well-mannered military clerk, a group of male and female accountants who were responsible for auditing, and 4 fully armed military fighters stepped down from the helicopter to protect their safety. Yuan, Mr. Yi, right? You should know our purpose. Now let your personnel disarm and accept our inspection. After the matter is thoroughly clarified, we will restore your right to move freely. After this person came down, he was completely convicted of guilt. It was not simply a financial audit, but a plan to remove Yuan from his position as the regimental commander of the new army and immediately disarm all of his associates. Chapter 68. Look carefully who you are here to help. Yuan smiled when he heard what the other party said and said to him with a fake smile, "Sorry, the information transmission is slow now." Hearing him say that, the man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who was more like a lawyer than an accountant, looked at him arrogantly. He thought what he said was understandable, so he accepted his apology for not disarming himself and waiting for them to come over. Yuan slowly indicated that he had not finished speaking yet and continued to say to him, "So, you may not know that during the time you have been here, I have submitted my resignation to the military, announcing that I am willing to withdraw from the new army and give up all my powers in the new army." Hearing his words, the fighters who followed the auditors immediately became nervous and pointed their guns at Yuan and his team. However, Yuan pointed to the side with his thumb and told them not to get excited and to look at what was next to them first. The 4 fighters immediately exchanged brief glances with each other, and one of them looked cautiously in the direction he indicated. After looking over, his eyes immediately widened in shock, and he quickly gestured to the captain of their operation to look over there as well. When the captain looked over, he saw a member of the Black Shadow Force on the roof of a building next door, carrying a rocket launcher and pointing it at them. This meant that if any of them made any rash moves, they and the helicopter would be sent flying. You are rebelling, do you know that? You are using armed violence to resist the financial audit order issued by your superiors. The man with glasses admitted that he did not expect the other party's resistance to be so fierce that they actually planned to defy their audit by force. How dare you say that? What were you doing while we were killing zombies and completing the cleaning target in the front? Yuan unceremoniously revealed the fig leaf here. Rule? If we really just follow the rules, no one will take those indicators. Everyone does it because they see benefits for themselves. Moreover, he did not get this indicator for the upper city area of Shanghai himself, but it was awarded to him by Congress. Because he handed over a complete set of technological technologies for a nuclear fusion-powered engine and a supporting aircraft carrier that was enough to enable China's technology to leap forward by hundreds of years. For this reason, Congress turned a blind eye to most of what he did. Who is he now that someone suddenly comes to him to talk about rules and ask him to disarm? Now that he is disarmed, there are hundreds of thousands of zombies outside that he cannot kill with just his mouth. The accounts are all here. You can take your time to count and check them. Although the wind is strong on the roof, it is safe. Yuan hooked his finger at Ban Li, who was accompanying him, asking her to take out all the prepared account books and show them to them for inspection. In addition, because of the rocket launcher, the 4 accompanying fighters of the other side were immediately controlled and disarmed. It can be said that this group of auditors were detained as soon as they arrived here and were under surveillance at gunpoint while checking the accounts that had just been prepared here. The accounts were freshly prepared by Chestnut in an hour. The man with glasses was so angry that he gnashed his teeth and was furious that he would definitely file a complaint against this place when he returned this time and report the situation with all his exaggerations. Just wait for me. I, Wu Liqing, will not let this matter go like this. Wu Liqing, who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, threatened Yuan, forcing him to wait. Yuan also admitted that it was impossible to shoot them all here, because after all, they were financial auditors sent by their superiors and represented the superiors' power. But he didn't need to rush to do it himself, because he knew they couldn't find out anything. And he had the black technology he handed in as a life-saving gold medal. Even if something went wrong, there would be more powerful people above him who would continue to protect him for this life-saving gold medal. I'll wait. Yuan answered him lazily, letting him see what skills he could show off. This group of people had just arrived, and they were all under gunpoint while auditing the accounts that had just been released an hour ago. Another armed helicopter also slowly hovered above the roof of the building amid the noisy roar of propellers. A young man in naval officer's uniform slid down from the armed helicopter and landed on the roof alone. After he landed, he was obviously stunned to see a dozen accountants lying on the ground at gunpoint, auditing documents. However, he also saw Wu Liqing at a glance and was recognized by Wu Liqing at the same time. Major General Chun, you're here at the right time. When he saw the young officer, he immediately thought he had seen his savior and was about to find him to report Yuan. Major General Chun ignored him and simply walked past him and walked quickly towards Yuan. Mr. Yi should think twice. He was advised in a pleading tone to stay calm and think carefully before making a decision on something as important as this that could affect his future development. I have thought it through clearly. Yuan glanced at Wu Liqing, letting the Major General see clearly what was happening here. Chen Xingchen understood immediately and found that General Wang Liwei was right to send him to handle the matter personally. Because since he had just arrived, people here actually wanted to complain to him, which could be said to have made the matter very awkward. It was also obvious that Mr. Yi Wenye was very disappointed. I understand. Chen Xingchen understood that the key to solving the problem now was not on Yi Wen's side, but on the certain people who made him completely disappointed in China. He first stood at attention and saluted Yi Wen, indicating that he would take care of something nearby and asked him to wait patiently for a while. Then he walked up to Wu Liqing and shouted at him. Who asked you to come? Why didn't our military receive any application to audit the commanders of the new army? Why did you come here directly to audit our military personnel? He knew that the financial auditors and their military personnel were actually from two different departments. The current situation is that the people from the other department did not even say hello to their military department, but directly killed the person who came to audit their military department, who was the most important person in their military department. This kind of thing is not only against the rules, but also very likely to lead to a situation where someone executes someone first and reports to the government later. It is obvious that they do not take the military seriously at all. Wu Liqing was dumbfounded. He didn't expect someone to come suddenly. He thought it was his savior. As it turned out, not only did the other party not come to be his savior, he even came over to speak nice things to him. Who is Yuan? He could even make the famous military Major General Chen Xingchen be polite to him, or even be humble to him. Chapter 69. A person even Congress fears. Major General Chun, do you understand the situation clearly? We are following orders. But he wanted to explain something. Chen Xingchen was now angry and anxious because this matter involved the most top-secret incident. Of course, he could not explain to the other party how important Yi Wen was to the military and even the entire Chinese Congress. A regimental commander? A pioneer in the fight against the zombie apocalypse? This is just the identity that the other party wants to give to the other party for fun. The other party's true identity is a precious treasure that has been publicly recognized by the military and possesses mysterious black technology power. Although I don't know where he got this technological power of supermodern civilization that has lasted for hundreds of years, it is still so complete. But just the tip of the iceberg shown now is enough to prove that he has the power to change the world's technology and even easily fight against the entire zombie disaster. Especially now that the zombie disaster has caused chaos both at home and abroad. It really angered him and made him simply transfer all his power abroad and even help other countries develop quickly and solve disaster problems. Who can take this responsibility? You didn't answer my question directly. Who gave the order to ask you to come and investigate an important person in our military? Chen Xingchen seriously reminded Wu Liqing to respond directly. Wu Liqing still wants to make excuses. Suddenly, he keenly caught Chen Xingchen's serious expression and the words important personnel that he deliberately emphasized. His heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he vaguely understood what was going on. Important personnel? How important can it be? It can make a major general rush over as if he saw a fire in his house. It is so important that he is simply protecting his ancestors and does not listen to anything he says or any explanation. He just wants him to quickly report the person who issued the review order. This is not simply important at all. It is simply accidentally touching the military's sore spot. Yes, it's Deputy Mayor Zhao Xingde. Wu Liqing gritted his teeth and gave out the name of the person who issued the order for the investigation. He had already seen clearly that the military was going to deal seriously and vigorously with this matter of overstepping its authority in examining important military personnel. For no reason, just to give this young regimental commander a satisfactory answer. He knew that as the deputy mayor of Magic City, Deputy Mayor Zhao definitely possessed the authority of a provincial-level official. But in front of the military, which can influence the national situation, his identity is so insignificant that it doesn't need to be mentioned. Because according to the current attitude of the military, at the very least, this matter is an overstepping of their authority in investigating people. To put it in a broader sense, They simply do not take the military seriously, ignore the severity of the disaster, and engage in treasonous activities that undermine internal unity and seriously interfere with and disrupt disaster relief. It is certain that Zhao Xingde is finished because of this incident. He will be singled out as a typical example and severely punished, and he will lose his current power and position. The other relevant personnel are not much better off and will all be arrested and dealt with one by one. But the real purpose is just to vent their anger on someone they least expect. Okay, I understand. Major General Chen Xingchen immediately took out his walkie-talkie and asked the armed helicopter hovering in the sky to lower its altitude. Then a group of people quickly came down from the helicopter and detained all the auditors, including Wu Liqing himself. He also came to Yi Wen, bowed to him with great apology, and said, "I am here to represent the attitude of General Wang Liwei." General Wang Liwei sincerely expresses his apologies for the treatment you have received and promises that such a thing will never happen again. In addition, we express our sincere gratitude for your important contribution to the country. I hope you will not be disappointed with this country. He apologized and expressed gratitude, and his attitude was meticulous. Seeing the Major General in front of him lowering his status and bowing and apologizing, Yuan felt embarrassed to continue to dwell on the matter. He didn't really want to resign and give up his current position as the commander of the new army. He just wanted to make his attitude clear and tell the military that something had happened on his side. He wanted to let the military and General Wang Liwei know that if they didn't care anymore, then he wouldn't care either and would be free again. By that time, whatever black technological power he has will have nothing to do with them, so they should not be jealous or regret it. I understand. After all, I'm also a Chinese. I also hope that my motherland will be prosperous and strong. Yuan responded to Major General Chen Xingchen with public relations words. It was the same as saying nothing. Chen Xingchen immediately realized that the other party was still breathing. Anyone who handed over such important information would be furious if his finances were investigated and his military power was removed right afterward. I wonder what suggestions and ideas Mr. Yi has for dealing with Zhao Xingde? Chen Xingchen asked him tentatively, asking him how he wanted to deal with Zhao Xingde and directly eliminate the mastermind behind the scenes. This is not something I can suggest. Of course, if possible, I would like to handle it personally. Yuan told him, expressing one of his ideas. Chen Xingchen immediately understood what he meant and realized that he was planning to take revenge personally. After all, he is a deputy mayor and the deputy mayor of Magic City. Chen Xingchen kindly reminded him and even used sign language to tell him to leave it to the military. The military would definitely give him a satisfactory result. Does my power as a regimental commander so small? Then it is right for me to give up the contracting rights and be relieved of my post. Yuan answered him. If someone else dared to be so rude to Chen Xingchen here and even threatened to remove him from his position as Legion commander, he would definitely not want to pay any attention to the other person. Because there are so many people vying for military ranks in the new army, there won't be one or two missing. But he knew that the one before him was different. What makes this person special is not his status as a regimental commander, but the mysterious technological power he possesses and the possibility of changing and interfering with the course of many future eras. That's not the case. It's just that there's no need to make such a small matter so complicated. Chen Xingchen kindly reminded him again that it would be better for him to choose to listen to his suggestion. Because I want to deal with the deputy mayor. Even if the other party is the deputy mayor of the Magic City, the military has many ways to deal with him and make him regret it. Especially now is a special period. It is easier to deal with. But the other party obviously wanted to take revenge personally, to personally erase the oppression and humiliation inflicted on him, and to pay it back many times over. He was more worried that this incident would expose some of this person's power, causing his identity as a special person to be revealed to the public ahead of time. Chapter 70. You may become a lieutenant general in less than 30 years. Chestnut, have you collected all the information I asked you to collect? Yuan asked Chestnut, who had been on standby beside him. Now he has resurrected Johnny, Wu Yong, Nova Shiva, and others. Among them, Wu Yong is the top hacker in the country. With his and Banlie's joint network sniffing, all kinds of negative information about Zhao Xingde, the deputy mayor of Shanghai, can be found out clearly in an instant, ensuring that all the bad things he has done and how many women he has kept will be clearly revealed. It's all here. Banlie took out a tablet and handed it to him respectfully. Yuan took it and immediately saw Zhao Xingde's resume, the good and bad things that happened over the years, and the shameful things that ordinary people didn't know about were all laid out in front of him. Let him see that the other party really has no major problems in his job. However, in his private life, an accident caused a girl in her 20s to become pregnant, and she gave birth to a son for him. It was also because of this breakthrough that he signed several serious illegal real estate construction documents, which enabled him to obtain the property rights of a detached luxury house in Qingshui Bay and own 27% of the shares of a real estate company. With these, it should be easy to ruin his reputation. Yi Wen handed the information to Major General Chen Xingchen. Let him see that it is not difficult to punish someone, as long as you can quickly find out the other person's dirty tricks. Chen Xingchen took the tablet and saw the information displayed on it. He was shocked. The information could only be described as shocking. Because it is not that scary to find this information, I believe that as long as the relevant departments check, they will find it sooner or later. The reason why he was shocked, and even a little panicked, was that the other party's speed and movements were too fast. Basically, it was not long after Zhao Xingde had offended him that all of his past was discovered. This shows that the young man in front of him has a huge information network behind him, and also has an underground force that cannot be underestimated. Mr. Yi is truly a hero at a young age. Excuse me, how old are you, Mr. Yi? Chen Xingchen suddenly sighed why the other party had such an unscrupulous attitude. It turns out that the other party possesses such power. It can be said that in such an environment, people like him are like fish in water and do not have to worry about exposing part of their own strength. In fact, because of the disaster, even if Congress knew about it, it would only win him over instead of irritating him. Because who can guarantee how big a force is hidden behind him? You have to know about the technology of nuclear fusion power engine. Not to mention China. Even the technologically powerful United States has not yet fully understood the nuclear fusion power generation unit. However, they have already come up with the nuclear fusion power engine technology known as perpetual power, and also have the complete design drawings and related technical information of the matching nuclear fusion-powered aircraft carrier. The fact that he dared to hand it over to the country shows that he doesn't care about the value of this technology at all. This also indirectly shows that he has in his hands a technological force that is more valuable and more threatening than this. Just 20. Yi Wen answered him. Because he dropped out of school in his second year of high school, it can be said that he did not even finish high school. Then, at the age of 15, he moved out and started working to earn money to help Feng Qian with her tuition and training. During these 5 years, except for the Chinese New Year and holidays, he rarely saw Feng Qian, his father, and Aunt Ro. Only 20. Chen Xingchen was shocked. Because of his appearance, he thought he was already 25 or 26 because he looked a bit mature. Now that I heard it from his own mouth, I realized that he had just turned 20. The 20-year-old regimental commander also possesses the black technology that can threaten the Chinese Congress. Although he looks relatively young, he is already 33 this year. It's true that heroes emerge from young people. Chen Xingchen is already recognized as the youngest major general in the military, and he has always been proud of it. But today he met a strange man who was even better than him. I have a feeling that based on his age and the achievements he has shown, he might be able to develop into a lieutenant general before he is 30, and even be on par with General Wang Liwei soon. Then I will just report the matter to the military and will not interfere in handling it. Chen Xingchen understood that he had finally persuaded the other party. I know that the other party wants to handle it personally and avenge himself. Okay, Yi Wen responded. Chen Xingchen also stood at attention and saluted him very seriously and said very sincerely, "There are some bad apples that no one wants to see, but you can trust the military, trust Congress, and trust the country of China. After all, we are all one family." This simple sentence reminded them of their blood connection and thousands of years of civilization heritage. Let him not be easily disappointed with this country, with his motherland, and let him not be distorted and sabotaged by some people, so that he will one day meet his motherland in war. I know. Yi Wen also responded with a military salute. That was why he immediately sent the dismissal application to General Wang Liwei, asking him to do justice. Chen Xingchen nodded with satisfaction after hearing his answer. He also returned to the armed helicopter to escort Wu Liqing and others to General Wang Liwei to impose the appropriate punishment on them based on their behavior. Yi Wen watched him leave. As soon as the enemy's armed helicopter left, Yi Wen immediately said to Ban Li, who was accompanying him, spread the news that Zhao Xingde secretly had an illegitimate child in a mansion in Qinghai Bay to all major media platforms, so that all the audiences of all major media platforms will know about this matter. I decided to warm up this matter first, knowing that Xiang Zhuang's sword dance was aimed at Pei Gong. The status of a deputy mayor of Shanghai is very important. It can be said that if it weren't for his special identity, he would have been really tricked by the other party. But apart from this position, the other party itself is not that great or valuable. Simply put, once he steps down and is removed from office, he will be nothing. But he has a very valuable identity. That is the shareholder of Genuine Real Estate Group, and he holds 27% of the shares. As luck would have it, 34% of the contract rights in the East City District of Shanghai belong to the Genuine Real Estate Group. If he took over the Genuine Real Estate Group, he could take over 1/3 of the contract rights in the East City District of Shanghai and could station some troops in this area. Okay, I'll do it right away. Bamley immediately went to handle the matter, and his execution speed was very efficient. Yiwen understood that it was safer to leave these matters to her. Now Walnut and Chestnut are his right-hand men. With them around, he didn't need to deal with 90% of the things himself. He only needed to give them an order, and they would handle it beautifully. He didn't have to worry about them rebelling or secretly sabotaging anything. Everything could be handled properly for him. Chapter 71. This food is poisonous. After finishing the work here, Yiwen knew that he could take a break for a while. He found that because he had been dealing with the work here, his training and live broadcast had been neglected and stopped. I wonder how Feng Qian's cooking is going. Suddenly I remembered that Feng Qian was asking Lu Yin to cook. He was not sure whether Lu Yin could cook, but he was sure that Feng Qian absolutely could not cook. And based on his understanding of Feng Qian, she was a terrifying person who could confuse salt and sugar and even mistake laundry detergent for cornstarch. Let's not talk about whether the food she makes is delicious or not. In fact, according to her level of lethality, whether the food she makes can be eaten and whether one will go straight to the hospital after eating it are questions that need to be carefully considered. Or I could just make up an excuse and not go. Although eating her food may increase your resistance to poison, it may even increase the toxin's lethality. Yiwen was thinking deeply about this matter as he came down from the rooftop platform. He knew that since he activated the system, he had asked the system to relearn and upgrade. He can be said to be training almost all the time. Eating, sleeping, live streaming, and exercising can all increase his attributes. However, if you don't train seriously, you won't get many attribute points. What he knew so far was that drinking alcohol could increase heat, and being electrocuted could increase electricity. He has also discovered its uses beyond combat, forcing Su Ling to admit defeat and beg for mercy. The only thing he hadn't tried so far was poison. It is possible that the only way to kill him is to poison him. So he has begun to consider increasing his resistance to poison, so as not to be accidentally hit by a severe poison and die directly from the poison. Forget it, just consider it as increasing my own attributes. While muttering to himself, he returned to his residence in Thompson 1. While he was thinking about these things, Feng Qian kept sneezing, and Lu Yin beside her kept asking her if she had caught a cold. She even suspected that she had been infected by her stepfather, Uncle Yi. Otherwise, why would she sneeze so violently? Are you sure you want to give these things to your brother? Do you actually have a blood feud with him? When Lu Yin saw the finished food made by Feng Qian, the muscles on her cheeks kept twitching and she couldn't stop. Because she saw the kind of horrible dark cuisine that can only be seen in exaggerated entertainment programs. What are these coals? He pointed to a plate of black coal-like things, whose original appearance could no longer be recognized. These are dumplings stuffed with green onions. Feng Qian answered a little embarrassedly, because she didn't expect that the dumplings she heated in the pot would turn out like this. So what about this black iron disc? Lu Yin regretted that she should have followed her all the time. She expressed confidence because she saw it and said she could handle it on her own. So I left the kitchen to her, and she prepared a fruit platter herself. But when she finished preparing and returned to the kitchen, she found that it had become a complete disaster scene. Not only was the iron pot burnt through, but even the electric soup pot was burnt and exploded, revealing a few glowing coal, slag-like objects inside. Egg pancake, Feng Qian said guiltily. Egg! Lu Yin was speechless for a moment. Because she was reminded of this, she noticed that there was indeed half an eggshell inside the black iron pancake. That pot should be the elixir you made, right? Lu Yin had filmed a fantasy drama before, so she could recognize at a glance that the residue in the exploded electric soup pot was the elixir that only immortals could make. She was surprised that Feng Qian could actually make the legendary elixir. Feng Qian was so embarrassed by her attitude that she wanted to find a way to hide. She said weakly, without any courage, "It was a pot of red date and pork rib soup. I don't know why it suddenly exploded." Hong! Lu Yin was speechless for a moment. I discovered that this sister-in-law's cooking is a complete disaster in the kitchen. She was even a little curious about how she managed to do all these things, being able to burn through an iron pot, blow up an electric soup pot, and even refine something like an elixir. Ewan happened to come over and saw the tragic situation here. To be honest, he was not surprised at all when he saw the scene here. He even took out his mobile phone to take a photo and posted it directly to his moments, and even had his father and Aunt Rome to see it. Brother! Feng Qian saw him taking photos and posting them on WeChat moments, and wondered if he was going too far. He actually saw his sister in such a big trouble, and instead of helping her cover up, he helped her publicize it. Your mother taught you not to panic when something happens. Just take out your phone and post a circle of friends. Ewan teased her. Because he had expected such a scene to happen, he was not panicked at all, nor was he surprised at all. On the contrary, if Feng Qian could suddenly serve a table full of delicious dishes, he would suspect whether she cooked them herself, or whether she simply ordered takeout from the hotel. I have a feeling you can't cook either. Ewan glanced at Lu Yin, then looked at this big star with millions of fans. Because judging by the fact that she almost starved to death at home and was so hungry that she almost ate cat food, she was probably someone who couldn't cook. Lu Yin blushed, but she soon puffed out her chest with pride, thinking, so what if she can't cook? She can eat for free. Ewan also discovered that she had indeed become familiar with Feng Qian, and even her attitude had become much more generous and cheerful. He picked up a portion of black coal balls made by Feng Qian and threw it directly into his mouth and started chewing. Brother, don't eat! Feng Qian suddenly noticed that Yi Wenming had already seen the miserable state of the kitchen, but still ate the food she made without hesitation. She panicked instead, because she knows that the things she makes now will take up space in the trash can if she throws them in the trash can. No matter how you look at it, it's not food for human consumption. Yiwen pretended not to hear. After eating one, his eyes lit up and he immediately ate another one. Lu Yin was also stunned. She was surprised that Yiwen actually doted on Feng Qian so much. He could even eat something that could be poisonous to death without hesitation. Feng Qian was dumbfounded when she saw Yiwen eat another one and couldn't help but whispered, "Does it taste good?" Because she was disturbed by Yi Wen's active tasting action, she began to suspect that what she made might look bad on the surface, but actually tasted good. Lu Yin had similar thoughts at this time, so the two of them looked at each other and picked up a piece to taste. Pooh! What is this? This is simply coal slag. The two beautiful girls, each with their own unique flavor, were now scrambling to spit out the food in their mouths, and they even saw each other eat a mouthful of black ash because of the taste. Chapter 72, Poisonous? Just right. Sister Lu Yin Yu, Qian Qian Yu. They couldn't help but laugh out of embarrassment, yet found the other person's look funny. They looked at Yi Wen with a common hatred for the enemy, thinking that he did it on purpose, deliberately using this method to lure them into being deceived and make them suffer together. As expected, Yi Wen saw their miserable appearance out of the corner of his eye and was grinning. This made Lu Yin and Feng Qian angry, and they glared at him angrily. Qian Qian, your brother is so mean. Brother, are you trying to drag us down like this? I already know that what I cook tastes bad. Isn't that enough? Lu Yin went to Feng Qian to complain and took the opportunity to get closer to her. Feng Qian was so angry that she stamped her feet, thinking that he was eating something disgusting, but pretending it was delicious in order to lure them into being deceived and getting into trouble together. The stuff is pretty good, Yiwen answered her, and wiped the black coal slag from the corner of his mouth without caring. Because in his opinion, a plate of black coal balls of unknown substance actually increased his toxicity by more than 600. Although this system is not correct because there is no specific unit of measurement, so I don't know what the increase of more than 600 toxicity means, just like leg strength and lower body size. I can't be sure what the increase means, but from the total value, I can see that the counts increased a lot this time. It also made him certain that he had a certain resistance to toxins and would not be easily killed by the poison. Seeing that there were several other ingredients here, he ate them all without leaving any. This time Feng Qian and Lu Yin didn't fall for it and just watched him eat alone. Yiwen indeed enjoyed it alone. Soon all these things were swept away, and his overall toxicity increased by more than 4,000. But it was much higher than heat and electricity. It's good. After eating, he gave Feng Qian a thumbs up. I know that these things are failures from the perspective of food, but from the perspective of attribute enhancement materials, they are quite powerful enhancement materials. Feng Qian was stunned, because she saw with her own eyes that Yiwen ate them all without leaving a single one, and he was completely innocent. Lu Yin, who was also there, further confirmed that Feng Qian was special to Yiwen, because she knew that if one did not value a person enough, no one would eat up a bunch of failed products as if they were the most delicious food. Look at it this way. People like us are the third party. Lu Yin suddenly understood why Yiwen didn't care much about women, including her. Because the only person he cared about was Feng Qian, but he himself didn't even realize it. So he treated her as his most precious baby and took good care of her, even resorting to such acts of self-harm just to prevent Feng Qian from suffering any psychological trauma. Yiwen had no idea that his action of buying all of these dark dishes, because he was attracted by their enhanced properties, had caused Lu Yin and Feng Qian to misunderstand him. Feng Qian was ashamed that Yiwen was so nice to her. Lu Yin simply misunderstood that he was willing to make great sacrifices for Feng Qian, and he became a very gentle and kind man. From now on, you will be responsible for dinner every day. This is a good opportunity for you to exercise more. Yiwen said that he believed in her very much and believed that she was not just a simple kitchen novice, but a complete kitchen killer. Therefore, whenever she cooks, she is bound to create kitchen disasters more terrible than this, and she will definitely be able to make him more and more powerful amplification material so that he can increase his new power of toxicity faster. Feng Qian was immediately greatly encouraged and praised because of a complete misunderstanding. She thought Yiwen really wanted to eat the delicious food she made, and he didn't care about her request to help her test the poison every night. Okay, I'll take care of all the dinners from now on. Feng Qian patted her chest and promised that she would become excellent. Lu Yin also discovered that apart from being a bit liberal in love, he was essentially quite charming and very responsible. Because if it were her, she would never dare to eat a single bite of anything made by Feng Qian. I just made a fruit platter. Let's try it together. Lu Yin knew that this was also her chance to show off, although it was her first time doing it, but she did it very carefully and even used cooking-related apps to learn. Feng Qian was in a good mood because of Yi Wen's praise and encouragement. She also wanted to try out what the beautiful fruit platter would look like made by Lu Yin, the big star, and her idol. The three of them came to the restaurant together and saw a fruit platter placed on a crystal fruit plate with gold edges on the crystal dining table. Feng Qian was stunned. Yiwen looked over and saw a warning pop-up window next to the fruit platter. The pop-up window said that dishwashing detergent was detected with a concentration of up to 37%. How lucky do I have to meet these two talented people by such a coincidence? Yiwen couldn't help but sigh. I found out that he didn't have a system. What this sister and this big star made was really deadly. And if nothing unexpected happens, he won't be able to not eat it. But now, because he has a system-strengthening function, he has begun to accumulate toxicity. So he was sure that after taking a bite of the fruit platter, it would be comparable to the dark cuisine made by Feng Qian. Maybe the toxicity would be even higher. I decisively picked up the fruit fork, picked up a piece of blue cantaloupe, and put it into my mouth. Sure enough, a prompt appeared on the virtual screen. When the player eats poisonous fruit pieces, the toxicity increases by 300. 300. This number is half of the plate of black hole balls just now. It is certain that if he takes this bite, he will definitely call the emergency number and be rushed to the hospital for gastric lavage. Sister Lu Yin, did you wash the fruits with dishwashing liquid and cut them directly without washing them? Why do I smell a chemical smell of dishwashing liquid? Feng Qian suddenly shrugged her nose and looked towards the fruit platter, following the smell. Lu Yin was waiting for Yi Wen to comment on his feelings after tasting the fruits, but Feng Qian suddenly reminded her of this. She suddenly remembered what was going on. Because of the zombie virus outbreak outside, she was worried that there might be virus residues on the fruits, so she washed them with a high concentration of dishwashing liquid. Don't eat it. It's poisonous. Lu Yin became anxious because she found that she and Feng Qian were really the same, and they actually made such a fruit platter that was enough to make one's stomach wash. It tastes good, and the cooking skills are good. Yi Wen blocked Lu Yin, who was rushing over to stop him, and even gave her a thumbs up in praise. For a moment, Lu Yin completely forgot that she was a big star with millions of fans. She looked at him with infatuated eyes, and tears filled her eyes in an instant. Are you stupid? He whispered with concern. In her opinion, what he did was the same as what he did to Feng Qian. Because he didn't want her to be as sad and traumatized as Feng Qian, he knew that he might need to have his stomach washed after eating this. But he still ate it in big mouthfuls, not wanting to waste her hard work. Chapter 73. Learned a new ability. Yiwen was wondering why she was crying for no reason. In his opinion, the taste of these fruit platters was a little strange, but the toxicity amplification effect was strong. He also confirmed the effect of the new toxicity feature by taking fruit pieces and trying to add toxicity to the fruit pieces. He found that its effect was to corrode and interfere with neurons. Simply put, He can kill a zombie instantly by destroying its nerves without destroying its body, or interfere with its neurons to cause hallucinations, or even make it fall into a state of excitement. The player's toxicity attribute has exceeded 10,000, and the new ability Snake Eyes has been learned. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared on the virtual screen. Ewan was surprised that he had learned a new ability, and was curious about what this strange ability was and what Snake Eyes were. I tried it out of curiosity, and the world before my eyes changed instantly. The whole world has become a world similar to thermal sensing. It's just that this world is a little clearer and more realistic than the thermal sensing world we usually see through electronic devices. He also saw that Feng Qian and Lu Yan's clothes were displayed in cold light, but their bodies were displayed in a normal warm light. So overall in his eyes, they looked like they were wearing a layer of transparent gauze, which meant that in his eyes, they were almost the same as not wearing any clothes. This ability is so brutal. He was so surprised that he couldn't help but compare the two of them. I found that the two were really evenly matched. It's just that Lu Yan is a little older, so she is more mature. Feng Qian, on the other hand, still has room to grow, and is not as visually impactful as Lu Yan. Feng Qian didn't notice anything unusual because she was still thinking about how to improve her cooking skills. Lu Yan felt at the first moment that she was being targeted, just like someone was secretly following her while walking at night, with the gaze falling on her so tightly that it could even penetrate her clothes. She looked over based on this strange feeling and saw Ewan looking at her seriously. Almost the moment she met his eyes, she felt an indescribable feeling of shame, because she was obviously well-dressed, but she vaguely felt that she was naked in Yi Wen's eyes. It was almost natural to stand in front of him and let him appreciate it. "What are you looking at?" Lu Yan suddenly asked him in a low voice, because she felt that the way he looked at her made her feel hairy, and the hairs all over her body were about to stand up. "I see you were dressed up quite well." Yi Wen immediately found the magical use of the new ability, Snake Eyes. I found that looking at it from another angle is not clairvoyance. However, this ability is not a simple perspective, it is more like X-ray. As long as he is willing, he can even see the blood vessels, internal organs, etc. inside the target's body. Simply put, his current eyesight can be better than some doctors, because doctors generally need to use instruments and equipment to treat patients. He could see directly inside the body and immediately determine the internal condition of a living being. But you may not have eaten well recently, and your stomach is in poor condition, which led to abnormal menstruation this month. Ewan helped her with the diagnosis and told her about her physical condition. Lu Yan's face turned even redder. She was surprised at what he was talking about. Why did he suddenly act like a doctor and help her with her illness? Ewan also didn't tell her something. He discovered that her endocrine system was a little abnormal due to her experience some time ago, making her more sensitive and easily excited. In other words, she would be more impulsive and easily emotional. Her estrogen level was significantly higher than normal, and she was ready to conceive. Lu Yan felt uncomfortable with what he said. Because she knew that he was right, he understood her condition completely, just like he had taken her pulse and diagnosed her. Ewan also went to see Feng Qian, and he saw a scene that he didn't want to see. He suddenly walked to Feng Qian and asked her in a low voice, "Have you been getting dizzy and having nosebleeds recently?" Because he noticed that Feng Qian had enlarged lymph nodes and an enlarged liver and spleen. According to his understanding, these were the early symptoms of leukemia. "Yeah, it seems like I haven't had enough rest recently," Feng Qian said to him, not thinking that there was anything wrong with her body. Ewan didn't dare to confirm it immediately. "But I have a feeling that even if Feng Qian doesn't have leukemia, there is something seriously wrong with her health." "Brother, what's wrong?" Feng Qian finally reacted and suddenly realized how he knew all this and why he suddenly asked her this. "I heard from Dad that you've been working hard recently, so I'm asking." Ewan did not answer her directly, because for him, leukemia is not a big deal. Not to mention that according to the current medical level, as long as there is money for transplantation, it can be solved through normal medical means. Even in his system mall, he had two solutions to help her resolve this situation. One is an injection. One injection costs 50,000 life coins and can cure more than 90% of known human diseases. The other is a surgical treatment device that requires 500,000 life coins and can be reused to complete various complex surgeries and genetic-level repair treatments. Lu Yan heard and noticed something nearby and looked at Ewan thoughtfully. When he sent them all out to play in the swimming pool outside for a while, Lu Yan suddenly came to the kitchen in a black bikini, and after coming in, she closed the kitchen door and locked it. Ewan looked at her with interest. He felt that this scene was like a beautiful sheep that came to the door on its own initiative and then sent itself into a wolf's den. "Does it look good?" Lu Yin saw his enthusiastic and admiring gaze. She came in for business, but she couldn't help but ask him a question. She even straightened her body so that he could see her hot and sexy figure. Her figure is S-class, just like yours. Yuan gave her a thumbs up and found that Lu Yan's face might not be the most stunning, only scoring 92 or 93 points. But her figure is definitely at the 99-point level because 100 points is a level that only goddesses who do not exist in this world can achieve. Lu Yin blushed with satisfaction. It was hard to believe that there would be a day when she would feel so happy physically and mentally because of a man's compliment. But she suddenly remembered why she came in to see him. So she came closer and asked, "Is Qian in trouble?" He was very perceptive and noticed the situation, so he came over to ask for caution. Yuan saw that she had obviously just come out of the swimming pool, because not only was her hair wet, but her body was wet as well, so that where her bare feet stepped on the ground was all wet. Combined with her hot muse-level figure, she really looked like a mermaid who had just jumped out of the water. However, compared to the beauty she now showed, which was no less beautiful than the mountains and valleys, what she said made him care more. Chapter 74, Why don't you teach me how to be a boyfriend? What's the problem? He asked her, pretending to be stupid. I pretended not to understand what she was asking, and took the opportunity to appreciate her scene that could not be seen by outsiders. I found that she was really worthy of the title of the sexiest goddess in the entertainment industry. Her figure was not inferior to some Western female stars who were famous for their figures. Don't give me that. Lu Yin rolled her eyes at him in dissatisfaction, thinking that he should stop playing dumb with her. She admitted that she and Feng Qian had only known each other for a short time, but after such a short contact, she had already fallen in love with this innocent and carefree girl from the bottom of her heart. Even if she really didn't want to, she could take the initiative to give up and break up with Yi Wen completely. No matter what, she is still Yi Wen's girlfriend now. She believes she still has this power. So now I might as well ask him face to face, wanting to get to the bottom of it and find out exactly what happened to the body of this lovely little girl Feng Qian. Don't think I'm really stupid. I know that the symptoms you described are very similar to that disease. If it wasn't that disease, you wouldn't be so nervous asking her. Lu Yin said angrily, thinking that he was still fooling her at this time. Yuan saw Lu Yin becoming strong in front of him for the first time. I found that ever since she sold herself to him and took the initiative to become his girlfriend, she has been timid and not as free and easy as when she first met and asked him to have a meal with her. Now she was actually nervous for Feng Qian and took the initiative to stand up for her. She looked more like a sister-in-law who cared about her sister-in-law. Come to think of it, you are my girlfriend now. Yuan thought of this. He said he wanted her to just be friends with him. But now she has completely entered into the role and is questioning him directly from the perspective of a girlfriend. As a passive recipient, with such a beauty standing in front of him, why would he pretend to be reserved and keep his distance? Suddenly, with a movement, she was leaning against the kitchen counter with her upper body pressed backwards. Lu Yin suddenly became nervous, because she found that because of this action, the two of them were almost pressed together. She suddenly realized that they were a man and a woman alone in the kitchen, and if she remembered correctly, she was the one who took the initiative to lock the kitchen door. What? What are you going to do? Lu Yin was a little panicked, because she found out that the other party wanted to do something to her. She really had no power to refuse. But she thought of Feng Qian, who was still waiting outside. She even sneaked out on the pretext of going to the bathroom. This means that no matter what happens here, she has no way to explain it. As a boyfriend, what else can I do for my girlfriend? Why don't you teach me? Yuan deliberately asked her back, throwing the difficult question to her. Lu Yin was even more embarrassed, because she found that she was not only bullied by others, but also by a man who should be a few years younger than her. If what she learned from Feng Qian was not wrong, Yuan should be 3 years younger than her, because he was only 20 this year. No, not now, not here. Qian is still outside. Lu Yin begged for mercy, using 3 no-s in a row. Because what made her want to cry the most was that she discovered that she also had feelings and was completely submissive and ready to surrender to him. Yuan found her even more attractive. Through the ability of snake eyes, she also discovered that the hormones in her body were surging, and these hormonal reactions indicated that she was ready to accept everything. He also discovered that with this reconnaissance effect, he could apply his poison to the corresponding position he intended. Make her more excited, or make her calm down suddenly, or even let her die here from being too excited. This is exactly like a poisonous snake. It can control its own toxicity. Yuan sighed in his heart. But now he knew it was not convenient to eat her here, because just as she begged for mercy, Feng Qian was still outside. No matter how amazing Lu Yan's acting skills are, she will not be able to cover up the passive reactions of her body, and it will be impossible to hide it from Feng Qian. Unfortunately, Feng Qian is already experiencing physical abnormalities, and the probability of her having leukemia is over 80%, so it is not suitable for her to be subjected to too much stimulation at this time. I'll listen to you this time. It's really fun to tease a big star. You and let her go. Lu Yan's body became weak and her legs went limp as she sat on the ground, realizing that the situation was truly critical. She also looked at him with a little fear and found that he was still a human being. She had no other emotions except shock. Yuan walked out of the kitchen because he saw Feng Qian coming over here curiously through the wall. If he didn't let Lu Yan go, she would really find him. Elder brother? Feng Qian came over and happened to meet him. The girl asked him out of intuition, "Did Sister Lu Yan go to your place?" As he spoke, he looked towards the kitchen. Yuan did not stop her and said to her, "Go and have a look yourself. She may suddenly want to play hide and seek with you." He knew that as soon as he walked out of the kitchen, Lu Yan would force herself to hold on to the wall with her weak legs and slip into the next room to change clothes. Although it is fun to make such a big star look so embarrassed, it is better not to let Feng Qian see it. Because he saw all of Feng Qian's actions, no matter how stupid he was, he could still understand what this little girl was thinking. Now she has a good relationship with Lu Yan. There was no need for him to do anything to deliberately destroy their relationship, and there was no need for him to rush to pierce through the paper. And she is now suspected of having leukemia, but lacks professional doctors and instrument data to confirm it. So it is better not to let her be too stimulated or have too strong emotional fluctuations. The most important thing is to let her stay as she is and wait for the diagnosis and treatment. Really, Feng Qian was skeptical of what he said. I looked into the kitchen out of curiosity, and sure enough, I didn't see anyone. I went to the bathroom again, but didn't see anyone there. Yuan looked at her wearing a white bikini, and she could definitely pair up with Lu Yan to play hide and seek here. Of course, he couldn't let her get into trouble like this, so he let them play here while he decided what type of building he wanted to rebuild. One of the tasks assigned by the system is to rebuild the hospital. I just happened to find a doctor and confirmed Feng Qian's condition. Yuan found that this was a win-win situation, because now the system has given him a system task of choosing one of the three options for reconstruction: hospital, school, or material distribution center. He just didn't know which one to choose, and now was an opportunity for him to finalize the reconstruction of the hospital because it could just solve Feng Qian's problem. Chapter 75, This is Bullying Me. He was just about to confirm the situation of the large hospital in the upper city and the number of active zombies nearby when a Feixin message came to him, and he saw that it was sent by Marlowe. Is there anything they need? When Yuan saw that it was Ma Luo who contacted him, his first thought was that there was something missing from Ma Luo and Lin Fei that needed his help. Because he had arranged for them to live in the community where his father and Aunt Rome lived, they were unfamiliar with the place. Moreover, the disaster situation has not been well controlled, so supplies have been in short supply, making it inconvenient for them to buy daily necessities, and they need to urgently allocate them through him. When he opened the Feixin message, he found it was a short video shared by Ma Luo. The scene in the video is very chaotic, but you can barely see many people cheering and shouting. In a small area similar to a beast fighting cage, 5 or 6 Chinese were locked inside, along with a dozen zombies and zombie dogs. It can be seen that this video was shot with a mobile phone. We can see that some non-Chinese personnel with strange and inhuman features took the lead in this matter, deliberately created this kind of abuse of Chinese personnel, and filmed it and released it. After seeing the content in the video, he instantly felt like his body was about to explode uncontrollably. Because the Chinese people in the video have become beasts in the eyes of these strange people and can be humiliated and bullied at will. What made him even more unacceptable was that from some scenes in the video, he could inadvertently see that the incident happened in China, in a warehouse at a certain dock. Can you take care of this? Marlowe confirmed that he had received the video and immediately sent out her inquiry. She forwarded this video to him because she guessed that Yuan's background must be extraordinary, and he must be able to do things that ordinary people can't do. He can also handle such things and prevent them from happening again. Yes, do you know the location? Yuan asked her. Understand that rebuilding the hospital is not as important as resolving what happened in the video. They are abusing the Chinese on their own Chinese land, taking advantage of this sudden disaster. The other party even released the video publicly, which is a blatant provocation. It is a blatant humiliation to all Chinese people. Some people guessed it was in Shanghai because some people vaguely recognized it as a port warehouse in Shanghai, but no one knows exactly where it is. Feifei was so angry that she cried. She said that if you can help her vent her anger, she will give you a surprise. Marlowe tells him that she actually wants revenge as well, but she knew she didn't have the power. She knew that she was able to live a good life now, better than many people, because she had hooked up with such a rich and handsome man. Apart from this, she would be dead if she left the safe zone. So she realized that instead of getting angry and having no place to vent, it would be better to find the right person to handle it. She even understood that at this time, if she wanted to deal with this matter, she would directly ask Yi-Wen for help, which would be much more efficient than seeking help from some public forces. Okay, I understand. Yi-Wen now felt like there was a blockage in his chest. Because he saw in the video that his compatriots were locked in fence cages like slaves, pigs, and dogs, trying to escape helplessly and cry. He felt as if his chest was being grabbed by an invisible claw and was about to be torn apart. He knew he could really leave it alone, but he had the blood of the same origin in his body that told him that he could not accept such bullying by his own people, let alone by outsiders, on the land that had been passed down by their ancestors for thousands of years. Banli. Yi-Wen summoned Ban Li and handed her the video on his mobile phone. Ban Li read it expressionlessly, then looked at him inquiringly, asking him what plans he had. Find out where the incident happened and gather all your forces to go there directly. I want to handle it myself. Yi-Wen's words now were very calm, and he understood that the peaceful days might be coming to an end. The other party dared to do such a thing on their land, and even dared to release a video provocation. This shows that they are unscrupulous and know that no one will care even if this matter is exposed and released. If no one else cares, he will take care of it. Anyway, he has the support of Congress. As long as it is not detrimental to the country, Congress will allow him to carry it out personally and report to the government later. Otherwise, why would he want the position of the Legion leader? Is he really going to be a cleaner? Understood. The chestnut shadow disappeared. Yi-Wen understood that the opponent he would face this time was not a horde of zombies, but some national scum who took advantage of the disaster to transform into monsters and demons. He knew that there was no better way to deal with this situation than a bloodbath. The only way is to scare these people and let them know that the disaster may not kill them, but it can. Then they will all behave themselves and work together to concentrate their strength to fight this disaster, so that the zombie virus disaster in the country can be brought under control faster and the blockade can be lifted more quickly. It's difficult to continue to raise this rank, so the only option is to increase military strength. Yi-Wen looked at the remaining 200,000 life coins in the system mall. Most of these were obtained by him hanging up cards, and they have been kept for a long time without any use. The other part is the number of zombies accumulated by Walnut and Chestnut in Haiching and Modu, respectively. He doesn't feel sorry at all about spending such a huge amount of money now. According to the price ratio of 100 life coins per Shadow Trooper, all Shadow Troopers were upgraded by 1 level, and all 2,000 members were upgraded to level 2. The combat effectiveness level of all individuals is doubled, and the recovery ability, sustained combat ability, and vitality are also doubled. It can be said that they were just elite fighters before the upgrade, but now each of them can develop into a versatile Soldier King at any time. 2,000 Soldier Kings. Boss, we found the place. Banli immediately and efficiently cooperated with Wu Yang's hacking skills to confirm the location where the other party posted the video within a few minutes, and also found out the place where the incident took place. Everyone mobilize. Control the corresponding areas as quickly as possible. Yi-Wen gave Ban Li the first order to mobilize everyone since he met them without any emotion. And it can be said that all the elites were dispatched this time. The 2,000 of them are members of the Black Shadow Force, who are at the king level and can fight 1 against 100. His real target is not just the people in the warehouse, but all those who would stand in his way. This time, whoever stands on the opposite side of him, he has only one answer: kill. Chapter 76. All come out. Who dares to stop them? Boss. All 2,000 members of the Black Shadow Force have been divided into small groups and are moving to the corresponding areas. Chestnut answered him, letting him know that all members of the Black Shadow Force had been dispatched. Luyan had just come out after playing with Fengxian. He just happened to see Yi-Wen standing straight with murderous intent. He also heard Ban Li's report to him through the speaker of his mobile phone. Something big happened. Although Lu Yin was not very clear about what Yi-Wen was doing, due to her professional sensitivity, she intuitively felt that something big must have happened, and it was a very serious situation, because she knew that Yi-Wen seemed to have only a few thousand people under his command. Now 2,000 were dispatched at once. It can be said that all personnel have come out in full force, and this is definitely not a big deal that can be easily resolved. Going out, but she didn't ask or say much. because she understood that to put it nicely, she was his girlfriend and friend, but to put it bluntly, she was his canary. So with regard to him, she only had the power to care for him, but not the power to discipline him. Go kill someone, Yuan told her. This was also the first time he explicitly told her that he was going to kill someone. Because even when he was facing Wu Zheng's wife Shuehong and Lan Ning, who thought she was the big sister of the entertainment industry, he just said to throw them out to feed the zombies, which was at most a punishment for them. But the content of the video now played made him unbearable. He has made up his mind. As long as anyone dares to protect these people and wants to act as their umbrella, then these people are ready to go on the road together. The disaster is now severe, causing social unrest and chaos. There is no one to manage and stop these things. Then he came in person. If the other party's background extends to Congress, then he will go abroad to open up new territories and then mobilize the army of black technology to destroy these people. I also want to eat the meal you cook. Lu Yin didn't say much. Knowing these is what men should do. She is an actress, or to put it bluntly, an actress. It was impossible for her to interfere in matters involving fighting and killing. She could only wait happily in the back or boost morale and wait for the person she was expecting to come back safely. She walked over lightly, gently threw her sexy and voluptuous body into his arms, and snuggled against his chest. She didn't make some empty declarations of love. She just said that she was sure that she liked the food he cooked. So she wanted him to come back safely, to cook her a good meal, and then, yes, Yeven ansvaret had affirmatived. It was also the first time that he officially wore the gray-yellow military uniform and military cap in front of her. At this moment, he is not only a participant in this disaster war, but also an officer and a future admiral. Suddenly, two elite soldiers in special night warfare uniforms slid down the cable from the window. Yuan knew that his pickup people had arrived, so he immediately walked out of the open window and was taken to an armed helicopter that was hovering above the roof of their building. Lu Yin rushed to the window, facing the strong wind stirred up by the helicopter propeller, and looked up at him being escorted onto the helicopter and leaving. Feng Qian also heard the noise at this time and happened to see Yi when being taken away. She discovered that her brother was indeed no ordinary man, and that while he had certain privileges, he also shouldered certain responsibilities. Sister Lu Yin, I found a small situation here. Are you interested in coming and taking a look? Feng Qian resisted the urge to yell at Yuan and suddenly said to Lu Yin. She saw that the big star Lu Yin had burst into tears at this moment. No matter how stupid she was, she understood the private relationship between her and Yuan and understood that some things could not be avoided by playing dumb. But when she thought about it, she realized that there was something she should let Lu Yin know in advance. Knowing that they might have another competitor, and an extremely strong competitor at that. Lu Yin looked at her curiously, not knowing what she was talking about. She was curious whether she had discovered something and was anxious for her to see it. When Yuan boarded the armed helicopter, he immediately realized that this journey was not going to be smooth. Boss, 2,000 members of the Black Shadow Force have dispersed and infiltrated into the target area, as you ordered. But the enemy has also discovered our entry, especially our armed helicopter that directly entered the enemy's airspace. The other party asked us to land in the designated area according to their signal guidance and cooperate with the investigation. Otherwise, they will send out air defense forces to shoot us down and report to the military court to emphasize that we invaded first. Banley reported the latest situation to him, telling him that the other party's attitude was very tough and they did not welcome the personnel of the 36th Regiment to enter the area under their jurisdiction. People in Dongqing District are just more awesome. Yuan couldn't help but laugh. I found that a lot of things are now concentrated in the East City District of Shanghai. It just so happens that he can solve all of them in one go. He also found the managers of Dongqing District interesting. They actually saw the content in the video and pretended not to see it and ignored it, which showed that they were trying to cover up the case. The deputy mayor of Magic City, who was in charge of one of their 3 regions, even dared to bypass the military and directly call in the financial auditors to investigate his situation. They wanted to use this method to bring him down and give the wealthy land of Magic City's upper city to their own people, especially Li Mingda, who had suffered a setback at his hands. It can be said that this group of people has the word lawlessness written all over their faces. It just so happens that Shuehong and Lanning didn't get the punish evil card or promote good card. It seems that the system thinks that people of this level are not big and are not big fish at all. Now, these people in Dongqing District are probably the only ones who can meet the standards. In response to Ban Li's report, he gave her a direct sentence. As long as there is an attack, we will counterattack and start a war. Let the ground personnel quickly control various key points. Those who dare to resist will be killed. There was no intention to have a good talk with the other party. As long as the other side dared to fire at his armed helicopters, it would be equivalent to a formal declaration of war in the eyes of his 36th Regiment. He just lacked a reason to declare war and open fire on Dongqing District, which was equivalent to the other party offering themselves to him. There was no reason for him to refuse such a good thing that was delivered to his door. So he took over Dongqing District in one go and made it one of his jurisdictions. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as he finished speaking, an alarm sounded in the attack helicopter. Fire control radar is locked. The Shadow Force member who was the helicopter pilot shouted what was happening. This means that their armed helicopter has been locked by the enemy's ground fire control radar, which means that the enemy has aimed its surface-to-air missiles at them and can shoot them down from the sky at any time. Let them fight. Yi Wen's cold voice, with his eyes sinking into the shadow of the brim of his hat, told the crew on the armed helicopter not to panic. Surface-to-air missiles? He hasn't tried yet whether his individual strength can directly confront this kind of anti-aircraft missile. Chapter 77, Do I Look Like Someone Who Follows Orders? Boss. Ban Li volunteered to handle the matter personally. Yi Wen waved at her and walked to the door of the armed helicopter. The howling wind outside blew his clothes into disarray, but he wore a military cap and looked sternly and sinisterly at the gray sky covered with dark clouds. He even saw a surface-to-air missile being launched towards him at high speed. They did not care at all about the situation of the army of the same country, as they were from the same country. They opened fire immediately after just one warning, which showed that they did not take the Chinese logo on the armed helicopter seriously at all. He dug into his pocket and pulled out a coin. He turned the coin over and over between his fingers as he watched the surface-to-air missile approach. The red warhead of the surface-to-air missile can already be seen. He suddenly threw the coin out and then jumped out of the hatch of the armed helicopter. All of a sudden, he flew into the air without a parachute, wearing a military uniform and a military cap, and soon entered a state of free fall. But at this moment, the coin he tossed appeared exactly where it should be. Tap your toes on it. In an almost impossible situation, he leaped again in mid-air. Relying only on the coin for help, he attacked the surface-to-air missile again. In the blink of an eye, he crossed with it and appeared next to the surface-to-air missile parallel to it. This thing is quite big when you look at it up close. It was the first time that Yi Wen saw a surface-to-air missile, and it was the first time that he saw a surface-to-air missile in flight and launch at such a close distance. So he observed it for a while, then suddenly reached out and grabbed it, flipped over, and was above it, controlling it to fly. Ban Li had already arrived at the door of the armed helicopter and happened to see this scene. Seeing Yi Wen completely treating this surface-to-air missile as a surfing skateboard and standing on it with his arms crossed. Suddenly, with just the strength of his legs, he forcibly changed its flight direction in the air, causing it to change from being about to hit the armed helicopter to turning to counterattack towards the launching turret on the ground. Yi Wen saw that the missile was aimed at him, and its internal infrared guidance function had been lost due to the destruction of its internal electrical power. After confirming that the direction was correct, he suddenly gave a boost with his foot and pushed it down with force, and then he jumped up again due to the reaction force. After this operation, the surface-to-air missile that was originally intended to hit them was twisted 180 degrees and shot directly back toward the ground turret from which it was launched. After Yi Wen jumped, he jumped back into the armed helicopter and was caught by Ban Li's hand. Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion was heard on the ground. The surface-to-air missile that was kicked down was flying at a speed more than twice as fast as when it was launched to reach this altitude. So when the personnel on the ground discovered that the surface-to-air missile that was originally intended to hit the armed helicopter turned and counterattacked them, they had no time to launch another missile to intercept it. Instead, they quickly fled their respective positions in panic, causing the missile to explode directly on the ground, producing a small-scale chain explosion effect. Report this matter to the military headquarters. We can't let them report it in advance. Yi Wen said to Ban Li, asking her to take the initiative and report the situation here truthfully. She can't let the other party seize the opportunity to smear the incident. Clear. Ban Li immediately started to take action on this matter, using her ability advantage to quickly report to the military what happened here and their emergency evacuation operations. It seems that there are really people who don't want us to interfere in certain matters. Yi Wen's expression became even more gloomy. He knew that his action this time was an act of loyalty, and it was also a sudden move without any signs. However, the reaction of Dongqing District was far beyond normal, and they opened fire immediately after just one warning. There was no plan to let them go deep into Dongqing District to investigate and discover anything. They regarded Dongqing District as their own private territory and strictly prevented foreign forces from entering. The military has replied, questioning why we suddenly crossed the district and entered Dongqing District to carry out operations, and asked us to provide a reasonable explanation. Ban Li suddenly reported to him, informing him that the military had known about this matter, and asked them to take the initiative to explain the reasons for the sudden cross-district operation. Send the video to them, and use the excuse of cross-regional law enforcement. Yiwen informed Ban Li and asked her to report this to the military headquarters for an answer. Chestnut did so immediately. Knowing the specific reason is not important. Anyway, they have already acted first and reported later, and their reasons are well-founded. After all, the situation in the video happened in Dongqing District, but Dongqing District has not made any response and has not punished the murderer. On the contrary, they tried hard to cover up the scandal that happened here and even excluded other forces from investigating. Then he won't indulge them. If he was really wrong, he would be investigated and dealt with afterwards. At worst, he could take off his military uniform and live his life abroad. But he is not wrong, which means that there is a big problem in Dongqing District, and it is a very big problem. We must investigate and check it thoroughly. But he underestimated the possible impact of this incident. He had just returned to the armed helicopter and asked Chestnut to report the military's inquiries. Ban Li suddenly said to him, "There is new information from the military. We are required to immediately return to our own jurisdiction and wait for follow-up arrangements before making a decision on deployment." I was planning to talk to him about the rules at this time so that he would learn to abide by them. It looks like this is a really big fish. It seems someone knows what we are going to do and is deliberately going against us. Yiwen murmured with a gloomy face. From the somewhat abnormal new instructions from the military, it is clear that the enemy is probably not outside but inside. Because it is common sense that the military people should immediately support him after seeing the content of the video he submitted and explaining his intention of action. But they just ask him not to hurt the relationship. As a result, the military wanted him to cancel the operation and withdraw immediately. It is even necessary to wait for follow-up orders before coordinating the deployment of the investigation. According to what happened in the video, if you don't rush there immediately, the daylily will be cold by then. Everything must be fine and nothing exists. The content of the video must not have happened in Dongqing District. Let's say the zombie cleanup work in Dongqing District is slow, and nearly 100,000 zombies have invaded the upper district under our jurisdiction. We went there to help quell the riot and speed up the cleanup work in Dongqing District. Chapter 78, the user you dialed has. Yiwen also understood that now is not the time to openly break off relations with the military. So he chose a more tactful excuse to request the continuation of the cross-region operation. Understood. Ban Li immediately revised the reason for the cross-regional operation and submitted it to the military. The military quickly replied again, which roughly meant, don't interfere in matters that are not your area. When Yiwen saw the reply, which was not unexpected, he sneered. Knowing that the situation has come to this, there is absolutely nothing more to say. Said to Chestnut, continue the operation, control the port warehouse in the video as quickly as possible, and control all the people inside. He understood that the more the other party prevented him from doing something, the bigger and more serious the hidden situation was, and the more he had to take care of it. Anyway, for him, it was a matter of executing first and reporting later. If they wanted to sentence him for any responsibility, they would have to wait until he massacred some people in the warehouse. Sure enough, the news here was also placed in front of several people at the first time. The first person in the list was Zhao Xingde, the deputy mayor of Shanghai, who had some grudges against Yiwen. Everyone, what do you think about this matter? Zhao Xingde asked the other two powerful people in Dongqing District present, hoping that they could come up with an explanation. The other two parties had cross-regional reasons for the video submitted by Yiwen, and they didn't know what to say for a moment. One of them paused and said, I wonder if Vice Mayor Zhao knows about the Chen family in Haiqing. Haiqing? Chen family? Zhao Xingde really didn't know. Because Haiqing is just a small third-tier city next to Shanghai, it mainly relies on sea fishing and seaside tourism. It basically has no heavy or light industry. In terms of economic strength, it may not be as good as some fifth and sixth-tier cities. He was even less clear about the small family in such a county-like city because he was the deputy mayor of the Magic City, the largest city in China. If the other party is a family force in the Magic City, he might be able to understand it clearly. But now the other party is a family from a small county town. You should know Changmei Building, its owner is Chen Hualong. The man reminded again. After hearing this reminder, Zhao Xingde, as the deputy mayor of Shanghai, of course knew that this commercial building located in the central city of Shanghai was a real cash cow. Not only is its individual market value over 6 billion, it can also collect nearly 10 million in rent each year. Are you talking about this Chan family? Zhao Xingde asked curiously. I know that the other party would not bring up this matter for no reason, especially when a force is entering Dongqing district with great force. That's right. You probably don't know that Chen Hualong's entire family was wiped out overnight. The owner of Changmei building also changed before the incident. The new owner is the ruler of this Shanqing district, Yi Wen. The man continued to remind Zhao Xingde of a situation that he had not yet noticed. You mean the Chen family was wiped out by Yi Wen? Can we take advantage of this? Zhao Xingde questioned the other party's intention in bringing up this matter, and asked if the other party intended to use this to directly reveal to the military that Yi Wen was not only a murderer, but also a brutal murderer who wiped out the other party's family for profit. No. The weird thing about this incident is that there was no sign of any third party appearing or leaving the scene. It was as if a group of ghosts suddenly appeared in the Chun family's mansion, wiped out the whole family, and then mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Apart from the bullets and bullet holes, there were no other traces. When these words were spoken, not only Zhao Xingde, but also everyone else present gasped, because the information contained in it is too horrifying. This shows that either Yi Wen controls some kind of terrifying power, or the force he represents has such power. Especially the deputy mayor of Shanghai, Zhao Xingde, who was present. As the deputy mayor of the Eastern Magic City, he has better access to special information that ordinary people cannot access. He immediately thought of some mysterious organizations and mysterious forces in the world that would never surface. Knowing that Yi Wen was actually one of their members, the situation right now became complicated. I can only tell you for sure that Yi Wen is under great protection in Congress. They say that he has top secret information. Zhao Xingde also revealed some information that he just knew. He already knew that all the people he had sent out to investigate Yi Wen's financial situation beyond his authority had been arrested by the Wang family sent by the military. The Wang family faction represents the core strength of Congress and is the orthodox power in China. This means that Yi Wen is very important in the eyes of Congress, and the national force can be used to protect him. It's bad. Doesn't that mean my son will be implicated as well? Another powerful person in Dongqing district who had not spoken a word suddenly became a little panicked, because he knew that if Yi Wen had such a powerful background, it meant that he could ignore what the other party did and did not care about the orders and opinions of the military. In this way, what happened in the warehouse at Oriental Wharf in Dongqing district will inevitably be intervened by the other party, and they will definitely intervene to the end. Hearing his panicked and stunned attitude, Zhao Xingde and another powerful person looked at him with disgust. Because now the forces of the 36th Regiment are being diverted to Dongqing district, all because of his good-for-nothing son. Do they really think that now that the disaster is so serious, everything can become lawless? This initial plan hasn't even been realized yet, so how can these people claim to be the king? Hurry up and notify them to restrain themselves. If they don't leave quickly, they will really be stuck. Zhao Xingde reminded this man to let his son and his bastard friends quickly finish the cruel game in the video that imitated the ancient slave arena. Now is not the time for them to have the final say, as the plan has not been finalized. Moreover, if they lost the eastern seaport at this time and the enemy's warships and troops could not land smoothly at the eastern seaport, none of them would survive. Because at that time, neither China nor the country to which they have secretly transferred their nationality and truly pledged allegiance will let them go. After hearing Zhao Xingde's reminder, the man immediately called his son and asked him to evacuate. But when the call was connected, a voice came out from the receiver that he absolutely did not want to hear right now, as well as his son's miserable and hoarse screams that had already become the background noise. Hello, the client you called is soaking in a frying pan. Please call back later when he is free and alive. Yi Wen answered jokingly on the phone. In his case, all 172 people who were partying in the warehouse were controlled and captured. Those gorilla-like Chifei people were all tied up in iron cages. In front of each person, a zombie dog was tied at a distance just right, so that the zombie dog could bite them with a single effort, just enough to tear off a piece of flesh with the right distance. As for the Chinese who participated in this carnival this time, both men and women were tied up their hands and feet and hung upside down in iron cages, waiting to be dealt with one by one. Chapter 79. The system also wants me to be ruthless. The content of the call made the person on the other end of the phone dumbfounded. He quickly reacted and shouted into the phone. Do you know what you were doing? Let my son out quickly. If he loses a piece of skin, I will not let you go. Su Ibei, the executive director of Haiyong Heavy Industry Group, is now filled with panic. Because he only has this one son. Also, because he had only one son, who was born in his old age, he allowed him free rein in his son's growth, even allowing him to be a little lawless. Now he has a rough idea of what kind of person Yuan is, so he knows that if his son falls into the hands of the other party, he will definitely not get any good result, and he may even die. Oh, I'm so scared. Yuan teased him with a smile on the phone. He also looked at young Master Su, who was hung above the oil pan as an example to others. He made a video call to the father instead. Su Ibei answered the call immediately and saw his son hanging above a steaming oil pan with his hands tied. What on earth do you want? I saw that the other party really did it, and did it so recklessly. Su Ibei calmed down and wanted to negotiate with him seriously. It was not clear whether he could do anything good to the other party. Now his son was in the hands of the other party. As long as the other party gave an order, his son would be ready to fall into the oil pan. This could happen right in front of him. I don't want to do anything. I'm just curious if his skin being peeled off counts as missing a piece of skin? Yuan asked him with a smile. In fact, when he entered the warehouse, his first thought was whether he had come to hell. Because in the arena below, the bodies of hundreds of innocent Chinese citizens were piled up around the arena like rotting garbage in a garbage dump for the zombies to eat. It was as if here they were not living lives at all, but just a pile of fertilizer for the zombies to eat. When he entered the warehouse, the system gave him a temporary special task. The mission is to punish those who make mistakes here. His reward score is determined based on the final fear value, and the reward standard he deserves is allocated from 4 levels: Gold Cup, Silver Cup, Bronze Cup, and none. Although these 4 rewards are in one treasure chest, there is no way to see the detailed rewards inside. But since he could get the Gold Cup, he certainly didn't want the Silver Cup, and naturally, he was even less likely to be interested in the Bronze Cup reward. So of course he would let these people be as terrified as possible. He would not let them go easily unless he scared them to the point of only having one breath left. Just try and see if you dare to do this, Su Ibei said, gritting his teeth, threatening him with words squeezed out of his throat, telling him that if he dared to do this to his son, he would see if he could bear the consequences of his revenge afterwards. Cut off a piece and fry it to show this guy whether it is tender or not. Yuan coldly ordered the member of the Black Shadow unit guarding young Master Su to take action directly. A flash of knife light appeared, accompanied by the heart-wrenching screams of young Master Su. A piece of meat was directly missing from his leg, and soon it was fried in the oil pan below him, making a sizzling sound. Su Ibei's eyes were red with anger. He didn't expect Yuan to actually dare to do this, and do it in front of him. It feels similar to fried lard. Yuan expressed his thoughts. Now that he had seen the scene here, he actually no longer considered these perpetrators as human beings. Not to mention that he also has temporary special tasks and extra rewards. He certainly didn't intend to let any of them go. He wanted to let these guys experience the despair of their compatriots who were killed by them before their death, and let them know that the more evil they were, the happier he would be, because the rewards and compensation he can get will be higher. According to the situation, that everyone here can get one punishment card. He can get more than 170 punishment cards in one go. Assuming that each card can earn him 36 million. With these 170 punish evil cards plus the superposition of the promoting good cards, it would be no problem for him to swipe out 1 trillion in assets in one day. Just watch. Su Ibei suddenly realized that Zhao Xingda and another powerful person in Dongqing district were just watching from the side and had no intention of coming forward to help him. He understood that this was because only his son was in the hands of the other party, and none of their relatives fell into the hands of the other party. If you are willing to sell me 70% of your shares at a low price, I can consider helping you. Another partner said with a smile, not caring at all about taking advantage of this good opportunity to add insult to injury. Zhao Xingda is still weighing the pros and cons, because he was a little afraid of the military strength of the 36th Regiment. After all, it just happened not long ago. The opponent's power has fully extended to the warehouse where the incident occurred, and all the personnel there are under control. This is not the normal time before the disaster. Now there are zombies and mutant monsters wandering everywhere outside. Even without saying these, the forces deployed by the 3 parties are not to be trifled with. Even though most of them are not official military forces, they are mercenaries hired by them. But because they are willing to spend a lot of money, most of these mercenaries are retired or infiltrated from abroad so that they can stably control the eastern ports and use them as future warship berthing ports. Contact your people immediately, something has happened outside. Zhao Xingde quickly typed a line of words on his mobile phone and pointed the phone directly towards them so that they could see the content of his reminder. Su Yibei was stunned for a moment. When another partner saw what Zhao Xingde reminded him, his expression suddenly changed. Quickly take out your cell phone to contact someone. But the result of the contact was obviously not what he wanted, because after he made the call, his face suddenly turned ugly. "Who is this Yiwen?" he murmured softly. Because the information he received was that more than a dozen sentinel points within his jurisdiction had lost contact. This means that in less than half an hour, the enemy had completely infiltrated their Dongqing district and controlled all the important checkpoints. What a terrifying ability and speed of action. The efficiency and scale of Blitzkrieg were just that. This incident also confirms that the other party does have the ability to decapitate. Zhao Xingde suddenly thought of something, took out his mobile phone, quickly typed out a line of text, and showed it to Su Yibei. After seeing this, Su Yibei immediately doubted whether the other party was serious, because this was tantamount to committing a heinous crime that would be condemned by the whole world. Deal with them and control them. I order the bombing of this area. Zhao Xingde understood that what happened in the warehouse must be covered up and must not be disclosed to the public. Therefore, all the people in the warehouse must be killed, and no one inside can be allowed to leave alive. Chapter 80 directly disclosed live broadcast. In particular, he thought that this was a good thing that killed many birds with one stone, because Yi Wen and the main force of his 36th Regiment were inside. Once this area is bombed, all of these elite and core personnel will be buried in the ruins, and everything will be buried in the dust, and no one will ever mention it again. "What are you doing over there?" Su Yibei suddenly shouted and questioned Yi Wen on the phone, because he clearly noticed that the camera angle on Yi Wen's side was not right. It looked like he was broadcasting something live. "My friends, it's hard to believe that this scene actually happened in our country, in a seaside port in our magic city." Yi Wen is indeed broadcasting live now. He was still holding the phone that was currently talking to Su Yibei and was broadcasting the tragic scene in the arena live to every viewer who was following his live broadcast room. Because of the current disaster outbreak, supervision of live broadcast rooms is basically at a standstill. Therefore, he was able to broadcast this content that seriously needed to be censored smoothly, making many people unable to believe this shocking scene. Because this incident spread, more and more people flocked to his live broadcast room and saw the hell-like scene happening here. Yi Wen was also holding his mobile phone and having a video call with Su Yibei when he suddenly remembered that he was also a lifestyle anchor. What was happening in front of him happened to be a part of his life, so he just broadcast it live to help promote the East City district of his magic city and let more people outside know what was happening in this area. Originally, because of the spread of that video, many people on the internet were paying attention to the location of the incident and the specific follow-up situation in the video. As a result, many people were just filled with anger and wanted to know where the video was shot. Someone here live-streamed the scene, and the footage showed that all the people who did the evil were caught and were either hung upside down in cages or locked directly in the arena to be torn apart by zombie dogs. Seeing the scene here, the crowd that was originally angered by that video can only describe their feelings in 4 words. Very satisfying. Good job, host. You got started so quickly. These are not human beings at all. They are beasts. I wish I could bite off a piece of their flesh with my own mouth. Can the host tell me the location? I'll go there right away with a knife in hand. This anchor is a ruthless person. We were still investigating, but he had already rushed to the scene and arrested everyone. The barrage in the live broadcast room refreshed rapidly. Various gifts of small red hearts and flowers are constantly filling the screen. Each audience member thanked Yi Wen for his good deeds in his own way, believing that he really helped them get rid of their hatred. But he was broadcasting live here, and Zhao Xingde, Su Yibei, and others were dumbfounded. Because they are still considering covering up this matter and directly using bombing to flatten the area so that all witnesses will no longer exist. He has already started a live broadcast online. Let all netizens know directly that the incident happened in Dongqing district of Shanghai, and let them all know that the situation has been brought under control. Some people should pay the price they deserve. There are 172 people in total, 18 of whom died. There are 154 people left. Let's decide what to do with them. Yi Wen said to the camera of his mobile phone, completely ignoring the fact that Su Yibei was still on a video call with him. The audience in the live broadcast room was very excited. It can be said that all the 18 tortures were listed one by one, and it was hoped that the 154 people who were still alive would not only die after being tortured once, but preferably after 7 or 8 tortures, because only in this way could they vent their hatred. Suddenly, Ewan saw a red and blue PK bar appear on his virtual screen. Two big words, People's Heart, are displayed on the red and blue bar. Now, because there are many survivors in the live broadcast room, some of them said they are still confused about why their families, relatives, and friends suddenly lost contact. Now they know that they have been secretly sent to such a place and have died tragically here. Their anger turned into serious protests and doubts against the Dongqing district authorities. This directly led to a sharp drop in public support in Dongqing district, while his public support in Dongqing district soared. The red bar he represented crushed the blue bar in the blink of an eye, so that the red bar accounted for 79% of the entire red and blue bar, and the blue bar only accounted for 21%, and the number was still decreasing. Crazy. Everyone is crazy. Su Ebei could clearly hear the sound of message prompts popping up through the camera of Yi Wen's video call. Zhao Xingde and another rights holder decisively took out their mobile phones and searched directly for this live broadcast room on the video platform. When they entered Yi Wen's live broadcast room, they immediately realized that things had gotten out of hand this time, because the number of viewers in this live broadcast room has exceeded 100,000. This is because the display limit has been reached, so we don't know the exact number. But Yi Wen's live broadcast account now has more than 7,000 new fans per second and has already exceeded 7.7 million in the blink of an eye. There may be nearly 1 million people in his live broadcast room. It can be said that this matter has spread completely and has reached a point where it can no longer be covered up. The three of them looked at each other. They knew that if this matter became a big deal, they would be the first ones to come forward and explain. Zhao Xingde received the call and saw that it was the mayor of Magic City who called him personally. After answering the call, he immediately heard the other party questioning what he was doing. What was the current situation of the outbreak in the East District of Magic City? As one of the jurisdictions, why didn't he do anything and had no attitude to deal with it? Yuan was still interacting with the audience in the live broadcast room, and he saw Feng Xian and Lu Yin coming in with their trumpets. As soon as they came in, they sent him a private message, praising him for his great work. However, at this time, the eldest son of the He family, who had finally sent his sister away, was also in the live broadcast room and saw what Yuan was busy with. As an insider, he discovered that Yuan was also a member of the new army and had quite elite strength. It turned out that this mission was carried out across regions, and they quickly controlled the situation at lightning speed and even controlled all the participants in the video that was circulated at that time. But the fear value can't be increased. I don't know if these people were frightened or if they suddenly accepted their fate and guess what the outcome would be. So everything seemed to be going well, except that the execution of the temporary special task on his side was not going smoothly at all, because he saw that the total fear value was 100 points, and it had only accumulated to 67 points so far. This meant that most of them were numb and not afraid at all, and they had no intention of being afraid at all, making it impossible for him to get the Gold Cup reward. We have to add some spice to them. Yuan looked at these young men and women who were not afraid of boiling water and wanted to get pleasure from torturing their compatriots. He knew that if he wanted to inspire fear in them, it would not work just to use ordinary intimidation and punishment methods. Chapter 81, Let's Play Real Battle Royale. Just as he was thinking this, Banley suddenly brought him a tablet computer and let him watch a picture taken by the satellite. In the picture, tens of thousands of zombies rushed towards the Oriental port from all directions. It is obvious that someone did this on purpose, wanting to use zombies to cover up what happened here and prevent more information from being revealed. You've come just in time. Yuan smiled mysteriously, because he was worrying about how to punish these people and make them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Now these zombies came at the right time, which just gave him an inspiration and material, making him want to find a good way to let these people experience an unprecedented carnival. I remember there is a stadium nearby, right? Yuan asked Banley. Banley immediately switched the screen on the tablet to an overhead shot of a large stadium near the Oriental port, allowing him to have a bird's-eye view of the stadium, which also had a football field and playing fields for more than a dozen sports. Move to another place and take everyone there. Yuan ordered. Order the Black Shadow Force to escort all the people here away and take them all to the large stadium. Banley immediately conveyed the order and waved his hand to signal all the members of the Black Shadow Force here to take action and transport all the prisoners detained here. What is going to happen? Why were they all suddenly escorted away? What happened over there? Is there anyone living in Dongqing District who can tell me about this? The audience in the live broadcast room didn't understand why they all had to evacuate suddenly. Soon someone sent a message in the live broadcast room, telling friends from other places who didn't know what was going on what was happening here. I used a drone to see a large number of zombies moving towards the eastern port. There are tens of thousands of them. The anchor has received the message and should leave there quickly. Tens of thousands of zombies. You must be kidding. Are there any mutants? I saw a mutant once. It was a husky in our village that mutated and became 3 times larger. Fortunately, it fell into a manure pit and drowned. Haha! You must want to make me laugh to death so that you can inherit my inheritance. Husky fell into a manure pit. Even if its size increases, its IQ won't change. Can be nominated as the most miserable era in history. The topic among the anchors was immediately diverted. However, through these comments, the audience who didn't know the situation also roughly understood the situation. They knew that there were no mutants inside, and tens of thousands of zombies were scary enough. Because this is already at a level that can easily demolish a residential house on a residential plot. If there are mutants inside, it will be an even more troublesome and terrible situation. It is certain that it cannot be easily solved by hundreds or thousands of infantrymen. Anchor, go fast. Don't get into trouble. We don't want to see you in danger. Pray for a wish. This must be intentional. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Viewers who were familiar with the situation expressed their doubts and concerns in the barrage. Yuan knew that they were a little worried about it being too early, because he said the transfer was much faster than they expected. Because the camera was not facing the surroundings at this time, the people detained here were basically knocked unconscious and then sent away by the members of the Black Shadow Force. It can be said that the transportation was completed in just a few minutes and was easily moved to the large stadium. Boss, do you want to clean up some of these zombies, especially the mutants among them? Banley confirmed that most of the personnel had been escorted away. He knew that they were commercial representatives on Hu Tao's side, while she was a military representative, mainly handling Yi Wen's military business. Don't use it for now. Save it for them first. Yi Wen knew that he was also a little greedy for the life coins of these zombies. But I understand that even if these zombies are cleared out, it will only cost tens of thousands of life coins. Moreover, this place belongs to Dongqing District, not the area under his main contract and jurisdiction. Therefore, if he gets rid of these zombies now, it will only benefit the managers of Dongqing District and help them complete the cleaning targets. The most important reason is that the Eastern Port is not an area with densely populated survivors, so it is better to attract them all here. It reduces the crisis level in other high-density areas and increases the safety of survivors. I understand. Banley heard that he didn't ask for anything, so she didn't do anything unnecessary. Yuan also moved to the large stadium. At this time, the more than 100 people who had been escorted here had been placed in various corners of the large stadium. All entrances and exits of large stadiums were temporarily closed, turning it into a large arena. In order to make the place more interesting, he asked the Shadow Force to collect some small props and place them in this large stadium. After confirming that everything was ready, he transferred the signal to a high-altitude camera that could overlook the entire stadium. They even made use of the stadium's built-in broadcasting function, so that there was a camera positioned near each person to broadcast their every move, accompanied by a long beep sound that echoed above the football field. All the people who were escorted here were awakened and saw that they were placed in this large stadium with bare hands. Yuan also informed them of the arrangements through the stadium's loudspeaker, saying, "Don't you like to play? Then you can come down and participate in person now. Various props are placed in this stadium to increase your own chances of survival. And in just 5 minutes, about 70,000 zombies will pour in here. You can choose to fight them one-on-one, or choose to find the football championship trophy here and hold it alive for 5 minutes. At that time, this person can be rescued by me and become the only survivor. This game is called Real Stadium Battle Royale." Wow, the host is awesome. Hurry up, hurry up. I love watching this. Is this something that can be broadcast? But I like it. That's what we should do. Let them suffer the consequences of their abuse of others. There are 70,000 zombies. They will chew up all their bones. I'll call someone over to watch the fun right away. The entire live broadcast room went crazy. Of course, Yuan couldn't just let the people in the live broadcast room enjoy the carnival alone. He directly asked Hu Tao to contact Wu Yong and asked him to broadcast the communication signal here directly to various sports channels, forming a live broadcast on almost all platforms. This action not only shocked the hundreds of millions of survivors across the country. Even the directors of major media platforms, TV stations, and broadcasting departments were alarmed. But they found that the energy displayed here was far beyond their expectations. because they found that this signal could not be cut off at all. Chapter 82, Don't Disbelieve It. If I say you're gone, then you're really gone, because the other party invaded the communication channel that they uploaded to the satellite. It can be said that unless those communication satellites are destroyed and the national network is interrupted, this live broadcast will be forcibly carried out, and no one can stop it. When someone quickly discovered that the party behind this action was the new army, they reported the situation directly to the military, hoping that the military would intervene to resolve the matter. The military responded directly. We support the actions taking place in the East City District of Shanghai, and this live broadcast has been approved by our military. The result is that the military is on the other side and supports the other side's revenge action in hosting this real-life battle royale. Ewan knew about this situation at the first time. He even asked Banley about this, asking her if she really reported it. Chestnut's answer was to shake his head slightly. This also shows that the military also knew what was happening here through the internet platform. However, after receiving the news, they had no intention of stopping it. Instead, they fully supported Yang Guowei's revenge action. Because the impact of this short video was so bad, it greatly disturbed the hearts of the people inside, causing a large number of survivors to start to feel insecure. It is equivalent to creating a huge, discordant voice among them. Therefore, such a large-scale, live broadcast on all platforms is necessary. This kind of public execution must be adopted to reassure all survivors. When Ewan heard this, he immediately understood that if it wasn't General Wang Liwei who took action, then some other big shot from the pro-war faction had expressed his support. Now that he has a big background to support him, he can do it more boldly. You lunatic! Lunatic! Suddenly, a rabid roar came from his cell phone. Only then did Ewan realize that Su Ibei had not hung up the phone yet. He felt that he also had good news to tell this person, and told him, Haiyong Heavy Industry is a company you manage. You own a large stake in it, right? Ask him directly if this is the case. So what? What do you want? Su Ibei asked him. What can a regimental commander of a new army do? Can he interfere with Haiyong Heavy Industry and get him, the executive director, to step down or kill him? It can't be anything, it's just that it might be gone today. Ewan said to him. He knew there was no point in killing a person, because if he is killed, he still has relatives and friends, and the hatred will never end. It can also be used as a reason for others to deal with him. But if he directly destroyed the other party's reliance on his arrogant behavior here, he would directly destroy the platform on which he stood high above. Then he doesn't have to do anything. He will naturally fall heavily from the height. At that time, he wouldn't even need to deal with him personally, because this man would be killed by his enemies and former competitors. What a joke! Su Ibei's first thought was that Ewan must be bragging. Because how much is Haiyong Heavy Industry worth now? At least 13 billion. The current stock price is over 300 yuan, although the disaster has caused the stock markets in many countries to stop trading. But it has not been affected domestically. Not only can transactions be made freely online, but because the official currency is recognized, the money can be withdrawn to online banks and continue to be used directly through online payment methods. How dare this kid, who in his eyes looks younger than his son, say here that Haiyong Heavy Industry will be gone today. He wants to see how he makes Haiyong Heavy Industry go bankrupt. Ewan did not argue with him anymore, but just said to him, think about what expression you should use when crying later. He contacted Hu Tao directly and allowed Hu Tao to take action. In an instant, information about Haiyong Heavy Industries' heavy losses and falsified accounts flooded the internet. Especially during this live broadcast. It was also directly revealed that Su Ibei, the executive director of Haiyong Heavy Industry, is the father of one of the criminals in the short video incident, and is also one of the 3 major contractors in Dongqing district of Shanghai. This time it really broke the news. It immediately drew many people's attention from the real version of the Battle Royale being broadcast live to blogs and major news media platforms. After learning that the incident of abuse of Chinese citizens in the warehouse in Dongqing district was related to Su Ibei, the executive director of Haiyong Heavy Industries, many people thought that the other party dared to be so lawless because their own father was one of the governors of Dongqing district, and they could rely on the other party's jurisdiction to do such cruel things as slaughtering their compatriots. As a result, all media outlets were filled with demands that Su Ibei apologize and resign voluntarily. Haiyong Heavy Industries' stock price also plummeted due to these 2 major events. Moreover, with many parties secretly shorting the stock price, which was originally over 300 yuan, fell to over 200 yuan in less than 5 minutes after the news was exposed. It was even more rapidly approaching the price of 100 yuan. At the same time, Everyone in the stock market has a selling attitude towards high-young heavy industry. Therefore, no matter how many times they tried to save the market by spending money, they just couldn't raise the stock price again. Su Yibei's face was pale on the video call. It's hard to believe that just after the other party warned him to wait for death, high-young heavy industry's stock price fell below its historical low. The shareholders' meeting also asked him to explain the situation immediately. After all, because of the responsibility on his side, the wealth of each of their shareholders shrank drastically in less than 10 minutes. The most serious thing was that their wealth, which was originally worth tens of billions, shrunk to less than 1 billion in such a short time. Because the latest stock price of high-young heavy industry fell below 100, it dropped to 43 yuan in a blink of an eye, and the stock was suspended. One shareholder even threatened to seal Su Yibei's entire family in cement and throw them into the bottom of the Dongfang Sea, making him pay the price for this incident. Su Yibei didn't care about his limping son who was being chased by a group of zombies. He knew he had to escape quickly and go directly abroad. Even if there are no prevention and control deployments abroad, the zombie disaster situation would definitely be dozens of times more serious than in China. But he still has a glimmer of hope abroad. But he is doomed to die in this country. This Yuan is really cruel. At this moment, Zhao Xingde was silent. Because at this moment, he found that he still underestimated the power behind Yuan. The other person was still in the mood to tease. Looking at Su Yibei, who looked terrified, he didn't know why he was in a good mood. Because he knew that having someone like Yi Wen as an opponent was much more interesting than having someone like Su Yibei as a bad teammate. Chapter 83, There is no other way. The reward is too much. Yi Wen also found that he received a message, which was sent to him via a private message on the Xinjuan app. This person can't die. Yi Wen looked at the photo sent in the private message and found that the other party was sending him a private message, requesting or even ordering him to never let anything happen to the squinty-eyed man in the photo. However, after reading the subsequent content, I realized that it must be a senior official in the military who informed him privately, or even warned him. In the subsequent private messages, he also roughly knew what the person in the photo was like. The Prince of Sanqing Group, the third son of the largest enterprise in Han Country. I found that even at this time, there are still people paying attention to these things. He admitted that Han Country's Sanqing Group was indeed a world-class enterprise before the disaster broke out. But now the disaster has broken out, the world is in chaos, and the entire society is in turmoil. There are actually people who care about this past identity. Indeed, he also admitted that Han was special. It was a place where entrepreneurs could override the country. Even if the disaster situation there is equally serious, these entrepreneurs are definitely alive and well, and important security forces are focusing on protecting them. But here, this is China's territory. The other party actually dared to abuse the Chinese on Chinese territory. Now there are people above him who want him to save the life of this beast in human skin and prevent anything from happening to him. Trigger special tasks. Mission 1. Kill the Sanqing Group's Prince Jin Lingxi. Reward: 50 Chinese reputation. Mission 2. Protect the Prince of Sanqing Group, Jin Lingxi, and escort him back to Han Country. Reward: 70% equity of Sanqing. Yuan found this option very interesting, because according to his original idea, he certainly hoped that the Prince of Sanqing Group would die soon. But now the tasks and rewards proposed by the system made him feel that the rewards were too much. Because according to Sanqing's influence in Han Country, its 70% equity not only represents hundreds of billions of assets, but also represents considerable regional dominance. Bring him here to me. Yuan ordered Banli, asking her to invite this young Master Jin to come over to his side. Yes. Banli immediately disappeared into the shadow under his feet and quickly approached the man from the Han Country and brought him over. Yuan watched the live broadcast of the real-life battle royale. See, now the situation is coming to an end. There were more than 150 people just now, but now there are less than 20 people left. This also indirectly shows that Mr. Jin is quite lucky and can be despicable enough to persist until now. According to what he had just seen on the live broadcast, he had done many things, such as betraying his teammates and letting women take the blame. For a weapon, he even pushed a girl who had just saved him into the zombie group from behind, causing the girl to scream miserably before she died. Soon Banli came back with the unconscious Jin Lingxi in his hands and threw him to the ground like a dead dog. Wake him up, Yuan said to Banli, asking her to wake up the Prince of Sanqing Group. Banli was straightforward and kicked him right where it hurt. Jin Lingxi was awakened by a sharp pain and immediately looked at this place with terrified eyes looking at this place that looked like a broadcast control room. Who are you? He could speak Chinese, although not very well, but he could still speak it. You are lucky that someone wants to protect you. Yuan said to him. Although he was very unhappy about this matter, he temporarily endured it for the sake of the reward of 70% equity of Sanqing. Ha! Jean Ling laughed with great joy, opening his mouth like crazy and breathing out a laugh that sounded like he was about to die at any moment. He looked around in ecstasy and found that there were indeed no zombies here, so he was really safe. We, the people of Dahan, are blessed by God. He simply attributed the surprise to the fact that he is a Dahan person. Yuan looked at him with disdain. Admit that he is right, because if he wasn't the prince of Sanqing Group, this scumbag would be dead now. But now seeing how proud he was, the more he looked at him, the angrier he felt. Especially when he suddenly noticed that Ban Li, who was accompanying her, was giving her an obscene look and looking directly at every sensitive part of her body. He had no idea that he was only a step away from death. You woman, that person only said he would protect you, but he didn't say he would protect you with all the parts intact. The only condition is that you can survive. I could tell what request he wanted to make. He was kindly reminding him that he should be thankful to be alive now and not expect him to live comfortably. Jean Lingxi shut up immediately, because he had already seen this beautiful Chinese woman draw out a long knife and put it against his chest. It can be said that it was not the other party who suppressed him, but the woman who had killed him. Let's not waste any more time. My superiors asked me to send you back to Han Country. You are lucky enough. Yuan said to him. Jean Lingxi was even more surprised. Immediately asked, when do we leave? Now, Yuan said to him, because he didn't want to look at him for even a second. For him now, he is just a bargaining chip to obtain the shares of Sanqing Group, which gives him the opportunity to directly expand his power in Han Country. Apart from this, he is useless before and after the mission is completed. If you don't like him, you can give him a beating as long as you don't kill him. You can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of living. Just don't beat him to death. Yuan went out of the studio and asked Ban Li to teach this guy from the Han Country what it means to be an obedient person. Chestnut nodded in understanding. Jean Lingxi initially thought that the couple deliberately created an opportunity for him to be with this beauty and wanted to use this as an excuse to give this beauty to him. As a result, the studio door was really closed. Only then did he know what it felt like to be a human sandbag. He was beaten so hard that he vomited gastric acid and became incontinent. Unfortunately, the other party controlled his violence very well and didn't beat him to death, allowing him to live well. When Yuan had arranged everything ready for departure, he returned to the studio. When Mr. Jean Lingxi saw him for the first time, he no longer looked at him bravely, but instinctively retreated, even making his body want to curl up and move away from him. He looked at Ban Li with fear, and it seemed that he was educated very effectively. Yuan pointed at him. Yes. Jean Lingxi didn't even dare to make a loud sound and responded timidly and cautiously. Because after the education just now, he understood what it meant to beat someone to death as long as he was not killed. Chapter 84. Set out to open up new territories. Come with me. Yuan knew that this mission was actually assigned by his superiors. He didn't care what the current situation in Han Country was like. He just knew that he had to send this guy back. At the same time, he could also observe whether there was any possibility of development in Han Country. Yes. Jean Lingxi nodded and followed, as obedient as a grandson. Yuan also knew that what he had to do now was to send Jean Lingxi to the Lanqiao airport in Shanghai, where people from the Sanqing Group had already come to greet him. Chestnut led the way and took them to the armed helicopter. When Jean Lingxi saw the armed helicopter, he suddenly felt like crying for joy, because he knew that as long as he got on this helicopter and flew back to Han Country, he would be safe and would be back under the protection of his group's power. Thank you very much. The happiest thing for him now is to be away from this evil star, and finally, he won't have to see him again. Thank you for what? I want to go to Han Country with you, Yuan said without hiding his disgust, and was the first to board the armed helicopter. Jean Lingxi was completely dumbfounded. She didn't understand why a Chinese like him suddenly wanted to go to Han Country. Yuan knew that according to the requirements from above, he basically only needed to drop Jean Lingxi off at Lanqiao Airport and hand him over to his people. However, the system gave him another optional task. If he could send Jean Lingxi to Han Country safely, he could obtain 70% of the shares of Sanqing Group, which meant he would have the highest voice in the largest chaebol group in Han Country. He was just a little annoyed by the clumsy situation in his country, where he couldn't do anything. This trip was an opportunity for him. It allowed him to go to Han Country to help them kill some zombies, and also to see if there was any possibility of expanding business and creating new markets there. You know, you. Jean Lingxi was about to cry when she confirmed that he really wanted to go to Han Country with him. Because in his eyes, he has completely become a devil in human skin. A guy like him went to Han Country to support construction? It was obvious that they were going to treat more Han people the same way they had treated him in the past. What he understood most clearly during his time in China was that ordinary Chinese people did not have a good impression of the Han Country. It was no exaggeration to say that they hated it from the bottom of their hearts. Is there a problem? Yuan glanced at him with cold eyes. What did he think was wrong with him? No, no. Jean Lingxi was so scared that she immediately bowed 90 degrees and even glanced at the expressionless chestnut next to her, who looked like a female bodyguard. He hurriedly said something nice to flatter her. You are willing to go to Han Country, which is a great honor for us. Hearing that he was quite good at talking, Yuan sat down in the armed helicopter and watched Ban Li throw Jean Lingxi up directly, letting the group take off in the armed helicopter. At the same time, the shadow troops in the large stadium evacuated. The zombie horde also completely broke through the defenses set up at various intersections, causing more than 70,000 zombies to gather in a large stadium. Yuan saw that the time was right and waved his finger at Ban Li, allowing her to take action. Ban Li immediately understood and passed the order on remotely. Suddenly, several contrails appeared in the sky, and 5 long-range rockets were launched from the coastal defense base in Dongqing district, bombing the large stadium. After 5 consecutive violent explosions, the entire stadium was razed to the ground. The 70,000 zombies inside were wiped out in one fell swoop. The remaining several thousand were mostly seriously injured and no longer posed a threat. What era is this now? It's certainly impossible for a single soldier to advance deep into the enemy territory when they can provide firepower coverage. Yevhen did it. So he could clearly recruit more shadow troops outside the organization, but he didn't do it. The reason is nothing else. The reason is that the quality of soldiers is more important than their quantity. He now has 2,000 soldiers, each of whom is a powerful soldier who can defeat 100 enemies alone. Any one of them can be used beautifully for a solo infiltration or sabotage mission. On the front battlefield, they are proficient in airplanes, tanks, and battleships. To put it in perspective, he had 2,000 generals under his command. With them, combined with the black technology power that can be purchased in the system mall, he can totally choose to go the route of high intelligence and high mecha. Jean Lingxi was watching his operations from the side and saw that the large stadium, which was a landmark building in the Magic City, was blown up as he said. He also stated that he had the power to mobilize ground missile forces. He is not stupid either. Although he is the 3rd son of the Sanqing group, he is also a well-known playboy. But he came from a wealthy and powerful family after all, so his knowledge and foresight are unmatched by ordinary people. He suddenly thought that he was not 100% sure of securing the position of future chairman and president of Sanqing Group because he had an older brother and an older sister who would compete with him. He suddenly said to Yi Wen in his poor Chinese, "Brother Yi, right? I wonder if you're interested in our Han Country's girl group." Girl group? Yi Wen knew that girl groups in Han Country were basically monopolized by chaebol. To put it nicely, it is entertainment training. To put it bluntly, it is training for the chaebol's 3 nominal backyard. After joining, they basically knew about this matter and had already accepted it. Otherwise, they can simply choose to withdraw and give this opportunity to others. Yes, I have an entertainment company under me, which is TNTA, which is very popular in Han Country right now. Jean Lingxi didn't know how she should please the man in front of her. But he knew that any man who was physically and mentally normal would be interested in beautiful women. He himself couldn't help but be moved by the female bodyguard beside him. Knowing that with the aesthetic test of female bodyguards of this level he faces every day, it is impossible for him to be attracted by ordinary beauties. Only a world-class girl group like TNTA can attract the other party. They should all have become zombies now, right? Yuan asked him with a faint smile. He admitted that he also liked the girl group TNTA, but he just liked them because they were pleasing to the eye and he admired their singing voice. But considering that China is the only country in the world that has adopted a strict prevention and control system, Han Country, Jining Country, Eagle Country, and even Western Europe have all adopted a strategy of giving up and decided to use a national immunity strategy. No matter how beautiful the members of the girl group TNTA are, they should have become ugly zombies now, only wanting to bite living people. No. Jean Lingxi immediately emphasized, those who got into trouble in Han Country were just ordinary people. We chaebols usually have strict prevention and control, as well as emergency plans for this kind of zombie disaster. Now, not only us, but even these artists are well protected. After all, we spent a lot of money on them. Jean Lingxi's words became more and more obscene. It didn't feel like raising a female star, but rather like spending a huge amount of money to raise a bunch of pure-blooded high-end pets. Chapter 85 Sky Palace Exclusive Service. Arrived at Blue Bridge Airport. AZ-09 private luxury jet was parked on the airport runway under martial law. At the boarding gate of this private jet, several tall women dressed as stewardesses were waiting there. Also waiting were the bodyguards wearing black clothes and sunglasses, with short guns in their hands. When they saw their helicopter arrive, all the flight attendants immediately gathered around the armed helicopter. They bowed 90 degrees and respectfully welcomed the safe arrival of their prince. Yuan looked at these flight attendants and found that there was indeed a familiar face among them, Li Jinxi, a member of TNTA. The power of her snake pupil showed at a glance that she had not only taken good care of her body, but was also a virgin. Brother Yi, the entire TNTA team has not been touched by anyone. This Li Jinxi was originally my secretary, and now she will directly receive you. What do you think? Jean Lingxi was really scared by the beating and became a slave. He doesn't hate Yuan at all now, because the education he received since childhood made him admire the strong and despise the weak. Now he was completely conquered by Yuan, and he just wanted to please him humbly and make him satisfied. This can also be considered a transaction. Yuan asked him, although I have heard about it in some reports in Han country, I have also heard that some members of girl groups could not stand some disgusting situations and chose to commit suicide afterwards. But it seems to be a very normal thing that these beauties are freely exchanged, given away, and sold as pets among these tycoons. Jean Ling smiled without saying anything, tacitly agreeing to this matter. Okay. Yuan also accepted the first gift he gave. The main thing is that this trip to the cold country, it wouldn't be bad to have an extra translator around. Although Ban Li is proficient in various languages, having her by your side makes her a perfect secretary. But her apparent identity is his bodyguard, so it would be best if she doesn't speak too much and doesn't need to show off her strength and abilities. Jean Lingxi was immediately flattered, as if he had not just given out a gift, but had successfully received a big gift. Now that he heard that he agreed, he immediately waved to Li Jinxi and asked her to come over to meet the new boss. Li Jinhe, one of the TNTA members who shone brightly on the stage and received cheers from thousands of fans, walked over with her 1-meter-long legs that were enough to make countless male fans scream like crazy. She tried hard to hide the sadness and desolation in her expression, but she failed to do so. But she knew she had no right to refuse. Because that was the moment when I signed the contract to join the girl group and be trained as a key person. She understood that she had signed a contract to sell herself. Her freedom and dignity in this life no longer belonged to her. Instead, it belongs to the Sanqing Group represented by Jean Lingxi and is the private property of the Sanqing Group. Apart from the halo of a big star outside, she is just a plaything in the eyes of a few big shots here. Boss, if you need anything, you can tell Li Jinxi. He speaks fluent Chinese much more proficiently than Jean Lingxi. You can speak Chinese? Yuan was a little surprised, because in the introduction of the members of the TNTA girl group, they are all marked as not being able to speak Mandarin, only Hanyu and Western European languages. This time, it was Jean Lingxi who explained they are actually required to learn Chinese. On the one hand, it is so that they can go to China to open up new markets in the future, and on the other hand, it is also to facilitate communication with some of the dignitaries in China. Yuan couldn't help but laugh in contempt when he heard this. Communicate? He found that this word was really well used, because in-depth communication between men and women can also be considered a kind of communication. Li Jinxi heard Jean Lingxi explain for her and nodded in agreement. Although the real reason was so that the guests could understand what she was saying when they were communicating privately. Okay, Yuan agreed, because it would be better for a girl like Li Jinxi to follow him than to fall into the hands of any other chaebol. The main thing is that she is still very clean, not the kind of person who has been through so many battles that he would feel sick just getting close to her. Jean Lingxi is the happiest one now, because he knows that if this person accepts the gift he gave, his life will be safer. At this moment, the flight attendants who had come to pick us up were immediately divided into two groups. A group of people bowed respectfully to greet them in a proper manner. Another thing is that Li Jinxi can accompany him alone and become an exclusive flight attendant to serve him alone. A group of people boarded the private plane that had been waiting here for a long time. After boarding the plane, I saw that it was a luxurious hotel that could move in the air. Because when you enter the cabin, you don't see rows of crowded seats. Instead, there is a bar counter and a small meeting room. The few seats available are located in the middle. There is a separate bedroom at the back of the cabin. This is the aircraft I am most satisfied with. With a full tank of fuel, it can fly in the sky for 3 consecutive days without landing. We can even arrange for an aerial refueling tanker to continue its flight, allowing it to stay in the air for even longer. Jean Lingxi introduced to him the sky palace that he was most satisfied with a bit of pride. Yuan admitted that although Jean Lingxi was the third son of the Sanqing group, he could indeed be regarded as a prince of a country in Han country. Because his power and wealth can influence some decisions of the country of Han and the living conditions of its people. It's no surprise that he now has such a palace in the sky. On the contrary, if he didn't even have such a thing, his life as the third son of Sanqing group would be too miserable. There is a private room inside. Brother, you can go there and have a good rest later. Jean Lingxi suddenly introduced the back half of the cabin with a mysterious smile on her face. Yuan saw his meaningful smile and felt that they were both men. How could I not understand what he meant? As expected, when Li Jinxi heard Jean Lingxi's hint, her body suddenly tensed up. After all, for her, she knew that this day would come. But if you are about to meet someone and have just met them for less than a few minutes, you still need to be proactive enough to flatter the other person and seduce him or her to play with you, and strive to satisfy the other person. She really wasn't mentally prepared for this. There's no need to rush now. Yuan directly rejected his proposal and sat down in a seat in the middle. He even signaled Li Jinxi to bring something to drink. Li Jinxi hurriedly served him tenderly and attentively as if she had been pardoned. She did not look like the big star on the stage who sang and danced passionately, attracting countless young people to cheer wildly. Here, she is just a lowly stewardess, but she can provide a full range of services. Jean Lingxi looked at Yi when in surprise, wondering if he was planning to take down all 7 members of TNTA at once. Although he didn't feel bad about sending all the members of the team he had trained for several years to him, and because he had focused on training them, he hadn't touched any of them yet, just for this day's situation. But he still felt a little uncomfortable seeing the other party's big appetite, and realized that the other party's purpose of going to Han country must be not simple. He also considered whether he should send him the new group together, so that he would know that there was no shortage of such obedient beauties in Han country. Suddenly a bodyguard came over and whispered to him, which made his expression suddenly change. After thinking for a while, he said to Yuan, "Brother Yi, my sister is waiting at the airport over there. Can you help me deal with her?" Chapter 86, is it mine? I will return it to you personally. Yuan found his request really interesting. Because his sister wanted to deal with him, he asked an outsider, or even an enemy, for help. What's in it for me? Yuan asked him back. Because we are all adults now. Of course, it is impossible to easily help others for the sake of bullshit morality and bravery, let alone help a Han Chinese. So it's okay to ask him to help now, but the prerequisite is that he can offer conditions that are attractive enough to make him interested. The entire TNTA? Jean Lingxi asked tentatively. She planned to give him the entire TNTA girl group, all of their members, as a gift. Yuan smiled faintly, because, for one thing, he is not such an impatient person. He wanted beautiful women, and among the people around him, Lu Yin, Feng Qian, and Ma Luo. None of them were bad. Another thing is that the TNTA girl group is indeed very popular, and each member has a good figure and good looks. But according to his current resources, as long as he wants, he can train and expand one more, or even more than a dozen, at any time. Therefore, in his eyes, the charm of such a girl group is far from being a bargaining chip. Not to mention, TNTA is now his. It has been used by Jean Lingxi to prolong his life. How can there be any logic in this world in using one's own things to buy off one's own interests? Jean Lingxi was in a dilemma, because all he has is money, and it is Sanqing Group's money. Other than that, he really couldn't come up with anything that would impress the other party. At this moment, he wondered why he had to stop doing his normal work and just think about having fun and indulging himself in a cocktail party with beautiful women. Why hasn't my drink arrived yet? Yuan suddenly asked. If he hadn't considered that Li Jinxi was now on a private plane, he would have suspected that she was looking for an opportunity to escape. It was clearly the first time I served him, but he had gone out to get a drink and hadn't come back for so long. Yeah, what are you doing? Jean Lingxi was also curious, because although he had never touched Li Jinxi, he knew that Li Jinxi was the most obedient and submissive girl in the TNTA girl group. He could only see obedience in her, and no other emotions. Although she was given away now, she still felt a little emotional. But he wouldn't run away crying or even slack off. He should be able to serve his new master quickly. I'll go and take a look. Jean Lingxi immediately volunteered to go and take a look. Let me come along. Yuan thought about it and just wanted to continue his tour on the plane, so he decided to follow him to see what was going on. But when I got to the tea room, I saw at a glance that half of Li Jinxi's pretty face was swollen. Fortunately, she has not had any plastic surgery on her face. Otherwise, her chin might be crooked and her nose might be off. Now she just held her obviously slapped face to hold back tears, interrupting to bow and apologize to a flight attendant who was older than her. When Jean Lingxi saw this older flight attendant, she looked a little strange. It was obvious that this person had a special identity. Yuan came here accompanied by Banli and saw clearly what was happening here. Call me back. Yuan said this calmly here, and he was talking to Li Jinxi. Li Jinxi turned her head and looked over, trying hard to hold back the tears that were welling up in her eyes. She couldn't believe what he was saying. I asked you to fight back. Yuan continued to talk to her. But Li Jinxi did not react, and it was obvious that she didn't dare. The older flight attendant could obviously understand Chinese, but after she understood what Yuan said to Li Jinxi, she deliberately spoke a lot in Han Chinese. Although he couldn't understand what she was saying, he could tell from her disgust, disdain, and contemptuous arrogance that she looked down on him and thought he didn't have the ability to teach her a lesson. What is she talking about? Yuan asked Jean Lingxi, and Jean Lingxi immediately hesitated whether to tell him. Seeing that he didn't dare to say anything, Yuan went straight to Banli and asked Banli to tell him. Banli immediately moved closer to his ear and whispered a translation of the older flight attendant's curse. After Yuan heard what Banli translated, he burst out laughing, because the other party probably meant that he was a low-class Chinese pig. Don't think that it's great to board the plane with this useless third young master, because he, the third young master, is nothing in front of the eldest lady behind her. She even laughed at him for daring to let this bitch slap her. Even if she gave this bitch, who was trained at a high price, 100 courages, she would not dare to do this. Very courageous. Yuan understood that in the eyes of this older flight attendant, he was just a favored one of Jean Lingxi's friends. This woman grew up in Han country and started serving a group of top people in the world from a very young age. So in her opinion, the Chinese were even lower than servants like her, and were not worthy of raising their heads to look at her. Brother Yi, she is my sister's person and a very close one. Jean Lingxi was completely scared. He should just bear with it, because he couldn't afford to offend this elderly flight attendant. Yuan ignored him and said directly to Li Jinxi, now either you slap her until she begs for mercy, or you will be thrown off the plane with her, and after takeoff. If she wants to be his, she must understand that it is not her face that is being hit, but Yi Wen's face. If she couldn't even protect his face, then there was no value in living. Li Jinxi's expression changed when he heard this. She also saw that Banli, who was accompanying Yuan, looked at her in an unfriendly manner, telling her that she'd better think clearly about her position. Li Jinxi had a hunch that the other party was not joking. And this was not a dilemma, it was the only choice she had to make. Chinese people are like this. Apart from being aggressive with their words, they don't dare to take action themselves. They even talk about nice things like etiquette of a great country. Bah! The older flight attendant was still chattering and swearing. He spoke in Han Guoyu, deliberately bullying Yuan because he couldn't understand. But Li Jinxi in front of her heard it clearly and understood that she had to show some performance. Otherwise, she would have no right to stay with her new master. Bang! Suddenly, there was a crisp sound, which stunned the elderly flight attendant. She covered her face and saw that it was Li Jinxi, who slapped her on the left cheek with all his strength. Now her left cheek was burning with pain, and her gums and cheeks were numb. She couldn't believe that Li Jinxi, this little bitch, really dared to hit her. She, a woman who was a bitch in the eyes of men, didn't she know what the consequences would be if she hit him? The eldest lady would definitely not let her go. Bang! Another full force slap. Li Jinxi was also desperate, knowing that since she had done it the first time, she didn't care about the second or third time. She clearly remembered that her new master asked her to beat the other party until he begged for mercy, so she couldn't stop slapping him until he begged for mercy. Chapter 87. Easy, 70% of the shares were received, just like that. This time the older flight attendant was completely stunned, because Li Jinxi's slaps fell on her face one after another, making her feel like a tennis ball on the tennis court, hitting left and right, and she didn't know where she was going. Li Jinxi indeed felt that the fight was very enjoyable, because this older flight attendant relied on her backer, the eldest daughter of the Sanqing group, to treat ordinary girls like them as non-human beings. In addition, the usual training and the pressure brought by the indenture kept her in a state of high depression. She could only vent some of the pressure by listening to the audience's cheers on the stage. Today she had someone to support her, and she was even ordered to fight. Some of the slaps she gave later were somewhat personal in nature, so she no longer cared about the consequences and just let herself be happy first. Brother Yi, stop fighting. If you continue, someone will die. Jean Lingxi finally reacted and saw that the elderly flight attendant had been beaten to the point of bleeding from the nose and drooling, and was in a semi-comatose state. He knew that if he continued to fight like this, he might actually kill the person. He is certainly not afraid of death. If he was afraid of death, he wouldn't have participated in that arena thing. He was mainly afraid that this older flight attendant represented his sister, the eldest princess of the Sanshin group. He knew that the elderly flight attendant was dead, and that was it. But this matter would definitely not be so easy to explain to his sister. Stop! Yi Wen heard Jean Lingxi speak and told Li Jinxi to stop. Li Jinxi immediately stopped her completely mechanical slapping action and felt her hands were burning and her palms were numb. Find a rope and hang her out of the plane cabin. If she survives the landing, she's lucky, Yi Wen said to Banli. Chestnut immediately went to carry out this task. Jean Lingxi was completely dumbfounded. I found out that this person really wanted to kill someone, no matter who the other person was or what his background was. He now really wanted to ask this great man, is it true that he is not afraid of his sister or the power of the Sanshin group? Yi Wen would not tell him that when he successfully landed in Han country, 70% of the shares of Sanshin group would fall into his hands. Although it is not yet known how the system will achieve this. But according to his understanding of the system, as long as it dares to release this task and offer such a reward, then he will definitely get this reward. This means that this time when he goes to Han country, he will directly become the real owner of Sanshin group. At that time, not to mention his sister, even he, the third young master, was ready to pack up and leave with just one word from him. Master, I will never let you down again. Li Jinxi came over and immediately expressed his determination to him. Yi Wen glanced at her and walked straight to the private bedroom. Since this journey would take at least 2 hours, he had no interest in staying outside and watching the flight attendants start cleaning immediately. Li Jinxi suddenly understood something and quickly followed. After what happened just now, she knew that she was no longer the property of Sanshin group. From the moment she was accepted by the other party, she became the private property of this Chinese man. From that moment on, she represented the face of this Chinese man and would never allow herself to be easily humiliated by outsiders. Anyone who dared to humiliate her must pay the price. Jean Lingxi looked at Li Jinxi and Yi Wen leaving with a bit of regret, because he carefully cultivated this delicate flower and made her a big star idol in the eyes of thousands of fans. He did this so that he could pick her one day when she tasted the best. As a result, for the sake of his own life and the inheritance of the property of Sanshin group, he had no choice but to give her away. He was even about to give away the entire TNTA as a gift to the other man. Soon, crazy screams came from the private bedroom, alarming everyone outside. People outside didn't understand what was going on inside. The singer even almost heard his voice by shouting. However, Li Jinxi understood that there was a reason why the Dolly pill was called that, especially since the person she was fighting against had taken at least 5 pills and could already be considered a monster. When the private plane landed at the capital airport of Han country, while still on the plane, I could see the surging horde of zombies outside the airport through the window. The elderly flight attendant was so frightened that she was almost dead. She was immediately sent to an ambulance for treatment as soon as the plane landed. Li Jinxi, who had been tortured, was helped off the plane by Banli. Since his legs were completely unable to walk on his own, he was directly put into a black car that had been waiting there. Yi Wen got off the plane feeling refreshed. Because he and Malor and Fei all needed to be cautious, he didn't need to hold back at all with Li Jinxi, so he could try to confirm the growth of his abilities. Jean Lingxi was watching Li Jinxi being helped off the plane and recalling the screams along the way. Her eyes were filled with fear when she looked at Yi Wen, because he really couldn't imagine what kind of situation could make Li Jinxi so miserable. The person in that car should be your sister, right? Yi Wen felt a pair of eyes staring at him as soon as he got off the plane. He looked over with his snake eyes and saw that there was only a woman in her late 30s sitting in the back seat of the car. It's just that this woman is well-maintained and looks no more than 26 years old. She is also elegant and graceful, and at first glance, she has the demeanor of a rich family's daughter. Yes, Jean Lingxi recognized the car by its license plate number. He also left the plane and set foot on the land of his motherland. The moment he stepped on the land, it was as if he had helped to complete the check-in. A prompt indicating that the task is completed immediately pops up on the virtual screen here. Yuan also saw that the system reward had arrived. I saw 3 more contracts in the system space. Just check in the system space and confirm that these 3 are the contracts that Sanqing Group used to pay off its debts to the Han National Congress and several other large conglomerates. Each share accounted for about 23% of the total, and the 3 shares added up to exactly 70%, allowing him to fully control the international enterprise Sanqing Group. This is really effortless. Yuan smiled with satisfaction. He found that this wealth came too easily, almost like getting a Thompson mansion for free. But compared to the rewards obtained by checking in over there, it will take a little more effort here. We need to send Jean Lingxi back to the country. However, seeing these 3 contracts, he felt that this trip was worthwhile, and he could also come to see the market prospects of Han Country and see if there was any possibility of replacing in country and directly establishing a base here. Chapter 88. Scene? See who is in control. He was also chatting with Jean Lingxi here. Suddenly, a male bodyguard who was as strong as Johnny came over and said to Yi when in an ordering tone, "The young lady wants you to go over there." A height of over 2 meters does look very impressive. Yiwen is almost 1.8 meters tall, which is not considered short, but he does look like a dwarf in front of this male bodyguard. "Is he talking to me?" Yiwen asked Jean Lingxi next to him, curiously asking if the other party was talking to him. Jean Lingxi immediately nodded timidly, because no matter how you look at the attitude of this male bodyguard, he is ordering him to go and meet his sister, the eldest princess of Sanqing Group. It was he who took the initiative to go and meet. Quite tall. Yuan looked at the male bodyguard. I saw that he was not only tall, but also had a very arrogant attitude in front of him. It can be seen from his small eyes that he despises his friend from China. Because the master he served was of high status, he couldn't help but have a higher attitude towards these friends. "I'm just curious." Yuan suddenly asked Jean Lingxi curiously, "When you teach your subordinates how to do things, don't you teach them to be humble when talking to customers?" The question was addressed to Jean Lingxi, but it was obviously meant for the male bodyguard. Jean Lingxi didn't dare to answer, because he knew that this male bodyguard was very good at fighting and was a former Western European mercenary. He was not a Han Chinese, but came from an ancient fighting ethnic minority. His bloodline made him dare to fight bears since he was a child, and he needed to hunt an adult wolf as a sacrifice for his coming-of-age ceremony. After Yuan finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his left hand. Before the male bodyguard could react, the 5 fingers had already penetrated his outer suit, the ceramic plates of the bulletproof vest inside, and his flesh. In just a moment, his ribs were already pinched between his claws. Blood could be seen seeping out of his clothes, and the male bodyguard suddenly looked painful, causing him to lower his upper body involuntarily under the grip of this pain. "Is it not too much to break 4 of your ribs?" Yuan asked him with a smile. As soon as the words fell, a crisp sound was heard. The male bodyguard's 4 ribs were crushed by him in one go. This male bodyguard is also a tough guy. Even though the pain was over level 10, he didn't even whine. He just groaned, causing his cheeks to turn pale in pain, and large beads of cold sweat covered his forehead and cheeks. Yuan pulled his hand out, and a trickle of broken bones, mixed with blood, immediately flowed out from the place where it had just been broken. At this point, the male bodyguard couldn't even do something as simple as standing, let alone speak. He knelt down, covering the wound with his hands, and his body trembled from the pain. At this moment, Jean Lingxi, who was standing next to him, was so frightened that she said it out loud. She stared at this side with her eyes wide open, as if she had seen a ghost. Because he clearly saw that Yuan not only broke the opponent's high-toughness suit, but also broke the ceramic plate of the opponent's bulletproof vest hidden inside, and even directly broke the opponent's flesh and put his fingers into the opponent's body to crush the ribs. He originally thought that his female bodyguard's strength was terrifying enough. I didn't expect that this seemingly gentle Chinese man's true strength is even more terrifying. Click, click, click. Seeing the sudden situation here, the bodyguards guarding the eldest princess of Sanqing Group all took out their small submachine guns and pointed their guns at him. Jean Lingxi didn't expect the noise over there to be so loud, and she was so scared that she wanted to shrink back onto the plane. Yuan saw that the muzzles of the more than 20 submachine guns were all pointed at him. At the same time, he knew that there was no need for him to hide his strength in the land of Han Country. Because what is needed here is sufficient strength, and you need to use powerful force to suppress and conquer them. If you can successfully shoot, I will take your last name from today on. Yuan suddenly began to walk slowly towards the bulletproof luxury car. He knew that for such a small situation, there was no need for him to take action himself. As soon as he said this, the bodyguards of the Sanshin group, who were holding small submachine guns in their hands, immediately found that they all had bloodletting knives held to their necks. The elite members of the Black Shadow Force who had just matched up with them one by one quickly controlled them at the first moment. And even if they dared to move, they would be prepared to experience the feeling of having blood drawn from their necks. At this moment, Jean Laneying, the eldest princess of Sanshin Group, who was sitting in the bulletproof luxury car, was also uneasy, because she was standing nearby and had no idea where these members of the mysterious force came from. This strange situation could only make her think of one thing: the invisibility suit. Because only by saying that these mysterious troops have been hiding and ambushing nearby can we reasonably explain their sudden appearance here. Miss Jean, right? Did you come down on your own initiative? Or did I ask you to come down? Yuan walked to the rear window of the bulletproof luxury car and asked her in a friendly manner whether she got out of the car voluntarily to be a hostage or was passively invited to come down by him. Seeing that he dared to put his head near the rear window, the driver in the front seat immediately pulled out his pistol and shot him in the head. But before he could actually make a move, an elite member of the Black Shadow Force who appeared in the passenger seat had already pulled out his pistol and shot him, leaving a bloody hole on his temple and killing him instantly. You were very good. I lost this round. When the eldest princess of the Sanshin group, Jean Laneying, saw that the situation on the field was completely controlled by the opponent, she wisely chose to give up surrender and obeyed him by acting as his hostage. Yuan smiled slightly and took the initiative to open the back door for her to get out. At this time, Jean Lingxi, who had been hiding on the other side of the plane, discovered that something was wrong. Because he only picked up Yuan and brought him to Han Country, and he never saw so many people hiding around him from beginning to end. Especially since the other party took his sister hostage as soon as he got off the plane, it was obvious that his motive for entering the Han Country was not pure, and he came here with the intention of using force. You can't do this. You just escorted me back. Jean Lingxi immediately threw aside his fear of Yuan and yelled at him to stop doing this. Yuan looked at him and found that after completing the system task, this scumbag was no longer of any use. He glanced at the thousands of zombies blocked by wire fences outside the airport, and then looked at Banley, who was helping Li Jinxi, who was unable to walk on his own. He directly said to one of Jean Laneying's former bodyguards, "Throw him out. If you don't want to see the young lady you are protecting die in front of you, just let an elite member of the Black Shadow Force put the muzzle of a pistol against the back of Jean Laneying's head so that she could be shot in the back of the head at any time, and no one could save her." Chapter 89: Decisive Princess Style. At this moment, none of Jean Laneying's bodyguards dared to move, even though the elite members of the Black Shadow Force let them go a little so that they could do what they were asked to do. Sister, he is crazy. Jean Lingxi was scared to death, because he himself did not expect that he would be thrown into the zombie group to feed the zombies as soon as he returned to the country and landed on the ground. He doesn't want to die yet. I don't want to die in this place. Throw him out. Jean Laneying hesitated for a moment and decisively ordered her bodyguards to throw her younger brother, the third son of the Sanshin group, into the group of zombies outside. It's not that she is afraid of death. She has her own considerations and knows that her brother will definitely die today. Jean Lingxi was completely dumbfounded by what she heard. If the order just now was given by Yuan, these bodyguards would still be a little hesitant. Now hearing the order from their real boss, they no longer hesitated. Two of them immediately separated and ran quickly towards Jean Lingxi. When Jean Lingxi saw them coming, he turned around and ran away in fear. However, how could his body, which was usually hollowed out by alcohol and sex, outrun the professional bodyguards who remained highly alert at all times and never stopped training? So he was quickly caught by the two strong bodyguards, who lifted him up and carried him to the airport's guardrail. Jean Lingxi struggled in their hands, trying to get a chance to survive. But the professionalism of these two bodyguards lies in the fact that they would not knock him out unless the boss gave the order. Even though it was a little inconvenient to carry out this action now, they still forced him to stay awake and be transported to the top of the guardrail. Then they threw him out from the top with force, causing him to stay in the air for a short time before falling into the surging zombie group below, and he was soon drowned in the countless ghost hands of the zombie group. Don't you feel sorry at all? Seeing that Jean Lingxi had been executed, Yuan signaled the Black Shadow troops to lay down their weapons and asked Jean Yinglan. When he did that in China, he had no chance of survival. Jean Laneying looked over. It must be admitted that she is still very charming, even though she is nearly 30 years old. Compared with some young girls in their teens and 20s, she not only possesses the most intense charm of a woman, but she also knows how to show her most intense charm. In particular, although she holds a high position, she still has a sense of obedience to a low position that the women of the Han country have. She knows how to lower her status and position to highlight the status of men. It can be said that this is compared to the attitude of the real Sakura woman, who appears to be submissive on the surface, but may be disdainful in her heart. Women in Han country who grew up in an environment of male chauvinism were more instinctive to follow the three obediences and put themselves in a low position from the bottom of their hearts. At least that was the case with Jean leaning in front of him. You already know about the short video? Yuan was a little surprised that she knew about the short video incident that happened in the East City district of Shanghai so quickly, and she already knew that her brother was one of the protagonists. As long as it's about someone from our Sanshin group, I will be the first to know. I must admit that the things in the video are too bad. He has no idea that from the moment he did that, he would no longer be able to survive. Jean Lanning took the matter very lightly, as if she had already prepared for the day when Jean Lingxi would die tragically. So now that she is forced to do this, she has no objection at all. Because children who grow up in large groups like theirs understand too well that the interests of the group are above all else. What Jean Lingxi had done had severely damaged and threatened the interests of the entire group, so he must pay with his life. It looks like we could talk. Yuan motioned for her to get in the car. I found that this trip to the Han Kingdom, accompanied by a playboy like Jean Lingxi, was far less pleasant than being accompanied by the well-educated and well-mannered Princess Sanqing. Jean Lanning accepted it with pleasure and really meant it. The two of them immediately got into her car, with Ban Li driving in the front and Li Jinxi sitting in the passenger seat. The rest of the people got on their own cars. All members of the Shadow Army disappeared, as if they had never existed like ghosts. Such a scene startled Jean Lanning again, and she realized that she really had to have a good talk with this man from the great country of China. The most nervous and uneasy person in the car was Li Jinxi, who had the good fortune to sit in it. She had never thought that she could be so close to the eldest princess of Sanqing, and that she was almost on par with her in status. The only person Jean Lanning is familiar with now is Li Jinxi, and she knows her background. But we must also admit that she is now on a meteoric rise because she has found a good master, and her current status is probably higher than many people. Let me get straight to the point. How many industries does Sanshin Group have now? How many can be put into normal production? After getting in the car, Yuan took out 3 asset debt swap contracts of Sanshin Group and handed them to the eldest princess of Sanqing. Jean Lanning was confused at first about what contract he took out to show her. After seeing the words on the first page of the contract clearly and reading and confirming the contents of the contract, she immediately looked at the Chinese man beside her in shock, because she realized that at this moment, he was not only Li Jinxi's master, but also her master, the master of the entire Sanshin Group. 70% of the shares. This means that Sanqing already has absolute controlling rights. This isn't real. She held her forehead, feeling dizzy and weak. She couldn't believe that one of the top 3 largest groups in the world, the largest pillar enterprise in the entire Han country, had changed hands quietly and silently, and had fallen into the hands of a Chinese. This means that not only the Sanshin Group, but the entire Han country is controlled by this Chinese man. His one order is equivalent to an order that can control the entire Han country and even the presidential election. After all, Sanshin Group has too much influence in Han country. It can be said that every aspect of Han country, including the military and arms production, is controlled by the Sanshin Group. Therefore, in Han Kingdom, controlling Sanqing is equivalent to controlling the entire Han Kingdom. You can accept it slowly. There is still a long way to go. Yuan knew that the entire area of Han country was not very large, but it still takes some time to get to the safe zone they have planned. We also saw that the train convoy took the underground safety tunnel after leaving the airport. This will ensure that they don't encounter any zombies along the way and can easily reach the paradise divided up by the major chables. He also suddenly remembered that there was someone in Hanwha who he had rarely contacted since he came here, and now he didn't know if the other person was okay. He found that he could go and find the other person this time. Chapter 90. Behind the scenes, Sanqing takes control. It took Jean Lanning a while to get her blood flowing smoothly, and she finally accepted this cruel fact. It may be hard to hear what I am saying now, but it is meaningless to fully obtain Sanqing with just these 3 pieces of paper. Jean Lanning knew clearly that she might die if she said this, and it might sound like she was deliberately provoking her. But she had to say it, because these 3 contracts are proof of debt repayment. The 3 together account for exactly 70% of Sanqing's shares. But in the current environment, not to mention that the cord is impossible to open, Even if it opens in Han country, even the Congress cannot control the chaebols, let alone the courts. Therefore, it is true that these three contracts represent 70% of Sanqing, but it is difficult to make Sanqing Group admit it, that is, to be willing to repay the debt and voluntarily give up 70% of the shares. I understand, so I want to talk to you about cooperation. Yuan said to her. I know that these three contracts are, to put it nicely, certificates of 70% of Sanqing Group shares, but to put it bluntly, they're just three pieces of waste paper. It's like if a person wants to become emperor, he can only overthrow the existing dynasty, but not through a contract. In the country of Han, the Sanqing Group is equivalent to the emperor behind the scenes. Therefore, if one wants to seize its political power, the only way is to conquer it by force. And it is impossible to accomplish the transfer of power through a contract on the conference table. So as soon as he figured this out, he knew he needed a helper. He knew that this contract was just a pile of waste paper, and it was almost impossible to realize its value. But the situation is different when these three contracts fall into the hands of a powerful person in Sanqing Group. For example, Jean Laniying, who was sitting next to him at that time. The eldest princess already owns a considerable share of the Sanqing Group. If she obtains these three debt contracts, she will become the uncrowned queen of Sanqing in an instant. I am not married, and I am a virgin. Jean Laniying understood something and leaned over to him. She became charming and seductive all of a sudden, wantonly showing off her charm as a woman. It felt like the queen, who was high and mighty just a second ago, suddenly lowered her attitude as if she had transformed into the most charming female cat, begging for favors here. Check, Yuan asked her. Jean Laniying immediately understood what she should do. However, she also raised her eyes and met Li Jinxi's gaze, who was looking at her through the rearview mirror. Suddenly I realized that at this moment, their identities beside this man were actually the same. She had no choice but to suppress the shame and embarrassment in her heart, knowing that she had to satisfy this man. But she didn't quite understand why there was no mockery in Li Jinxi's eyes when he looked at her, only secret joy and sympathy. She didn't realize all this until she was about to start her service, which made her look at the person she was about to serve in horror. Was she shocked that he was actually the real-life double of the Hulk? Because there were other important matters to deal with later. Nothing too complicated or in-depth happened. However, Jean Laniying, who got off the car, was already wearing a black mask, but she still maintained her superior attitude and walked proudly at the front of the team like a princess. Yuan looked at her back and suddenly liked her proud attitude when she was superior to others. Because looking at her current appearance, no one can imagine how opposite her attitude is in private. Where is your training base? After getting off the car, he also asked Ban Li to perform the duties of bodyguard and leader of the Black Shadow troops. He took the initiative to hug Li Jinxi and let her accompany him. At this time, Li Jinxi had rested and taken medicine from the system mall, so she could resume normal activities. She stood here with a different attitude and mentality. It's over there. I'll take you there later. Li Jinxi understood that although Jean Lingxi was dead now, but they were still his gifts, and the entire Sanqing was in his hands. She understood that although Jean Laniying still maintained her original princess demeanor, her identity had changed the most, because she had become his puppet in Sanqing, and she was willing to be this puppet. In terms of loyalty, she was probably more loyal than her, and had been completely conquered both physically and mentally. Good. Yuan knew that Jean Laniying was already in the car and announced that he would hold an emergency board meeting and asked all shareholders to be present. This was to announce that she was in full control of Sanqing Group and had become the highest authority in Sanqing Group through absolute controlling rights. Because of this, he knew that he could start working on the mecha factory right away. Because Sanqing has always been the world's leading company in electronics and has a full range of ready-made intelligent production lines, he can not only start research immediately, but also start production immediately. When we arrived at the conference hall, most of the shareholders were already present. Some shareholders who were unable to come due to external circumstances also connected to the meeting via video conferencing. No one understood why the eldest princess of Sanqing Group was in such a hurry to convene this shareholders meeting. Yuan did not participate, but took Li Jinxi and Ban Li to sit in the viewing seats near the back door. Because Sanqing shares are not important to him, he never cared about the money. After he entered Han country and found that life coins could be exchanged for the currency of the corresponding country according to the region, and even exchanged for gold after the VIP level was upgraded, he cared less about real currency, because money was already his most important thing. What attracted him to Sanqing Group were its scientific research, development, and production capabilities. The most important thing is that Han Country is a place where the power of the chaebol is greater than that of the Congress. He can carry out some special production here without having to worry about threats from Congress and the military, which is very different from the situation in China. After Jean Laneying confirmed that all shareholders were present, she immediately announced that she already owned 78% of the shares of Sanqing Group and had absolute controlling rights, which meant that she would have absolute decision-making power in Sanqing Group in the future. This situation caused an uproar among the shareholders below. Yi Wen, however, had no interest in these things. He just looked at the eldest princess Jean Laneying with interest. Because no one could imagine what kind of different expression Jean Laneying, who is now in the shareholders' meeting with high spirits like an empress, had in the car just now. Mobilize the shadow troops and find this person. Yi Wen also saw that things here were already a natural outcome, and he only had to wait to reap the rewards. Knowing that he had come to Han Country, he decided to do another thing. He took out his phone, opened the chat app, and searched for a photo someone had sent him in the past. He handed the photo to Ban Li and asked her to use it to ask the Black Shadow Force to find such a person in Han Country. He believed that with her own information search ability and the investigation ability of Wu Yang's hacker company, she should be able to quickly find the other party's last existence. Chapter 91. Is this an insult to me? Old rules. Ban Li nodded slightly and immediately gave the order. Yi Wen was also listening here, and his hand fell on Li Jinxi's waist to help her measure her waist size. Suddenly, a charming woman accompanying someone in the back row of the conference room glanced over here unintentionally, then looked away. But suddenly she reacted and looked at her in surprise, and was very surprised to see that she was snuggling in the arms of a strange man. Jin Shi, where is your young master? Because she didn't know that Jin Lingxi had been thrown into the zombie group by her own sister to be fed by the zombies. She only thought that Li Jinxi should have been given away and given to a non-Han Country man who looked not to have a high status. Li Jinxi looked at the other person and immediately understood why the other person would take the initiative to provoke her. Because the other person is different from her. The other party was truly lucky enough to marry into a wealthy family and gave birth to 3 sons in 4 years, thus securing her position in that wealthy family. It is also because of this that a woman like her has the honor to appear at the shareholders' meeting of Sanqing Group. I only have this person by my side now. Li Jinxi remembered very clearly what happened on the plane before. She knew that she would be severely punished on the plane because she did not stand up to defend her master's face at the first time. Now that she saw someone trying to use her name to stir up trouble again to provoke her master, she immediately stood up decisively. Because she knew that she couldn't bear it again today, she needed 2 or 3 days to recuperate. You recognize your new master so quickly. The woman sneered and didn't take Li Jinxi seriously at all. In her eyes, she's a real superior person, belonging to the upper-class social class. Li Jinxi, however, is a lowly woman. In her opinion, the status of a woman like Li Jinxi is even lower than that of her pet dog, because her pet dog has several servants to serve it, while Li Jinxi is just like a dog serving others. Especially, the person you are serving is not a man from the Han Country. Yi Wen was not originally interested in the shareholders' meeting of Sanqing Group. Knowing that he had the 3-point debt contract and Jean Laneying's identity as the Princess Sanqing, something seemed to be a natural thing to happen. He suddenly noticed that Li Jinxi was chatting with someone else, even a little noisy, so he shifted his attention to her and looked at her. I'm sorry, boss. I didn't mean to argue with her. Li Jinxi saw him looking at her and instinctively apologized immediately. She had been trained for a long time and had become a slave. She only knew how to obey and apologize. In her opinion, the argument between her and this old friend from the same training camp disturbed the new master's work and distracted him. I'm not deaf. I heard it. Yi Wen told her, telling her not to be nervous. He also looked at the woman on the other side and saw that she was covered in jewels and looked like the second female lead in a wealthy family in a Han Country TV drama. But he knew that here, women like her were all of the same character. In simple terms, bully the weak and fear the strong. When she sees that your status is not as good as hers, she immediately becomes extremely proud and superior. But once you let her know that your status is higher than hers, she will kneel down and beg for mercy faster than anyone else, and she promises to cooperate with you no matter what you want to do to her. I believe you should know what to do, Yi Wen said to her. Knowing that Li Jinxi knew how to deal with the situation after what happened on the plane, there was no need for him to do it himself. I understand. Li Jinxi was not too panicked, knowing that if she didn't handle this well, she would be punished at night. She also had to admit that she couldn't bear it alone, and she had considered dragging other TNTA members into it. The matter should have ended there. At the shareholders' meeting, because Jean Laneying held absolute shares, many things that happened on the surface were handled smoothly, so she just had to make a simple public notification here. But the woman who targeted Li Jinxi obviously did not intend to let it go so easily. She is indeed married well now, and has established a firm foothold in her husband's family because of her son's status. But she knew that in terms of personal situation, she was always inferior to Li Jinxi. Because if she hadn't been unpopular in the training camp, how could she have quit early and married into a third-rate wealthy family? Instead of being favored by Jean Lingxi like Li Jinxi, she would have a high probability of marrying into a first-rate wealthy family, even if it was just to become a stepmother. Now we see that Li Jinxi was abandoned by Jean Lingxi and was given to an Oriental man who was not from Han country. She was immediately happy that Li Jinxi had finally fallen out of favor and was in poverty. It was even given to a foreign man who obviously had no money or power. It was obvious that she had done something to displease Jean Lingxi, and she was exiled. So she couldn't be unhappy now. Since she had nothing to do with the shareholders' meeting, she suddenly whispered to the audience, "It's true that trash goes with trash people. The best people in the world are from our great Han nation. Now they are no longer from our great Han nation, so hurry up and get out of our sacred land." Continue to verbally humiliate Li Jinxi. Li Jinxi's expression suddenly changed. However, she did not look at the woman in horror, but secretly glanced at Yuan. Because she knew that the person who had said such words before had been hung outside the plane by her master and was frightened to death, and was probably still lying in the morgue. "She is deliberately humiliating me and my Chinese identity," Yuan asked Li Jinxi. After he found out that the system mall had updated the quick guide to Han Guoyu, he quickly bought it and started studying it, which enabled him to master the language instantly. Even though he wasn't fluent yet and had no interest in actually speaking it. But it can sound similar to daily communication in Chinese. When it hears the other person speaking, it will automatically translate it into Chinese for him to hear. "Yes," Li Jinxi answered tremblingly. She knew she couldn't deceive the other party. She believed that her master could not understand, but the female bodyguard beside him must be able to understand, because he had asked her before, and she answered immediately. "Throw him out of the window. Don't let him fall to death directly," Yuan instructed Ban Li. After hearing this, Ban Li walked towards the woman who was still laughing and mocking him in a low voice without saying a word. He walked up to her in a businesslike manner in front of everyone here, grabbed her hair as if he was passing by, and dragged her by her hair like a rope, dragging her to the nearest window of the conference room amid her screams and curses, and then threw her out without hesitation, causing her to fall freely. This scene instantly made all the Sanqing shareholders in the conference room stand up and look over here. Their casual bodyguards also became nervous one by one. Jean Laney was also standing on the podium, looking over here, wondering what was going on here. Why did something so intense suddenly happen? Chapter 92. The strongest son-in-law is born. If you don't accept it, just hold it in. What are you doing? The first person to react to this incident was the woman's husband, a middle-aged man over 50 with bald hair and a big belly. He couldn't believe that his young wife, with whom he had always been so satisfied, died like this. She was thrown off the building and died. "Clean up the garbage," Yuan said lazily. Because for him, it was impossible for him to leave this woman alive when she was verbally humiliating him. If this incident happened in China, he might still be a little wary. But this is the cold country, and the virus disaster is completely out of control and rioting here when all order is out of balance. He has no reason not to do so. Who brought this dog? The middle-aged man could tell at a glance that Yuan was not a Han Chinese at all, and his attire and seat clearly did not indicate he was a member of the shareholders' meeting. So he shouted loudly and insultingly, wondering who had brought their disobedient dog here and made it bite people randomly. Yuan's face darkened, and he found that the Han people were all of the same character. After studying for so many years, he didn't learn any etiquette at all, but instead learned how to bully the weak and fear the strong. When Ban Li heard the other party humiliating her, she immediately wanted to kill that person. She had already secretly ordered the shadow troops to prepare for action and take control of the place as soon as possible. Li Jinxi also knew that she had to perform well, which was what she should do in her current position. Yuan told both of them not to do anything. He just sat in his original position and looked at someone with a smile, looking at Jean Laneying, who was still on the podium. Because of the current situation, she is the most effective and qualified person to handle it. Most importantly, this is the time for her to perform. He now also wanted to see what her attitude was towards the situation. He would also decide based on her attitude whether to continue accepting her or to arrange for someone else to sit in her current position. For example, Li Jinsi. Jean Laneying is indeed struggling internally right now, because she knew that if she stood up to handle this matter for Yi Wen now, many new things about her would be exposed. For example, it would be revealed that she, the dignified Princess Sanxing, had groveled and become a pet of this Chinese man. But she knew better that if she didn't show anything now, she would immediately lose everything she had now. So she looked over here with pleading eyes. If he lets her go this time, she will definitely be his most obedient pet in private, and will make him the true uncrowned emperor of Sanxing and even Han Kingdom. Yuan didn't say anything. He wouldn't force her to reveal her identity to deal with the matter now. He mainly wanted to test her ability to handle the situation and see how she could handle the matter in her own way. Jean Laneying understood what he meant and knew that she had to go ahead, and she had to go ahead with it. What do you think of my choice of husband? Jean Laneying understood that if she wanted to stand up for Yi Wen, she had to show that she had a certain relationship with him, and a very close one. Husband. When she said this, the entire shareholders' meeting was shocked, because everyone knew that Jean Laneying was not only an Iron Lady, but also announced that she would devote her life to Sanxing and would never marry. Now she publicly emphasized that she is not only married, but also has a husband, and he is a foreigner who is not from Han country. Is he a real Sakura? A major shareholder immediately asked, because if the other party is Zhenying or someone from other countries, they can still accept it a little more. He is Chinese. Jean Laneying has now made the matter public with all her might. This situation once again caused an uproar here, because although China was the suzerain country in the past, the relationship between the people on both sides is not good now. Many people in Han country think that China is inferior to them. As a result, the eldest princess of the Sanxing group, who has the most noble status in their Han country, married a Chinese. Isn't this a slap in the face of all the Sanxing people and Han people? Why did you choose him? Choose a Chinese. Suddenly, another major shareholder couldn't accept this and pointed at Yi Wen and asked, I can't understand why the great princess Sanxing chose a Chinese man when there are so many outstanding men in Dahan. Are all the men in Dahan dead? It's no exaggeration to say that if Jean Laneying chose a man from Western Europe, they would be more accepting of her than if she chose a Chinese man. In an instant, Jean Laneying became the target of public criticism. Everyone was questioning what she was doing and why she betrayed Dahan and all of them. Jean Laneying didn't know how to answer for a moment, because she couldn't say that she was not even considered a wife in front of this man, but just a plaything, with the same status as Li Jinsi. Because I am more manly than you guys. Yuan smiled and made a gesture, which is a gesture that all Han people know. This gesture is to leave a gap between the index finger and the thumb, often used to describe small. As soon as this gesture was made, all the men here were immediately ridiculed. Jean Laneying blushed when she heard this, because she had to admit that what he said was not an exaggeration. She had just tried it herself in the car. Seeing that the usually aloof princess of the Sanxing group was now blushing and showing shyness, this was an invisible acknowledgement of this point, and once again strongly humiliated all the men here. In an instant, Jean Laneying's image collapsed in their eyes. All of a sudden, they used humiliating words such as lowly and lowly to describe Jean Laneying, thinking that she was actually a despicable woman who was promiscuous and had no bottom line in private. Jean Laneying suddenly came to her senses and said publicly, Don't worry, everyone. In order to preserve my status as the heir of the Sanxing group, the other party married me as a son-in-law. But in Sanxing, he represents me. The decision he makes is my decision. What the hell? Just because he is your husband, he can throw my woman out, shouted the shareholder who just lost his wife. Remind everyone that the key issue now is that the other party has killed someone. Could it be that Jean Laneying, the eldest princess of the Sanxing group, can kill people at will, and those who are killed are the families of their shareholders? Jean Laneying looked at Yi Wen in embarrassment, asking him to give an explanation so that she could step down. Yi Wen said indifferently, His woman humiliated me and my woman, so she deserved to die. His attitude in front of them was as bad as it could be, which completely confirmed his identity as a son-in-law, and a son-in-law of a villain. He was even more bastard than Jean Lingxi. Some shareholders even thought that when he said humiliating his woman, he meant humiliating Jean Laneying. If this is true, the shareholder's family is indeed guilty of a serious crime. But suddenly he saw him hugging Li Jinsi beside him. They suddenly realized that the person being humiliated was a woman other than Jean Laneying. This means that after he, the son-in-law, married Jean Lanying, the eldest princess of Sanqing. He also had other women, which was even more. You take care of things here? I'm going to go to TNTA and talk to them about how many of them want to accompany me tonight. He greeted Jean Lanying. It is said that not only is he going to play with women, but the women he is going to play with are the popular girl group TNTA, and it is very likely that all the members will go at once. Chapter 93. The Two Extremes of Society. Only a few are lucky. If the situation just now was just shocking, then the current situation will shock everyone here. Because of what this Chinese man just said, now that his identity as Jean Lanying's husband has been made public, he is openly playing with women in front of Jean Lanying and is planning to hold a group party. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Jean Lanying, wanting to see what her attitude would be. How could she, the eldest princess of the Sanqing group, tolerate this? Have fun. Jean Lanying forced a smile and sent him off with a completely welcoming attitude to do what he was going to do. She looked completely conquered by the other party, which was not much different from being in love. Yuan nodded slightly, then hugged Li Jinsi and left under the escort of Ban Li. Look at his posture. He doesn't look like Jean Lanying's son-in-law at all. He looks every bit like Jean Lanying's master. I can't stand this. If Sanqing Group is to fall into the hands of someone like this, I will be the first to withdraw. Shame. This is a huge shame. I am the first one to oppose Jean Lanying taking the position of speaker. That's too much. She has been fooled by that man. All shareholders here said they could not stand it anymore, because he was already very dissatisfied with the fact that Jean Lanying, a woman, took the ruling position of Sanqing Group. Now that I see her, I am actually in love. I'm completely conquered by her physically. I listen to her even though she does such excessive things. Who is the real owner of Sanqing Group from now on? I'm afraid I'm going to become that Chinese man. Jean Lanying was in a dilemma, but she understood that she could either choose to handle the matter herself or choose to withdraw, or let Sanqing Group fall completely into the hands of that man. So she suddenly straightened her expression, completely losing her humble attitude in front of Yuan, and suddenly became superior again and said, "Whoever wants to withdraw, I will immediately buy out the other party's shares at a high price. But this person and his family will no longer be protected by the power of Sanqing Group. I hope everyone will think carefully before making a decision." He immediately used his trump card. Just a reminder to those here who want to impeach her to think it through. You must understand that this is not a peaceful time. There are millions of zombies active outside. Now they can speak freely here because they are under the protection of Sanqing Group. The moment they gave up their shares in Sanqing Group, they also gave up the protection of Sanqing Group and would be driven out of the protection zone. By then, they will take care of their own life and death. I hope that the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of eagle dollars in their hands can allow them to buy a life. In an instant, the meeting room, which was originally filled with laughter and chatter, making it look like a vegetable market, fell silent. Because Jean Lanying's words were too damaging. Now that the entire Han Kingdom has fallen and the army is powerless, the protective force of the Sanqing Group has become the highest security protection here. As long as they are no longer Sanqing people, they will have to take their families to face the zombies outside, even if they can pay others to protect them. But can they guarantee that the people they hired will not suddenly turn against them, rob them, or kill them, and make them lose both their money and their lives? So for a while, no one mentioned selling shares and exiting. When Jean Lanying saw their cowardly reaction, she suddenly revealed a smile of satisfaction and contempt. She suddenly realized that compared to these men, Yuan was a real man in every aspect, and a man who really moved her heart and made her willing to obey him as a woman. It was also the first time that she felt the feeling of being completely conquered and surrendered in front of him. Since no one has withdrawn, this is how Sanqing's affairs will be arranged from now on. And what happened between him and me is my private life and private affairs. I don't like nor do I want anyone to point fingers at my private life. At this moment, she was the queen who stood high above everyone else. Even though she was as humble as a slave in front of that man in private, she was the supreme being here. Many shareholders here dare not speak out, but they understand that this is the current situation. Jean Lanying, who was originally the eldest princess of Sanqing, now owns 78% of the shares of Sanqing Group. She is the supreme queen and has absolute say in Sanqing. Others in Sanqing no longer have the right to talk to her on an equal footing. Yi went through the matters concerning the shareholders' meeting to Jean Lanying to handle. He took Li Jinsi and Ban Li and said they were going to TNTA, but in fact they walked to the highest point of the safe zone. It looks like a military base here. because there are not only city walls and sentry posts on the walls. Electric fences, bird traps, and flamethrowers were also set up. Let's make full preparations on the ground and in the air. Speaking of which, the arms trade in Han country is almost completely free and secret. Yeven did it. Come to think of it, Han country is different from Hua country. Because the underworld is strong here, the power of the chaebols can override that of Congress. This makes the arms market here almost completely free and open. Anyone with a little bit of connections can easily obtain arms, and can even place arms orders with international arms forces to get powerful things such as tanks, artillery, and warships. Li Jinsi followed silently beside him, knowing that her current status was not much different from that of a poodle staying beside him. What she should do most is to be obedient and submissive. Otherwise, the other party would suddenly push her off the roof, and she would have to accept her fate and think that she was not lucky enough. At the same time, a girl wearing a black windbreaker and a gas mask on her face jumped up and down in the low-rise Hongwu mansion area, using her skillful parkour skills to move around like a civet cat. Suddenly, she shook off a group of zombies that were also running and jumping quickly between buildings and made sure that they were safe behind her. She slid directly in through a garbage passage and slid all the way to a secret door in a dead end. After confirming again that there were no zombies following behind, he knocked lightly on the secret door to give a signal. The secret door immediately opened a gap just big enough for her to squeeze in, allowing her to crawl in immediately with her backpack on her back. She came in and immediately took off her gas mask, revealing a face that looked as young as 15 or 16. Anyone who saw her face would not have thought that she was actually a 19-year-old college student and would definitely suspect that she had not even graduated from high school. The situation outside has become more serious, and it's harder to find food and daily necessities, she told several other people in the underground shelter. Next to the heater, there were 2 injured people. These people are different from those rich and lucky guys. They are facing the real survival in the doomsday world. Now the mutation rate of zombies outside has increased again, and they are even encountering Class A zombies, making it necessary for them to risk their lives to find some survival supplies nearby like the rats. Chapter 94. Letting zombies bite people. Is this considered a bug? If Yuan were here, he would definitely find that this girl was exactly the one he was looking for. Zheng Xiaomu, a girl with whom he had a brief online romance. So we have to change to a new hiding place and drag it to the embassy to arrange a new evacuation plan. A boy wearing glasses and looking gentle came out. He was originally the president of the Cold Country Students Mutual Aid Association, and now he is the leader of the international students studying in the Cold Country. They understood that at the moment the disaster occurred, the embassy in Han Country notified all of them that all personnel should be ready at all times, and must respond to the notification issued by the embassy as soon as possible and head to the evacuation airport as quickly as possible. Therefore, they have been trying hard to contact various international students in Han Country, and even arrange them to stay near Han Country's capital airport, waiting for news from the embassy. But based on recent events, they knew they couldn't stay here for too long. Han Country's giving up attitude towards the disaster has led to an extremely serious development of the zombie disaster in their country. At the same time, a large number of stray cats and dogs have mutated into highly dangerous monsters. Some human mutants also underwent secondary mutation, which almost exposed their hiding places several times, and they barely escaped the crisis. But according to what I found out, there is no place outside that is safer than here. Zheng Xiaomu told them, telling them the bad news. In reality, although she has a baby face, she is quite strong and independent. Especially here in Han Country, Chinese students are clearly isolated and excluded. She grew up in this environment with strength, adapted to it, and became the handsome person she wanted to be. Then let's vote and listen to everyone's opinions. Those who plan to stay here and wait for news, don't raise your hands. Those who want to leave and find a new hiding place, raise your hands. The president of the Mutual Aid Association gave the decision-making power to everyone here, allowing everyone to participate in the voting and decision. Zheng Xiaomu also looked at the other people here and knew that all those here were international students from China. They all came from the same country and had the same blood. They have the same idea here to go home. The others, whether injured or not, simply looked at each other. After briefly looking at other people's attitudes, some people raised their hands, while others put their hands down and did nothing. The president of the Mutual Aid Association did a simple head count and found that it was half and half. Half of the people thought that this place was not suitable to stay and wanted to move to a new location. Half of the people were prepared to take a risk and decided to wait for news here, even if they had to stay here hungry. This time, the president of the Mutual Aid Association and Zheng Xiaomu looked at each other. Understand that the final decision still comes back to them, and they must reach the same consensus. Give me a reason why we must move to a new hiding place? Zheng Xiaomu asked the president of the Mutual Aid Association. As an explorer during this period, she knew only too well how dangerous it was out there. It can be said that she not only practiced martial arts since she was a child, but also learned parkour when she grew up, which allowed her to fly over eaves and walls like a master of light skills. She didn't know how many times she had failed to escape the flood of zombies. There is no way to successfully escape from under the noses of those advanced mutant monsters. She didn't think that there were a few people here who had skills like her, and didn't think it would be a good idea for them to leave here collectively and find a better shelter now. I don't know if this counts as a reason. The president of the Mutual Aid Association asked an international student to bring something out for Zheng Xiaomu to see. Zheng Xiaomu saw a cart being pushed out with something lying on it. When she saw the object above with the help of the dim light here, she was shocked to find that it was a rat. A huge rat with a body length of more than 1 meter and a length of 2 meters, including the tail. The president of the Mutual Aid Association confirmed that she had seen it and said to her, "We have been able to hear rustling sounds these days." Finally, we found the source of the sound and discovered that the rat had successfully penetrated our underground and was about to emerge while we were asleep. We tried hard to kill it, but we can't guarantee how many mutant rats there are behind it, or whether there are advanced mutants among them, or even rat kings that can reach Class A. Zheng Xiaomu's expression suddenly changed, and she finally understood why they wanted to give up this relatively safe refuge in her eyes. "Are you planning to make me disappear forever?" Yuan asked the group of people in front of him with a smile. When he, Li Jinsi, and Banli came down from the summit and were preparing to go back to rest, they suddenly saw a group of unfamiliar bodyguards in black blocking their way. Judging from the situation, they either had machetes in their hands or took out pistols from their arms. It was obvious that he was going to die here today and never let him appear in front of outsiders again. These people on the other side are quite professional. When he heard his question, he didn't answer, but just raised his hand and aimed the gun at this side, then rushed over with the machete. Seeing this situation, Li Jinsi moved her long legs and was about to retreat behind Yuan. Because she is a star, a member of a girl group, and a pet, but she can't do anything about this cruel incident. Finding a reliable backer to escape is the only good way she can choose. This time, Yuan did not blame Li Jinsi for not blocking it for him, because if she still blocked it for him at this time, it would seem too fake. He did not let the shadow troops take action, even though they had been guarding him like shadows. He signaled that Chestnut should handle it alone, just in time to see the results after she grows up. Chestnut stepped forward immediately. But what seemed a little scary at this moment was that she suddenly moved her palm forward. In an instant, several black shadow holes appeared in front of her. Almost instantly, more than a dozen D-level zombie mutants jumped out from these dark shadow holes. Each of them looks like a strange monkey. After appearing, they immediately pounced on the attackers, at a moment when they were horrified and puzzled as to why these D-level zombie mutants would appear here. They were either knocked down and bitten to death by these monsters on the spot, or had their chests torn apart and died tragically after putting up a little resistance. This scene, which was like the coming of hell, made Li Jinsi's legs completely weak and her tall body trembled. Yuan looked at her, but when she suddenly noticed that he was looking at her, she struggled to stand up straight and stood firmly beside him. "Do you know where these people come from? There is a reward if you guess correctly." Yuan lifted her naturally delicate chin. It was discovered that in the Han country, natural beauties like her were truly a rare species. No wonder Jean Lingxi was willing to pay a high price to buy her, and had been carefully raising and nurturing her like a canary in a cage. Chapter 95. Chestnut takes action, unilaterally crushes. After a brief shock, Li Jinsi's body went limp. I know. She felt as if her whole body had been electrocuted. Her eyes were as blurry and lost as her body. The only thing left in front of her was the man who had completely possessed her. She suddenly realized that she had not looked at his face carefully before because she was afraid of him. Now that I saw his face clearly for the first time, I found that his face was not scary at all. On the contrary, he was as handsome as a legendary god. At this moment, the little resistance in her heart disappeared, and she became completely obedient, as if she was possessed. She suddenly understood why the fans of those boy bands were so obedient in front of the members of the boy bands and were so crazy about them. Yuan suddenly noticed the love in Li Jinsi's eyes, which surprised him very much. He had been a little skeptical about whether she had some alphabet tendencies, but after carefully observing the changes in her hormones, he discovered that her hormone levels were really at the point where she was truly in love. At this moment, she was in a state of embarrassment and joy with her heart beating faster. Looking at her eyes that were staring at his face in obsession, he suddenly realized that everyone is obsessed with looks. Now that she thought about it, it was the first time that she dared to raise her head and look at him in front of him, and she could really see what he looked like at the moment. The system added more than 10 points to my appearance attribute. Ewan recalled this incident. He originally thought that the attribute of appearance might be the same as other attributes, and that an increase of several thousand points might only be within a reasonable range. Now it seems that 1 point of appearance attribute means a 1% increase. His appearance has been increased by more than 10 points, which is equivalent to an increase of more than 10%. He was not ugly to begin with, and now he has been improved by such a high percentage. No wonder Feng Qian and Lu Yin said that he looks like he can play the leading role in a romance novel. Take me there, and I'll give you a reward later. Yuan understood that this was a good thing. Knowing that controlling with fear is far less effective than conquering people with charm. Li Jinxi, the lead singer of the girl group TNTA, is a hot girl with long legs and good dancing skills who is crazy about millions of male fans. She is now completely in love. After hearing what he said, she immediately nodded to him shyly and happily, and she was completely surrendered to him. Chestnut here. After she released those alien zombies, she let them kill the people who were about to attack them. But she didn't end the fight just like that. Instead, she let these alien zombies kill those who attacked them, and then she personally took action to deal with all these alien zombies and the attackers who had just died and resurrected as zombies after being attacked. It can be said that this was an operation of driving the wolf to swallow the tiger and then killing the wolf with the backhand. Li Jinxi knew that she needed to wait here for this fierce bodyguard sister, so she stayed in Yiwen's arms and looked at her. Suddenly, she saw that she had dealt with all the zombies she had released and the people who had just turned into zombies. Her beautiful big eyes showed surprise, and she didn't understand what was going on. Bamli did not explain it to her in detail. After she finished, she walked to Yiwen and reported to him. "Boss, everything is cleaned up." Yiwen nodded to her and motioned for her to follow. The three of them got down from the platform together and went back to the meeting room. At this time, a considerable number of people were still in the conference room. One part was to continue to protest to Jean Laneying, demanding that as the new person in charge of Samsung Group, she should at least discipline her husband. Another part is considering how to pull Jean Laneying out of office. They cannot accept a woman as the head of the Samsung Group, and they cannot accept a woman with a strong love brain as the head of the Samsung Group. They seriously suspected that she was almost 30 years old and actually hated to get married. Now that she had tasted the taste of a man, she was beaten back to her original form like the white bone demon after 3 beatings. Just as the conference room was bustling with activity, Yuan came back with Ban Li and Li Jinxi. His return immediately attracted the attention of everyone here, and they all wondered why this little white face had the nerve to come back. Or was he done with it? And why was he gone so quickly? Which one? Yuan didn't look at them much, nor did he meet Jean Laneying's questioning gaze. He directly asked Li Jinxi, who was standing next to him, who had done the attack. Li Jinxi suddenly pointed at a person, a 50-year-old dark-skinned man with a scar on his face, who was holding a half-burned cigar in his hand without caring that this was a conference room. Next to the man stood a man and a woman, both wearing black suits. At first glance, he is obviously his personal bodyguard. Yiwen confirmed who it was and gestured to Banli. Banli nodded and immediately walked towards the other party. Seeing Banli coming, the 2 bodyguards immediately became nervous and stood on the left and right, blocking Ban Li's way like door gods. But Chestnut ignored them and only had eyes for the middle-aged man. Suddenly, the male bodyguard decided to test Ban Li's fighting ability. He took the initiative to step forward and reach out to stop her, preventing her from getting any closer. Chestnut has been upgraded to level 20. Not only did her personal combat power double, but even her skills were significantly upgraded. Shadow Escape not only allowed her to move freely and safely in stealth, but also created a teleportation channel to teleport distant targets to her. She also used this method to teleport those alien zombies to her, helping her to infect those attackers first, and then let her kill them all in one go, creating more life currency income for Yuan. Currently, the only ones known to be able to confront her head-on are Yi Wen and Hu Tao. Others, including A-level zombies, are not sure if they can confront her head-on alone. So when the male bodyguard stopped in front of her and was about to stretch out his hand to stop her, he wanted to test her strength. Banli did not hold back and struck first, his fist landing on the opponent's neck before the opponent could even see it clearly. He was knocked flying sideways by a swing of the fist, and flew over everyone's heads like a kite to the row of windows on the left. Then he decisively broke a window and fell out. It seemed impossible for him to survive. Seeing her companion in trouble, the female bodyguard's eyes turned fierce and she sprinted over. This flying kick was not just a fancy move. After she pushed the ground hard to make her body bounce up, she kicked towards Banley's chest. However, Banley gave her an indifferent look. It's not that Banley has no emotions now, but she is too lazy to show her emotions except in front of Yi-Won. Not to mention Hu Tao. Her original personality is a bit cold, and cuteness is just her superficial disguise. So when she saw the opponent attacking, she suddenly grabbed the opponent's ankle, and in front of everyone's shocked eyes, she swung her body to the ground like a hammer, smashing her internal organs. In an instant, the female bodyguard died with blood gushing out of her mouth and nose. Chapter 96. You are such a ruthless person. I think it's okay to kill you. This ferocious fighting power not only shocked the middle-aged man who knew him well as his personal bodyguard, but also shocked everyone here. He saw Chestnut continue to approach him. He immediately panicked and hurriedly said to Banley, "How much do you want?" "I have a lot of money. As long as you come to be my bodyguard, you can name any price you want." He actually planned to bribe Banley here and make her his bodyguard. Although his words were a bit silly, no one here thought there was anything wrong with what he said. Because in the eyes of most people here, people are bought with money. It's just a matter of how much money you pay. Yi-Won watched the performance on his side without any panic. Lee Jin-si was a little worried about what would happen if Banley really betrayed them during the match. Because with the power that the other party had just shown, if she betrayed, no one here would be able to beat her. "How many?" Banley showed a playful smile and spoke in front of someone other than Yi-Won for the first time. He also asked how much the other party could offer. Hearing her ask this, the man suddenly felt hopeful and shouted to her, 50 million Eagle dollars. 1 month. This is already a rather exaggerated offer. Because if Banley agreed now, she would immediately become a multimillionaire. A multimillionaire calculated in Eagle dollars. In Chinese currency, that's hundreds of millions. Give her 350 million a month. "Boss, are you sure you don't want to give me a raise? He pays me too much." Banley suddenly turned around and asked Yi-Won whether he should consider giving her a raise. Hearing Banley's question, the middle-aged man immediately showed a smug smile, as if Banley was about to become his. Because no matter how he looked at Yi-Won, this pretty boy, there was no way he could afford the high price of 50 million Eagle dollars a month. He also had a good plan in mind. He was thinking that once he had conquered this woman, he would let her deal with those who dared to confront him in public. He then used his own charm to truly conquer her and make her his woman. At that time, the money he gave out was his own in the end. He didn't spend a penny, but got a beautiful woman, and a beautiful and capable woman. This plan is really perfect. No, if you want to go ahead, go ahead. Yi-Won did not try to persuade her to stay, and told her to accept the price offered by others. But it was impossible to ask him to raise her salary. Banley pouted in dissatisfaction and actually acted like a spoiled child with him here. The man was even more proud and looked down on Yi-Won for being a pig-brained man. It turned out that he could keep his female bodyguard by just raising her salary a little, but he was so stingy that he didn't want to raise her salary by a single cent and wanted to push her out. Banley thought about it for a moment, and then turned his back to Yi-Won and faced this side, and said to the middle-aged bald man, "Forget it, after thinking about it, I think the boss's side is more attractive. Although he only gave me $1 to let me protect him, who told me to like him more." This sentence not only reveals her selling price at the time, but also shows that she had no intention of betraying from the beginning, and she was deliberately playing tricks on this side from the beginning. This sentence made the middle-aged man so angry that his face turned red, because he knew that he was fooled and the other party had no intention of being bribed by him from the beginning. Others were shocked by the price the chestnuts were sold for. $1. Is this dollar an Eagle dollar or Chinese currency? If it is Chinese currency, doesn't that mean it is given away for free? Yi-Won discovered that Banley started to talk more as his intelligence improved. But then I thought about how the same thing happened with Hu Tao. She could already be his business secretary and help him with business matters. So, are you planning to jump out by yourself? Or are you planning to be thrown out by me? Yi-Won pointed his thumb toward the window and asked the middle-aged bald man how he planned to die now. The middle-aged bald man wanted to curse or resist, but there was a bang of a gunshot and his body shook. He suddenly turned his head in disbelief and looked at someone. He saw a man in a suit and tie with a slick-back face standing behind him with a gun in his hand. It was he who had just shot and hit him directly in the back of the heart. After firing the gun, The man didn't even look at the middle-aged bald man. He walked to Yi-Wen very respectfully, bowed 120 degrees to him, and said humbly, "From today on, you are the president of our Mu group. I am Mu Guichuan. You can tell me anything you need in the future." What a ruthless man. Yi-Wen looked at him with admiration. It seems that he is the bodyguard or guard of this middle-aged man. But he said if he wanted to shoot, he would shoot and kill the other person with one shot, directly hitting the vital point. This character makes him as cold and ruthless as a wolf and leaves him without any weaknesses. "Do you want to kill me and get promoted next time?" Yi-Wen asked him with a smile. Know that he is a smart man. I understand that he has already seen that although he said he was Jin Yinglan's son-in-law, in fact he was Jin Yinglan's master. Because if any son-in-law dares to play with other women in front of the hostess will send him off with a smile. "If you're worried, you can kill me now." Mu Guichuan handed over with both hands the pistol in his hand that he had just used to shoot the former president, and told him that if he was worried he could kill him now, so that he could feel at ease. Yi-Wen picked up the gun with a smile and really put the muzzle against his head. Because of the force he used, his body shrank back uncontrollably. But he immediately pushed it up hard and pressed his skull against the muzzle of the gun, as if he was afraid that he would accidentally miss the target. Yi-Wen thought about it, then suddenly pulled his hand away from the gun, letting Li Jinxi next to him take over, and said to her, "Kill him. Let her shoot and kill the man, and do it in front of many Sanshin Group shareholders here." Li Jinxi looked at him in surprise. But what she saw was his calm eyes that were just observing her actions. Li Jinxi had already realized what happened on the plane before, so he took the gun handle handed to him and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The trigger made a bouncing sound, proving that the bullet had been successfully fired and was about to be fired out of the barrel. After all, Li Jinxi had never really killed anyone, so her hands shook involuntarily. Mu Guichuan did not move at all. Although he knew that the bullet was about to pierce his skull, he stood still and was ready to accept the fact that he was going to be shot. But a second later, he found that he was not dead yet, and there was no tingling feeling from the bullet piercing his brain. Li Jinxi looked towards the muzzle in shock and saw a finger blocking the muzzle of the gun. She looked over and saw the hand of the man standing next to her. She saw that Yi-Wen blocked the muzzle of the gun with one finger and even blocked the bullet that was about to be fired out of the gun chamber. Chapter 97. Long-term vision pointing to outer space. This scene shocked everyone present. They couldn't believe it was real. Yi-Wen slowly took the gun from Li Jinxi's hand and then knocked the muzzle of the gun against his palm. In an instant, a still-hot bullet fell into his palm, proving that it was really blocked by one of his fingers. He used the power of one finger to completely block the impact force of the bullet and sealed it firmly in the barrel of the gun. "If you think you have the ability to kill him, then come and kill him," Yi-Wen said to Mu Guichuan, letting him see clearly what is happening now. If he is confident that he has the ability to kill him, he can come at any time. Swish! Suddenly, dozens of people at the shareholders' meeting knelt on the ground, as if they were worshipping their new emperor. Jin Lanning also looked at the man who was like a king descending here with rapid breathing, and found that only such a man could conquer her and make her willingly surrender. "You know where to find me later." Yi-Wen already knew the status of Mu Group in Han Country through the virtual screen. We know that it is the largest black organization in Han Country. It can be said that 70% of the weapons transactions in Han Country have to go through this force. That's why their leader dared to send someone to assassinate him, and didn't care about the consequences if this matter was discovered. Mu Guichuan originally thought that his new master was talking to him. As a result, he saw that he was talking to the princess of Sanshin Group. He also saw that the princess of Sanshin Group, who was like an ice queen in the past, was now just an ordinary woman who had been completely conquered by a man. She was blushing and submissive, ready to expect something. Yi-Wen left after giving the order, knowing that he was really going to go to TNTA to take a look and get a better understanding of what else Sanshin Group's industry needed. An hour later, Jean Laney was wrapped in a blanket and sent to the TNTA training base. She was allowed to get acquainted with the members of TNTA first, and a beautiful scene of the 8 fairies bathing in the Yaoqi Lake was staged. Yi-Wen looked at the beautiful scenery in front of him and listened to Ban Li's report on the situation of Sanshin Group. He would confirm with Jean Laney from time to time, so that she could temporarily wake up from her dazed state and answer. It can be said that outside the safe zone is hell on Earth. A large number of active species are mutants. Yi-Wen understood that the C-level, B-level, and even A-level mutant species that were rarely seen in China were everywhere here. It is also because of their original biology and mutation conditions, as well as the occurrence of fusion mutations. There have even been fusions of chameleons and humans, creating terrifying new monsters that can become invisible and camouflaged, and there is currently no way to confirm the level of danger. The biggest problem for the Shadow Force right now is the lack of manpower. Bamley peeled grapes and fed them to him while reporting his work. She was now in a swimsuit, making her the only one who was by the pool instead of the bathhouse. Indeed, Ewan admitted that the number of 2,000 shadow troops was indeed not small. But it is far from enough for him to take over Han, Jining, and in countries. It is true that China is his hometown and his rear base. But his real wish is the stars and the sea. He expressed to General Wang Liwei that he also plans to visit Jining, Eagle Country, and Western Europe for a travel. Quickly find that person and call Mu Guichuan to see me. Ewan knew that the second battle was about to begin, so he walked towards Yaoqi, realizing that the protagonist of this battle was Jean Lanying, the eldest princess of the Sanqing group. The chestnut shadow disappeared and gradually turned into a shadow and disappeared here. The battle has already begun here, making Jean Lanying understand what it means to be the real protagonist that everyone is paying attention to. In the reception room, Mu Guichuan did not sit down, but stood where he was supposed to be, waiting for someone to come. Ewan came in wearing a bath towel while wiping his wet hair and gestured to him to sit down. Only then did he dare to actually sit down or kneel upright on the ground in front of him, facing him in a worshipful manner. Ewan couldn't understand the habits of these Han people, so he ignored him. He also only asked him one question. Can the weapons of Eagle Country at this base be freely used? He wanted him to just give a yes or no answer and not say anything extra. Yes, Mu Guichuan answered without any consideration. Because after the zombie disaster broke out, the weapons in the Eagle Country base in Han Country were basically controlled by their Mu group. It's just that some large items are inconvenient to move, so they are still left in the base. Including the aircraft carrier parked overseas? Ewan asked him. At this time, he had almost finished wiping his wet hair and just put down the towel in his hand. This time, Mu Guichuan did not answer immediately, but just looked at him in surprise. He was just surprised that he even dared to covet the Eagle Country's overseas aircraft carrier. There are Eagle Country's troops there. We dare not make contact rashly without being sure of the situation above. Mu Guichuan told the truth. It's not that they haven't thought about the catapult-type orbital aircraft carrier as an offshore platform, but the situation up there is unclear, and there are still a considerable number of Eagle Country troops up there. Therefore, they would not act rashly until the other party contacted them and asked them to dock. According to the time, most of the people above should have died. Ewan gave him a definite answer, because according to his understanding of the internal management of the Eagle Country's army, there's a 90% chance that they've already been infected and died from each other. So that aircraft carrier has become a dead ship. There is no living person on it, and all those moving around on it are zombies. You mean bring it over? Mu Guichuan discovered that the new boss was indeed much more far-sighted than the previous one. As soon as he took over the Mu Group's assets, he started to set his sights on the Eagle Country's aircraft carrier and the large number of fighter jets on it. Do you think we can kill all the hundreds of thousands of zombies along the coast? Ewan asked him back. He planned to pick out the weak ones first and clean up all the zombies in Han Country. But there is a prerequisite, that is, Han Country will belong to him. He wants the country's economy, Congress, production, and military to be under his control. His orders here are absolute. Clear. Mu Guichuan immediately understood what he meant. Because now the Han Kingdom is almost finished. There are basically no living people outside the safe zone. Therefore, it is better to conduct large-scale bombings to eliminate the zombies active in various towns at one time rather than cleaning them up bit by bit. Ewan knew that Han Country had a population of only tens of millions, and there were only a few million zombies now. When he finishes clearing all the zombies, he can earn millions of life coins. At that time, we will fight to support the war, hire more shadow troops, and distribute them to the internal high-level departments of various industries in Han Country, just like a big net covering the entire Han Country. At that time, he could produce whatever he wanted. Then he could use the same method to control Jining, Ingwa, and Western Europe. Then, Ewan glanced at the sky outside the window. I found that Blue Star is too small, and the level of high technology displayed in the mall may not be fully utilized here. Chapter 98, Su Ling's Whereabouts, New Clues. Ewan suddenly had something to ask Mu Guichuan. Suddenly, he picked up a pen and paper and drew a pattern on it, then handed it to Mu Guichuan and asked him, "Have you seen this pattern?" I know that Mu Guichuan is from Mu Group. Although he is not the head of the Mu Group, as the former number 1 henchman, he must have been able to come into contact with many people. And the people he has come into contact with from all walks of life are definitely more exciting than most people have ever met in their lifetime. This Mu Guichuan held the paper above his head with both hands and then slowly placed it in front of himself to look at it carefully. After observing it carefully for a while, he seemed to remember something and said, "I have seen it once, but it was just a tattoo." He wasn't sure if this was the information his new boss wanted, so he could only tell him what he knew. "Tattoo? Yes. That's what I'm looking for. Where have you seen it?" Yuan asked him a little excitedly, because the whereabouts of this tattoo is directly related to Su Ling's whereabouts. As the woman who gave each other their first time, Su Ling must be admitted to be special in his eyes. Not to mention that he already knew that her leaving was not because she really looked down on him, but because her status at that time was much higher than his, and she was not with him actually to protect him. "The person I met at that time was a man. He came to do business with us as an assistant. He was about 1.9 meters tall and had a very sturdy build." Mu Guichuan didn't expect that Yiwen was really looking for a tattoo pattern. He also tried hard to recall the process of that transaction. Because the pattern was a bit special, he looked at it a little longer, which left a deep impression on him. "Man?" Yiwen knew that if a man had this tattoo, it meant he was not Su Ling. But it is certain that he is from Su Lingtong's organization. Is he still in Han country now? Yiwen understood that if the other party just came here to coordinate the transaction, then there is a high probability that he is not in Han country now. "Not sure, but I can go look for it." Mu Guichuan is a very shrewd guy. Although he didn't know what this tattoo meant to Yiwen, the new boss, he intuitively knew that what this tattoo represented was very important to him. Seeing that he was so proactive in helping him, Yiwen also thought about it. "I just bought a bottle of medicine from the system mall and threw it to him, letting him see that I just took it out of my pocket. Take this medicine. From now on, as long as you work hard for me, you will get the antidote, and you won't lose any benefits." He deliberately lied to Mu Guichuan and told him that this bottle of level 1 strengthening potion was poison, testing whether he dared to eat it. The level 1 strengthening potion was already a bit rubbish for him, so it was just right to use it to reward his subordinates. Mu Guichuan took it, and without saying a word, he drank it down without any hesitation. After taking it, he immediately felt a warm current rising from his dantian area, which made him suddenly feel full of strength and made him less tired. "Thank you, boss." He resolutely prostrated himself to him to express his gratitude. Yiwen knew that all the dark organizations in Han country were of this character, and he gradually came to like their behavior. Yiwen waved to him and told him to go and find the person immediately, or at least bring some clues about him. Also, just after Mu Guichuan left, Li Jinsi walked towards the bathroom with a pair of 1-meter-long legs of a supermodel that were enough to drive any man crazy. She now looked a bit like a drunk concubine, and her eyes were full of confusion when she looked at him. "Not full yet." Seeing her drunken state, he teased her deliberately. Li Jinsi did not answer, but walked over and snuggled into his arms very gently, allowing him to pick her as he pleased. It seems that TNTA's regular training is not enough. They can't even dance with the boss. Li Jinsi took the initiative to offer her red lips and began to know what she should do. Yiwen smiled slightly and found that she was actually very smart and good at studying. She was also very good at her current job as a secretary. "Recruit all the girl groups for me. Necessary entertainment is still needed," Yiwen said to her, and decided to completely recruit all the remaining girl groups in Han country. Li Jinsi looked at him in surprise, wondering if he was. Yiwen pinched her waist, wondering what she was thinking. Li Jinsi felt a slight pain from this and immediately understood what he really meant. She confirmed, "Boss, do you want to take over the entire entertainment industry? We know that Han country has been ruined now, but there are still many celebrities in the entertainment industry left. After all, Han country's entertainment industry can basically be said to be the back garden of the Chaebol. Now he has taken over the Sanxing group, and even the eldest princess of Sanxing, Jean Lanying, has been conquered by him. Therefore, taking over the entire Han country entertainment industry has become a natural thing." Very smart. Yiwen lifted her chin and asked her to change her position so that he could let her give him a massage. Li Jinsi immediately understood how to massage him, kneading him gently up and down, while trying not to hurt herself by using too much force. Yiwen discovered that Li Jinsi and Lu Yin were both big stars, but they had different flavors in front of him. Because women have a relatively high status in China, even if Lu Yin knows some unspoken rules, she can still choose her own future path. Li Jinsi is completely different, because when she entered the entertainment industry, it was equivalent to signing a contract to sell herself, which made her extremely slave-like after long-term training and brainwashing. And it's not even just her. This is the case with other girl group members. This was actually a pleasure for him, and he also found that their obedient nature made it easy to command them. But not all girl groups are willing to join and obey. Lee Jinsei suddenly remembered someone and whispered in his ear. Although she didn't know his real intention of suddenly planning to recruit the entire female group in the Han country entertainment industry, she knew that he would definitely not be happy if things didn't go well. What do you mean? Yuan knew that he was far less knowledgeable about the entertainment industry in Han country than the stars in this circle. Zipa. They are different from us. They are all daughters of wealthy, noble families. The resources they control have penetrated into every aspect of Han country. It can be said that as long as they say they don't want to participate, many girl groups and financial groups will have to look at their faces. Lee Jinsei suddenly relaxed, knowing that she really didn't have the strength to continue massaging him. Yuan did not force her. His attention was completely focused on what she said. All the members of Zipa are rich girls? Yuan knew about this girl group, but this was the first time he knew the composition of the members of this girl group. He would suddenly decide to recruit the entire Han country girl group in order to create an entertainment company of his own, so that these artists can perform on the catwalk or do their own broadcasts, which would bring a considerable income. Chapter 99. All members are from wealthy families? Center. Lee Jinsei nodded when she heard his question, acknowledging that it was indeed the case. Yuan also patted Lee Jinsei and said to her, "Go and call Miss Jean out." Knowing that if one wants to ask about the situation in Han country's upper-class circles, Jean Laneying is definitely the most suitable person. Lee Jinsei immediately got up obediently and forced himself to go find Jean Laneying despite his weak body. At this time, Jean Laneying was already fast asleep. After all, she had never experienced such an intense experience before. When she heard that Yuan wanted to see her for something, she immediately dragged her tired body out. She stumbled as soon as she came out of the bathroom and fell directly to the ground. When Yuan saw her like this, he felt like laughing. But he knew that he could not be blamed for this matter, because someone must be held accountable, and this was the system's responsibility. If anyone was to blame, it should be the system that gave him unreasonable training. I just want to ask you something. Don't be nervous. Seeing that she was still trying to crawl towards him, he was full of awe and fear towards him. He motioned to Lee Jinsei to support her and asked her to sit down nearby and talk to him over there. Thank you. Jean Laneying thanked. Understand that at this moment, she is just an ordinary woman. The identities of the eldest princess of Sanqing Group and the new person in charge of Sanqing Group are nothing here. If there is any significance, it is just that these identities can make her more outstanding than other women. What's the situation with Zipa? I heard from Jean that the members of Zipa are all daughters of wealthy families. Yuan asked Jean Laneying. Knowing that Jean Laneying is a real wealthy family in Han country, she must know more about the deeper situation. Zipa. Jean Laneying knew it was the girl group from the Han country as soon as she heard it. Knowing that this girl group's actual fame cannot possibly compare to the globally popular TNTA. But the identities of each of their members are indeed not ordinary. One of them is even a mixed-race child of the Eagle Country Consortium. It can be said that her status is even higher than that of some ordinary wealthy daughters of the Han country. Their identities are indeed extraordinary. It can be said that their members are basically the true top stars in Han country. Jean Laneying relaxed and found that she finally had some strength to speak, so she answered him respectfully. The wealthy families? Yuan asked her. I also discovered that compared with young girls like Lee Jinsei, she possesses more of the charm of a mature woman. Because of her noble birth, she usually spends more money on skincare in a month than some ordinary people earn in their lifetime. So she looks more like she was fished out of a painting, with a delicate feeling of skin that has been soaked in essential oils for a long time. Very charming. Yes. Jean Laneying saw him looking at her, so she also generously showed off her beauty. She knew that only her beauty could slightly attract him, and her current position and status were given to her by him out of pity and fear of trouble. So she immediately understood that her status was similar to Lee Jinsei's, at most just a senior secretary. Compared with you, Yuan understood that Jean Laneying was the real top star among the wealthy families in Han country. To know the other party's identity and status, one only needs to compare him with her, the eldest princess of Sanqing Group, to draw a conclusion. Not as good, but not much worse. Jean Laneying answered very clearly. The word not as good as shows that although the other party is a top wealthy family in Han country, even among the top wealthy families there are different levels, so each of them is still not as good as her. But the phrase not too different also shows that it is impossible for her to crush and suppress the opponent due to her wealthy status, because the gap between the two sides is actually very small. She is just slightly better. Yuan tapped his fingers on the armrest of the bench. Jean Laneying, however, was already looking at him in return. Because just as men like to appreciate beautiful women, women also like to appreciate handsome men. In her eyes, the man from China is a true male god. His appearance, strength, and figure are impeccable. If she were not in a conquered position now, she would admit that she would definitely be moved by his charm. She would also give up the idea of being single and focusing on her career, and really marry him to her, so that he could stay by her side forever. Yevan notijet had fierdias. Knowing that 30 is like a wolf, she usually just suppresses herself, but now she can release it boldly, so there is no need to hide anything. Can you find someone who has a say in Zipa to come and negotiate? I want to take over Zipa and recruit them into my new company as artists. Ewan said to Jean Laneying. Knowing the affairs among these wealthy families, it would be much easier to let Jean Laneying handle it than to let an outsider like him negotiate. Jean Laneying became nervous when she heard the first half. Because when she heard the first half, her first reaction was exactly the same as Li Jinxi's. They both thought that he was planning to recruit all the girl groups from Han Country to create an enormous imperial life. But after hearing the second half of his words, I understood that he was just planning to do business. It was equivalent to recruiting the entire Han Country girl group to serve him in his career. It's hard, but I can try. Jean Laneying immediately understood why she had to step forward in this matter. Because Zipo is different from other girl groups. None of them have a simple background. So unlike other girl group members who have signed a contract to sell themselves, they formed this girl group purely for their own hobbies. For this reason, girl groups are a non-essential form of social interaction for them. Therefore, it is basically impossible to sign them through conventional means. With the powerful families behind them, no company or group in Han Country dares to provoke them easily. But obviously, when all the Cold Country girl groups are in the same company, they're outside this company, which not only makes them look special, but also makes other girl groups feel that they are collectively bought and controlled. Then, no matter what they do, this Zipa girl group will become an obstacle. Once you've done it, you can choose any reward you want. Ewan said to her, if you want a horse to run, you have to let it eat grass. Now Jean Laneying is no longer the Iron Lady she used to be. I believe she still wants a lot of rewards. When Jean Laneying heard him say this, she looked at him with fiery eyes. In fact, when she heard this, what she wanted was not a reward, but his favor. She admitted that she had been completely conquered by brainwashing, as if getting a compliment from him was a great reward for her. I will definitely do it, she shouted excitedly. Ewan was a little scared by her, because he was wondering whether she would need power and financial support so that she could further consolidate her position in Sanqing Group. Li Jinxi looked at Jean Laneying with a bit of pity, knowing that she had lost herself. But when I think about how she has been concentrating on her career for a long time and accumulated a lot of negative emotions, it is easy for her to be broken down if she is released now. Chapter 100. A frog in a well is short-sighted. After a brief moment of excitement, Jean Laneying immediately remembered something and told him about it. There happens to be a high-end cocktail party today. Do you want to go with me? Jean Laneying asked him in a low voice, a little hesitantly and cautiously, because she knew that in their relationship, Yiwen was the dominant one and her real master. Her status as the eldest princess and the person in charge of the Sanqing group meant nothing to him. On the contrary, if he ordered her not to attend, she would definitely not go. So now she was more asking about his attitude, asking him if he was willing to give her the honor. Cocktail party? Will they be there? Ewan asked her to confirm whether the members of the Zipa girl group would be present. Jean Laneying thought for a moment and shook her head, saying, they may not be there because they are just children of Chable groups. But their parents are basically back. And you don't know the social circles of the top wealthy families in Han Country. You don't know that here, even the daughters of the top wealthy families are just a little more noble, and it is actually impossible for them to decide their own marriages. One sentence expressed the sadness of the top wealthy woman in Han Country. Because no matter how glamorous they appear on the outside, they are still unattainable in the eyes of others. In the eyes of some of the same top stars, they are just a little more advanced. In reality, there is a price, and it can be traded as an item of power and cooperation. You can go and have a look. Ewan understood a little bit and realized that the members of the Zipa girl group might be very crazy. But they still need to obey their parents' arrangements. Even if their parents asked them to marry an old man or become his mistresses, they had to obey. Although his attitude towards them is more about recruiting them, he just doesn't want to suddenly have a girl group that might voice a contrary opinion to his. Now that he knew he could start with their parents, he certainly knew what to do. He understood that according to the current situation, it would be much easier to deal with their parents than to deal with these young ladies who had been spoiled since childhood. Jinsi Yu and Miss Jean should dress up and go to this cocktail party together. Yuan said to Li Jinsi. Li Jinsi lowered his head and obeyed. He even helped Jean laning up and prepare to help her change clothes. Yuan, however, felt a little sad about the luxury of living in a wealthy family. The situation in the Han country outside is basically about to be destroyed, but these top-tier people are still in the mood to hold a cocktail party here. They all stay in the safe zone and don't care at all whether the outside world is on the brink of destruction. But it's hard to control them otherwise. Yuan was not so compassionate. He just thought that these people's greed for safety and fear of death just suited his wishes. Because in this way, he could better threaten them with their lives to make them obey him. Otherwise, he would encounter a group of desperate criminals who didn't care about anything, and it would be too difficult to control them and make them obedient. They might even rebel against him behind his back, messing up everything he had just handled. Come to the cocktail party. Apparently what happened at the shareholders' meeting has not yet been spread. Therefore, when many top figures from other tables saw the man next to Jean Laneying, they were very surprised about who he was, and they were even more curious about his relationship with Jean Laneying, the eldest princess of Samsung Group. Yuan ignored them. Because I've been exercising a lot, I'm a little hungry now. But after Jean Laneying came in, she helped him confirm that the person he was looking for had not arrived yet. So he simply left her alone to deal with her high society socializing. Accompanied by Li Jinsi, he went to the dining table to find something to eat to satisfy his hunger. But when he arrived at the dining table, he was a little shocked by the food there. Because he had confirmed that this should be the most popular cocktail party in Han country. But I actually saw kimchi and instant noodles on the dining table. He seriously doubted whether he had seen it wrong and suspected that these things were actually other ingredients deliberately made to look like this kind of food. I picked some and tasted them and found that these two foods were indeed real. He couldn't help but look at Li Jinsi and confirm with her whether the presence of such food at a cocktail party of this level was serious. Li Jinsi had some idea of what he was surprised about. She knew that he was from China and therefore didn't know much about the situation in Han country. So I could only politely explain to him. This is a traditional delicacy, and it is usually served. She didn't know much about the situation in China, but she knew that it was the same in Han country. If she didn't provide it, it would be considered impolite and high class by some people. Yuan was convinced and didn't say anything. Fortunately, there was a Western food counter here, so he chose to eat there. Also eating here. Suddenly I saw a man talking loudly and shouting in that area in a loud voice on purpose. Going hunting is so exciting. You didn't see the scene of a shotgun blast that zombies head off. And I also hunted a D-class mutant, and now the goat's head is still hanging in my exhibition room. The speaker was a young man dressed arrogantly, in the style of male characters in Han country TV dramas. It can be seen that he is still immersed in the pleasure of hunting zombies. He poses with a shotgun in his hand and shows off loudly to the people around him. Yuan glanced at him. It can be basically confirmed that he should be on the outer wall, looking down from a high position, or he should be under the protection of an armored vehicle and killed a few of them near the safe zone. Because the disaster situation in Han country is not under control as that in China. This place is completely overrun by zombies. What's more, the zombie virus not only infects humans but also spreads across species to animals and plants. Therefore, the number of infections in Han country alone is not just in the millions. According to his preliminary investigation, some areas have become extremely dangerous areas and can be divided into different danger levels. In a Class C danger zone, even the plants there have become mutants, turning the plants in the entire area into spore plants. Not only can the ejected spores parasitize and control living organisms, they can also secrete acid to directly harm other passing organisms, turning them into their nutrients. Li Jinsi also glanced over there. She just listened to it briefly and felt it was childish. She knew based on the strength her new boss had shown not long ago, although she wasn't sure exactly how powerful he could be. But considering that he can block bullets with one finger, it is not impossible for him to kill D-level mutants with his bare hands. But she underestimated her charm and how much her tall and graceful figure could attract men here. It was completely a conditioned reflex that he noticed a beautiful woman looking at him. The young man who was originally talking loudly immediately noticed Li Jinsi and recognized her at once. He also came over immediately, ignoring Yuan, who was concentrating on eating quickly to replenish his energy, and immediately raised his head and proudly invited Li Jinsi and said, "Do you also want to go out hunting? I can take you with me." As he spoke, He looked greedily at Li Jinxi's 1-meter-long legs, feeling that these legs were so beautifully long. It was a pity that she was not wearing black stockings, otherwise they would be even more perfect. Chapter 101. A mission has arrived. Ancient civilization. While the young man was harassing Li Jinxi without knowing the consequences, he had no idea that he had been targeted. Discover the special target, track him, and obtain the entry method to Institute 325. Suddenly, a line of system prompts appeared on the virtual screen. When Yuan saw this reminder, he suddenly gave up his plan to throw the young man out of the party. Institute 325? Where is that? Yuan asked the system curiously and found that the system had not contacted him for a long time since the upgrade was completed. If it weren't for the virtual screen floating in front of him all the time, he would often forget the existence of his system. Institute 325 is one of the several institutes in the world's deep civilization. There is evidence that the zombie virus leaked from an ancient institute in ancient Egypt. Some of these institutes have traces of ultramodern civilization. The specialty of Institute 325 is life science and technology. Life technology? When Yuan saw the prompt given by the system, he immediately became interested. Because ultramodern civilization, ancient research institutes, these words all represent that there are treasures there. He also learned that the outbreak of this zombie virus disaster was caused by a data leak from one of the research institutes. Does this mean that if we master the information in these research institutes, we can gain the power to control the entire world? I underestimated this guy's background. It seems that he didn't just take a risk near the safe zone. He was just bored and killed a few zombies along the way when he went to this research institute. Yuan looked at the arrogant young man who was still talking to Li Jinxi. He also saw the impatience on Li Jinxi's face and the look in his eyes as if he was asking for instructions. But he didn't respond to her and let her deal with it herself. Li Jinxi was a little surprised by his attitude, because usually when he saw the situation, he would have beaten the young man to the point where he was left with only one breath. Or he didn't pay any attention to what was happening here and was just focusing on the food. Please allow me to take my leave. My boss is leaving soon. Li Jinxi suddenly saw Yuan carrying a plate and walking towards the farther dining area. She immediately bowed and apologized to the young man who seemed to love bragging, then trotted towards Yuan and approached him. Boss. The young man immediately showed a dissatisfied expression, because he knew that according to Li Jinxi's identity, being her boss meant being her financial backer and her boyfriend at the same time. In his impression, wasn't Li Jinxi Jean Lingxi's person? How did he become the person of this man who looked like a Chinese man? And where was Jean Lingxi? Could he possibly accept such a thing? The woman he had kept for several years ran away with someone else? Yuan was still thinking about how to deal with this young man and how to complete this system task. The young man who was the target suddenly stood in front of him, looked him up and down arrogantly, then rolled his eyes and said to him in a very impolite posture with his chin thrust forward, which is common among Han people. Where did you come from? Where is Lingxi? Why is he nowhere to be seen? Why is his woman following you? He spoke loudly, which soon attracted the attention of many people who were attending the party nearby, including Jean Lanning. She saw at a glance that the person in conflict was the man she publicly regarded as her husband, Yuan. Yin Lingxi. When Yuan heard the other party's question, he suddenly realized that if he hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten about this guy who couldn't be any cooler. Yeah, where did he go, you bastard? The man questioned Yuan and was not polite to him at all. Master in Iran, please don't do this. Li Jinxi was anxious, even panicked, because she knew what kind of person her master was, and she knew that he would never hesitate to deal with his enemies when he was unhappy. She was now a little afraid that her master would mistakenly think that she was the cause of this trouble and would execute her as well. Yuan looked at an Iran calmly. Knowing that it is not a mission requirement, he is considered the key target of this mission. This guy is almost as dead as Jean Lingxi. But it is impossible for him to give in just like that, so it is necessary to teach the other party a lesson. Can I beat this guy? Yuan deliberately asked Jean Lanning, who had rushed over after seeing what was happening here, and asked her to decide on a solution. Jean Lanning was also anxious, and she didn't understand why such a big situation happened here. Why did this person from the family dare to scold Yuan, a man? She also vaguely discovered that something was wrong with Yi Wen's attitude this time. He did not immediately retaliate, but instead asked for her opinion. Could it be that he was planning to give her some face because of the special occasion? In Iran, what are you doing to my husband? Jean Lanning directly scolded in Iran, denouncing her behavior and even revealing Yuan and her identities. And Iran was stunned when he heard this. And so were the other Chable members who were at the party and didn't know what was going on. Jean Laning's husband, the husband of the eldest princess of Sanqing Group. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Yuan. There's absolutely nothing special about him as a man. He seems to be just a little taller, a little more handsome, a little stronger, and a little more masculine, and it seems that he doesn't have any other advantages. But women see it differently, because they noticed that Jean Laning's face was glowing when she attended the cocktail party, and it was obvious that she was well-nourished. Now their eyes were all focused on one place, showing shock and excitement. Suddenly, they understood why Jean Laning was not as cold and intimidating as before, but instead looked full of femininity and gentler. However, no matter what the men or women here think or say, what shocked them all was the fact that Jean Laning already had a husband, and it was obviously not a man from Han country. President Jean, when in Iran saw Jean Laning coming, even though she could see some of the situation, she looked down on her in her heart and thought that she was a stupid and cheap woman who was infatuated with men. But on the surface, he understood that she was still the eldest princess of the Sanqing Group and a new person in power. The Sanqing Group was much stronger than his family's Sino-Ocean industry, and too many of their group's machinery and equipment were controlled by the Sanqing Group. They had to bow down to the other party. I just want to ask your husband about Jean Lingxi's whereabouts, because I can't understand why Jean Lingxi's secretary would become your woman. And Iran said this with obvious intention of provoking trouble. Because in his opinion, since this man is Jean Laning's husband, why is there another woman around him? And she should be Jean Lingxi's woman. Chapter 102 My Sick Husband? Why are they all kneeling? Of course, Jean Laning couldn't say that she condoned this matter. It was impossible for her to say that Jean Lingxi was already dead or that she personally ordered her to be thrown into the zombie swarm and killed. Excuse me, do these things have anything to do with you? Jean Laning just asked in Iran in return, thinking that these were family affairs of their Jean family and their Sanqing Group, and he, a junior of the Yin family, could not interfere in them. And Iran was suddenly speechless after being asked this question by Jean Laning. Because he is just Jean Lingxi's friend. He could indeed show some concern for Jean Lingxi's whereabouts, but he could not question Jean Laning like this, and he could not interfere in Jean Laning's personal affairs. Sorry, I crossed the line. And Iran quickly bowed and apologized to Jean Laning, because he knew that if he angered Jean Laning, she could use this as an excuse and leverage the power of the Sanqing Group to launch a fierce revenge on their and family's industry. Not to mention that it's a serious disaster outside right now. The security zone constructed by Sanqing Group is currently the safest area. It can be said that it is incorrect and extremely stupid to fall out with the eldest princess of Sanqing Group and offend her at this time. Jean Laning ignored him. She knew that she was inferior to Yi when in front of him, but in front of these people, she was a superior being and the absolute ruler of the Sanqing Group. What if I want to know why? Suddenly, a deep voice was heard. When she heard this voice, Jean Laning was obviously frightened. Yuan was also curious about who the old man who had just walked into the cocktail party was. He also saw that he was guarded by 7 or 8 bodyguards in black, and it was obvious that he had an extraordinary background. Grandpa, Jean Laning called him guiltily. This title directly exposed the other party's identity, and also showed that the other party was the former chairman of Sanqing Group and Jean Laning's grandfather, Jean Guitai. Jean Guitai is now over 70 years old, but the courage and ambition he had when he commanded the Sanqing army, which was so huge that it could shake the parliamentary group, has not diminished at all. After he came out, he looked at Jean Laning with disdain. Obviously, in his eyes, Jean Laning had become an unpromising woman. After looking at Jean Laning, he looked at Yuan again, and even more at Li Jinsi, who was next to Yuan. After being stared at by Yi Wen's sharp eyes like an eagle, Li Jinsi couldn't help but want to hide behind Yuan. Because to her, Jean Guitai's name is too big. It can be said that Jean Guitai has contributed at least 80% to the power that Sanqing Group has today. We in Han country do not welcome men from that sick man country. After Jean Guitai walked over and took a look, he immediately ordered Yi Wen to leave. Jean Laning wanted to say something to him anxiously. However, Jean Guitai thought that Jean Laning was going to emphasize that she was married to this man, so he raised his cane to stop her and interrupt her, telling her not to say anything. Sick man country? Yuan smiled slightly. Suddenly, he laughed contemptuously. I realized that I haven't heard anyone talk about his motherland and his ancestry in this way for many years. Let's talk about the sick man. I don't know who it was that caused the entire country to surrender in less than 3 months, and half of the men joined Jinying's evil army. No one knows who created the reputation of the army best at running away on the northern battlefield, and they ran so fast that even the Eagle Country's army was shocked by their escape speed. Jean Laneying was anxious beside her, because she didn't understand why her grandfather suddenly appeared here, and he even intended to publicly expel Yiwen. What worried her most was that he didn't listen to her at all. She didn't even realize that Yiwen was begging her and had to give himself to her. Instead, she traded her body with him, exchanging her choice to submit to him for 70% of the shares of Sanshin Group, and use the 78% shares to gain absolute controlling rights in Sanshin Group. It can be said that the real owner of Sanshin Group now is not her, Jean Laneying, but him. Yiwen, you don't really think that a few hundred weak soldiers from the Han country outside can threaten me, old man? Yiwen said to Jean Guitai without any courtesy. Know what he relies on and what his confidence is now. However, although he did not bring many people with him to Han country this time, he was still able to settle some small situations easily. Jean Guitai was obviously surprised by his revelation that there were hundreds of Han country soldiers lying in ambush outside. He also looked at Yiwen carefully, trying to find out his background. I found that apart from being handsome and having a talent for being a gigolo, there was nothing special about him on the surface. Why not give it a try? Jean Guitai believed that after all, he had participated in the northern battlefield and was a member of the glorious Sky Tiger Legion. However, when he asked this question, it showed that he had no idea what had happened at the shareholders' meeting. He didn't know that the young man in front of him blocked a bullet that was about to be fired from the gun with one finger, and with this trick saved a person's life and even won that person's complete loyalty. Mr. Jean, I don't think you can try today. Suddenly, a majestic voice came from the room. Looking in the direction where the sound came from, I saw a man who looked like a talking wild bear with a smiling face and a cigar in his hand, walking towards me, supported by other younger brothers in black clothes. Entering with him were a few other big shots who didn't look like decent people at first glance, but had dark backgrounds, and they walked into the cocktail party together. Ma Dongxing. Jean Guitai was obviously very surprised to see the big guy at the head of the group bringing people in. He was even more surprised that the people he brought were all big shots who had a say in the underground world of Han country. Ma Dongxing smiled slightly. However, after he greeted Jean Guitai, he walked directly towards Yiwen and brought all the big figures with extraordinary backgrounds to him. Meet President Yi. After Ma Dongxing came over, he was the first to clasp his hands together and raise them above his head, then kneel on one knee to salute him. With him taking the lead, other bigwigs all knelt down to pay their respects and called him President Yi in unison, indicating his extraordinary and terrifying identity. Jean Laneying was thoughtful after hearing the title of President Yi. Suddenly she understood something. She looked at Yiwen with excitement again. She found that after she followed him, her female hormone secretion could not be slowed down. Jean Guitai looked at Yiwen with shock on his face. He couldn't believe that such a young Chinese man could be called the president by these big figures in the underground world that he was afraid of in Han country, and even kneeled down to him collectively. Chapter 103 Jean Laneying's Ruthlessness and Reliance. Yiwen also didn't quite understand what was going on, but after thinking about it and remembering his new identity, he suddenly felt that this matter must be directly related to that guy Mu Guichuan. President Yi. President Yi? Jean Guitai really didn't know a lot of things. It can be said that he heard the news that his granddaughter, whom he never liked, was suddenly getting married and was going to hand over the Sanshin Group. So he stood up to take charge of the situation. So let alone what happened at the shareholders' meeting, no one knew that the Mu Group, the largest underground force in Han country, had already fallen into the hands of the other party and became a pawn in their hands. Everyone, stand up. Yiwen waved his hand at them, telling them that there was no need to be so polite and that they could just kneel down when they saw him. He also understood that some identities could no longer be concealed, and he had no intention of concealing them. Now I looked at Jean Guitai, who looked like he might have a heart attack at any time, and said to him with disdain, "Who can look like a sick man now?" Now it can be said that not only the Sanshin Group, but even the Mu Group has completely fallen into his hands. This means that 80% of the power of the Han Kingdom is concentrated in his hands alone, to the point where if he issues an order, whoever he wants to die will have to die. Jean Guitai covered his chest with his hands, still unable to accept this. Grandpa, your era is over. Jean Laneying also suddenly felt proud, because she knew that her dear grandfather was an old bastard with an almost pathological patriarchal mentality. After she became the eldest princess of Sanshin Group and took control of part of the business of Sanshin Group, he often spoke out to hinder her. It took her many years of hard work to achieve what she has today. Now, he didn't know from whom he heard the news and wanted to show his authority as the manager of Sanqing Group. As a result, we would never have thought that the times have completely changed, and some words cannot be decided to be spoken just by looking at the glory of the past. Jean Guitai looked at Jean Lanying, who quietly walked behind him and helped him put on his coat, as if to see him off. He saw the determination and brilliance in her eyes. He understood that the other party's faith was no longer his, let alone Sanqing's. But he is the man who has made a proud woman like her willing to submit to him. Jean Guitai wanted to say something else, but suddenly he couldn't say anything, because under the coat, Jean Lanying's knife had already stabbed into his body from his back, as if she was going to end a relationship with him in this way, and also end an era. Ding ding. The bloody knife fell to the ground, and Jean Lanying slowly picked up the napkin to wipe her hands. It was as if she was not the one who had just killed her own grandfather, and it was not her who had just killed someone in public. If anyone complains again, this will be the outcome. The demeanor of the Iron Lady was clearly seen by everyone here, making everyone understand that the eldest princess of the Sanqing Group was not weak because of having a man. On the contrary, after having a man, her methods became more ruthless and she understood her position better. In an instant, all the companies and associations, whether they were allies with Sanqing Group or were at odds with it, fell silent. Because they all saw that the alliance between these two people was not a simple relationship of marrying into the wife's family or marrying the son-in-law, but was actually a powerful alliance, which was equivalent to unifying both the black and white worlds of the Han Kingdom. And every Han countryman knows that once the black and white sides of Han country are unified, it is equivalent to unifying the power of Han country. Congress? The Congress in Han country is just a puppet group that only serves and speaks for the financial tycoons. Yuan looked at Jean Lanying and found that she was indeed not simple. And he had a feeling. It feels like he hasn't really conquered her heart yet, and a certain part of her submission to him is just an act. Because in her eyes, there is only one thing that can make her truly satisfied and surrender. That power. No wonder they say Chinese women are like cats. They look fierce, but are actually docile. Jining women are like venomous snakes. They look docile, but are actually poisonous. And Han women are like wolves. They look very obedient, but as long as they think you are not as strong as them, they will bite you back immediately. Let me put it bluntly. The Han women's worship of the strong has reached a pathological level. In their opinion, if the person is strong, it doesn't matter if more than a dozen of them serve him together, which fully demonstrates their slave nature. But as long as she thinks you are not as strong as him, any humility in their eyes is just a capital to be despised. They will use their eyelids that are higher than their heads to tell you that if she doesn't like you, she won't even look at you. Summarize. Just have fun. Let's finish this as soon as possible and go back as soon as possible. Yuan thought to himself. Because his original purpose of coming to Han country was just to inspect and confirm the possibility of opening a factory here and developing it into his own backyard. But after all, they are not from the same tribe, so it is impossible for him to completely hand over his business to the people here. Because some people will quickly teach him what it means to be a poorly trained dog that can easily get fat and bite its owner later. There are two situations. On the one hand, there are semi-infected people, and on the other hand, there are mechas. Yuan understood that he had to deal with these two things mainly when he came to Han country this time, because Han country's medical and electronic production aspects are both at the top level. There are ready-made factories and are institutions here. Especially since this is not China, it becomes very easy for him to expand his industry and influence here. Not to mention the unexpected discovery of the remains of a 325 institute and, are you crazy? At the completely silent reception, only in Iran suddenly started to accuse Jean Lanying, publicly accusing Jean Lanying of killing her own grandfather. She killed someone? Didn't you see it? And Iran was shouting here, loudly reminding everyone here. Didn't they see Jean Lanying killing someone here? Boss, two people of unknown combat capability are about to enter the cocktail party. Do we need to stop them? Banley suddenly reminded him of a new sudden situation through the headset. Yuan was surprised when he heard this, because looking at the current situation, coupled with the fact that Iran doesn't care about Jean Lanying's identity as the Grand Princess Sanqing, and that there are many bigwigs from the underground forces of the Han Kingdom watching here, the fact that he dares to say this only means that he has the support to do so. Let them in, Yuan replied to Banley. He believed that Chestnut and the elite members of the Black Shadow Force hiding nearby had the strength to stop the enemy. But he wanted to see the other party's strength and background, so he decided to meet them. Chapter 104: Internal Infection. Hope for the best. Soon, two powerful auras entered the reception area. The first thing Yuan felt from them was a similar aura to that of Johnny, Wu Yong, and others. Half-infected person? Yuan looked curiously at the two bodyguards who had just walked in. The most eye-catching thing about these two men dressed in black, traditional bodyguard attire, is their terrifying height of over 2.6 meters. This height makes them attract everyone's attention the moment they appear on the scene. So high. This is too high. This height is totally different from that of a normal person. Many ladies and young ladies here expressed their feelings. What shocked them was that these two men were not only tall, but also very strong. When walking towards this side, it was like two high walls pushing towards me, giving me a terrifying sense of oppression, as if there were towering city walls standing in front of me. Yuan admitted that after systematic training, his height had grown to a certain extent. But his height is only about 1.8 meters. Standing in front of these two giants, he looked like he had just come out of the dwarf country and couldn't even reach their chests. Ancient technology from the 325th Research Institute. Yuan began to understand why these two people had such terrifying heights. He immediately thought of the 325 Institute mentioned in the task the system had just assigned to him. He was certain that the appearance of these two supernormal humans must be directly related to certain research data from the 325 Institute. When Iran saw the two bodyguards coming over, he obviously seemed to have taken a reassurance pill. Suddenly, he looked around with great pride and was very satisfied to see Jean Laney's shocked look at his two guards and the bodyguards behind him. He even looked towards Yi1, expecting to see a shocked expression in the eyes of this guy from China. He expected to see him being shocked by the great scientific and technological achievements of their great cold country. But what he saw was that Yuan was looking at the two big guys very calmly, and he didn't look shocked at all. Is he scared silly? And Iran thought to herself. Because only this reason can explain why the other party remained calm in the face of such a giant existence. Little did he know that his deliberate act of showing off his newfound power completely caused Yi Wen to sentence him to death in his heart. It seems that this in family is unnecessary because they know too much. Also, all the research results of the 325 Institute must be obtained. It seems that this is a new era of technological war on a global scale. It's just that some forces have already started to participate, while others are just getting started. Thinking about the fact that the main direction of the 325 Research Institute mentioned in the system task was life science and technology, he suddenly guessed that the information in it should be super soldier. This means that ordinary people's bodies can be significantly transformed and strengthened, forming superhumans whose bodies can fight against tanks. The zombie virus disaster that is now spreading across the world seems to have originated from an ancient research institute. If nothing unexpected happens, the research direction of that institute is immortality, the power of immortality that can resurrect the dead. Considering Su Ling and the mysterious organization she joined, and the fact that this mysterious organization didn't want him to continue to develop and wanted to kill him in advance. Boss, there is an infection in the eastern part of the safe zone. The fortifications there have been breached, and a large number of zombies and mutants have broken in from outside. Suddenly, Bamley reminded him through the headset that the safe zone was no longer safe, and that he needed to deal with things here as soon as possible. East District. Yuan looked at the building distribution map of the Sanshin Group's safe zone on the virtual screen. The East District is a waste disposal area, which is the place least likely to attract attention and most prone to problems. The problem now is caused by the zombies outside, digging through the soil, under the garbage and waste, and directly digging a tunnel to invade. When the patrolling personnel discovered it, a large number of mutant species had already rushed into the East District, causing a larger-scale infection. And because that area was lost almost instantly, no one had the opportunity to sound the alarm to alert other areas. This means that a catastrophic infection will soon break out in this safe zone. By then, the people in the safe zone would be caught off guard and would see hordes of zombies charging towards them, causing the safe zone to be completely disintegrated from within. Go wake up your sisters, tell them to pack up, and get ready to follow my people. Yuan said to Li Jinsi, asking her to go back first to handle this matter. Li Jinsi didn't understand why he suddenly gave such an order, but she nodded and did as he said. She immediately turned around and went back to the bedroom through the safe exit to wake up the other members of TNTA. Jean Laneying immediately noticed Li Jinsi's action of turning around and leaving, and realized that it was Yuan who ordered her to leave. She didn't understand what she was going to do after being sent away. Yuan looked at her without saying anything. He had to admit that when she stabbed his own grandfather without hesitation, he was somewhat wary of her. Jean Laneying was keenly aware of this and knew she had to do something to prove herself. So she took the initiative to come over and said to him, "From today on, all the assets of Sanshin Group are completely yours, including me." She knew he was on guard against her, but she admitted that she had fallen. She was even willing to give up everything and be just one of his women. Of course, Ewan would not believe her easily, but the ability of his snake pupils to spy on the changes in all aspects of information in her body proved that what she said now was sincere. "But when it comes to tools, you are still very useful," Ewan said to her. Jean Laneying blushed slightly, knowing that the tool he was talking about was in both career and life. But she was happy to be his tool, as he was the meaning of her existence in the future. "If you don't want to die, stay with me. Your identity is still very valuable," Ewan said to her without specifying what happened. "Yes." Jean Laneying instinctively felt that something must have happened, and it must be a big deal. However, she knew that being used as a tool and a valuable object was valuable in itself. Suddenly, some people started to panic. Jean Laneying finally learned from her bodyguard what had happened. She knew that zombies had been found inside the safe zone, and that their scale was quite large, with the trend of growing larger. She looked at Yi when in shocked at how he knew in advance. She also suddenly understood why Li Jinsi was sent away. It proved that he had already known that the safe zone was about to fall from the inside, and made arrangements in advance. She also didn't understand why she knew about this, but didn't do anything, and just wanted to watch the place being destroyed. Didn't he want to get Sanxing? Didn't he want the manpower here? "I'm not from Han Country, and I'm just a businessman, not a good man," Ewan said to her. He knew what she was wondering about through the changes in her hormones and gave her answers. Chapter 105, A Level Monster, The Arrival of the God of Fire. Jean Laneying vaguely understood what he meant and what his standard of measuring value was. At this moment, a figure strolled into the cocktail party. The intruder was holding the body of a male security guard in his mouth. There is a big blood-red eye on the huge head, which looks like a ghost eye embedded there. It is the first to scan the people here after coming in. "Ah!" Some ladies screamed when they saw this monster that was 3 meters tall. It was seen to be a mutated canine, as big as an adult elephant. Because the monster entered here, many people fled in the opposite direction of the monster. Jean Laneying was also stunned for a moment, her legs shaking constantly. She had completely forgotten how to escape because of fear and just looked towards the monster in horror. Big bosses in the underground world, like Ma Dongxing, have seen big scenes. But when they saw this monster that was bigger than a human, they were a little panicked. It was just slightly better than ordinary people, so they immediately arranged their men to prepare to deal with this monster. Some of the powerful bodyguards at the cocktail party took action immediately, taking out their pistols and attacking the monster, letting the pistol bullets hit the monster. However, this monster is huge in size, and its skin has been strengthened, so it can ignore the lethality of ordinary bullets. On the contrary, this powerful attack actually angered it a little, making it look over here with dissatisfaction. Suddenly, hordes of zombies followed the monster's footsteps and poured in from the entrance passage, rushing directly into this place, about to turn this place into hell. Those bodyguards and the black gloves of the underground organization quickly drew their guns and fired. All the nobles, both men and women, fled towards the exit on the other side. From the current situation, it is clear that even the core area of the safe zone has been lost. Every second, a large number of zombies pour in, like a flood that cannot be stopped at all. Jean Laneying suddenly remembered what Ewan had said to her and followed him closely. She realized that her power and status were insignificant in the face of such a disaster. The enemy's huge numbers and fearlessness of death allow them to rely entirely on their physical strength to fight against tanks and war vehicles. Some of these mutants can even confront tanks head-on, making the tank's artillery not necessarily a threat to them. "Tear them to pieces." Aniran spoke at this time, ordering the 2 bodyguards who had just arrived beside him to take action and quickly deal with the huge, strange dog here and the zombies that kept pouring in. After hearing the order, the 2 bodyguards, who were as tall as giants, immediately surrounded the huge monster dog from the left and right, intending to deal with the most threatening guy here first. The huge, strange dog glanced at them with its 3 eyes and didn't take them seriously at all. After the 2 giants approached it, it suddenly spat out the man's body in its mouth and suddenly greeted the 2 giants. At this time, Aniran also looked at Ewan proudly. No matter how arrogant he was just now he has no choice but to wait for death. Unless he is willing to kneel down and beg him, willing to admit that he is just a dog in front of him, and beg him to save his life. Yuan noticed Iran's provocative look and thought he was really childish. He kindly nodded a thumbs up in one direction to him, telling him that instead of provoking him here, he might as well take a look at what was going on over there. And Iran didn't understand what was going on and looked in the direction he pointed. He saw that his bodyguards, who were as tall as giants just now, had become two dead men on the ground. The giant monster dog somehow killed the two reinforced bodyguards instantly, making their reinforced physiques no match for it. Great! Jean Laneying saw clearly how the two giants were killed instantly. It is immediately clear that this three-eyed strange dog is a class of dangerous monster, and it seems to have a certain level of intelligence. Due to the increasing number of zombies and the A-level dangerous three-eyed monster dog that has already rushed here, Ma Dongxing and his people were also suppressed and defeated. What's more, some of their men have been injured and infected, causing their defense line to gradually reach the point of collapse. I suddenly realized that it would be nice to die with you. Jean Laneying suddenly came to her senses and looked at him with a pair of eyes full of passion. She suddenly realized that this moment was also very happy for her because she could die with him. Yuan looked at Jean Laneying, who was completely in love. He thought about how she had cooperated with him since the first time they met, and how she had betrayed her grandfather and family without hesitation, and was really willing to give everything for him. We can't die, he assured her. If she wants to be sentimental, she can do so later when she returns to her room, instead of at this time. Jean Laneying couldn't believe it, because now the situation has completely collapsed. She knew too well how terrifying A-level dangerous monsters were. It is impossible for hundreds or thousands of people to deal with it, and it can only be eliminated by using powerful artillery weapons. Yuan had already raised the temperature of his hands to a level that Jean Laneying had never experienced before. Suddenly, he left her side and slowly walked towards the group of zombies, along with the three-eyed strange dog sitting among them like a general. When everyone was puzzled and suspected that he was going to die, suddenly, he approached the group of zombies and the A-level monster like an invisible source of fire. As long as the zombies came within 5 meters of him, they were ignited one after another like torches, and in the blink of an eye, the place was engulfed in flames. The three-eyed strange dog also noticed that something was wrong with him, and was aware of the threat he posed. It immediately went into a frenzy and attacked him because of the huge threat to its life. Yuan stayed where he was and waited for it. The moment it suddenly rushed over and was about to open its bloody mouth to bite him, he flashed and suddenly appeared right above it. He swapped positions with it at a speed that was impossible for the naked eye to detect, allowing him to be above it. If it's an S level, it might be a little more challenging. Yuan didn't feel any pressure at all when dealing with this A-level dangerous mutant. Because his strength was just at the level of a fresh start, he could already kill a C-level monster with pure strength. Now, the alcohol he drank and the electricity he absorbed during this time were not in vain. This moment was when he released some of it. He stepped on the three-eyed monster dog's head with his feet, instantly making it understand what it meant to be burned to ashes. Everyone trapped at the party also saw him bathing in the raging fire on the strange dog. At this moment, they felt like they saw God of Fire. Chapter 106. Feint to the east and attack in the west. Target 325 Research Institute. Bathed in the blazing fire, Yuan did not feel the temperature was too high. In fact, from his perspective, the raging fire around him that was strong enough to melt his bones looked more like a real 3D projection. If the monster under his feet had not instantly turned into a pile of dry bones, he would have doubted whether the fire he saw was real. I earned nearly 20,000 life coins. Seeing his income from life coins, he now regarded life coins as just a bunch of numbers. Ordinary money was nothing to him. Compared to these, he cares more about. At this rate, I could become the sun myself, a walking nuclear weapon. He saw that this attack only consumed less than 1% of his stored heat energy. This means that he can launch such attacks hundreds of times. But it doesn't matter if his heat energy is exhausted, because he still has cold energy and electricity. It allows him to instantly freeze a surrounding area or release high-voltage current to electrocute targets in an area. After returning from the corpse of the three-eyed monster dog, not only Jean Laneying, but also all the other people who participated in the cocktail party looked at him stupidly. Just now, when he was standing in a higher position, he saw a girl looking at him particularly passionately. Seeing that she was of mixed race, he intuitively felt that she was most likely a member of Zipa. I didn't expect to meet a colleague here. Suddenly applause broke out. When he was about to walk towards Jean Laneying, a man squatting on the wall of the banquet hall watching everything that happened here from a high vantage point, and also witnessed the scene of Yuan bursting into high-temperature flames. Yuan looked up at him and saw that he was dressed as a waiter. It can be said that he has been here since the beginning and has been lurking here for a long time. He was also curious about who the other party was. Suddenly, a person's information appeared on the virtual screen floating beside him, showing Gene Chiming, members of Raven. Threat level, Grade A. Raven? Grade A. Yuan looked at the man's information. He felt like he was a wanted criminal, a highly dangerous one at that. However, it was obvious that he was going to test the strength of this side. So as soon as the voice fell, his figure disappeared on the wall. Yuan keenly sensed that a living being was approaching him and reflexively blocked it with his body. As a result, he clearly felt the pain of being cut by a sharp object on his skin, and a bloody mark immediately appeared on his arm. But he also found that the other party had retreated. Such a hard bone. Gene Chiming appeared again, 10 meters away. It was hard to tell whether he had launched the attack personally or by manipulating some object. Yuan was too lazy to play hide-and-seek with him, so he immediately released his snake pupil ability. In an instant, the whole world in his eyes became a world of heat sensing. Seeing that there were no other people or objects near Gene Chiming, it was he who personally launched the attack. He also felt that his body temperature suddenly dropped by 5 degrees, and his whole body turned from orange-red to light green and quickly approached him again. He tried to open only one side of his snake pupil so that the world could appear normal and hot at the same time in his eyes. This time he saw it clearly. It turned out that Gene Chiming himself was actually completely invisible and had completely disappeared into the air. But he himself did not disappear. He just became optically invisible and approached him quickly. In his hand, he was also holding a bayonet that was obviously specially made and could also completely disappear in conjunction with his invisibility powers. Ability? Technology? Yuan was not sure whether this strange power was the result of his own ability or technological power. But judging from the fact that the knife in his hand can also be completely optically invisible, we can basically guess that the most likely reason is that he possesses some kind of high-end optical invisibility technology. However, it can be invisible in optical aspect, but it cannot be invisible in thermal sensing aspect, which is its disadvantage. So he pretended not to see him and looked around as if he had lost his target. When he was completely close, he thought that this attack was bound to succeed. He suddenly kicked out. After tens of thousands of points of numerical enhancement, he can now jump hundreds of meters high with a full leap, and his leg strength can reach thousands of horsepower that can instantly burst out from him. Suddenly, I felt a violent storm whistling past. The area below Gene Chiming's waist completely evaporated out of thin air. Things happened so fast that Gene Chiming's upper body did not feel the overall evaporation of his lower body. He still maintained his attacking posture and a sinister smile of impending success. However, Yuan would not let him continue to stab him out of inertia, so he had already placed his finger on the attack trajectory of his forehead. When his body continued to move forward due to inertia and his forehead just lightly touched his fingernails, he suddenly burst out with force. The only upper body of Gene Chiming that was left was gone before his nerve center even reacted. His consciousness was still lingering on the pleasure of a successful sneak attack when he was hit hard, at a speed that his conscious nerves could not feel. He quickly reflected to the wall behind him and hit the marble wall hard, crushing his bones and embedding them into it. It all happened so fast. It was so fast that in the eyes of others, Yuan was just in a trance for a moment, and his posture changed to that of his right arm placed in front of his body with his fingers snapping forward. Then a bloody guy was embedded in the wall, and it seemed that he was still breathing. It was not until Gene Chiming's body was completely embedded in the wall that he realized how he got there and where the lower half of his body had gone. What exactly happened? He attacked. Looking at Yi, one who was retracting his arms, he couldn't remember when he was attacked. Because in his mind, he was enjoying the pleasure of the other party's silly look as he couldn't find him, and was excited that he was about to succeed easily. It turned out that everything was just an illusion, and he had become a pile of rotten flesh piled up in the marble wall, and he was about to die. The real target isn't Iran. Yuan muttered. I realized that the noise made by Gene Chiming was too loud, as if he was deliberately trying to draw everyone's attention here to himself. It is now basically certain that the interior of the safe zone has been breached, and this dark crow must have contributed to it. After he dealt with Gene Chiming, the first thing he noticed was that an Iran, who should have been at the scene, had disappeared. If he hadn't accepted the system task and didn't know about the existence of the 325 Institute, he might have pretended not to know. Because a Han countryman disappeared, he disappeared. But now he disappeared at this time, and he disappeared deliberately to attract his attention. This means that Jean Chiming has accomplices, and this accomplice kidnapped in Iran when everyone's attention was here. It also shows that the real target of the Dark Crow organization is the 325 Institute, that is, the life technology inside. Chapter 107 Portable Base. Want to walk in the air? Follow my people to the central area. Someone will pick you up there. Ewan came back and told Jean Laneying to evacuate with the others, and that someone would come to pick her up when she arrived. What about you? Jean Laneying was a little nervous. She was even more nervous about his situation. She realized that he had something special to do, so he couldn't continue to stay with her. I'm going to do some personal business, Ewan said to her, because the current situation is that if it was just for this guy in Iran, he could completely pretend not to see it. But in Iran is related to the whereabouts of the 325 Institute. This is also the reason why the other party kidnapped him, although it is not clear what is inside the 325 Institute, judging from what the two bodyguards called over by in Iran showed. The things contained in this research institute must be very complicated, and it is enough to make the Raven organization be willing to sacrifice countless people here in order to create this level of terrorist turmoil, just to kidnap in Iran and kill most of the people here. Please come back safely, my beloved little man. Jean Laneying suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed him hard on the lips. Her fiery eyes hinted that if he could come back safely, she would definitely have a bigger reward waiting for him. Ewan looked at Jean Laneying, who was looking at him lovingly. She discovered that he was indeed younger than her in age, while she was the legendary super-rich woman that countless young men dreamed of. Don't worry, Ewan comforted her, knowing that this matter was not a difficult one for him at all. Jean Laneying watched him leave with longing and passionate love. As soon as he left, several bodyguards came to protect her closely. She had thought it was her bodyguard approaching to protect her. After a careful look, she suddenly realized that these bodyguards were not her people at all. She suddenly understood what Ewan meant by following his people. She immediately smiled with more peace of mind, and felt more and more that it was not bad to have a strong man to rely on. After Ewan left the cocktail party, he immediately checked the system's map to determine that the eastern and southern areas of the safe zone had fallen in an instant. Large numbers of zombies and alien monsters poured in from the entrance of the East District and a newly torn gap in the South District. In just a short while, the number of zombies inside the safe zone has exceeded 30,000 and is still soaring. Where's the other Raven guy? Ewan asked Banley. Knowing that such a loud and unusual situation was taking place, it was impossible for her not to notice it. The coordinates have been sent to you, boss. Banley immediately sent the target coordinates that she had first-hand knowledge to him so that he could receive them. Ewan also immediately saw a specially marked red dot on the virtual screen. He also saw that the red that was moving rapidly towards the highest point of the safe zone, heading towards the high platform where he had been before in order to observe the entire surrounding environment of the safe zone. Are you planning to escape through the air? Ewan immediately understood his movements and plans. Boss, do you want to intercept? Banley asked him curiously, asking him whether she should take action directly to intercept the other party. No hurry. Let's see if they have any accomplices. Ewan answered her and said to her, tell the Black Shadow Force to evacuate the scientific researchers and their families here first. If possible, also transfer some senior technicians and their families. Where to transfer to? Banley accepted the order and also asked where the transfer escort target was. Ewan immediately opened the map and looked at the map of the entire Han country on the virtual screen. He even saw the Sanchin Group Industrial Park area marked out by the system for him. Send them to Samwin Port. Ewan asked Banley to escort all the personnel to Samwin Port, which was about 30 kilometers away from the safe zone. There is a heavy industrial zone of Sanchin Group there, which is also a major transportation port and a deep-water port of Sanchin Group. Understood. Banley never asked why he made such an arrangement, and immediately obeyed the order and began to convey the new instructions. He asked the members of the Black Shadow Force who were temporarily on standby to start picking up and transporting the scientific researchers and senior technicians of Sanchin Group and transporting them to Samwin Port in batches. Of course, Ewan had his own reasons for sending them there. But he has not given up on the Eagle Country's aircraft carrier, nor has he given up on the plan he was planning to implement. This blueprint is expensive, but it's a one-time solution, and there's no need to bother with technology and materials. Ewan took a look at the items in the system mall and saw a mini capsule of small universal transport platform that cost as much as 100,000 life coins. However, This prop is different from the previous complete set of technical design drawings of the nuclear fusion aircraft carrier. It is a direct mini capsule, which means that as long as you have this prop, you can throw it out at any time to form a huge base platform of 9 square kilometers, saving all the trouble of labor and material manufacturing. Is it too expensive to require 100,000 life coins for a platform that can be built anywhere with a little more time? Not to mention that the platform itself has the extraordinary ability to expand and refold into a mini capsule for portable carrying. The universal in its name represents the fact that it has its own life support system and a certain degree of self-defense function. These basic functions allow it to be thrown out into space and expand, and it can instantly become a planet large enough for a certain number of people to live normally on it. In this case, is 100,000 life coins still expensive? Here in Han Country, we can use war to support war and expand it to a level that is strong enough to be independent. The moment he saw this prop, he was sure that he would definitely come to Han Country to take a look, because he was not only targeting the scientific researchers and technicians here, but also the numerous zombies here that no one was going to rob. However, he did not expect to receive an unexpected surprise. The discovery of the secret of the 325 Institute gave him an unexpected gain on this trip to the cold country. It really came from the sky. When I saw Gene Chiming, I had a feeling that the Raven organization had mastered the ultramodern technology of optical invisibility. Not surprisingly, they also got this technology from an ancient research institute. Now that he had confirmed that they were planning to abduct an Iran and evacuate from the air, he had no intention of chasing them. He simply found a place that was convenient for him to do his job and stayed put. Sure enough, after a while, he saw a completely invisible helicopter flying in the sky through the snake's thermal vision. They also used some kind of silencing technology to make the helicopter fly towards this side, completely silently like a ghost. He knew he also needed to do something. Arcs of electricity jumped between his fingers, and a large amount of current suddenly concentrated in his hands. Chapter 108 disappeared out of thin air. There is no point in hiding. A ball of electricity was suddenly launched and hit the invisible helicopter in the air. The electric ball of over 10,000 volts easily penetrated the helicopter's motor and circuit, turning it into a pile of scrap metal that was about to fall from the sky. Ewan saw that this was equivalent to cutting off the Raven's retreat. However, he found that he still underestimated the Raven member responsible for kidnapping in Iran. Because on his map, he clearly saw that after this member discovered that the helicopter in the air had been shot down, he immediately determined that the retreat route here had been destroyed. He quickly changed his route and actually headed directly towards the direction where the group of people at the cocktail party were evacuating. It was obvious that he was planning to blend into the crowd and then look for an opportunity. Is he planning to blend into the crowd, but he can escape, so how can an Iran sneak in? Ewan was a little confused about what this Raven member was thinking. If it weren't for the system task telling him that the only way to find out the whereabouts of Institute 325 was to track an Iran, he would have stopped caring about an Iran's life or death. Because he didn't believe that he couldn't find the whereabouts of Institute 325 by relying on the power of the Black Shadow Force. So he had to find a way to get an Iran back into his hands. Follow the personnel at the reception and prepare to intercept them. If you see an Iran and his entourage, stop them. Ewan immediately gave orders to Ban Li, telling her to take action and intercept the fleeing Raven member halfway. Got it. Ban Li immediately went to arrange this matter. As for Yi-Won, he also quickly reunited according to the markings on the map, knowing that he must not let the other party escape this time, but track all the way to the area marked by the red dot. He didn't receive any reply from Chestnut. I contacted Ban Li specifically and found out that the Black Shadow Force had not found an Iran and his entourage at all, since it was impossible for the Shadow troops to deceive him. This situation could only be described as hell. This meant that an Iran and the Raven member who kidnapped him disappeared right under their noses. The system prompts won't lie to me. The person is still here. At this time, all the people who had evacuated the party retreated to the central area and had even cut off connections with the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, northeast, and southwest, making this place an isolated island. The scientific researchers and technicians who originally lived in the North District have been escorted out in batches. Jean Lanying, Li Jinsi, and others are already on their way to Sambong Port. This means that the people in the Central District are all high-ranking officials and some wealthy people. Now these people are gathered here, at a loss as to what to do next. They didn't understand why the safe zone they regarded as a paradise was suddenly destroyed, forcing them to face death and survival issues like the civilians outside. This guy must be very good at disguise, and he can also help others disguise themselves. Ewan confirmed through the system that this Raven member and an Iran were among the people trapped on the isolated island in the central area. However, the facial recognition search system did not find an Iran. This situation shows that the Shadow Force's judgment was correct, and they did not make any mistakes in their work that led to the missing of the target. In fact, there was no suspicious person appearing from the beginning. If you want to know the whereabouts of Institute 325, you must find him alive. Ewan thought about the peculiarity of this guy in Iran. Since even the system is giving him tasks to help him get clues about the 325 Institute, then the only reason is that it is possible that this clue is held by only an Iran, and at most no more than 2 people. So instead of spending time looking for another person who knows this secret, it is better to get an Iran back quickly and get some information from him. Things on the surface can change, but some underlying situations cannot be changed. Ewan immediately activated his snake pupil ability and looked at the crowd here. Because the ability of snake pupils is similar to perspective, in his eyes, anything with abnormal body structure is abnormal. Then this special existence is either a member of the Raven organization or an Iran in disguise. Soon, he indeed found 2 people who looked strange. But these 2 people are not 2 men, but 2 women. They are dressed very fashionably and look like 2 socialites. What's even more exaggerated is that one of them took the initiative to chat with the person next to him. It can be said that judging from the external appearance alone, there is nothing special about their presence here. How is this done? Ewan confirmed again and again. Confirming that they are not skeletons means that they are actually 2 men. Just from their appearance and muscle tissue, it can be determined that they are 2 women. After he obtained the ability of snake pupils, it can be said that this ability is the best reconnaissance tool he has. Now that he saw this result, he couldn't help but doubt its recognition result, wondering if it had made a mistake somewhere. But here, only these 2 people are the most special. Of the 2 women, one was talkative and the other was silent, and it did look a little weird and abnormal. Shall we go out and talk? But for this side, Ewan doesn't care about anything wrong. He would rather kill someone by mistake than let him go. He signaled a nearby Shadow Team member to cooperate with him to control the silent one. After he got closer, he suddenly grabbed the boaster with his right hand and was about to walk out, as if he wanted to drag him out of the crowd. Let me go. What are you doing? The socialite refused to give up, even though she couldn't make a sound because her neck was being strangled. She still tried her best to scream at the top of her lungs and accuse him of his gangster-like behavior. Some people here also recognized him. Ewan. Some of them began to accuse him, while others did not dare to speak out due to his background and strength. But they also looked at him questioningly, wondering why he suddenly did this. Ewan didn't care about these people's attitudes at all. Now he just wanted to get an Iran back as soon as possible and find out the whereabouts of the 325 Institute. So he didn't explain it to these people specifically, but just grabbed the guy disguised as a socialite and dragged him out. But his sudden loss of control and violence against a woman in the eyes of others still aroused a strong reaction. Many people did not speak, but still signaled their bodyguards to block Ewan's way of dragging people away, hoping to use this behavior to prevent him from leaving. Ewan looked at these people, at these bodyguards who were forced to perform their duties, and wondered if they thought that he didn't dare to take action against them. But he also noticed the sinister smile of the lady in his hand. It seemed that he was very sure that this would happen, so he was confident that he would never take him away in front of everyone. Chapter 109. Continue the show, Ancient God Technology? Ewan wondered if he had mistaken him for some policeman and hero who must uphold justice. You have 2 choices. One is to follow me obediently. The other is that I kill you and take someone else away. Suddenly a pistol appeared in his hand. The cold muzzle of the gun was suddenly pressed against the guy's chin. If he dares to act with him again, the bullet in the pistol will immediately make a hole in his head. The Raven member disguised as a socialite did not speak or resist. Because his ability advantage is that he can change his appearance, he is a support-type personnel. The combat personnel who partnered with him in this operation have been dealt with by the guy in front of him, and it was a unilateral crushing victory. He was standing right beside them and saw it clearly. Now he knew he was serious, so he immediately laughed dryly and said, "Don't be impulsive." He surrendered obediently and no longer caused any trouble. Ewan glanced at him indifferently, knowing that the other people here would be easy to deal with. Ma Dongxing, let your people watch over this place. I'm going to take care of some personal matters. Ewan shouted loudly to Ma Dongxing and the bigwigs of the Han Kingdom's underground world who were here, ordering them to maintain order here. Okay, President, These big shots who could cause an earthquake by just shaking their feet in this place of Han country immediately began to obey his orders and maintain law and order like his little brothers. They also didn't believe that he would forcibly take a woman just for his own selfish desires. Because whether it is Jean Laneying, the eldest princess of Sing Sing Group, or the entire TNTA and several girl group members, all he has to do is beckon her with his finger, and what kind of long-legged beauty wouldn't throw herself into his arms? Do we need to snatch it in public now? With the help of people like Ma Dongxing, the situation was calmed down. Those Chable members who originally wanted to stand up for justice now dare not say or do anything, and each of them is as honest as a quail. Yuan personally controlled the Raven member and asked a member of the Black Shadow team to bring the person disguised as an Iran over. He didn't waste any time, he just led them to a nearby bathroom and pushed them inside. At this time, he used his snake pupils to confirm again, confirming that an Iran and the guy from the Raven organization were really real women at the level of muscles and skin, and even had the organs and characteristics that women should have. An Iran seemed to be under the effect of some drug, which made him drowsy and looked very honest. Just 3 questions. Answer them well, and you die. Answer them poorly, or deliberately provide false answers, and you die. Yuan didn't waste time talking to this Raven member. Now that he had been caught, he naturally had to ask him everything he wanted to know, so as to avoid the enemy being in the dark while he was in the light, making things too passive. This is not right. Why are they all dead? Brother, you don't interrogate people like this. This Raven member knew that her disguised identity had been discovered, so she did not pretend to be a celebrity and use a female voice, just asking him back in surprise in his normal male voice. I don't understand why in his case, whether you confess or not, you will die, and he doesn't even give the prisoners a chance to live? Yuan smiled at him meaningfully and grabbed a piece of soap from the sink. Suddenly, the soap began to boil in his hand, and in the blink of an eye it exploded. The sudden explosion made the Raven member swallow hard, his eyes widening, because he vaguely understood that it was the same death, but he could still choose how to die. Name, identity. Yuan had already started his questioning, so all he had to do was answer honestly. Little sister, a member of Raven Edge. The member answered honestly, knowing that there was nothing to hide. When Yuan heard his self-introduction, he looked at him for a second longer and found that his code name did have some character. How many members are there in Raven? Yuan continued to ask, wanting to learn more about the Raven organization. I don't know either, because I don't know how many people there are in the organization. I always say that I'm just a marginal member. The youngest sister shrugged, feeling helpless. Even if she killed him now, she would never get the answer she wanted. While he was answering, Yuan had been using his snake pupils to monitor various indicators in his body and knew that what he said was true and he was not lying to him. Then let me change the question. Why do you Ravens want to kidnap an Iran? What is your purpose? Yuan asked the question that concerned him most at the moment. He wanted to know whether the reason why Raven kidnapped an Iran was the same as he thought. If the reason was the same, he wanted to know how many secrets of the Ancient Research Institute Raven knew. Can you please not ask this question? Yao Mei knew that if he answered this question, it would be like betraying the organization. She felt that since he was going to die anyway, he might as well die a heroic death. Yuan had already started to raise the temperature of his palms and said to him, I originally planned to change the condition in your body so that your body temperature would continue to rise, so that you could explode when you return to the organization. You don't have to doubt that I am absolutely capable of making you go back to the organization obediently. And then, okay, I understand. I'll tell you. The youngest sister stopped struggling. He discovered that this guy's methods were not much better than those in the organization. And in the end, it was him, the poor unlucky worker, who was sacrificed. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, so there was no need for him to continue explaining his horrible and evil plan. I told him, an Iran knows how to enter an ancient ruin. There is something in the ruins that the organization wants. What is it? Yuan asked immediately. The youngest sister immediately asked back. Does this count as the third question? You said that as long as I answer 3 questions honestly, you can give me a quick death. Okay. Yuan promised him that he would be relieved as long as he answered the question. When the youngest sister heard that he agreed, he suddenly came to his senses and said, I don't know the details, but it seems to involve the technology of some ancient divine civilization. Legend has it that if you combine all the technologies in one, you can become a god. The youngest sister told him everything she knew. Yuan seemed to have heard such an answer. The technology of ancient gods? Can it create gods? Are you sure you are not joining a religious organization? Why did Yuan feel that the answer given by this youngest sister sounded more like the doctrine of a religious organization. That's all I know, and I'm just an errant boy. But I believe you will believe this, because you have seen the power of my partner and I. These are just scraps of the ancient god's technology. The youngest sister told him that it was up to him whether he wanted to believe it or not. Yiwen knew that he was not lying, because neither Jean Qiming's technology nor the technological power of this youngest sister could be fully utilized with the current level of science and technology. Not to mention in Iran's 2 giant bodyguards at the time, who were obviously the results of technological transformation from the 325 Institute. Chapter 1, 10 The Truth of the Disaster. One Chance. The youngest sister, who answered honestly, soon got the result she wanted. Yiwen really did not lie to him. After he told him the information he knew, he gave him a quick death so that his death would not be so painful. Ban Li, bring a group of people with me. Yiwen called Ban Li and asked her to come to his side quickly. Suddenly, a graceful figure emerged from the shadows beside him. It was Ban Li, who accompanied him to Han country to do business. Are we going to Institute 325? Asked Chestnut. Although she was not around, she was always connected to Yiwen through the system, so she could know his movements at any time and his general arrangements. Yes, and take this guy with us. Find a way to wake him up. Yiwen looked at an Iran who was still unconscious on the ground. Because the youngest sister handed over the reversal potion before her death, an Iran has now regained his male body, but is in a deep coma. It is now certain that the Raven organization will not let go of the technological secrets of the 325 Institute, so they will definitely rush there with all their might. The deaths of Yao Mei and Jean Qiming have made them realize that the operation here has failed. They will definitely activate the backup plan and continue to seize the ancient god technology from the 325 Institute. Understood. Ban Li immediately arranged for people to take away an Iran who was in a deep coma, and also arranged transportation to the place where they had preliminarily investigated that the 325 Institute was suspected to be located. Yiwen followed Ban Li to a prepared heavy troop carrier and went directly to the area they were about to visit through an underground passage connecting the safe zone to the outside world. In the car, Yiwen had already received the preliminary investigation results of the Yin family's recent activities shared with him by Ban Li. I know that all aspects of the Yin family's business are operating normally. However, the development plan for a certain sea area was suddenly suspended. The reason given was that a large number of sharks suddenly broke out there, affecting the construction. This happened before the zombie apocalypse. Because it was not a big deal, it did not attract anyone's attention. Then suddenly a zombie disaster broke out. Under the Han country's universal immunity and laissez-faire attitude towards disaster prevention, everyone is in danger and no one will care about the suspension of work in a sea area. It's just that something special has happened now. It seems strange that the development plan for such an area of sea was suddenly suspended due to the disturbance caused by a group of sharks. The area is right here, but the entrance should only be known by an Iran and his father. Where is an Iran's father now? Yiwen asked Ban Li, knowing that the people who knew the secret of the entrance to the 325 Institute were most likely an Iran and his father, who was the person in charge of the Yin family. Let me tell you something very strange. An Iran's father disappeared since the zombie disaster broke out, which also led to an Iran being the one to attend any cocktail parties and banquets afterwards. Ban Li informed him and reported what she had learned. Missing? What a coincidence. Yiwen found that there was indeed something strange about this matter. I'm just not sure if an Iran's father was so unlucky to be infected and become a zombie in the early stages. Or maybe Raven acted faster than he knew now and actually took action before the zombie disaster broke out. Have you sent someone to confirm? Yiwen asked Ban Li, knowing that the best way to confirm this now was to personally send someone to Injia to confirm the whereabouts of this important person. It has been confirmed, but the personnel have all been transferred. It has not yet been determined where the core members of the Yin family will be placed. This will take time. Ban Li answered him apologetically, knowing that it was her fault for not handling the matter properly, so she was unable to answer his question immediately. It's not your fault. Do it as soon as possible. And now, as long as we can get the things in the 325 Institute first, it doesn't matter if we settle down. Yiwen understood his current goal and was clear about it, which was to obtain the ancient god technology in the 325 Institute and figure out what it was all about. Considering that Su Ling also belongs to a mysterious organization of level 3 civilization, it can be basically confirmed that the organization she belongs to is also related to ancient god technology and the legend of god creation. It can even be said that this zombie disaster is a man-made accident. An organization or an individual accidentally leaked the ancient technological power of an ancient god research institute, which directly caused the zombie virus to first break out in ancient Egypt and then quickly spread to the whole world, leading to this huge worldwide disaster. The good news is that China's domestic response was relatively quick, which has enabled the disaster to be partially controlled, or at least it has not gotten out of control on a nationwide scale. But the bad news is that areas outside of China basically underestimated the impact and destructive power of this disaster, and did not expect that this virus could cause mutations and alienation in humans, animals, and plants, forming highly dangerous monsters, which continued to aggravate the degree of damage caused by the disaster. And these organizations are still looking for ways to snatch the ancient god technologies, which is equivalent to opening Pandora's box and releasing disasters into the world at any time. Even these ancient god technologies are the key to completely resolving this unprecedented disaster. At the same time, it is also the key to destroying the entire world. Let's go first and wake up in Iran. Yuan understood all the current situations. I know I don't have time to wait for an Iran to wake up on his own. So he spent some life coins to buy an injection from the system mall and gave it to Banley, asking her to inject it into an Iran to wake him up. He was also basically certain that the way to enter the 325 Institute was not that simple. If it was very simple, the people from Raven would have already determined the place and gone in. They wouldn't have gone through all the trouble of kidnapping an Iran now. They must find a breakthrough from him. Banley nodded, took the injection, and immediately injected it into an Iran's neck, forcibly waking him up through the effect of the drug. After an Iran was injected, she did not wake up slowly, but was suddenly awakened as if she was electrocuted. After waking up, he immediately looked around in panic and asked them, "Why am I here? What are you going to do to me?" His memory should still be stuck on the moment when he was controlled by the youngest sister. So in his memory, he should still be at the party, and he didn't even know that he was being held hostage. Where is the entrance to the ruins? I'll only ask once. 3, 2, 1. Yuan pointed the muzzle of a pistol directly at an Iran's forehead. This made an Iran even more confused when he just woke up, because he didn't understand why he appeared in Yuan's car after he was in a trance and woke up again. And he saw Yuan pointing a gun at him and asking him questions. The entrance to the ruins. Chapter 111. A slap clears the way. Only 8 minutes left. I don't know what the entrance to the ruins is. An Iran wanted to play dumb and pretend that he didn't know anything about the entrance to the ruins. But before he could finish the word mouth, a gunshot rang out in the carriage. The bullet from the pistol in Yuan's hand went straight through his thigh, causing him to break out in a cold sweat instantly due to the pain, and his body was still shaking like a dustpan. The trickling blood immediately dyed his trousers on the thigh red, and in a blink of an eye, a large area was turned red. You only have one chance. If you keep going around in circles, the next bullet will smash your left testicle and finally blow up your head. Yuan reminded him that he'd better cherish this opportunity. An Iran gasped, but the pain did not make him surrender immediately. Instead, it directly stimulated his dignity, making him throw all his weight around and yell at him. Yen percent yen hashtag percent yen hashtag yen percent. A series of insults in Han Guoyu told Yi when to kill him if he wanted to, and not to waste time talking to him now. If he didn't dare to kill him, he was a coward, a lowly Chinese man. Yuan glanced at him and really liked seeing the tough Han man like him. So he took a reinforced steel cable from Ban Li's hand, which seemed to have been prepared for him in tacit understanding, and put it directly around an Iran's waist. Suddenly, the door of the speeding car was kicked open, revealing the rapidly receding concrete ground outside. He reached out and grabbed the back of his shirt collar and threw him out, landing heavily on the concrete road outside. Because the armored personnel carrier was speeding at high speed, an Iran was forced to fly before he could land and roll a few times. The huge pulling force made him stand up and run a few steps. However, before he could run 2 steps, he fell heavily due to the huge pulling force on his waist, and then his whole body was dragged behind the armored personnel carrier and rubbed against the ground like a sack. As for the one behind him, it was because of the movement of the troop carrier that attracted a large number of zombies and several mutant beasts. "Boss, can't you just use truth serum on him?" Chestnut asked curiously. It was discovered that Yuan had adopted a very inefficient way of handling the situation, which made the current situation seem a bit like a personal vendetta. "Oh yes, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have almost forgotten it." Yuan muttered to himself with a smile and slapped his forehead, blaming himself for being so slow. But when Banley saw his false self-blame reaction, he knew he did it on purpose. Because the only value of an Iran's existence is the secret entrance to the 325 Institute. As for the rest, his life or death is actually not of much value. Once he tells the secret he knows, he can completely disappear from the face of the earth. Suddenly, the ground in front shook, and the flat concrete ground suddenly bulged up, causing a large amount of underground mud to spray into the air. A giant earthworm-like monster opened its mutated, serrated mouth and crawled out from the ground, directly blocking the armored personnel carrier. Mutated beast. The sudden appearance of this mutant beast immediately made Banli nervous. Because now there is a mutant beast appearing in front of them, it means that there will be more mutant beasts blocking their way. Also, because there are many wild animals in Han country, the density of mutated animals and plants will be higher, and the degree of mutation will be relatively high. Keep going forward, it's just a Class B1. Ewan could tell at a glance through the system's virtual screen that this giant mutant beast, most likely a mutated earthworm, was only a Class B dangerous one. He didn't want to be delayed by this little monster from what he was doing. At the same time, he instructed the Black Shadow team member who was in charge of driving not to release his foot on the accelerator and to let the armored personnel carrier maintain its top speed. He also took out a bottle of Ergo2 from the system space, opened the cap, and poured the strong liquor into his mouth as if it were boiled water. At the same time, his hand suddenly reached out of the car window. The muscles that had been restricted were suddenly released, causing the arm to instantly grow larger and become a giant arm over 10 meters long. When he grabbed this B-level mutant beast with his palm, it was just like grabbing an ordinary big meatworm with his hand. He also pulled it out of the ground and threw it into the sky, signaling the driver to ignore what was happening here and continue driving forward. With a bang, this B-level mutant beast, which was powerful enough to destroy hundreds of people, exploded in midair and then spontaneously combusted from the inside, causing the burst pieces of flesh to burn in flames, causing a rain of fire here. Ewan also felt that the zombies and mutant beasts chasing him from behind were quite annoying. They didn't know what giving up meant and kept chasing his armored personnel carrier relentlessly. So he simply didn't waste this opportunity to free up his arm strength and leaned his body out of the vehicle and slapped the back of the vehicle hard. And Iran, who was already in a daze from the pain and being dragged behind the vehicle, suddenly saw a giant arm falling from the sky. Those zombie groups and mutant beasts that were big enough to cause a major disaster were all slapped to death by this arm and the subsequent impact force like a bunch of small bugs. There was a loud bang that shook the earth, and a palm print nearly 5 meters long appeared at the back, and the entire road was broken in half. This scene suddenly frightened him awake. He couldn't understand where such a huge arm came from and why it suddenly fell from the sky. Ewan retracted his arm, and at this time one of his sleeves burst completely, making one side of his clothes look sleeveless. He withdrew his hand and looked at the filth on his palm with disgust. He asked Banli for a disinfectant wet wipe and started wiping it. 325 Research Institute, about to open. Time remaining 8:31 seconds. Suddenly, a prompt scrolled on the virtual screen. Ewan knew at a glance that the people on the Raven's side had taken the lead. It seemed that the action on this side had failed, but the other side had succeeded. They have successfully found the entrance to the Research Institute and are about to open it. And Iran's father should have been kidnapped by Raven's people. No wonder you can't find him here, Ewan said to Banli, throwing the wet tissue he used to wipe his hands out of the car window. He knew that an Iran was completely useless. I'm sorry, it's my mistake. Banli immediately bowed her head to apologize, feeling very guilty that she couldn't even handle such a thing. It's not your fault. He must have been kidnapped before the disaster. I should have thought of it when I saw the information you provided. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for an Iran to appear in various large-scale events later. It seems that he is very happy that his biological father is missing, because this way he can fully control everything about the Yin family. Ewan told Banli that he understood that there was no need for an Iran to live now. They now have to rush to Institute 325 at full speed, and they only have 8 minutes left. Chapter 112. Troublesome Entrance. Domineering woman guarding the gate. The vehicle quickly arrived at the suspected area. However, the Raven people were obviously faster, so when they arrived here, they were immediately greeted warmly by the other side, and were even attacked head-on by a rocket. Boom! The huge explosion turned the armored personnel carrier into a pile of scrap metal, and also destroyed an Iran, who had been dragged behind the vehicle and was already dying, making him pay with his life for what he had said. No, it's empty. A staff member from Raven originally wanted to use a telescope to observe the situation on the vehicle's side. As a result, It was discovered at the first time that there was no dead body in the vehicle, which means that the car was empty from the beginning and it was a bait. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt his vision drop, and he discovered that a shadowy figure had mysteriously come up behind him and had already cut off his head. Things like this keep happening at this moment. A large number of Raven members were quietly eliminated in an instant by the Black Shadow troops who mysteriously appeared behind them. It was a clean and decisive job. Find the entrance as soon as possible. It should be a place similar to an electronic gate. Yiwen said to Banli, asking her to immediately arrange personnel to quickly reversely determine the location of the entrance to the research institute based on the other party's personnel deployment, and get the things inside as soon as possible before the Raven personnel take them away. Understood. Banli immediately ordered the Black Shadow Force to take action. Yiwen did not regret killing an Iran directly and did not get the secret of the entrance from him, because an Iran was very determined after knowing his purpose. Even using truth serum might not necessarily get completely correct information. So instead of wasting time on him, it is better to crack it by brute force. System, is there any way to find the entrance? We have two approaches at the same time. We ask the system if there is a way, but of course it is best to give him a direct answer. The system remained silent. It was unclear whether it had no way to help him or simply didn't want to help him. Seeing that there was no way to break through, Yiwen had to find a way himself. Suddenly, the world in front of my eyes changed drastically, becoming a state of thermal sensing perspective. Under the effect of the snake pupil ability, the ground becomes translucent. Everything is distinguished by the presence of heat source and the absence of heat source. With the help of this ability, the rocky ground can be seen directly, so some special things can be easily shown, and some things that were invisible before can be clearly seen. So deep. Yiwen immediately discovered something special about 300 meters underground. It was just because the distance was so remote, so even with the help of his snake pupils, all he could see was a strange, tiny spot of light. After multiple layers of overlapping blurry visual impact, the specific situation is not clear at all. It can only be known that there are people there, and there are more than one. No wonder only an Iran and his father might know where the real entrance is. Yiwen somewhat understood why this secret was kept so well. Because it is such a deep place, unless you know where the real entrance is. It is impossible to reach such a deep place vertically. Maybe the real entrance is not nearby. It's spread in from quite far away. I hope it's not too far. Yiwen estimated the distance and knew that he could only take a gamble now. Suddenly, he stomped his foot on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Because of his action, an echo was formed underground, and the existence of various holes and tunnels would cause the sound propagation to change direction and become hollow. He immediately obtained an underground echo map on the virtual screen. After further processing, a clear picture of the underground structure appeared before his eyes. He saw that there was a passage that indeed led straight to a depth of 300 meters underground. And the entrance is actually in Maritime. The offshore development was suddenly stopped. No wonder. Yiwen immediately figured out what was going on. It turns out that this passage leading to the underground should have existed from the beginning, but it might have been blocked. The family's offshore development plan accidentally discovered this man-made passage on the seabed. So out of curiosity, they continued to dig deeper inside. As a result, they happened to discover the existence of an ancient relic and obtain some of the technology inside. However, an organization like Raven must have their own methods, so they came to the door immediately and planned to kidnap the two key figures directly, so that the secret could be safely in their hands. Now he even planned to take out the things inside directly. I hope we're in time. Yiwen immediately ran out to the sea, contacting Banli while running and informing him of the new discoveries here. As he entered the sea, cold energy exploded under his feet. Let him condense ice crystals with every step so that he can run directly on the sea surface to create an ice path so that he can truly walk on the sea. When he reached the entrance, his body suddenly sank and fell to the bottom of the sea, to avoid being delayed by the buoyancy of the sea water. As he fell, the sea water around his body froze, making it more like he was breaking ice and sliding down an ice crystal slide. When you reach the bottom, you will immediately see a cave entrance on the sea rock. Knowing that this is the true entrance to the ruins, it is the key place leading to its core. But as soon as he entered, he saw a fist coming towards him. Of course, he wouldn't be polite and face the opponent head-on, and the two ended up in a draw. The opponent was very surprised that he could actually take this frontal punch and exclaimed in surprise. He had never expected such a situation to happen. Yiwen was also surprised that the other party could take his punch. because he didn't exercise his arms as much as he exercised his legs. His punch has a force of 10 tons. As a result, the opponent's punch was equally powerful as his, which meant that the opponent's punch had a force of at least 10 tons, which was far beyond the level of a normal human being. In front of him at this time was a short-haired woman with silver-gray hair and a very domineering temperament. A pair of eyes, like a lioness's, emitted a sharp and cold light in this somewhat dim environment. She was wearing a pair of black fingerless leather gloves and looked as strong as a boxer. "You are also the first person who can take my punch head-on," the woman declared to him arrogantly, making him feel honored for this matter. "Same here," Ewan answered her, and he could tell that she was a mixed race. The silver-gray hair seemed to be natural, because her eyebrows and eyelashes were also a little gray. But she and Liu Yin, Jean Laneying, and others are obviously not of the same type. Compared to Jean Laneying, who is the eldest princess, she is more like a real king, and not a queen. So when one punch was useless, she threw another punch, intending to crush this side with her domineering power. Chapter 113. Full of energy, is there a love rival? Ewan caught it with his backhand and punched her in the face. But this woman was also a master. The moment he made his move, she immediately caught the change in the movement of his shoulder and suddenly changed her move, using the black tiger heart-picking technique to grab his chest. Ewan quickly moved away and found the situation a bit tricky. "Your strength is good, but your skills are as childish as a 3-year-old kid." The woman sneered and threw away the pieces of clothes that she had torn in her hands. Ewan looked down at his chest. He saw that the place had indeed been torn into pieces by her. It could be said that if he had not shrank fast enough, he would have been scratched by her claws. "It seems that I can't get through without dealing with you." Ewan understood that this woman was absolutely confident that she could keep him here. He also understood that it would be better to end it quickly than to get entangled with her. Try to kick it out so fast that it is invisible to the naked eye. But this woman actually smashed the passage with one punch, causing part of the passage to collapse, directly blocking his way. She looked at his legs in surprise and murmured to herself, "So you were good at legs." Because she was a little scared. I'm afraid that if she hadn't reacted quickly enough, she would have been broken through by him just now. Ewan also confirmed that this woman was not as strong as him, but she was much more professional than him in terms of skills. It can be said that if someone else were here, even Chestnut, he would probably not get any good results at her hands. "Little brother, why don't we sit here and chat? I'm single too, and I'm interested in a little man like you." The woman actually began to tease him, deliberately trying to delay time with him. She did look a little older than him, probably around 27 or 28 years old. Years of training and technological enhancement have given her a body full of muscular muscles that look full of explosive power. "I want to talk too, but I want to take out something from your back before we talk slowly. It will be a good opportunity for you to understand whether I am the younger brother or the older brother." Ewan was not afraid of her verbal attacks. He also emphasized to her that he was not a younger brother. After getting to know her more deeply, she might not know whether she would give him a few more generations or even call him grandpa. "Oh." The woman looked at his lower body curiously, because in her impression, Oriental men have no advantages in this regard. Although she had no experience and had only had in-depth discussions with some female friends, she knew that the person who could satisfy her would never be an Oriental man. Ewan was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. Because he wasted some time with her, the system countdown for him only had 1 minute left. It can be said that if she could hold him off for another minute, her goal would be achieved. That is, she could successfully cover for Raven's people to take away the power of the ancient god technology from the 325 Institute, so that they could use this technology to strengthen their own people or for the religious god-making plan. They could successfully complete one link. Now she had destroyed a section of the passage, blocking the road ahead. This means that if we don't deal with her, we won't be able to open the way smoothly, let alone continue to the core of the 325 Institute. So he didn't hide anything anymore. The body suddenly expanded, releasing 5% of its power. In an instant, his height suddenly grew from 180 centimeters to nearly 3 meters, blocking the entrance to the passage. The woman was a little shocked as she watched him change more and more, and suddenly she understood why he cared so much about the cute name of Little Brother. But her blood suddenly boiled. It wasn't the kind of female passion that was boiling with blood. She suddenly saw an opponent who was strong enough for her to give her all, and knew that her itchy fist could finally get a good vent today. Her eyes also became more domineering and arrogant. "I know that today here will be a battle between kings. Decide who is the real king here. The loser can only be the last, or even not the last. Don't just look good on the surface, and don't die easily." The woman took a deep breath and her body shrank instead, looking thinner. But the benefit of this change was that her skin all over her body glowed with a faint golden glow, as if revealing her golden body. Yuan saw her domineering look and realized that she was serious. Just now, she didn't even use half of her strength and didn't show her seriousness. He was huge and admitted that it was difficult for him to move in such a narrow space as the passage. It seemed that he deliberately restricted his mobility, but he understood that the real purpose of his becoming bigger was not for this. He grew bigger just to block the passage so that she could be trapped inside. Experience my passion. Yuan suddenly grinned at her, knowing that she had been completely fooled. It's totally believed that he grew bigger so that he could use his larger body to fight her. However, she didn't think that he had not planned to use any physical attack on her from the beginning. He had planned to use magic attack from the very beginning. So now the exit is blocked, and the passage behind her is blocked by her own punch. This meant that she had cut off her own retreat. Now the heat stored in his body is released without restriction, and the temperature here suddenly rises to nearly 1,000 degrees. In the blink of an eye, the debris here begins to burn, and the rocks here begin to melt and become glassy. The woman had never expected this, hadn't expected that he had this more monster-like power. But what was even more terrifying was that after Yuan released a wave of heat, which rapidly raised the temperature here, he released cold force without providing any time to cool down. Let this place suddenly freeze. In the blink of an eye, the rocks that were already melting due to the high temperature suddenly became brittle and easily broken. He suddenly felt cold and hot, and then he crashed into the collapsed area in front of him and broke it apart with brute force. He successfully entered the still intact passage area at the back and quickly broke into the core of the 325 Institute. Little man, admit that you pissed me off. The woman now really stood here like a female warrior, licking her dry lips excitedly. However, her body could not withstand such a horrible change, and her clothes were completely destroyed, leaving her completely naked. But she knew she lost badly. The winner is the king, and the loser is the queen. It was obvious that he had become her king. Unless she could beat him, she could only be the queen in front of him, or even just a prisoner of war whom he would not even look at. She suddenly punched into the wall and pulled out a satellite phone. She was too lazy to chase after him, and called a number. She said to the person on the other end of the phone, "The Raven deal failed miserably. Also, ask Su Ling how she could stand her boyfriend's size. Because I want to challenge him too." After saying that, he hung up the phone with a smile. Knowing that the boss of their organization had a strong rival, it was no wonder that Su Ling had always looked down on their boss. It turned out that her boyfriend was so cruel. However, Yuan never thought that this woman was not a member of Raven from the beginning, but was just an external aide invited by Raven. At this time, he had successfully entered the core area of the 325 Institute and saw something that subverted his traditional cognition. Chapter 114, Great Victory. There are 5 more of these things. Which sci-fi movie set have I traveled to? Yuan looked at the sci-fi set in front of him and seriously doubted whether he had gone to the wrong place and whether he had run to the set of a sci-fi movie. However, his appearance immediately aroused the vigilance of some people here, and they attacked him without hesitation, taking out guns and weapons to shoot at him. He relies on his body strengthened through training to climb walls and run on rooftops. While quickly scanning the situation here, he obtained information about each item through the system's analysis function, and thus searched for the existence of the ancient god technology possessed by the 325 Institute. What's that woman at the door doing? So I said don't ask for external help. It's better to directly arrange our own personnel. There was some internal strife among the Raven members here, accusing each other of failing in arrangements and deployments. Yuan suddenly saw something different. He saw a prismatic crystal covered with mysterious golden runes. There is no doubt that this is most likely what he is looking for. The Yin family was able to put some of the technology into practice and successfully interpreted it from this crystal. A flash. He attracted the attention of most of the people here, making them focus on him alone. But when he attracted the attention of almost everyone here, shadows emerged in the cave. Shadow troops. The shadow troops with the power of shadow escape can be summoned at any time and quickly teleported to their side, as long as there are chestnuts or walnuts nearby. Walnut and chestnut can be summoned to his side anytime and anywhere, which means that he can summon the entire shadow army directly to his vicinity in an instant. Do it! As soon as Chestnut walked out of the shadows, he waved his hand coldly, ordering all the more than 300 summoned members of the Black Shadow Force to start killing here. No one from the Raven organization should be left alive. Each of these members of the Black Shadow Force who had been promoted to the elite level faithfully carried out the orders given by Chestnut. They immediately turned their butcher knives on the members of the Raven organization and killed them all right there. Tisk, TSK, TSK. The woman who had just fought with Yi when at the entrance of the cave now appeared nearby wearing a simple piece of rags. She took out a camera and transmitted the footage to the members of the same organization. Yuan noticed her immediately. She also saw a member of the Black Shadow Force quickly attack her, trying to kill her instantly. But the woman didn't even glance at the Black Shadow team member. She just punched him with her backhand. In an instant, the team member's upper body was turned into a bloody mist. The cruel reality proved that she had no way to deal with Yi-Wan, but to ordinary people, she was absolutely the king. Yi-Wan realized that it would be safer for this woman to die, but she moved her lips and gave him an ambiguous and suggestive smile. After saying that, she immediately turned around and left, with no intention of fighting or staying here with him. Yi-Wan immediately understood what she was saying to him through lip language, and knew that she was saying, "If you want to know Su Ling's whereabouts, I will wait for you at the most suitable place to meet." I deliberately left him a riddle and asked him to guess it slowly. Yi-Wan didn't expect to hear the name Su Ling from her, and was surprised that she seemed to know Su Ling. Zhuya, the danger level is S level. As for the organization, it was the first time that Yi-Wan knew that Zhuya was not a member of Raven at all. He was even more certain that she knew Su Ling, and Su Ling should be a member of the organization she belonged to. The system's detection clearly showed that after she left the tunnel, she immediately disappeared into the sea and did not land directly on the nearby coast. In this case, he had no choice but to finish dealing with things here before going to find her to see how much she knew about Su Ling and his relationship with Su Ling. The battle here will be over in a blink of an eye. As all promoted members of the Black Shadow Force, each of them has combat power that can reach the level of a Soldier King. Now the members of the Raven organization were caught off guard and crushed by the absolute advantage in numbers. Their resistance only delayed their death. The camouflage and stealth techniques they mastered were no match for the Black Shadow Force, which could now share the Snake Eyes ability on his side. They were a complete, one-sided destruction that was a natural enemy to them. Chestnut quickly held the mysterious crystal in both hands and placed it in front of him. As soon as he grasped the contact, a large amount of knowledge suddenly emerged and was transferred to the system he had. Master Titan Technology Level 1. Master Titan Technology Level 2. Master Titan Technology Level 3. Obtain other ancient technology coordinates. Obtain star map fragments. Line after line of prompts kept scrolling on the virtual screen. Yuan finally knew that the technology mastered by the Yin family was actually Titan technology, which strengthened the human gene level, allowing an ordinary person to be as tall and strong as the Titan mentioned in the legend. He also knew that the two giant bodyguards who appeared beside in Iran at that time were actually failures. Because the power of level 1 Titan technology alone is enough to make a person over 5 meters tall. The moment when level 3 Titan technology is applied to a person, this person can fully release his power to become a 50-meter tall giant, with skin and muscles as tough as steel. It can be said that this person is like a legendary god descended to the earth, sweeping across the land with his flesh. There are 6 more of this kind of technology. Excluding the one that has been leaked from ancient Egypt, there are still 5. Yi-Wan immediately knew the coordinates and star map fragments while holding the crystal. The coordinate point is that as long as he holds the crystal, he can know the approximate current location of other crystals. After knowing this, it is not surprising that other people who possess crystals will also be able to know his specific location. The star map fragment is just an afterimage. It seems that this thing is the real truth about the legend of God creation. It looks like a treasure map pointing to an approximate coordinate. However, because it is incomplete, it is basically uncertain which area the star map points to. However, it is very difficult to complete the enhancement of a level 1 Titan technology. Yuan took a rough look at the content of Titan technology. I found that the principle is easy to understand, but it is difficult to do it, because some of the materials and elements mentioned in it are new to me. Obviously, other means are needed to assist in completion. It is also basically certain that there is information in the Yin family that has been studied to a certain extent. All the ravens here were wiped out, but only one of the core members of the organization came. Now what happened here has been known to their organization. Chapter 115, I want to go back to my country, a mass migration. Banley came over to report a situation, informing them that they did not really wipe out the ravens this time. On the contrary, their actions had alerted the ravens, allowing them to truly know the situation on their side, and they had completely formed a grudge against each other. If they were really wiped out like this, it would make them seem unqualified. Yuan was not surprised that all the members of Raven were not here. Just for the kidnapping of the father and son, they dispatched 2 groups of people and only deployed 2 people on an Iran's side. This fully demonstrates that the operational characteristics of their organization tend to be cautious. Therefore, it is highly unlikely that they will come out in full force. I have contacted Hu Tao and strengthened the protection of all personnel. Ban Li informed him of something she had decided to arrange privately. As for which personnel have been strengthened, naturally, it refers to Yi Wen's relatives and those women, in order to avoid any revenge actions from the Raven organization. After being reminded by her, Yuan realized that there were many people around him who were worth protecting. But he was not afraid of being retaliated against by this mysterious organization, because he not only has systematic training enhancement, but more importantly, the system provides him with the Shadow Force hiring system and the S-level combatant hiring system function. Speaking of which, should we hire a few more S-level fighters? Now I only have Walnut and Chestnut on hand, and it's a bit difficult to command them. Yuan thought about this. Suddenly I thought about it and realized it was unnecessary, because he suddenly thought that under the current circumstances, it would be enough to rely solely on the 2 commanding leaders, Walnut and Chestnut. The rest of his industries have not expanded that much, so there is no need to hire more S-class fighters to assist him. The key issue is that the current situation is that it is more important to expand the Shadow Force than to hire more S-level fighters. And both the Shadow Force members and the S-level fighters have daily consumption. The daily life coin consumption of an S-level fighter is 100 times that of a single Shadow Force member. Let's go back to Samwin Port. After we finish the remaining things here, we can go back, Yuan said to Ban Li. When he said going back, he didn't just mean going back to Jean Laneying and the others. The going back he meant was going back to China. After all, there are still some things that have not been dealt with in China, such as regional contracting. The situation in Han country has now deteriorated to this point. Although the situation in China is under control, it will not be much better. Therefore, in areas outside of China, he is not restricted by military rank and can hire shadow troops and S-level fighters with almost no limit. But his base is in China, so he can't give up easily on things there. Boss, I'm trying hard to find the person you're looking for, and I already have some clues. Ban Li mentioned the person he had asked her to find before, and now told him that she already had some general clues about this person. That's good. Yuan believed that she could find it. It was just a matter of time. Back to Sandwich. At the largest cargo port in the Han country, the Shadow Forces have established a fairly large security zone. The zombies outside the safe zone are already piled up into a mountain. Also, the personnel are basically deployed in the sky-high castle area at the top of each tower crane. Therefore, the threat from monsters on the ground can be basically ignored. All you have to worry about is attacks from the air. But this threat is not worth mentioning in front of every member of the Black Shadow Force who is at the level of a Soldier King. It's great to see you back safely. When Jean Laneying saw him appear here, she immediately gave him a big hug excitedly. Also near her is Li Jinhee and other members of TNTA. Yuan hugged this mature and beautiful Han country beauty and looked at the new trophy in front of him. He knew it would be a small challenge to keep them safe and live in peace after he left the cold country. How's the cleanup going on the aircraft carrier? Because that offshore platform still required some life coins. The Eagle Country aircraft carrier docked off the coast of the cold country became the safe island that he targeted first. Since his system space has now expanded to a large enough size, basically a large amount of survival supplies can be transported to the aircraft carrier in one go. Then all that is needed is a simple modification of the aircraft carrier. A sea paradise island that is more luxurious than the world's top cruise ships will be successfully built on the deck of this aircraft carrier. Moreover, the aircraft carrier itself has a runway and anti-aircraft and anti-submarine equipment. Ordinary mutant monsters can't threaten it at all. This also allows his close relatives to have an absolutely safe refuge area at sea. It's basically completed. The second phase of construction is underway. Chestnut answered him. We know that the construction and operation business is completed by Walnut. So she wasn't very clear about it either. She just knew a rough estimate of the completion progress. That's all. Yuan knew the news, so he could go back first. He was also doing something very important. Have you all followed my instructions and made everyone drink the sleeping pills and fall asleep? Yuan asked Jean Laneying. She knew that he had instructed her to find a way to make all the female members of the group transferred here drink sleeping pills and make them fall asleep. And because Tiantia and Jean Laneying were relatively familiar to him, he did not force them to enter a coma. He made such arrangements and did this to facilitate the transfer. Everyone has gone to bed. Can we really all go to China? Jean Laneying still found it hard to believe what Yuan mentioned to her, because she knows that China is now the safest country in the world. But as Han people, it is not easy for them to enter the country and settle down, because the journey from Han country to Hua country is very long. Settling such a group of people is also a big problem. The most prosperous area in the Magic City is my territory, and I also own a whole building. It will be easy to arrange for all of you. Yuan told her, so that she could rest assured. In fact, the people he wanted to transfer were not just Jean Laneying and others. He also wanted to transfer the scientific researchers and technicians of Sanxing Group who were rescued this time. Now they are all unconscious after being injected with drugs by the Shadow Force. Placing them in Samwang Port was also to create the illusion that they were heading to the Magic City by sea. In fact, he was planning to use the mutual summoning and teleportation function between him, Walnut, and Chestnut to teleport all the way there. As for how to transport them, fill them up into a container and then store the container into the system space. He could transport 5 or 6 at a time. Basically, it only takes 2 or 3 trips to transport nearly 1,000 people. Chapter 116, Teleportation, Undersea Threat. Jean Laneying felt relieved when she heard him say that. Yuan discovered that as the system VIP level increased, more mall items were unlocked and the system warehouse expanded. Some functions of this system are becoming more and more useful, and even the system space can start to put living things. This is also the key to his sudden courage to complete the big transfer. If you are afraid, you can also choose to be transported there in a sleeping state. The decision is up to you. Yuan said to the members of TNTA and looked at Li Jinxi and the other girls. They looked at each other and shook their heads, indicating that they wanted to stay awake and move over. Seeing that they had not changed their minds, Yuan immediately asked them to stay in the container and walked out of the container with Ban Li. When his hand touched the container, the port container, which was more than 10 meters long and 5 meters wide, instantly disappeared in front of him. At the same time, the people inside also disappeared. The others have all been shipped here, and Hu Tao also said they can start receiving the supplies over there. Ban Li told him, indicating that he had completed communication with Hu Tao. Yuan saw the huge gantry crane transferring containers one by one to this side. Each one houses nearly 100 scientific researchers and senior technicians from Sanxing Group. Yuan knew that the first batch could start to be transferred. Immediately used the system coordinates to locate and confirm Walnut's location. Instantly resonated with Walnut and summoned her to teleport in a breath. She was already leading the members of the Black Shadow Force to guard a harbor. The area was the eastern port in the East City district of the Magic City. I heard from Ban Li that you have taken over the entire Dongqing district. Yuan knew that Hu Tao, who had taken over the secretary and agent work when he was in Han country, was not idle in China either. With the help of previous public opinion, they won the contracting rights of Dongqing district in one go, and also firmly controlled the science and technology park in their hands as originally planned. It is our responsibility to relieve the boss's worries. Compared to Chestnut, Walnut is more flexible and cheerful, and always has a faint smile on his face. But to put it in that way, the pinker the hair, the more severe the blackening. Anyone who has spent some time with her knows that they should not underestimate the smile that never disappears from her face. Because she was laughing a lot of the time, but a lot of the time it was also a sneer or a sneer. Once you provoke her, you will often be smiling at her 1 second and become a dead person in front of her the next. Thank you for your hard work. Yuan saw that space had been cleared for him at the port. Buses and personnel have been arranged to complete the transfer. Also, because the Black Shadow Force took over personally, the security work here was done very well. He immediately freed all 5 containers in the system space and placed them on the open space. In an instant, the personnel who had already been deployed rushed forward, responsible for opening the container door, immediately moving the people inside to the bus and transporting them to the designated location to start transporting people. Everything went in an orderly manner. Yuan also opened the system power map and found that in addition to Shanqing District and Donghua Building, he also had 70% management rights over Dongqing District in the Magic City. As for why the remaining 30% is not in his hands, that was because he only dealt with 2 of the 3 managers that time, and he didn't have any evidence against the other one, so he couldn't let him go as well. This has made Dongqing District a state of decentralized control, making it difficult for him to make any big moves in Dongqing District with confidence. I heard that Johnny has returned to Eagle Country. What's the situation there? Yuan asked Hu Tao. I know that the twin sisters Shiva and Nova from the White Bear Country are still in China. Johnny Dawson wanted to go back to Eagle Country, and even went there under the pretext of exploring the way. He's already arrived. Simply put, in Eagle Country, those who die of drought will die of drought, and those who die of floods will die of floods. Because people can legally own guns there, the situation is not as bad as imagined. But they're basically distributed in small bases, and there are even street fights where people fight for resources. What's more dangerous is the zombies there and the survivors. Walnut told him. Is it similar to what was filmed in The Walking Dead? Ewan asked him with a smile. Understand that different national conditions lead to different disaster response methods. It is obvious that the Eagle Country has really staged the zombie movie they have been shooting for many years and has applied all the techniques from movies and television to reality. Almost. Their online black market has even begun to list organizations of advanced mutant creatures. It seems that someone has begun to hunt advanced mutant creatures in an organized manner. It is said that those organizations can strengthen humans. Hu Tao didn't know what was going on in Han Country and didn't know the details of the ancient god technology. So it is still unknown whether this zombie disaster is actually a man-made disaster. It also involves a struggle for ancient extraordinary technology. I roughly understand what's going on. Ewan answered her. He roughly understood why the organization of advanced mutant monsters could make some people appear stronger. Because this zombie disaster was originally caused by the leakage of ancient technology samples from ancient Egypt. So it makes sense that humans can be strengthened. But things are a mess over at Shinsakura. They have an organization that is actually researching the controllable mutation of humans and the fusion of mutated monsters. There are signs that they want to create an army of monsters that can be controlled at all times. Walnut told him a new development about Shinsakura. You're doing this again. Yi Wen's eyes turned cold. Because in his impression, Jinying is always unwilling to give up the research and development of biological weapons. Now that this great disaster has occurred, those who survive still do not continue to work for the common survival of all mankind, but still want to develop biological weapons and use terror to rule the world. Don't tell me they have created Godzilla. Yuan asked Hu Tao half-jokingly. I know that Godzilla was strictly speaking the idea that Shinsakura came up with first. That's not the case, but it is said that they created a monster similar to the Yamada no monster. Because satellite photos showed this legendary monster appearing on the beach of Shinsakura. Walnut told him, asking him not to let his guard down against Shinsakura. They also don't know whether it is due to geographical reasons that it is easy to produce scientific lunatics. If we are not careful, we can't guarantee that they will come up with something weird. Titan technology. Isn't this a good opportunity for me to stage a battle between Yamada Kaiju and Ultraman? Yuan said with a smile. Jiandan exchanged information with Walnut and immediately teleported back to Chestnut to prepare to transfer the next batch. However, he was a little concerned about the fact that the Yamada monster snake was photographed at the seaside. He immediately asked the system to scout the waters connecting Jinying and China and actually found a huge life reaction moving on the seabed, and the location was biased towards China. Chapter 117 is shocking again? New technology blueprint reward. What are you doing wandering around for? Yuan estimated the movement speed of this giant life form and found that if he left it alone, it would land on China's coastal areas within 7 hours. Go to the place where you were created first. Yuan decided not to teleport back to Han Country immediately, nor to return to Banley to transport the next batch of personnel. He took inventory of the spoils of war and the expanded military forces in Dongqing District. He even logged into the new Army app to check what new weapons and ammunition he could purchase based on his military rank. This thing looks good. Yuan saw a new missile launch service launched by Congress that provides long-range support, as long as he places an order and provides specific coordinates. Once Congress approves it, missiles will be launched immediately at the target location. What's a little tricky is that this business is a one-time thing. The missiles that are launched are also a bit expensive. One coin costs about 170,000 or 180,000 yuan, which is definitely not affordable for ordinary people. I don't have much else now, but I have a lot of money. I placed an order for this service without hesitation, and even ordered 100 pieces at one go. He did not pay the bill by withdrawing life coins from the system mall, but through the bank account of Sanqing Group. After all, Sanqing Group is under Jean Laneying's name, but this entire super large enterprise that ranks among the top 50 in the world is already his. With the disaster situation now, Han Country is basically on the brink of destruction. The money of Sanqing Group cannot be used at all in Han Country. It would be better to turn waste into treasure and apply all of it to China's national defense construction to create the safest region in the world. The moment he placed the order, the new Army Management Command was stunned because they suddenly received an order of extremely large amount. They actually placed an order for 100 surface-to-sea ballistic missiles at one time, and the strike area was actually a location in the eastern waters. Who placed the order? Check it for me quickly. General Sun, who was in charge of the command center, now admitted that he could no longer sit still. Because 100 surface-to-sea ballistic missiles cost 17 million. This is the price of the missile itself. Adding the additional charge for launch, the actual price to win this order exceeds 25 million. In fact, the price of more than 25 million is not a big deal in the new Army headquarters, because they completed several orders worth hundreds of millions today. The problem now is that these missiles worth 25 million are all aimed at a blank coordinate in the eastern waters, which is equivalent to consuming more than 100 missiles to hit the air. This is not a joke. Reporting to the general, the person who placed the order is a regimental commander named Yi-Won. The contracted areas are basically concentrated in the upper city and east city of the Magic City. Yiwon, Shangqing District, and Dongqing District of Modu? Why do these names sound so familiar? General Sun suddenly realized that he seemed to have heard the name Yiwon somewhere before. He still remembered how shocked he was when he heard the name and learned about something this man had done. Now when I hear it again, I can't remember it because it was so sudden. Yiwon, where have I heard of this? See, aircraft carrier. General Sun suddenly remembered where he had heard the name Yi-Won. Yi-Won is the guy who handed over the nuclear fusion aircraft carrier technology to Congress and was promoted to the rank of regiment commander. He suddenly remembered how shocked he was by the fact that a young man who was only 20 years old had handed over the complete set of nuclear fusion aircraft carrier technology. Because not only did he develop nuclear fusion aircraft carrier technology at the age of 20, which was at least 150 years ahead of modern technology, he also handed over this valuable set of information and drawings to Congress almost without asking for a penny. This allowed China to suddenly possess extraordinary technology that was hundreds of years ahead of the rest of the world. It was directly made a top-secret secret in the country, and the country's top scientific research team was arranged to conquer the nuclear fusion engine technology and aircraft carrier technology. As a result, after this incident, this guy disappeared without a trace, as if he had completely disappeared. Now it has appeared again and caused a big fuss. It directly ordered 100 missiles to be thrown at an unspecified target point on the sea outside. It's like spending more than 20 million to set off fireworks overseas. General Sun, the other party, has placed another order. They have ordered an additional 300 air-dropped deep-sea bombs, and the coordinates are still the same. The customer service representative in charge of Yi-Wen's orders immediately noticed that an additional order of 300 units had been placed on Yi-Wen's port, which was still a deep-diving bomb. Because the other party ordered the latest type of deep-sea bomb prepared for use against nuclear submarines. So the price of one coin is as high as 300,000, which means that the order was placed for 100 million in one go. He's planning to blow a huge hole in the entire East China Sea. General Sun immediately rushed to the window of the customer service staff responsible for the corresponding matter. I saw that Guozhun placed an order for 125 million yuan at once and paid it in one lump sum. This is a big deal in China. Because he was not buying anything, he just wanted the military to provide long-range fire support. This means that after this wave of explosions, his 125 million will be wasted and will no longer exist. Immediately detect if there is anything hidden in the target area. General Sun didn't believe that Yi-Wen would buy so many bombs for no reason, just to bomb an area with no specific target. He must have done this because there was something there, so he wanted to attack that side. Report to the general. There is no abnormal reaction in the attack area. A customer service representative who was in charge of contacting the radar array responded and reported that radar detection in the target area did not detect any suspicious targets. Is he really just blowing it up for fun? General Sun was a little confused about what Yi-Wen was going to do. But to say that he was just blowing it up for fun doesn't make sense. It just makes people feel that there is something fishy about this matter. Yi-Wen had completed the order and understood that he only had to wait for the military to approve the transaction before dispatching long-range bombers to carry out the bombing. After he placed an order for so much explosives in one go, he found that he had achieved an achievement and even received a blueprint as a reward. Congratulations on completing the 100 firecrackers achievement, which can be obtained by dropping more than 100 units of explosives on a specific target. Reward: Type 3 Anti-Alien Missile Design Drawing. Did you get rewarded with new technological blueprints? Yuan immediately looked at the newly obtained technological blueprints. I saw that this was a rocket that was specifically designed to suppress mutant monsters below level B. Basically, if you encounter a level B, you can kill it with less than 3 shots. Even if it encounters Class A, it can still produce strong enough lethality. This also led to a problem before him. He has no factory to make it. Chapter 118 Ready-made material sources. Only the factory is missing. It's just a technological drawing, and it's not a direct, finished product or production line, which is a hassle. Yuan looked at the technological drawing he had obtained. I know that once this thing is handed over to the Chinese Congress, it will definitely shock a group of people. But he decided to keep this technology for himself, because it may not be useful in China. But what about Shinsakura and other regions? Moreover, there must be many big figures and big families in Eagle Country and Western Europe who want this to deal with those difficult mutant monsters. So this missile is not a weapon. It is made of money. It still makes money faster than a printing press. Come to think of it, there happens to be a factory area in Haicheng, but it's lacking equipment and workers. Yuan remembered that in addition to the Donghua building, Chen Hualong also compensated him with a factory area located in the suburbs of Haicheng. Although as long as the domestic disaster situation is not completely under control, people can resume their lives and production as normal, the real estate value of these properties is almost zero. However, the situation in Haicheng is basically under control now, and people can move around freely in a small area. There is absolutely no problem in setting up a factory there, hiring people to manufacture some parts, and then transporting the parts to other places for assembly. So the only things that are stuck are equipment and materials. Yuan wanted to understand the situation. I know that this missile is easier to manufacture than a mecha and requires less materials. In particular, the potential market is huge, and not only can Sanxing Group's famous products be exported domestically, but also can be exported in large quantities to the United States and Western Europe. It can be said that as long as the disaster abroad does not end, there will still be people who need it. These things are hard currency, and many people are scrambling for them. The materials needed for this Type 3 anti-alien missile are: there is no need to think too much about steel. It is definitely needed, and special steel is still needed. Then there are the materials for the explosives and the materials for the propulsion. Of course, the most critical thing is the special medicine that needs to be filled in it, which requires research institutes and chemical plants to develop and mass produce. It's like if you want to make such a missile, you need a steel plant, a pharmaceutical research institute, a machinery assembly plant, and a chemical plant. This means that a small missile needs to be manufactured in at least 4 factories before it can be finally assembled. I remember that what Chen Hualong gave me was a scrapped motorcycle parts factory. He thought about the piece of land that Chen Hualong gave him. After all, he was from Haicheng, so he knew that the place seemed to be a famous motorcycle manufacturing factory in Haicheng in the past. But later on, because they were not profitable, they were abandoned and a lot of equipment was just thrown there and used. Now that I think about this, I realize that there is no need to worry about manufacturing the missile's propulsion device, because there are facilities for manufacturing motorcycle engines there. Although it is an old model, it is still old, but with a slight modification, it can be put into production directly. Then there are also many workers engaged in factory production in Haicheng. As long as a recruitment order is issued, I believe many people will join in the production soon. Chemical plants, pharmaceutical research institutes, and steel mills are all readily available in Shanghai, but they are mostly located in the outer city areas. Yuan opened the map of the Magic City area on the virtual screen. The planning of Shanghai seems complicated, but it is actually very simple. Because let's put aside the areas that we don't need to mention for now. Shanqing District is a wealthy area, and Thompson 1 is located here. Then Dongqing District is a science and technology park, where most large factories as well as high-tech and network industries are concentrated. Compared with these two areas, heavy industry is basically concentrated in the outer city, where a large number of chemical plants and machinery assembly factories are concentrated. This also includes one of the largest steel mills in the country, Haigang. This means that he doesn't have to worry too much about the steel material resources. One Haigang can fully meet the supply of special steel materials for his missile and mecha factory areas. But this also means we have to take over the outer city area. Yuan understood the situation. Immediately transfer all the scientific researchers and senior technical personnel from Han Country, and then deal with the issues here. But on the military side, General Sun stared at the screen without moving his eyes, trying to confirm whether there would be any other movement on the screen. No more. Report to the general. This Captain Yi Wenye is not moving for the time being. Customer service reported him. General Sun immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It was discovered that after Yi Wen placed an order for 100 missiles and 300 bombs, he temporarily stopped and did not place any larger orders to bomb the sea area. What does he want to do? General Sun couldn't understand what Yi Wen was trying to do, because judging from his current performance, he simply went over to set off some fireworks and then waited to watch the fireworks without any other actions. General Wang Liwei also knew about this matter, and he just replied with, "You little brat." The customer service answered him and conveyed to him the attitude expressed by General Wang Liwei after he learned about the matter. It seems that Lao Wang is very optimistic about this guy. General Sun sighed, holding a document in hand. The information is Yi Wen's life experience and interpersonal relationships. There is nothing special about his life experience. It can even be said that it is precisely because his resume looks too ordinary that some of the actions he is taking now make him look very special. As for interpersonal relationships, except for a girl named Su Ling, there is no other person who needs to be investigated in depth. All the information about Su Ling in China is fake. Could it be that Yuan suddenly got these things, and it has something to do with this girl? He already suspected that the complete set of scientific and technological information on the nuclear fusion aircraft carrier that Yuan handed in came from Su Ling, with whom he had lived for almost 3 years. Su Ling's life information was originally quite standard. But after further investigation, it was discovered that she seemed to have appeared out of thin air in the country and disappeared out of thin air. However, the people who handled the documents for her either died in an accident or went abroad and could no longer be traced. He knew that according to the current situation, there was nothing that needed to be investigated further about Yi Wen, and the person who needed to be investigated further was Su Ling. Because her existence is a question mark, everything seems too suspicious. After Yi Wen determined the next plan, he immediately decided that he must take control of the outer city area of Magic City and must be able to control the use rights of those factories. The outer city cannot be contracted out, and at the same time it has been completely closed off. Yi Wen checked the situation in the outer city and found that it was not easy to use the factories in the outer city to start production immediately. Because the outer city area was a high-risk area, it was completely closed. The authorities have also completely confirmed that there are no people inside, and no one or any force is allowed to enter. Chapter 119, Extremely Dangerous Area. No entry. High-risk area? Yuan found that it was the first time he heard this name, because when he left the country and went to Han Country to perform the escort mission, all areas were basically still in a simple blockade state, which only restricted the free movement of people. Hu Tao, do you know what the situation is in the outer city area of Shanghai? Yuan directly contacted Hu Tao, who was in charge of domestic business, knowing that this matter was still very critical to him. Outer city area? I know. It was completely blocked off due to the fog incident 2 days ago. Now people outside are not allowed to enter, and people inside are not allowed to leave. The entire area is in a state of lockdown. Walnut spoke to him through remote communication. The fog incident? Yuan found that after his trip to Han Country, there were some new changes in the country. Now, the outer city area is related to the continued expansion of his industry. So he now turned on the virtual screen and viewed the aerial views of the outer city through satellite images. At first glance, I saw that the entire outer city area of Modu was covered with thick gray fog. You can't see what's going on inside from high up in the air. At first glance, it looks like a big fire is burning there. However, it is strange that the fog did not spread to the outside world. It only spread to the border of the northern city area, which was the closest to it, and then stopped. However, this strange and terrifying situation still caused the authorities to set up a cordon and even designate a large quarantine area. The entire outer city highway has been turned into an isolation zone, and people are prohibited from crossing in. Are you sure there is no one inside who reacts? Yuan roughly understood the situation and continued to ask Hu Tao. We haven't received any feedback from anyone inside yet. It seems that entering will cause communications isolation, with signals from inside unable to get out and signals from outside unable to get in. Hu Tao answered him. Yuan immediately found relevant information about the outer city area on the new Army app. Know that the complete blockade of the outer city area is only temporary. The real plan is that if this fog phenomenon does not dissipate, it may even tend to continue to expand. The authorities plan to drop a small-yield nuclear bomb to detonate the area and directly demolish the entire area by explosive demolition. It would be a waste if we just blow it up. Yuan decisively took out his phone and called someone. He knew that this matter was not unsolvable. He believed that the authorities would not easily give up the largest industrial park in Shanghai. A somewhat special phone number was dialed. Ask the other party to pick up the call immediately. But a very young voice came from the other end, and I was surprised that he would call at this time. Is this Mr. Yi? General Wang is busy right now. Is there anything important that I can convey to you? The person who answered the phone was General Wang Liwei's correspondent. After he answered the call and found out it was Yuan calling, he immediately took it seriously. Because Wang Liwei had strongly told him that he must not miss any calls from this person, because it was hard to be sure whether he would come up with something incredible again. It's me. Could you please contact General Wang and tell him that I have something important to discuss with him? Yuan politely asked the correspondent to help tell General Wang that the matter was very urgent. Okay, I'll try. Wait a moment. The communicator heard that he really had something important to discuss with General Wang Liwei. He also remembered that General Wang Liwei had explained this matter to him. So he immediately took the phone and went to find General Wang Liwei and asked Yuan to wait for a while. Yuan saw that the first batch of transfer work at Oriental Port had not been completed yet. He was not in a hurry to move the second batch to Han Country. So stand here and wait. Soon, a vicissitudes and energetic voice sounded on the other end of the phone, and the first thing he said was a joke. You are so cruel. Old son just sent me a message to complain. So you made quite a fuss in the East China Sea. He was talking about the good thing he had just done in the East China Sea. He said someone had sued him, accusing him of causing a huge explosion in the East China Sea, and it seemed as if he wanted to blow a big hole in the East China Sea. Yuan smiled slightly, knowing that this matter could not be hidden from him because it required the approval of the entire military. I found out that there was some dirty stuff coming from Jinying's side, and it was difficult for me to deal with it myself, so I borrowed some power from the military. Reveal a little information to him, so that he knows that he did not suddenly cause a large-scale deep-sea explosion in the East China Sea for no reason. He was protecting the country and driving away some of the dirty stuff that came from Jinying. Dirty things? Oh. When General Wang Liwei heard him say this, he immediately became interested. Because the dirt that requires that kind of explosive to drive away is definitely not a small thing. But their military radar didn't detect anything at all. It was this guy who discovered it and immediately made the decision to drive the things away, which was equivalent to spending his money to help the country a lot. If this is true, if I don't promote your military rank, it would be my fault for being negligent. General Wang Liwei knew what kind of technological power Yuan possessed. It is no exaggeration to say that it is not because of the current special environment and social unrest. The highest level title of top academician of the Academy of Sciences has been awarded to him. The scientific and technological information he produced can be said to have overturned the traditional cognition of the entire Academy of Sciences. It not only allows the Academy of Sciences to directly master the manufacturing and research and development technology of nuclear fusion engines. It also helped them solve many technical problems that had puzzled them for many years, which was equivalent to helping the country's scientific and technological progress achieve a great leap forward. Don't be so polite. This is what our new army should do. Yuan said modestly. He even mentioned to him the real purpose of his calling him, saying, I heard that the area outside the Magic City is planning to resolve the issue with violent explosions. Is it possible for me to go and try to find out what's going on inside and whether it can be resolved peacefully? Yuan asked General Wang Liwei about the situation in the outer city area of Demon City. He mainly wanted to ask whether he could contract that area, solve the problem in that area from the root, and then resume normal production and life. As for the peaceful solution mentioned, it is only a more peaceful and gentle approach compared to the large-scale leveling of areas after violent explosions. About this matter, when General Wang Liwei heard the purpose of his visit, he was unable to give him an immediate answer. However, he could reveal one thing to him, letting him know 3 elite military teams have gone in to investigate and have lost contact. It is highly likely that all of them died in there. Are you sure you want to go in? Chapter 1:20 I'm finally home. There's someone at home. When Yuan heard the news, he didn't expect the situation to be like this. The 3 elite teams that General Wang Liwei mentioned now are definitely not ordinary elite teams. They're definitely the elite among the military elites. No matter what the situation, they can still find a way to get in touch with the outside world and report the situation in the outer city area. As a result, the 3 teams completely lost contact after entering, and there was a high probability that all of them died inside. The vital signs have disappeared too. Yuan knew that when the military deployed such an operation, it would be unlikely that they had no means to confirm the vital signs of the people entering the area. It's impossible to confirm. There seems to be a very strong electronic magnetic field inside, which makes the communication equipment of the personnel who enter completely ineffective. So we have no choice but to decide to adopt the attitude of sealing off the high-risk area and directly destroying the entire area by blasting. General Wang Liwei told him, "Let him know that if there is any way out of this matter, their military will not take such an extreme attitude of complete destruction." It was after the three elite teams completely lost contact after entering that they concluded that the level of danger here was beyond the current level of understanding and solution. Therefore, the most fundamental and safe solution is to completely destroy this area and solve both the area and the root cause at once. I understand, but please help me apply for it. I still want to try it. Also, confirm whether all the people who entered are really sacrificed. Yuan still asked him to give him a chance. If the outer city area cannot be taken, the area with a complete industrial chain that can meet all the needs of the mecha factory and the missile factory at once must be either in other provinces or in high-risk areas of zombie disasters abroad. In comparison, it would be much easier for him to find the source of the fog incident in the outer city and liberate this area. If you strongly request it, I can help you try to get it. But you need to give me at least one day. General Wang Liwei understood that from his personal perspective, he did not want Yuan to get involved in this matter. Because he himself may not be aware that since he handed over the complete set of scientific and technological information of the nuclear fusion aircraft carrier, his personal value in Congress and the military has reached the level of a head of state. Congress and top military officials have jointly demanded that his safety and the personal safety of his family must be absolutely guaranteed. Therefore, his romantic affairs had long been known to those above him. But they all condoned the situation and secretly deployed security personnel to go to these people to ensure their safety. But now he is saying that he is going to investigate the foggy area in the outer city, and there is a high probability that he will go in personally. He had a hunch that this situation would most likely be rejected by Congress and the military. So he could only do his best to help him, hoping that Congress and the military would give him a chance to try. Thank you. If this matter is handled well, it will benefit all parties. Yuan answered him, thanking him for helping him fight for it. I also understand that from the perspective of economic and industrial recovery, I believe many people do not want this industrial park, which represents the most important economic zone in Shanghai, to be razed to the ground after a huge explosion. Therefore, there are still people who hope that this area can be resolved peacefully, the root cause of the fog incident in this area can be found, and then small-scale destruction can allow this area to return to normal production. Wait for my news. General Wang Liwei replied to him and asked him to wait for a moment. Yuan ended the call with General Wang Liwei, knowing that this matter could not be rushed. Boss, this batch has all been transferred. Hu Tao came over and gave him a message, letting him know that the first batch of people had been transferred and the venue had been cleared so that the second batch could be transferred over. Okay. Yuan looked at the empty space at the port where 5 large containers were piled up just now and realized that he had to go back to Banli to carry out the second batch of transfers. The whole thing took more than 3 hours to complete. 3 hours later, a total of 683 researchers and senior technical workers from Sanqing Group were transported. The remaining part will be transported by sea at once after being sorted. Banli also continued to stay in Han Country to preside over the situation and stabilize the situation in Han Country. Speaking of which, I have to go back to Haiqing to visit my father and Aunt Rome. Yuan handed the rest of the matters to Hu Tao, and he went back to his residence in Thompson Epine to visit Feng Qian and Lu Yin. He also knew that the matter in the outer city of Magic City could be put aside for the time being, but he had to go back to the motorcycle parts factory on the outskirts of Haiqing to check the situation. He had to first confirm whether it could start production immediately and complete the production of the missile engine power components. Back to Thompson Epine. He felt as if he had been away for a really long time. However, on the way back, I found that the cleanup work in the upper city was going smoothly and there were no incidents of class of dangerous creatures. Therefore, under the leadership of Hu Tao, the entire Shanqing district has basically resumed production. He even saw a shopping mall that had resumed business, with some restaurants and milk tea shops on the first floor opening. But when he returned to his house, he immediately realized that something was wrong with his house. Because he clearly just left room for Feng Qian and Lu Yin to live in, with one more person, and that person was someone he didn't know. As soon as he appeared at the door, he knew that the other party had already known of his presence through the surveillance equipment near the door. So he deliberately ambushed at the door to give him a warning. This person is interesting. Yuan couldn't help laughing, wondering if he was a friend of Lu Yin or Feng Qian. So I planned to play with him and pretended not to know and opened the door. The moment the door opened, a pair of long white legs and slippers came down at him with the momentum of a mountain axe, and it was a fierce move. He didn't give in to her and grabbed her ankles, intending to lift her upside down. But this woman had obviously practiced, and not just simple women's self-defense techniques. So I found myself being lifted upside down, and I had lost my balance. She immediately raised her other leg and stepped towards his chest, preparing to use the force of pushing his chest away to free herself. Of course wouldn't be polite to her. Because it was the first time she met him, she knew he was coming back, so she ambushed him at the door and even planned to fight with him. In fact, this behavior was already very impolite. It can be said that if it weren't for the attitude she showed now, there was no hostility and she just wanted to practice with him. He had dragged her outside and thrown her into the zombie horde to deal with her. Now he had one hand holding one of her ankles. At this moment, another white long leg kicked over. And of course, he continued to hold on to it, making her look like an awkward position with her feet held upside down in front of her, making the atmosphere here a little awkward. Chapter 121. Miss He, your requirements are a bit high. Do you prefer this position? The woman was also shameless. She didn't feel embarrassed or ashamed at all, even though she was completely defeated and her feet were held upside down in this position. On the contrary, she threw him a coquettish look and asked him if he liked to use this position in sex. Ewan put her down. I already know her general situation from the system's character information box. Ewan Yue, the eldest daughter of the Olympian gambling king. A wealthy woman with a net worth of billions. Don't tell me that you were best friends with Feng Qian or Lu Yin. After seeing this information, he immediately knew that she must have some relationship with the eldest son of the He family, and she came here specifically for him. It wasn't like that originally, but it became like that after I came here, Ewan Yue said with a smile. After being put down, she stood up with a handsome handstand and backflip. Now the black swimsuit is only worn with a pair of pool slippers, making her look sexy, generous, and bold. Ewan glanced at her and knew that she came here for him. I also noticed that Feng Qian and Lu Yin were not here, and it seemed that they were not there. Where are they? He asked Ewan Yue directly, knowing that she would understand what he was asking. They went to film a movie. Anyway, we have nothing to do right now. Would you like to have something to drink? The cocktails I make are pretty good. Ewan Yue took the initiative to start a conversation with him. Boiled water. Yven ansvedet had cold. The reason why he is so cold to her now is not because she is the daughter of the Macau gambling king, but also because she is the commander of the new army, which makes her a competitor to him. He simply knew that her purpose of coming to the Magic City to find him was not simple, and she must have some interests of her own. So, I think it's better to keep a distance from her and stay away from her. Oh cool. Ewan Yue didn't care. When she heard that he wanted boiled water, she prepared a special glass of boiled water for him. First, pour half a cup of hot water into a goblet, then hand-carve a large diamond ice cube and put it into the hot water in the goblet. Then, smiling, he handed him the special cup of boiled water and said to him, "Please taste my masterpiece, ice and fire." Ewan looked at her. I found that she was indeed a woman from a big family. Her every smile and frown seemed casual and careless, but they were full of teasing and hints, and hinted that she knew a lot. I just want a regular one. Ewan seemed to be deliberately making things difficult for her, telling her not to make it so fancy. It was also a hint of counterattack against her. In his eyes, she was too complicated, and he preferred and accepted something simpler. Ewan Yue suddenly drank the hot water in the goblet, not caring at all that the water was at least 70 degrees Celsius. I just handed him the diamond-sized ice cube left in the goblet and said to him, "This is too ordinary." There was a smile in the corners of her charming eyes. Money and beauty. The remaining cup may look ordinary, but it contains great fortune and a chance to kiss a beautiful woman indirectly. Ewan glanced at her and saw the provocation in her eyes. He looked at the ice cubes in the glass again. He took out the ice cubes and threw them into his mouth, then chewed them and asked her, "What do you want to do here?" Talk to her directly and get to the point. Knowing that Feng Qian and Lu Yin are not here now, it is convenient for them to discuss some things. Cooperation marriage. I provide the money, you provide the people, or of course you can provide the only one. Ewan Yue did not hide her interest in Ewan at all. She said that she came here this time to seek a strong enough partner for business. In private, she admitted that she had fallen in love. She had always been single, but suddenly she decided to get married. So, both publicly and privately, for her, Ewan was a pretty good candidate. I'm not short of money, nor am I short of people. Ewan responded to her without any concealment. He said that when it comes to money, the zombie apocalypse that is currently breaking out around the world is a golden age for him. To him, Every moving zombie is a moving gold brick. Those powerful, terrifying, despairing, and highly dangerous monsters are like mountains of gold to him, so he is never worried about money. As for the money, she has been with Feng Xian and Lu Yin for some time, and she should understand that he has no shortage of soldiers and women around him. It can be said that in addition to the domestic military rank system, the number of people in his legion must be restricted so that he cannot hire and expand the number of people as arbitrarily as in foreign countries. He can solve most problems on his own, not to mention that he had just transported a large group of people from the Han country. I don't ask for much. I just want a legitimate legal identity. As for the rest, it's up to you to decide how much you want to charge. And by then, all my money will become yours. He Wen Yue's slender fingers stroked Yi Wen's chest. With just a nod of his head, he can easily obtain this good thing that countless men in the world dream of. It can instantly give him beauty, wealth, and power, and make him a top person in an instant. Someone has already said that, and the conditions she offered were more generous and less demanding of me. Because she doesn't even need a certificate, she just wants to be with me. Yi Wen gently pulled her hand away and answered her with a smile. Let her know that someone has gotten there before her and is asking for a lower price, or even asking for nothing. Who? Yi Wen Yue didn't believe it, because what she is most confident about is her wealth and status. It can be said that if she, Yi Wen Yue, had not seen Yi Wen in the live broadcast, she would not be moved, let alone give him such a great opportunity to live off him. Jean Laniying is the eldest princess of Sanqing Group. Her dowry is the entire Sanqing Group's assets. Yi Wen answered her with a smile and asked her if she could compete with her with Jean Laniying's identity. But Jean Laniying did not ask him for anything, and even took the initiative to help him recruit the Han Country Girl Group. As long as he nodded, these big stars could all become a member of his backyard. Jean Laniying. Yi Wen Yue really didn't expect that Yi Wen would have an affair with the eldest princess of Sanqing Group. She also knew that he had been away for a while because he had gone to Han Country, and it seemed that he was escorting Jean Laniying's younger brother Jean Lingxi. As a result, his trip there turned out to be, I think you're bragging. Of course, Yi Wen Yue didn't believe it at all, because Jean Laniying is an absolute single compared to her. The other party is a famous Iron Lady, and she has vowed to devote her entire life to Sanqing Group, which is equivalent to marrying herself to Sanqing. Yi Wen didn't bother with her. He just took out his phone and called Jean Laniying. It was a video call. Because according to the time, Jean Laniying should have settled down in Thompson Epine with the members of TNTA. It should be in the building next door. Do you have time? If you do, come to the 8th floor of the next building. I'd like to introduce you to some people. He spoke to Jean Laniying in a completely commanding tone, asking her to come to his place immediately if she had time. Yes, I'll be there right away. Jean Laniying's face immediately appeared on the video call. After hearing that Yi Wen wanted her to come over, she immediately expressed her respect for her husband with the humility of a Han woman, saying that she would come as soon as possible. This scene made Yi Wen Yue dumbfounded because she recognized that the person on the video call was indeed Jean Laniying. This woman, who was known as the Iron Lady of Sanqing Group, obeyed Yi Wenyin's orders and came over immediately. Chapter 122 Cooperation Sincerity. Aim bigger. Ha ha ha. Yi Wen Yue couldn't help but covered her face and laughed. Her shoulders kept shaking from laughing. Really, she said while laughing, causing her words to be interrupted constantly. Yi Wen looked at her and thought, does this thing look so funny? Don't get me wrong. I just didn't expect you to be so powerful. Actually, she said while giving me a thumbs up. Awesome. You're really awesome. She praised him without reservation. The eldest princess of Sanqing Group. Now the entire Sanqing belongs to you? Yi Wen Yue relaxed and finally stopped herself from laughing, raised her eyes, and said to him. She realized that if this was true, he did have the qualifications to challenge her. Because the entire Sanqing Group is even larger than her father's business. Although we don't know how he accomplished this, from Jean Laniying's attitude towards him in the video call just now, we can tell that this is all true. After all, for a woman as arrogant as Jean Laniying, it is impossible for her to treat a man, especially a Chinese man, so humbly and condescendingly. Do you know what I'm thinking now? I'm more interested in you. Yi Wen Yue suddenly looked over here with an aggressive look. That look was not that of an ordinary woman. It was the look of a wild wolf, a beast with scarlet eyes opened in the darkness. It is said that men desire to be conquered by the strong. For her, what she is looking forward to more is being conquered by a man who is stronger than her. It's a pity that none of the men she met could be accepted by her, because those who are richer than her can't beat her. Anyone who can beat her isn't as rich as her. Those who can beat her and are richer than her are not as good as her in status and position. She was originally attracted by Yi Wen's handsome appearance and came here just to play with him. She was not really obsessed with looks and wanted to marry him immediately, or even become a love-brain person. But now that she had actually met him in person and knew his background, she was suddenly very satisfied with him. Are you interested in seeing Jean Laniying, the princess of Sanxing, become even more attractive than she is now? He Wenyue suddenly came close to him and whispered in his ear deliberately, like the whisper of a devil echoing in his ears. Yuan looked at her in surprise and saw her very masculine side. He immediately pushed her away without being polite to her at all. He Wenyue licked her red lips seductively. She is so excited now, because the man who satisfied her would soon have the woman who had always made her curious. He was a little impatient now. Don't even think about it. Yuan firmly told her not to have such evil thoughts. He Wenyue took the initiative to move closer and whispered to him seductively. Aren't you interested in seeing me and her surrender to you together? What a beautiful sight it would be. A long period of easy satisfaction and worry-free life has made her numb to the current life. She was always looking for excitement, craving excitement, and longing to rekindle her passion for life. As a result, everything she could get was too easy to get. What you can't get, you will never get in your lifetime. She didn't expect to see here an opportunity to get something she couldn't get before, and the price she had to pay was just to lower her posture a little. Yuan understood what she meant and knew that the condition was very tempting. But I'm not really interested. Now the entire TNTA belongs to me, including the entire girl group in Han Country. Just giving her a message. Let her know that it's still easy to choose between a tree and a large Amazon rainforest. He Wenyue's eyes were shining, and she realized that this was a huge treasure for her. Just because she is not very interested in ordinary men, it does not mean that she does not have any ideas about graceful women. Okay, enough of the jokes. We can talk about personal matters later. We can slowly get to know your standards and my depth. I'll also tell you my goal. I want to take over the entire South. That means Guangdong Province, Fujian Province, and the South Sea. I'm interested in all of them. He Wenyue understood that there was no need to rush into discussing matters between men and women. She came here mainly to find partners, but she didn't expect that she would find such a partner who satisfied her so much. It was far beyond her expectations. Yuan knew that it would take some time for Jean Laniying to come over. So he saw He Wenyue walking to the lounge chair by the pool, showing off her first-class model-level figure without any cover. She stretched her snow-white body in a black swimsuit on the white bathing lounge chair and took a sip of the freshly squeezed orange juice on the table, leaving a red lip print on the straw. He walked over and sat down next to her and could tell from her words that her ambition was extraordinary. Do you know what the situation in the South is like now? Yuan asked her. However, his words were not a question or advice, but a test. I wonder how much she knew about the situation in the South when she said that. He Wenyue simply blurted out, the number of infected people exceeds 3.2 million. Because there is no cure for this disease, there are no patients, only dead people. And the number is still increasing by 14,000 people every day. New infected people are constantly dying, and new people are being infected. She easily said a number that could be described as terrifying. But she was relaxed because she knew that this data was still very good when compared with the rest of the world. Since there are at least 300 million people in the South, it is very good news that there is no report of more than 170 million zombies. This shows that the situation is still under control. However, Hong Kong has only provided 2.1 million, and additional supplements are needed. Now Hong Kong is basically a city of zombies, and almost everyone who can escape has escaped. He Wenyue added an additional new situation. Worried that he didn't know the situation in Hong Kong, a special place, let him know that there are more than 3 million zombies in the South, and Hong Kong accounts for more than 2 million. This can also be said to be a miracle in the domestic control situation. After Yuan heard what she said, he knew that the situation she described was similar to the latest statistics provided by the system, proving that she was really determined to investigate and understand the situation and wanted to take over the entire southern region. Yuan also knew that she had basically passed the basic cooperation assessment, so he just asked her, "Are you interested in the South?" "South? Didn't I already say that I want to take over the contract for the entire southern region?" He Wenyue wondered if he didn't hear what she had just said. She had already told him that she came to him this time to contract and rebuild this large and prosperous area in southern China. But she suddenly understood and realized that he was not asking about the South, but the southern part. Chapter 123, Absolute Confidence. He Wenyue kneels. Which South are you referring to? She carefully confirmed with him whether the South he was talking about was the South she understood at the moment. The Golden Triangle, Singapore, Malaysia, and Thailand. Yuan answered her, making her sure that she had not misunderstood. The South he was talking about was the South that she had already understood. The entire southern region of the eastern continent. Are you crazy? Yuan Yue was shocked by his proposal. Because the South is not like the South of China. With the current attitude of fighting the zombie disaster outside of China, which can be described as giving up, the entire southern part of the eastern continent can be said to be a hell area. Moreover, the geographical environment there is complex, and it is mostly dense rainforest area, so there are many wild animals. So the mutated creatures there have developed to the point where they are like in Jurassic World. Not long ago, international news reported that a giant snake over 100 meters long appeared in the dense forests of the South. And no one knows how many survivors are left. But there are gold, oil, and many other valuable resources there. Yuan told her that since she dared to be ambitious, she should be more ambitious. Since she has even begun to set her sights on the entire southern China. Why not be bolder and target the entire South directly and expand your business to overseas regions? Yuan Yue, who had always been confident that she was fearless and courageous, suddenly became cautious. Because she certainly knows that there are greater opportunities abroad than at home. After all, in China this only means power, but abroad it means owning land and even being a king. The worst possible scenario for this worldwide disaster is a crisis of human extinction. But on the bright side, it is a redistribution of power around the world. With the chaotic situation abroad, as long as we can liberate and occupy a piece of land, everything on that land will belong to us. Even in Eagle Country, Western Europe, the same is true in this case. A life of wine and women and 3,000 beauties in the harem is not just a dream. As long as you have strength and influence, it is not impossible to become a positive diplomatic ally of China. But those zombie viruses, Yuan Yue knew that the most difficult problem now was not anything else. The most difficult thing is the zombie virus, which is 100% likely to infect you once you get injured. This results in 10,000 people being sent to the front line, only to be thrown into a sea of zombies to increase the number of monsters. According to the recent announcement, a zombie outbreak numbering over 300,000 occurred in Eagle Country. The situation is that even the tank can be overturned by you. Unless you have the ability to launch a long-range rocket attack, as long as you get close, even the strongest fortress can be broken by brute force. I have an antidote that can make people immune to the zombie virus. Yuan told her. He didn't care about telling her this at all, and he wasn't afraid at all that she would tell others about it. Yuan Yue's eyes suddenly widened so wide that her already large eyes were stretched to the limit of her eye sockets. Because she heard something. Did she just hear that the whole world has no way to deal with the zombie disaster and is looking for an antidote everywhere? The handsome guy in front of her said that he had an antidote that could make people immune to the zombie virus. What does this represent? This means that he can definitely create a formidable fighting force that is not afraid of infection. This means that the only way to survive is to stand on his side. Are the most terrifying part of this zombie disaster the zombies? No. It's a mysterious virus with no cure. This virus is so terrible that even the most formidable warrior can be infected if he gets accidentally scratched and will die suddenly in the shortest possible time and quickly transform into a terrifying zombie. It is also because of this that all parties are timid and can only deal with this zombie disaster on a small scale and slowly. Are you lying to me? You've seen Nova and Shiva, right? They are the zombies who were reversed. Oh, and Wu Yong. Yuan believed that she had seen these people during her time here. So she told her about this without any hesitation, letting her know that she had actually spent some time with several zombie reversers. Yuan Yue heard him say this. She suddenly stood up from the recliner, put away her smile, and knelt on her knees with a serious face, prostrating herself in front of him in the posture of a slave submission. She said sincerely, "Please provide me with a few. I am willing to pay any price for them." Because several people in her family were infected, including her mother and her best friend. Now they are all locked in their rooms, praying that one day a cure will be found, or at least that it will allow them to die and be buried as normal humans. She had given up hope of finding a cure while she was still alive. Now she had no idea that she could actually meet him here and witness with her own eyes that it was not just a simple cure, but a direct reversal. It was like being able to be resurrected as a normal person. You trust me completely without confirming it? Yuan lowered his eyes to look at her, asking her if she trusted him so much. Jean Laneying happened to come over at this time. Because the door was not closed, she walked in directly and happened to hear the conversation here and see Yu Wen kneeling respectfully in front of him and begging him. She recognized who the girl was at first sight and recognized her as the daughter of the gambling king. From what she just heard, she also knew that this girl had fallen. Her status with Yi Wen would soon be similar to hers, and they would be a family from now on. Even if it's fake, I want to try it. Yi Wen raised her face and said firmly, because she had this purpose in mind when she came out this time. To her, her body and her posture were not important at all, because the most important thing to her is her mother. Not to mention that the one who suffered this disaster was also her good sister who grew up with her. She understood that it was a kind of despair that could not be solved no matter how powerful or rich you were. This virus is so terrible. Even though the country is doing its best to control the situation and countless doctors and nurses are sacrificing their lives, there is no cure once you are infected. And all we can do is smash the heads of our loved ones so that they don't harm others. Yi Wen could see that she wanted to save some important person, so she was so humble and immediately put down her originally arrogant attitude. I think it's better for you to confirm it yourself. Yi Wen advised her not to trust him so generously, because what if he was deliberately lying to her? Yi Wen suddenly stretched out her arm in front of him and told him firmly that if he wanted to help her confirm it, he should confirm it on her body himself. Since he has said that as long as she tries this antidote, she will be immune to the zombie virus. Then after she is injected, she will definitely not be infected again. This is also the best proof. Chapter 124. 4 Beauties Meet and Have a Simple Dinner. Yi Wen found that she was really extraordinary because the courage to use herself as a test subject was not something that ordinary people had. But she must know that if this thing fails, she will become like those monsters outside, completely losing her mind and her life as a human being. Brother? Are there guests coming? Suddenly, a cheerful and playful voice sounded. Looking over, I saw Feng Qian walking in with Lu Yin. She looked like she had just returned from a filming. She was wearing big sunglasses and a sun hat, and looked like an actress. Lu Yin noticed Jean Laniying and He Wenyue immediately after she came in. She found out that she knew He Wenyue, but Jean Laniying looked vaguely familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere before. But she was impressed by the other person's aura at first sight, because compared to a little star like her, the other person is obviously a successful career woman. But she could also see at a glance that the relationship between this strong woman and Yi Wen was unusual, and there seemed to be some unusual relationship between men and women. You're back. Yi Wen smiled when he saw Feng Qian coming back. He also noticed out of the corner of his eye that He Wenyue looked a little uncomfortable whenever he saw Feng Qian again, because it is not difficult to see that she usually acts like a big sister in front of Feng Qian and Lu Yin. As a result, because she needed help from him, she was now inferior to Feng Qian, and she suddenly didn't know how to face this girl next. I'm back, but filming is not as fun as I imagined. I feel so tired. Feng Qian immediately complained to him, begging with her eyes if he could help her postpone the matter. She knew that now it was the big director begging her, and Sister Lu Yin was protecting her, and she was being led by her seniors who were newcomers, so she could do her job more easily. But even so, she still felt that there were many things she needed to handle personally on the set, which was far from being as easy and fun as being a chat host. If you don't want to film, then don't film. Yi Wen recalled that he had asked Wu Zheng to film the movie just to tease him, to teach him a lesson for meddling in other people's business. He could also see that he didn't really want to film, but the situation was special at the time, and he had to rely on this method to save his and his wife's lives. Now that Feng Qian doesn't want to play anymore, he doesn't care. After all, the world I'm exposed to is bigger now, my horizons are broader, and I suddenly look down on this small role. Is it really possible? Feng Qian was so surprised and happy that she almost jumped up and suddenly pounced on him and kissed him on the cheek. But at this moment, she realized that this place was full of competition for beauty. I found that not only Sister Wenyu was here, but also the big star Lu Yin, and an unfamiliar mature beauty. Brother, this is... Feng Qian asked him curiously. She found that this strange mature beauty had such a strong aura that she felt a little inferior when she was around her. But she vaguely felt that this mature beauty was very in awe of her brother, and even had a humble attitude of staying here on standby. This is... Yi Wen immediately wanted to introduce her. Jean Laniying introduced herself in fluent Chinese. I am Jean Laniying, Mr. Ye's partner. Nice to meet you. She has been observing the situation here since she came in. I found that Yi Wen is indeed a rare talent, and he has so many beauties around him in China. Jean Laniying. Lu Yin was the first to exclaim, because she finally knew where she had seen her before, and she looked very familiar. Because Jean Laneying is the eldest princess of Sanqing Group. She was seen on the news some time ago. Jean Laneying smiled at her. Knowing that everyone here is Yi Wen's family, then they are her future family. Han Country Beauty. Feng Qian was also shocked, because she said that this beauty looked a little different from the women in China, and that there was an indescribable, unique temperament. Now, after listening to her accent and her self-introduction, she realized that she was not Chinese, but Han. Furthermore, if her identity is really the Princess Sanqing, then she has never had plastic surgery, which also means that she is a natural beauty. Jean Laneying smiled more tenderly at Feng Qian, because she knew that this little girl was Yi Wen, her master's sister. As someone who grew up in a large family, she knew very well the importance of building a good relationship with such an important person. When Yi Wen saw this situation, he knew it was inconvenient to continue discussing the antidote with Yi Wenyue. I just smiled and said to them, "Since everyone is here, let's have a meal together. I'll cook." Yeah. Feng Qian was the first one to cheer and ran to the kitchen, ready to help him. Lu Yin also said with unsatisfied anticipation, "I'm in for a treat." Knowing that she was attracted by the food he fed her in the beginning, she discovered that what she loved most about him was his cooking skills. What he cooks is delicious. Yi Wenyue saw that Lu Yin and Feng Qian had left, so she only asked Jean Laneying, curiously asking her if she knew Yi Wen's cooking skills. Jean Laneying shook her head regretfully, indicating that she didn't know either. It was even the first time she knew that Yi Wen was a good cook, and she discovered that she had never had the chance to taste his cooking in Han Country. Yi Wen easily set out a large table of delicious food, and also improved his cooking proficiency, which made his cooking skills even better. The table full of delicacies that rivaled a state banquet made the four beauties, who had different styles and looked like plum, orchid, autumn chrysanthemum, salivate with gusto. They didn't even need to be polite to him and ate heartily, because if they acted a little later, Feng Qian would have swept them all away. Yi Wen looked at the happy scene in front of him, wishing that his father and Aunt Rome could come and join them. After dinner, Feng Qian and Lu Yin took the initiative to wash the dishes. Jean Laneying even put aside her princess airs and said that after marriage in Han Country, all household chores would be handled by them, the women. He and Yi Wenyue went to the abandoned distribution room alone. A golden manager was released from inside and injected with medicine, which cured him and made him half-infected. Yi Wenyue was shocked to see the man in front of her, who was originally an out-of-control zombie, suddenly being completely healed and regaining his sanity. The only difference between him and a completely normal person is that his pupils are a little blue, indicating that he has been infected. It really works. If you mass-produce this thing and sell it, you can get a sky-high price. Yi Wenyue was surprised that her mother and best friend could really be saved. But what's even more surprising is that this is a huge fortune. I believe many people would spend all their money to buy one for themselves and their loved ones. I don't think so. I think this kind of thing is better not to be known by outsiders. The gold medal manager, who had just been resurrected and healed, habitually adjusted the frame of his glasses that no longer existed and began to help analyze the current situation very seriously. Chapter 125: Deployment and Development. The situation deteriorates. Yi Wenyue looked at the man who had just recovered and started to give advice. In her eyes, the only non-family male whom she truly respects is Yi Wen. What qualifications does this man have to complain in front of her just after waking up? "Boss, do you think what I said is right?" The man looked at the blood stains on his clothes with disgust. It seemed that he had a certain degree of misophobia. However, he knew that now was the time for him to immediately demonstrate his abilities and expertise, so he knew that things like changing clothes could come later. "I want to hear it too." Yi Wen smiled and asked him to continue, indicating that he also wanted to hear the opinions of Li Qingjia, the country's top gold medal manager, who is known as the left hand of God in the wealth circle. Li Qingjia immediately smiled to show that he understood, and then explained to Yi Wenyue, "This injection is indeed a miracle, and it is also the savior of the world. But if this news spreads, will most people's first thought be to buy it from him? No, they will just force him to give it to them, and for free. Those who do this will include civilians, but more will be other powerful forces." Li Qingjia pointed out the danger of this situation in one sentence. As the saying goes, rare goods are valuable. But if this rare commodity is in the hands of the country, others would not dare to covet it. But now it is in the hands of ordinary people. Not only will such a treasure not bring any benefits to this person, but it will also make him enemies on all sides, making him surrounded by jealous enemies hiding in the dark. You have a good eye. Yi Wenyue certainly understood this. After all, she was no fool. It could even be said that more than 30% of the casino industry of Alhai was now managed by her. Why don't you help me analyze the current situation and suggest what I should do next? Yuan handed him a document. Now that He Wenyue had been resurrected and healed, he also wanted this golden manager to come and help him. Because if he planned to expand overseas and develop overseas markets, the people he had now were far from enough. This is also the reason why he was considering cooperating with He Wenyue and asking Jean Laniying to help him. Li Qingjia immediately took the information and quickly read through it, knowing that there are several major problems facing Yuan. One is that there is technology, but no factory. Another possibility is that even if you have chosen a good location for a factory, major problems in the area may prevent the factory from opening. One last point, the technologies are basically very sensitive and not convenient to expose on a large scale, so they need to be handled with confidentiality measures. I suggest you find an OEM directly. You can help liberate other war zones on the condition that they help you produce parts. And by the way, you can help them resume production quickly. Li Ka-shing gave an idea that is more in line with international mainstream thinking. Contract work? Yuan found that he had never thought of this. Because before he obtained the system, he was just an ordinary person, even an ordinary person who did not even finish high school. Therefore, his vision cannot be compared with those elites, which is why he usually relies more on the system and chestnuts and walnuts. If I have to say that he is better than others, it is his luck, especially his luck in meeting beautiful women. Yes. Now, whether it is the world's top-notch Penguin mobile phones or graphics cards, motherboards, and laptops, they are basically outsourced to other factories. It is rare for a brand to build the entire industrial chain and produce everything in-house. The current domestic situation is not as good as that abroad. The country seems to be in social turmoil, but at the same time, there is also a lot of work to be done. Now many people have lost their jobs and have no food to eat. It can be said that as long as a safe canteen and a certain salary are provided, they are willing to work in the factory. At present, the army and antidote you control are the biggest advantages, and they're also the most valuable bargaining chips. Li Qingjia helped him analyze the situation he was facing and pointed out the pros and cons of the situation around him. After some analysis and thinking, he said to him, "Moreover, your thinking is mainly focused on the military. I have overlooked that you are more inclined towards business. You can build yourself into a big brand and make the military just a part of your brand." Yuan listened to his analysis and found that it was similar to his initial idea and what he confirmed with Hu Tao and Ban Li. The strategic deployment they analyzed was similar. The OEM factory can hand it over to me, but I want the latest weapons and medicines. He Wenyue was the first to make a request, requiring that she should be the first partner to join. You're pretty quick. Yuan glanced at her and knew that she was definitely a successful businessman. It can even be said that among strong women, she and Jean Laniying are the same type, and she is even stronger than Jean Laniying in some aspects. I can move my waist faster. Do you want to try? He Wenyue looked at him provocatively, and suddenly realized that it would be very pleasurable to conquer him. It was the first time she met a man who could easily excite her. I don't believe it. Yuan pretended not to understand her dirty jokes, and discovered that her fastest thing was her speed because she would start driving at any time. He Wenyue looked at him with fighting spirit and decided to find an opportunity to challenge him. Li Qingjia cleverly pretended not to hear it, and just looked towards the small black room with a bit of emotion. He has recovered now, but he has basically retained some memories of what he did when he became a zombie. Knowing what he did when he was a zombie, his once happy family was completely destroyed by him. Now he just wants to forget all this, numb himself with crazy work, and make some contributions to the world again. You go and be in charge of contacting her. If you need anything, ask Hu Tao. Yuan told Li Qingjia to go to He Wenyue and serve as the contact person for the two parties' industries. Walnut, He Wenyue murmured, because she heard the name again. I know that Yuan has two assistants. One is called Walnut, and the other is called Chestnut. But she had only heard Feng Qian mention it and had never actually seen it. Understood. Li Qingjia immediately walked slowly to He Wenyue, smiled politely, stretched out his hand to her, and said, I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future. He Wenyue shook hands with him very perfunctorily. His attention was mainly on Walnut and Chestnut, whom he had never seen before. He found that the sisters were the most important people around Yuan. They seemed to help him manage more than 90% of his business, and their abilities were amazing and terrifying. Yuan knew that He Wenyue had witnessed the effect of the potion with her own eyes, so he promised to give her 2 doses and let her take them back to try on her mother and best friend. He knew that he also had something to deal with quickly. He looked at the message Hu Tao had left him and the prompt that had been hanging on the virtual screen. Hu Tao, boss, the fog in the outer city has a tendency to spread to the main city. You'd better come and take a look. Chapter 126, arriving at the outer ring road. Monsters appearing in the mist. I'll be there right away. After Yi Wen finished dealing with things here, he knew he could go to Hu Tao's place. Are you leaving? He Wen Yue discovered that Yi Wen was planning to go outside Thompson Yipin, which meant he was going to do something. Deal with some situation. Yi Wen answered her, knowing that the matter here had little to do with her, so there was no need to explain it to her in detail. Then let's go together. He Wen Yue took the initiative to express her willingness to follow and plan to go on this journey with him. She did not forget the real purpose of her trip to the Magic City. She knew that she came here with the intention of choosing a husband, but she knew there was no hope for her brother. The time they had spent together had made her realize that Feng Qian's feelings for Yi Wen were definitely not just a simple brother-sister relationship. The relationship between them was much more complicated and deeper than she had expected before she came. This also meant that it was absolutely impossible for her to fall in love with her younger brother, who had no other advantages except being rich. Not to mention that just in terms of the family being wealthy, her younger brother is no match for Yi Wen. After all, Yi Wen's money was basically earned by himself from scratch. But her younger brother basically relies on his family and has not even really taken over the family business. Comparing the two of them together, it can be said that all of her brother's seemingly advantageous advantages were instantly defeated by Yi Wen. It's going to be a little dangerous out there. Yi Wen told her without hiding anything that the place he was going to was not an ordinary place. Now that area is one of the few areas that Congress and the military have directly defined as a high-risk area. Currently, no one is allowed to enter. 3 elite teams have already disappeared inside, and there is no way to get in touch with them. Let's go and take a look. If it's dangerous, I'll leave immediately. He Wen Yue is not a weak woman. She wanted to go along and take a look, on the one hand to understand Yi Wen's business here, and on the other hand to try to see if she could use this opportunity to meet the mysterious assistant Walnut or Chestnut. All right. Yi Wen glanced at Li Qingjia and knew that it was impossible for him to take the two of them into the blockade area. So he asked a member of the Black Shadow Force to drive them to the outer city, preparing to meet Walnut, who was waiting for him there. After getting in the car and seeing the direction it was heading, He Wen Yue immediately knew where he was going. Are you planning to go to the outer city? Although it was her first time in Shanghai, she had some understanding of its general location and economic and industrial layout. If you regret it, I can ask someone to send you back. Yi Wen said to He Wen Yue. Now He Wen Yue and Li Kaxing are sitting in the back row. Because Li Kaxing was injected with drugs to become a semi-infected person and then resurrected and cured, his current situation is similar to Johnny and the others, and they are defaulted to maintaining the highest loyalty and favorability towards him. This means that He Wen Yue is the only outsider in the car now. Why not take some protective measures? He Wen Yue was indeed a little bit back, because she knew that the most troublesome thing in the outer city was not anything else but the fog, which was more mysterious and dangerous than zombies. At present, there is no evidence or means to prove what the fog is. It has completely occupied the outer city area of the Magic City and turned it into a completely uninhabited area. No need, we're just taking a look around, Yi Wen told her. It was a way of telling her that they were just going there to take a look at the situation nearby. He Wen Yue immediately felt relieved. Yi Wen also added to her, if you feel unsafe, you can stay in the car. He Wen Yue immediately admitted that this was not the time to pretend to be brave, so she said to him simply, then I'll stay in the car. I accepted his good suggestion without any hesitation, knowing that if the mist carried the virus, it could be fatal if accidentally inhaled. Even though she now knew that Yi Wen had the antidote, it would be better for her to be a truly smart person in order to avoid suffering the same pain again. Yi Wen did not force it, and asked Li Qingjia to stay in the car when he arrived. In a blink of an eye, the vehicle quickly reached the outer ring road. At this time, we can finally see the official army here. Now, each of these soldiers is wearing protective clothing, fully prepared to face the arrival of the army and standing firm on the edge of the outer ring road. Seeing their car appearing here in an unusual manner, 2 armed soldiers immediately came over, stretched out their hands to stop them, and asked them to stop the car for inspection. Yi Wen saw the soldiers in charge of the inspection coming to the passenger seat, and he lowered the window and said to them, 36th Regiment Commander Yi Wen, I have been ordered by my superiors to come here to investigate the situation. As he spoke, he showed him his exclusive barcode on the Xinjuan app on his mobile phone and asked them to take out their barcode scanners for verification and identification. Captain Yi. The soldier confirmed that his identity was verified and immediately stood at attention and saluted him, reporting, The fog ahead is beginning to spread. It will be very dangerous for you to continue approaching in this state. The voice spoken through the gas mask was a bit buzzy, with a spatial echo. I know. I'm just checking nearby. I won't get close. My people are already inside to meet you. Besides, this car won't go in. I'll just get off and walk. Ewan told him not to worry. The soldier immediately saluted him and said that if that was the case, they could choose to let him go. Do you want to get off here? Yue suddenly asked him, asking him if he wanted to get off here and walk the rest of the way. Of course. Otherwise, if we come in together, you might not be able to escape. Ewan answered her. It is still unknown how far and how fast the fog will spread. He and Hu Tao could escape quickly using shadow escape, but how could the people in this car leave instantly? So it's best to just park your car at the quarantine line and walk the rest of the way. Yue bit her lip. If this was the case, then her trip would have been in vain. I'll go in with you, but I won't go in too deep. I'll just take a look from a distance. Yue told him that she decided to be bold and go on an adventure with him. As he spoke, he was planning to ask the soldier in charge of epidemic prevention here for a set of protective clothing, and was ready to put on the protective clothing and follow along. Ewan did not answer her, but looked forward. For a moment, the atmosphere on the epidemic prevention line, which had been relatively relaxed, suddenly became tense. Many soldiers suddenly entered a state of combat readiness and pointed their guns towards the foggy area. Suddenly, a shadow swayed above the foggy area, and it seemed that something very tall was about to come out from it. Chapter 127, Giant Zombie, Horror Level. Stay in the car and don't move. Ewan said this to her, and even indicated to Li Chengjia that he should keep an eye on her. He got out of the car quickly and signaled the member of the Black Shadow Force who was in charge of driving to lock all the locks of the vehicle. Yue reacted and found that she was completely trapped in the car. At this moment, she saw something like a mountain moving out of the distant fog out of the corner of her eye. She saw that it was a man, a terrifying giant over 20 meters tall. This scene shocked her so much that she even forgot to ask Yi when to let her out of the car. She only felt her legs go weak and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. What is that? I saw that it was a person, but not a complete person. If I have to say it, it is an extremely huge zombie. Not only did his face show an expression of pain and torture, but there were also countless ghost faces twisting and howling on his body. He looked like a chimera made up of countless people blended together into one. If you look more closely, you can see that the things constantly fluttering on its body are not tentacles at all, but countless human arms. After this strange man appeared, he opened his huge mouth and his throat rolled as if he was vomiting. Ewan immediately understood what it was going to do. He immediately shouted, I am Yi-Wen, the commander of the 36th Regiment. I order all soldiers here to evacuate this area immediately. Evacuate as quickly as possible. On his side, the situation of this weirdo was clearly displayed on his virtual screen. 1,000-man chimera monster. Thriller. Danger level. S. It turned out to be an S-level mutant monster. Retreat. Retreat. Everyone retreat 2 kilometers. The squad leader and platoon leader in charge of command here also quickly issued orders, ordering the soldiers in charge of prevention and control here to immediately withdraw from the area. Suddenly, black smoke like a factory chimney came out from the huge mouth of this chimera, and it seemed that something was about to be ejected from its mouth. Ewan knew that he couldn't wait for it to attack. It is certain that what it is about to eject from its mouth is either the mist or the corpse gas. It is definitely something that can cause large-scale casualties here. I can't care about that anymore. The situation was urgent now, and he knew he couldn't care less. He took a step forward and disappeared beside the vehicle as quickly as if he had vanished out of thin air. The next second, he arrived next to this terrifying monster like the Flash. He kicked it over and hit it right on the knee. This also caused a large number of ghost hands nearby to want to catch him and swallow him into this disgusting and terrifying huge body. According to the current proportions, he was as small as a mosquito in front of this monster. But with his trained leg strength, the impact of his kick was no less than that of a 20-meter giant kicking it in the knee. So just as the attack was about to be launched, its entire body was kicked and tilted backwards. It looked like a tall building falling straight down. The huge impact force brought about a strong airflow disturbance, which dispersed some of the fog in the foggy area behind it. There was a loud bang. The earth produced an earthquake of magnitude 6 or above. Yue, who was sitting in the car, felt that the car under her was thrown up directly, and her head hit the roof. Everything outside the car window was tilted, and there were more than a dozen clear fault cracks on the outer ring road, which broke the ground and the road. The attack that had been prepared in the monster's mouth has also been launched. Thick black fog like a shock wave continuously spewed out of its mouth, quickly covering it like a black cloud. As the air flowed, the black fog began to spread in all directions, and the trees, flowers, and plants that were touched instantly withered and turned to ashes. He was right next to this terrifying monster, so his system gave him a warning in large scarlet letters, and for the first time it actually advised him to evacuate quickly. Warning! High concentration of corruption detected. Evacuate the danger zone immediately. Remaining time, 3 minutes 27. A rapidly decreasing countdown appeared on the virtual screen directly in front of him. Let him know he has only 3 minutes to evacuate the area. Otherwise, after 3 minutes, even his body, which has been trained and strengthened many times by pills, will be harmed. The consequences are currently unknown. However, in this area of horrible poisonous fog that is so thick that it is impossible to tell the direction. What's even more terrifying is that at this moment, I could hear the barking of dogs and the eerie laughter of a female ghost. Hallucination? Ewan suddenly couldn't be sure whether this corrupt aura could cause people to have hallucinations and auditory hallucinations. The barking sound is understandable. After all, we cannot rule out the possibility that there are zombie dogs hiding in the foggy area. But where did this ghostly laugh come from? He could hear it so clearly. Warning! Strong magnetic field reaction detected. The current signal interference level is level 3, and all electromagnetic-type communications are blocked. Another reminder came, warning him that not only did he not have much time left here, but he was also confirmed to be in this foggy area, just as it was written in the report he had received before. All communication equipment was scrapped, and he would completely lose all contact with the outside world. But the horror-level chimera monster that was kicked down by him and failed to hit the border control soldier this time suddenly stood up again. It seemed that it was planning to break out of the fog area as a vanguard. Judging from the direction it just attacked and the direction it was preparing to advance, its original target should be the densely populated area in the central city of Magic City. Boss, can you hear my message? I am commanding all personnel to evacuate. However, some soldiers were still hurt by this new strange black fog. They were instantly infected and turned into zombies and lost control. Moreover, the attack power of this kind of zombie is more than 3 times that of ordinary zombies. I am commanding the members of the Black Shadow Force to deal with it. Suddenly, the voice of Hu Tao connected to him through the system came, reporting the new situation outside. This means that this fog can accelerate biological infection and mutation, and can also make the degree of harm even higher. Ewan immediately understood why this monster attacked directly towards crowded places after it appeared, and even planned to move closer to the central urban area. This thing is a virus spreader. It appeared from the fog area, specifically to expand the severity of this disaster. However, this also made him more curious about what was in the fog area and why such a strange thing appeared. He also noticed that this monster had a new label, Thriller Level. Chapter 128. The Woman Appearing in the Mist, 4K Large Chapter. Horror Level. Ewan knew that this was a new thing, which meant that this monster was very different from the monsters he had encountered before. It was a relatively special new existence. Warning: you are immune to mental attacks. Mental attack? Looking at the system prompt that just appeared, Ewan vaguely understood what was so terrifying about this monster. But the monster obviously didn't like this foreign object staying on it, so it slapped it with a huge hand with strong air pressure, just like slapping a nasty mosquito. I say, you don't take me seriously enough. Ewan confirmed that the situation here could not be seen from outside, because the area was completely covered by black fog, so the scenery here looked like thick black smoke from the outside. He suddenly had no more worries and liberated his body. Suddenly, a 20-meter-tall giant appeared, whose height was almost the same as its own. He unceremoniously tore off the chimera's giant hand that was attacking him, and punched it hard in the chest, causing heat to explode directly in his palm. Thousands of degrees of temperature erupted from its inside, instantly cremating and destroying the many zombie chimeras in its body. At this moment, a blood bar appeared above its head. Display: 1,000 chimeras, remaining elimination progress, 93%. The appearance of this health bar shows that the process of destroying it should be a slow consumption process, requiring a large number of military forces and firepower to violently solve it. Otherwise, it can be resurrected continuously and can also restore its lost state by infecting the living people it attacks. Now he doesn't have so much trouble dealing with it, and can just fight it head on. Compare strength? It's a piece of scum. Compared to volume? It is even more of a scum among scum. Ah! The 1,000-person chimera that was attacked from within let out a long, low-frequency howl of pain. Normal people cannot hear this sound at all. They will only feel nauseous and want to vomit, and feel physically uncomfortable. What is that? Another monster appears in there? Hiwen Yue, who was sitting in the car waiting for Yi when to come back, suddenly saw a huge moving object vaguely visible in the dense black fog. She even had an indescribable feeling of nausea and vomiting, and it felt like she had to dry heave several times before she slowly felt better. She also suddenly became worried about Yi Wen's whereabouts. Because she was distracted, she found that Yi Wen suddenly disappeared. There was no trace of him anywhere nearby. However, the soldiers deployed here suddenly began to choose to retreat, moving away from the outer ring area and retreating at least 2 kilometers away from there. "Let me out of the car!" Hiwen Yue ordered the member of the Black Shadow Force who was in charge of driving the car, ordering him to open the door for her and let her out of the car immediately. The Shadow team member sitting in the driver's seat pretended not to hear her and ignored her. Hiwen Yue also glanced at Li Qingjia, who was sitting next to her in the back row. He took off his sneakers very quickly, took out his self-rescue tool from the heel of his shoe, activated the window-breaking function of the self-rescue tool, and smashed it hard on the rear door glass window of the car, trying to break the glass open and get out. Clang! There was a dull sound, followed by a numb pain in her wrist. She found that her self-rescue tools, which had always worked, were ineffective here and could not break the car window, which did not look very thick. "Missy, just give up. This glass looks fragile, but it actually has multiple layers of fiberglass inside. It is impact-resistant and explosion-resistant, and it is simply not something that the knife in your hand can break. I advise you to find a solution from the car door locks instead of the car windows." Li Qingjia made sarcastic remarks. "I knew there was no need to stop Hiwen Yue because she couldn't get out at all. Who said I have to think of a solution through the car door?" Hiwen Yue retorted Li Qingjia. He suddenly put the knife on the neck of the shadow player in front of him and ordered him, "Open the door!" Threatened him to open the door and let her out immediately. She knew she was safe here, but she didn't want to just stand there and watch Hiwen get into danger and do nothing. She knew that she was not qualified to be his partner or one of his future women. If he came back and saw her doing nothing, she would lose all qualifications for cooperation. The Black Shadow team member didn't say anything, or to be more precise, he ignored her at all. Her attitude was that she could kill him if she wanted to. He would not open the door or listen to her anyway. Hiwen Yue didn't believe that there were people who were not afraid of death at all. She simply pressed the knife in her hand down a little harder, cutting through the skin on the Black Shadow team member's neck and about to cut her aorta. The member of the Black Shadow team still did not move, but just looked at the situation outside the windshield of the car with a serious face, ready to further increase the distance between the car and the scene of the accident at any time. And that's exactly what he did. At this moment, Hiwen Yue put the deadly knife on his neck. He suddenly stepped on the accelerator and shifted into reverse gear. In an instant, the car shook violently and then quickly moved backwards. Hiwen Yue was thrown back to her seat in the back seat, and the car was about 30 meters away from the outer ring road area, just in the most dangerous and sensitive area, but also the closest to Yiwen. "Ah!" Hiwen Yue fell back in her seat with a scream. She found that she had fallen badly this time because she was caught off guard and was knocked back. She also found that because she lost control and fell backwards, the knife she used to threaten the shadow player in the front row slipped away from his neck. The moment she sat back down, the other party suddenly closed the barrier between the front and back seats, making it impossible for her to approach and threaten him with a knife. "Depend on." Hiwen Yue was so angry that she slid her knife hard on the all-metal block. I found that there was not even a knife mark left, just sparks flying all the way. She now sat in her seat a little more obediently and realized that she had never been treated like this by anyone since she was a child. But as she was getting angry, she suddenly laughed, because she knew that the reason she came out to look for a man was to find a man who could control her and make her obedient. "You see clearly. It's not that I don't want to go out to help, it's that I can't get out at all," Hiwen Yue said to Li Qingjia next to her. Let him be her witness, to prove to her that it wasn't that she didn't want to get out of the car to help, but that she was trapped inside and couldn't get out. Li Qingjia smiled and nodded, indicating that he would be happy to serve as a witness. Hiwen Yue simply took out her cell phone to try to do something, but found that there was no signal at all. It seemed that the signal in this area was blocked, and she couldn't contact the outside world at all, nor could the outside world contact her. This situation suddenly made her feel uneasy. Yiwen has almost dismantled this 1,000-human chimera monster. But he also discovered that the elimination progress bar was not just for display, because he had clearly completed the progress down to the last 7%. However, no matter how hard he tried to destroy it, he couldn't really destroy the chimera. He beat it into mud, burned it into charcoal, and even threw it several kilometers away. It can continuously restore broken limbs back to their original body and recover at a rate of 1% every 10 seconds. It is even more powerful than the indestructible cockroach. Do we need to use a nuclear bomb directly, or use that anti-mutation missile? Yiwen thought of the missile technology he had just obtained. I know that thing is specifically designed to target this kind of mutant monster, but now he only has technical drawings, no finished products. He is currently looking for a factory to start production in order to manufacture this thing. Strange core detected. Strange core? Yiwen saw the prompt that appeared on the system's virtual screen. And he also saw that there was an object marked with a red warning box inside the monster's body in his field of vision, indicating that the strange core mentioned in the prompt was inside this object. He immediately reached out to grab the tumor, trying to dig out the tumor that looked like a beating monster's heart. But upon sensing his action, the monster that had almost given up resistance suddenly trembled, and with a desperate struggle it stretched out 2 other arms from its back, violently pushed his body away, and quickly shrunk its body, suddenly splitting itself into a dozen small chimera monsters and starting to run away. Want to run? Yiwen understood that this was equivalent to using the art of splitting oneself into 2. He also knew that although there seemed to be more than a dozen of them, only one of them carried the strange core. In other words, if we can't solve the problem here, with the one carrying the core, we have to be prepared for it to come back. But that's not all that's happening here. Suddenly, a large number of birds emerged from the sky. It can be seen that these birds include pigeons, crows, and falcons, which are all common types of birds in cities. But after these birds appeared, they all went crazy and attacked him with suicide. Looking closely, one can see that they have actually been infected and turned into zombie birds, and they seem to be controlled by something and are attacking him. It seems that this monster has helpers. Yiwen discovered that this 1,000-person chimera was not attacking alone. Instead, there are other forces supporting and directing it from behind, just letting it appear first to act as the vanguard. Chill. I understand that there is nothing left to hide now. The cold air that had been accumulating in the body immediately burst out, freezing the place in an instant. In an instant, all the zombie birds were frozen into ice cubes, falling from the sky one by one and shattered into pieces, turning into ice chips on the ground. The chimera that escaped separately would never have thought that its highly successful escape method was meaningless to him. Because in his opinion, the split body with the strange core has always been marked by his system function, and the tricks it used are actually meaningless. After determining the target, he suddenly reached out to grab the other person. Because the opponent sacrificed his huge body and chose to split himself into pieces. Now he was just a 20-meter-tall giant in front of it. So the split body, which is only about 2 meters high after the split, is just a small toy in his eyes. He easily scooped it up in his hands and easily kneaded it into a paste, revealing a red crystal inside that was about 1 meter 7 or 8 meters in size. As soon as he touched the crystal, he immediately felt a terrifying aura coming towards him. He knew it was a mental attack. It can be said that if he is not immune to mental attacks now, this will definitely not make him feel good. Strange core? Dropped by monsters above horror level. The source of terror can be exchanged for 50,000 life coins. Yiwen looked at the attribute description of this scarlet crystal. Simply put, it is the core of a monster above the horror level. If we make it indestructible, it will be impossible to truly destroy the horror level monster. Sure enough, after he got it in his hands, he used it to exchange 50,000 life coins with the system. The remaining chimeras that were still fleeing all collapsed on the spot. The 3% elimination progress that had been stuck was cleared at this time, allowing the 1,000-person chimera to be truly eliminated and rewarding him with 30,000 life coins. This means that he earned 80,000 life coins by killing such a monster, which is basically enough to buy a space capsule for a small universal platform. But before he could feel happy, he suddenly suffocated. He fell to his knees in agony, feeling like he was about to faint as the men strangled themselves. Warning! Highly corrupted atmosphere. Pollution progress 1%. Suddenly, a warning prompt appeared. This tip made him realize that when he was entangled with the chimera, he had not noticed that the 3-minute danger countdown had run out. Now that he is in an environment with a high level of corruption, he knows that with a body like his, he has no way of resisting this terrible force. Not only was he having trouble breathing and his body was paralyzed, he also felt that his brain's immunity to mental attacks was disappearing, causing a large number of horrifying images to emerge in his mind, making him more susceptible to fear and despair. No, we're really going to die here if we continue like this. Yuan knew that he had to escape and had to quickly find a way to get out of here. But he wanted to transfer space through the connection with Walnut and Chestnut. But he found that in this corrupt environment, even this power was blocked. Warning: highly corrupted atmosphere. Pollution progress 2%. Suddenly, he felt a high temperature burning inside his body that was about to ignite. He felt like he was spewing fire even when he breathed, and he couldn't tell if it was an illusion or not, and felt like flames were about to burst out of all his 7 orifices. He wanted to move outside the black fog area, but found it was useless, because I couldn't move my body at all. He also felt his consciousness beginning to blur. At this moment, he suddenly saw a woman coming out of the black fog. The woman was looking at him, who was now extremely huge, with a contemptuous smile on her face. He even saw her slowly reaching out towards his body. But at this moment, he heard Walnut's voice in his ears, and heard Walnut said to him seriously, "Boss, shrink your body." He immediately retracted his body and restored it to its normal size. Then he felt his body lighten, and he was taken out of the black fog area by Walnut. He could not bear the influence of the corruption and passed out. Chapter 129. Fainted. The house was almost robbed. I didn't know how long I was unconscious in the chaos, but I vaguely knew I could hear some system prompts constantly appearing in my ears. Try to repair your body functions. This will cost you 30,000 life coins. Are you sure? The body tried to repair itself, but was damaged by a mysterious force and failed. Do I have to spend money to repair my body? When Yuan heard these prompts, his first reaction was that this system must be so realistic that it actually costs money to repair the body. It can be said that this life coin of his cannot be obtained by just killing zombies or hanging status cards. He must untie it. Because in reality, he has to spend money to do everything, but when it comes to it, it is still the same. The rich are the masters, and the poor are the grandsons. Repair confirmed. He used the last bit of his strength to respond to the system's inquiry, and immediately asked it to quickly repair his damaged body. Host confirms to repair the body. Immediately use all strength to start forced repair. Repair progress 1%. Yuan vaguely saw a 1% completion progress appear in front of him, and saw that the value of this progress was constantly increasing. He also fell into unconsciousness again in a daze, feeling as if half of his body was burning in flames and the other half was soaked in ice water, but he couldn't move at all. I don't know how much time passed before I regained consciousness. He also found that his body felt much more relaxed. I opened my eyes and found myself in a somewhat unfamiliar place. In the pure white, empty room, there was only a bed and he was lying on it. Where am I? Walnut? Chestnut? Yuan sat up from the hospital bed and called out to Walnut and Chestnut. Suddenly, a slim figure emerged from the shadows, and her short pink hair indicated that it was Walnut. "Boss, you finally woke up," Hu Tao said to him happily and excitedly, and even took the initiative to offer him clothes, which was a military uniform. Only then did Yuan notice that he was naked. He took the military uniform she handed over and put it on, and asked her, "How long have I been unconscious, and where is this place?" He had a hunch that he must have slept for quite a while, because he saw Hu Tao looking a little tired when she came to meet him. "You have been in a coma for 3 months. You are now in an underground bunker in the eastern part of the Demon City." Walnut answered him. Underground bunker? Yuan was rubbing his temples, because he felt he had been lying down for too long, and now that he had finally woken up his head was dizzy. But when he heard what Kurumi explained to him, he looked at her in surprise, not understanding why he was in the underground bunker. Is it possible that the corrupt aura that contaminated him at that time could have leaked out? Walnut didn't say anything, but showed him a video clip of what happened while he was unconscious. Yuan looked over and saw that it had been less than 3 days since he had fallen into a coma. The fog in the outer city suddenly accelerated its spread outward, because there is currently no means to deal with and solve this mysterious fog and mist. All survivors in the entire Demon City took emergency evacuation arrangements. Just 1 month later, the fog covered the entire Magic City area, so that Magic City could no longer be called Magic City, but could be renamed Fog City. At the same time, in the Magic City, from cockroaches and rats to birds, beasts and plants, all have shown high levels of mutation. The Demon City can now be called the Demon Realm, and has become a completely no man's land. Yuan watched the scenes recorded in the video in silence. Walnut also told him one more thing, telling him, Congress and the military have jointly passed a resolution to use nuclear explosion to flatten the entire Magic City. Everything in the Magic City will be completely cleared in 15 days, and the scope of the black fog must not be allowed to expand further and affect other areas. Tell Yi-Won, who had just woken up, about a major event that was about to happen, and let him know that the entire Demon City would be razed to the ground, and all the tall buildings here would no longer exist. Does it mean that most of my territory will be lost? Yi-Won only heard this because his main industries and territories are concentrated in Shanghai. Now that the demon capital has been blown to the ground, he is about to become the party with the greatest losses. The most intuitive situation is that the area under his jurisdiction has been extremely reduced, and it can be said that all his previous efforts have been in vain. That's probably it. Walnut answered him helplessly, knowing that this was the situation they were facing now. Yi-Won was silent for a moment, then asked, Feng Qian, where are my father and the others? Knowing that things here can be put aside for the time being, he is now more concerned about where all the people he is related to have gone. They have all been transferred to Ban Li's place. Ban Li has taken over the Eagle Country's aircraft carrier at sea. It has been transformed into a paradise island at sea according to your request. They are currently safe there. Walnut told him not to worry. Yi-Won felt relieved, knowing that they were fine, so he could do his work with confidence. He suddenly stopped talking and looked towards the system mall. It can be seen that during the time he was unconscious, more than 300,000 life coins have accumulated in the system mall. However, except for 2,000 king-level soldiers, the ordinary level Black Shadow troops suffered more than 4,000 casualties. What's the situation with these more than 4,000 casualties? Yi-Won immediately asked Hu Tao, asking her why she didn't take the initiative to report this matter to him. Walnut hesitated for a moment before saying, We fought a battle with the military, and both sides suffered losses. We stopped because of the emergency evacuation arrangements in the Demon City. Fought a battle? Yi-Wen's eyes turned cold. He didn't understand why his men fought with their own military men when he was unconscious. It was Ma Qingting's people. They got the news from somewhere and knew that your life or death was unknown. They said they would take over the 36th Regiment and all the industries and forces under its jurisdiction. Of course, we could not accept this order, so they attacked several of our bases at night. We immediately fought back. As a result, we suffered more than 4,000 casualties, while the enemy suffered more than 32,000 casualties and destroyed several artillery positions. What is the attitude of the military? Will we be compensated? Yi-Wen's heart trembled, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. No, Walnut answered cruelly with 2 words. Because Ma Qingting said that we initiated the mutiny and they were responsible for suppressing it, but they suffered a heavy blow. Your military rank has been temporarily revoked, and the 36th Regiment has also been canceled. They said that everything will be decided after you wake up and report to the military court. In this matter, General Wang Liwei kept pleading for you, but was rejected by several generals and commanders. It means that we are a wild army. What the hell? I almost lost my life on the front line, and my house was almost robbed. This was the first time Yi-Won cursed like this, and he started cursing right after waking up, unable to accept the situation. What do you mean by waiting until he wakes up before making a decision? It's just that some people are jealous of the black technology he has mastered, and they decided to use public power for personal gain and force him to hand over all these powers and let them fall into their hands. Because Ma Qingting is the guy who holds 30% of the power in Dongqing District. Why is he qualified to take over his troops and the jurisdiction controlled by his 36th Regiment? Chapter 130. I won't let you off like this if you owe me something. This is a true natural disaster. Kurumi remained silent because this was the situation now. So she and Banley were waiting for him to wake up before coming up with this idea. Yi-Won took a deep breath to calm himself down, knowing that he had to calm down now. He immediately realized that the current situation was extremely unfavorable to him. Because no matter what, since the other side took the initiative, there were only 2 options available to their Black Shadow army. One is at the mercy of the other. The other possibility is that they are destined to be successfully framed by the other side and become the mutiny of their 36th Regiment, which needs to be suppressed. The other party took the opportunity to plot against his 36th Regiment. The other party is powerful because they have internal and external support. As there are people above them supporting them, he has no way to defend himself, and there is no possibility for him to argue or turn the situation around. Didn't they say that our 36th Regiment was canceled and that we were a wild army? We will be wild to show them. Immediately call for Chestnut to transfer all the Black Shadow troops to Han Country. Take away the weapons that can be taken away, and destroy all the weapons that cannot be taken away on the spot. I don't want to leave them a single screw. Yuan gave Hu Tao an order to go all out. He wanted to let the people above know that there was no obedient 36th Regiment, only the unyielding 36th Regiment and its leader. Understood. Walnut immediately contacted Chestnut to start the large-scale transfer of the entire Black Shadow force. Yuan also checked his other conditions and thought of the mysterious woman who appeared in the black fog. My body can't even handle it, but she's not affected at all? Yuan couldn't quite understand this matter, because his body has been systematically strengthened. Judging from the capabilities currently demonstrated by the system, if there is a force that it cannot deal with, then existing scientific and technological forces will not be able to deal with it. But the fact is that he was almost poisoned to death in the area of corruption. The woman was not hurt at all. This situation can only mean that the woman has mastered the core ancient god technology, or she is not human at all. The system can actually be upgraded. Yuan suddenly noticed that his system was actually stimulated and affected by this life and death incident and could be upgraded. After checking the content of the upgraded version, I found that the effect after the upgrade can analyze and learn the power of ancient god technology and allow the system all to refresh the ancient god technology related props and products. This upgrade content is good news for him. He immediately chooses to be promoted. But when I really confirmed the upgrade, I realized that this system version upgrade was not free. The prerequisite is a sample of ancient god technology and 500,000 life coins. I have the ancient god technology sample, but these 500,000 life coins. Yuan looked at the remaining 300,000 life coins in the system all. It makes sense that the discovery system does not use traditional circulating currency as a means of consumption. Because this is only around the midterm, hundreds of thousands of life coins will be spent and converted into real currency. It would cost tens of billions to buy a prop. This means that even if the Eagle Country prints money crazily, it will not be enough for him to spend alone. At present, he's almost wanted in the country. It is unlikely that he will make a public appearance in the country until some things are explained. And this incident made him somewhat disheartened. If you were to ask where in the world there are the most zombies and where technology transactions are easiest, Yuan immediately determined his goal of transferring his industry. Knowing that the second step of the plan can be advanced, he took advantage of this opportunity to move forward and thoroughly expand his industry. But I won't let that guy get away with it before I leave. Yuan knew who caused this situation. The system can be used to query the jurisdiction area of Ma Qingting. It turns out that this guy's jurisdiction in the East City district of Shanghai is just the tip of the iceberg. His real sphere of influence is mainly concentrated in the Dongjiang area, but his expansion direction is advancing towards the north, so he wants to completely take over the entire Magic City as his core development area. There are 4 garrisons, 2 airports, and 5 arsenals in total. It was discovered that Ma Qingting had established a military alliance, which was of a federation nature, so he could have more troops and weapons, and had long been eyeing the fat piece of meat that was the Black Shadow Force. If you don't check carefully before biting to see if there are any hard bones inside, it's easy to break your teeth. Yuan muttered, and immediately shared all these areas with Ban Li, asking her to use her space transfer power to give these areas a big gift. In an instant, a dangerous monster above class suddenly appeared in each of the above areas, causing widespread damage in the area. And because they all appeared out of nowhere in the area, the outer defense settings were of no use at all. It only caused a large number of soldiers to be injured and transformed into zombies, further increasing the scale of the disaster. Those allies who belonged to the same federation as Ma Qingting were immediately in a state of panic. Because the airport's aircraft and runway are scrapped, the arsenal exploded directly. The casualties are difficult to account for in a short period of time. What's even more terrifying is that before these monsters are eliminated, these core areas are equivalent to being scrapped. Their overall strength dropped by more than 60% due to this sudden incident, and they are at risk of being swallowed up by other forces at any time. Yuan looked at the battle report on the system's virtual screen and knew that the gift he had sent had arrived. He knew that this was just the appetizer, and when he came back, he would give a bigger gift to everyone involved in this matter. This emergency incident was also reported to General Wang Liwei as soon as possible. General Wang Liwei's face turned pale as he watched this mysterious sudden sabotage. Those guys should be court-martialed, he roared in his office. When Yuan handed over the complete set of nuclear fusion aircraft carrier technology, he knew that someone was eyeing it. He also repeatedly warned these people not to have any bad intentions, because the power contained in Yi Wen was definitely not something they could afford to provoke. Unexpectedly, They still attacked Yi Wen's legion and jurisdiction while he was seriously injured and unconscious. From his perspective, it was obvious that Yi Wen had woken up and knew what had happened while he was unconscious. This is his revenge. It is not ruled out that this is just the first round of revenge. Did all the people in the 36th Regiment disappear out of thin air? He asked his correspondent in a heavy tone, knowing that along with this incident report, there was another report that he had inquired about separately. Yes, General. All the members of the 36th Regiment disappeared without a trace, as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. Their weapons and other traces also disappeared. It was as if they had never existed. General Wang Liwei gnashed his teeth, feeling what a terrifying military force this was, completely vanishing without leaving any trace. This was something that only the top elite soldiers in their own army could do. This means that all the soldiers in the 36th Regiment are of this level. Yi Wen is such a hidden guy. Find him for me. Find a way to contact Yi Wen. Otherwise, everyone will soon know that the current disaster is not that big of a disaster. General Wang Liwei ordered the communicator, requiring all personnel to use their greatest efforts to contact the other party. They must not let the other party disappear out of thin air with dissatisfaction. Yes, the communicator immediately stood at attention and saluted, then turned around and left the office to convey the matter. Where is Yi Wen, who can make General Wang Liwei's fingers tremble and cold sweat appear on his forehead? He had changed into a suit and appeared in Chinatown, accompanied by Johnny, the action star from Eagle Country. Chapter 131. A show of force? It's still unclear who is giving the order. Brother, you didn't even say hello before you came here, so I can prepare something nice for you to welcome you. Johnny Dawson laughed and told him that he thought his trip was too sudden and they didn't have time to prepare for him and had to pick him up at the port. Have you found the person I asked you to look for? Yi Wen didn't waste time talking to him and asked him directly why he came to Eagle Country. He came here mainly for an important matter. It can be said that the Eagle Country's atmosphere of freedom is good news for him. Especially now that the entire Eagle Country social system has collapsed, everyone with a little power and influence is like a local lord trying to survive here at will. Let this group of forces come in without worrying about being hit hard by a large group of counterattacks, and you can stand firmly on your feet here. Found it. It's right here, but I'm going to warn you in advance. The other party is not easy to talk to, and the price he asked will be a bit high. Johnny was not very clear about the hidden power behind Yi Wen, so he was very worried and gave him a shot of prevention in advance, asking him to be careful and be prepared that this transaction might not go smoothly. Yi Wen nodded, indicating that he should lead the way. Johnny also found that he was the only one who came this time, and the twin sisters were not around. However, he knew that his brother had a mysterious background and was a powerful warlord in China. However, when he arrived in Eagle Country, he did not bring his legion with him, which might cause him some disadvantage. Yi Wen followed him to an antique shop. Enter the underground area through the secret door in the antique shop. In the narrow passage covered with fluorescent graffiti, a woman wearing fishnet stockings, short shorts, and with her upper body naked posed for the two of them. Their attention was mainly focused on the big guy Johnny, and they were not very interested in him, a Chinese man who was not very tall. If you want to have fun, I suggest you go inside. The prices are very low now, and a hamburger can make 3 or 4 beauties rush to accompany you. Johnny told him the latest market situation here. Let's do business first. Yi Wen answered him. It's not that he is not interested in these Western European women, but he is somewhat of a germaphobe and is worried that they may have some strange diseases. When Johnny heard his words, a mysterious smile appeared on his face that all men understand. Go further inside. Suddenly, I felt like I had moved from the slums to a wealthy area. Because not only is the ground paved with red carpet, there is also the scent of perfume in the air to remove the damp smell here. The most intuitive thing is that the level of women here is significantly higher than outside. The clothes are not so straightforward. At least they are covered with a straight white cloth, which makes some of the scenery more attractive. At the appearance of the two of them, the women all cast curious looks at them. Because the basic identities that can appear here are not too simple. But they have one thing in common with the other women, that is they focus on the big guy Johnny. Obviously, Johnny's physique and appearance are more in line with their aesthetics. Brother, this is Eagle Country. They are unfamiliar with Oriental faces, but you will get used to it once you get used to it. Johnny also noticed this and felt a little embarrassed about the situation. Because he understood that he was the one who came here to accompany them. Yi Wen ended up looking more like the subordinate, and all the attention was focused on him. Nothing. Yi Wen didn't care about it at all. He said that as long as everything goes smoothly during his trip, everything would be fine. Johnny didn't say anything more and immediately led the way for him. However, Ewan knew that since he entered this underground area, there had been eyes watching him. He began to suspect it was the camera. But after a secret search, no suspicious traces were found. At that moment, he immediately realized that many of these women were the other party's spies, and the camera was hidden on these women. When they were almost at the bottom of the passage, two bodyguards suddenly stopped them. Johnny was stunned by their stopping because he didn't understand why they stopped him. And he had already informed them in advance that they were here to discuss a big deal. Check. Take off all your clothes. The two bodyguards ordered them very seriously and asked them to take off all their clothes for inspection. Johnny's face immediately burst into rage because he could tell that the other party was just trying to pick a fight and humiliate them. Do you know that this is Mr. Yi that your boss wants to see? Johnny yelled at the two bodyguards directly here. Do you know why the guests are asked to strip naked during the inspection? This is a complete humiliation. The two bodyguards had no expression on their faces, and their attitude was that if they didn't obey the inspection, they would have no chance of passing. Johnny immediately didn't want to waste any more time talking to them. Take the initiative to attack them and let them know that the fists of movie action stars are not vegetarian. But these two bodyguards are obviously from prominent backgrounds. So after 2 punches and 3 kicks, Johnny was beaten to his knees, holding his stomach and vomiting acid. Those who don't know the inside story would think he's a useless person, strong on the outside but weak on the inside. I'm not in a good mood today. Ewan said something to the two bodyguards who were deliberately placed here to embarrass him. They only have this one chance to survive. If they get out of the way, they can still save their lives. But the two bodyguards looked disdainful and told him not to go unless he took off all his clothes and looked like a clown and was laughed at by everyone here. But even if he took it off, it wasn't over yet. There were still several difficulties waiting for him. Ewan looked at the two dead men with a cold and emotionless gaze, looking at them. Suddenly, a line of blood slowly appeared on their necks. An identical pair of twins had appeared behind them, and in the passage ahead of them, bodyguards fell dead one after another. From the shadows stepped out murderous members of the Black Shadow Force. After Walnut and Chestnut respectfully made way for him, Ewan started walking forward, stepping on the corpses and blood along the way. Walking along this bloody path, he had fought his way to meet the trading partner who wanted to intimidate him. Chapter 132. My name is Lu Laojin. The sudden situation here caused the people who were originally in the passage to watch the excitement to cover their mouths tightly, not wanting their breathing to attract the attention of these scary people here. Ewan continued to walk inside. I walked to the innermost room and saw the door opened automatically. A row of people immediately appeared inside, holding submachine guns and pointing them at the bodyguards here. Sitting behind these guards was a bald man with a large gold chain around his neck and dark brown skin. The man was looking at this side with a gloomy face. He seemed very dissatisfied with what had just happened in the passage, and was also very unhappy to see that Ewan actually brought so many people. I knew I shouldn't have agreed to this deal. He has killed more than 10 people at once. These are more than a dozen people in the damn Eagle Country, where society is completely out of control. Did he know that these dozen people would most likely cause him to lose the fight, and then his head would be hung on a flagpole by the other side and displayed to everyone as a trophy? You don't have a choice. Ewan pretended that the weapons in the hands of the bodyguards in front of him did not exist and continued to walk inside. The bald man was not polite either. He decided to let Ewan, a man from the eastern Chinese country, know the style and ruthlessness of the men from their Eagle Country. With a flick of his hand, he ordered his men to shoot. Ewan didn't even try to hide, but walked straight into the room and didn't let his shadow troops fire back. In an instant, dense barrage of bullets rushed towards him like a swarm of crazy bees. But a strange scene happened here. All the approaching warheads ignited dark purple flames in the middle and evaporated and disappeared in an instant. In order to prevent any bullet from actually hitting this person, Ewan walked into the room as if he was taking a walk in the wild. He walked past the bodyguards and their stunned looks, then sat down next to the bald man, gently placed his hand on his shoulder, and picked up a cigar from the cigar box in his hand. Superpower. The bald man looked ugly, because the power displayed by Ewan was not that of an ordinary person. He was exactly like the superpowered person shown in the Eagle Country movies. Now the lives of the remaining people are in my hands. Ewan said something to him, and he saw that a dark purple flame suddenly appeared above the heads of each of his men. This scene made the bodyguards so frightened that their legs were shaking. They looked up at the dark purple lights above their heads in fear, and found that no matter how they moved or shook their heads, they could not get the dark purple lights to leave their heads. After careful observation, they found that these lights were slowly descending and approaching them. It was obvious that the moment they touched their bodies, they would be burned to death. What do you want? Of course, the bald man also saw that Yuan had this power, and he understood that this dark purple lamp was the same as the ability he had just used to easily evaporate those warheads, and it could easily evaporate his subordinates as well. Yuan cut off the butt of the cigar and lit one with the heat. He tried taking a puff and found that he was not used to this kind of thing, so he let the cigar turn into flames in his palm. The bald man looked at the flame in his palm and couldn't help swallowing hard. Understanding this existence is beyond the comprehension of scientific common sense. He also thought that this kind of power only existed on movie screens, but he actually saw it with his own eyes up close. Steel, military factories, and workers. You know what I want? Yuan said to him. I believe Johnny has already greeted the other party, so he will be very clear about the purpose of his visit. My friend, steel is easy to deal with. But you should know what the situation is like in Eagle Country right now regarding military factories and workers. I can tell you where to find the places and people, but those places are not in my territory, so I really can't help you. The bald man was now cursing loudly in his mind at what kind of client Johnny had found for him. Where's the customer? This is totally the god of death. When they met, he almost evaporated the few people under his command. Many of his men had died in the recent gunfight. If all these people die now, he can pack up and escape. Because the people in the nearby area will definitely not give up this piece of lucrative territory and will attack immediately. Let his head become someone else's chamber pot. Can you do it? Yuan just asked him. Since I know that I can expand the industry here, it is better to find this kind of local tyrant to solve the problem. We know that local tyrants like him have extensive connections and relationships, and most importantly, they are familiar with the terrain and distribution of power here. So instead of wasting time and manpower to arrange forces to slowly explore and develop again, it would be better for him to use his existing forces to settle everything here. I'm really just a small gang. It's not easy to help you solve the steel problem. The bald man immediately cried poor to him, without any of his previous arrogance. What if you had this? Yuan signaled a member of the Black Shadow Force to come in. His appearance and entry immediately made everyone here open their eyes wide, because they suddenly saw that the person who walked in was not an ordinary man, but a kinetic mecha warrior with a very sci-fi style. His current outfit is slightly more advanced than the latest combat mechanical exoskeleton displayed by the Eagle Country's military. Because a mechanical exoskeleton is like a skeleton hanging on an adult's body. This one is more direct in that it completely wraps the driver up, making it a full coverage combat equipment. You really have to sell this thing to me? The bald man's voice broke with excitement. It's no exaggeration. It's really not an exaggeration. Now the Chinese man asked him to take off his pants immediately, exposing his buttocks, and then slap him hard. He would also smile brightly and not resist the fact that he was originally a straight man, and he decisively became gay for him. Yes, it's for you. The first batch is 10. The requirement is that the things I want can be put into production as quickly as possible. Yuan said to him, as long as he cooperates with him, he will get benefits in the future. Boss, why didn't you tell me earlier? Cool me. Have a drink. You guys, why are you still sitting there like idiots? Can't you see the boss is alone right now? The bald man was very good at dealing with people and immediately turned into a younger brother to pour wine and light a cigarette for Yuan. He even looked at the beauties who were internet celebrities and hadn't moved, and immediately urged them to come over quickly in a fierce voice. Hearing the response from the boss here, these internet celebrities immediately gathered around Yuan and began to flirt with him in a coquettish manner. Yuan immediately felt that he was about to be overwhelmed by the beauty. I also found that the biggest difference between internet celebrities in the United States and those in China is that they basically don't have plastic surgery. They just wear heavier makeup. He also asked the bald man, "What's your name?" "Boss, you can call me Andre." The bald man immediately responded in a flattering manner and also said to him proudly in broken Chinese, "You can also call me by my Chinese name, Lu Laojian." Chapter 133, Ready-Made Factory, Green Skin. Yuan found his name quite trendy. But boss, here we have a way that can be bought with money. Are you interested in learning about it? Andre, or Lu Laojian, can't wait to try out the steel mecha that excites him. But he suddenly thought of something and found a way to quickly solve the problem that the new boss wanted to solve. Money. Yuan found that he came up with a very surprising word, and even made a gesture that everyone in the world could understand. because he knows that now in the world, except for China, the Chinese currency is still useful because of effective control. The money of other countries is just a pile of waste paper. Even gold has become a pile of beautiful golden metal with basically no circulation value. It is not difficult to see from the situation here that the most effective universal currency now is food. Food that can fill the stomach and keep people alive. As a result, Andre now mentioned the subject of money to him. Yes, but the money you understand is some newer gadgets. Andre suddenly took out a small bottle of something containing a white powdery substance. When Ewan saw this thing, his eyes narrowed and his expression didn't become unpleasant. Because everyone knows that China's attitude towards this kind of thing is very resistant and strict. This also leads to the fact that every Chinese person is naturally disgusted and rejects this kind of thing. Although he was surprised that this kind of thing had become a circulating hard currency here, from his personal point of view, he was very dissatisfied to see this thing here. When Andre saw his ugly face, he immediately understood what he had misunderstood and hurriedly explained. Boss, don't get me wrong. This is just aspirin. Money nowadays is this kind of emergency medicine. It is hard currency that is easier to preserve than food. Andre knew that if his new boss misunderstood him, he would die miserably, no matter how happy he was as a lackey. He understood that not only the native residents from China, but even the Chinese from Eagle Country were repulsed by that thing from the bottom of their souls. When Ewan heard him explain the situation, his expression immediately looked better. However, I never expected that medicines could become a new type of money to replace currency here. Continue talking about your suggestion. Ewan took the small glass bottle from his hand and found that it did contain aspirin, and it was a very new type. There is a factory area currently occupied by a group of people from a boss tribe. Many of them are injured and in urgent need of medicine. However, they are blocked by the red ghosts and have no way to get the medicine. If you can get a lot of medicine, you will definitely gain their loyalty and be able to take over the factory in an instant. It will definitely be a pleasant surprise to you. Andre didn't notice that he showed his gold teeth and spoke like a pimp. People from the same ethnic group as me? Ewan listened and roughly understood that they were some Chinese. It was not ruled out that they were those who were driven out from the land under them. What type of factory? Ewan Duo asked. He is not interested in food factories or the like, but he might consider a parts factory or something like that. Exoskeleton mechanical military factory. Andre smiled wickedly and asked him with a strange smile whether he was satisfied with the news. Ewan was so excited that he exerted force, causing the Western European woman in his arms to scream. She looked at herself with tears in her eyes and felt that her balloon was almost burst. However, she noticed that he immediately smiled flatteringly after looking over and realized that the Chinese man who asked her to sit down was not just powerful. His action when he came in just now showed that he would kill people without hesitation. Direction? Ewan asked Andre, admitting that this was good news for him. Because of this, he directly started mass production of the Gravity Cube Type 3 mecha. Andre immediately told him the location with a sinister smile. But the reason why he was smiling so wickedly now was not because he expected Ewan to have bad luck, but because he expected the Red Ghosts and the others to have bad luck. Now this guy casually gave away 10 steel mechas that even the Eagle Country's military has not developed. This shows that he has even greater power. Having been involved in the underworld in Eagle Country for many years, he knows that sometimes it is better to get close to a big boss than to work hard on your own. No matter how powerful they are, they will be pinned to the ground and rubbed against an officer of the Eagle Country's military. Not to mention those old-school powerful families in Eagle Country. He knew that he was destined to be a lackey in this life. But it is also very important who he works for. Ewan immediately entered the location into the system and immediately obtained a satellite photo via satellite. Confirmed that there is an underground factory in the corresponding location, but there is no display on the normal map. This situation shows that this underground factory is a secret factory hidden by the Eagle Country military. It is very likely that it is an advanced technology factory specializing in manufacturing exoskeleton machinery, as Andre said. But shouldn't those big green guys at the factory explain to me? Ewan asked Andre, asking him if he had deliberately concealed any special circumstances. The big green guy? Damn it, how did that thing get there? Andre was stunned when he heard him mention the big green guy. He immediately cursed as if thinking of something and said to him hastily, "Boss, I think if you want to take over that place, you'd better act quickly." It seems that the greenskins already know the situation there. They obviously want to seize this factory area. Greenskin? Ewan found that this was still a new word. He knew that because of the zombie disasters that were happening everywhere, different types of new species were mutating. It can be said that the mutant species in Eagle Country may have never been seen in China. They're just a bunch of lunatics. These lunatics actually injected the secretions of mutant monsters into their bodies. They turned themselves into low-IQ, green-skinned monsters that are at least 3 meters tall. They even call themselves orcs. They are really crazy playing games. However, there are still some smart ones among them. It seems that they plan to arm themselves with the exoskeleton machines in the factory to enhance their strength. Andre briefly explained the situation and immediately emphasized that he had not expected such a situation to happen over there. So he could only provide him with as much information as possible to tell him what happened over there. Injecting secretions into your own body. Yuan realized that this was indeed something a madman would do. One can imagine the underground trade of mutant creature limbs that is popular on the black market in Eagle Country. It is not ruled out that some crazy scientists really use the limbs of mutant creatures and living people for experiments, and really want to create some new controllable monsters. Chapter 134 Night, Devil blocking the back door. But now the factory is about to be seized right under his nose. Let's go and take a look. Yuan stood up and called Hu Tao and Banley. He also saw that Johnny, who had just been hit and was able to walk in by himself with the help of the wall, could move on his own. Johnny didn't understand. He had finally calmed down and was able to come in and see the situation. It looks like the problem here has been solved, and everyone is planning to leave. Do you want to go with us? Let's go and visit the Greenskins. Yuan asked him if he was interested in participating in this zoo tour. When Johnny heard the word greenskin, his face changed instantly, and he shook his head quickly. I don't want to go up close to those lunatics who mix living people with zombies to make soup, he said, feeling a little like vomiting. When Yuan heard him say this, he looked at Andre curiously and wondered why Andre hadn't heard this from him. Andre immediately gave an awkward dry laugh and explained, "Because this is too disgusting, I don't want to ruin the boss's mood." When Yuan heard him say this and saw the rejection on his face, he could roughly guess what the situation was. Johnny also added at this time, "Some people call the Greenskins ogres. These lunatics even change their eating habits after mutation. They think eating strong humans, zombies, and monsters can make themselves stronger. Unfortunately, their cooking skills are so bad because of their lowered IQ that they stew everything they catch." As he said this, he felt like vomiting again. Yuan was curious whether this was really an omnivorous monster. "Can there be a pot that big?" Yuan asked curiously, because according to what he understood, there shouldn't be a pot that big enough to stew so many things, especially with mutant monsters. "Satellite dish." Andre whispered a reminder from the side. A reminder that the satellite dishes used as satellite antennas are quite large in size and capacity, and are just right for use with greenskins, the shortest of which is 3 meters tall. Yuan understood. Just as they were about to leave, one of Andre's men came over and whispered something to him. Yuan looked towards him to see if there was anything new going on. Andre said with a bit of trouble, "Just now my men told me that because the night fell earlier tonight, the night demon also came out earlier. It happened to be active at the back door where we were going to go out, making it difficult to open the back door. But if we go out through the front door, we have to walk several more kilometers." Yuan could tell that the back door he was talking about was definitely not just the back door of this passage, but should lead to some other place. As for the fact that he had to walk several kilometers out of the main gate, the reason why he felt it was so difficult and troublesome was because the situation was different from usual. Normally, driving a few more kilometers will just mean using a few more liters of fuel. But now, a few more kilometers means more possibilities of encountering zombie hordes or even giant mutated monsters. Simply put, it will waste a lot of time. "I'll go out and take a look." Yuan asked Andre to lead the way and decided to take a look at the back door. Andre immediately led the way himself. "Take them to the back door exit area of this underground shelter." When he got here, Yuan immediately saw through the wall with his snake pupils and saw that there were indeed some monsters that looked like humans, but were not humans active outside the back door. These people are said to be humans because they can be seen to be mutants of humans. But the reason why they are considered non-human is that there is a layer of flesh membrane connecting their arms to the sides of their chest and abdomen, which allows them to glide short distances in the air and use this method to quickly pounce on their targets. As for their faces, they have lost their eyes, so most of their faces are bloody mouths. Correspondingly, the ears of the substitutes have become similar to those of bats, pointed and large. It can be seen that their hearing is extremely good, making them even better at hunting at night. This thing is actually sea-level dangerous. Yuan saw the new information entered into the system. Seeing this monster called Night Demon, The danger level is sea level, which means that it would take a team of more than 50 professional soldiers to deal with it. But at the back door, there are more than 20 of them. This means that once the back door is opened, it is impossible to eliminate them. As long as they successfully break in through the back door, they can immediately start a bloody massacre here. Wait here for a moment, I'll go clean up, Ewan said to them, letting Andre and the others know that he planned to go out alone to meet these night demons. Boss, this is... Andre wanted to persuade him to just go out through the main door. It wouldn't matter if it took a little time. But he suddenly remembered that his new boss was not an ordinary person. He is a superpower who can light sky lanterns for others. He might really be able to find a way to instantly get rid of these night demons outside. Ewan signaled Hu Tao and Ban Li to guard the door and not let the night demon take the opportunity to sneak in. Then he pushed the door open and walked out, instantly attracting the attention of more than 20 night demons outside. It's strange to say, but this time after death, I was able to absorb some of the corrupted aura into my body, and I can use it in combination with the 3 powers of heat, cold, and electricity. Ewan stretched out his hand and looked at it in front of his eyes. He found it strange that this time he was lucky enough not to be poisoned to death in the area of corrupt atmosphere, but actually absorbed a part of it and transformed it into his power. However, the corrupt power he possesses cannot be used directly or released directly. It must be used in conjunction with other forces and needs to be used as a medium. So the heat he releases alone can become an ordinary flame. But once the power of corruption and heat are used together, it can become corrupted flames. This flame is not just a simple high temperature, but also has a penetrating attack effect that can directly destroy some monsters that cannot be effectively harmed by its heat. Let everything turn to ashes. Suddenly, dark purple flames rose in front of him, and these flames attached themselves to the night demons that were about to attack him like tarsal flames. For a moment, these night demons had no intention of attacking him anymore, and they all tried frantically to put out the flames on their bodies. But these flames are not simply attached to them. More flames ignited their internal organs from the inside, causing large amounts of dark purple flames to erupt from their mouths, noses, and ear holes, burning them clean from the inside out. Ewan kept receiving reminders about how many life coins he had earned, and discovered that this was probably what it meant to burn them all. Just when he had dealt with these monsters and was about to turn around and ask Andre and the others to come out and lead the way to the factory, an object suddenly fell from the body of a night demon. It looked silver in the dark and surprisingly was not destroyed by the corrupt flames. Chapter 135 Invincible Armor. Are you sure you want a foreigner to be the translator? 4K Large Chapter. A strange substance has been detected and can be provided to specific items for enhanced use. Suddenly a system prompt appeared, telling him that he had picked up a good thing. Strange matter? When Ewan saw this hint, the first thing he thought of was the strange core he encountered when he solved the 1,000-person chimera. He had a hunch that it should be the same kind of thing. Boss, we're rich. Andrew was hiding at the back watching the situation here. What he saw before him was truly a miracle, a terrible thing that ordinary people could never do. But when he saw the silver-white object that Ewan picked up, his eyes began to shine with bright golden light, as if he had discovered a gold mine. Get rich? Is this thing very valuable? Ewan asked him, handing the thing toward him a little. Andrew was about to take it, but suddenly he remembered who it belonged to. He hesitated for a while and didn't take it, but just gave him a dry smile. He even told him, this thing can be exchanged for a destroyer on the black market. It indicated that he had really picked up a treasure, and this thing was much more valuable than he had imagined. It's just a destroyer. Ewan was immediately a little disappointed, because this thing could be worth an Eagle country's main battle-class aircraft carrier, which might make him a little excited. Because a destroyer can cost tens of millions at the cheapest, and more expensive ones may cost more than 1 billion. Even if a full set of equipment is included, it would be amazing if it could be worth 2 billion. But now in his eyes, money is really just a bunch of meaningless numbers. Any of his life currency transactions now are worth over 10,000, which means hundreds of millions of dollars. Andre saw that he was not interested and was not excited about the value of this thing. On the contrary, he looked a little disappointed. Suddenly, he became a little curious about the background of this new boss he recognized and how he could be so rich. My brother has an aircraft carrier, the Eagle country's main battle-class one. Johnny and Andre leaned on each other's shoulders and revealed some little news to him, because it can be seen that they belong to the same camp, so I know a little about this boss's background. Aircraft carrier. Andre took a deep breath and his body swayed uncontrollably. After all, Destroyers can still be bought and sold, but aircraft carriers are not something you can get just by having money. It can be said that anyone who can get an aircraft carrier at this stage is not a simple person. Retire. To be on the safe side, he whispered to Johnny, asking if it was the kind that was scrapped and retired. If that was all, he could still accept it a little bit because it was easy to get a scrapped and retired aircraft carrier, and anyone with money and connections could get one in any country in the world. There are more than 20 fighter jets in service. Johnny said to him in a sinister way, deliberately trying to provoke him. Andre immediately felt his heart paralyzed. He knows that this situation is not just a little bit impressive. He is a real big shot. Suddenly, he remembered that the other party had given him 10 steel mechas that were more advanced than those of the Eagle country's military as a gift for his surrender when they first met. And he suddenly realized that this kind of power was not something that an ordinary big shot could possess. What's the use of this thing? Ewan asked Andre. He was not interested in how much this strange substance could be sold for on the black market. He was more interested in what role it could play. When Andre heard Ewan asking him, he immediately stopped whispering with Johnny and said to him more respectfully, "It is generally used when forging weapons. Of course, some people have implanted it in their bodies to enhance the functions of some organs." As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Wen's male body with a hint of meaning, letting him know that any man would understand. "Can we still play like this?" Ewan held this thing and understood that it was somewhat similar to biological metal, and also understood why it could be sold at such a high price on the black market. After all, who doesn't want to be a midnight god of war? He suddenly thought of something and released high-temperature heat to melt the object. This strange substance melted very quickly in his palm and turned into a pile of liquid metal similar to mercury. However, this liquid metal is alive. After being stimulated by high-temperature heat, it seemed to actively find the host and wrap itself around his right hand. It quickly merged with the skin of his right hand and disappeared without a trace. But as long as he actively wanted it to appear, it would immediately cover his fist and wear a metal fingerless glove on him. Venom! Andre couldn't help but point at the living liquid metal and shout. "I found that this thing is just like a metal version of venom. It can fuse with the human body and can attach itself to it at any time." It was also the first time he knew how this thing was actually used. It is indeed very similar. Ewan remembered that he had seen this movie and found that it was exactly the same as the venom in the movie, except that it was made of metal. However, there were too few of them now, so it was difficult to even attach a glove to him. It seemed that more of this strange substance was needed to help him build a full set of special equipment. "You said it was only worth one destroyer?" Ewan asked Andre if he could get more of this stuff. Andre swallowed hard and looked at him with difficulty, instinctively understanding what he was going to do. He was well aware of the strength of this liquid metal. He knew that it could not be penetrated even by lasers. Whoever put it on would be like wearing an invincible suit of armor. The new boss in front of him now obviously intends to create a set of weapons that cover his entire body. He was like a superpowered being, and he had burned even the night demon like waste paper in the darkness of the night sky. He also put on this terrible armor, making himself invulnerable to swords and guns. It's going to be expensive. But could he reject his proposal? To put it nicely, the person in front of him is his new boss. But to put it bluntly, he is the Grim Reaper who holds his life in his hands. Is 60 billion enough? If not, I can exchange it for something of equal value. Ewan thought about it and realized that he would not be under much pressure to transfer 60 billion yuan in a short period of time. Because he did not consider the cash withdrawal function of the life currency, he could get a lot of money just by selling the antivirus medicine. He also thought that in order to build the whole body, he would need more than 100 pieces of this exotic material. According to what he just said, such a small piece is worth a destroyer. 60 billion should be just about enough. 60 billion! Andre's legs went limp, and if Johnny hadn't been quick enough to catch him, he would have fallen to the ground in fright. When he heard this number, the first thing he remembered was that the biggest deal he had ever made was only 6 million Eagle coins. As a result, as soon as he met this new boss, he asked him to take over a 60 billion deal, and his only purpose was to buy him a set of super invincible biological metal armor. Not enough. Ewan thought it was not enough because of his surprised reaction. Enough. Enough. Definitely enough. But this thing is not available at any time. It takes time. Andre was so scared that he was sweating profusely. Suddenly, I felt a little worried that the person in front of me would be quick enough. Otherwise, this amount of financial resources would be enough for too many people to kill him just to flatter him. Ewan nodded with satisfaction. Now that some situations have been exposed, there is no need to hide anything. Give a nod to Nutella and Chestnut. Walnut and Chestnut immediately understood and nodded. In an instant, the two sisters joined forces and created a small shadow teleportation array at the feet of several people here. Andre and even Johnny had no idea what was going on, but when they reacted, they found that they had arrived at a messy and dilapidated parking lot. Now not only Andre, but also Johnny looked around in disbelief, wondering if they were hallucinating. They saw that they had left the underground shelter in an instant and appeared in a familiar, yet strange outside world. That factory! Andre suddenly saw a military-restricted area surrounded by barbed wire fences on a high ground in the distance. He recognized at a glance that this restricted area was the exoskeleton machinery factory where they were originally going. This meant that they had moved dozens of kilometers in an instant and arrived near their destination. Could this be space teleportation? Andre finally reacted and realized that they had just experienced a space teleportation that only appeared in science fiction movies, and they were teleported dozens of kilometers in an instant. These green-skinned people are really alert. Ewan suddenly muttered something and looked in one direction. Over there were several 3-meter-tall green-skinned monsters running towards this side, carrying telephone poles and cars. The monster holding the car threw the car towards me before I got close enough, using it as a grenade. Hu Tao dodged and took the first step. A tang sword appeared in her hand, and after a flash of light, the sword cut out the cold afterimage of the moon. The car, which was used as an explosive, was cut into 2 sections in midair. After solving this crisis, Walnut did not continue to approach the battle, but quickly retreated. The monsters over there were obviously stunned, and they saw that the car suddenly exploded in midair, and brilliant fireworks exploded 5 meters above the ground. The welcome to us was quite warm. Chestnut also suddenly whispered something. The person suddenly appeared in another direction. At this moment, tongues of fire suddenly ignited in the darkness of the night, and the sound of continuous gunfire was heard. It turns out that the huge size of these green monsters has its advantages, because they can easily use vehicle-mounted heavy machine guns as ordinary submachine guns, carrying heavy machine guns weighing hundreds of kilograms and ignoring the huge recoil caused by their firing. It was to transform into a human-shaped turret and become a heavy firepower point, sweeping the violent barrage of bullets towards this side. It was to use these heavy machine gun bullets that could blast iron trucks into sieves to sweep them all here into a bloody meat paste. Compared with walnuts, chestnuts are more talkative. After entering the combat position in advance, she suddenly released several B-level mutated wolfhounds. After these wolfhounds appeared, they rushed directly towards the green-skinned monster, holding a heavy machine gun under firepower. They were so aroused by racial hatred that they were willing to die together with the other party even if their bodies were beaten to pieces. Hiss! When Andre saw what was happening here, he didn't know what to say except to gasp. Space transfer, terrifying combat power, and now summoning monsters. What kind of group of people has he joined? Ewan knew that Ban Li's summoning monster did not really summon a monster. It just transferred the active monsters nearby to the space. Moreover, due to the improvement of her spatial transfer skill level, the monster she transferred would be in a state of being confused and controlled by her for a certain period of time, and would instinctively attack the target she asked to attack. Simply put, these monsters are still wild. They have just been transferred here and temporarily controlled by her. When the time comes, they will turn against her in any way they want, so it is best to use them as cannon fodder. Let's go over there. Ewan told Andre and Johnny that they should just leave this to Walnut and Chestnut. While Ban Li was dealing with the green skinner with the heavy machine gun, the 2 green skinners here had already been chopped down by Hu Tao. Andre and Johnny immediately reacted, nodded, and hurried to follow. Suddenly, I realized that compared with the situation here, Ewan's reaction in the underground shelter just now was really much more friendly. You're going to the factory. But at this moment, a woman came out from nowhere and seemed to have been lurking on a scrapped car nearby. Ewan looked at the woman and saw that she had black hair and black eyes and an oriental face. But after she came over, she glanced at them, with her gaze lingering on Andre and Johnny for a while. Finally, his eyes fell on Johnny, asking him for help. He even pointed at him and said, "I know you. Johnny Dawson." Johnny suddenly felt very embarrassed, because here Ewan is the boss, and he is also the ruthless and strongest. Instead, he is just an action actor, the weakest and most cowardly one here. It's just that he is big and looks quite strong. Actually, he immediately wanted to explain to her, so why not ask her to talk to his boss? Andre understood the sinister snickering beside him, and suddenly felt very happy that Johnny was humiliated and had already offended his boss invisibly. Ewan took a quick glance and was too lazy to waste time with them, so he went straight to the factory to see what was going on. Can you help me translate and tell me that I am from the Eagle Country Chinese? There are many Chinese compatriots and even Chinese expatriates in the factory who need help. I haven't spoken Chinese for many years, and I can't speak it. Please help me translate for your boss. The woman suddenly clasped her hands together and begged Johnny to act as an interpreter. At this moment, not to mention Johnny and Andre, even Ewan, the person involved, felt that his expression was a bit interesting. Because if he heard it correctly, it was a Chinese woman asking an American to act as a Chinese translator so that her boss, who was obviously Chinese, could understand her request for help. Are you serious about hiring him as your translator? Ewan couldn't help but turn around and ask her seriously, asking if she was sure she was not joking. You can understand Eagle Mandarin. The woman was a little excited and very happy that he, as a Chinese, could understand Eagle Mandarin and they could communicate directly. Ewan looked at her with a complicated expression, and suddenly he didn't know how to face her. Chapter 136. Real Sakura? You haven't seen the situation clearly, 4K. You can understand Eagle Mandarin, the woman asked him excitedly. She seemed very excited that he could understand Eagle Mandarin and could communicate with her directly. Ewan felt even more speechless and looked at her. Because not to mention that in China nowadays Chinese is taught in primary schools, and the United States calls it an international language. For example, if you want to get a degree certificate after graduating from university, you need CET-4 or CET-6 certificates. Although these had little to do with him, because he neither went to college nor was lucky enough to learn Eagle Mandarin in elementary school. But he has a system. By default, the system can help him with simultaneous translation and playback. It only costs a small amount of money. Are you one of them? Ewan asked her, asking her if she was in the same group as the people in the factory. Do you know there's someone inside? The woman looked at him warily. It's hard to tell her age now, because at first glance, he looks like he's in his 30s or even close to 40. His behavior is also more mature and old-fashioned. But her skin is very good, so good that it is delicate and white. My first impression is that she must have a good family background and takes good care of herself. Boss is here to discuss business. Andre suddenly said loudly, showing off a bit that they came here just to discuss business and plan to swallow up their group. When Johnny heard Andre suddenly say this, he had a bad feeling. I glanced at Yi-Won and saw him glance at the big mouth from Eagle Country with dissatisfaction. But he understood that the Eagles were like that, arrogant and fond of showing off because he himself was that type. Talk about business? The woman looked at Yi-Won with a little caution, thinking that how could she talk about good business in such a horrible environment with natural disasters and human resentment? I could provide medicines, clean food and water, and safe housing so that everyone inside can work for me and resume production in that factory area. Ewan explained his purpose. This means he really came here to discuss business. Can you provide these? The woman looked at Ewan with some disbelief, seeing how thin he looked here. She also knew that Ewan was not thin among Oriental people and could even be considered tall and strong. But standing next to the brown-skinned Andre and the bald Johnny, who looked like King Kong, he immediately looked short and thin. Even though she already knew that he was the boss here, but, boss, it's all solved. Just at this moment, Walnut and Chestnut came back. To be on the safe side, they wandered around the area and killed all the greenskins that could move nearby. It would be better if they didn't come back. Now that they were back, the twins who looked like twin lotus flowers came here and stood beside him, one on the left and one on the right. Instantly, he looks more like a playboy with powerful bodyguards protecting him. I'll take you to see the leader. But she knew that no matter what, the bodyguards he brought with him were very strong, especially these two girls who could cut greenskins like melons. Ewan gestured for her to lead the way. I saw that she didn't go directly to the factory, but instead went to a gas station supermarket near the parking lot. The 5 people followed her into the supermarket and saw that it had been completely emptied. Every shelf was empty, with only some garbage bags left on the ground. Here the woman led the way toward an office deep inside the supermarket. After entering the office and pushing open a filing cabinet, a tunnel leading underground was revealed behind it. Whoa, Andre couldn't help but whistled in a playful manner. He really didn't expect that the entrance would be hidden here. The woman led the way and said, "The military base is full of zombies and monsters. The factory is underground, and the real entrance has been blown up and collapsed. Now there is only this way to enter and exit freely." "So you are a sentinel?" Ewan asked her. It was no accident that she was lurking in the parking lot. She was actually on guard duty in this area as a sentry. If she discovered a big danger, her duty was to completely blow up the entrance and warn the people in the factory. The woman smiled slightly, seeming to agree with this. After passing through a long underground tunnel, the group of 6 finally entered an area of man-made cement passage that had obviously been damaged. Once you enter this area, it is obvious that you have officially entered the factory area. However, as soon as they came in, they immediately found themselves surrounded by gunpoint. The sudden appearance of armed men behind the plank road and equipment upstairs indicated that the people inside already knew that there were guests outside coming in, and they remained highly vigilant against them. The woman smiled and left the group. She walked out and turned to face them. She shouted to the top, "Sister Long, we caught some fat sheep." The language she was shouting now was not Eagle language or Chinese language, but the real Sakura language. Real Sakura? Hearing her cry, a seductive-looking woman with a long-stemmed pipe in her hand walked out from the plank road upstairs. When Yiwen saw this situation, he began to understand why the woman was unwilling to speak Chinese to him. It's not that she can't understand Chinese. It's just that because she is a real Sakura person, it's easy for people to hear the problem when she speaks Chinese, so she simply pretends that she can't understand it at all and keeps communicating in Eagle Chinese. After understanding the situation, he went to see Andre. Didn't he say that all the people here are Chinese? How could it be that the real Sakura people are entrenched here? Andre hurriedly shook his head in panic to indicate that he didn't know either, and hurriedly explained in a low voice, "Boss, all I know is that all the Chinese have moved here for refuge. I don't know why the despicable real Sakura people would appear in this place. It seems that he has been informed for a long time, and he has no idea that something has happened here. The people here are no longer Chinese, but real Sakura people who are difficult to distinguish from foreigners. I'm Shuiying Longzi. I heard that you can provide clean food and shelter. I wonder where your base is." Shuiying Longzi is now confident of victory and does not think that these people have the possibility of resistance. She has even set her sights on Yi Wen's non-existent base. It was obvious that they were playing the Trojan horse trick again, and they were using the same old trick to seize his base with clean food and safe defense, and once again occupy his home. "You look familiar to me. Have you ever made any short films?" Yuan asked her. Suddenly I discovered that there were a large number of life reactions blocked in an area here. This shows that the Chinese who had originally occupied this place have not died, which means that the people who originally came here to work as factory workers are most likely still alive. "Asshole, do you know who you were talking to now?" The woman who had led the way just now immediately started to work hard and roared at Yuan. Ordinary people may not understand what Yuan is asking now, but she understood that he was mocking their leader for shooting a short film in the sea and letting him watch it. "That was my mistake. I'm a director. Are you interested in being the heroine of my next film? There's a ready-made male actor next to me." Yuan continued to talk nonsense. He indicated that if she agreed, Johnny and Andre next to her could immediately play the leading roles. Johnny didn't react at first and didn't understand why the topic was suddenly brought up to making a movie. Andre vaguely understood something, and his expression suddenly became eager to try, and he even said, "I don't need any pay." In his opinion, a threat? In this situation, no one knows who is threatening anyone. The new boss next to him is even more terrifying. He can burn and kill something as terrifying as the night demon in seconds. He is as terrifying as Satan walking in the world. These ignorant and despicable real Sakura people actually threatened him, the new boss. This was a complete provocation to Satan, who was already anxious to see God. He dug out one of his eyes. Shuiying Longzi also understood, and with a very unhappy look on her face, she ordered the woman who had led the way to dig out one of Yi Wen's eyes. The woman nodded in acceptance. He approached with a grim smile, and suddenly a short Sakura knife appeared in his hand. He was about to dig out one of Yi Wen's eyes, and he was still thinking about which one to dig out. Walnut and Chestnut want to take action. Yi Wen ordered them through the system voice not to move. The woman happened to speak at this time and warned them. "If you move, I will immediately beat the young master you are protecting into minced meat." She had seen the twins' abilities outside and knew they had the power to slaughter the greenskins. So not only her, but even all of them considered subduing the twins and making them work for them. Therefore, the best way is to control their young master and force them to obey them until they are slowly subdued. But she never expected that after she made the threat, she saw Hu Tao Ban Li did not take any action. It was not because Hu Tao Ban Li was afraid of them, but because he had just received Yi Wen's order. "Boss, I can handle these small fry by myself. Why don't you let me do it?" After her intelligence improved, Hu Tao also had her own thoughts and emotions. Compared with Chestnut, who seemed introverted and silent on the surface, she talked a lot and was particularly sinister. After you kill them, go and step on the sewing machine. Yuan refuted her and told her not to just think about venting her hatred and waste such good factory workers. Kurumi made some thinking noises and realized that this was the truth. Suddenly, he remembered that they came here to build a factory and resume production so that they could directly produce the iron cube mecha they needed. I heard that the true Sakura people are very good at growing potatoes in harsh environments. Chestnut added, clearly arranging the future fate of these true Sakura people. Look, your sister understands this. Yuan teased Hu Tao. I know that walnuts are more like white impermanence, and chestnuts are more like black impermanence. They solve problems cleanly and decisively. In other words, they're like executioners who kill without blinking an eye. It's not my business anyway, so I'll definitely let Chestnut handle it when the time comes. Hu Tao decisively shirked responsibility, saying that it would be most likely that Ban Li would handle the real Sakura people. She showed some mercy and dealt with the remaining Chinese personnel. As they chatted, the woman had shed her hypocrisy and shown her fangs. A dagger was aimed at Yi Yuan's left eye, intending to dig out the eyeball as a trophy. Yuan didn't move at all, just looked at her like an idiot. This attitude angered her even more, and she stabbed the tip of the knife in her hand towards his eyeballs. Yuan tried to mobilize the biological metal that had already merged with his body, causing the liquid metal to suddenly condense in his left eye and cover his left eyeball. Bang! A crisp breaking sound. The sharp knife that stabbed down fiercely did not hurt Yi Yuan at all, and it was broken at the moment of contact. The quality of your knife is not good. Yi Yuan was still teasing her, asking her to try a knife of better quality. The woman was so angry that she wanted to poke his eyes out with her fingers. Yi Yuan would not give her a second chance. He had already grabbed her neck with his backhand and lifted her up. The woman felt difficulty breathing and struggled in his hands. She kept grabbing his hands and kicking hard to try to break free from him and escape. But Yi Yuan's hands are now strong enough to crush even a B-level mutant monster to death, let alone an ordinary woman whose body has not been strengthened by the ancient god technology. Bang! Ah! Let her go! 3 sounds occur here in succession. A gunshot came from the muzzle of the gun in Shuiying Ryuko's hand. The scream was caused by Andre being shot in the shoulder. The last warning was from Yukisakura Ryuko to him. Yuan looked at Andre, who was shot in the shoulder, then raised his head to look at Shuiying Longzi. Kill if you want. Yuan said to her indifferently. After he finished speaking to her, he said to Andre, don't worry, I will bury you properly. I will also take care of your wife and daughter for you. Andre's eyes widened. He said to him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Boss, this can't be the case. And how do you know I have a wife and daughter? He was very surprised how Yi Yuan knew that he had a family, as even his most trusted subordinates in the gang did not know this. I guessed. That's usually how it's played out in movies, Yuan answered him. Andre almost vomited a mouthful of blood when he heard this. Because could the new boss please take a look at what is happening here? He has been shot and is bleeding. Could he please not discuss topics like movies in such a serious environment? Shuiying Longzi is also a ruthless person, and she really shot again. This time the target of the shooting was not Andre, but directly aimed at Johnny's big bald head. When Yuan saw that this Jinnying woman was going to kill Johnny, he couldn't pretend he didn't see it. His hand suddenly stretched out, blocking Johnny, who had just reacted, and the bullet's trajectory. Suddenly, a piece of liquid metal condensed in the palm of his hand, easily blocking the bullet and catching it in his hand. When Shuiying Longzi saw that her first shot failed, she became more angry and shot several times in a row. Yuan took it on easily, but he still didn't let go of the woman's neck, causing her face to turn blue from being pinched by him. When Shuiying Longzi saw the situation here, her face also turned blue, but she was angry. Chapter 137. See how you act. Saving a famous person? 4K. Bastard. Shuiying Ryuko roared angrily and suddenly snatched the assault rifle from a subordinate beside her and fired at him, her eyes completely red with anger. Of course Yi Yuan was not afraid of her. He directly treated the woman in his hand as a target, letting all of his bullets hit the woman without wasting a single one. After a while, the woman died with her eyes open. Until her death, she never thought that she would not die at the hands of Yi Yuan, but be shot to death by the leader she trusted most. You were the one who did this. Yi Yuan threw the woman's body to the ground like garbage and said to Shuiying Longzi, it was because of her, Yukisakura Ryuko, that she could see clearly that this woman's death had little to do with him. Shui Yinglongzi was so angry that her chest felt tight, because she clearly saw that when she was shooting in this direction, this Chinese man had been using her men's bodies as shields to actively come over to block her bullets, completely treating her as a sandbag. Now that this subordinate is dead, she is still blamed. If this is it, how can you still remain so calm? Yukisakura Ryuko suddenly took out a remote control button and pretended to press it. She had already seen clearly that the people below could not survive. To her, things that cannot be controlled have no reason to exist. When Andre and Johnny saw the remote control button she took out, their faces changed because they realized it was a remote-controlled bomb detonation button. Andre even forgot about the gunshot wound on his shoulder. Ewan also noticed that there were indeed many explosive packs placed on their floor. It seems to be used to cut off the circuit in the end in order to prevent powerful zombies or mutant monsters from breaking in here, and directly use this kind of high-powered explosion to solve the problem. Now that the monsters haven't come in, these things and emergency measures have been used on them. Go ahead. I believe your explosives can't kill us. Ewan told her to press the button if she had the ability to see if she could really use these explosives to blow them up into the sky. Andre and Johnny looked at him in shock, wondering if he was serious, because they knew that his body was as strong as Superman, and with the protection of the liquid metal, he would not die. But they are ordinary people, and if they are affected by the power of so many explosives, they will definitely be blown to pieces without leaving even a bone. Do you think I don't dare? Shui Yinglongzi had never seen anyone who dared to speak so condescendingly in front of her. She has been superior since she was born, and everyone can only talk to her with their heads lowered. Ewan shrugged and told her that if she didn't believe it, she could try it. He also signaled to Nutcracker that he could start because the farce was almost over. He also wanted to see how his workers were doing, to see if it was worth his trip. Shui Ryuko saw that the two twin bodyguards beside him were really finding their way here. She immediately signaled other personnel to evacuate the area and pressed the detonation button to detonate the numerous explosives placed there. But after she pressed it, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time passed second by second, and the explosives that she expected to detonate did not explode. She looked a little panicked, not knowing what was going on. But after seeing that the dynamite did not explode, not only Nutella, but also Andre and Johnny became excited. Andre cursed and shouted, "Bring this bitch here. I'm going to tear her apart." When Yukisakura Ryuko saw that the situation here was completely out of control, she immediately turned around and ran away. Ewan took out a bottle of healing injection from the system warehouse and threw it to Andre, asking him to heal his gunshot wound. The person suddenly disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Shui Yinglongzi in a trance, almost as if he had teleported instantly. When she was horrified and wanted to draw her gun to fight back, she was hit in the stomach by a punch. She immediately fell to her knees like a shrimp and even vomited out the sour water from the day before. The solution to her problem was to grab her hair and drag her to the downstairs area as if she were a mop. Yukisakura Ryuko was screaming and vomiting and almost choked to death several times. After dragging her downstairs, he threw her directly to Andre and said to him, "I want to see the film she made today." He said she had made a porn film, so she must have made a porn film. If she didn't have one before, he'll find someone to take it for her next. Andre immediately rubbed his hands with excitement because he had had such a dream before the disaster, and he would personally be the leading actor. I guarantee that the boss will be satisfied. Start thinking about how to select the script and find a few or a dozen male protagonists. Ewan saw Andre skillfully knock Shui Yinglongzi unconscious and then tie her up. He believed that when she woke up again, she would be surrounded by men from all sides and would have to learn from Zhao Zilong's tactics of going in and out 7 times. Johnny Dawson looked at Yukino Ryuko with a bit of pity, realizing that she had to pick on this devil boss when there were so many other people she could pick on. This happened especially when the devil boss was in a bad mood and needed someone to vent his anger. When this devil boss was in China, he would often throw anyone who offended him into the zombie group to help others make movies. Now that he has arrived in Eagle Country, a place full of freedom, he can be even more free and have even less scruples. After Ewan dealt with Shui Yinglongzi's men, he saw that Hu Tao and Banley had already started killing and harvesting Shui Yinglongzi's men. He used his snake pupil ability to go to the place where the group of people were trapped. When we arrived, we saw that it was a materials warehouse. As soon as I opened the door, a foul and bloody smell hit me in the face. Through the light shining in, I saw that there were about dozens of people inside who had become timid and fearful due to the long-term darkness and confinement. Because now when they saw someone opening the door, their first reaction was not to escape immediately, but to keep curling up inside. Come out, it's safe outside. Yuan knew that the people here were basically all Chinese and ethnic Chinese who originally occupied this place, so he deliberately communicated with them in Chinese to see if they could really understand him. Is it safe outside? There was silence for a long time, and suddenly a middle-aged woman responded to him in very standard Chinese. Yuan nodded to them and told them to come out. But they still didn't understand. Suddenly, you looked at me and I looked at you. Finally, this middle-aged woman stood up on her own initiative with a bit of a Suicide Squad vibe and slowly walked outside. It seemed that she was going to act as a vanguard to confirm the situation outside. As soon as she got up, another girl who was with her also stood up and motioned to accompany her. When they walked into the light, I saw that not only were their faces dirty, their original appearances were not clearly visible, but their bodies were also a bit dirty. It seemed that they had not been in a good condition in there. As soon as they came out, they saw the bodies of the real Sakura people lying on the ground outside, and also saw Shuang Ryuko tied up and unconscious at Andre's feet. Safe? Really safe. The middle-aged woman cried with joy. When she saw the despicable real Sakura woman Shuang Longzi being controlled and subdued, she immediately confirmed that she was really safe. The other party did not lie to her. Everyone come out. It's safe here. She shouted into the warehouse, signaling that everyone could come out. After hearing the words of the middle-aged woman, the others slowly walked out, supporting each other, as if prisoners released from prison were slowly adapting to the sunlight and fresh air outside. Yuan saw them coming out and found that few of them were in good condition. Some of them were missing arms or legs, or had large areas of ulceration on their bodies, which explained why the warehouse was filled with the smell of decay and blood. Did she torture you? Yuan asked the middle-aged woman. He could see that she had a high status here and could be considered their leader. You can call me Ahua. This woman wanted to make us obedient, so she has killed more than a dozen of our compatriots. The middle-aged woman looked at the unconscious Shuang Longzi with gritted teeth, and she wished she could peel off her skin right now to avenge her dead compatriots. Yuan believed that this was true because it seemed like something Shuang Longzi would do. You will definitely not be able to see her for a while. I'll ask someone to take her to film. Yuan told her that if she wanted to see Shuang Longzi more and remember her appearance, she should just look at her more because she would not be able to see her in person soon. Filming? The middle-aged woman couldn't believe that this Jining woman was harming their people like this. As a member of the Chinese tribe, he wanted to invite this vicious woman to make a movie? Andre said proudly. I will provide all the actors for the short film. I will be the director and the lead actor. He knew that this was his chance to realize his dream, and no one could snatch it from him. The middle-aged woman suddenly realized and looked at Yuan with a new understanding. She suddenly realized that she was sorry for thinking that he was a good person at first glance, because he was really a devil. It's obvious that Andre is a gang member. It's lucky that Shuang Longzi was able to come back alive after falling into his hands. Jianghu killing order? The girl who walked out with the middle-aged woman suddenly whispered, talking about a scene in the movie. Yuan looked at her and felt that her voice sounded familiar. The girl immediately turned away, as if she was ashamed to be stared at by him because of her current attire and dirty appearance. Yuan thought about it for a while, but couldn't remember anything, so he didn't think much about it. He immediately took out a large amount of medicines and potions from the medical warehouse here, and even took out some powerful medical injections from his own system warehouse and mixed them in, and distributed them to the personnel here to help them treat and control their injuries. Soon almost everyone here received treatment. At least they would not die from wound infection and inflammation due to worsening injuries. Yuan also looked at Andre with a look of dissatisfaction. When Andre saw the devil boss looking at him, he immediately laughed a little awkwardly because he already understood why he was dissatisfied with him. Boss, I didn't expect that either. Now this factory is indeed a production factory for exoskeleton machines. But the equipment seemed to have been almost completely destroyed in the previous gunfight. As for the factory workers, because of Shuang Longzi's control and torture, most of them have become disabled, and their number has dropped sharply. No matter how you look at it, they are all here to help the poor in disaster relief, and there are no ready-made factories and workers to put into production. He was also very scared. It's not that he's afraid that Yuan will kill him for this matter, but he was afraid that he would get angry and not let him be the leading actor and director. Yuan withdrew his gaze, knowing that there was no point in blaming him now, because the situation had become like this. If you want something here, I know there's another level. That woman wanted to go down, but couldn't. Suddenly, the familiar voice sounded again. Yuan looked at the other person and saw that she had simply tidied up her appearance, so he could recognize who she was at once. Lu Qingfei? I'm surprised, isn't this the famous female star Lu Qingfei? The fairy sister in the entertainment industry. This immortal figure is more famous than Lu Yin, and in terms of beauty, she even surpasses the sexy fairy Lu Qingfei. Lu Qingfei smiled shyly and acknowledged that it was her. But now she is just an ordinary girl in trouble. Yuan looked at her carefully and found that she was indeed more beautiful than on the screen. Her whole temperament was ethereal, and she looked like a transcendent woman who was not of this world. But he knew that she was a tough girl in private. She ate and drank as she pleased, and she was not polite at all when she was rude to others. It was just that her fairy-like temperament was natural, and it could only be said that God was sometimes so unfair in creating people. Andre didn't think there was anything special about Lu Qingfei and didn't understand why Yuan was so surprised that she was here. In his opinion, Yukisakura Ryuko looks more pleasing to the eye because the filming will be more interesting. Ao knew Musin, well, this theme is interesting no matter how you look at it. Johnny Dawson knew Lu Qingfei and was also a little surprised that she would end up here. He greeted her and said, "What a coincidence, I see you here." Lu Qingfei smiled and admitted that it was unexpected. She even secretly went to see Yuan and noticed his handsome appearance. She was originally a single person. She was brought to Eagle Country when she was young, and after settling here, she also thought about not getting married in her life. But after being in distress during this period and being rescued today, she suddenly realized that she still needed protection and needed a man who could accompany her. Now that she was rescued by a man of similar age, she admitted that she was moved and realized that this might be an important opportunity for her to return to her own country. Where is the place? Let's go and take a look. Yuan heard Lu Qingfei say that there was an underground floor here. He didn't see any clues with his snake pupils, so he asked her where the entrance was. Lu Qingfei was so dazed when she saw Yuan, and suddenly she reacted after he kissed her. She immediately felt her cheeks burning when she realized what she had just done. He immediately remembered what she had just proposed and said to him with a tongue-tied expression, "Here, I'll lead the way." As he said this, he walked in front and led them over. Johnny could tell at a glance that the attitude of the Oriental fairy towards their boss was a little special. He gave Yuan a thumbs up and showed an ambiguous smile. But he was more looking forward to watching the fun and wanted to know what kind of wonderful expression this Oriental fairy would have when she knew that the boss already had several female companions of distinguished status around him. Chapter 138. Guess which one you saw was an illusion. Under the guidance of Lu Qingfei, they came to an inconspicuous wall. She fumbled on the wall for a while and seemed to have successfully found some mechanism button, which made the wall suddenly turn open, revealing a corridor leading to the underground. "You stay here." Yuan knew that there was no need for them to continue going deeper together. He called Andre and Johnny and told them to stay here. He also asked Walnut and Chestnut to stay so that they could keep an eye on the situation and prevent any serious incidents. "I'll come too." Lu Qingfei volunteered to go in and take a look. Yuan shook his head at her and told her to just stay here and wait. Lu Qingfei only felt regret for staying up there and was even more curious about the situation below. How did he find the entrance to the underground area without her leading the way? But she didn't know that after Yuan came here, he had already known the approximate structure below through his snake pupil ability. Even though anti-magnetic and anti-riot measures were used below, so that he could not see so clearly, he could still see the general situation, so he had roughly grasped the approximate location of the entrance to the lower area. Go in alone. The moment he walked in, the secret door behind him suddenly closed, trapping him inside. The security measures are pretty good. After Yuan came in, he found that basically no one had ever been in here. This means that the things inside are most likely still there, perhaps because they are difficult to carry, or perhaps because they are semi-finished products and cannot be used. Whatever the reason, most of the things are still there and have not been moved. Now that there was no one watching, he could move more freely and flexibly. He increased the speed to the maximum and instantly reached the bottom of the corridor as fast as the flash, and even saw the metal secret door leading to the next level. From the surface, this secret door looks exactly the same as the surrounding walls, and there are no unusual gaps to be detected. The way it opens is also different from the one above. It actually requires fingerprint to unlock. If you can't get the fingerprint to open it correctly, and it is 2 meters thick and a retractable door, it is impossible to break it open with external force. Not to mention that in order to avoid being broken by force, it also uses titanium, which makes its anti-violence ability quite strong. Breaking the door at this time is the stupidest thing to do. The door is very strong, But is the wall also so strong? Ewan immediately turned his attention to the cement wall next to it, which was just reinforced concrete. After Snake Eyes determined the internal structure and the method of overtaking on the curve, the liquid metal immediately attached to his palm, and with his strength, the concrete wall instantly became as thin as tofu, allowing him to easily dig a new passage next to the wall as if he had mastered the art of walking through walls. And we keep digging deeper. After digging about 4 or 5 meters deep, they suddenly crashed through a wall on the left and successfully bypassed and entered the passage leading to the underground area. Da-da-da-da-da. But as soon as he entered, he came under heavy fire. Seeing that the hanging machine gun on the ceiling intelligently identified the intruder, it simply opened fire at him, pouring out all the bullets so that the entire passage was filled with bullet holes. Before Ewan invaded, he knew that there were machine guns guarding the road. There was no need to hide now, so he used the same trick he had used against Yukisakura Ryuko's men before. Utilizing the high defensive power of liquid metal, he easily caught the bullets and even returned them to the guard machine gun with more than 3 times the firing rate and explosive power. He immediately smashed it into a pile of scrap metal, easily clearing the way for him to move on. If the factory is here, it will be safer. We just need to ensure the air and food supply here. Then we can use the sister's teleportation ability to create a living area here. Basically, no matter how strong the monster is, it will be difficult to find this place, let alone invade. Ewan went deeper and looked around the situation. I found that this is a perfect natural underground shelter. Before he knew it, he had reached a depth of 120 meters underground. At this depth, unless there are monsters active underground, basically no monster can find this place. As for the problems of air purification and food delivery, they were simple for him. He not only has ready-made props in the system mall, but also ready-made design drawings, making these things a piece of cake. We really found the storage location of the exoskeleton machines and discovered that there are quite a lot of survivors here, and there are even several most core and confidential assembly production lines. Sure enough, they are all ready-made. Ewan checked it. It was discovered that all they had to do was transport the people up there down and make them live and work here in a state of near-house arrest. A lot of things here are ready-made, especially with the existence of exomechanical skeletons. It becomes very easy for them to carry goods. His Iron Cube 3 mecha can be produced here easily. You said so. Ewan suddenly greeted someone next to him. After this voice was heard, there was silence for a while without any response. Fortunately, he was the only one here, otherwise others would definitely think that he was hallucinating and suddenly talking in an empty environment with no one around. Yes, this is a good place for your grave. Suddenly, a dull voice echoed in the space, and it sounded like the voice of a mature man. In the dim environment, a little fire flickered. Through the firelight, I could see a man with strong arms sitting in the darkness in a corner. He had been sitting there for who knows how long. He was so bored that he smoked a cigar to relieve his fatigue. A member of the Raven clan? Or one of Zoya's gang? Ewan asked the other party. Knowing that they are now able to arrange things here in advance and waiting for him, they can be seen as people seeking revenge. Only Raven and Juya are from that mysterious organization. But he took into account that Raven's strength was only that bad. So he had a hunch that it was more likely that he was in cahoots with Juya. The boss said he is unhappy with you and wants to kill you. I'll make a great trip and just tear your head off and take it back. The man stood up and was actually 2 meters tall. His sturdy build and the scars on his body made him look like he had just come back from a harsh battlefield. He had sabers tied in his boots, on his thighs, and around his waist, proving his identity as a mercenary. Are you going to twist my neck? Ewan heard him say that and casually touched the back of his neck. He even said to him, the doctor said that I play with my phone too much and I have cervical spondylosis and some bone hyperplasia. My neck may not be so easy to twist off. It might be a little harder to break his neck later, and it would probably require a little more effort. The man grinned and said to him cruelly, I hope that when your head is twisted off, your nonsense mouth can still speak so easily. As soon as the voice fell, he suddenly disappeared from the spot. Ewan immediately felt someone hugging his head. It was unknown when and how this man came up behind him in a trance, and he held his head tightly between his arms, which were as thick as his thighs, as if he could squeeze his head like a watermelon and burst it with just a little force. You want to straighten my bones so soon? Ewan patted his arm and told him not to be so anxious and to give him some time to prepare mentally. And could he please not hold him so tightly? It makes him feel like he has difficulty breathing, and he is almost strangled to death. Your neck is quite stiff. You really should listen to the doctor and spend less time on your phone in your next life. The man grinned and suddenly exerted force, trying to unscrew his head like a nut. Yuan didn't struggle. He just stood there, too lazy to move, and let him twist him. The man exerted force suddenly, but he suddenly found no response. Only then did he see that there was an extra layer of metal shell on Yi Wen's neck, like a metal neck guard that firmly protected his neck, making it impossible for him to exert any force on Yi Wen's neck. So there is such a thing. The man immediately thought that Yi Wen was so confident because he was protected by the power of the ancient god. He also admitted that this thing is quite troublesome, because unless you have a force stronger than it to destroy it, it is impossible to truly harm the entity. Yi Wen smiled slightly. His head slammed back with great force. The liquid metal also condensed on the back of his head, creating an extra metal plate to protect him. This protective plate is a powerful and destructive weapon for this big man, so he can't take it head on. But it was impossible for him to exert any strength to defeat Yi when he had a triangle lock around his neck. Therefore, he had no choice but to let him go temporarily to avoid having his arm broken by Yi Wen's headbutt. However, he only chose to let him go temporarily, and did not let him go directly. He loosened his grip slightly, now not to give Yi Wen a chance to escape, but to create an opportunity for himself to take action. "I'll take your arm." He believed that Yi Wen's greatest strength came from this liquid metal. So after seeing that he had condensed the liquid metal to the back of his head, he chose Yi Wen's right arm. He grabbed his upper arm with his hand and tried to pull it outwards. It can be said that when Yi Wen hit the air with the back of his head, his right arm said goodbye to his body forever. And when his right arm is torn off, his left arm, right leg, and left leg will all leave his body one by one, turning him into a human stick and finally say goodbye to his head. Yi Wen indeed didn't look like he had lost his right arm. So it seemed that it was the survival instinct that caused the liquid metal to flow toward his right arm, directly giving up the protection near his head. But this situation made the man reveal a hideous and triumphant smile. Because his purpose has not changed from beginning to end. All he wanted was to twist off Yi Wen's head, and he actually had no interest in his arms and legs. What he wanted was to use Yi Wen's annoying liquid metal to expose the weakness of his most vital head part. His left hand suddenly reached over Yi Wen's head, activating his technological power. Yi Wen once again felt that the person behind him disappeared in an instant. He also felt a huge tearing sensation in his neck, as if his head was about to be torn off his neck by some huge force. Even a piece of trash like you can make the boss pay so much attention to you. As the man was about to succeed, he said to Yi Wen sarcastically, "I don't think there's any need to be cautious with someone like him who only relies on external forces. It is no exaggeration to say that he is not as strong as those Chinese mercenaries he met on the battlefield. At least those Chinese mercenaries were able to cause him a little trouble before they died. Through strong magnetic reaction, we paralyze the target's vision and create a brief illusion of time, making the target think that he is moved instantly. Do you think I'm right?" Yi Wen suddenly asked the man, asking if this was the operating principle of the technology on him. The man was stunned for a moment, and his action of taking off Yi Wen's head paused for a moment. He probably really didn't expect that Yi Wen could see through the magic he performed in such a short time, and directly told him the truth about the method he had used to kill enemies thousands of meters away on the battlefield. "What good does it matter if you know? We're all going to die." The man sneered. In his opinion, it was completely meaningless for Yi Wen to find out the truth about something beyond his ability before he died. Because he is not the first person who can see through the truth of his abilities, but he will definitely not be the last. This is an unsolvable ability, because only the blind man can restrain his ability and make it ineffective. Normally, anyone who uses his eyes will be affected, unless he dares to dig out his own eyes on the battlefield. What difference would it make if I just dug out my eyes on the battlefield and made myself completely blind? In the end, he will still torture her to death. I want to say, is it so interesting that you tortured that robot model for so long? Yi Wen's voice suddenly sounded beside him. The man looked over and saw another Yi Wen sitting in his previous position, looking at him teasingly. He suddenly turned around and looked in front of him, and saw that Yi Wen in front of him had become a disassembled robot, and he was about to pull out the robot's head. This is impossible. The man couldn't believe that he, who thought he was the best at using visual paralysis to create illusions, was actually misled and controlled by the other party using illusions. Yeah, that's impossible. But just as he let go and was about to attack Yi Wen, who was sitting over there, the robot he had just let go of spoke, and it was still Yi Wen's voice. In the next second, he changed into Yi Wen's image again and made Yi Wen, who was originally sitting there, disappear out of thin air, leaving nothing there. The man was completely confused and couldn't figure out which one was true. Yi-Won, however, mobilized the true power of the snake pupil and changed the hormone secretion in the man's body, making him instantly depressed and powerless. He said to him, "Guess where the real me is now? What am I going to do to you?" Chapter 139, This is My World. At this moment, the man really couldn't tell the difference between reality and illusion, because he couldn't be sure whether Yi-Won he saw was real. Yi-Won understood that the result was already out. After easily tearing off one of his arms, he kicked and broke one of his legs. In an instant, the man's body became strangely distorted, and it seemed that half of his fighting power had been destroyed. "You can't beat me like this." The man didn't believe that he was going to lose like this, and roared, intending to continue fighting him with this body. Yi-Won inserted his hand into his lower abdomen and easily pulled out several of his ribs. In the blink of an eye, he was already covered in blood. Yi-Won looked more like a butcher from hell. Still watching the show? If you continue watching the show, your companion will die. Yi-Won suddenly said to the other accomplice behind him that if he didn't do something, he, as a member of the organization, would die here. Don't think he would be so merciful as to spare their lives. Now that they have provoked him and even threatened his life, they must leave their lives and sacrifice their entire future lives in this place. After studying it, I found that we can't win. I told you that Zoya warned us again and again that this target is a monster and must be killed with one strike. But you didn't listen to me at all. Another member shows up. The person who came out was a rather quiet, fair-skinned boy who looked a bit girly. He was holding a PDA in his hand, and it seemed that his strength was related to technological power. I could control him for another 3 seconds. You can come and kill me. It doesn't matter if you kill me all at once. The man said to his companion. Just say it in front of Yi-Won. He asked his accomplices to kill him, and Yi went together, as long as he could return with the glory of completing the mission. Yi-Won looked at this gentle boy and saw that he was a mixed race. Because from his appearance, you can't tell whether he is an Oriental or a Westerner. The mission has failed. You can tell Mr. Yi what the boss said. The boy did not listen to the man's command at all. He just reminded him that the mission had failed. Any more struggles now would be meaningless and a waste of time. The man was unwilling to accept and resign himself to this outcome. The boy began to report to him here, telling him a situation that he had just analyzed. Strength SSS, Speed SSS, Destructive Power X, Defense Power X, and there are more than 3 energy reactions in the body, each of which has reached SS level or above. In addition, he has only relied on the power of strange metal in the battle with you. This kind of thing can be found in the bodies of monsters above a level, but no one has ever been able to use it like him. As the man listened to his accomplice's analysis and explanation, his expression suddenly calmed down, and one could even say he was a little frightened, because this kind of data result is really not something that one person can have. He couldn't help but look at Yi-Won, who looked ordinary on the surface. He had no idea that he had such terrifying strength and destructive power in his body. Your true appearance should be more than this, right? If my analysis is correct, you should have compressed your muscles to a great extent to keep yourself looking like a normal person. The boy suddenly picked up an electronic pen and pointed it at Yi-Won and asked him if this was the real situation. Yi-Won smiled, tacitly acknowledging the matter. But he didn't think there was anything that couldn't be exposed because they knew they couldn't do anything to him. The biggest benefit he gets from the system's functionality is that he can strengthen himself through training. Therefore, his daily work, running, and even walking are all part of his way of strengthening himself. Not to mention he fought 1,000 chimeras and participated in a number of other battles. These appear to be part of his daily life, but in essence they are all part of his continuous strengthening of himself. Monster! The man now understood why he couldn't win. Because if this is true, the other party has been playing tricks on him from the beginning. Now that he thought about it carefully, he realized that the other party had only used the power of the strange metal and had never really used his physical body to exert any strength. What message does your boss want to convey to me? Yi-Won asked the boy. He was very interested in the message he wanted to convey. My boss wants you to join. Your girlfriend happens to be in our organization, and he is willing to give you the position of vice president as long as you can join and help him. The boy conveyed. He actually offered very generous conditions, allowing Yi-Won to become a king on par with Su Ling as long as he was willing to join, and also allowing him to reunite with Su Ling. Yi-Won thought for a moment and glanced at the shocked expression of the man who had just been playing with him. Perhaps he only now realized that he was sent here just to test the strength of his side. No one believed that he could make this operation a success. Yi-Won also gave the boy the answer he had prepared and said, "Then you can tell your boss." Tell him that I will give him a chance to return the person I want, and then we can forget about what happened. Otherwise, he will realize what a wonderful scene it would be to have the bodies of your organization laid out in front of him one by one. Yi Wen's conditions for them were a threat. He meant that if they didn't send Su Ling to him, he would kill anyone he met from their organization in the future. To prove that he has the ability, he freed up the strength of his left arm. In an instant, a 5-meter-long giant hand appeared here. This is just the first form for him. The next moment, he suddenly tightened the arm and restored it to its original state. However, the skin of the restored arm emitted a faint white light, which was the energy reaction of the cells inside after being highly compressed. Then he flicked his fingers lightly with this arm. In an instant, he compressed a wisp of air into an air bullet and shot it out, blasting a crater in the tempered wall in the distance. The most terrifying thing is that he doesn't have any skills at all. It's just pure strength that has been highly enhanced. When the man saw this scene, he felt more clearly what kind of monster he had been provoking. I also understood that Julia, who never took any man seriously, was completely in a state of estrus when she mentioned this man, and she kept muttering that if she could get pregnant with this child, it would definitely be the most amazing child in the world. Julia is a well-known power maniac in the organization. Being able to conquer her from the inside out can only mean that she has been conquered by strength to the point where she is unwilling to resist from the bottom of her heart, and she also knows that she is powerless to do so. I will convey this message, but I would also like to remind you personally that your idea is playing with fire. The boy was stunned when he heard Yi Wen's arrogant words, but he quickly reacted and reminded him that this idea was very dangerous, and he didn't know what terrible consequences it would bring to him. Are you trying to say that I have no idea how many members there are in your organization, let alone their identities? So you are in the dark, and I am in the light? Yi Wen asked him, asking him if this was the basis for his belief. The boy defaulted. Yi Wen knew that if he didn't reveal any of his cards, the other party would not give in. So the system retrieved a photo, a very quiet and harmless-looking girl wearing a mask, and put it on his phone, then showed the phone screen to the boy. She asked him, "This girl has never appeared in front of me, but she is a member of your organization, right? She is now living and surviving with a group of ordinary people in Ra County, Great Britain, Western Europe, right?" Yi Wen asked the boy whether the information he was providing was correct. The boy's expression froze. He didn't say anything, but his expression said everything he wanted to say. He obviously couldn't understand why Yi Wen knew the girl's identity and her current location. Of course, Yi Wen would not tell him why. He indeed did not have the authority to access the Level 3 network and find out the specific circumstances of these mysterious organizations. But finding someone was not that difficult for him. Because we live in an information world now, there are cameras and surveillance cameras everywhere in the world, commonly known as Skynet. He couldn't find their specific identities, but it was easy to find out who they had contacted in recent years. If he only met one person, it might be difficult to find out how many people he had contacted and to find out among these people whether they belonged to the same organization. 2, 3, 4. The more people from their organization he meets now, the easier it will be to find the same people that they have come into contact with in common. Even if they are very cautious and secretive, they will always be exposed. At present, he only has 2 people under his control. But today the number has risen to 5. Su Ling, Julia, this man, this boy, and the girl who has just been confirmed. If we rely on the interpersonal relationships among the 5 of them, the 6th, 7th, and 8th will surface. At that time, if he identified one, he would let the shadow troops or he would personally take action to deal with it. And by that time, he will be in the dark and the other party will be in the light. The other party can try to see whether they are killed by him first, or they're the first to break down his psychological defenses and successfully make him surrender. This situation was obviously beyond the other party's plan. It is also 100% certain that Yi Wen's unique move directly disrupted the opponent's deployment. Now the other party needs to find a way to protect the safety of their own organization members. They cannot let Yi Wen find and solve him first, and then use it as a means to threaten their organization. I'll pass your thoughts on to the boss. The boy's tone softened, realizing that at this moment the hunter and the prey had switched roles. Even he himself was within the scope of the hunt. Yi Wen waved at him and told him to go away. He immediately came over to greet the man and prepared to take him back. But just as the man was about to move, he suddenly pushed the boy away and looked at Yi Wen cruelly and desperately. "You did something to my body." He was sure that Yi Wen had tampered with his body because he clearly felt something was wrong inside his body. The boy immediately took out the PDA to check the man's body. His face soon changed, and he saw something was wrong. "You transformed him into a bomb." He suddenly saw an extremely unstable high energy in the man's body. Once this energy explodes, it can instantly turn this man into a bomb, capable of at least damaging all targets within a range of 10 meters. I'll give you a little gift. If there's no way to solve it, you can send the person I want over here, and I'll relieve him immediately. Ewan shrugged and admitted that he had used some tricks when breaking the man's ribs. A little heat and cold energy was injected into his body, just in a delicate balance. This balance is very fragile. So fragile that if the man uses a little more strength, his body will explode immediately. He just asked the boy to pass on the message to him, but he didn't say that the man could return safely. The boy knew that this man would be a threat if he went back like this. But it is impossible not to take him back. Don't bother you worrying about it. Tell the boss that I'm leaving first. The man was also decisive. He quickly pulled out the knife from his waist and stabbed himself in the neck, killing himself on the spot. The boy realized that this was the worst solution. He glared at Ewan with gritted teeth and immediately activated some space transfer technology, allowing himself to instantly move away from the area. This operation resulted in a complete failure and the loss of a great general. Ewan watched him leave. I understand that they should have entered here in the same way, which means that this place is no longer safe and can no longer be used as a mecha factory. It seems that I can only develop on the space platform. There I can set permissions and let people I allow in. Of course, there is also the system space. After Ewan learned that the system space could be upgraded to allow living things to live inside, he considered transforming it into his own small world. It's just that the expansion of this space is only linked to the upgrade of VIP level. He is now VIP 8, making the system space a huge space of 3 by 3 cubic kilometers. But it is still not enough to open a factory and build a community there. However, the upgrade from VIP 8 to VIP 9 is an astronomical figure, and it is only possible to upgrade if you hang up the card or kill the zombies of a small country. However, it can only be upgraded to 5 by 5 cubic kilometers of space, which still cannot meet the needs. We have detected that the host has new demands for items in the mall. We have added a new space expansion function. The host can use life coins to expand and decorate his personal space. Suddenly, the system prompted him. Ewan was delighted and found that this system was quite considerate. Open the mall interface immediately to view the space expansion function. As a result, after just one look, he couldn't help but curse this person for not learning well and trying to cheat people out of their money. He actually had a system that taught him the essence. To expand the space once, it takes 500,000 life coins to expand the space to 5 by 5 cubic kilometers. We don't know how much it will take in the next stage, so why doesn't it just go and grab it? But it's actually quite practical to be able to decorate it with mountains, rivers, and even blue sky and sun. Ewan discovered that after this system upgrade, his system space could be renamed My World. As long as he was willing to spend money, he could completely transform himself into the god of creation and create a truly one-to-one real world in it. Chapter 140. There's still not enough money, but this way we don't have to worry about them being found. Ewan looked at this new function carefully and found that the first thing he thought of was the home system in an online game he had played. The situation there was similar to what he was facing now. You can spend money to decorate your own private home, raise fish and pets, get married and have children. He admitted that the people he had connections with had always been a weakness for him, requiring him to spend more manpower and resources to take care of their lives and safety. Now that he has this function, he can easily bring his father, Aunt Rome, Feng Qian, and others into this personal world. At that time, even if the situation outside became worse, he would not have to worry about them not having a safe place to take refuge. But if we transfer them directly here, it will be like being in prison. After all, the space is limited. We should temporarily build an emergency portal so that they can hide inside when needed, or build a self-protection device so that they can be instantly teleported into this space when necessary. Ewan immediately continued to study the system all. He found that after he was upgraded to VIP level 8, he had not taken a good look at how many new items had been added to his mall. What is certain is that the current stuff is several times better than VIP level 1, because it is divided into several pages and different columns are distinguished according to function. After a while of inspection, he found that there was indeed something he wanted. Go Home Bracelet. You can spend money to customize the style. The effect is to teleport to a specific coordinate point after being triggered, and up to 3 coordinates can be recorded. He thought about it and calculated how much he needed to prepare. In the end, only 10 were prepared. One of them is a jade bracelet style, and the other is a bead string style. The rest are ordinary ladies' fashion bracelet styles. This item is quite expensive, costing 5,000 life coins each. In an instant, he lost 50,000 life coins, which is equivalent to 500 million Chinese currency. But he didn't feel sorry at all. Just in Eagle Country, these 50,000 life coins can be earned back by cleaning up a small city. After buying it, he also discovered that this prop is divided into active trigger and passive trigger. Active triggering is triggered according to the wearer's wishes. Passive triggering means that when the wearer's life is in danger, it will forcibly trigger its function and teleport the wearer to a specific coordinate point. Moreover, this item is bound to a single person once it is worn, and there is no possibility that it can be snatched away by others and teleported to the coordinate point. One for Dad, one for Aunt Rong, and one for Feng Qian. Yuan estimated and found that 10 were basically enough. Because walnuts and chestnuts are not needed, and some people have not yet reached that need. After resolving these issues, it has been confirmed that this underground area is unsafe. He simply loaded all the equipment, semi-finished products, and finished products in the underground area into the system space and brought them up, knowing that all the personnel here would have to be relocated and that he would ultimately have to build his factory area on his universal platform. Going upstairs, most of the Chinese people who took refuge in the factory have received treatment. Sister Hua, who served as their leader, has now completely become their chief and can speak on their behalf as a representative. Boss. When Sister Hua saw him coming back, she had obviously learned about his situation from Walnut and Chestnut or Andre and Johnny, and knew that he was the one with the highest status here. She also knew that he came here just to find them. Yuan didn't tell them what happened in the area below because there was no need. He knew from the looks in Walnut and Chestnut's eyes that they already knew what was happening below, and that they had already solved the problem beautifully. Pack up whatever you can take with you. We're going to go back. We will discuss the details after we get back, Yuan said to them. He even planned to transport them back to Andre's place by ground transportation. Andre, the big mouth, wanted to say something, but he quickly reacted smartly and immediately kept silent. Because in his opinion, his boss and the two sisters beside him possessed the ability of group teleportation, and they could teleport all of them back at once. But his clever little head, which had been in the gang for a long time, immediately figured out that Yi Wenming clearly had this power, but was not using it. The only possibility is that he either had no way to transfer so many people and equipment at one time, or he did not want to expose the secret to these people and did not regard them as his true confidants. So while he was happily thinking that he was a confidant, he also understood that the best subordinate was the one who didn't cause trouble for the boss. Yuan noticed that Andre wanted to say something but chose not to, and he could probably guess what he wanted to say. It's just that the reason why he doesn't use group teleportation is not that complicated. One reason is that it is impossible to transfer so many people at one time, and they can only be transferred in batches. Another reason is that each group teleportation has a cooling time, so the overall delay is worse than a convoy transporting it back. Do you want to wait until tomorrow morning? It's dark now, and those green-skinned monsters outside will be more active. And there are also night demons that only come out at night. Sister Hua kindly reminded that it was definitely not a good idea to choose to walk at night to the next shelter. I was afraid they wouldn't come. Yuan answered Sister Hua, which made her stunned. She looked at Andre and Johnny in disbelief to confirm whether what the boss said was true. Andre and Johnny nodded to him affirmatively, because they know that compared to the monsters outside, their boss is the real monster, a devil monster. Yuan had already made a calculation in his mind. He calculated in his mind, one night demon is worth 150 life coins, and one green skin is worth 50 life coins. If I can get a dozen of each, I can earn back the money I just spent on the bracelet. Now that the system has been slightly upgraded and some new features have been opened up, he finds himself even more short of money. It is indeed not a stressful thing for him to buy an aircraft carrier now, but asking him to upgrade the system space would be less simple than asking him to build 10 aircraft carriers at once. In his eyes, those luxury cars, yachts, and mansions that we usually see are just cheap toy cars and toy houses. Because I see it this way. It costs him 500,000 life coins to upgrade his system space once. That's 5 billion. And this is an upgrade from 3 by 3 cubic kilometers to 5 by 5 cubic kilometers. He wants to make the system space an independent little world in his eyes. At least he wants to upgrade the system space to 100 by 100 cubic miles of space, right? In this case, hundreds of billions of dollars would not be enough for him to burn. Before the disaster, the third richest man in the world was worth only over 120 billion. At this moment, is money still money in his eyes? It's just a bunch of numbers that keep accumulating. But at this moment, everyone else here looked at each other in bewilderment at his words and attitude. They had never seen anyone who looked down on the monsters outside like this. Even Shuiying Longzi, who had just woken up, was laughing at him for being too arrogant and underestimating the horror of the night demons and greenskins outside. Yuan saw it. Consider whether to teach her a lesson yourself. But when he thought of some things, he felt a little disgusted. After thinking about it, I felt that it would be too easy for her to let her go. I bought an item in the system mall and threw it to Andre, asking him to let Shuiying Longzi wear it. Andre saw the dog collar with a unique style that Yuan threw to him and was curious about what it was for. Put it on her and let her have a taste of pain first. I understand that based on her personality, she might be happy and satisfied when she is forced to film. So we can't let her be happy. We must let her know that doing certain things will come with a cruel price to pay. Andre obeyed and put it on her, not seeing anything special about the collar. Shuiying Longzi didn't feel anything special about being worn, thinking that it was at most an insult to her personality, but it didn't cause any real harm to her. She was a real Sakura, and she believed that she was the best real Sakura, so she was best at endurance. Yuan, however, looked at her eagerly and explained to her, "This collar has no other function. It just makes you regret having such an emotional fluctuation as long as you have it. I know that this thing is specially made by the system, specifically targeting those who are dishonest and disobedient, formerly known as zombie collar. As the name suggests, if you give a zombie this thing, it will be obedient." When Shuiying Longzi heard his explanation, she was a little confused at first, but soon she felt a strong electric current, which made her realize that death was a kind of happiness. She was shocked and terrified at once, but because her emotions were showing again, and they were strong ones, she was immediately shocked by an even stronger electric shock, which caused her to lie on her side on the ground twitching. When she finally calmed down a bit, her stubborn eyes showed a shrinking from the soul. She tried even harder to control her emotions and not let herself continue to be tortured because of herself. "I hope you don't die of pleasure," Yuan said to her with a bright smile. Remind her that there will be a good show waiting for her when she goes back with them. At this moment, Shuiying Longzi shook her head in fear. I remembered that she would be taken back to film. How could she control her emotions at that time? She might really be electrocuted to death. "Boss, this electric current won't hurt anyone, right?" As the main actor later on, Andre was a little scared when he saw Yukisakura Ryuko falling to the ground and twitching due to the electric shock. He was afraid that she would be electrocuted to death. "If you're scared, you can change someone else." Yuan gave him a disdainful look, thinking that he wanted to take advantage, but was afraid of something going wrong. Andre laughed dryly and admitted in a very cowardly manner that he was a coward. Yuan also understood that if he continued to think this way, he would not have to worry about filming later, so he said to him, "This is a kind of nerve current. Only she can feel the intense electric shock, and others cannot feel it." Hearing this, Andre became even more excited. He realized that this was equivalent to harmless electric current. But when Shuiying Longzi heard the same sentence, she just wanted to kill herself by hitting her head against the wall, knowing that what she was about to face was real hell and devil. The phrase "life is worse than death" is no longer a simple written phrase to her. This inhuman way of handling the situation sounded a bit cruel to Sister Hua and the others. But when they thought about how this woman Jining treated them after she deceived them and took over this place, they all thought that she deserved it, and that this was the fate she deserved. Yuan also knew that time waits for no one, so he ordered the people here to immediately load the things that could be taken away into the car and prepare to set off back. Andre and Johnny both went to help. Shuiying Longzi didn't dare to move at all. She looked numb and didn't dare to let herself have any unnecessary emotions. The first step of her, while being disintegrated, had already begun. Soon the convoy was ready. They also knew that if they wanted to get out, they had to pass 3 unavoidable checkpoints. The factory is now full of zombies, and night demons and greenskins are active outside. If we want to get out, we must first find a way to rush through the zombie group above, which is at least 800 in number, many of which are highly mutated and can reach the D level. Seeing that they were ready to set off, Sister Hua thought that she should still persuade Yuan and suggested that he set off at dawn tomorrow morning. That way, at least we only have to worry about the zombie horde in the military base above the factory, and at least we don't have to bear the pressure from the Night Stalkers and Greenskins. Set off! Yuan patted the car door, signaling that the team could set off. He did not consider Sister Hua's suggestion at all, thinking that it was necessary to wait until the next day. The engines of all the vehicles started, making a dull roar. The door to the factory's external passage leading to the military base above was also opened. When the big iron gate slowly rose up, All the Chinese members in the convoy were so nervous that their palms were sweating, because they were very scared of seeing the scene when the gate opened and hordes of zombies rushed in and surrounded them. But when the big iron gate was fully opened, no zombie rushed in. The convoy also set off smoothly and began to slowly move uphill along the driveway towards the ground above. When the convoy was about to enter the lane, they saw a large number of zombie corpses scattered in the passage. When the convoy actually entered the military base area above, they saw that there was no zombie left standing alive. The entire military base was a scene of complete massacre. The hundreds of zombies had all had their combat effectiveness destroyed and were reduced to corpses on the ground. If that wasn't what surprised them the most, what surprised them even more was that they saw the figures of Night Stalker and Greenskin in the middle. What they saw was a 5-meter-tall greenskin, as big as a mountain with their tattered battle flag stuck in its butt. It was dead as hell. "You guys are making such a fuss about this kind of trash fish," Ewan muttered, while he was dealing with his own affairs down there. He had ordered the Black Shadow Army to conduct a major cleanup outside in order to prepare a route for his departure. Sister Hua, who was in the same truck with him, looked at him in shock. She could tell that it was all done by him, or by his people. But who are these people? How many are there? How strong are they? Those of them trapped in the factory had never seen it. She was also shocked and curious about how terrifying his underground strength was and who he was. Ewan was thinking about something else, which made him so distressed that he wanted to scratch his hair. The money is still not enough. Chapter 141, just ask me. Everything will go smoothly. I didn't realize it before, because there weren't so many places to spend money. But now that various channels have been opened up, I find that money is needed in every aspect. Although his situation is a bit Versailles. After all, while others have trouble surviving and eating, he can be said to be able to maintain a basic living standard for a group of people, or even a very luxurious living standard without any pressure. But who can resist living a more stable life? I returned to Andre's place and arranged all the necessary personnel. Ewan continued to think about the issue of money. How is the distribution of forces nearby? Ewan asked Andre, telling him not to rush into being the director and the leading actor, but to first figure out the situation on his side before doing anything else. Boss! Andre was about to cry now. He was so anxious that he was about to explode, but his new boss told him to hold back and to finish some routine matters before he could deal with the other matters. This was killing him. Ewan looked at him seriously and told him to stop talking nonsense if he wanted to hurry up. Otherwise, he would prepare to replace him. Andre understood what kind of person his new boss was, so he had to patiently find the map he had drawn and point out the distribution of forces on it. When Ewan saw the map he took out, he realized that there was a reason why he was able to do well here. Because the map he drew was different from the regular electronic map. It actually marked the general situation of the zombies and directly marked the danger zone on it. The nearest city requires crossing a large canyon. The good news is that the only bridge across the canyon has been blown up, so the zombies in that big city can't get over here. The bad news is that we can't get over there to get anything. Several forces are struggling to snatch the remaining resources here, including those greenskin guys. Andre explained how scarce the supplies here were. Therefore, he was already considered to be in a good position here, because the land he occupied originally belonged to the Chinese, and there were still some supplies left here. It means that if you want to find a large number of zombies, you have to go to the other side of the canyon. Ewan roughly understood what was going on when he saw the map. He also entered this map into the system, allowing the system to compare and synchronize the contents of the hand-drawn map with the satellite map, so that a more realistic situation can be directly displayed on the virtual screen of his system. Yes, boss, can I go now? Andre couldn't wait. Because of the collar, Shueying Ryuko is now really afraid of electricity. He looks very delicate, but this further arouses his beastly side. Go away! Ewan waved at him, knowing that he was going to deliver a feast to Shueying Longzi. He was considering whether to directly use large-scale weapons to wipe out the area, or to use the elite hunting method to focus on solving those high-difficulty mutant monsters so that he could make money as quickly as possible. While he was thinking about this, Kurumi suddenly appeared in front of him, holding a cell phone in her hand that was on a call. Looking at her curiously, Hu Tao said to him, "It's a call from Miss Jean Laneying." Ewan walked over and picked it up and found that it was still a video call. All he saw in the video was a radiant Jean Laneying saying to him happily, "Master, everything has been taken care of. Has it been dealt with?" Ewan was curious about what she had dealt with. Jean Laneying understood how great a thing she had accomplished during the time he left China for Eagle Country, so she explained the key points to him. Ewan became more and more surprised as he listened. He discovered that he had really underestimated the eldest princess of the Sanqing group, and even more so, underestimated the financial power of the Sanqing group that could dominate the Han National Congress. During this period, she actually asked the nominal president of Han country to make serious representations to the Chinese Congress to protest against the actions of some Chinese personnel who seriously disrupted the normal communication between the high-level personnel of the two countries. He has even expressed to the Chinese Congress that Yi Wen is actually the husband of the owner of their Han country's Sanqing group, and is the well-deserved prince of Han country. Of course, such protests seem somewhat insignificant at this time, especially when the Han kingdom is basically in name only. But because of this relationship, Jean Laniying suddenly had the opportunity to represent Yi Wen and protest to the Chinese Congress. At the same time, she also discovered that the Chinese Congress really had an important matter that needed to be addressed to Yi Wen, but was worried that they could not find him. The two things happened to collide, giving both parties a real way to communicate on an equal footing. Have you encountered a bottleneck in the development of nuclear fusion engines? You still don't understand some of the principles. Do you need my help to crack them? Yi Wen showed a playful smile and found that this was really a coincidence. Because when he handed it in, he only wanted to change his military rank so that he could be promoted faster. Even though he had some idea that this technology was simply beyond the grasp and understanding of the current scientific level of the world, he thought that he would not leave China, so if he had any questions, he could just ask him. At worst, he could look for the system to see if he could buy relevant information and use it as a bargaining chip to consolidate his position in the military. But I never expected that some people were too greedy. It was not enough for him to see the nuclear fusion engine technology directly, and he wanted to use the old tricks to force him to come up with other technologies. He even wanted to undermine his power and seize the ruling power of his shadow forces. Maybe he spoils them? I just walked away without hesitation, leaving the mess for them to deal with on their own. Now, the situation that was thought to be problematic has actually occurred. The technical bottleneck cannot be broken, and the scientific level has not been reached. It will be impossible to actually manufacture the product, let alone understand some of the principles behind it. What's the attitude over there? Yi Wen asked Jean Laniying with a smile. He knew that since she had contacted him on her own initiative, she must have helped him complete the negotiations and even agreed on the price. What they mean is that as long as you are willing to come back to help, they will directly give you the rank of a general and even plan a military zone exclusively for you. Of course, I have also dealt with some of the people you care about the most. They also understand this meaning and know that the benefits they bring are greater. So they found a reason to purge that lineage, and all those who should be exiled were exiled, and those who should be thrown into prison were thrown into prison. Yi Wen heard what Jean Laniying said. I know that she is a good negotiator, but the special circumstances now have somewhat overshadowed her glory. Go back and reward you. Yi Wen knew that she had really helped him deal with a big matter. The whole process of handling the matter was definitely not as simple as she said. She just found the most important content and told him. But her efforts definitely need to be rewarded, and he also knows what reward she wants most. Jean Laniying's cheeks immediately turned slightly red. After tasting the sweetness of the sweetness, this mature beauty realized that no reward could satisfy her. Of course, if she could be rewarded with a child, it would be the most satisfying thing for her. Yi Wen knew that if things were really as she said, he really had to go back. After ending the video call with Jean Laniying, he made an arrangement to Hu Tao. Let Bamli go back and confirm whether this is true. If it is true, he should also go to the Magic City to confirm the situation there. It's not that Yi Wen doesn't trust Jean Laniying. It's just that some details may change after the negotiations. He didn't want to end up in a trap when he returned and make everyone unhappy. Okay. Hu Tao immediately took the order and conveyed the matter to Hu Tao, asking her to handle it. When Yi Wen thought of the Magic City, he thought of the woman he met in the fog of the Magic City. After the system analyzed his remaining memories at the time, it was confirmed that it was a mutant monster with an SSS-level dangerous level. It can be said that mutation forms a cycle. It causes humans to mutate into bizarre monsters and then mutate back again in the end. It just becomes more powerful and produces a sublimation of life. The system also defines that woman as a devil. Just like what is said in Eastern mythology, if one practices in the right way, one can become a god. It is obvious that it uses the wrong path to achieve sublimation and thus becomes a devil. This is also the first monster confirmed at this stage. If we want to take back the Demon City, we must destroy this thing. Yi Wen knew that if he wanted to truly restore the Demon City to normal and make this richest place in China his personal backyard, he had to kill the only confirmed monster. So he needs the exotic substance, and the means to fight against that kind of corrupt atmosphere are also necessary. 3 months passed in a blink of an eye. Within 3 months, China's first nuclear fusion engine was successfully assembled and operated in the laboratory. The fog that had been lingering in the Magic City slowly dissipated a week ago, revealing the horrific scene of a corroded and dilapidated city. In the eyes of ordinary people, they have no idea what happened in the fog of the Magic City. It's just that many people saw their former homes turned into a demon city through the internet, and they were sad that their homes were destroyed. No matter how they looked at it, there was no hope of rebuilding. But just when everyone knew that the former prosperity of the Magic City would become just a memory, XI and Sanxing Group publicly announced that it will undertake the reconstruction of the entire Magic City, and it is expected that within 10 years, the Magic City will be fully restored to a place where normal people can live and work. This news is undoubtedly a shot of excitement, making all the people in Shanghai who heard the news happy that there is a chance to rebuild and restore their homes. But in a top-secret underground laboratory, in front of the culture tank, all the scientific researchers who had prepared themselves to be isolated from the outside world were looking in shock at the SSS-level dangerous creature Hamba in the tank, which was the culprit of the magic fog in the Magic City. Because this is a monster that can be compared to the ones that appear in mythology, it was named after the monster in mythology. It doesn't look much different from a normal woman, but its life strength and genetic composition confirmed by instruments clearly indicate that it is not human. At the moment it was destroyed and brought back to the laboratory, all researchers suspected that the ancient myth might not be false. It might just be a true history that once existed. Yuan understood a little bit that ancient mythology might just be a partial historical record of the last ancient god technology. Because the ancients at that time could not understand the terrible power brought by the ancient god technology, they regarded those who possessed this technology as gods and demons, and regarded the fight between them for the ancient god technology as a war between gods and demons. Of course, the leakage of some of the ancient gods' technological power led to the creation of highly mutated monsters such as Hamba. There was also a bizarre legend that when it cries, the world will be flooded, and when it appears, there will be a severe drought. But none of this has anything to do with him. He found that one person gave up after repeated consideration and decided to do as he asked. He decided to use this method to make them truly compete on the same equal footing. I didn't expect you to be sent back like this. Entering the system space, it has been initially decorated into a small courtyard with ancient Chinese-style garden. Yuan was surprised that it had to be reset due to a bug, so he simply learned its new system capabilities and used all the available knowledge sources in his room. And Su Ling never dreamed that she would be betrayed by someone in the same organization. She was totally unprepared and was paralyzed by the abilities of the people in the organization. Then she changed her clothes and put on makeup as quickly as possible, just like a doll packed to be sent out as a gift. After she was packed, she was sent to Yi Wen as a gift for the temporary truce between the two sides. This makes her look stupid, okay? She suddenly didn't understand why she had stayed away from Yi Wen all these years and wanted to protect him by keeping a distance. As a result, the organization she belonged to was actually afraid of this person, so they just sold her out and sent her back. And buy one get one free. Do you want to have your wedding night now? Suddenly a voice came from the side. Yuan looked over. He actually wanted to pretend that she didn't exist, but she obviously didn't want to be ignored. Can you return the goods? I only need her. Yuan looked at Julia, who was about to strip naked. This Amazon-like woman was so strong that she even kept his delivery as a gift. I said, if you want to give it to me, then give me too. I have already made it clear to the boss that I have betrayed the organization and am going to come to your place to give birth to a child. Julia said, as a matter of course. After finishing her own clothes, she was about to deal with Su Ling's clothes, which made her a little panicked. Yuan found that she was really redundant, but there was no point in throwing her out because her legs were on her own body, and she would come back by herself. So he suddenly flashed in front of Su Ling, carried her on his shoulders, and then quickly exited the system space, leaving only Julia inside. Just stay in there. Let her calm down in there for a while. Just taking Su Ling out with me would be a good opportunity to ask her how she's been doing these years. Su Ling found that she was the most speechless, because if she had known this would happen, why did she leave in the first place? And she still couldn't figure out what Yi Wen had done during the time she was away that could have scared the boss of her organization.